Zhang Yufan has crossed over to the world of One Piece, equipped with a super defeat system. He opens a beginner's gift pack and receives a bunch of good items, and after equipping the cards, his strength greatly increases. On Kodo Island, he meets a mutated monkey named Monkey Ming, and together they set sail, encountering the Alvida pirate crew, where a fierce battle is about to begin. The blue sky is dotted with white clouds. The blazing sun makes it uncomfortable, and seagulls fly above. Suddenly, a 6-meter small boat appears on the sea, with just one room. The handsome young man Zhang Yufan sits at the bow, enjoying the sea breeze. He has just been transported by the system. Zhang Yufan is extremely excited. I've crossed over to One Piece. My goal is to become the Pirate King, crush the great pirate era, and overthrow the world government. He already knows that the system is called the Super Defeat System, with the spirit HouMing. Now, he is on the East Blue route to Luffy's hometown, in the year 1519 of the sea calendar, 1 year before Luffy sets sail. He calls out with his mind, "HouMing, come out." HouMing appears in his mind. "What is it, master?" Zhang Yufan quickly asks. "Introduce the system functions." HouMing replies, "You haven't opened the beginner's gift pack yet." Then the functions are reported. 1. He and his loyal subordinates can crush opponents and randomly receive equipment cards and items, with 1 target per day. 2. Equipment furnace. 5 cards of the same level and type can be combined into a higher level, and top-level enhancements require 4 cards of the same type. 3. The map needs to be explored by oneself. 4. Infinite storage. Cannot store living things. Time is frozen. 5. I have data. Everything is dataized. 6. Language comprehension. 7. If you die or become the strongest, you can cross to the next world. Zhang Yufan exclaims, "The functions are amazing. Open the beginner's gift pack." HouMing says, "Congratulations. 500,000 berries, 10 pieces of meat, 10 fresh water, 5 sets of clothes, intermediate strength, stamina, speed, and defense cards, and beginner observation color and navigation cards." Zhang Yufan asks, "How are the equipment card levels divided?" HouMing replies, "Beginner, intermediate, advanced, top level. We're gonna keep them. You and your loyal subordinates. 1 card per person of the same type. Are they in storage?" "Yes. You can equip them with your mind." Zhang Yufan looks around for danger, and with his mind, equips all the cards. Instantly, he feels powerful. Training experience floods in, and his physique improves. He shouts, "Open the personal information panel." HouMing immediately responds, "Okay, master." Information appears in his mind. Name, Zhang Yufan. Combat power growth potential level. Assesses current combat power level. Age, 17 years. Height, 1. 8 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, none. Devil fruit, none. Bounty, none. Equipment cards. Strength intermediate, stamina intermediate, speed intermediate, defense intermediate, observation hockey beginner, navigation beginner. Introduction. This is a traveler with a system and high growth potential. Zhang Yufan asks, "HouMing, how is combat power level divided?" HouMing replies, "From low to high F to SSS. Same level is determined by combat experience." Zhang Yufan thinks, "Then I'm quite strong in the East Blue now." He asks again, "Can you measure how long it will take to reach Kodo Island?" HouMing says, "There is no such function. You have to explore it yourself." Zhang Yufan, "All right, I will continue to search. Call you if there's anything." Rowing the boat feels super easy with his current strength. After a while, the map's illuminated area expands, and after 10 minutes, he sees Kodo Island and quickly rows towards it. He finds a place to dock the boat, ties it up, and walks forward, spotting a few houses. The system shows it is the base of the Alvida pirate crew. He circles around, finding no one, and the largest house is HouMing. He tears it down. With 1 punch, the door shatters. Zhang Yufan feels great. This power is amazing. I could never do this before. He searches the house and finds 2 iron rods, storing 1 in his storage. His stomach growls at noon, so he takes out a half-barrel-sized piece of meat and starts roasting it to eat. His strength has increased, so his appetite has too. After eating his fill, he heads to a small forest behind the house, wanting to see if he can find anything. Once in the forest, he sees that the trees and stones are ordinary, but looking up, he spots apples and bananas in the trees. He picks 4 apples and 5 bananas to store. After walking a bit further, Zhang Yufan senses he is being watched. Looking up at the tallest tree, he sees a small monkey curiously watching him. As he approaches the tree, the monkey climbs down, and they stare at each other. Zhang Yufan is surprised. It's entirely fired with just a tuft of golden fur on its head. So rare. He opens the monkey's information panel, wanting to test the language comprehension. The panel displays, name, small monkey. Combat power growth potential level, B current combat power level, age, 16 years. Height, 0. 7 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, none. Devil fruit, none. Bounty, None equipment cards. None introduction. A smart, bold, and strong mutated monkey, ostracized because of its red fur, has settled on Kodo Island. Zhang Yufan wants to recruit it as a partner and smiles, asking, "Little monkey, what's your name? Can you understand what I'm saying?" The small monkey boldly replies, "Huh? You can actually understand me. I don't have a name, and I can understand what you're saying. So who are you?" It says this with a hint of sadness. After hearing the monkey, Zhang Yufan realizes that the language comprehension really allows him to chat with animals. He immediately introduces himself. "My name is Zhang Yufan. I'm an adventurer, and I've just arrived on this island. How about I give you a name?" The small monkey's eyes light up, but then quickly dim again. Zhang Yufan asks, "What's wrong? Don't you want it?" The small monkey shakes its head. Zhang Yufan quickly guesses, "You're afraid that once I name you, you'll be ostracized like before by the monkey group?" The small monkey's eyes widen in surprise, as if to say, "How did you know?" Zhang Yufan sighs. "I have no family in this world. I won't treat you that way. You're very good looking, and I'm sure many people will like you in town." He looks up at the sky, feeling a bit sad. The small monkey looks at him sympathetically and suddenly jumps over to give him a bear hug for comfort. "Will there really be people who like me?" Zhang Yufan quickly hugs back. "Of course. I'm not lying to you." The small monkey instantly smiles, and Zhang Yufan smiles back. Zhang Yufan looks at it and says, "You're so smart. From now on, your name will be Monkey Ming." Upon hearing its name, Monkey Ming excitedly cries out. Zhang Yufan continues, "Monkey Ming, from today on, come with me, and let's be family." Tears immediately flow down Monkey Ming's face as it chokes out. "Okay, from now on, you are my big brother." Zhang Yufan pats its back to comfort it. "Do you have anything to bring from home?" Monkey Ming shakes its head. "No, I just came out to train and pick fruit." Zhang Yufan puts it down. "Do you know about pirates and the Navy?" Monkey Ming nods. "There's a pirate base on the island. There's a fat woman with an iron rod leading a group of bad guys. I've observed them from the trees, and they didn't find me." Zhang Yufan laughs. "That means you're stronger than them. They will only see you as a special monkey. It's getting dark. Let's find something to eat." Monkey Ming immediately says, "Big brother, I know where there are fruits. Follow me." When they arrive, Zhang Yufan sees peaches, bananas, and apples in the trees. He shouts, "Monkey Ming, pick them all." Monkey Ming is quick and agile, soon picking 25 of them, and with a wave of his hand, Zhang Yufan stores them all in his storage. Monkey Ming looks shocked, asking, "Big brother, where did the fruit go?" Zhang Yufan explains, "This is my special ability, storage space. It can store everything except living things, and I can take them out anytime." Monkey Ming is super excited. "Big brother, you're amazing. I won't go hungry in the future." Zhang Yufan pats its head. "Of course. It's getting dark. We'll talk about other abilities later. Tonight, let's rest at the pirate base, and tomorrow we set sail." Adventures at sea are both fun and dangerous. We need to strengthen our training to cope. Monkey Ming follows Zhang Yufan to the base, and according to the map, they quickly reach the place. Zhang Yufan takes out the fruits, water, and meat, and Monkey Ming eats meat too, and they quickly finish their meal. After a walk and chat in the evening, they choose the biggest house to rest in, sleeping soundly until dawn. In the morning, Zhang Yufan wakes up, and Monkey Ming is also awake. The two do morning exercises, running and doing push-ups, exceeding their goals, and then lying on the ground to catch their breath. Ready to translate. Please provide the content you want to be translated. Smash him in a meat sauce. Holding the Wolfong iron rod, he charged over. Zhang Yufan turned to HouMing and said, "Don't hit the guy with pink hair. Take down everyone else. I'll handle this fat woman. Let's see how strong you really are." HouMing shouted excitedly, "Leave it to me." After that, HouMing powered up and rushed toward the 18 pirates, moving at incredible speed and with immense strength, his monkey fist striking fiercely, knocking down pirates one by one. The nearby pirates were dumbfounded. This monkey may be short, but its combat power is astonishing. KB quickly found a safe place to hide, and Zhang Yufan laughed. HouMing didn't disappoint. At that moment, his mind was filled with the sound of equipment prompts, which was too noisy. So he asked HouMing to turn it off for now and check it later after the fight. Yurita's Wolfong iron rod was about to hit Zhang Yufan, but he easily dodged it with his basic observation hockey and speed. Yurita swung her rod repeatedly, smashing several holes in the ship's deck, but couldn't hit Zhang Yufan, making her furious. Having had enough fun, Zhang Yufan propelled himself forward and punched Yurita in the stomach. The recoil sent him flying back several meters, and Yurita fell heavily to the ground, almost falling apart from the pain. Zhang Yufan walked over and stepped on her chest, smiling down at her. Eureka struggled and shouted, "Bastard, let me go, or I'll," but couldn't finish her sentence. Zhang Yufan taunted or what? You think you can kill me? Eureka gritted her teeth. I will definitely kill you. Zhang Yufan laughed. Bring it on. Eureka looked at his smile, filled with hatred. But her combat power was too weak to harm him at all. Zhang Yufan said, since you can't kill me, just be a good captive. He then tied her hands and feet. Eureka struggled desperately. Bastard. Let me go. Zhang Yufan laughed. No way. You're worth a lot. I'm going to sell you to the Navy for money. He turned around and saw that HouMing had also finished fighting. After scanning the area, he found KB hiding in a pile of boxes, his eyes wide and mouth agape. Zhang Yufan waved, "It's safe now, come out. I won't hurt you." KB hesitated but stepped out, seeing Eureka and acting as if he had seen a ghost, quickly hiding behind Zhang Yufan. Zhang Yufan reassured him, "Don't be afraid. She's tied up well and can't do anything. I'm Zhang Yufan, and this is HouMing." KB gained a bit of courage and stood beside them, asking Mr. Zhang Yufan, "Why aren't you hitting me?" Zhang Yufan replied, "I can see you're being forced. Although you're the weakest, you have the greatest potential for growth." KB exclaimed, "You can tell that? So I can become very strong? Can you take me with you?" Zhang Yufan smiled, "Of course." KB was overjoyed and quickly shouted, "Then let's hurry and leave. Get out of here. Sang Yufan Chakid, no Rus. First, we need to search the ship for treasures. Do you know where the treasures are?" KB nodded, "I know. Follow me." Upon hearing that they were going to touch her treasures, Eureka immediately cursed, "Bastard, don't touch my treasures." Zhang Yufan frowned, stuffed a towel in her mouth, and the world became instantly quiet. He left HouMing to keep an eye on them and followed KB into the ship's cabin, planning to check the items and equipment given by the system later when he had time. Zhang Yufan asked knowingly, "KB, what are your plans after leaving this ship?" KB timidly replied, "I want to join the Navy. Catching bad guys has been my dream since I was little. I don't know if it's possible." Zhang Yufan said seriously, "I don't know if you can join, but the Navy isn't as good as you think." KB was puzzled. "Why do you say that?" Zhang Yufan asked, "Do you know about the O'Hara incident? And the Devil's Child, Nico Robin?" KB thought for a moment. "I don't know about the O'Hara incident, but I've seen the bounty for the Devil's Child. I don't know much about it." Zhang Yufan slowly explained. In the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar, O'Hara was a sacred archaeological site in the West Sea, home to the Tree of Knowledge and Robin's birthplace. The world government feared scholars interpreting historical texts, so they launched a demon extermination order when Robin was 8 years old, destroying O'Hara, leaving only Robin alive. KB's expression darkened. "What is the demon extermination order?" Zhang Yufan answered, "The demon extermination order was authorized by the world government, involving 10 warships, 5 vice admirals, and elite combat forces, indiscriminately destroying the targeted area. It was initiated by the current Navy Admiral Sengoku, and Green Bull and Akainu also participated." KB asked again, "Then why is Robin called the Devil's Child?" Zhang Yufan said, "After the incident, the government placed a bounty of 79 million berries on her, spreading rumors that she destroyed 6 warships. This lie forced her to flee, constantly being pursued and unable to sleep at night." KB was shocked. She was only 8 years old at the time. How could she destroy warships? Zhang Yufan asked, "Do you still want to join the Navy now? You might not believe me, but this is just one of the things the Navy has done. You'll see for yourself and feel it later." KB stopped in his tracks, staring blankly ahead, confused. Zhang Yufan said, "Feeling lost? Why not listen to my suggestion?" KB nodded. "Mr. Zhang Yufan, what suggestion do you have?" Zhang Yufan smiled. "Come be my partner. Let's go on an adventure at sea together. You can think about it slowly. For now, just follow me to train your body and see what the Navy is really like, and you'll soon have your answer." KB asked, "Mr. Zhang Yufan, do you have any dreams?" Zhang Yufan smiled. "I want to be the pirate king, overthrow the world government, and end the great pirate era." KB's mouth dropped open, stuttering. Be the pirate king and overthrow the world government? Are you serious?" Zhang Yufan replied, "Serious." KB asked, "So, Mr. Zhang Yufan, are you also a pirate?" Zhang Yufan said, "Not yet, but I guess I won't be long before I'm wanted." KB inquired, "What about your partners?" Zhang Yufan answered, "Currently, just HouMing outside. I'm still looking for others." KB was taken aback. The Pirate King has wealth, fame, power, and the One Piece. Zhang Yufan chuckled. You know quite a bit. KB was excited. That's the treasure all the pirates in the world are looking for. Zhang Yufan said, that's my current goal too. KB shook his head repeatedly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can one stand at the pinnacle of the great pirate era? Zhang Yufan reached out to pat his head. It's not about possibility. It's about wanting to be, so I must be. KB looked up at him, and Zhang Yufan added, even if I die in battle, it doesn't matter. KB knelt on the ground. I've never thought like this before. Can I also pursue my dreams with a death wish? Zhang Yufan looked down. As long as your will is strong enough. Fighting evil isn't just a path for the Navy. You can do it as a pirate too, but you need explosive combat power. Otherwise, it's all empty talk. After pondering, KB's eyes became resolute, and he stood up, brushing off the dust. Okay, I'll go to sea with you. I want to become stronger and punish evil in my own way. Zhang Yufan extended his hand. With this awareness, welcome aboard. KB took his hand. Thank you, Brother Yufan. Can I call you Brother Yufan from now on? Zhang Yufan laughed, of course. Train hard, and you'll become strong sooner or later. The two exchanged smiles, and Zhang Yufan shouted, let's go. Get the treasure. We can't keep HouMing waiting. Following KB to Eureka's room, they found a chest full of berries, and with a wave of Zhang Yufan's hand, he collected it all, then searched other rooms, not even sparing the kitchen ingredients. KB was astonished, asking, Brother Yufan, did you just make money and ingredients disappear? Zhang Yufan nodded, explaining the storage space ability to him, then went to find HouMing, while KB's eyes sparkled, quickly following. When HouMing saw Zhang Yufan come out, he hurriedly asked, Big brother, how was the haul? Zhang Yufan glanced at the system, very fruitful. 5 million berries and a bunch of ingredients. Let me introduce you. This is our new partner, KB. His growth potential is even higher than yours. Say hello. HouMing was shocked. This weak little shorty is so fierce, but he still bounced around to greet him. Although KB couldn't understand the chattering sounds, he could feel HouMing's happiness and smiled back, saying, HouMing, we'll be partners from now on. I'll work hard to become strong. Take care of me. Zhang Yufan smiled and said, there's a rule on the ship, remember it. Partners are not allowed to harm each other, nor can they kill innocents indiscriminately. Otherwise, I'll chase you to the ends of the earth. Monkey Ming and KB nodded in agreement. They were kind-hearted and couldn't do such things. Zhang Yufan then asked KB, do you know where Shellstown is? KB nodded and replied, Brother Yufan, I know. Just sail in this direction and we'll get there quickly. He pointed to a spot slightly off from the direction Zhang Yufan had originally been sailing. Zhang Yufan smiled and looked at the 18 pirates playing dead on the deck, calling them to get up and sail the ship. Free labor. Why not use it? The pirates moved quickly, not daring to resist, and before long, they arrived at the dock of Shellstown. On the way, Zhang Yufan summoned HouMing to check the loot. HouMing said, congratulations, master. You earned 50,000 berries, 2 peaches, 1 banana, 2 bunches of grapes, 2 pieces of meat, and also gained basic swordsmanship x2, basic strength x4, basic accuracy x2, basic stamina x4, basic sailing x2, basic defense x3, basic speed x1. Zhang Yufan felt the haul was good and called Monkey Ming and KB over. I'll help you strengthen your combat power. This is my special ability. With a thought, he equipped the two with basic strength, stamina, sailing skills, and defense, while he and KB received basic swordsmanship and accuracy, leaving the remaining basic speed for KB. Instantly, Monkey Ming's combat power rose from D to C, KB's from F to E, and Zhang Yufan from C to C. Monkey Ming and KB felt a surge of power, staring in awe, and they admired Zhang Yufan even more. Zhang Yufan instructed them to tie up the pirates, put away Yalata's wolf-toothed iron rod and other weapons into storage, leaving only one knife for KB as a weapon. The group headed towards the town and saw a high fortress with a Navy emblem inside. There were many street vendors, and the fruits were abundant. KB suddenly said, Brother Yufan, I heard there's a Colonel Monka here. As soon as he finished speaking, all the passers-by moved aside, clearly indicating that Monka's name was not to be trifled with. Zhang Yufan smiled. That colonel is not a good person. You can see for yourself. Just a few steps later, a fierce wolf charged at them. Zhang Yufan told KB, draw your sword and cut it. Don't be afraid. You're stronger now. Without hesitation, KB drew his sword and rushed forward, using basic swordsmanship to slice off the wolf's head. The system rewarded him, but Zhang Yufan didn't care at the moment. At that moment, a Balumeb appeared behind the wolf, and upon seeing his pet killed, he shouted angrily, "Bastard, you dare to kill my pet? Crush them for me." He commanded 6 sailors to charge over. Zhang Yufan sent Monkey Ming to take action, and in just a few moves, Monkey Ming knocked all the sailors down without killing them. Balumeb was so scared he was trembling, and Zhang Yufan raised his hand and slapped him, not using much force, while also activating the data to check his information. Name, Balumeb Combat Power Growth Potential Level. B Current Combat Power Level. F Age, 19 Height, 1. 61 meters Gender, Male Weapon, Pistol, Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Introduction. Son of Colonel Morgan from the Navy's 153rd Division, arrogant and tyrannical. Pedestrians kneel before him, and his pet wolf causes chaos in the town, making everyone afraid of him. Balumeb, knocked down, roared, "Bastard. Do you know who I am? I'm gonna let my dad kill you." Zhang Yufan calmly replied, "Sure. Let him come. Let's see if your dad kills me first, or if I hammer your brutal old man first." Balumeb was helped by the sailors to escape. Meanwhile, at the naval base, Monka, with a cigar in his mouth, asked his subordinate, "Recently, the supplies from the town have decreased. What's going on?" The subordinate stood up nervously. "The town's economy has reached its limit. The villagers can't provide more." "Humph." Monka raised an eyebrow and said, "If it weren't for me, they would have been killed by pirates long ago. Now that supplies have decreased, it seems they need to taste some hardship." Bang! The office door was burst open by Balumeb, who covered his face and cried, "Dad, someone hit me. Help me kill him." Monka frowned and asked who did it. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan and his group arrived at the base entrance and called to a sailor, "We are here to turn the pirates for a bounty. Behind us are Alvida and her crew." The sailor said he would report, and before long, Monka came out with his subordinates and Balumeb. Balumeb pointed at Zhang Yufan. "Dad, it's him who hit me." Zhang Yufan activated the data to check Monka. Name, Monka Combat Power Growth Potential Level. See Current Combat Power Level. D Age, 44 Height, 2. 85 meters Gender. Male Weapon. Axe, Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Introduction. Navy Colonel. Rules over Shell's town. Brutal and tyrannical. Indulges his son's misbehavior. And even wants to build a giant statue for himself. Monka coldly snorted, "Dare to hit my son? Arrest them and throw them in prison. Wait for my orders." KB shook his head. "This colonel arrests people without asking for the truth. Lawless, this kind of navy should be crushed." A dozen sailors raised their guns and surrounded them. Zhang Yufan calmly said, "KB, be careful. I'm not worried about Monkey Ming. Knock them all down, but don't kill them. Go." KB and Monkey Ming nodded and charged forward. Monka shouted at the sailors, "Do you want to disobey orders?" Before the sailors could react, Monkey Ming had already charged in, knocking down 9 sailors with a punch each, and the remaining Navy lieutenant was soon dealt with. KB struggled a bit with 8 sailors, and there was still a Navy lieutenant left. Monkey Ming came over to help, and soon the battle ended. Even Balumeb was knocked down. Zhang Yufan suddenly charged towards Monka. Throwing a punch, Monka blocked with his giant axe. He tore off his Navy uniform to reveal his upper body. "You worthless rebels. You have no right to oppose me. Iam Aksamasta Monka." D. Monka swung his axe, and Zhang Yufan dodged to the side, the axe hitting the ground and splitting it open. Zhang Yufan kicked Monka in the head, sending him flying to the ground. Monka got up and swung again, but Zhang Yufan easily dodged and punched him several meters away. The sailors watched in disbelief. Colonel Monka was actually being beaten. Zhang Yufan continued to break Monka's arms while saying, "What kind of navy are you? Don't you see that even KB is disappointed in you?" Monka screamed in pain, and Zhang Yufan punched him in the face, knocking him out cold. The system rewarded him, but Zhang Yufan ignored it for now. The sailors shouted, "Colonel Monka has been knocked out. Incredible. These 3 guys are amazing." Zhang Yufan looked at the sailors. "If you still want to capture us, come on." The sailors exchanged glances, seemingly saying, "Are we crazy? That Monka guy was just knocked down by them. Are we their match?" The sailors got up, threw away their weapons, and shouted, "Great. We are finally free." The cheers from the base attracted the residents, who ran to report the news upon seeing Monka defeated, and the whole town erupted in cheers. The sailors celebrated in small groups. We will no longer be under Monka's control. After the excitement, the Navy lieutenant shouted, "Everyone assemble." The sailors lined up in front of Zhang Yufan and saluted. "Thank you for defeating Monka. I am Lieutenant Rakak. I will protect the residents from now on. You came for the bounty, right? What do we call you?" Zhang Yufan pointed at the pirates behind him. "I'm Zhang Yufan, and they are all members of the Yalta pirate crew." Rakak smiled. "Leave it to me to verify. If everything checks out, I'll give you the bounty." After confirming everything was correct, Rakak handed the bounty to Zhang Yufan. Zhang Yufan said, "The rest is up to you. Let's go, partners." Looking at the system time, it was already noon, and having made some money, Zhang Yufan decided to treat his partners to a good meal. They arrived at a restaurant, and the owner and a little girl, knowing they were the ones who defeated Monka, warmly welcomed them. The little girl walked to the table and smiled. "My name is Ligia. Big brother, you are amazing." Zhang Yufan smiled back, "Of course. We will become even stronger in the future. My name is Zhang Yufan. He is KB, and that is HouMing." Ligia asked, "Big brother, where are we going next?" Zhang Yufan replied, "To the Grand Line. But first, we need to strengthen our combat power and find partners." KB, drinking water, now had confidence and no longer doubted. "There are only 3 of us. We should find more partners, get stronger, and then go." Li Jiao was puzzled. "What is the Grand Line?" KB explained. "The world has 2 oceans, separated by the Red Line. In the center of the Red Line, there's a town. Passing through the town, perpendicular to the Red Line, is the Grand Line. Pirate King Roger said the great treasure One Piece is there, and pirates rush there. It is called the Pirate Graveyard." Li Jiao's mother also said, "I heard from guests that not many who have been to the Grand Line come back alive." Zhang Yufan smiled. "But if you want to be the Pirate King, you have to go there. One Piece is there." "All right, the meal is finished. Let's go to town and see if there are any suitable people." While wandering around with his partners, they searched for a long time, but couldn't find a suitable candidate. In the evening, they had dinner at Li Jia's mother's shop, and after returning to the ship Alvida, Zhang Yufan had KB train with HouMing while he began checking today's gains, summoning HouMing with a thought. HouMing said, "Congratulations, Master, you have obtained items. Fish X2, meat X3, small bottle of fresh water X4, 60,000 berries equipment card. Gun techniques, beginner. X2, strength, intermediate. X3, strength, advanced, stamina, intermediate. X2, stamina, beginner. X4, speed, beginner. X4, accuracy, beginner. Swordsmanship, beginner. X2. Zhang Yufan thought about the allocation and called KB and HouMing. "Let us improve our combat power. Today we defeated 20 enemies, and the extra strength will be given to you. The more enemies we defeat, the more strength I gain, but the training can't stop. Don't be surprised by the sudden increase in combat power." KB and HouMing nodded excitedly. Zhang Yufan used his thought to give KB intermediate strength, stamina, and beginner gun techniques. KB's combat power surged from E to D. He gave HouMing intermediate strength, stamina, beginner speed, swordsmanship, and accuracy. HouMing jumped from C to B. He himself equipped advanced strength and beginner gun techniques, raising from C to B. After adapting, the 3 of them trained, and after finishing, they returned to their rooms to sleep. In the morning, they trained again, went to Li Jia's mother's shop for breakfast, and packed 3 days' worth of food. After saying goodbye, they headed to the dock. Alvida's ship was too big, so Zhang Yufan stored it away and took out a small boat. Zhang Yufan pointed the direction and had HouMing row while the port residents and navy waved them off. HouMing rowed quickly, and soon a large area of the map lit up. The 2 took turns rowing for half a day. Suddenly, they saw a bizarre small boat ahead. It rowed a section, turned left in a semicircle, rowed back, and then turned left again, continuously circling in an oval. Zhang Yufan had HouMing row slowly over, and KB, upon seeing it, was scared. "Yufan go. It's the pirate hunter Zoro. Green short hair, green bandana, golden earrings, and 3 swords hanging at his waist." Zhang Yufan checked Zoro's information. Name: Roranoa Zoro. Combat power growth potential SS. Current sea level, 18 years old. 1. 78 meters tall. Weapon: Wado Ikamanji 2 ordinary swords. No devil fruit bounty. Goal: to become the world's greatest swordsman, extremely directionally challenged, and working as a pirate hunter to fill his stomach. Zhang Yufan smiled. That's him. His sense of direction is ridiculously bad. He is super strong, perfect for partner. Let's go meet him. Rowing in front of Zoro, Zhang Yufan asked, Zoro, what are you doing? Why are you going in circles? Zoro, confused, replied, Who are you? Do you know me? I'm going to Shell's Town to collect a bounty. Why am I circling? Zhang Yufan smiled. I'm Zhang Yufan. This is KB and HouMing. For now, we're pirate hunters. You're rowing the wrong way. You directionally challenged person. The naval base is behind me. Want to join? Zoro's eyes sharpened. I'm not directionally challenged. You are. It's none of your business. After saying that, he continued to row his small boat forward. Zhang Yufan calmly watched Zoro and said to HouMing and KB, Let us follow him slowly. He doesn't have food on his boat anymore, and he is rowing slower and slower, probably hungry for a long time. It's noon, I'll row, and you two eat first. KB and HouMing nodded and easily followed Zoro. This time Zoro didn't go in circles anymore, but moved in a serpentine manner. Yet he was getting farther and farther from the naval base. Zoro looked at the small boat behind him with an unhappy expression. At this moment, the smell of food wafted over, and his stomach began to growl. Zhang Yufan stopped in front of Zoro and smiled, asking, Rowed wrong again, rowing so slowly. Have you not eaten for several days? Zoro stubbornly replied, I'm not hungry, just tired. Just as he finished speaking, his stomach growled again. Zhang Yufan took out food from his storage space and handed it to him. Zoro was momentarily stunned, then took it and devoured it. Zoro patted his belly. Thank you for the treat. Zhang Yufan took the opportunity to say, Zoro, come be my partner. We're going to the Grand Line, and we might encounter Hawkeye, my hawk. Zoro refused. I'll find Hawkeye myself. I want to be the world's greatest swordsman. What is your dream? Zhang Yufan answered boldly. I want to be the pirate king in the great pirate era and overthrow the world government. Zoro was shocked. Do you know what that means? Zhang Yufan confidently replied. The literal meaning. These two things are meant for me. Even if I'm not a pirate now, I will be classified as one in the future. HouMing clapped, and KB also said, Yufan good dares to fight for his dreams. Zoro was shocked by this and felt it was very similar to himself. After thinking for a moment, he said, All right, Captain, I'm in. If you make me unable to achieve my dream, I'll commit seppuku in apology. Zhang Yufan smiled. Welcome. If you don't agree, I'll just take you and Wado Ikamanji and run. You, the directionally challenged, can't catch up, and even if you do, you might not be able to beat me. Zoro exploded with rage. Captain, you are too bad. Get lost. HouMing and KB welcomed Zoro with smiles and introduced the ship's rules and Zhang Yufan's special abilities, leaving Zoro in constant amazement. Zhang Yufan equipped Zoro with intermediate strength, beginner stamina, defense, swordsmanship, and speed. Zoro's combat power rose from C level to B level, and he was super excited. Zhang Yufan said, You are still far from Hawkeye. You can't even cut steel or split big ships. You need to practice harder. Before you have a bounty, let's be pirate hunters first. Zoro nodded, and the two tied their boats together with ropes, following the system map to row towards Shell's Town, arriving at the location soon. After securing the boat, they took Zoro to the naval base to collect the bounty, with the local residents warmly greeting them along the way. Zoro puzzledly asked, Captain, what did you do here? Why are the residents so friendly? Zhang Yufan smiled. We took down all the station navy. Zoro was speechless. What the captain said was too easy. Isn't he afraid of the navy reinforcements catching him? Before Zoro could finish imagining, Zhang Yufan told him the whole story. Zoro suddenly realized, no wonder the residents are so friendly. The naval base is just ahead. I'll go collect the bounty first. Zhang Yufan nodded and waited, handing bananas to HouMing, apples to KB, and eating grapes himself. Before long, Zoro returned with 4 million berries, keeping 500,000 on him and letting Zhang Yufan store the rest. With more people, they bought food and drinks in town before continuing to set sail to explore the map's dark areas. The ship was too small to train. So after rowing for half a day until evening, they ate and went to sleep, letting the ship drift with the wind. The next morning, They continued taking turns rowing, suddenly spotting a small boat ahead with a large red-nosed skull flag. The other party approached, and 4 pirates drew their swords and shouted, "Hand over your valuables. We are from Buggy the Clown. The ship belongs to us too." Zhang Yufan and his crew all laughed. "This is a fat sheep delivered to our door." In no time, the 4 pirates were beaten black and blue, and they flattered. "So it's Lord Zoro." "Sorry." Zoro asked, "Who is Buggy?" The pirates were stunned. "You don't know?" "Yes, our boss. He ate a devil fruit and is super scary." Zhang Yufan laughed. "Buggy ate the chop fruit. Sharp weapons can't hurt him. He can recover from being sliced. You can only use martial arts to beat him. He was even an intern in Roger's pirate crew." KB exclaimed. "Then he is very strong?" Zhang Yufan replied. "Stronger than an average pirate captain, but still limited. Let us raid his lair later and get treasure to build a new ship." Zoro and the others' eyes lit up, revealing devilish smiles. For pirates were so scared that they huddled together, treated as free labor to row the boat to Buggy's base. Soon, they arrived at Orangetown's port, tied up the boat, and searched the pirates for anything valuable, storing it away, then had them lead the way to find Buggy. The town was deserted. The residents had all taken refuge. Zhang Yufan knew the mayor and the dog named Shushu hadn't left. Zoro complained, "Why is there no one around? Is there any alcohol?" Kobe replied, "They've all gone to hide from Buggy." Zhang Yufan said, "Let's smash the Buggy pirates first, then find the residents. It'll be lively when they return." Everyone nodded and followed along when suddenly a cannonball flew past from the left, exploding and flattening a section of the street. Its power was even greater than the Navy's cannonballs. The 4 pirates stammered, "That's a buggy bomb." Zoro asked in confusion, "A buggy bomb?" One pirate shouted in panic, "That's Captain Buggy's buggy bomb. Its power is insane. The Navy's cannonballs can't compare." Zoro stared at the destroyed ruins and had to admit that the power was indeed impressive. Zhang Yufan waved his hand, "Don't just stand there, let's go. We need to meet your Captain Buggy." They quickly arrived at the Buggy Pirates base, where the crew was gathered around, feasting and celebrating, completely ignoring Zhang Yufan and his group approaching. Zoro scanned the yard full of pirates and remarked, "Wow, Buggy really treats Orangetown like his territory." Zhang Yufan said decisively, "Forget about that. Let's crush him first." Monkey Ming, Kobe hasn't fought pirates before, so it's a good chance for him to adapt. There'll be more scenes like this in the future. Everyone nodded, gripping their weapons and preparing for battle. The 4 beaten-up pirate lackeys, upon seeing the base, ran towards Buggy like they had found savior, shouting, "Captain Buggy, help. They are bounty hunters." The one with 3 swords is Roronoa Zoro. Buggy, chewing on a piece of meat, said slowly, "Zoro's reputation is big, but I'm not a soft persimmon." As soon as he finished speaking, Kabeji on a unicycle with a sword and Moji riding a lion approached him. Zhang Yufan took the opportunity to check their information. Buggy, potential A, current D, has the chop fruit, bounty of 15 million berries, dislikes mention of his nose. Wants to steal all treasures. Moji, potential C, current D, beast tamer, rides the lion Ricky, cruel in attack. Ricky, the lion potential C, current E, loves to eat. Not really bad. Kabeji, potential B, current D, despicable swordsman, targets wounds. The rest of the pirates are all below E in strength. Zhang Yufan's group wasted no time and charged in with their swords. Kobe, initially shaky when taking down a pirate, quickly steadied himself. Monkey Ming fought with great confidence, showing no panic. Buggy, seeing his subordinates getting beaten, angrily slammed the table and shouted, "You guys, go, take these guys down." The pirates roared and charged forward. Zhang Yufan calmly assigned tasks. Zoro, take on Kabeji. Monkey Ming, deal with Moji and tame the lion to recruit him. Kobe handled a small fry. Everyone nodded and went off to find their opponents. Kabeji rode his unicycle up to Zoro and said, "I'm the chief strategist of the Buggy Pirates. Let us see whose swordsmanship is better." With that, he charged forward. Zoro stood still, having grown much stronger since then. He drew his sword, waiting for Kabeji to get close, then executed a quick draw slash that instantly defeated him. After that, he immediately went to help Kobe. The battle was heating up when a woman with orange hair heard the commotion and ran over. Seeing the entire Buggy Pirates had come out, she quietly slipped into the camp to steal treasures. Monkey Ming ran up to the big lion Ricky and said, "Big guy, if I win, you'll be my little brother." Ricky roared angrily, "I want to eat Buggy as captain. I'll flatten you first." Moji slid down from the lion, arrogantly declaring, "I'm Vice Captain Moji. Submit quickly or I'll beat you." Monkey Ming, feeling extremely displeased, powered up and charged, knocking Moji out with a single punch. Seeing that the beast tamer was gone, Ricky panicked but still wanted to fight, launching a palm strike at Monkey Ming. Monkey Ming easily dodged and kicked him in the stomach, sending Ricky flying into a wall, twitching a few times before raising a white flag in surrender. On Kobe's side, with Zoro's help, the battle was quickly coming to an end. Only Zhang Yufan was left facing Buggy. Zhang Yufan sheathed his sword, and Buggy suddenly sent two knife-wielding hands flying towards him. Zhang Yufan, possessing basic observation hockey, easily dodged and charged forward to deliver a barrage of punches, knocking Buggy out cold and tying him up to prevent escape. The battle was completely over. Monkey Ming brought Ricky to meet Zhang Yufan. "Ricky, this is my big brother, the captain." Ricky nodded and, meeting Zoro's gaze, trembled in fear, behaving like a little lamb. Zhang Yufan smiled, "Don't be afraid. If you don't betray us, there will be food, and you can also increase your strength." Ricky quickly replied, "Got it, Captain." Zhang Yufan instructed Monkey Ming to explain the rules and introduce the crew. At that moment, an old man with white hair wearing armor burst out, charging with a spear, looking fierce as if he wanted to fight. He was the mayor, Butero, who, seeing the Buggy pirates defeated, was so shocked that his mouth was agape. And after a while, he excitedly ran over. Kobe met him and asked, "Sir, who are you? Why are you alone?" The mayor, with tears in his eyes, said, "I'm the mayor. I came to fight after hearing the commotion. I didn't expect you to save the town. Thank you so much." Everyone was overjoyed, having not only defeated the pirates, but also saved the town and could take treasures, achieving 3 gains at once. Kobe smiled, "No need to thank us. We mainly came for the bounty. Saving the town is just a bonus." At this time, Zoro noticed not far away, a small white dog was quietly squatting at the door of a pet food store, not moving at all, as if guarding the store. Even the recent explosions didn't affect it, showing quite a bit of courage. Zoro pointed at the little dog and asked, "Mayor, what is up with this little dog? Why is it just squatting there?" The mayor smiled and said, "This dog is named Shu Shu. Its owner passed away, and it insists on guarding this store. I've tried to persuade it several times, but it won't leave." Zoro nodded. "What a loyal and smart dog." Zhang Yufan said to the mayor, "Quickly call the residents back. Tell them it's safe here. Also, notify the Navy to come catch Buggy for the bounty." The mayor nodded, gleeful like a child, and ran off to find townsfolk. At that moment, the orange-haired female thief, carrying the packed treasures, tried to sneak out, but as soon as she stepped out, she saw 3 people, a monkey and a lion staring at her, making her retreat in fright. Zhang Yufan took the opportunity to check her information. Name, Nami, potential B. Current F, 17 years old, 1. 69 meters tall, weapon, wooden stick, no fruit, bounty unknown. She is a battlefield orphan, forced to join the dragon's crew. Specializes in stealing from pirates, skilled in navigation, dreams of drawing a complete map of the world. Zhang Yufan smiled and asked, "Beautiful miss, isn't it a bit inappropriate to steal her spoils?" Nami, feeling guilty, said, "I was just helping you pack. Once it's done, I'll give it to you, and I'll leave." Everyone had a look that said they didn't believe her, surrounding her. Zhang Yufan laughed. "Do you believe that yourself?" Nami forced a smile. "Of course I believe it. I must believe it." Zhang Yufan joked, "If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. My ship needs people. You can stay and do chores for a lifetime." The companions chimed in, "Washing clothes, cooking, cleaning, all yours." Nami was on the verge of tears. "Please let me go. I have important things to do." Zhang Yufan said, "Tell me what it is. Maybe I'll change my mind. Also, who are you? Don't lie." Nami hesitated for a long time and finally said painfully, "My name is Nami. I'm a navigator, and I specialize in stealing pirate treasures. When I was 10, my village was occupied by the dragon, and my mother was killed. The dragon demanded 100 million berries to release the village and force me to become a surveyor. I went to sea to earn money, only to be captured by you." The companions were furious upon hearing this. wanting to immediately smash the dragon. Zhang Yufan was also enraged and asked, "You really trust the dragon? Aren't you afraid he'll go back on his word?" Nami shook her head. "He promised to let the villagers go. Please let me go." The companions wanted to persuade her, but seeing Zhang Yufan shake his head, they kept quiet. Zhang Yufan said, "No way, but I do have a suggestion. Do you want to hear it?" Nami's expression darkened when she heard no, but it brightened again when Zhang Yufan finished speaking. She asked curiously, "What suggestion do you have?" Zhang Yufan smiled. "We help you take down the dragon pirates. You could be my partner and come on board as a navigator. You'll earn money quickly and safely with me. What do you think?" Although Nami didn't believe they could defeat the dragon pirates, she knew they were strong enough. Buggy had already been wiped out, so she didn't rush to agree. Instead, she asked, "What are your identities? Where are you going next?" Zhang Yufan replied, "I am Zhang Yufan. The one with pink hair is KB. The green-haired one is Zoro. The monkey is called Monkey Ming, and the lion is called Ricky. For now, we are bounty hunters, heading to the Grand Line." Nami was surprised. "What are you going to the Grand Line for? To hunt more pirates?" The companions didn't interrupt, and Zhang Yufan candidly said, "No, I want to become the pirate king in the era of great pirates and overthrow the world government." Nami's jaw almost dropped as she calculated how to use them to seize treasure, saying, "Are you crazy? I hate pirates the most. I only love money and oranges. But we can temporarily cooperate to make money." Zhang Yufan nodded. "After all, you will eventually get on the ship. There is no escape." The companions didn't object either. Zhang Yufan had Zoro and the others help Nami move treasure, search for weapons, and then woke up Buggy to force him to reveal the method of making buggy balls, which he stored in his space. With a wave of his hand, all the treasure and weapons disappeared. The companions were used to it, and although Ricky still found it surprising, Nami's eyes widened as she circled Zhang Yufan, asking, "Where is my treasure? Where did it go?" Zhang Yufan laughed. "I put it away. It's safe and saves effort. No one can touch it except me." Nami envied. "This ability is too good. Saving money is super convenient." At this moment, the town mayor returned with the residents, and when they saw Buggy defeated, they cheered and thanked them. They were invited to lunch, and after a warm reception, they replenished their fresh water and food, leaving Buggy and 2 bags of treasure to help the townsfolk rebuild, earning another wave of gratitude. At the port, Zhang Yufan stored the 3 small boats, took out the ship from Alvida, and the residents gasped in surprise. Everyone boarded the ship, and Nami quickly got familiar with the controls. Zhang Yufan and the others repaired the big hole in the ship, waved goodbye to the mayor and the residents, and set off again. Finally having time to check the system rewards, Zhang Yufan summoned HouMing, who said, "Master has received 1,500,000 berries, roasted fish X2, meat X2, apples X2, defense equipment card, beginner, X3, defense, intermediate, X3, cooking, beginner, speed, intermediate, X2, swordsmanship, beginner, strength, advanced, X2, stamina, intermediate, X2. Zhang Yufan began to allocate, giving the intermediate defense to Monkey Ming, raising his combat power from B level to B level, giving the advanced strength, intermediate speed, and intermediate defense to KB, raising his combat power from D level to C level, and equipping Zoro with advanced strength, intermediate stamina, intermediate defense, and intermediate speed, raising his combat power from B level to A level. Zhang Yufan equipped Ricky with intermediate strength, stamina, beginner speed, and defense. Ricky's combat power soared from E to C level. He equipped himself with beginner cooking, keeping his combat power unchanged. Nami couldn't equip anything as she was not part of the crew, while the other companions were super excited about their boosted combat power, leaving Nami confused, thinking they were just looking forward to adventures. With Nami around, they knew the direction of the next village, but before setting off, they decided to explore the nearby isolated islands. Who knows what they might encounter? After the ship started, Nami handed Zhang Yufan the Grand Line map she took from Buggy's treasury, which he glanced at and put away. The large ship was incredibly fast, and they quickly explored a vast area. Monkey Ming climbed up to the lookout and used a telescope to observe. Not long after, he squeaked. An island was spotted ahead. Everyone prepared to land, found a place to dock, and disembarked, only to see a forest ahead with no people in sight. Suddenly, a snake with long rabbit ears crawled down from a tree, and a pig with lion features walked out beside it. They were two types of animals combined into a new species, extremely peculiar. KB curiously said, "The animals here look really strange. Let us walk forward. We might see more new species." Everyone also wanted to see more, so they continued deeper into the forest. Not long after, a man's voice shouted, "You are not allowed to go any further. Leave quickly." Nami asked, "Who are you?" The man replied, "I am the guardian of this forest." KB wondered, "Guardian of the forest?" The man emphasized, "That's right. If you want to live, leave quickly." Except for Nami, who was a bit scared. Everyone else remained calm, but was ready for battle, continuing forward to find out what was going on. The man saw they were not leaving and yelled angrily, "Still not leaving? Then accept the forest punishment." As soon as he finished speaking, several bullets flew in, and Zoro drew his sword to deflect them instantly. Zhang Yufan ran towards the direction of the bullets, and soon discovered a green treasure chest that looked like an explosion head. The companions followed him, and Zhang Yufan took the opportunity to check the information. Name, HouMing, combat power potential, E, current F, 43 years old, 1, 3 meters tall, weapon, pistol. 20 years ago, he was a pirate. He fell into an empty chest while treasure hunting and got stuck until now, living with the rare beasts on the island, guarding the island to prevent others from stealing treasure. Suddenly, the treasure chest grew 2 legs and ran forward, and Nami screamed in fear. Ah! It moved, but it didn't run far before tripping over a rock and couldn't get up. A face popped out from the explosion head, and KB exclaimed, "Wow, it's a person hiding in the treasure chest." Zoro remarked, "This green explosion head is quite unique." Monkey Ming, using words only Zhang Yufan and Ricky understood, asked, "Big brother, why is this person so strange?" The man, seeing no one helping him, shouted, "Hey, quickly help me up." Nami helplessly said, "You fell yourself and are still yelling." But she went over to help him. KB asked, "Uncle, who are you? Why were you hiding in the treasure chest?" The man excitedly said, "My name is HouMing. Who wants to hide? I got stuck. I've lived alone on this island for 20 years. Do you know what that pain is like?" Zhang Yufan replied, "Living alone for 20 years is indeed painful. But with unique animals accompanying you on the island, you wouldn't be too lonely." HouMing happily said, "Yes. If it weren't for them keeping me company, I would probably have gone crazy or starved to death." "So who are you guys? What are you doing here?" Zhang Yufan smiled. "We are bounty hunters not classified as pirates by the Navy. We discovered this island on our way to the Grand Line and came to explore." HouMing became serious. "You just want to become pirates and find the great treasure? That's a pirate graveyard." Zhang Yufan laughed. "I know, but I want to become the pirate king and also overthrow the decayed world government." HouMing was shocked, his jaw almost dropping. Becoming the pirate king is already difficult enough, and you want to overthrow the world government? That's even harder. Zhang Yufan replied earnestly, "The road may be hard, but someone has to walk it. If I fail, someone will continue to walk it after me." Everyone nodded. KB asked, "Uncle, how did you get stuck in the treasure chest?" HouMing answered, "I used to be a pirate. I fell into the treasure chest while looking for treasure on a slope, and the ship left without me." Nami said, "That's so tragic, abandoned by your companions." HouMing sighed, "Can you help me get the treasure chest from a small slope?" Nami said, "Let Zhang Yufan go." Zhang Yufan laughed. "You're not stealing treasure anymore?" Nami huffed, "I have principles." Everyone went to the slope, and Zhang Yufan climbed up, shouting, "There are 5 treasure chests up here." HouMing was excited. "Quick, throw them down." Zhang Yufan said no. Nami was shocked. "Are you crazy? Throw them down." Zhang Yufan replied, "I want to give them to you." He sat down holding the treasure chest. The companions knew the captain had principles and quietly waited for the result. Nami was furious. "If you have the guts, don't come down." HouMing sighed. "Forget it." Nami hurried. "That's the treasure you found." HouMing started to cry. "You are a great person." Nami was confused. "What do you mean?" HouMing cried. "The treasure chest is empty, right?" Zhang Yufan nodded. "All empty." Nami was sad. After guarding for 20 years, it turned out to be empty. Zhang Yufan laughed. "Don't be disappointed. Meeting us is lucky. There's also great treasure. Do you want to be my partner?" HouMing was excited. "You're inviting me to go to sea?" Zhang Yufan nodded. and the rare and exotic beasts gathered around. Cayman wiped his tears and smiled, saying, "Thank you for still inviting me to go to sea, but right now I prefer to stay with these animals on the island and continue managing it." Zhang Yufan didn't force Cayman, saying, "We've shared deep feelings over the years, I understand. Friends, let's hold a feast for Uncle Cayman tonight." Everyone cheered and went to prepare, and Zhang Yufan's basic cooking skills came in handy, making Cayman grin widely. He hadn't held a feast in 20 years. Soon it was evening, the ingredients were ready, and Zhang Yufan personally took charge, with Monkey Ming and KB helping out. The food tasted amazing. All the animals in the forest gathered, and the feast went on until late at night. During the festivities, Zhang Yufan asked the animals if they had ever seen spiral-patterned fruit, and even drew a sketch. But they all shook their heads, saying they hadn't seen it before. After everyone was full and cleaned up, they relaxed a bit before going to sleep, sleeping soundly until dawn. The next day, after having breakfast with Cayman, they boarded the large ship and waved goodbye, setting off toward the next village. Meanwhile, a guy with long black curly hair, thick lips, and a long nose shouted every morning that pirates were coming and ran into the village, with villagers chasing him away with brooms. This liar was Usopp. In fact, when he was a child, his father went out to sea as a pirate and never returned. As his mother lay dying, he lied about pirates coming to encourage her to hold on, but she passed away anyway. Since then, he shouted this every day, believing his father was a good man at sea and dreaming of becoming a pirate. Usopp had few friends and often fantasized about being a great warrior at sea, claiming to have traveled to various places. The only person in the village who believed him was Kaya, the rich girl. Kaya was weak and sickly, confined to her room, longing for the outside world. Usopp often climbed trees to her window to tell her adventure stories and cheer her up. 3 kids in the village became his followers and even formed the Usopp pirate crew. No one knew that all his stories were actually true, and calling him a prophet would not be an exaggeration. After exploring a large area, Zhang Yufan and the others arrived at Zilabu village and looked for a port to dock. At that moment, Usopp was playing pirate make-believe with his 3 subordinates when a green pepper-headed boy suddenly spotted a strange pirate ship docking and ran over shouting, "Captain, real pirates have come." Usopp was terrified and immediately said, "I have a disease that will kill me if I don't go home." The 3 kids shouted in unison, "Captain, you're lying." The green pepper-headed boy said, "There are only 4 of them and 2 pets. Are you afraid of them if you want to be a pirate?" As Usopp raised his foot to run, he immediately regained his spirit. "Kids, for the safety of the village, let's face the pirates. Charge!" Zhang Yufan and the others got off the ship, ready to enter the village. KB said, "Yufan, can we find partners here? We're too few." Zoro asked, "Is there good wine?" Nami was disappointed, saying, "This place doesn't seem like it has pirates." Zhang Yufan smiled and said, "We might just find 1 or 2 partners here. There should be ordinary wine, but there is indeed a hidden pirate." He pointed upwards. Everyone looked up, and a long-nosed boy suddenly jumped out. It was the prophet Usopp. Usopp shouted, "Listen, pirates ahead. This place is occupied by the Usopp pirate crew. Leave quickly, or my 80 million subordinates will take you down." The 3 kids waved flags in the forest, pretending they were many. Nami saw through it immediately. "You're lying. There are only 3 people over there." Usopp was shocked. "You've discovered my secret." The 3 kids immediately dropped him and ran away. Usopp panicked even more but gritted his teeth and said, "Even if I'm the only one, it's fine. My slingshot is more explosive than a pistol." He pulled out his slingshot and aimed, but Zhang Yufan said seriously, "Kid, pulling out that gun means you're betting your life. You're facing real pirates." Zoro smirked, unsheathing his sword, while the partners watched from the side, enjoying the show. Usopp was frightened and sweating under Zhang Yufan and Zoro's gaze, ultimately dropping his slingshot and collapsing to the ground. Indeed, the aura of pirates is too overwhelming. I'm far from it. Zhang Yufan and Zoro exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Zhang Yufan asked, "Your name is Usopp. Isn't your father's name Yasopp?" Usopp was stunned. "Yes." "Do you know my dad?" Zhang Yufan laughed. "I know him. He's now an incredibly powerful pirate. He's probably still adventuring in the Grand Line." Usopp was skeptical. "Really?" Zhang Yufan replied, "What benefit would I have from lying to you?" Usopp nodded. "That's true. I don't have anything valuable." Usopp invited them to eat at the village restaurant, and Zhang Yufan took the opportunity to check his information. Name: Usopp, battle potential B, current F, 16 years old, 1, 76 meters, weapon, slingshot, sniper of Zillabu village. Formed the Usopp pirate crew, usually timid and loves to brag, but yearns to be a brave warrior at sea, can draw, invents weapons. At the restaurant, Zhang Yufan said, "We're here to recruit partners. Usopp, would you like to join my ship? We're going to the Grand Line. Maybe we can meet your dad." Usopp pretended to be serious. "Since you sincerely invite me, I'll reluctantly agree." After eating, he found an excuse to leave and went to tell Kaya stories, saying he wanted to go to sea, and Kaya fully supported him. Zhang Yufan and the others walked toward Kaya's villa, and Nami asked curiously, "The hidden pirate you mentioned, is he in that villa?" "How do you know?" Zhang Yufan smiled. "You guessed it right. How I know is a secret. We'll drag him out later, but we can't kill him. We need to lure his pirate crew to come and take them down." KB, Zoro, and Monkey Ming all knew the captain was hiding something. But as long as it didn't harm them, it didn't mind. Nami's eyes sparkled with money signs. There might be treasure to grab. Zoro teased, "You're such a little money grubber. You light up at the mention of treasure." Nami replied, "That's a must. I love money and oranges the most." Zhang Yufan laughed. "All right, we've arrived at the big villa. The show is about to start." Usopp was passionately telling stories to Kaya when he saw them and boasted, "The people here are coming to join the Usopp pirate crew because of my great name." After introducing himself, Kaya and Zhang Yufan quietly listened to him brag, finding it amusing. Soon, Kaya's butler, Clabater, arrived. He was strongly opposed to Kaya meeting Usopp, believing Usopp was a fraud trying to swindle Kaya's money. So he always prevented them from seeing each other, and that was why Usopp had to sneak around. Zhang Yufan took the opportunity to check his information. Name: Kuro. Battle potential B, current C, 32 years old, 2, 07 meters, weapon, cat claws. Captain of the Black Cat pirate crew, nicknamed 100 Tricks, extremely cunning. Treats his subordinates like chess pieces. Tired of pirate life, he disguised himself as a butler to infiltrate for 3 years, planning to seize Kaya's family's wealth. As soon as Clabater arrived, he scolded Usopp. "What are you doing here again? I told you not to get close to the young lady. You're just after her money." Usopp felt insulted and wanted to explain that he just wanted to accompany Kaya and make her happy. But before he could speak, Clabater added, "Your father is a lowly pirate, a criminal. You just like him. He abandoned you to rob money." Usopp was completely enraged. He believed his father was a brave warrior at sea. He climbed down from the tree and wanted to punch Clabater, but Zhang Yufan stopped him. Zhang Yufan whispered a few words to Zoro, then walked up to Clabater with a smile. "Should I call you Captain Kuro of the Black Cat pirate crew?" Clabater was taken aback, then feigned calmness. "How can I be a pirate? You're talking nonsense. Did Usopp ask you to slander me?" Kaya leaned against the window angrily. "Clabater is a good person. He can't be a pirate. It must be Usopp who made you slander him. Usopp's heart broke. I didn't. Kaya, why don't you believe me too?" At this moment, a butler with a sheep-like hairstyle stepped forward. "I also don't believe Clabater is a notorious pirate." Zhang Yufan laughed. "It seems your ability to see through people is lacking. Kaya, you've hurt your friend's feelings. Zoro, just cut it down." Zoro drew his sword, and with a release of killing intent towards Clabater, before anyone could react, he charged forward and slashed down. Clabatel sensed the breath of death and knew he couldn't hide any longer. He used his famous skill, Silent Steps, to swiftly dodge Zoro's slash and create distance. He took out the hidden dagger and stopped pretending. Kuro sneered, "That's right. I am Kuro, captain of the Black Cat Pirates. Kaya, Mary, and the villagers. You are truly foolish. It took me 2 years to gain your trust. How humiliating." Mary and Kaya looked at the familiar, yet strange figure in shock. Kaya, scared, asked, "Then what is your purpose for coming to my house? Is it for my family's money?" Kuro smiled sinisterly. "You're wrong. What I want is not just money, but a stable life. The kindness I showed you before was all to rationally kill you and take all your property." Upon hearing this, Kaya burst into tears and cried to Usopp, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have doubted you and trusted Kuro." Usopp also cried, "It's okay. You were deceived. Just believe in me in the future." Zoro sheathed his sword. "Captain, I've completed my task. The rest is up to you. Zhang Yufan replied, no problem. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yufan rushed towards Kuro and punched him in the stomach. Kuro was sent flying, bouncing on the ground several times before coming to a stop, and his dagger fell. He tried to get up, but suddenly spat blood and collapsed again. Zhang Yufan walked up to him. Kuro, call your pirate crew over. Otherwise, I'll make your life worse than death. Kuro gritted his teeth. I was careless. I didn't expect you to explode like this. He suddenly attempted to get up for a sneak attack, but Zhang Yufan saw through it and stepped forward, breaking his legs with 2 punches. Kuro screamed, huh? Zhang Yufan revealed a devilish smile. Not being honest, huh? If you don't contact them, I'll break your fingers one by one and smother you with a wet paper. Kuro was both frustrated and angry. Bastard. Are you the son of a demon? Zhang Yufan laughed. Call it however you want. Hurry up and contact them. Kuro could only be dragged back to the villa by Zhang Yufan and call the first mate to have them plan ahead at the designated location. KB asked Yufan, will the other pirates arrive? Zhang Yufan replied, they've been contacted. They'll be here soon. Let's go wait. Usopp, trembling yet determined, said, Kai, I want to help too. I can protect the village. Kai responded, I believe in you. Wait for your return. Everyone bid farewell to Kaya and Mary and took Kuro to the port to wait. More than an hour later, a Black Cat pirate ship docked and all crew members disembarked, heading towards Kuro sitting on the slope. Zhang Yufan seized the opportunity to check the information of the 3 leading figures. Zhang Ao, potential C, current D, 28 years old, weapon, hypnosis ring, bounty, 9 million. Hypnosis words, 1, 2, Zhang Ao, he might also be hypnotized. Buji, potential C, current D, 22 years old, weapon, cat claw, bounty, 3, 5 million. One of the Catman brothers. Super explosive when paired with Sam. Sam, potential C, current D, 22 years old, weapon, cat claw, bounty, 3, 5 million. One of the Catman brothers. Super explosive when paired with Buji. Seeing the big fish hooked, Zhang Yufan smiled. Leaky, Monkey Ming, go take out those little soldiers behind. Usopp, find a place to snipe. I'll deal with the 3 leading ones with KB and Zoro. Nami, ride Leaky to their ship to look for treasure. Partners, let's start the battle. Everyone nodded and moved, with 4 people and 2 beasts heading toward the pirates. Zhang Yufan said to the man in a hat and glasses, you must be the first mate Zhang Ao, right? The 2 behind you look like Catman brothers. Your captain has already been captured by us. Zhang Ao was shocked. The captain has been captured? Impossible. Who are you? Zhang Yufan pointed into the distance. Look, isn't it your captain? I'm here to take you down. Zoro, the Catman brothers are yours. Let's test out the new combat power. Zhang Ao, KB and I'll take you on. Zhang Yufan didn't intervene, letting KB battle Zhang Ao. KB drew his sword and slashed toward Zhang Ao, who threw out his sharp ring. KB swung his sword and knocked it away, then accelerated to launch a fierce attack. Zhang Ao had no means of defense and was ultimately defeated by KB's sword in an instant. Zoro drew 3 swords and charged at Sam, using a 3-sword style, demon slash to send him flying. Sam shouted, Buji go, let him see our strength. The 2 teamed up for a cat willow attack, pinching him from both sides. Zoro, however, deftly countered their attacks, pushing them back, and with another 3-sword style, Tiger Hunt, he ended the fight, delivering a finishing blow. Monkey Ming and Leaky found it even easier, their power overwhelming, taking out 1 little soldier with a punch and quickly defeating them all. Usopp used his slingshot without killing anyone, while Zhang Yufan directly sent the useless Kuro on his way. Nami also packed up 15 million berries worth of treasure, smiling from ear to ear. Leaving behind 4 pirates with bounties, they dealt with the others, collected their weapons, and returned to Kaya's villa. Kaya and Mary were anxiously waiting for news, and over an hour later, Zoro helped the trembling Usopp, who looked pale. Clearly, Usopp had been scared. Zoro teased, Usopp, you're too weak. If this happens more often, you better get used to it. Usopp stammered, I need to solve the problem of others dying. Zhang Yufan laughed. I'll help you strengthen your combat power later. You'll get used to it soon. The partners all gave him skeptical looks. In the hall, Kaya thought Usopp was injured and quickly approached Chek, realizing he was only shocked, and relieved him to sit down and rest. Mary went to make tea, and Usopp animatedly recounted the battle experience to Kaya, leaving her dumbfounded. Zhang Yufan took the opportunity to ask HouMing to check the rewards. HouMing said, Master has obtained Fish X3, Watermelon X2, Banana X3, Meat X4, 15. 5 million berries, Equipment card. Strength Beginner. X2, Speed Beginner. X2, Speed Advanced. X2, Defense Beginner. X4. Defense Intermediate. X3, Stamina Advanced. X2, Accuracy Intermediate. X3, Swordsmanship Intermediate. X3, Gunmanship Beginner. Medicine Intermediate. Zhang Yufan thought the rewards were really many and that they would be distributed later. Seeing Usopp say it's about time, he said to Kaya, Usopp has agreed to join my ship. Don't you want to see the magnificent world with us? Kaya's eyes lit up, then dimmed. I want to, but I'm weak. I can't even leave the village. Zhang Yufan smiled. I have a way. Shall we go upstairs to talk alone? Kaya didn't hesitate, stood up, and went upstairs, with Zhang Yufan following. The partners who had enhanced combat power roughly understood the method, while the others were puzzled. Upon reaching upstairs, Zhang Yufan said, I can grant you powerful strength, making your body stronger, but you must offer me something from you. Kaya asked, puzzled, really? What should I offer? You tell me first, and I'll consider it. Zhang Yufan smiled, really? Offer your loyalty to me. If you betray me, the power will disappear automatically. Think it over. After saying that, he stood by the window with his hands behind his back, waiting. Kaya thought for a moment. Okay, I agree, Captain. Please take care of me from now on. Zhang Yufan smiled. Welcome aboard. I'll go get Usopp to come up and grant you strength. He went downstairs to call Usopp, who was confused. Captain, why did you call me upstairs? Zhang Yufan smiled. To increase your combat power and let you witness Kaya's physical improvement. With a thought, he began to allocate after synthesizing the equipment cards. He equipped Usopp with intermediate accuracy, beginner gunmanship, etc., raising his combat power from F to C. Equipped Kaya with intermediate medicine, intermediate defense, etc., raising her combat power from F to C. Equipped Monkey Ming with intermediate speed, raising his combat power from B to B. Equipped KB with intermediate swordsmanship, raising his combat power from C to B. Equipped Zoro with advanced stamina, advanced speed, etc., raising his combat power from A to S. Equipped Leaky with intermediate defense, raising his combat power from C to C, and equipped himself with advanced stamina, advanced speed, etc., raising his combat power from B to A. Except for Nami, all partners' combat power increased. Usopp and Kaya felt the power and were super excited. Zhang Yufan said, Kaya, go run a few laps in the courtyard downstairs to try it out. You can use medicine now, so we'll rely on you when we get sick. Kaya nodded, feeling incredibly powerful, and with newfound medical knowledge in her head, she excitedly ran down from upstairs to the courtyard. Everyone followed outside to watch. Kaya started jogging slowly, and after 3 laps without discomfort, she began to sprint at full speed. Meili and Nami were stunned. Just a second ago, they were feeling unwell, and the next second, they were like wild horses running free. After the excitement, Kaya smiled at Zhang Yufan and said, Captain, thank you so much. I can finally see the world. Zhang Yufan smiled back. No need to thank me. We're partners. Helping you solve difficulties is what I should do. Nami asked curiously, how did you make Kaya's health better? Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, it's a secret. I'll tell you when you officially join the crew. Nami sighed. You have so many secrets. Kaya reluctantly said to Meili, Meili, I'm going to go on an adventure with the captain. Please take care of things at home. Meili cried, Mrs. Healthy, I can finally relax. Go do what you want to do. Leave home to me. The two hugged and cried, and the others did not disturb them. Once they calmed down, Meili said to Zhang Yufan, Captain Yufan, I entrust my lady to you. KB said seriously, don't worry. We will protect her. Usopp was also present. If anyone dared to hurt Kaya, he would definitely fight back. Usopp and Kaya exchanged glances, both blushing. Zhang Yufan came to Usopp's side and whispered, I brought the person you like onto the ship, so you better seize this opportunity. Show her your most sincere heart. Otherwise, if you lose her, you will regret it for a lifetime. Also, no woman will like a cowardly and incompetent man who brags all day. So you need to work harder to train your body and turn your boasts into reality, striving to become a brave warrior of the sea. Usopp, unusually serious, said, Captain, I will work hard to train and change my cowardly personality. After getting stronger, I will protect Kaya and the crew. Zhang Yufan smiled and said to everyone, "For our new partner, let's have a banquet tonight to celebrate. Go prepare the ingredients. We set sail tomorrow." After a round of cheers, everyone went to prepare, and they ate, drank, and had fun until late at night before cleaning up and going to sleep. The next morning, Kaya and Usopp packed their luggage. Hearing that they were going to buy a ship, Kaya directly handed Zhang Yufan 45 million berries, and he accepted it without hesitation. Everyone prepared to board the ship, put away Yalada's ship, and first used Kuro's ship, took down the pirate flag, replaced it with a regular flag, and stocked up on fresh water and food. Zhang Yufan said to Meili, "The heads of those 4 pirates can be exchanged for bounties. Contact the Navy to collect them, and you can also replenish funds. Remember to recruit crew members to strengthen our defenses." Meili nodded and waved goodbye. The ship set sail, and Kaya brought a pile of medical books to study medicine, while Usopp trained with KB and explained the rules on board, the captain's abilities and goals, leaving them shocked and stunned. Nami followed Zhang Yufan's direction to explore, set the course, and the two sat at the bow of the ship watching the sunrise. Zhang Yufan sighed. "So beautiful." Nami suddenly asked, "Am I beautiful, or was the scenery beautiful?" After saying that, she shyly lowered her head. Zhang Yufan looked at her and then at the scenery. "The scenery doesn't compare to your beauty." Nami faced the sea, showing a sweet smile, enjoying the view in silence. After exploring for half a day, they did not encounter any pirate ships or see any islands. Tired from training, they fished and played card for leisure. Overtraining can harm the body. Zhang Yufan called Usopp over, gave him a pistol, and explained the method and materials for making buggies cannonballs, prompting Usopp to immediately go to the workbench to study. Meanwhile, on the sea, there was a giant fish-shaped ship that could switch to battle mode. On the ship, a blonde, curly-haired boy was cooking in the kitchen. This was the chef Sanji that Zhang Yufan was looking for. Next to him stood a man with a golden beard and braided pigtails, wearing a tall chef's hat and having a wooden leg, who was his master and the restaurant head chef, Zepp. The two were as close as father and son. As for why the head chef had lost a leg, it all started when Sanji left the Vinsmoke family in the East Blue and came to the passenger ship orbit as an apprentice chef. Zhang Yufan's ship arrived near the sea restaurant, and everyone was hungry and ready to eat. A shout from the lookout tower alerted Big Brother. There's a fish-shaped ship ahead. Zhang Yufan took a look through the telescope and recognized the famous sea restaurant, asking HouMing to come down and telling his partners, "The ship ahead is a restaurant. Nami, I'll treat you all to a big meal." Nami smiled. "Okay, Yufan." After being complimented in the morning, she even changed her way of addressing him to be more affectionate. Soon they reached the place and docked the ship. Kaya saw the sea restaurant for the first time and exclaimed, "Usopp, this ship is so big. It smells so good inside." Usopp wanted to brag, but remembered Zhang Yufan's words and held back, smiling. "This is my first time seeing it too. Come on, let's go in and eat." Kaya was stunned. He actually didn't brag today, which was too unusual. Zhang Yufan suddenly grabbed Nami's hand and walked toward the restaurant. Nami did not resist, her face turning red, and the others laughed and followed. Since Leaky was too big, he had to stay on the ship and wait for food to be sent over later. They found 2 empty tables inside the restaurant. At that moment, the blonde, curly-haired boy was pouring wine for a beautiful woman. When he saw customers coming, his eyes sparkled with love as he rushed over. He dashed to Nami and Kaya, presenting them with roses. "Welcome to Bartai. Thank the sea for letting me meet 2 princesses. My name is Sanji, the sous chef. I'm in love. I'm willing to do anything for you." Nami and Kaya politely accepted the flowers and thanked him. Usopp interjected, "Hey, Velvet chef, do you only give them flowers? Sankiri plaiv coldly. No. You want some, buy them yourself." Usopp was dissatisfied. "You're so double standard. You're warm to women, but cold to us." Sanji ignored him and asked Nami and Kaya, "What do you 2 princesses want to eat?" "I'll cook it myself." The others also ordered their dishes, and Sanji went to the kitchen. The dishes were served, and Zhang Yufan asked HouMing to send some to Leaky, finishing their meal quickly. Zhang Yufan smiled and said, "Sanji, I need a professional chef on my ship. If you join my crew, you can stay with them." Sanji hesitated before rejecting. "No way. This love is a tragedy. There's a huge obstacle between us. At that moment, the head chef wearing a tall chef's hat came out. You little brat. The obstacle is me, right? This is a good opportunity. Go with them to be pirates. Sanji turned around. You old man. The head chef said sternly, get lost. This restaurant doesn't need you anymore. Sanji gritted his teeth. I'm his sous chef. What do you mean? The head chef said, you're always arguing with customers, injuring many people. You're all sweet to women, but rarely cook. You're just dragging us down. Sanji angrily responded, what did you say? Are you joking? Other chefs came out laughing, and some even cheered. The head chef said, look, everyone is dissatisfied with you. You can go be a pirate or whatever, just leave. Sanji grabbed the head chef's collar and gritted his teeth. You old man, you can say whatever you want about me, but I will never allow you to criticize my cooking. No matter what you say, I will stay here as a chef. Even if you die, I won't leave. The head chef shouted angrily, you little brat. I could live another 100 years and still not die. How dare you grab your master's collar? After saying that, he threw Sanji out, knocking over several tables. Sanji shouted from the ground, even if you beat me to death, I won't leave. The head chef turned and left, coldly snorting. Fortunately, there were not many customers now, so it didn't affect others. Zhang Yufan took the opportunity to check their information. Zep, potential, A, current C. 66 years old, red-footed Zep. Owner and head chef of Baratai. Former captain of the chef pirate crew. Leg technique is explosive. Lost a leg to save Sanji. Treat Sanji like his own son. Sanji, potential SS, current C, 18 years old. Third son of the Vinsmoke family, exiled to the East Blue. Works as a chef at Baratai, upholding chivalry, and is super gentle with women. Sanji tidied up the knocked-over tables and then approached Nami and Kaya to be charming. Zhang Yufan asked, Sanji, do you really want to stay here? Sanji took a puff of smoke. Yes, I must stay. Zhang Yufan smiled. But your master is kicking you out. It's just right to come with us. Sanji shouted, you're dreaming. Don't even think about it. After that, he leaned over again. I'm sorry about earlier. I'll treat you to fruits and drinks. Uzup was unhappy, perverted chef. Why don't you apologize to us? Sanji grinned. I've already cooked for you, and you're still not satisfied? Usopp shouted. Is this your attitude towards customers? Zoro, help me beat him up. Zoro, unconcerned, replied, if you want to fight, do it yourself. The friends were eating popcorn nearby. Nami smiled, it's delicious. Thanks, Sanji. Yufan, do you want some? Zhang Yufan smiled, sure. He used a fork to pick up a piece of fruit and handed it to her. Nami blushed shyly, opened her mouth to eat it, and revealed a sweet smile. Kaya also said, thank you, Sanji. Usopp, do you want some too? Usopp laughed and mimicked Zhang Yufan by handing over fruit, making Kaya blush as she ate it, her smile never fading. Sanji watched this scene from behind, his heart being hit hard. He knelt on the ground, banging on the ship's board. My love life ended before it even started. After a while, he stood up and walked outside, where he encountered two beautiful ladies. Sanji, long time no see. Sanji instantly revived, his eyes sparkling with love. Welcome, two beautiful ladies. Zhang Yufan and the others were dumbfounded. This guy probably got sold by the beauties and was still happily counting his money. After showing his courtesy, Sanji went to the railing outside the ship, lit a cigarette, and took a deep breath. Zhang Yufan also came out and said to Sanji, come with me. Sanji replied, don't think about it. I want to stay here as a chef and get recognized by that old man. Zhang Yufan pretended to be helpless. All right, Sanji added, but one day I will go to the Grand Line. Zhang Yufan laughed. When? How about now? Sanji shook his head. It's not the right time yet. Zhang Yufan asked again, do you have a dream? Sanji instantly got excited. Dream? Kid, do you know about All Blue? Zhang Yufan smiled. I do. I heard it's somewhere in the Grand Line. Sanji was even more excited. That's the legendary sea. It gathers all the fish from the four seas. The dream of every chef. I'm the same. At this time, the head chef leaned against the second floor railing, resting his chin on his hand. Watching Sanji's excited expression with a slight smirk, humph, this idiot looks so foolish. After saying that, he went into the kitchen and instructed the chefs to act. Soon, someone in the second floor staff dining room shouted, dinner time, you bastards. Zhang Yufan followed Sanji upstairs. When Sanji opened the door, he was stunned. Hey, where's my seat? A chef said, there's no seat for you. Another laughed, you can sit on the ship's board. Sanji, confused, could only take his food and sit at the corner of the ship's board, with Zhang Yufan sitting next to him. Chef Carne suddenly asked, "Who made today's soup?" Sanji proudly replied, "Me." "It's delicious, right?" Chef Patty spat twice. "It's terrible. Feed it to the pigs." After saying that, he smashed the bowl and soup on the ground. Sanji looked at the soup he worked hard to cook, spilling everywhere. His face instantly darkened. "You jerk. Is your tongue broken?" Patty sneered. "I've never tasted something so bad." Sanji angrily retorted, "This is my confident creation. How could it be bad?" A chef shouted, "Quick, dump the soup. Otherwise, you'll have diarrhea." Everyone else dumped the soup while complaining. "Can the soup be drunk?" Sanji shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" At this moment, the head chef stood at the door, finished with his soup, and smashed the bowl. "Who made this soup? If I serve this to customers, my restaurant will close down." Sanji grabbed the head chef's collar. "You old man. What's the difference between what I made and what you made?" The head chef punched him away. "You little brat. You think you can compare with me? Not in 100 years. Sanji, feeling wronged and sad, slammed the door and shouted, "Damn old man." Zhang Yufan secretly scooped some soup to taste. "This soup is super delicious." A chef said, "Isn't that obvious?" We all recognized Sanji's cooking skills. Another, scared, said, "I almost got punched by Sanji just now." The head chef said, "Only in this way will he leave." Zhang Yufan sighed. "I didn't expect the former great pirate Zepp to care so much for his apprentice. It's just that your act was too fake." The head chef exclaimed, "Kid, do you know me? Who are you?" Zhang Yufan borrowed Luffy's words. "My name is Zhang Yufan, and I'm going to be the Pirate King." Everyone exclaimed, "You want to be the Pirate King? The boss was a great pirate before." Zepp laughed. "Kid, your dreams are bold. Why don't you take that little brat away? Take him to the Grand Line. That's his dream." Zhang Yufan smiled and said, "No problem. I was planning to have him as my chef on the ship." A chef said, "It's all the boss's fault for forcing us to act in this play. It's really troublesome. I need to scoop a bowl of soup to calm my nerves." Other chefs chimed in, "I want one too." Sanji's mood had just calmed down as he sat outside the staff dining room, overhearing their conversation, and was moved to tears. "You guys, I heard all your conversation." Zhang Yufan walked to the dining room door, pushed it open, and said, "Sanji, we finished our conversation. What's your decision? Come in." Sanji quickly wiped his tears, stood up, and walked into the dining room. All the chefs looked at him, and Sanji said to Zhang Yufan, "I promise you, Captain, I will follow you to the Grand Line." Zhang Yufan smiled and said, "Great, welcome to the team." Sanji turned to the chefs and said, "I'm going out to adventure. Sorry for all the trouble I caused you." Zepp said, "Go ahead, you little brat. I hope what you learned here will help you." Sanji quickly packed his clothes and tools, walked to the first-floor dining room, where the chefs lined up on both sides. Zepp stood upstairs and shouted, "Sanji, take care of yourself out there. Don't get sick." Sanji turned around, knelt, and bowed, tears streaming down his face. "Master Zepp, thank you for taking care of me all these years. I will remember your kindness for a lifetime." He then said to the chefs, "You bastards, I will come back. Take care." The chefs also cried, saying to take care. Zhang Yufan called his partners to board the ship, and when Sanji got on board, everyone waved goodbye. And Zhang Yufan shouted, "Set sail." The ship continued to explore, with Sanji sitting in the middle and his partners surrounding him. Zhang Yufan said, "Sanji has great cooking skills and strong combat ability, but he is easily distracted by women, and there's a fatal problem." Sanji was confused. "I have a fatal problem?" KB also asked, "Yufan, what problem?" Zhang Yufan asked, "Sanji, will you fight against enemy women?" Sanji replied decisively, "Never hit women. I would rather die." The partners instantly understood. Their survival depended on this. KB said seriously, "These two problems are too serious. They could lead to our team's annihilation." Sanji frowned. "Is it that exaggerated?" KB explained, "The enemy might use beautiful women to lure you into traps or send women to drag you away. And in the end, we would all be crushed." Sanji felt a headache, knowing the problem was serious but hard to change. Usopp asked, "KB, is there a way to solve it?" KB shook his head. "I can't think of a good way either. This mindset is deeply ingrained and hard to change." Zoro raised an eyebrow. "Didn't he expect your problem to be so serious?" Sanji retorted, "Green algae head. Your sense of direction isn't any better." Zhang Yufan looked at the two about to fight. "All right, you both have problems. Zoro, from now on, when you leave the ship alone, someone must guide you. First, Have KB accompany you. And if he is busy, find other partners. Zoro nodded respectfully. Yes, Captain. Zhang Yufan continued. Sanji, let Monkey Ming follow you. He will remind you when you're not calm around women. Don't think you can shake him off. Otherwise, I and Zoro will beat you until you comply. We want to train you to be a partner who can watch your back, not someone who turns into a punching bag when he sees women. You need to learn to control your desires, or focus on one person, and later find a female companion to follow. As for not hitting women, just think, because you don't take action, Zep, the chefs, and your partners could be beaten to a pulp by the enemy, or even end up with no bones left. Sanji imagined that scene, breaking out in a cold sweat. I will work hard to control myself. I will never let that happen. Usopp trembled in fear. That scene is too terrifying. I never want to see it in my life. The partners nodded in agreement. Zhang Yufan said, Sanji, though this is harsh, you must resolve it. You can protect ordinary kind women, but don't go overboard. Be ruthless against treacherous female pirates. Sanji replied seriously, Captain, I understand. It will take time, but I will change. Zhang Yufan waved his hand. Everyone go about your business. Sanji, stay. Sanji was confused. Is there more to discuss? Zhang Yufan smiled. I'll boost your combat power. You're too weak right now. With a thought, he equipped Sanji with intermediate strength, stamina, defense, and basic accuracy, skyrocketing his combat power from C to B. Sanji felt the power. Captain, this ability is amazing. I feel super strong. Zhang Yufan said, while correcting your flaws, your strength must also keep up. Go train with Kobe and the others first. Sanji nodded and ran off. Zhang Yufan noticed Nami frowning at the bow of the ship and walked over. Why the frown? Nami sighed. We're almost at Cocoa Village. But I still haven't gathered 100 million berries. I'm short 30 million. Zhang Yufan ruffled her hair. This little issue? I'll cover the rest. Don't you trust me yet? Still want to use me? Nami smiled. No. I initially wanted to use you all to make money, but after spending time together, I already consider you guys my partners. Zhang Yufan said. Then tell us about your past. We'll handle this mess, and you can leave the rest to us. Nami nodded, touched. Zhang Yufan called the others over. And when Sanji saw Nami crying, he immediately rushed over. Beautiful princess, why are you crying? Did the captain bully you? I'll teach him a lesson. Monkey Ming immediately slapped him on the back. Nami shook her head, and Zhang Yufan said sternly, Sanji, are you itching for trouble? Do you want me and Zoro to help you scratch that itch? Have you forgotten what you said earlier? Zoro echoed. That's a good idea. Zhang Yufan said sternly. Sanji, go stand aside. Nami, let's start. Nami began to recount. When I was 1 year old, my hometown was attacked by pirates, and I became an orphan. The Navy's Belmere found me and Nojiko in the ruins and brought us back to Cocoa Village to raise us, claiming we were abandoned babies picked up from under a bridge. We always called Belmere Annie. Nami had loved drawing nautical charts since she was little and wanted to become a navigator. When she was 10, a gang led by the dragon invaded the village and demanded protection money, 100,000 berries from adults and 50,000 from children. Belmere only had a little over 100,000 berries and gave it all to the two of them, ultimately being brutally killed by the dragon. The dragon discovered that Nami could draw nautical charts and forced her to become a cartographer, even tattooing the dragon's mark on her shoulder, demanding that she earn 100 million berries to buy back the village. Nami could only resort to stealing treasures from pirates to raise the money. Kaya asked in confusion, Nami, didn't you contact the Navy? Nami cried, I did. The Navy that came either got bribed or were all crushed. Sanji angrily shouted, those bastards. I'll kill them. Nami tore off her sleeve, revealing her tattoo, and cried, see this? It's left by the dragon. I'm scared. The dragon is colluding with the Navy. The more she looked at it, the more disgusted she became, pulling out a dagger to stab at the tattoo. Zhang Yufan reacted quickly, grabbing her wrist to stop her. Nami looked at Zhang Yufan, throwing herself into his arms and crying, Ooh, Yufan, help me. I've had enough. Kobe also angrily said, Nami, don't forget, Brother Yufan is going to overthrow the world government. We've fought the Navy before. Let's crush these scum. Usopp shouted, we'll help you get revenge. With the captain and Zoro here, we can definitely take down the dragon and the Navy. Zoro echoed, Captain, let's go chop them all down together. Zhang Yufan held Nami and said solemnly, "Okay, I'll help you." Partners, someone made our navigator cry. "Let's go crush these bastards together." Everyone responded in unison. And Monkey Ming and Leaky were also furious. Who would have thought that the beautiful girl in front of them had suffered so much? The entire ship was filled with killing intent. After calming Nami down, Usopp took the helm and headed for Cocoa Village. Suddenly, a giant manatee emerged from the sea. Glaring at them, Zhang Yufan checked the information. "This is the Moo Moo from the Dragon Pirate Crew, potential C, current D. A 16-meter-tall, carnivorous manatee that could destroy an entire village." The manatee charged at the ship, and Zhang Yufan laughed. "Monkey Ming, subdue it and bring it over." Leaky advised, "Hey, brother manatee, stop now, or you'll get beaten." The manatee angrily replied, "You little lion dare to command me? I'll eat you." The manatee leaped up, opening its mouth to swallow Leaky, but Monkey Ming instantly dashed over and punched it away. He said, "You dare to touch my little brother? You're too bold." Leaky helplessly said from the side, "I told you not to listen to this lion. Now you're suffering, aren't you? Next, you'll have to endure a beating. Why bother?" To make it easier for Monkey Ming to subdue the manatee, Zhang Yufan took out a small boat and set it on the surface. Monkey Ming rushed over and beat the manatee again, and it quickly submitted. The system rewarded him with an apple and a basic speed card, which Zhang Yufan equipped on Sanji. His combat power didn't change. Monkey Ming brought the manatee over. "Big brother, it has submitted. Hurry and call the captain." The manatee, with a bruised face and a swollen head, tearfully shouted, "Hello, Captain. My name is Moo Moo." Kaya exclaimed, "This manatee is so big. Monkey Ming is really strong." Usopp asked, "What we catch it for?" Sanji guessed, "As a backup food source?" Zhang Yufan laughed. "Send it to Zepp's restaurant as a bodyguard." "Sanji, weren't you worried about their safety before?" Sanji nodded. "Thanks, Captain. This way they'll be safe." Zhang Yufan said, "Partners should help each other. Just fix your flaws." Sanji took Moo Moo toward the village, and Zhang Yufan told the others, "The Navy scum might not be around, so we need Nami to act to lure them out." Nami asked, "How do I act?" Zhang Yufan said, "You go back to the dragon and say you've gathered 100 million berries to redeem the village, and see how they react. Where's the money hidden? We'll guard it." Nami replied, "It's hidden in the orange grove outside the house." Sanji worried, "Is Nami in danger?" Zhang Yufan said, "Monkey Ming will protect her in secret. The little monkey is inconspicuous, and the dragon still needs her." Nami patted Monkey Ming's head. "I'm counting on you." Zhang Yufan instructed, "Don't make a move. You'll get hurt." When the ship reached the port, two fishmen shouted, "Hand over your valuables." Sanji jumped ashore and kicked them both out in an instant. The others dealt with the bodies, leaving Leaky and Moo Moo to watch the ship, while Nami went to the dragon, with Monkey Ming following, and the others went to Nami's home. On the way, the fishmen greeted Nami, and upon entering the dragon's territory, they saw the shark-headed dragon lounging on a recliner. The dragon smiled. "Nami, you've been gone for quite a while." Nami forced a smile. "I'm back. This place is still so grand." The dragon arrogantly said, "I built it. How's the harvest?" Nami smiled. "I've gathered 100 million berries to redeem the village." "You won't go back on your word, will you?" The dragon chuckled playfully. "How could I? Of course. I will keep my promise, but are you really sure you've gathered the money?" Nami asked in confusion. "What do you mean by that? Did you steal the money I hid?" The dragon laughed. "I didn't steal it, but I notified the Navy, saying your home was hiding stolen goods. They should be arriving soon." Yahaha! The other fishmen laughed along, and Nami angrily shouted, "Dragon, you bastard! Just wait. I will definitely gather 100 million berries to redeem the village." After saying that, she clenched her fist and ran home. On the other side, Zhang Yufan arrived at Nami's house in the orange grove, knocked on the door, and a blue-haired tattooed girl came out cautiously and asked, "Who are you? What do you want?" Sanji's eyes sparkled with hearts. "Beautiful lady. My name is Sanji. You must be Nojiko, right? We're Nami's partners. She sent us here." Zhang Yufan didn't stop him and checked Nojiko's information. Potential B, current F, Nami's sister, independent and kind. After introducing his partners, Nojiko let them in and anxiously asked, "Where's Nami? Is she okay?" Zhang Yufan smiled. She's with the dragon. She's fine, has partners protecting her in secret. But she's definitely not in a good mood. Nojiko nodded, just about to ask again when the door rang again. Opening it, she saw a Jin with several Navy officers. She asked, Jin, why did you bring the Navy here? Zhang Yufan checked the information. Mouse Colonel, potential D, current E, is a scum colluding with the dragon. A Jin, potential E, current F, is a station officer, like a father to Nami and them. A Jin was just about to explain when Mouse Colonel interrupted. I am Mouse Colonel. You must be the criminal Nami's sister, right? Nojiko replied, yes. Are you going to arrest me? The mouse grinned lewdly, no. I received a tip-off that your house is hiding stolen goods. Hand them over and we'll let you go. Search. Nojiko angrily shouted. Get out. You can't come in. A Jin also shouted. That's Nami's money to redeem the village. You have no right to take it. The mouse arrogantly said, a patrol officer dares to yell at me. A colonel? Zhang Yufan sat on a chair and said, Sanji, the opportunity for a hero to save the beauty has come. Beat the Navy hard and throw them out. Colonel Mouse will be kicked to death directly. Sanji excitedly rushed over, kicking the sailors down one by one, then took Nokigao's hand. Beautiful Miss Nokigao, are you okay? Colonel Mouse angrily said, you little brat. Do you dare to go against this Navy? Aren't you afraid of being caught? Nokigao worriedly said, Sanji, thank you. I'm fine, but if you hit the Navy, you'll get caught. Run away quickly. Sanji smiled at Nokigao. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Wait for me. I'll deal with that colonel and come back. He turned around and glared at Colonel Mouse. Dirty rat. Your men almost hurt Miss Nokigao. Go to hell and repent. After saying that, he rushed over, executing a combo kick to Mouse's head, shoulder, back, etc., and with the final kick, lamb chop shot, Mouse was directly kicked to death. The sailors on the ground were dumbfounded, and Jin and Nokigao were also stunned. The partners in the room were still chatting, and the system rewards arrived. Zhang Yufan called out HouMing, who said, Congratulations, Master. You have obtained raw meat, fish, fruits, and multiple equipment cards like speed and recovery. Zhang Yufan instructed with his mind. First put it in the storage space. We'll distribute it later. HouMing replied, Yes, Master. Sanji tidied up his clothes and walked in front of the dazed Nokigao, waved his hand, but got no reaction, then pulled her into the room. A Jin also came to his senses and followed in. Zhang Yufan walked up to the sailors, showing a devilish smile. Hee. Do you want to die as badly as Mouse? The sailors shook their heads in unison. No, we won't dare again. Spare us. Zhang Yufan laughed. If you want to live, that's fine. Go back and report Mouse's collusion with the pirates. If we become wanted criminals, I'll come back and make you wish you were dead, like using a dagger to slice your flesh piece by piece. Remember? The sailors were frightened. We remember. We won't do bad things again. Zhang Yufan waved his hand. Carry Mouse away. Get lost. The sailors endured the pain and carried Mouse, desperately running away. Zhang Yufan entered the room and told everyone about dealing with the sailors, but no one paid much attention. A Jin asked in confusion, Why are you helping us? Are you here for something? KB laughed. Nami is our partner. She is also a navigator. We're here to take down the evil dragon pirate crew. A Jin was surprised. Just you few can beat the evil dragon? Nokigao said, Sanji's combat power is very strong, but still be careful. Don't let anyone die again. Sanji said seriously, Don't worry, Miss Nokigao. We're strong. Nothing will happen. Zhang Yufan smiled. When Nami comes back, we'll go wipe them out. At this moment, Nami rushed to the door, panting, saw the traces of the fight, and rushed into the room shouting, Sister, are you there? Nokigao opened the door and went out. Nami hugged her. I'm so glad you're okay. Nokigao smiled. It was your partners who scared off the Navy and helped me and a Jin. They're all inside, huh? Why is there a handsome monkey following you? Nami entered the room and looked at everyone, saying, Sister, that monkey is also my partner. Yufan, just as you said, the evil dragon doesn't act, but finds a Navy to rob money. A Jin cried, Nami, you've worked hard all these years. The villagers actually all know. They're just pretending not to. Afraid of causing you trouble. Now we can't stand it anymore and are ready to fight the evil dragon. Nami was stunned and asked, How did you find out? Nami cried out, A Jin? No, you can't beat them. Zhang Yufan stood up and said, Uncle, leave the next matters to us. If anything happens to you, how sad would Nami be? Partners, let us go. Zhang Yufan was the first to walk out the door, and everyone followed closely. As they passed through the village, the villagers heard a Jian say someone was going to eliminate the evil dragon pirate crew, and they all picked up weapons to join the team. Marching toward the evil dragon's territory, Zhang Yufan stopped the villagers, then punched through the wall ahead with great force, striding inside. While checking the information of several fishmen in front with the system, Evil Dragon, Potential B, Current C, 20 million berries bounty. Little 8, Potential B, Current C, 8 million berries bounty. Karubi, Potential B, Current C, 9 million berries bounty. Joe, Potential B, Current C, 5 million berries bounty. Nami and the other partners also walked in, and Octopus Little 8 immediately came over and asked, Nami, are these guys brought by you? Are you trying to destroy this place? Nami said to Octopus Little 8, Little 8, this is none of your business. Go stand aside. They're all my partners, here to take the evil dragon's head. Octopus Little 8 couldn't believe it. Nami, are you sure you're not joking? Nami shook her head. I'm serious. Zhang Yufan asked solemnly, which one is the bastard evil dragon? Step forward. The evil dragon took a step forward. That's me. Little brat, who are you? What do you want with me? Zhang Yufan smiled and said, my name is Zhang Yufan. I'm a bounty hunter, and I'm here for your head today. The evil dragon sneered. Oh, I've been in the EC for so many years and have never seen anyone as reckless as you. And Nami, are you trying to rebel? Don't you want to save the people in the village? Since that's the case, I'll grant you your wish. Partners, let us go. Take them all down. Zhang Yufan calmly assigned tasks. Zoro, Octopus Little 8 is yours. No need to kill, just knock him out. Sanji, that fishman in karate uniform Karubi is yours. Monkey Ming, the long-mouthed fishman Gio is yours. KB and Usopp, go take care of those small fries. Kuya, protect Nami. As for this evil dragon, I'll handle him. Go. Everyone immediately acted upon receiving the orders. Octopus Little 8 quickly ran upstairs, took out 6 knives, and arrogantly pointed them at Zoro. Little brat, you only have 3 knives. How do you think you can beat me with my 6 knives? Surrender quickly. Zoro calmly tied his green bandana. Octopus head, do you really think having more knives makes you strong? Let me show you the power of my 3-sword style. Little 8 was unconvinced. I'll show you the ferocity of my 6-sword style. Saying that, he used the 6-sword style, sheath-foot strange sword, with blades dancing everywhere. Zoro drew out 3 swords, using the 3-sword style, sword wolf flow to counter, fully on the offensive and defensive. With overwhelming strength, he directly sent Little 8's knives flying, knocking him out. He won before he even warmed up. The villagers outside were stunned. Kurubi stared at Sanji. Little brat, you're out of luck. You've encountered a 40th degree master of Fishman Karate. Get ready to be beaten. Sanji disdainfully replied. Oh, Fishman Karate? Show me how strong it is. Kurubi angrily said, damn brat, eat my straight punch. With a punch thrown, Sanji casually caught it with his right foot. Kurubi was shocked. I didn't expect you to catch my straight punch. I underestimated you. Sanji laughed. Can your soft punches kill? There are people in the sea restaurant who are 10 times stronger than you. Kurubi was furious. You dare say my punches are soft? I'll use 100 tiles. 1,000 tiles of straight punches to kill you. Before he finished speaking, Sanji rushed over with a combo, kicking the fish head meat, fish shoulder meat, etc., and finally delivered a lamb chop shot, directly kicking Kurubi to death. The villagers were once again dumbfounded. Gio stared at Monkey Ming. Little monkey, are you here to die? Monkey Ming imitated his brother's provocation, reached out and beckoned. Come here. Gio angrily shouted. You dare provoke me. I'll drown you with water, shooting out water bubbles. Monkey Ming dodged instantly, charged over, punched Gio flying, and then gave him a beating, leaving Gio no chance to resist before he lost consciousness. The villagers' mouths dropped wider. This monkey is so strong too. On the other side, KB took down a small fry with 1 slash. Usopp used the buggy cannonballs, blowing several away. Comparable to a small cannon, the evil dragon saw his partners all down and roared. Damn brat, you dare to kill my partners. I'll dismember you. He charged over using shark on tooth gear to bite. Zhang Yufan dodged to the left, elbowing the evil dragon's back, knocking it down, and then landed punch after punch, breaking its limbs. The evil dragon was extremely frustrated. He only used one move and didn't even touch the opponent's hair. Zhang Yufan dragged the evil dragon and picked up 2 guns, coming in front of Nami and the villagers, handing the guns to the 2 of them. Nami and Nojiko were already in tears, and Zhang Yufan threw the evil dragon at their feet. The revenge for your mother. You take it yourself. The 2 aimed their guns at the evil dragon's head, recalling the suffering of their adoptive mother and the villagers, but only shot at the dragon's arm. Then hugged each other and cried. The evil dragon glared at them with murderous intent. How dare you lowly humans attack me? You all deserve to die. However, they were still 2 women who had never killed anyone, and they only fired several shots at the dragon's arm before hugging each other and crying loudly. By this point, except for Octopus Xiaoba, the entire evil dragon pirate crew had been shattered. Not worrying about the system rewards for now, the villagers surrounded them to express their gratitude. A Jian said, "Thank you for saving the village." Zhang Yufan waved his hand. "No need to thank us. Nami is our partner. We must help with her matters." Nojiko thanked them. "Thank you so much. It's great that Nami has such strong partners." Nami wiped her tears. "Yufan, everyone, thank you for saving the village." Sanji chimed in. "Miss Nami, partners should help each other." The partners all nodded. Zhang Yufan smiled. "The matter is resolved. Everyone, let's move the treasures from the evil dragon's territory to the villagers. I'm going to tear down this broken place." After everyone moved the treasures, they transformed into a demolition team and quickly turned it into ruins. After dealing with the corpses and leaving the bounty heads, he splashed water to wake Xiaoba. "Your crime is light. Go work on my ship to atone." "Nami, what do you think?" Xiaoba was shocked. "You guys killed Brother Evil Dragon and destroyed this?" "I'm willing to atone." Nami smiled. "Xiaoba is quite honest. You can do it." Zhang Yufan said, "Whether you can become a formal partner depends on your performance." Kobe asked, "Do you have a bounty?" Xiaoba replied, 8 million berries. Usopp was surprised. "That's quite a high bounty." Zoro scoffed, "Just average." Zhang Yufan said, "Let's have a banquet tonight. I'll first take me to the sea restaurant and then come back." The villagers immediately prepared the ingredients. Nami reminded, "Be careful and come back quickly." Zhang Yufan walked to the docking area, and Leaky asked, "Is the matter with the evil dragon resolved?" Zhang Yufan replied, "It's resolved. There will be good food at the banquet tonight. I'll take you after I drop off Mo." Leaky drooled. "Good. Hurry back." Zhang Yufan set off on Mo's back, calling out to HouMing to check the rewards. HouMing said, "Congratulations, Master. You have received 8 million berries, meat, fish, fruits, and many equipment cards like defense and armament. The rewards are stored for now." Mo is fast, and it didn't take long to reach the restaurant. The head chef was puzzled. "Why are you back again? Riding such a big sea cow?" Zhang Yufan smiled and said, "When Sanji left, he was still a bit worried about your safety. So I came bring you a sea bodyguard. This sea cow, named Mo, is quite strong." Zepp laughed. "This little brat, worrying for no reason. Thank you for making a special trip." Zhang Yufan smiled. "No need to be polite. Just blow the trumpet to feed it while you eat. Move from now on. The safety here is up to you. Don't mess it up. Later, I'll help you strengthen your combat power to make you even stronger." "I'm off." Mo responded fearfully. "Yes, sir. I will protect this place well." "Goodbye, Captain." Zepp reminded, "Have a safe journey. Take good care of Sanji." Zhang Yufan took a small boat from his storage space and rowed towards Cocoa West Village, going so fast it was like flying. Zepp and the chefs were stunned. As the sky darkened, he rowed back to the port and took Leaky to the banquet. The villagers had prepared food early, and when they saw him return, they started the feast. Sanji grilled meat, Zoro and the villagers drank. Usopp sang his own song, Koya, Nami, and Nojiko enjoyed the food and chatted. Leaky ate like crazy. And Xiaoba was left alone, but thankfully Monkey Ming brought food to keep it company. When they had eaten enough, Zhang Yufan sat next to Nojiko. "Tomorrow, Nami will go to sea with us. Do you want to come along? This way you won't have to be separated from your sister." Nojiko hesitated. "Can I really go? But I'm too weak and will hold you back, and there's no one to take care of the orange grove." Sanji immediately rushed over. "Miss Nojiko, come with us. Being weak is fine. The captain can make you strong in no time." Nami also persuaded. Sister, let's go together. I don't want to be separated anymore. Koya added. The captain is super strong. I used to be weak, and he helped me improve. Ajin said. If you want to go, then go. I'll take care of the orange grove with the villagers. Nojiko made up her mind. Okay, I'll go on an adventure with you. Please take care of me. Ajin said seriously. Nami, Nojiko, I leave them to you. If they are bullied, I will take my knife and kill you all. Zhang Yufan assured. Don't worry. We will definitely protect them. By the way, Nojiko, do you like cooking? Everyone also promised. Nojiko smiled. I like it. I also like planting orange trees. Zhang Yufan said. Then you and Sanji will manage the kitchen and supervise him to correct his mistakes. Let him say what mistakes he has. Sanji was excited first, but then deflated. Captain, you can't do this to me. The partners all laughed. Zhang Yufan pulled Sanji aside and said, from now on, Nojiko will be your partner. Focus your feelings for other women on her, and control yourself. Sanji nodded in agreement. The banquet lasted until the next morning. Nami and Nojiko had the doctor and Koya modify their tattoos, adding orange and windmill patterns. After replenishing water and food, they returned home to pack their clothes and also transplanted 3 orange trees onto the ship, preparing to set sail. All the partners boarded the ship, and Nami and Nojiko waved, goodbye. Take care. The villagers reluctantly said their goodbyes. Zhang Yufan shouted, partners, let's set sail. The ship sailed slowly. The newcomers introduced themselves to each other, and after determining the direction, each got busy. Zhang Yufan stood at the bow of the ship, opened the storage space with a thought, pondered for a moment, then called Nami and Nojiko over. Nami and Nojiko came to Zhang Yufan's side and asked curiously, Captain, did you call us over for something? Zhang Yufan smiled. Good news. I'm going to strengthen your combat power. After saying this, he waved his hand, equipping Nami with stick skills, advanced strength, etc., raising her combat power from F to C. He equipped Nojiko with cooking skills, intermediate strength, etc., raising her from F to D. He equipped Monkey Ming with advanced strength and marksmanship, directly elevating him from B to S level. He equipped Mu with intermediate attributes, raising its combat power from E to D. Usopp received intermediate marksmanship, going from C to C. Sanji got advanced strength and swordsmanship, exploding from B to S level. Zhang Yufan himself equipped with armament and conqueror's haki, raising from A to A. Nami felt the power and excitedly shouted, now I can punch and kill a cow. Nojiko also laughed. I've become stronger too. I can help everyone now. Zhang Yufan said, this is just the beginning. You will get stronger in the future. Now go get busy. They explored the dark area according to the system map for a day, and the next day, they finally saw Rogue Town. Before disembarking, Zhang Yufan gathered the partners. We're about to reach Rogue Town. I'll give you money to buy what you want and also buy new clothes. I have over 100 million berries. Each person will first get 5 million. Leave a little money on you, and the rest will be kept with me. No one else can take it besides me. We will need to spend big money for shipbuilding in the future. Nami's eyes lit up. Wow, so much money. Yufan, your abilities are amazing. When will I have that much? Usopp was excited. Thank you, Captain. I don't even know how to spend 5 million. Nojiko was surprised. Thank you, Captain. Giving so much money all at once. Zoro laughed. Finally, I could buy 2 good swords. Sanji added, I could buy a lot of ingredients. Xiaoba was bewildered. So you guys are so rich. Koya smiled calmly, having seen it before. Zhang Yufan said, we will be even richer in the future. Now, let's assign tasks. There are a strong navy in town. Xiaoba and Liki will stay to watch the ship. Monkey Ming will follow Sanji. I will go buy swords with Zoro. The others can act freely. After pausing, he added, after buying things, look for a mafia leader named Bartolomeo, a green chicken comb head, with an eye tattoo under his right eye, wearing a nose ring, and a face like a demon. Koya asked curiously, Captain, what do we want with him? Zoro said, this person's appearance and outfit are quite peculiar. KB asked uncertainly, Yufan, you're not planning to bring him onto our ship, are you? Zhang Yufan smiled and replied, just as KB said, I want to bring Bartolomeo on board. He may be ruthless, but he's incredibly loyal. We currently have too few crew members and need to find someone to strengthen the team. Everyone nodded, and the ship quickly arrived at the port. After docking, Sanji wanted to invite Nami and Noki to go shopping, and Noki readily agreed. But Nami directly linked arms with Zhang Yufan and walked away. Sanji instantly felt dejected and squatted down, drawing circles on the ground. Usopp walked over and said, "Sanji, you have a beautiful girl right in front of you. And you're still not satisfied?" KB added, "Sanji, it's obvious that Nami likes Yufan. She even keeps her favorite money with Yufan. So you're out of luck." Upon seeing Noki, Sanji instantly perked up and decided to join her in shopping. Zhang Yufan took Zoro while Nami searched for a weapon shop, talking as they walked. "Zoro, if you're lucky in this town, you might meet a woman who is both familiar and unfamiliar." Zoro asked suspiciously, "What kind of woman?" Nami also inquired, "Do you know someone here, Zoro?" Zhang Yufan smiled and said, "Let's keep it a mystery. You'll know when you meet her." The two stopped pressing for more information and continued to look for shops. On the other side, as soon as Sanji stepped off the ship, he saw a beautiful woman walking by, and his eyes immediately filled with hearts. Just as he was about to rush over, Noki quickly pulled him back, but couldn't he hold him? Monkey Ming saw this and slapped Sanji on the buttocks, causing Sanji to almost fall flat on his face. Once Sanji regained his senses, he shouted, "Monkey Ming, don't hit my butt. I'll lose face in front of the beautiful woman." Monkey Ming shrugged with a mischievous grin, as if to say, "Who told you to act foolishly? I'll do it again next time." Sanji pleaded with Noki for help, and Noki chuckled, "Who told you to lose control? I'll keep doing it like this next time." Sanji immediately went into a sulk, squatting on the ground, but Noki pulled him up to continue shopping. Zhang Yufan and the others took several turns and finally found the weapon shop. Upon entering, they saw it was empty, super quiet. The bald owner was dozing off at the counter and woke up when he heard the noise. Zoro asked, "Boss, do you sell swords?" "I want to buy 2. The boss got up and smiled, handing over 2 swords. "Our shop has been open for many years. We have all kinds of swords. Feel free to look around." Nami asked curiously, "Why are there no customers?" The boss sighed, "They've all been caught by Colonel Smoker. There's no business." Zhang Yufan pointed at a sword in a wooden barrel. "How much is this sword?" The boss thought to himself, "A poor guy, huh?" and said, "This dull sword is 50,000 berries." Zhang Yufan laughed. "Let us take a look first. Maybe there's something suitable." Zoro looked skeptical. "Can there really be a good sword here? I don't believe it." Just as Zoro was about to turn around to pick a sword, the boss suddenly focused on the sword at Zoro's waist, and his eyes lit up. This was a chance to make money. He quickly called out to him, "Young man, can I borrow that sword from your waist to take a look?" Zoro, not paying much attention, took off the sword and handed it to the boss. "Boss, you seem a bit nervous." The boss drew the sword and was shocked. "This is definitely that sword. How did it end up in the hands of this amateur? I need to stay calm and get it. This will make me rich." He then pretended to be calm. "Young man, since it seems you don't have much money, I'll buy this sword from you for 500,000 berries. You could buy a better sword." Zoro was puzzled. "We have money." The boss, sweating, raised the price. 600,000. "If you say anything more, it'll be 700,000. No more than that." Zoro sighed. "This sword is very important to me. I want to sell it for any price. We have money to buy swords." Zhang Yufan laughed. "The boss has a good eye. Zoro's sword is a great sword. The 21st generation Wad Ikamanji, worth over 10 million berries." Nami's eyes sparkled. "Zoro, your sword is so valuable. I want to sell it." Zoro shouted angrily. "Nami, don't even think about it. Otherwise, I'll chase you down and cut you." Nami laughed. "I'm just kidding. Yufan wouldn't let me off either." The boss looked at Zhang Yufan in shock. "I didn't expect you to recognize this sword. My eyes have been blind." Zhang Yufan waved his hand. Zoro sheathed his sword, and the three continued to look for swords. Zhang Yufan used the system to scan all the swords and found the Sandai Kitetsu. Handing it to Zoro, "Zoro, this is the Sandai Kitetsu. While it may not be as good as the Wada Kamanji, it's still amazing." Nami asked the boss, "Is such a good sword really only 50,000 berries?" The boss, feeling guilty, replied, "Yes." Nami was excited. "Zoro, hurry up and buy it. It's a huge profit." Suddenly, the boss shouted, "No, I can't sell it. Put it down quickly." Nami was displeased. "Why do you say one thing and do another?" Zoro drew the sword and felt it. "This is a cursed sword." The boss was shocked, "You know?" Zoro replied, I don't know, but I can feel it. The boss said seriously. This sword is cursed. Everyone who has worn it has died. I don't want to harm you. Nami panicked. Zoro, this sword is too terrifying. Let us get another one. Zhang Yufan was eating popcorn nearby, but Zoro grew more and more fond of it. Boss, I want to buy this sword. The boss hurriedly said, absolutely not. If you die, it'll be my fault. Nami also persuaded. Yes, Zoro. Don't take it. At that moment, the boss's wife came out, and upon hearing someone wanted to buy the cursed sword and he still wouldn't sell, she immediately scolded. You idiot. Someone wants to buy it, and you're not selling? What are you keeping it for? Seeing this, Zoro got an idea and looked at Zhang Yufan, and they exchanged smiles. Zoro, full of momentum, declared, then let us give it a try. I'll see if my strength can overpower the curse, or if the curse will kill me. With that, he tossed the sword up, closed his eyes, and extended his left arm at the landing spot, listening to the sound of the sword spinning and falling. Seeing Zoro's reckless move, the boss admired him, yet was anxious. Young man, don't. That sword is too sharp. Your hand will be cut off. Nami shouted in a panic. Yufan, help Zoro quickly. Otherwise, his arm will be gone. Zhang Yufan calmly patted Nami's head. Don't worry, Zoro will be fine. The four in the store stared at the Sandai Kitetsu. Only the sound of the sword spinning and falling remained. When the sword landed on Zoro's arm, it surprisingly fell with the back of the blade facing down, not touching his arm at all, while the blade had sunk deep into the floor. Its sharpness was extraordinary. The boss and his wife slumped in their chairs. Nami's legs turned to jelly, and she was held in Zhang Yufan's arms, obviously terrified. Zoro laughed. Looks like I won. I'll take this sword. Captain, help me pick another one. Zhang Yufan smiled. No problem, and used the system to scan the sword rack again. The boss finally regained his composure. You all wait for me a moment. He turned and went into the back room, and shortly after came out with a sword. Young man, I haven't seen a swordsman as fierce as you in a long time. This is the shop's treasure. The Yuki no Kaze, a fine sword. Take it with you. Zoro was thrilled. Boss, how much is this sword? The boss waved his hand. No charge. The Sandai Kitetsu is also a gift. I wish you good luck. Earlier, he wanted to trick Zoro into selling swords, but now he was suddenly generous. Zhang Yufan and the others thanked the boss, spent 4 million berries to buy 10 good swords, and left the weapon shop. Zoro was overjoyed, having gotten 2 fine swords for free, and asked, Captain, should we look for the mafia leader next? Zhang Yufan shook his head. Not in a hurry. First, let us go buy clothes, then go to the Navy base to collect the bounty for the evil dragon. The 3 found a clothing store, each buying several sets of clothes, and then headed towards the Navy base. Upon arriving at the entrance to confirm the bounty criminals, when they received the bounty, a woman walked towards the base, holding a sword with one hand. She tripped and almost fell. Her glasses fell off, and she squatted down to look for them, as she was very myopic. Zhang Yufan smiled. Didn't he expect to meet her so soon? Zoro, your surprise is here. Go help her pick up her glasses. Taking the opportunity, he used the system to check her information. Dasky, Navy Chief Petty Officer, potential B, current D, looks very much like Zoro's childhood partner Kina. Zoro nodded and approached to pick up the glasses, handing them to her. Hello, these are your glasses. The woman took the glasses and smiled. Thank you. My name is Dasky. I'm stationed here with the Navy. When Zoro looked at her face, his eyes widened in shock, mouth agape. Standing there dumbfounded, she looked just like Kina. It was as if they were carved from the same mold. Dasky put on her glasses and waved her hand in front of him, getting no reaction from him, then looked towards Zhang Yufan and the others walking over, puzzled, and pointed at Zoro. Hello, is he your friend? Why is he suddenly not talking or moving? Zhang Yufan smiled. He is our partner. You look too much like his deceased friend from childhood, which startled him. Dasky was amazed. Is there such a thing? I really want to meet that person who looks like me. It's such a pity. Zhang Yufan patted Zoro's shoulder. Zoro, wake up. It's time to set off. Nami, are you sure this surprise isn't scare? After bidding farewell to Dasky, Zoro complained. This surprise is too big. It's almost scared me to death. Zhang Yufan laughed. The world is big. Maybe there are people who look like us. The 3 passed by the execution platform of the Pirate King, observed for a moment, and then left. They asked a passerby and found Bartolomeo's house. After knocking on the door, A fierce-faced man opened it. Who is it? Get lost if there's nothing. Zoro wanted to make a move, but was stopped by Zhang Yufan. We're looking for Bartolomeo. The fierce-faced man. What do you want with my boss? Zhang Yufan. Inviting him to join us on our ship. The fierce-faced man laughed. You think just because you invite him, my boss will agree? Don't be so full of yourself. At that moment, Bartolomeo, with his green mohawk and nose ring, walked out. Derek, what's going on? Derek, they want to invite you to be a pirate, and I was just driving them away. Zhang Yufan checked with the system. Bartolomeo, potential C, current E level. Arrogant, but loyal. Bartolomeo laughed. Am I really that famous? Someone wants to invite me. What honor. Zhang Yufan. To be honest, you're not that famous. And your combat power is weak. The big pirates don't look down on you. Bartolomeo, angrily. Dare to belittle me. Do you believe I can beat you until you're fish food? Zoro grinned. Your combat power is too weak. You won't be enough for our share. Nami, even if you call 50 people, it won't be enough for Zoro to fight. Zhang Yufan, how about we have a fight? Whoever loses will be the other's subordinate. If you're scared, just forget it. Bartolomeo, why would I be scared? Derek, call 50 people. Go wait in an open area. Zhang Yufan and Zoro exchanged glances. Just afraid you won't come. Derek called for people, and Bartolomeo led the three to the destination. Soon, 50 people arrived, standing behind Bartolomeo with a strong presence. Zhang Yufan smiled and said, Bartolomeo, now that everyone is here, let's not waste time and get started. Bartolomeo shouted, Brothers, follow me. Bring them down. Zoro laughed. Captain, leave it to me. It will be over soon. You just watch. Zhang Yufan smiled. No problem. Don't go too hard. Let a few for Nami to practice. Nami, both scared and excited. Yufan, I'm going. After saying that, she grabbed a short stick and rushed up. Zhang Yufan checked with the system and saw that the opponents were weak, so he felt relieved to let Nami go. Zoro swung his 3 swords and instantly knocked down a bunch. Nami, with increased strength, knocked one down with each stick, and soon all 52 were lying on the ground. After the battle ended, the system rewards were credited, but he didn't care about that for now. Nami ran over. Yufan, how did I perform? Was I awesome? Zoro also came over. They were too weak. I didn't even feel the rhythm. Zhang Yufan patted Nami's head. You performed amazingly. Keep it up. The enemies ahead will be stronger. Nami smiled happily, thrilled by the praise. Zhang Yufan walked over and pulled Bartolomeo up. Are you convinced now? Can you come with us? Bartolomeo was surprised. You guys are too strong. A bet's a bet. I'll go with you. Are my brothers okay? Zoro laughed. Welcome aboard. Don't worry. It will only hurt for a few days. You'll be fine soon. Zhang Yufan took out 6 large bags of treasure from his storage space. Bartolomeo, this is for your subordinates to develop their forces. Pack your things and come with us. Bartolomeo was dumbfounded. Captain, where did the treasure come from all of a sudden? Zhang Yufan explained his special ability, and Bartolomeo's jaw almost dropped. After recovering, he arranged for his subordinates, packed his things, and even bought 2 iron rods for Nami before heading to the port. On the way, they saw a silver-haired man wearing a justice coat, with windbreakers, riding a motorcycle accompanied by Marines. Zhang Yufan checked with the system. Smoker, Navy Colonel, potential A, current B level, smoke fruit user. Bartolomeo stopped. That's Smoker. He's probably going to catch pirates. Captain, aren't you wanted? Zhang Yufan laughed. For now, we're still pirate hunters. Only Little 8 has an 8 million bounty. We'll hoist the pirate flag once you get on the ship. Soon they arrived at the ship, and the other crew members gradually returned. After getting to know each other, they prepared to set sail. After confirming the course, Zhang Yufan let everyone get busy with their own things. He faced the sea, standing at the bow, and summoned HouMing with a thought. HouMing appeared and said, Congratulations, Master. You have obtained items worth 21 million berries, meat X7, fish X5, grapes X6, melons X2, bananas X3, equipment cards, fist technique, beginner, kick technique, beginner, strength, beginner, X5, strength, advanced X3, strength, top, defense, beginner, X4, defense, intermediate, X2, defense, advanced X2. Zhang Yufan pondered for a moment, allocated all the equipment properly, and then used the system to check the detailed information of himself and his crew. First, he looked at Captain Zhang Yufan. Potential combat power, directly maxed out to SSS. Current combat power S, having risen from the initial F level. He has a fine knife and a regular pistol, and his equipment cards are explosive, top-level strength, advanced stamina, speed, defense, and also intermediate observation hockey, armament hockey, beginner conquerors hockey, navigation, swordsmanship, and gunmanship, all at intermediate level. This configuration can wreak havoc in the East Sea. Next, he looked at Monkey Ming, potential B level. Current combat power S level, rising from the initial D level. He holds 2 regular pistols, with equipment cards maxed out on advanced strength, stamina, speed, and also intermediate gunmanship. Beginner fist technique, and both observation hockey and armament hockey unlocked. The little monkey has transformed into a war god. KB is also impressive. Potential A level. Current combat power A level. Rising from F level. He carries a fine knife and a regular pistol, with advanced strength, stamina, and speed arranged, intermediate swordsmanship, beginner gunmanship. Plus both observation hockey and armament hockey. This growth rate is incredible. Nami is progressing rapidly. Potential B level, current combat power C level. Advancing from F level. With an iron rod in hand, her equipment card includes advanced strength, intermediate stamina, defense, speed, and also beginner stick technique and swordsmanship. Now, she's a tough character who can both hit and take hits. Zoro has directly become a god. Potential SS level, current combat power SS level. Rising from C level. With 3 famous swords, Wado Ikamanji, Sandai Kitetsu, and Shusui, at his side, advanced strength, stamina, defense, and speed are maxed out. Intermediate swordsmanship plus intermediate observation hockey, armament hockey. Basically no opponents in the East Sea. Luffy is not weak either. Potential C level, current combat power B level. Rising from E level, although he has no weapon. He has advanced strength, intermediate stamina, speed, and defense. A lion strongman for sure. Usopp has completely transformed. Potential B level, current combat power B level. Rising from F level, he holds a fine dagger and pistol, with advanced strength and stamina arranged, intermediate gunmanship, accuracy, and has also unlocked beginner observation hockey. His ranged output is maxed out. Name, Kaya combat power growth potential level. F current combat power level. C. Initially F. Age, 16 height. 1. 69 meters gender. Female weapon. Fine knife. Regular pistol devil fruit. None bounty. None first. Let's look at Kaya's configuration. Equipment cards are maxed out. Intermediate strength, stamina, defense, speed, plus intermediate medical skills, accuracy, beginner swordsmanship, navigation, and gunmanship. Having risen from F level to C level. Now, she can both fight and heal. Practicality is maxed out. Next is Sanji, potential SS level. Current combat power S. Rising from C level all the way up. No weapon, but his leg skills are explosive, with equipment cards of advanced strength, stamina, defense, speed, plus intermediate observation hockey, armament hockey, kick techniques, and recovery abilities. Definitely one of the power ceilings. Noki is also super impressive. Potential B level, current combat power B level. Rising from F level, with a fine knife in hand, advanced strength as a base, intermediate stamina, defense, speed, plus intermediate swordsmanship and beginner cooking skills, able to fight and cook. A must-have tough guy for the team. Little 8 is slightly weaker. Potential B level, current combat power C level. Holding 6 ordinary knives and having an 8 million berry bounty, but no equipment card. However, they can stay on the ship, and they will definitely take off later. Moo also joins in. Potential C level, current combat power D. From E level to a comeback. A big guy at 16 meters tall. No weapons, but has intermediate strength, stamina, defense, and speed. Useful as both a mount and a bodyguard. Bartolomeo makes a direct comeback. Potential C level, current combat power A. Soaring from E level. With exquisite knives and a pistol, advanced strength, stamina, defense, and speed all arranged, plus basic armed color hockey. So fierce right after getting on the ship. They will definitely make a big splash later. The crew suddenly feels a surge in combat power, all knowing it's the captain strengthening them. Bartolomeo is the most excited, running to the bow shouting, "Captain, your ability is amazing. I feel so much stronger." Zhang Yufan smiles. This is just the beginning. It will get even stronger. But don't neglect training. Go call everyone over. Bartolomeo quickly gathers everyone, and Nami asks in confusion, Yufan, why did you call us? Yufan smiles. We're about to enter the Grand Line. It's time to decide on the pirate flag and team name. Kaya asks, Captain, have you thought of a name and design? Yufan. The team is called the Extreme Pirates. The pirate flag is a white smiling skull with blue flames in its eyes, crossed knives and guns behind it. Everyone agrees. And Yufan lets Usopp draw the sails and flag. After 3 days of sailing from Rotown, in the conference room, Nami spreads out the sea chart from the chart. The entrance to the Grand Line is on a mountain. Bartolomeo is confused. Nami, are you sure it's on a mountain? The ship can't fly. How do we get up there? Usopp also asks, do we have to leave the ship and climb? Zoro says, it's really unbelievable that it's on a mountain. Do we have to carry the ship up? Sanji says, if Ms. Nami says so, the entrance must be up there. Nami nods and points to the sea chart. Absolutely. You can tell from a chart. No need to climb or carry the ship. There's a canal here. Nojiko is confused. Even with a canal, the ship can't just go up the mountain. Kobe asks, is there another way? Nami sighs. There is, but it's through a windless zone. Without wind, the ship can't move, and it's full of sea kings. We can't get through it all. Yufan speaks. Friends, the sea chart is correct. There's an upward current to take the ship up the mountain to the entrance. As for the windless zone, the current ship indeed can't get through. He continues. This mountain is called Levis Mountain, with 5X-shaped waterways. The 4 seas converge at the mountaintop, and then flow out through the 5th to the Grand Line. However, the current is swift, and there are many storms. Many ships have been smashed before reaching the mountaintop. Just then, Little 8 rushes in. Captain, there are dark clouds ahead. A storm is starting. Yufan laughs. Keep going. We're close to the entrance. Everyone put on raincoats and go out to handle emergencies. The crew puts on their raincoats and goes to the bow. Kobe shouts with the telescope. Nami, there's light ahead. Nami looks. It's a navigation light. Usopp, steer the ship. Sanji, Kobe, lower the sails. Everyone follows the instructions and soon sees the canal leading up the mountain, all staring in awe. Yufan shouts, control the direction. Don't crash into the mountain wall. After a thrilling entry, the ship follows the upward current up the mountain. Kobe, Usopp, and Sanji put their arms around each other, cheering and dancing, while the others are also super excited. When the ship reaches the mountaintop, it immediately rushes down at high speed. After rushing for a while, Kobe suddenly shouts, there's a giant whale ahead. Quickly steer the ship, otherwise we'll crash. Sanji is at the helm, but Kaya is shocked. This whale is as big as a mountain. Usopp panics. If we crash, the ship will break. Nami is confused. Why does the whale have so many injuries on its head? Nojiko guesses. It must have been hit by other animals or people, right? While the crew is discussing, Yufan has already recognized that this is Laboon from the Rumbar Pirates. The whale stares at them with wide eyes. And just as the ship approaches the exit, the whale suddenly opens its mouth and swallows the ship. The crew screams in fear. Nami hugs Yufan, Kaya hugs Usopp, and Nojiko grabs Sanji's arm. Inside the whale's belly, it's pitch black, but soon it lights up. Everyone looks dumbfounded. There's actually blue sky and white clouds inside, with small islands and houses on the sea surface. Nami speaks first. Friends, what do you think? Kobe, seeing the scene before him, says, under normal circumstances, we really have been swallowed by the whale, but why are there islands and houses here? Usopp asks, why does it look the same as outside? Are we dreaming? Bartolomeo adds, is it an illusion? Yufan laughs. It's not an illusion. The blue sky and white clouds are painted, but the islands and houses are real. We really have been eaten by the whale, and it has been modified inside. Suddenly, a giant octopus emerges from the water, stretching its tentacles to attack the ship. Just as Zoro is about to draw his sword, a harpoon flies out from the house and pierces the octopus, dragging it back inside. An old man with saffron hair walks out, stares at Yufan for a moment, sits in a sun chair reading a newspaper without saying a word. Bartolomeo shouts, old man, say something. The old man remains silent. Usopp jokes, if you don't speak, we'll fire our cannon. Kaya asks, what will make you talk? Sanji guesses, could he be mute? The old man glares, I'm not mute. Don't fire the cannon. Otherwise, someone will die. Zoro asks, who will die? The old man replies, it's me. Sanji laughs, self-aware. Who are you? How did you end up here? The old man retorts, before asking others, shouldn't you introduce yourselves first? Just as Sanji is about to speak, the old man interrupts. I'm Kaloka's 72 years old and the lighthouse keeper of Twin Cape. Zoro laughs. Curly brows, you've been played. Sanji angrily says, green algae head. I'll kick him away first and then deal with you. Just as he is about to jump, Zhang Yufan stops him. Zhang Yufan advises, Sanji, calm down. Kaloka says, this is my vacation center. You barged in and want to kill me. You were swallowed by the whale. Usopp urgently asks, how do we get out? Kaya is scared. Will we be digested by stomach acid? Little 8 says, the ship is fine for a short time. Kaloka's points in a direction. That big iron door is the exit. Nami urges, Yufan, let us get out quickly. As soon as she finishes, the whale's stomach shakes. Little 8 is confused. There's an earthquake in the stomach? Kaloka's explains, the whale hit the red line again. The crew understands that the injuries were self-inflicted. Kaloka's jumps into the sea, using a syringe to give the whale a tranquilizer, and Laboon calms down. Kobe is amazed. The old man isn't afraid of being corroded? Bartolomeo praises. He is full of feelings. I admire him. Everyone nods. The shaking stops and Kaloka swims back, asking, why are you still here? Nojiko worriedly asks, Kaloka's, are you okay? Is there any part of you that has been corroded? Kaloka's waves his hand. Little girl, I'm fine. You all hurry and leave here. Zoro urges, Captain, let us go quickly. Zhang Yufan smiles. Wait a minute. Old man Kaloka's, my name is Zhang Yufan. Do you want Laboon to stop hitting the red line? Kaloka's instantly becomes energized. Kid, do you really have a way? Zhang Yufan nods, yes. Come on board with us, and I'll prove it to you. Then you can tell us Laboon's story. Kaloka's climbs onto the ship and begins to tell. Laboon comes from the West Sea, the biggest island whale. He used to be bullied by ferocious beasts until he met the Rumbar pirates. Later, when the Rumbar pirates wanted to enter the Grand Line, they told Laboon to wait at Levis Mountain, saying they would come back after circling the world. Laboon waited for 50 years, but when he didn't see them, he hit the red line to find them. The three women listen with tears in their eyes, and Usopp asks, he waited for 50 years? Kaloka sighs. After waiting for 50 years with no news, they may have already died. I'll take you out, or the ship will be corroded. Under his guidance, the ship quickly reaches the exit, and after docking, Zhang Yufan runs to the shore shouting, Laboon, I have something sad to tell you. Laboon turns his head and calls out, but the crew can't understand. Only Zhang Yufan and the two animals can understand. Bartolomeo guessed. The captain has to tell it that the Rumbar pirates are dead, right? Nami said, trust him. We'll wait for good news. Zhang Yufan shouted. The Rumbar pirates are all dead on the Grand Line. They can't come back. Labu shouted in tears. I don't believe it. You're lying to me. Zhang Yufan shouted again. I'm not lying to you. But someone has come back to life, and you still have a chance to see him. Kaloka's asked KB in confusion. Can your captain understand what Labu is saying? KB laughed. That's his special ability. Kaloka's praised. That's amazing. Labu happily shouted. Is it true? Can I still see him? Zhang Yufan shouted, yes. But we have to go around the Grand Line and bring him back. You can't crash into the red line again. I'll mark it for you. Lower your head. Labu obediently lowered his head. Okay, I'll wait for you. Zhang Yufan shouted. Usopp, come over and help. Paint our skull symbol on Labu's head. Usopp said, wait a minute. I'll get the materials. Labu was too big, so he called the other partners to help as well. And soon it was painted. Zhang Yufan saw the skull symbol on Labu's head and nodded in satisfaction, while Labu couldn't stop the tears from flowing down. Everyone finally understood Zhang Yufan's previous actions. There were still people alive in the Rumbar pirates. As for how he knew this, everyone was used to it. After all, he often pulled off such miraculous feats. Kaloka's, with tears in his eyes, said, Yufan, thank you for saving Labu. Are there really people alive in the Rumbar pirates? How do you know? Zhang Yufan smiled. There is indeed one. He is trapped somewhere, and I will bring him back safely. As for how I know, that's a secret. I can't say. Kaloka's nodded and didn't ask further. Labu was overjoyed and played on the sea with everyone for a long time. When it was mealtime, Sanji and Noki prepared a sumptuous meal, and everyone ate happily. Kalokas spoke up. "You're going to the Grand Line. Let me tell you about the situation." Nami urged. "Old man, hurry up and tell us." Kalokas handed over something. "This is a record pointer, a must-have for the Grand Line. The islands are connected by magnetism, and you need to use it to record the magnetic force to find the next island." He continued. "It's all chaos there. Common sense doesn't apply. There are 7 routes, and the destination is all Raftel. Only Roger has been there." Nami was super happy and put the record pointer on her wrist. This good thing must be kept safe. Everyone knew the Grand Line was dangerous, but no one wanted to stop. After packing up, they prepared to set sail. Zhang Yufan shouted, "Labu, we're setting off. Wait for us to come back and give you a surprise." "Old man Kalokas, take care." Kalokas waved goodbye. "Take care and safe travels." Labu called out reluctantly, "I'll wait for you to come back." As the ship sailed further away, Zhang Yufan called everyone. "While we have time, let me tell you about devil fruits and hockey." Everyone was super curious, and Zhang Yufan said, "Devil fruits are treasures of the sea, like bananas and apples, but with spiral patterns. One can sell for at least 100 million berries." Nami's eyes lit up with money. "Yufan, if we get a few more, we'll be rich." Zhang Yufan laughed. "It's not that easy. Fruits are divided into paramecia, zoan, and logia types, with no repeat abilities. Eating one gives you superpowers, but makes you a sitting duck in water." KB said, "There are pros and cons. Everyone on the ship can't eat them, or else we'll be at a disadvantage in naval battles." Zoro said, "I won't eat. I'm focused on swordsmanship." Sanji said with a lewd smile, "I want the transparent fruit." Zhang Yufan laughed. "Bad news. The transparent fruit has already been eaten. Don't rush. We'll talk when there's a good fruit." Sanji's eyes burned with fire. "My dream is gone." "Captain, who ate it?" Zhang Yufan smiled and said, "All right, Sanji, when we get to that place, I'll tell you." Devil fruit users are afraid of seawater and sea stone, which is a rare mineral that exists only in certain sea areas, and hockey can hit Logia-type devil fruit users in elemental form. Zhang Yufan paused and continued. "What is elementalization? For example, if you shoot a flame fruit user with a gun, the bullet passes through his fiery body, but he directly turns into fire element. Normal attacks are useless, and his body can heal, but hockey can hit him." Everyone nodded, and Bartolomeo asked, "Captain, what is the 3 types of hockey?" Zhang Yufan laughed. "It divides into observation hockey, armament hockey, and conqueror's hockey. Some partners already know how to use it. They just don't know. I'll demonstrate live. Bartolomeo, come over and punch me with all your strength." Bartolomeo laughed. "Then I won't hold back." After saying that, he swung his fist. Zhang Yufan easily dodged. "Did you see that? This is observation hockey. It can predict movements and sense positions." Everyone was stunned. Then Zhang Yufan's hands suddenly turned black, blocking Bartolomeo's heavy punch. Bartolomeo shook his hands and shouted, "Captain, your hands are harder than steel." "My hands hurt." Zhang Yufan laughed. "This is armament hockey, equivalent to wearing armor. It increases defense and attack. It can also deal with devil fruit users." Everyone nodded, and Zhang Yufan continued. "Finally, there's conqueror's hockey. It can't be trained later, it's innate. 1 in 100,000. It has a kingly aura and can intimidate a wide area. In the future, I'll demonstrate it against enemies." Bartolomeo asked, "Can we have conqueror's hockey?" Everyone was also curious, and Zhang Yufan laughed. "Not now, but when I get stronger in the future, I can help you all awaken it. If you haven't learned hockey, go find Zoro and Sanji to learn." Everyone immediately sought out Zoro and Sanji for guidance, while Monkey D and Leaky were taught by Zhang Yufan. Just like that, another day passed on the ship. The next morning, Usopp shouted from the lookout, "I found an island." Everyone adjusted their course and set off towards the island. This island highly respects fighters and is called Fighting Island. As long as you have strong combat power, courage, and luck, you can easily obtain positions that others envy. The island is surrounded by more than 20 fighting arenas, not crowded but super lively. In the center of the island is the largest ultimate fighting arena. Every year, 10 of the strongest fighters are selected from here, and from them, the king of fighters is chosen, becoming the most dazzling presence on the entire island. Here, There are people fighting in the arena at all times, improving their skills. But in the competition, weapons are not allowed, only bare hands. Violators will be hunted down by the entire island. Every battle makes the audience's blood boil. Today happens to be the day to select the top 10. Thousands of spectators gathered around the ultimate fighting arena, all excited, breathing heavily, and eagerly anticipating the match, because this will determine who the true king is. At that moment, on the huge stage of the ultimate fighting arena, 1,000 warriors had gathered, both men and women, old and young, but they all appeared quite tall, each staring intensely at the gold belt of the king of fighters on the prize podium, waiting for the upcoming battle. At this time, the referee of the ultimate fighting arena walked to the front of the stage, holding a loudspeaker and saying loudly, "Welcome everyone to the ultimate fighting arena. My name is Blag, and I am the referee for today's fighting competition." The referee paused and continued shouting. "Now I announce the rules. No weapons allowed. Life and death on the stage are at your own risk. 1,000 people will draw lots and be divided into 10 groups, each with 100 people, selecting the strongest fighter from each group. The last 10 will then compete for the king of fighters and take the gold belt." As soon as the words fell, the ultimate fighting arena erupted with deafening cheers. The audience went wild. This was the scene they had been waiting for a long time, seeing the atmosphere reach its peak. The referee cleared his throat and shouted, "The match begins. The first group of warriors, come on stage." The audience instantly fell silent, all eyes locked on the stage. At this moment, Zhang Yufan and their ship had just arrived at Fighting Island's port. When everyone got off the ship, they found the street was empty. Bartolomeo was confused. "Captain, why is there no one in broad daylight?" KB pointed in a direction. "Captain, it seems like fighting is popular here. There are several fighting arena signs over there." Usopp guessed. "Could be that everyone went to compete? What kind of island is this?" Zhang Yufan said, "I don't know. Let's move forward and see what's going on." Leaving Leaky to watch the ship, everyone walked forward, but the street was still empty. Not long after, they heard the sound of fighting coming from a large arena. Zoro said, "Captain, I sense a lot of people inside." Sanji replied, "Green Algae Head is right. This observation hockey is so useful." Zhang Yufan laughed. "Once you guys master observation hockey at a higher level, you'll be able to see a brief glimpse of the future and hear the sounds of all things. Let's go to that arena." Bartolomeo was excited. "So explosive? I will definitely train my hockey well." Soon they reached the entrance of the arena, and after asking the guards, they learned that this was Fighting Island. The guard excitedly said, "You guys came at the right time. Today is the selection match for fighters and the Fighting King. Do you want to watch?" Bartolomeo shouted, "Yes. Take us there quickly." Following the guard, they sat in the audience, and as soon as they sat down, they saw a group of people fighting on the stage. Before long, after 10 matches, only 10 people remained on the stage. The referee shouted loudly, "Congratulations to these 10. You have become today's fighters. Take a break, and the battle for the Fighting King will start soon." The 10 people immediately rested to regain their strength, and the audience erupted in cheers and applause, all encouraging them, wishing they could go on stage themselves. The 10 fighters also smiled, clearly very happy. Zhang Yufan and the others cheered along, and after the excitement, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. He immediately checked the information with his system. Giza's Bages, potential S, current C rank, immensely strong, can lift a house, open, and combative. And there was Regis, potential B, current D, a resident of Fighting Island, strong and serious. Name, Regis combat power growth potential level, B current combat power level, D age, 21 years height, 3.1 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none introduction. A resident of Fighting Island, he has been stronger than average since childhood, bold, confident in his combat power, rough yet meticulous, very serious during physical training, and loves fighting. Isn't this the future helmsman of the Blackbeard Pirates, Giza's Bages? He is actually here. Sorry, Blackbeard, I've got my eye on you. Hee. And Regis is also quite good. The others are far behind. Nearby, Nami saw Zhang Yufan's mischievous smile and asked, "Yufan, what did you see? Why the devilish grin?" The other companions also turned to look at him. Zhang Yufan smiled. "I found 2 fighters with great potential. After the fighting ends, I'll recruit them onto the ship. Usopp anxiously asked, Captain, where are they? I don't see them. Zoro whispered, the people down there are too weak. Sanji agreed. They really are too weak to look at. Zhang Yufan laughed. That's because your combat power has increased, and your standards have risen. You used to be not much different from them. Looking at the arena, that guy wearing a wrestling mask with purple long hair and a hearty laugh, and the one to his left, that's who I'm looking for. Everyone quickly found them. KB was confused. That purple-haired guy has a strong upper body and a skinny lower body. How does he support himself? The other one looks normal. Zhang Yufan laughed. His lower body is just skinny, but he's still incredibly strong. After a half-hour break, the 10 fighters returned to the stage. The referee loudly announced, the battle for the Fighting King begins. The 10 drew lots and were divided into 5 groups for 1v1 matches. If the winner is odd-numbered, the loser can pick the strongest to advance, and so on. The fighters all looked serious, except for Bagus, who was smiling broadly, eager to try. This rule is elimination. And although there is a chance to revive, to be the strongest, you can't lose. The referee then shouted, first group, contestant number 1, Smyri, and number 9, Bagus, come to the stage. The one in black, Smyri, immediately stepped onto the platform, and Bagus also stood up, wearing a black vest and white long pants. With a mask and purple long hair, he was even more robust than Smyri, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The referee shouted start, and the two immediately began to fight. In just a few seconds, Smyri couldn't withstand Bagus's power and was knocked off the stage by a punch, hitting the wall and collapsing on the ground. Bagus laughed on the spot. Wahahaha. He raised his fist to showcase his arms, and the audience erupted into applause and cheers. He squatted down to help Smyri up. Wahahaha. Your strength is still not enough. You need to train more. Looking forward to the next duel, Smyri, unwilling to accept defeat, said, Bagus, just you wait. Next time, I'll definitely crush you. The audience gasped. Bagus's strength is just too explosive. In the following matches, Bagus won easily. The other groups finished their matches, and in the end, only Bagus and one other fighter remained. Bagus walked over and saw the opponent covered in black cloth, revealing only dark eyes and long black hair, with a sturdy muscular build, and laughed. Weha, you're my final opponent? The fighter replied, that's right. I'm the one who will defeat you and become this year's Fighting King. Remember my name? Regis. Bagus laughed. Weha. You have a lot of confidence. Your combat power is not bad. I like to crush opponents like you. The referee got on stage and shouted, the final match begins. The winner will be the Fighting King. The two exchanged punches, and Regis was knocked back 2 steps. Bagus was slightly stronger. Regis lunged to strike. His punches were ferocious. The audience watched excitedly, anticipating the emergence of the champion. However, Bagus felt disappointed. The opponent was too weak. It felt bad to fight. Regis soon couldn't hold on. His arms went numb, and he was elbowed down by Bagus. Unable to get back up, the referee announced, Bagus is the Fighting King. The audience erupted in cheers. Bagus received the golden belt, and Regis was taken for treatment. The referee shouted, the match is over. Everyone, please leave the arena. Zhang Yufan was waiting for everyone at the door, and Bagus came out without enthusiasm. Zhang Yufan blocked him, his aura full. Bagus, there's no one here to satisfy your desire for a challenge, right? Do you want to see the power of a real, strong fighter? Bagus, excited, replied, Wahahaha. You noticed. I feel you are very strong. Let's go to the fighting arena. Zhang Yufan smiled. Wait for someone to join us. Not long after, Regis came out, and Zhang Yufan stopped him. Regis, your combat power is too weak. Do you want to become as strong as Bagus? Come with us to meet super strong fighters. Regis thought for a moment and decided to go with him. Upon arriving at the fighting arena, Regis asked, why are you here too? Bagus pointed at Zhang Yufan. I came to challenge him. Zhang Yufan smiled. You have to beat the little monkey next to me first. Bagus laughed. Wahahaha. This monkey must be extraordinary. Who are you? Regis also felt that the opponent was not foolish and wouldn't send a weak monkey. Zhang Yufan smiled. I am Zhang Yufan, captain of the extreme pirate crew. This little monkey is called Monkey Ming. How about we add a wager to the match? Bagus asked eagerly. What kind of wager? Regis was also curious. and the companions were waiting for an answer. Zhang Yufan smiled and said, "If our monkey Ming loses, I will give my life to you to dispose of as you wish. But if you lose, you will come on our ship, become our partner, and call me captain." Bejas excitedly shouted, "Interesting. I agree. Come on, little monkey." Regis also agreed. "Okay. I agree too." Zhang Yufan smiled. "Monkey Ming, just use your normal punch. Control your strength. Don't break anything." Monkey Ming confidently replied, "Big brother, don't worry. I guarantee I will complete the task." One person and one monkey stood on the stage. Looking a bit strange, Zhang Yufan shouted to start, and both rushed forward at the same time. Bejas' right arm bulged with muscle as he delivered a powerful elbow strike toward Monkey Ming, but Monkey Ming just grinned and easily dodged. Don't underestimate Monkey Ming's small arms and legs. His power was explosive. He punched Bejas in the stomach, and with a bang, Bejas was directly embedded into the wall of the fighting arena. The surrounding residents heard the commotion and came over, only to be stunned. Bejas, who had just become the fighting king, was actually punched into the wall by a monkey. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, their minds filled with questions. When did monkeys become this strong? Regis watched in astonishment, but was undeterred, climbing onto the stage to deliver his strongest strike at Monkey Ming. The result was the same. He was also punched into the wall by Monkey Ming. Bejas, enduring the pain in his stomach, crawled out, laughing, "Wah! This monkey's combat power is too explosive. Zhang Yufan, I lost. I will join you. Please take care of me in the future, Captain." Regis also struggled to emerge. "This monkey's strength is too strong. I also lost. Captain, please take care of me in the future." Zhang Yufan smiled. "Welcome aboard. There are partners on the ship stronger than Monkey Ming. After you board, feel free to spar. Don't worry, you have high potential, and I'll help you catch up quickly." At this moment, the system credited them with 2 oranges, a high-level strength card, and a beginner-level fighting card. Newcomer's combat power is about to soar. Bejas was excited to hear there were stronger ones, grinning from ear to ear. "There's someone stronger? I can't wait for the match. But Captain, can I see your combat power?" Regius nodded, wanting to see too. Zhang Yufan laughed. "Sure. I'll stand in the center of the ring without moving, and you both can attack together. If you can knock me off the ring, you win. Otherwise, if I fight back, I'll crush you." Bartolomeo cheered. "Don't be timid. Newcomers, just rush in." Sanji added, "If you can knock the captain off, I'll give you an extra meal today." The other partners joined in the cheer. Bejas laughed. "Waha! The captain really knows how to have fun. Bring it on." Regius said, "Captain, then I want to hold back." Zhang Yufan walked to the center of the ring, activating his armament hockey, turning his body black like Iron Man. The surrounding residents were stunned, and Bejas and Regius asked in surprise, "Captain, what is going on?" Zhang Yufan smiled. "This is armament hockey. It enhances defense and attack. I'll explain more later. Come on, attack me with all your strength." Bejas threw a full-force punch at Zhang Yufan's belly, and Regius also attacked his back with all his might. Zhang Yufan didn't even furrow his brow, still smiling, and didn't move an inch. But Bejas and Regius's punches felt like hitting steel plates, causing him pain. They were both shocked. This defense is insane. But they quickly calmed down, feeling super excited, and shouted as they threw another punch at Zhang Yufan's chest, but it was still useless. Then the two of them unleashed their full strength, pummeling Zhang Yufan with punch after punch until their hands went numb. Yet Zhang Yufan remained motionless, still smiling. The residents collectively gasped. "This is incredible. His defense is absurd." They had seen Bejas' combat power and knew Regius wasn't weak, but Zhang Yufan's performance left them completely stunned. Bejas laughed. "Waha! Captain, I can't break your defense. I concede." Regius also helplessly said, "I can't hit you at all. I concede too." Usopp shrugged. "I knew this would be the result." Nami smiled. "Of course." Kobe shouted, "Let's go. Welcome to newcomers." Zhang Yufan released his haki. "Although you both are strong, you're still far from true strong ones. You need to work harder in the future." Bejas and Regius nodded in agreement. Zoro asked, "Bejas, is there a restaurant here? I want some drinks." Bejas laughed. "Yes, I'll take you there." After sitting down to eat at the restaurant, everyone explained the ship's rules, devil fruits, and haki. Bejas and Regius were shocked. The outside world is so amazing. We're super excited for the journey. After the meal, Zhang Yufan asked, "Have you seen a devil fruit?" The two shook their heads, and Regius said, "There's fruit in the dense forest to the south of the island. Let's go check it out." Zhang Yufan arranged. "Regius, take us to the forest." Bejas and Sanji asked the residents, "Let's gather here before dinner." Everyone set out, searching the forest but only finding ordinary fruits. Bejas had no luck either. Nami checked the compass. "We need to stay on the island for half a month for the magnetic field." Zhang Yufan smiled. "With my ability to move the map, we don't have to wait." After packing their daily necessities, they said goodbye to the residents, who watched them set sail. Once they set out, Zhang Yufan called the two over. "I'll use my ability to boost your combat power." Regius asked, "What do we need to do?" Zhang Yufan smiled. "Nothing at all." With a wave of his hand, he equipped Bejas with strength, high, fighting beginner, defense, intermediate, stamina, intermediate, and speed, intermediate, boosting Bejas's combat power from sea level to a level. He equipped Regius with strength, intermediate, defense, intermediate, stamina, intermediate, and speed, beginner, raising Regius's combat power from D level to B level. Bejas and Regius suddenly felt a surge of power within them. Although they had heard their partners talk about Zhang Yufan's ability, experiencing it firsthand was still shocking. Bejas shouted, "Captain, my power has increased so much all of a sudden. Your ability is incredible." Regius looked bewildered. "Captain, this ability is too amazing." Zhang Yufan smiled. "Stay calm. This will happen often in the future. Even if your power has increased, training can't stop. And you still can't beat Monkey Ming." Bejas was excited. "Then Monkey Ming is really strong. I'm going to challenge him. I finally realized how weak I was before." Regius nodded. "Yeah, we were too weak." The two went to challenge Monkey Ming, but ended up getting beaten, lying on the deck in a daze. Zhang Yufan had them take turns at the helm, just in time for a shift change. After sailing for another day, suddenly a bullet whizzed past the heads of the partners, and two seagulls fell onto the ship. Everyone immediately became alert, ready for battle. Nami jumped in surprise. "Yufan, did someone shoot? Who brought down the seagulls?" There was no one around. Zhang Yufan said, "Someone did shoot, but they were shooting at the seagulls, not us." Zoro pointed in a direction. "The bullet came from over there. We don't know who it is yet." Sanji angrily said, "Which bastard is shooting?" They scared Miss Noki and the others. Bejas turned the helm towards the direction indicated by the green algae. Bejas replied, "No problem." Usopp climbed to the lookout, took out his binoculars, and shouted, "Partners, there's an island in the distance. Could the shooter be on it?" Kobe exclaimed, "If they shot from there, that person must have incredible sniper skills." Bartolomeo said, "Let's get him on the ship as a partner. With more snipers, our strength will be even greater." Zhang Yufan smiled. "That's exactly what I mean. This person must be brought on board." At this moment, the wind and waves at sea intensified, and it started to rain. Nami sighed. "The weather on the Grand Line is really unpredictable. If we didn't have good sailing skills, we would have capsized long ago." Kia asked, "It was sunny just now, and now it's raining. Will it snow later?" Noki said, "That is really possible." Zhang Yufan smiled. "Nothing is surprising on the Grand Line. Everyone, keep the ship steady and don't drift off course." The ship rocked as it approached an island in the southeast direction, and at a glance, it was red. This was Red Rock Island. The island was full of huge red rocks, like piles of rubies, super beautiful. There were also many red plants that the residents used as food, and the houses were as red as flames. There weren't many residents on the island, but there were quite a few merchants, and business was doing well. There were also children playing carefree. A small stream flowed down from the mountain on the island, and next to the stream was a red mangrove forest, with colorful small fish swimming inside. Extremely beautiful. In the center of the island was a small town called Red Rock Town, the only town on the island. Unlike other towns on different islands, Red Rock Town wasn't crowded, but seemed a bit empty. There was a small, nameless mountain near the town, and surprisingly, there was a strange, huge cave inside, densely packed with hard red rocks. On the northeast side of the town, there was an ancient building with a unique shape covered in red patterns, topped with 3 huge red columns, with a sword inserted in the middle. The sword looked like a bloody skull, even more ferocious, entirely red with an unidentifiable material, exuding a cold, and eerie aura. This was the largest Red Rock tavern on the island. The tavern was filled with wine jars and cups, and the patrons wore uniforms like an army. Inside was a woman. She was tall, dressed in red, exposing her fair skin and long legs, wearing silver bracelets and gold necklaces, looking heroic, attracting the attention of the surrounding men. She was the tavern owner, Alfred, currently giving orders to her subordinates. Zhang Yufan and his cruise ship navigated through the wind and waves to the island. After securing the ship, everyone disembarked, leaving Li Qi and Xiao Ba to watch the ship. Xiao Ba had performed well during this time and earned the partner's recognition, with enough loyalty to equip a card, which would be done later when there was time. Sanji looked around for the shooter and indeed found him. On a large red rock by the coast sat a tall man. He wore a strange hat, had a monocle over his right eye, had a long face, and wore a black cloak, currently cleaning a long gun with a cloth. The crowd also noticed him, and Sanji ran over first. "Hey, who are you? Were you the one who just shot the seagull?" The man calmly replied, "My name is Van Oka. I shot the seagull, and it just happened to fall onto your ship. That's fate." Sanji complained, "Do you know? You suddenly fired a gun and scared the beautiful lady on our ship." Van Oka remained calm. "I truly apologize." Zhang Yufan, standing behind Sanji, remained silent, observing Van Oka. Judging by his clothing and appearance, he thought of someone immediately and quickly checked the information with the system. Van Oka, potential S, current sea level. A sniper from the East Sea, calm and combative, exceptionally skilled in sniping. His catchphrase is "That's fate." Indeed, he will be Blackbeard's sniper in the future. He has delivered himself right to us. We must recruit him. Zhang Yufan stepped out from behind Sanji, smiling. "I am Zhang Yufan, captain of the Extreme Pirates. Behind me are my partners. Van Oka, do you believe in fate?" Van Oka nodded. "I believe very much." Zhang Yufan smiled. "Then our meeting is destined. With your sniping skills, would you like to join me? Let's turn this world upside down." Van Oka was taken aback by Zhang Yufan's charisma, staring at him blankly. Bai approached with a laugh. "Wah! Van Oka, come with us. Our captain's combat power is extraordinary." Bartolomeo also said, "Hey haha, the upcoming journey will be super exciting. Join us for an adventure." Van Oka regained his senses. "Captain, your aura is truly impressive. Please guide me from now on. I follow the guidance of fate and you." The crowd welcomed their new partner, and Zhang Yufan smiled. "Oka, from now on, you are the second sniper, and look out on the ship." Oka asked curiously, "Captain, who is the first? Is their sniping skill high? I want to compete with them." Usopp walked out with a smile. "Oka, welcome aboard. My name is Usopp, the sniper on the ship. You know how good my skills are once you see." Van Oka nodded and stepped aside, watching Usopp with great interest while the other partners also stepped back. Usopp asked everyone to pick up small stones and had Zhang Yufan count to 3 to throw them into the sky together. He blindfolded himself with a black cloth and pulled out 2 handguns. Ever since he equipped the intermediate gunmanship card, he had replaced his slingshot with 2 short guns and 1 long gun, and he was now playing with them skillfully. Usopp prepared himself, activated his observation hockey, and raised his hand to signal. Zhang Yufan counted to 3, and 10 small stones flew into the sky simultaneously. Usopp sensed their positions and quickly pulled the trigger, instantly shattering the 10 stones. Oka was left speechless. This speed and the accuracy is incredible. The power of the bullets is terrifying. Ordinary people can't dodge them at all. Usopp holstered his short guns and turned to Oka. "How about that? Am I skilled enough? But my long gun's range isn't as good as yours." Oka nodded and gave a thumbs up. "It's indeed amazing. But how can you shoot so accurately without looking?" Usopp laughed. "Because the captain helped me awaken my observation hockey, allowing me to sense the position of the stones. Although it's still weak now, I'll explain hockey to you in detail later." He paused and continued. "The accuracy is permanently enhanced by the captain's special ability, and it will continue to improve, never decreasing." Oka looked at Zhang Yufan in shock. "Captain, you have this ability?" Kobe laughed. "Oka, the captain has many special abilities. I'll explain them to you later. Don't be too shocked." Oka asked again, "How come your bullets have such great power?" Usopp laughed. "This is a special cannonball formula I got from the captain after he crushed the clown buggy, which I modified into bullets. I'll share the formula with you later." Oka nodded excitedly. Although he was overwhelmed, he quickly calmed down. Zhang Yufan asked him how he ended up on this island, and Oka recalled, I was brought here by Baldro of the Ball Pirate crew. He was looking for a sniper, but I didn't want to join, so they used sleeping gas to knock me out. When I woke up, I was here. He continued. A few days ago, he also took my beloved gun, Chinlu, and I could only pretend to agree, hoping to grab the gun and run away. I wanted to steal a boat to escape, but all the big boats were being watched by them. And taking a small boat on the Grand Line is just asking for death. I tried to paddle away in a small boat, but then a sudden storm capsized it, and I had to swim back. This island is remote and sees few ships. There was a pirate ship that came before, but they were also crushed by them. Oka added, I was observing from the coast today when I saw your ship, so I shot the seagull to get your attention. I originally wanted to provoke you to fight the Ball Pirate crew, hoping for both sides to suffer, so I could escape in the chaos. But under the guidance of fate, I encountered you. After a pause, Oka continued, I wanted to provoke you to attack the Ball Pirate crew, hoping for both sides to suffer so that I could leave in the chaos. And then I encountered you under the guidance of fate. After hearing Oka's experiences, everyone felt he was too unlucky. Kobe asked, Oka, with your amazing shooting skills, why didn't you snipe the Ball Pirate crew members? Oka said helplessly, they all wear armor. Ordinary bullets can't penetrate. Plus, it only gave me one bullet. How can I shoot? Zhang Yufan laughed. Oka, you've joined my pirate crew now? Let's go crush Baldro in them, and then set sail for adventure together. Oka nodded and led the way, and Bayas excitedly shouted, Oka, let the Ball Pirate crew feel my big stone fists. I'll avenge you. Bartolomeo also said, how dare they bully my brother? We'll beat them so badly that their parents won't recognize them. Regius added, Captain, Bayas and I just joined and haven't contributed yet. This time, let us three take care of the revenge. The other partners also expressed their support, and Zhang Yufan smiled. All right, this time, let's see your performance. We'll watch from the side. Everyone agreed and followed Oka, getting to know each other along the way. On the other side, in the huge cave of an unnamed small mountain, a group of armored individuals emerged. Leading them was Baldro, holding a treasure map, tall and imposing, followed by more than 20 subordinates carrying tools, each looking fierce. This was the Ball Pirate crew. Baldro excitedly shouted, Listen up, everyone. The treasure map shows that if we dig a little more, we can find the treasure chest. Our hard work hasn't been in vain. A chubby subordinate exclaimed, Boss, hurry and dig. Once we're done, we can eat and drink to our heart's content. Baldro laughed. You only think about eating. Look at how fat you've gotten. The chubby subordinate didn't care, thinking about the food and almost drooling, while the other subordinates laughed. Just as they were about to enter the cave, a patrolling subordinate rushed over, panting, Boss, a large group of armed people has come down the mountain and is heading towards us. The crowd immediately became alert and looked down the mountain, where they saw a tall woman in red, leading more than 50 fully armed individuals, approaching quickly. Baldro frowned. Who are these people? The crowd shook their heads, and Combatant Rod said, Captain, they don't come in peace. They are probably hired people from the island. Let's crush them first before digging for treasure. Baldro nodded. They might also be residents who haven't returned. Since they won't die, let's fulfill their wish. Everyone, arm yourselves. Let's wipe them out. More than 20 pirates armed themselves and headed down the mountain, and soon encountered the opposing group. The Ball Pirate crew stopped and stared at the more than 50 people across from them. Baldro shouted, Stop. Who are you? Don't you know this place belongs to the Ball Pirate crew? A subordinate shouted loudly, Look clearly. This is Captain Baldro of the Navy with a bounty of 30 million berries. Upon hearing this, the more than 50 people immediately halted, their eyes filled with vigilance towards the pirates. Just then, a tall woman stepped forward and said, We are the Red Rock Defense Team, just returned from outside the island. I am their leader, Alfred. You despicable pirates, we have come today to take your heads. Are you ready to be fed to the fish in the sea? Baldro laughed. Ha! The beautiful lady has quite the bravado. Instead of being the leader of the defense team, why not come to my side and be my woman? You'll live a life of luxury. Alfred snorted coldly, waved her hand, and more than 50 defense team members all pointed their guns at the pirates. She sneered, So, you are the Ball Pirate crew? You don't look that impressive. Brothers, open fire. As soon as the words fell, bullets rained down on the pirate's armor, only sparking. The pirate was unharmed, and the defense team was dumbfounded, unable to believe the scene before them. Baldro laughed. Ha. Are you just tickling? It's our turn now. You lot. Go. Leave this woman to me. Kill the others. The sound of hacking and slashing erupted instantly. Members of the defense team desperately tried to defend and dodge. But the pirates had rich combat experience, led by their fighters, taking down one defense member after another. Alfred panicked. Retreat. We can't win. Otherwise, we'll all die here. She turned to escape, but was intercepted by Baldro with a knife. Are you still thinking about others, beauty? You can't even protect yourself. Want to run after falling into my hands? Other members of the defense team also wanted to flee, but they were surrounded by pirates and couldn't escape at all. Meanwhile, Zhang, Yufan, and the others followed Oka to the temporary pirate hideout in HouMing town, which was empty. Nami asked in confusion, Oka, where are the people? Why is there no one here? Oka thought for a moment. I saw them often take excavation tools to the nearby small mountain. They probably went there to dig for treasure. Upon hearing about treasure, Nami's eyes instantly lit up. Oka, where's that mountain? I'm going to grab the treasure. No one stop me. Oka led everyone up the mountain, asking along the way, Captain, why does Nami get so excited when she hears about treasure? Zhang Yufan talked about Nami's tragic past as they walked, and after hearing it, Oka sighed. My experience is nothing compared to hers. Her life only changed after meeting the captain. That's fate. As they passed a fruit store, two men were chatting inside. A burly man asked, Boss, has anything major happened on the island recently? The boss replied, a group of pirates came and occupied the island a few days ago, and I saw them going up the mountain this morning with tools to dig for things. Alfred had also returned. She was the leader of the defense team, leading more than 50 people to eliminate the pirates. The burly man asked, can they beat the pirates? The boss sighed. It's probably unlikely. If they can't even beat them, our small town is finished. The burly man panicked. Then I need to leave quickly. Saying that, he ran out. Zhang Yufan and the others all heard this and immediately quickened their pace towards the mountain. With everyone's speed, they soon arrived at the mountain, seeing two groups engaged in battle, with over 20 bodies lying on the ground. Sanji saw a beautiful woman fighting a strong man, and the woman was close to collapsing. HouMing was ready to assist Sanji, but Sanji suppressed his impulse and didn't rush out. HouMing smiled and nodded. Previous training finally bore fruit. At that moment, Bartolomeo rushed in front of the beautiful woman and punched the strong man away, turning to smile. Hey, ha. Beautiful miss, are you okay? Alfred stared at him blankly. I'm fine. You're amazing. You knocked Baldro away with one punch. Thank you for saving me. Who are you? Bartolomeo proudly replied. As long as you're fine, I can take on dozens of guys like him. I'm Bartolomeo, a fighter from the extreme pirate crew. Upon hearing he was a pirate, Alfred felt a bit disgusted, but still introduced herself. I'm Alfred, the leader of the HouMing defense team. The one you knocked away is the pirate Captain Baldro. On Zhang Yufan's side, he directly took out tables and chairs from his storage space, laid out cut fruits, and everyone sat down to eat and watch the show, feeling very comfortable. Oka watched this operation and thought, so it can be played this way. Zhang Yufan used the system to check the two's information. Baldro, potential B, current C level, bounty of 30 million berries, cruel and greedy. Alfred, potential C, current D, leader of the defense team and tavern owner, hates pirates, very just. Seeing their captain being knocked away, the members of the bald pirate crew abandoned the defense team and charged towards Bartolomeo, but they were blocked by Bagus and Regius. Bagus laughed, ha. Come on, pirates. Taste my stone-sized fists. Regius also laughed. Ha. This road is closed. You all lie down. Without waiting for the other side to speak, the two charged in, each punching one, fighting without any pressure. Looking at the remaining dozen pirates, Bagus laughed. Ha. You're too weak. I'm not even interested. Regius, hurry up and finish them, so we could go eat fruits with the captain. Regius nodded and rushed up. Usopp, sitting on a chair, ate fruit while commentating. Right. One punch left, one punch right. Hey. Don't be timid over there. There's still more than 10 of you. Hurry up. That guy in the back, ISNT, following the rules. These words made the partners laugh heartily. their stomachs almost hurting from laughter. The members of the HouMing defense team were dumbfounded. They had over 50 people fighting against 20 pirates, and they hadn't even touched a hair. While these two completely wiped out the pirates so easily, the others were still sitting and eating fruit. It was like a slap in the face to them. But they only dared to think this in their hearts, fearing to catch the attention of those two monsters. Baldro, seeing his subordinates falling one by one, was furious and roared as he got up from the ground, enduring the pain in his stomach, raising his big sword and charging towards Bartolomeo, swinging a heavy blow. Bartolomeo was already prepared, smiling as he dodged to the side, jumping up and kicking Baldro in the head, sending him flying again. Bartolomeo chased after him, punching and kicking, beating Baldro to the point where even his parents wouldn't recognize him, and his armor shattered into pieces. The system rewards came in, but Yufan didn't mind. Nami shouted, "Quick, find the treasure map and money on the pirates." The three searched. Bagus and Regius only found a few 100,000 berries, while Bartolomeo found the treasure map and handed it to Nami. Yufan passed them watermelons. Nami took Usopp and the others to dig for treasure. Yufan walked up to the dazed Alfred. "I'm Yufan, captain of the extreme pirate crew." After Alfred calmed down, she asked, "What are you doing here?" Yufan smiled, "Just passing by. We don't harm residents." Alfred was suspicious, and Yufan said, "Otherwise, you'd be lying on the ground by now." Alfred felt relieved. "Thank you for saving HouMing town." Yufan asked about the devil fruit drawing, but she and the defense team shook their heads. Yufan said, "You deal with the pirates. Take the armor and weapons to use. We'll just circle around the forest and leave." After packing up, Yufan entered the cave and asked, "How long until we dig up the treasure?" Nami smiled, "Just a bit more digging." Yufan said, "We'll go collect the pirate ship and look for the devil fruit. You dig and explore deeper after." Everyone nodded, and Yufan led his partners to the dock, where KB quickly eliminated the guards. They found 23 million berries and treasure, stored the ship in the storage space, and headed into the forest. In the forest, they searched everywhere but only found red trees. On the other side, Nami instructed HouMing to use armament hockey to dig at the red rock, and soon they unearthed a treasure chest. Nami opened it, her eyes shining. It was worth at least 30 million berries. She hugged the treasure chest and walked deeper, where two paths appeared ahead. Nami saw this situation and said, "Partners, there are two paths ahead. We need to split up." Usopp said, "Both HouMing and I can use observation hockey, so we must split up. I'll take Bagus and go left. Nami, you all go right and wait for us outside the cave after reaching the end." Everyone nodded and continued moving deeper into the cave. Usopp and their left path led them nowhere after a long time, surrounded by rocks and water, not even a plant. And soon they reached the end. Bagus said, "Usopp, our luck is too bad. We picked a dead end. The only reward is that treasure chest. I wonder how Nami's side is doing." Usopp said, "Yeah, let's head out first." The two finished exploring and found nothing. Meanwhile, Nami's side had also not found anything valuable after walking for a while. HouMing, using observation hockey, suddenly sensed a small space in the wall ahead, where there was a small tree with a fruit growing on it. HouMing happily bounced in front of Nami, beckoning her with his hand and pointing forward. Nami smiled and asked, "HouMing, did you sense something?" HouMing nodded and walked forward, with Nami and Regius closely following. When they arrived at the place, Regius was confused. "It's all just stones. There's nothing else here?" Monkey Ming walked up to the stone wall and pointed inside. Nami immediately understood. "Are you saying the stuff is behind the stone wall?" Regius said, "No way. We can only let Monkey Ming break the wall." Monkey Ming nodded, covered his fists with armament hockey, and punched through the stone wall. After a few more punches, he made the hole bigger, crawled in to pick the fruit, and then crawled out to hand it to Nami. Nami and Regius looked at it. The fruit looked like an apple, with a surface of red rock featuring spiral patterns. Regius's eyes widened. "Nami, could this be the devil fruit the captain was looking for?" Nami exclaimed in delight. "The characteristics match. This is definitely a devil fruit. It can sell for at least 100 million. We're rich." Regius laughed. "Our luck is off the charts. Let's find Usopp and the others, then surprise the captain." Nami asked Monkey Ming if there was anything else, and he shook his head as the three walked toward the cave entrance. Usopp and Bagus were already waiting at the entrance, and they soon saw Nami coming out excitedly with a strange fruit in her left hand and a treasure chest at her right. Usopp said, "We didn't find anything, just a pile of stones." Bagus asked, "Is that the devil fruit the captain mentioned?" Nami smiled. "It should be. Let's confirm it with the captain first." Usopp said, "Let's go. We need to find them in the forest." The group made their way to the forest, where Zhang Yufan and the others were heading toward the cave, and soon encountered them. Seeing Nami and her companions so excited, Zhang Yufan knew they had made a significant discovery. Nami hid the devil fruit behind her back and handed over the treasure chest, saying, "Yufan, there's at least 30 million berries in here. I'll keep it safe for you." Zhang Yufan accepted the treasure chest and patted her head, smiling. "Good." Nokigao laughed and asked, "Nami, is this the only treasure you found? Did you find anything else?" Koya smiled and said, "Nami, I noticed your left hand has been hidden behind your back since earlier. Do you have something in your hand?" Sanji chuckled. "Miss Nami, if you have something good, hurry up and show it." Nami extended her left hand, holding a strange fruit. Oka asked curiously, "Nami, what kind of fruit is this? It looks so weird." Nami excitedly replied, "This is the fruit Monkey Ming found deep in the cave. It should be a devil fruit. Let's confirm it with Yufan first." After Zhang Yufan checked it with the system, he smiled. "This is the superhuman type red rock fruit. It can turn ordinary stones into super hard red rocks and can change shape, but it can't produce red rocks by itself, and it won't revert back once you leave." Kobe said, "Yufan, this ability is pretty good. Let's keep it for now and give it to someone suitable later." The partners all nodded, and Zhang Yufan smiled. "Then we'll keep it. We should set sail now." The group quickly reached the docking area, and after getting on the ship and getting to know each other, Zhang Yufan summoned the system sprite, HouMing, with his mind. HouMing spoke, "Congratulations, Master. You have obtained 12 million berries for pieces of meat, 6 bottles of fresh water, 2 watermelons, 3 bananas, 3 apples, 2 melons, as well as equipment cards for basic shipbuilding skills, basic combat skills, and advanced navigation skills." After organizing the items, Zhang Yufan called over Xiaoba and Oka. "Xiaoba, you have gained everyone's recognition. From today on, you officially join us. Now, I'll enhance your combat power." With that, he used his mind to enhance Xiaoba with intermediate stamina, speed, defense, strength, and swordsmanship, raising his combat power from sea level to a level. Oka received intermediate stamina, defense, strength, accuracy, advanced speed, intermediate gunmanship, and basic observation haki, also reaching a level. Regis was equipped with advanced stamina, strength, defense, basic combat skills, and armament haki. Increasing from B level to a level, Bagus received advanced stamina, defense, strength, and basic armament haki, going from a level to S level. Usopp got advanced speed and basic armament haki, rising from B level to a level. Monkey Ming and Kobe each received advanced defense, maintaining S level and a level respectively. Bartolomeo received basic observation haki, maintaining a level. Nami received advanced navigation skills, maintaining C level, and Zhang Yufan equipped himself with supreme stamina, maintaining S level. The other partners already had the best equipment and didn't need to change. Xiaoba and Oka soon felt their combat power surging. Oka exclaimed, "I suddenly became so much stronger. Captain, your ability is so mysterious." Xiaoba was even more shocked. "Captain, you have such a magical ability. I didn't know before." Zhang Yufan laughed. "I didn't tell you because you hadn't officially joined before. Now I can share it." He then detailed the explanation and answered their questions, letting them go train. The ship sailed on the sea for half a day, enduring strong winds and heavy rain at times. But Nami, with her advanced navigation skills, handled it easily. At this moment, the previously clear sky suddenly started snowing, and soon snowflakes covered the entire ship. A few partners were building snowmen on the deck, and everyone wasn't wearing winter clothes, as their enhanced physique made them more resistant to the cold. It was obvious that the most artistic person on the ship was Usopp. The snowman he built was a masterpiece. Kobe laughed. "Usopp, you're amazing. This snowman looks just like Koya." Bagus looked at his crooked snowman and then at Usopp's, laughing, "Wehaha, you're still the best. I can't make one that looks this good. The other partners nodded. They couldn't make such exquisite snowmen either. Usopp proudly said, of course. I made this specially for Koya. Koya looked at the snowman that resembled her, smiling sweetly at Usopp without saying a word. Usopp took Koya's hand and taught her how to build a beautiful snowman. After Sanji's special training, he was now focused on Nokigao. Unlike before when he would flirt with every woman he saw, but he still hadn't changed the issue of not fighting with women. He needed to continue instilling new ideas. After playing in the snow for a while, they noticed the snow was getting heavier and began to clear the thick snow from the ship. After sailing for a while, Oka shouted from the lookout, partners, there's an island ahead to the left. It's full of tall cacti. Nami said, Bagus, turn the helm. Head towards that island. Bagus nodded and steered the ship forward. As they got a closer look at the cacti, Koya exclaimed, these cacti are huge. Everyone nodded. The island was called Cactus Island, and the Whiskey Peak was on it. On the surface, this island welcomed pirates, but in reality, it was full of hunters eyeing the bounties of pirates. Many inexperienced pirates fell victim here, and it was also a branch of the Baroque works. As Zhang Yufan's ship approached Whiskey Peak and prepared to dock, the partners with observation, Haki, sensed many people approaching the island. Zoro shouted, there are a lot of people on the island coming towards us. We don't know if they're friend or foe. Get ready for battle. Soon, a large crowd arrived at the shore to welcome them. A curly-haired man said, brave sea warriors, welcome to Whiskey Peak. I am a mayor, Ikelim. The man next to him also shouted a welcome. Zhang Yufan smiled. Hello, mayor. At the same time, he checked his information with the system. Ikelim, potential D, current level, captain of the Alabasta Guard, Baroque Works agent Mr. 8, an undercover agent. Sanji was puzzled. What's going on? When did we become so popular? Nokigao said, there must be something wrong here. We aren't that famous. Everyone heightened their vigilance. Nami frowned. We are pirates. How can the residents welcome pirates like this? Unless they're crazy. Zhang Yufan knew these people's background, but didn't say anything, as it would take away the fun of exploration. Zhang Yufan certainly knew who these people were, but he didn't reveal it, as it would diminish much of the exploration fun. He smiled and said, tonight, except for Nami and the other ladies, the rest of you don't really sleep. Let's see what kind of play they're putting on. The group nodded, docked the ship, and left Leaky to watch the ship. Ikelim smiled. Our town is famous for brewing and music, with lots of fine wines. We've also prepared a grand banquet. How about we go enjoy it together? Kobe laughed. You even prepared a banquet. You guys are too kind. We must go. We can't let your kindness go to waste. Bagus shouted excitedly, Wahahaha. I love banquets the most. Mayor, hurry and take us there. Zoro laughed. If there is good wine, we must drink to our heart's content tonight. Zhang Yufan saw his companions performing and laughed. Thank you so much, Mayor. Let's go. We don't want to keep everyone waiting. The group followed Ikelim to the banquet site, where Ikelim raised his glass. Everyone, raise your glasses. Welcome the sea warriors who traveled from afar. Cheers. Zhang Yufan and the others also raised their glasses. Cheers. After a while of eating and drinking, they even sent delicious food and wine to Liji. Usopp boasted to the person next to him with his wine glass, receiving cheers in response. Zoro and Nami competed with the residents in drinking capacity, with Zoro knocking down more than 10, prompting a resident to shout, this young man has knocked down 16 already. Incredible. Zoro pretended to be drunk, lying on the table after knocking down the 19th person. Nami knocked down 23 people and continued to challenge, ultimately knocking down all her opponents and also pretending to be drunk. Sanji, seeing many beautiful women, couldn't contain himself and tried to get up, but was stopped by Monkey Ming and Noki. He could only sit there drinking, wide-eyed at the beautiful women, just watching and not moving. The other companions also indulged in food and drink, and before long, they all pretended to be drunk and lay on the table. Seeing them all down, Ikelim laughed. Brave sea warriors. Get up and continue drinking. When they didn't respond after patting their shoulders, his smile instantly darkened, and he turned to walk outside, instructing several residents to keep an eye on them, who nodded and guarded the door. Outside, many residents were waiting with a fierce look, and when they saw Ikelim come out, they asked, how are the pirates inside? Ikelim replied, They are all drunk and lying on the table. A person dressed in a nun's outfit approached and said, "The food is almost gone. How can we hold a banquet with so much? Can't we just catch them on shore?" Ikolum said, "To keep them off guard. If there are any strong ones, we're done for." The person in the nun's outfit asked, "Do they have a naval bounty?" Ikolum replied, "I've checked. No, but don't underestimate them." A man wearing a crown and sporting a mustache walked over and said, "Miss Monday, hurry up and tie them up and send them to the Navy. We need to prevent any trouble when they wake up." A blue-haired beauty chimed in, "Mr. 9 is right. Even if they don't have a bounty, there must be treasures on their ship. We won't lose anything." What Ikolum and the others didn't know was that just as they closed the door, Zhang, Yufan, and the others inside had all opened their eyes and were quietly listening to the conversations outside. After they had heard enough, Zhang Yufan led Zoro, Usopp, and Oka to sneak out through the window and climb onto the roof, while the other companions waited for a signal to come out. Zhang Yufan quietly climbed onto the rooftop and used the system to check the information on the people below. Miss Monday, potential C, current D rank, member of Baroque Works, muscular and strong. Mr. 9, potential D, current E rank, an agent, weak and unreliable, calling himself a prince. Nefertari Vivi, potential D, current E rank, princess of Alabasta. Undercover, codename Miss Wednesday, gentle and responsible. The others were all bounty hunters, with combat abilities below D, far too weak for their pirate crew. Ikolum and the others were preparing to go in to take action when Usopp's voice suddenly came from the roof. "So that's it. This is why you warmly welcome pirates to your town." Oka calmly said, "Mayor, our fate is not over yet. You can't stop us." Zhang Yufan and Zoro said nothing, just calmly staring down. Ikolum looked up with wide eyes, unable to believe it. "Aren't you all drunk and asleep? How did you wake up so quickly?" The other residents were also confused, looking up at the roof. Zhang Yufan smiled. "Mayor, did you really think we wouldn't suspect your unusual behavior? Tell me, which island's residents would welcome pirates?" Usopp added, "Exactly. It's already surprising you didn't try to cut us with knives. And you're throwing a banquet. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with your brains?" Ikolum glared at them. "You weren't drunk at all. It's all an act." Zhang Yufan laughed. "Of course it's an act. We just wanted to see what tricks you were playing. Partners in a room, come out and show yourselves. Our mayor wants to meet you." Other companions gradually came out. At this moment, Zoro on the roof spoke. "You guys are a gathering place for bounty hunters. About 100 of you, specializing in targeting pirates who just entered the Grand Line. This isn't your first time, right? There are people from Baroque Works among you." The man pretending to be a prince was shocked. "How do you know our company's name?" Zoro laughed. "Because I used to be a bounty hunter. I was invited by Baroque Works. I refused. You guys don't use real names among members, only code names, for carrying out criminal tasks." Ikolum's face darkened as he said, "Since you already know our background, then there's no other way. We can only kill all of you so that the matter won't get out." Other bounty hunters, seeing the plan fail, hurriedly grabbed their weapons and charged at Zhang Yufan and the others. Zhang Yufan calmly spoke from the rooftop. "Partners, who wants to go up and have some fun with them? They're too weak. Just go easy on them. Knock them out. Don't kill them. The blue-haired woman and the mayor shouldn't move. The rest can do as they please." Bartolomeo laughed. "Hey, haha. Captain, I'm going to have some fun with them." Regis also chimed in. "Captain, I'll go up with him. Let's end the fight faster." Zhang Yufan nodded, and the partners below all moved chairs to sit at the door, happily watching their performance. The two activated their armament hockey and charged at the bounty hunters, and next was a one-sided crushing. The combat power difference was too great. They bulldozed through like war chariots. Sanji, seeing the beautiful bounty hunters being violently taken down, anxiously stood up and shouted, "You two bastards. Don't treat the beauties like that. Be careful, or I'll beat you up." Bartolomeo and the others were already used to Sanji's personality, and with the captain around, they weren't worried, continuing to charge forward. In no time, there were only a few bounty hunters left, and finally, only 4 executives from Baroque Works remained, sweating profusely. Are these 2 monsters? They took down everyone so quickly, and there are still several who haven't even made a move. The 4 of them immediately tensed up. Bartolomeo walked in front of the 4 and laughed. "Hey, ha! Those people were too weak. Now it's your turn. Who wants to go first?" The man pretending to be a prince said nothing and swung a metal rod with all his strength, but Bartolomeo easily dodged without using observation hockey, then punched him in the stomach, knocking him down flat. Regis walked over and smiled. "Muscular woman, let's have a fight." The muscular woman threw a punch at Regis's stomach. But Regis didn't budge, not even breaking his defense. He countered with a punch and knocked her down, unable to get up for a long time. Bartolomeo laughed again. "Just you two left. The captain wants to see you. Do you want to walk over yourself? Or do you want to be beaten before being brought over?" Icolum was sweating, tightly protecting Vivi. Vivi spoke. "Icolum, don't make unnecessary sacrifices. If we can't win, just go with them to meet the captain." At this moment, the battle was over, and Zhang Yufan's system rewards had also arrived, but he set them aside for now. Meanwhile, Icolum and the others were unaware that a bald eagle and a sea otter had been watching from a distance. Oka asked, "Captain, what are those two animals in the southeast direction doing? They've been getting closer since the banquet began." Usopp said, "Oka, let's go catch that bird. We'll find out what they want." Zhang Yufan laughed. "Bring Monkey Ming. They can communicate well." Usopp and Oka rushed over with Monkey Ming. Just as the bald eagle was about to take the sea otter to fly, it was shot down by 2 bullets. It barely landed safely, and the sea otter pulled out a shell blade while the bald eagle attempted to spray bullets. But it was already too late. Monkey Ming rushed over and gave it a beating, packing it up and taking it away, moving seamlessly as if it wasn't their first time. Monkey Ming turned back and smiled at his partners, as if to say everything was taken care of, and the rest was up to them. Usopp and Oka exchanged glances, helplessly each carrying an animal towards Zhang Yufan, who had already received his system rewards. On the other side, Regis and Bartolomeo brought the two in front of Zhang Yufan. Bartolomeo laughed. "Hey, ha! Captain, we brought them. Those guys below are ridiculously weak." Regis nodded in agreement. Zhang Yufan smiled. "That's because your combat power has increased too much. In the past, you would have been beaten up already." The partners sitting on the chair and Zoro on the roof both noticed someone eavesdropping from the neighboring house and looked at Zhang Yufan for a signal. Zhang Yufan shook his head, indicating for them not to move. Icolum was still protecting Vivi and cautiously asked, "What do you want?" Zhang Yufan smiled. "I am Zhang Yufan, captain of the extreme pirates. Killing you is as easy as squashing a bug. I just have a few questions." Vivi said, "We won't say anything." Zhang Yufan laughed. "Icolum, your name is real, but you are not just a Baroque agent. You're also the captain of the Alabasta Guard undercover here, right?" Icolum panicked. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Zhang Yufan pointed at the blue-haired woman and laughed. "Don't understand? Then she is not called Miss Wednesday, but Nefertari Vivi, the princess of Alabasta, also an undercover agent, right?" Seeing that her secret was exposed, Vivi no longer hid. "That's right. I'm a princess. He is the captain of the guard." Nami exclaimed, "Vivi, you are so bold. You dare to go undercover in a crime syndicate. You remind me of how I used to be." At this moment, a strange laugh came from the neighboring house. Everyone looked over and saw a tall woman with a yellow and blue striped umbrella, short golden hair, and lemon earrings, along with a man wearing sunglasses, a black afro, and a long coat, looking like a rock singer. Kobe laughed. "You two finally came out. Looks like you heard the answer you wanted." Zhang Yufan used the system to check their information. Ms. Valentine, potential B, current C level, user of the heavy fruit ability, 7, 5 million berries bounty, loves to mock opponents. Mr. 5, potential B, current C level, user of the explosive fruit ability, 10 million berries bounty, loves to use nose boogers for explosive attacks. Icolum asked in terror, "Mr. 5, Ms. Valentine, what are you doing here?" Ms. Valentine laughed. "Ha ha, we are here on a mission nearby and wanted to rest for a night. We didn't expect to find out you are undercover agents of the kingdom." Mr. 5 said, "The information of the Baroque works must be kept confidential. You know the consequences of leaking it, and since you are from the kingdom, you can't be left alive." Icolum saw them about to attack Princess Vivi, pulled the string on his shirt, revealing several small cannon tubes hidden in his big curly hair, and fired miniature cannonballs at Mr. 5 and Ms. Valentine, saying, "I didn't expect our secret to be discovered so soon, so there's no choice but to kill you to silence you." With a few loud explosions, Mr. 5 and Ms. Valentine were blown apart, dust flying everywhere. Icolum turned to Vivi and said, "The cannonballs are useless. I'll hold them off. You quickly call for help and escape." Mr. Five and Ms. Valentine walked out unharmed. Mr. Five laughed. Did you think you could kill me like that? It's your turn to die. As he said this, he picked his nose and flicked the booger towards the two. Icolum didn't react in time and closed his eyes, wanting to use his body to block. At this moment, Zhang Yufan jumped over with armed hockey and blocked directly. Vivi cried out, "Don't block. It will kill you." But it was too late. The booger hit Zhang Yufan and exploded, flames instantly engulfing him. On the other side, Usopp and the others were on the move with two animals when they suddenly heard an explosion. Oka said, "It's from the captain's side." The mayor fired the cannon from his curly hair. Usopp said, "Something big must have happened. Hurry up, we have a good show to watch." After just a few steps, there was another explosion. Oka exclaimed, "A man with an afro used an explosive booger to blow up the captain." Usopp said, "This is definitely a devil fruit user. Keep moving." Icolum, with tears streaming down his face, asked, "Mr. Zhang Yufan, why did you block for me?" But the partners all knew Zhang Yufan's combat power and stood still laughing. Vivi cried and asked, "You were his partners, right? Why don't you save him?" Nami patted her shoulder and smiled. "Don't worry, this little explosion won't hurt the captain." But Yasha complained, "Using boogers as weapons is so disgusting." Kobe said, "This is definitely a devil fruit ability." Zhang Yufan walked out of the flames unharmed, laughing. "Jem is Valentine. Do you think I don't exist? Dare to touch my loot?" Jem wondered, "How do you know my real name?" Zhang Yufan smiled. "I also know who your boss is." Jem growled, "No matter what, you all must die today." Zhang Yufan shouted, "Bagus, this booger man is yours. Use armed hockey to teach him a lesson. Don't kill him." Bagus laughed. "Waha, booger man. Go to an open place to fight." Jem wanted to blow up Bagus first, so he followed him. Zhang Yufan continued, "Sanji, the remaining woman, is called Ms. Valentine. I'll leave her to you as a practice opponent. She has also eaten a devil fruit and can freely change the weight of her body." Sanji grimaced and shouted, "Captain, I can't hit such a beautiful lady." Zhang Yufan said, "She is now an enemy, not an ordinary person. If you don't hit her, she might bring people to attack your family in the future. Think it through. Zoro, Kobe, Bartolomeo, Regius. You keep an eye on them and don't let them escape the battlefield." Zoro complained, curly brow, "You're really troublesome." Sanji didn't argue with Zoro. His mind was in turmoil. He walked in front of Ms. Valentine and stared blankly, just not making a move. Ms. Valentine saw that he wasn't moving, used her fruit ability to become light, and floated into the air, then increased her weight and smashed down. 10,000 kilograms of weight pressure. "I am a user of the heavy fruit ability. D." Sanji easily dodged, and with a loud bang, a big pit was smashed into the ground. Ms. Valentine floated in the air, smug. "See? I told you not to move. You got squashed, didn't you?" Kobe laughed. "You were disappointed. Not even his clothes were touched." "Look over there." Bartolomeo shouted. "Sanji, don't dodge. Kick her." Ms. Valentine floated up again to smash down, and after several attempts, she still didn't hit Sanji. She got angry. "Are you playing with me? Are you going to hit or not?" Sanji helplessly replied, "Beautiful Ms. Valentine, I never hit women. The captain is forcing me." Ms. Valentine became even angrier. "If you don't hit, then stand still. Let me crush you." Sanji said, "That won't do either. I can't be crushed to death by you." Ms. Valentine turned to attack others, yet still didn't hit anyone. When she tried to run, she was blocked by Zoro's sword, and when she tried to stay still, she would get slashed by Zoro or chased and beaten by the others. Over time, Ms. Valentine's mindset broke. This wasn't a fight at all. It was clearly a game of whack-a-mole. She was the hammer that could never hit anything. At this moment, Usopp and the others returned, seeing Ms. Valentine unable to escape and not able to hit anyone. Usopp said, "Captain, that woman is so pitiful. She's about to cry. Her mindset is about to break." Noki said, "Captain, quickly knock her out." Zhang Yufan smiled. "Usopp, go over and talk to her. Bring Ms. Valentine over. This guy Sanji still won't hit a female enemy." Usopp nodded and ran over. Oka pointed at the two animals and asked, "Captain, what are these two here for?" Zhang Yufan checked with the system and laughed. "They are informants of Baroque works. The vulture is called Miss Friday, and the otter is Mr. 13. Oka said, "Should we kill them, Or keep them as partners. Zhang Yufan smiled. Of course we will keep them. In the future, we will have a full animal pirate ship for Monkey Ming. Monkey Ming, these two are yours. Train them well when you get back to the ship. Monkey Ming grinned. Big brother, don't worry. I will make them super obedient soon. Everyone looked at Bejas. He had already activated his armed hockey. Ready for Jim to make a move. Jim picked 2 chunks of booger and flicked them. Booger fantasy cannon. I am a user of the explosive fruit ability. Don't underestimate me. Boom. Boom. In the smoke, Bejas laughed. What? Boogaman. Your bomb feels like a tickle. It can't break my defense. Jim was shocked. You are unharmed? I will increase the power. Directly unleash a combo. Booger flick, punch and kick, breath explosion, self-detonation. Booger fantasy cannon combo. Exploding all over. I don't believe I can't kill you. Bayou stood still. The power is great, but not enough. Is there something stronger? Jem was completely dumbfounded. How is that possible? Why can't I kill you? Pure operation. Fierce as a tiger. Damage 0. 5. He was questioning life. Biased activated his fist. I'm done playing. It's time to end this. He rushed over and beat Jem like a child being hit by an adult with no power to fight back. And in the end, he had to surrender. At this moment, Machida and Jem were completely crushed, and Zhang Yufan's system rewards arrived. Sanji brought the mentally broken Machida over, while Biased brought the bruised Jem. Vivi and Ikelim were stunned. This pirate is too explosive. They took down Baroque as people so quickly and even captured them. Zhang Yufan told the two to calm down first, and Nami leaned towards Vivi and asked, Vivi, how did you become an undercover agent in Baroque? Vivi was troubled, and Ikelim boldly approached Zhang Yufan and asked, Mr. Zhang Yufan, you guys are strong. Help us escort back to Alabasta and destroy Baroque. Zhang Yufan shooted to Nami. Nami, we have business. It's your turn to shine. Nami's eyes lit up. 1 billion berries for escorting and another 1 billion for destruction. A total of 2 billion. Not a single berry less. Ikelim panicked. Impossible. 2 billion is too much. The country is at war, and we can't possibly come up with that. Vivi also said, yeah, Nami. 2 billion is too hard for us. The partners were shocked when they heard the asking price and quietly watched without interrupting. Nami raised her eyebrows. That is really not too much. There will definitely be dangers on the escort route. Without us, you one team make it. Destroying Baroque is even riskier. 2 billion is a bargain. Vivi and Ikelim looked troubled, and Zhang Yufan said, I one T asked for too much money, but you have to agree to one condition. Vivi immediately asked, what condition? Zhang Yufan smiled. You have to talk to your king father. You can't make decisions now. Vivi nodded, okay, I'll take you to meet my father. At this point, Kaya saw that they had talked enough and asked curiously, Vivi, what kind of criminal organization is Baroque Works? Vivi explained. Baroque Works was established by Sir Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He wants to take my country. He used dance powder to make it rain in Alabasta, and there has been no rain in other places for 3 years. He made the citizens think it was my dad's doing, causing a civil war. He became the hero. Noki Gao asked, What are the 7 warlords of the sea? Ikelim answered, They're the pirates recognized by the world government. They have the power to destroy the world. Crocodile was previously offered a bounty of 81 million berries. Biased was excited. When can I fight them? I can't hold back. Nami, worried, looked at Zhang Yufan. Yufan, can we beat them? Zhang Yufan patted her head and smiled. Don't worry. We can definitely take down Crocodile. As for the other 6, once we encounter them, our combat power will definitely be stronger than theirs. Vivi continued. Ikelim and I went undercover to find out who framed my dad. We have enough evidence. We must go back and tell the citizens the truth. Zhang Yufan smiled. Cooperation is established. You can take advantage of us first. We're not afraid of you running away. I'll handle these people first. Vivi nodded. I 1T run, and I can't run away. Zhang Yufan walked up to Machida and Jem. Your fruit abilities are pretty good. It would be a waste to kill you. From today on, you'll stay on the ship to do chores, labor reform. No objections. KB said, learning hockey will make you even stronger. Damage will be maxed out. Machida was angry. Aren't you afraid of Baroque hunting you down? Jem said, we have someone stronger above us. Do you dare to go against the boss? Zhang Yufan's aura was maxed out. Why should we be afraid? We're looking for your boss while smashing Baroque. Don't even think about running, otherwise, you'll know what true despair is. The two felt a chill down their spines, looking at Zhang Yufan's smile as if they were looking at a devil. Zhang Yufan told Zoro to keep an eye on them, then walked up to Mr. Nine and Miss Monday. Stop playing dead. Get up. Tomorrow we're going to Alvida. We will destroy Baroque. You two and the bounty hunters should quickly change careers. Your combat power is too weak if you encounter someone tough next time. You won't even have a chance to fight back. It's up to you whether you listen or not. The two nodded. Let us talk after you really defeat the boss. After handling everything, Ikelim arranged the rooms, and everyone went to sleep. Zhang Yufan closed his eyes and called the system Fairy HouMing. HouMing appeared. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining 31 million berries. With a thought, he equipped himself with Observation Hockey, Beginner, Armament Hockey, Beginner, Recovery, Intermediate, Strength Advanced, Stamina Advanced, Defense Advanced, Speed Advanced, and Accuracy Intermediate. Raising his combat power from A to S, Zhang Yufan equipped Oka, Observation Hockey, Intermediate, Armament Hockey, Beginner, etc., directly boosting his combat power from A to S. He also equipped Regis, Observation Hockey, Beginner, Armament Hockey, Intermediate, etc., raising his combat power from S to SS level. After Biased maxed out his top-tier strength and stamina, his combat power also surged from S to SS level. Usopp equipped Observation Hockey, Intermediate, raising his combat power from A to A. Monkey Ming was even fiercer, adding Conqueror S Hockey, Beginner, and the basics of Rokushiki, boosting his combat power from S to SS level. Finally, Zhang Yufan equipped himself with Conqueror S Hockey, Intermediate, top-tier defense speed, and Intermediate Rokushiki, raising his combat power from S to SS level. After distributing the equipment, he fell asleep, while Baroque's people knew they couldn't escape and also settled down to sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room, and everyone woke up. Zhang Yufan collected the spoils and prepared to take Vivi to the port. Vivi didn't leave, she whistled, and a yellow duck wearing a blue hat jumped down from the roof and ran towards her. Zhang Yufan checked with the system. This duck is called Quick Runner. The captain of the Alabasta Rapid Military Team can understand human speech and is Vivi's mount, Combat Power F. Vivi introduced. This is my mount, Quick Runner. Zhang Yufan smiled. This duck is quite impressive. Quick Runner quacked proudly, and Zhang Yufan understood. Of course. I run the fastest. But you don't look strong. Can you protect Vivi well? Zhang Yufan cracked his fingers, joints popping. Little yellow duck, do you dare to doubt my combat power? Do you believe I'll pluck your feathers and roast you to eat? Quick Runner was terrified, quacking and hiding behind Vivi. Vivi, save me. He.S. a devil who wants to roast me. At this moment, Sanji came over with some items and asked, Captain, is this duck a backup ingredient? Roasting or frying it would be delicious. Good morning, Princess Vivi. Quick Runner was even more scared, hiding behind Vivi and covering its head with its wings. Shaking, who will save me? They all want to eat me. I want to go home. Vivi laughed. Good morning, Sanji. It's my mount, don't scare it. Zhang Yufan, can you understand what it's saying? Zhang Yufan nodded, and Nami walked over. Good morning, Vivi. Yufan can understand all animals. Vivi exclaimed in surprise. That's amazing. Zhang Yufan actually has such a special ability. Nami proudly shouted, Of course. Yufan is simply explosive. The partners walked onto the ship, and Zhang Yufan brought Vivi along. Ricky on the ship asked, Captain, what do we gain this time? Zhang Yufan smiled. Not much small money, but we caught 4 people from the criminal organization. 2 are devil fruit users, and the other 2 are animals. You and Monkey Ming treat them well. Ricky nodded with a mischievous smile. Vivi saw the big lion on the ship and was a bit scared. This lion is so big. Is it your mount? Zhang Yufan said. This is my partner Ricky. Very obedient. Go greet it. Vivi whispered. Hello, Ricky. Ricky waved his hand with a smile. Zhang Yufan told Jem and Machida to contact Mr. 3 and Ms. Golden Week to meet at the Little Garden to catch high bounty criminals. Ikelim brought over a permanent pointer. This is for going to Alabasta. Here you go. Zhang Yufan handed it to Nami. Everyone get ready to set sail. The sea was calm, and after setting the course, Everyone first completed their training, then played cards, chess, and fished, while Jem and Machida were cleaning. Sanji came out with drinks. Brothers, try my special juice? Everyone shouted in unison, yes. Vivi asked Nami in confusion. They look so harmonious. Aren't they afraid of Baroque's assassins? Nami handed her a juice. These people are as strong as monsters. You'll feel safe after staying a few days. Yufan said not to be afraid. We trust him. Vivi smiled. I do feel safe. Yufan is so mysterious. He seems to know everything. Usopp shouted from the lookout tower. Island spotted in the northwest. Zhang Yufan shouted, Reggie, turn the helm and head for the island. As the ship approached, everyone saw a dense forest on the island, with animals roaring and birds flying. Zhang Yufan said, this is a small garden. It's small for us, but a small garden for giants. Nami, now powerful, wasn't afraid when she heard the roars. Vivi asked, Nami, aren't you scared? Nami clenched her fist. I used to be scared. Now my combat power has exploded. I'm not afraid anymore. Zhang Yufan shouted, partners. Everyone prepare to land. I'll stow the ship and go explore. Ikelim asked Nami, what do you mean by stowing the ship? Nami smiled, you'll know soon. Don't be too surprised. Everyone secured the ship, and with a wave of Zhang Yufan's hand, the large ship disappeared. Vivi, Ikelim, Jeem, and Machida were all stunned. Following Zhang Yufan into the forest, they saw many ancient creatures. Suddenly, huge animals charged from both sides, and Vivi exclaimed, there are dinosaurs here. Zhang Yufan immediately drew his sword and cut the dinosaur into pieces. This is all food. Don't waste it. The system rewards also arrived, and he pointed to the side. Look, there are many different dinosaurs. Vivi exclaimed. This place is still in the dinosaur era? Koya said, these dinosaurs are so big. This is the first time I've seen them up close. Everyone was amazed. The Grand Line really has all kinds of wonders. Along the way, several more dinosaurs charged in, all cut into pieces for backup food, and they continued exploring. Oka shouted, Captain, there are animals rapidly approaching from the southeast. Should we crush them now? Vivi asked, are they dinosaurs? Or something else? Zhang Yufan laughed. Oka, wait a moment. Let me see their combat power, and if they're worth taming. Then a wounded, menacing, saber-toothed tiger appeared, glaring at them with greedy eyes. Taking advantage of its inaction, Zhang Yufan used the system to check its information. This is the saber-toothed tiger king of the small garden. Combat power C level, max combat experience, with explosive strength, speed, and bite force. Zhang Yufan said, this guy is the saber-toothed tiger king. Not bad. Leaky, it's up to you. Tame it directly. Leaky smiled. Captain, don't worry. I'll handle it. Little guy, hurry and submit. Otherwise, I'll beat you until you can't find your teeth. The saber-toothed tiger roared. Big guy, you're so arrogant. I've killed bigger ones than you in my time. Watch me make you kneel and beg for mercy. With that, it pounced on Leaky. Leaky immediately activated his armament hockey, covering his entire body, wanting to test its hardness and have some fun. The saber-toothed tiger saw Leaky standing still and rushed up to slap him with its paws. Take this, mighty tiger paw, to show you who's boss. Zhang Yufan shook his head. Leaky still loves to play. We're not in a hurry to travel. Let's see how this saber-toothed tiger fights. Vivi became anxious. Zhang Yufan, why isn't Leaky fighting back? Is it okay to be beaten like this? Zhang Yufan laughed. It's fine. It's just been a long time since it played. With its current combat power, it would have made the opponent cry long ago. Vivi was shocked. Leaky is that strong? Then Monkey Ming must be very powerful too. Seeing Zhang Yufan nod, Vivi was stunned. There isn't a single weakling on this ship. If I can't even beat the monkey, let alone the others. Machida and Jeem watched from the side, also amazed. We thought they were pets, but they're so strong. The two had already resigned themselves. It wasn't that they didn't want to run, but they couldn't escape at all, and getting caught would be worse. Leaky didn't even frown and taunted. Little guy, your paws are so soft. Haven't you eaten? Use some strength. The saber-toothed tiger was furious. You bastard dared to mock me. Watch me bite you to death. It lunged to bite Leaky's leg, but ended up with a toothache. What is this big guy's body made of? So hard, it was stunned right there. Leaky approached and slapped the saber-toothed tiger, sending it flying and crashing into several trees. Then he rushed over and gave it a beating. The saber-toothed tiger, unwilling to submit, was beaten again until it finally yielded and was brought before Zhang Yufan. Leaky smiled. "Captain, it's done. Little tiger, come meet the captain." The saber-toothed tiger, bruised and battered, spoke. "Hello, Captain." Zhang Yufan smiled. "Good. Joining us is a good deal. I'll name you Beitian." Leaky took it to report to Monkey Ming. Monkey Ming came down from the tree, and Leaky pointed at it. "This will be your big brother from now on. Remember, I'm your second brother." The saber-toothed tiger was confused. "Big guy, are you kidding? This little monkey is the big brother? You can't even beat it." Leaky laughed. "I'm not joking. I couldn't beat hundreds of it. You'll know how terrifying it is later. I've experienced it myself." The saber-toothed tiger gulped and quickly greeted Monkey Ming. Monkey Ming laughed. "Big tiger, mixing with the captain has a bright future. You'll be stronger than Leaky in the future. Dare to betray? I'll break your legs. Remember that." After resolving the saber-toothed tiger, everyone continued on. They encountered several small animals, and suddenly 2 snakes surrounded them. Usopp shouted, "Captain, this is bad. We're surrounded by giant snakes. Should we steam or barbecue them?" "I'm torn." Zhang Yufan laughed. "Only kids choose. Of course we want both. Let's see their combat power first." Zhang Yufan used the system to check. Both are pythons from the small garden. The white python is 16 meters long, and the green python is 15 meters long. Both poisonous, fast, and have strong constriction power, with combat power of D. Zhang Yufan laughed. "Today is a lucky day. Let's recruit 2 more partners." Nami and the others weren't afraid of snakes, so Zhang Yufan had Monkey Ming quickly subdue them. The white python was named Xiao Bai, and the green python was named Xiaoqing. And the system reward derived. Beitian watched in amazement. This speed is too fast. It was subdued in the blink of an eye. In the future, I should be more honest. Otherwise, I won't be able to escape if Monkey Ming pins me down. After thinking about it, he shivered. After wandering in the forest for a while, they encountered several dinosaurs with decent combat power, but they were too big to fit on the ship. At this time, Mr. 3 called to say the rendezvous point. Everyone followed Machida and Jim to the destination, and the team grew larger. Soon they arrived in front of a house made of candles, and the partners surrounded it. Zhang Yufan followed Machida and Jim inside. Inside the house, Mr. 3 and Ms. Golden Week were leisurely drinking tea. When they saw Machida and Jim enter, followed by a stranger, Jim spoke first. "Mr. 3, your ability is really convenient. You've built the house so quickly." Zhang Yufan directly sat across from them, calmly pouring himself tea while checking their information with the system. Name, Galdino Combat Power Growth Potential Level. B Current Combat Power Level. C Age, 34 years height. 1. 79 meters gender. Male weapon. None Devil Fruit. Wax Fruit Bounty. 24 million berry equipment card. Nun Galdino is the chief commander of the Baroque Works, codenamed Mr. 3. He calls himself a strategic master and an artistic creator, but he panics at the first sign of danger. Marianu is codenamed Ms. Golden Week, can control others' emotions with potions. Dislikes work, but is super protective of her partners, and dreams of becoming a painter, with a bounty of 29 million berry. Galdino frowned and asked, "Mr. 5? Who is this guy? Did you forget that the secret must not leak?" Jim shrugged. "There's nothing I can do. I can't beat him, and my partner got captured. It's good enough to be able to move around." Machida added, "I originally wanted to crush the Alabasta princess and her guards, but he stopped me. And in the end, it turned out like this." Galdino laughed. "That's because you guys are too weak. Now the 4 of us joining forces. Can't we take him down?" Jim retorted, "Mr. 13 and Miss Friday were also captured. The people from Whiskey Peak were all crushed. He only sent out 4 partners, and the others are just watching the show." Machida smiled wryly. "It's useless. We were already surrounded by his partners. If his partners are this strong, how could he be weak?" Galdino asked Zhang Yufan, "Did you trick us here? Who are you? Why are you opposing us?" Zhang Yufan smiled. "That's right. I am Zhang Yufan, captain of the Extreme Pirates. I'm ready to crush Baroque and then use you for my own purposes." Marianu calmly sipped tea without saying a word, while Galdino mocked. "You really have a big mouth, kid. Want to destroy our company? It's not that easy." After saying that, he launched his attack. He used wax to bind Zhang Yufan's hands and feet, then wrapped him in wax and pressed him to the ground. Zhang Yufan didn't move. He just wanted to test the hardness of the wax. Galdino was smug. Mr. 5, Ms. Valentine's Day. Did you see that? It's very simple. You're just too weak. Jam reminded. Haven't you noticed he hasn't moved at all? Galdino stubbornly replied. That's because he's too slow to dodge. Machida chimed in. Mr. 3, you're underestimating him. Be careful, or you'll get beaten badly. Marianu was still calmly watching the show when Zhang Yufan suddenly exerted force and directly broke free from the wax. He laughed. Mr. 3, I should call you Galdino. This wax is quite hard. Too bad it's useless against me. Are you ready to get beaten up? Galdino was stunned. How could you break free so easily? How do you know my name? Marianu quickly took out a potion to intervene, but suddenly felt dizzy and broke out in a cold sweat, stopping all movements. It turned out that Zhang Yufan had directly released a bit of Conqueror's Haki. He shouted with authority, Marianu, sit still and don't move. Otherwise, you'll be in for it. Marianu nodded vigorously, quickly stopping and sitting down, thinking, that was terrifying just now. Zhang Yufan said, Galdino, although your wax is hard, my strength is stronger. Breaking free is super easy. I know the real names of many people in your company. Without waiting for Galdino to launch an attack, Zhang Yufan directly unleashed a flurry of punches, finally sending him flying, crashing into the wax wall and sliding down. Machida added, I told you he has super explosive. You just wouldn't listen. Now you're getting beaten up, huh? Galdino lay on the ground, unable to recover, and Zhang Yufan squatted in front of him, smiling. Are you convinced? Will you submit now, or take more hits? If you want to die, I can help you. Galdino shouted in pain. I don't want to die. I submit, Zhang Yufan exclaimed. It would have been so much better if you had said that earlier. Partners, come in. The others outside gradually entered, with the larger one staying outside. Nami smiled. This wax room is nice. Hard and convenient. The fruit ability is really explosive. Zhang Yufan introduced. The one lying down is Galdino, a wax fruit user. And sitting is Marianu, who can control emotions with potions. KB commented, the ability is good, but the person's combat power is weak. If the emotion control ability is trained well, it would be terrifying. Zhang Yufan nodded. So it needs a good transformation. Vivi praised. You're amazing. You easily captured 2 Baroque people. The group, with 6 captives, continued exploring the forest. Suddenly, a huge sound of a volcanic eruption came from afar. Usopp and Oka climbed trees to check. Usopp shouted, There's a volcano erupting to the northwest. That's where the sound is coming from. Oka exclaimed, there are 2 male giants fighting to the northeast. Nami asked, how tall are they? Oka replied, about 20 meters. Kai said excitedly, that's so tall. I really want to see them up close. Vivi worriedly said, let us keep our distance. If they step on us, we'll be pancake. Beijus was thrilled. Giants. I really want to fight them to test my strength. The partners were talking among themselves, and Zhang Yufan smiled. Do you know why it's called Little Garden? Noki Gao said, because there are many rare flowers and plants. KB guessed, is it because giants live here? Zhang Yufan nodded, yes. To giants, this is Little Garden. Of course, we need to meet them. Let us go. Ikelim helplessly said, you guys are too bold. Adventuring with you either scares me to death or toughens my courage. Bartolomeo laughed. Learn to be calm. Adventuring with the captain is super thrilling. Running quickly on the island, they saw many scary dinosaurs and fierce beasts, all staring at them, wanting to eat. Scared, Duck trembled and hid behind Vivi. This place is too scary. Duck is so scared. I want to go home. Everyone followed Oka's south direction toward the place where the giants were fighting. The Baroque guys all quietly followed, not daring to cause trouble. Not long after, they arrived at the place. Everyone looked. On the left was a giant in armor, wearing a helmet, holding a giant sword in his right hand and a round shield in his left, with a long beard. On the right was another giant also in armor, holding a giant axe in his right hand and a round shield in his left, with a fan-shaped short beard. Both giants were extremely exaggerated in size. Zhang Yufan checked the information with the system. The one on the left is the blue demon Dongli, and the one on the right is the red demon Brokey. Both are Elbaf giants, former captains of the giant soldier pirate crew, with combat potential SS and a bounty of 100 million berries each. 99 years ago, They started a century-long duel over who caught the largest sea king, and they have fought 10 times to a draw. The two giants were fighting fiercely. You swing your sword, and I chop with my axe. And finally, they both smashed each other's faces with their shields and fell to the ground together. Brokey laughed. 10 battles. Dongli laughed. 10 draws. Then the two burst into laughter. Usopp was confused. Captain, they don't seem like enemies at all. They're having fun fighting. Vegas was excited. Waha, it's so exhilarating. I want to fight them. Zhang Yufan laughed. Let us go. Say hello. If you have questions, just ask them directly. The group walked up to the two giants who were sitting on the ground discussing what to have for lunch. Zhang Yufan shouted, Hello, two giant warriors. The two giants looked down and responded friendly. Dongli laughed. Ha ha ha. Hello, guests. I am Dongli, the strongest warrior of Elbaf. Brokey laughed. Ha ha. I am Brokey, the strongest warrior of Elbaf. Zhang Yufan introduced. I am Zhang Yufan, captain of the Extreme Pirates. These are my partners. After introducing everyone, Dongli looked at the group. Your pirate crew is interesting, and there are so many animals. We used to be pirates too. Zhang Yufan smiled. A few just got captured. Their combat power is explosive. Don't underestimate them, especially this little monkey. His strength might even surpass yours. Monkey Ming, show them what you can do. Under the gaze of the two giants, Monkey Ming walked over to Dongli and directly lifted the 22-meter-tall Dongli, running around Brokey in circles before gently putting him down. Dongli and Brokey were left dumbfounded. Brokey exclaimed, This strength is too terrifying. Are you sure he is just a little monkey? Dongli praised. Zhang Yufan, your pirate crew members are not simple. After that, the two giants invited everyone to their home as guests, and on the way, they even hunted a few dinosaurs to take back and roast. Vivi and Ikelum felt relieved when they saw Dongli and Brokey smiling warmly and hosting them, knowing they wouldn't be killed. Back at the giants' home, Dongli and Brokey started a fire to roast the dinosaur meat, while Sanji helped out, trying to make the meat more delicious. Everyone sat and chatted, and Brokey asked, Zhang Yufan, do you have any wine on your ship? We haven't drunk in a long time. Zhang Yufan smiled, yes. The last island we landed on produced fine wine, and I specially kept some. Saying that, he made a mental command, and fine wine directly emerged from his storage space. Dongli and Brokey were left stunned, filled with amazement once again. Dongli asked, Where did this wine come from? Are you a devil fruit user? Zhang Yufan shook his head. No, it's a special ability of mine. Galdino, listening nearby, felt regretful. I know these two giants. Their combined bounty is 200 million berries, and I originally planned to easily take them down, but ended up getting myself involved. If I had been more cautious back then, it would have been better. Usopp asked again, You guys are so close. Why were you fighting so fiercely just now? Brokey laughed. It started with a dispute a long time ago, but I forgot the reason. I just remember that a volcanic eruption is the signal for a duel. Dongli added, According to Elbaf's rules, if there is a dispute, we find a place to fight, and the Elbaf god will protect the right person. Nami asked, How long have you been fighting? Brokey laughed. Haha, we've been fighting for 99 years, and still haven't decided a winner. Kaya exclaimed, 99 years? That is way too long. Dongli laughed. No need to be surprised. Our lifespan is 3 times yours. Vivi asked, I don't remember the reason. Why are they still fighting? Loki said, The reason doesn't matter. A warrior's honor is more important than life. KB looked at Zhang Yufan, Brother Yufan. Do you know the reason for their dispute? Everyone looked over, and Zhang Yufan nodded. 99 years ago, the two of them each caught a sea king, and a little girl asked whose prey was bigger, and they started arguing. The two huge skeletons next to them are the prey from that time. Dongli and Loki looked at the skeletons, thought for a moment, and Dongli said, It really seems to be. How do you know that? Zhang Yufan smiled. That's a secret. I also know who won in the end. Loki asked anxiously. Who won? Usopp urged. Captain, hurry up and say. Zhang Yufan smiled. If you keep fighting, your weapons won't hold up. Years of wear and tear will cause them to break at the same time, resulting in a draw. Dongli and Loki were disappointed. As expected, it was still a draw. Zhang Yufan said, Who told you that your combat power is equally strong? Without special circumstances, it will always be a draw. Galdino felt uneasy. Zhang Yufan even knows about events from 99 years ago. Baroque is finished. Other captives thought the same. At this moment, Sanji finished roasting the dinosaur meat. And everyone drank, ate meat, chatted, and laughed happily. After a while, after eating and drinking enough, Zhang Yufan said, "Dongli and Bloki, do you still remember Casey and Oimo?" Dongli said, "Of course we remember. They were our former crew members. Do you know where they are?" Bloki added, "We haven't seen them for nearly 100 years. I wonder how they're doing now." Zhang Yufan nodded. "They are not doing well. To find you, they were deceived into being gatekeepers." As soon as this was said, Dongli and Bloki's momentum instantly surged, and their anger flared. Bloki shouted angrily, "What did you say? Who dares to treat our Elbaf warriors like this? I want to chop them up." Dongli also angrily said, "Who took away their freedom? Don't let me find out. Otherwise, I'll kill him." Zhang Yufan explained, "You want a duel, but they took the crew back to their hometown. However, after not hearing from you for 50 years, they were worried about your safety and went to sea to look for you, but were deceived by the world government. They said you were captured by the Navy, and as long as the two of them guarded Judicial Island for 100 years, you would be released." Dongli angrily slammed the ground. "World government. You wait. I will bring our warriors back immediately." Everyone was furious. KB shook his head. "It's the world government again, truly refreshing the lower limit." Bloki angrily nodded, and Zhang Yufan took the opportunity to say, "You had a bounty of 100 million berries 99 years ago. Now that you know about this, you must want to bring them back. Do you want to take a risk with us?" Regius added, "Come with us. One of our captain's goals is to smash the current world government." Dongli and Bloki were stunned. The Baroque captives were also bewildered. Are these people crazy? Dare to go against the world government? Who gave them the courage? Dongli asked Zhang Yufan, "Do you want us to join and fight against the world government together after bringing back our crew?" Zhang Yufan nodded. "The giant's combat power is explosive, and they come from the world's strongest country, Elbaf. Recruiting them will greatly increase our chances against the world government." Dongli and Bloki fell into deep thought, not responding for a long time. Zhang Yufan said seriously, "Otherwise, according to your Elbaf's rules, let's have a battle like warriors. Whoever wins will be the boss." This statement brightened the eyes of the two giants, and they immediately nodded. Dongli said, "Okay, if we lose, we will join your pirate crew." Bloki asked, "How do you want to fight?" Zhang Yufan said, "I will add a partner to fight you too." The two giants agreed, and Zhang Yufan called Beijus to join, while the others stepped aside to watch. Beijus excitedly rushed over. "Wahaha! Thank you, Captain. Finally, I can fight a giant." Zhang Yufan smiled. "We are partners and brothers. Of course, I will help. Get ready for battle." Bloki asked, "Are you ready?" Beijus shouted, "Ready. Bring it on." Usopp asked beside, "Which side do you think will win?" Nami answered without hesitation, "Of course it's Yufan and them." Regius said, "I'm also looking forward to the captain winning. I can see how explosive his current combat power is." Everyone nodded, even KB, who was the earliest with Zhang Yufan, was not clear about his current strength, and they were all super excited about the upcoming battle. Dongli swung his sword vigorously at Zhang Yufan, and Zhang Yufan didn't take his time, directly opening his armed color and unleashing his full power. Every sword from Dongli was deflected, and he was forced to retreat step by step, and after a series of heavy blows, he fell to the ground. The battle ended almost absurdly. The system rewards were immediately credited, just in time for the new partners. Beijus saw Zhang Yufan, who had finished early, and walked over with a smile. "Waha! Captain, you are too fast. This fight was so enjoyable." Zhang Yufan laughed. "I'm not like you wanted to fight longer. Of course, it's fast when I go all out." The fallen Bloki and Dongli exchanged smiles, with Bloki saying, "How long has it been since we were defeated?" Dongli laughed. "Over 100 years. Are the little ones this explosive now?" The Baroque captives were stunned. "What kind of monsters are these?" Jim felt the deepest. "I was pressed to the ground and rubbed against Beijus before. It turns out he didn't even use his full strength. Otherwise, he could have taken me out in one move." The three newly recruited animals were also dumbfounded, their mouths hanging open. Leaky laughed. "Now you know how powerful the captain is, right? Be more clever when you get on the ship in the future." All our partners are strong like monsters. The three animals nodded blankly. Everyone cheered upon seeing the victory. Nami laughed. See, I told you they would win. Bartolomeo laughed. The Captain's combat power is too explosive. With more giant partners, our odds of winning in future confrontations will be greater. Oka laughed. This is fate. Zhang Yufan had Kaya treat the two giants, and soon they stood up and walked respectfully in front of Zhang Yufan. We lost. According to the agreement, we will join your pirate crew from today. Zhang Yufan shouted, Partners, welcome our giant partners to join. Everyone welcomed them warmly, and KB and Usopp climbed onto the giant's shoulders, quietly explaining the ship's rules and Zhang Yufan's special abilities, leaving the two giants amazed. Zhang Yufan smiled. With more partners, we need to establish divisions for easier management. Nami asked, How do you plan to divide them? KB smiled and shared his thoughts. We can indeed start distributing now. Brother Yufan, you mentioned before that you would build a crew full of animals for Monkey Ming. They could be one division, and the second can be the giant tribe that just joined us, forming a second division. Other partners nodded in agreement with KB's opinion. And Zhang Yufan smiled. Let us do as KB said. Monkey Ming will be the captain of the first division, and Bloki and Dongli will be the captains of the second division. You can assign positions among yourselves. If there are more suitable candidates later, I will suggest again, and others will not be arranged for now. Everyone nodded, and Bloki asked, Captain, where do we set sail? Zhang Yufan said, You go back to Elbaf village first. Find the old crew members, recruit new members, and reorganize the giant army. Teach them to practice hockey first, and wait for my phone call to notify. This is for you. He handed the communication snail he got from the Baroque members to Dongli, and he had already communicated with the snail in advance. Dongli asked in confusion, Captain, we all can't be domineering. How can we teach others? Zhang Yufan pointed in a direction. Come with me. I'll let you learn first. Batian, Xiaoqing, Xiaobai come over too. When they reached an open space, Zhang Yufan moved his mind and equipped Dongli with observation hockey, beginner, armament hockey, beginner, and other gear, boosting his combat power from A to S. After equipping Broki, his combat power also changed from A to S. He also equipped Batian, Xiaoqing, and Xiaobai, raising their combat power to B, C, and C respectively. After equipping, Broki and Dongli clearly felt their combat power skyrocketing. Dongli exclaimed, Captain, your ability is amazing. It instantly made us stronger, and our wounds are still healing. The upcoming sea will be lively. Ha ha. Broki was also amazed. Ha ha. Captain, you are incredible. I didn't believe it when I just heard from KB, but now that I experienced it firsthand, I know how terrifying it is. The three animals also felt their combat power increase, and were extremely excited. Zhang Yufan smiled. This is not even your peak. You can be stronger. Try out your new powers first, and I'll take the others to explore the forest. We'll set sail later. Broki and Dongli nodded and started testing their moves, while Zhang Yufan led the others to explore. Vivi asked, Why are the giants fighting again? Zhang Yufan laughed. They just got new powers and want to test their combat strength. It's just sparring, don't worry. After wandering for a long time, they searched through the forest but couldn't find any devil fruits, so everyone returned to the giants, who were now fighting even more fiercely with their armament hockey. Zhang Yufan called for a stop. It's time to separate for now. You guys focus on recruiting and training. When they arrived at the port, Zhang Yufan took out a ship from his storage space, and everyone boarded the ship, waving goodbye to the giants. Broki shouted, Captain, don't worry. After you leave, we'll prepare and head back to Elbaf. Dongli shouted, You just sail straight. Leave the rest to us. Zhang Yufan nodded, and the ship had not been sailing long when suddenly a gigantic goldfish emerged from the sea, opening its mouth to swallow the ship and everyone. Vivi was scared and hugged Nami tightly, while Ikelim was so frightened his eyes were about to pop out. Zhang Yufan suspected whether this giant creature would swallow anything it saw. Zoro calmly asked, Captain, should we chop it? Zhang Yufan smiled and said, No need. Didn't you hear Dongli just say that we just need to sail forward and leave the rest to them? Everyone instantly calmed down. On the shore, Broki laughed. This island-eating monster really came out again. Let's start Dongli. Dongli responded. It has swallowed all the nearby small islands. It needs to be dealt with. Use the ultimate move to send off the captain. The two giants immediately infused their weapons with armament hockey, began to charge up, and then unleashed a powerful shockwave towards the island-eating monster, shouting in unison, "Dominance!" They directly blasted through the island-eating monster. The weapons didn't even break. Zhang Yufan immediately stored the defeated island-eating monster in his storage space as backup ingredients. Usopp exclaimed, "This move is too powerful." Zhang Yufan laughed. "All right, keep moving forward." At this moment, Kaya began to check everyone's health to ensure everyone was healthy. After another day's sailing, Oka shouted from the lookout, "Captain, it seems something is about to come up from the surface of the sea ahead." Zhang Yufan nodded and looked over. As the ship approached, a pirate ship with a hippopotamus-shaped bow suddenly surfaced from beneath the water. Someone opened the ship's cabin and 3 leaders walked out, followed by a group of subordinates. Zhang Yufan used the system to check these 3 people. The leader is King Walpo of Drum Kingdom, a user of the Munch Munch fruit, combat power D. A selfish tyrant who ruined the great medical nation. Also, there is the strategist Jess, a sharpshooter with combat power D, and the officer Chromalamon, who can attack with static electricity, combat power D. Zhang Yufan firmly noted in his heart, "These 3 guys ruined Chopper's hometown. We absolutely cannot let them go." This group jumped onto Zhang Yufan's ship, pointing guns at their heads. At this moment, there were only Zhang Yufan, Oka, Bajis, Regis Bartolomeo, and a few animals on the deck. Walpo walked over. This guy was fat, had deep purple hair, a big mouth, and a tin chin. Following him were Jess with long arms carrying a bow and arrow, and Chromalamon with an explosive hairstyle wearing boxing gloves. Walpo arrogantly shouted, "Your ship is nice. It belongs to me now. Hand over all your treasures and get lost." Bartolomeo chuckled. "Captain, does this guy have a problem with his head? Does he really think these weaklings can do anything to us?" Regis laughed. Hey, are you being too arrogant? Asking for things as soon as you board. Did you ask for our opinion?" Oka from the lookout added, "If you run into us, your next scene will definitely not be good." Walpo didn't care at all. At this moment, a subordinate came over to report, "Captain, they only have 5 people on the deck, plus a few animals. There are probably more people in the cabin." Walpo scanned around. "So many animals. Are you running a circus? Big lions jump through fire hoops. Little monkeys do handstands. Here, essay banana for you." Batian roared. "Do they want to die? How dare they talk to the big brother like that? And point guns at the captain." Xiaoqing was also angry. "Big brothers. I'll go with my sister to poison them." Leaky calmly said, "Don't rush. This group of people is pitiful. Why rob us, the monster ship? They will be pressed to the ground to lick the deck later." Walpo, feeling hungry, pulled out 2 daggers, bit one and then the other, and chewed the remaining half with a crunch. Everyone except Zhang Yufan was dumbfounded. Bartolomeo said, "This guy even eats daggers? It looks painful. He actually looks like he enjoys it. Is he a devil fruit user?" Regis nodded. "Either he has a special ability or he's eaten a devil fruit." Nami came out after hearing the noise. "I'm still drawing the nautical chart. Keep it down. Yufan, what's going on?" Just as she finished speaking, a gun was pointed at her. Zhang Yufan laughed. "You see, we are being robbed." Sanji rushed out of the kitchen with a frying pan, angrily shouting, "Bastard, dare to point a gun at Miss Nami and disturb me while I'm cooking. First, lick this frying pan." Other partners also came out one after another. Just as Walpo was about to bite the ship, Zhang Yufan shouted, "Monkey Ming, go beat up the guy eating daggers and bring him over." The others smashed the rest to pieces. Everyone nodded, and Monkey Ming grinned and rushed over, pummeling Walpo with punches and kicks. Walpo's subordinates tried to help, but they were all blocked by Zhang Yufan's partners, and it didn't take long for them to all lose their breath. Nami took a few people to search for treasure on the enemy's ship, while Monkey Ming brought Walpo to Zhang Yufan. Walpo had his jaw caved in from the beating, angrily shouting, "You killed all my subordinates. How dare you treat me like this? Do you know who I am?" Usopp laughed. "We dare to hit you. What can you do? Who exactly are you?" Walpo roared, "I am the king of Drum Kingdom. Do you believe I will send an army to destroy you? Let me go." Regis slapped him with a laugh. "Captain, this guy can't be a fool. How did he become a king?" KB wondered. "Captain, he's too noisy. What's the use of keeping him?" Zhang Yufan laughed. This guy is just useless. He almost ruined the Drum Kingdom. Keeping him is for experimentation. Kaya asked, "What experiment?" Zhang Yufan said, "To deprive the abilities of devil fruit users. Place different fruits around him, kill him, and see if the devil fruit will reincarnate on the fruit." Usopp asked, "Can we really get a devil fruit like this?" Zhang Yufan shook his head and said, "I don't know either. Let's give it a try. Even if it fails, we won't lose anything, but if it succeeds, we will hit the jackpot." Everyone nodded in agreement and gathered around to watch. For safety, Zhang Yufan had Galdino use the wax fruit to create a square sealed space, leaving a door. Once Zhang Yufan brought Walpo and the fruits inside, he sealed it off. Inside the sealed space, Zhang Yufan arranged the fruits and brought Walpo over. Walpo was so scared he lost his mind, begging, "Let me go. I'll give you money, beauties, power back in Drum Kingdom." Zhang Yufan completely ignored him and directly snapped his neck. The kill reward was instantly credited. Walpo's eyes widened. His hands drooped, dead without closing his eyes, staring at Zhang Yufan. Then a miraculous scene happened. A fruit next to Walpo began to change. With spiral patterns growing on its skin, Zhang Yufan checked with the system and confirmed it had indeed become a devil fruit. He put the other fruits and Walpo's corpse into the storage space. The partners outside were all curiously staring at the wax block when Nami returned with a few people from treasure hunting and asked, "What are you guys looking at? Where's Yufan?" After Kaya mentioned the experiment to strip the devil fruit, Nami immediately perked up. "If it succeeds, we can sell it for a lot of money." In the sealed space, Zhang Yufan cleaned up and punched through the wax wall, creating a large hole after several strikes, and walked out with a smile. Nami rushed over immediately. Did the experiment succeed? Zhang Yufan pulled out the devil fruit. It worked. This is Walpo's munch fruit. The few Baroque Works members doing chores on the ship also witnessed this operation, dumbfounded. This method even our boss doesn't know. Zhang Yufan is too mysterious. Nami's eyes turned into dollar signs. There will be so many devil fruits in the future. We can sell them for a ton of money. Zhang Yufan laughed. "Nami, we can't sell the fruits. That would be too wasteful. Even the most ordinary abilities can make ordinary people stronger. There are no useless fruits, only useless users." Nami obediently nodded. "Since the captain says to keep it, we will keep it. We can earn money from other places." Noki Gao asked, "What ability does this fruit have?" Zhang Yufan replied, "It can swallow anything. What it swallows can be absorbed as part of its body, can be synthesized, and it can even swallow itself to change its skeletal structure." Kobe was excited. If used well, it can be a weapon of war. Swallowing a weapons depot turns it into a mobile weapons depot. With haki, it would be explosive on the battlefield. Usopp added, "Synthesis can also enhance weapon hardness. Missing arms and legs are no problem. We can swallow people and synthesize them with steel to create new ones." Zhang Yufan laughed. "It can even synthesize shape memory alloys. If damaged, it can automatically restore itself, with hardness far beyond ordinary materials." Bartolomeo asked, "Who is suitable to use it?" Everyone fell into thought, and Zhang Yufan smiled. "I have a candidate. Our ship's future shipwright. We'll talk about it when we find him. For now, let's keep it." Everyone nodded, and Zhang Yufan looked at Nami. Zhang Yufan asked with a smile, "Nami, how's this haul?" Nami smiled. "The whole ship has 11 million berries. We also found 20 doctors. Vegas is watching us from the opposite ship." Zhang Yufan went to Walpo's ship, collected all the kitchen ingredients, weapons, and all the corpses into the storage space, and brought the 20 doctors back to his ship, even taking Walpo's ship with him. The doctors were astonished by this operation, and since the pirates didn't harm them and had easily defeated Walpo, they expressed their gratitude happily on the spot. Kaya was puzzled. "We killed your captain. Why are you still so happy?" One doctor said, "We were all forced by Walpo. You killed him, and we are liberated." Another doctor added, "We are the remaining doctors of the Drum Kingdom." Vivi asked, "What about the other doctors?" The doctor explained, "Walpo implemented the Doctor 20 plan. He selected 20 obedient and excellent doctors, while the rest were either killed or expelled, just to monopolize medicine." Kobe was furious. "This fool has gone mad. Why would he do this?" The doctor helplessly replied, "Just to see the people begging for him. It's purely for fun." Nami was furious. "People like this deserve to die." Residents are ill and have no doctors to treat them. The doctors pleaded, "Can you take us back home?" Zhang Yufan smiled, "Of course. I also want to go to the Drum Kingdom. This country needs a good overhaul." After sailing for a while, the system map finally displayed the Drum Kingdom. Usopp shouted from the lookout, "Captain, there's an island ahead. It's all drums and a white mist." Zhang Yufan smiled. "That must be Drum Island. They just steer us there." As the ship approached Drum Island, Zoro said, "Captain, there are a lot of people gathered at the port. We don't know what they are up to." Zhang Yufan instructed his partners to stay alert, and as the ship neared the port, many people on the shore raised their guns at them. A man in a green cotton robe, carrying an iron shovel, walked over and shouted, "Pirates, you are not welcome here. Get out of here, quickly. Otherwise, we will open fire." The people beside him were also angry. "If you don't leave, we'll blow up your ship." Sanji sighed. "It's the first time we meet, and we're already disliked. They really hate pirates here." Bartolomeo laughed. "They are quite united. Too bad their fighting power is pathetic. They pose no threat at all." Zhang Yufan said, "Don't get excited. Look at these people behind us. Do you recognize them?" He then let the 20 doctors step forward. One resident asked in confusion, "Aren't you the Dr. 20? You were with Walpo before. How did you end up on a pirate ship?" The doctors replied, "We were on Walpo's ship before, but he and his subordinates were defeated by these pirates. They saved us." Another resident exclaimed, "Are you saying Walpo is dead? Do you have proof?" Zhang Yufan directly took out Walpo's and his subordinates' corpses from the storage space and tossed them to the residents. Once the residents confirmed it was indeed Walpo, they cheered on the spot. "We can finally live in peace." Taking this opportunity, Zhang Yufan used the system to check the information of the man in the green cotton robe. Name, Dalton Combat Power Growth Potential Level. See current combat power level. D. Age, 32 height. 2. 18 meters gender. Male weapon. Iron Shovel Devil Fruit. Ox Fruit. Bison Form Bounty. None equipment card. None Dalton was the former captain of the guard of the Drum Kingdom 20 years ago. He and the king were both worried about Walpo's actions. After the king died, Walpo ascended to the throne, and he became a guard but opposed the tyranny. He cried when Dr. Hiralik was killed by Walpo and even stopped Chopper from seeking revenge, letting him escape. At this moment, Dalton saw the residents cheering and also smiled. Zhang Yufan and his crew docked the ship, leaving Monkey Ming and the other animals on board while the rest disembarked. Dalton approached. "Hello, I'm Dalton, the captain of the guard. Come to my house and rest for a while." Zhang Yufan smiled. "I am Zhang Yufan, captain of the extreme pirate crew. These are my partners." He then introduced everyone one by one. When they arrived at Dalton's house, he asked, "Do you have any other business besides returning the doctors?" Zhang Yufan smiled. "We also want to find a doctor to join us and conveniently become the behind-the-scenes ruler of this country." Dalton instantly became furious. "You want to rule here? That's too crazy. I won't let you succeed." He was about to make a move, but was held back by Zoro and Sanji, unable to move at all. Dalton was shocked. "This group of pirates has such explosive combat power. I can't defeat even one of them. The residents are going to suffer again." Zhang Yufan laughed. "Dalton, don't get agitated. With your combat power, you can't even defeat one of the animals on my ship, let alone us." Dalton angrily asked, "What exactly do you want?" Zhang Yufan said, "To develop our pirate crew's influence. We won't stay long. On the surface, you can act as king and help me manage, and we won't harm ordinary residents." Dalton panicked. "You are going against the world government. We are a member country. Aren't you afraid?" They just laughed. "Waha. One of our captain's goals is to overthrow the world government. How could we be afraid?" Vivi and Icolum were stunned. They actually want to overthrow the world government? This goal is too crazy. They had never heard this before and were shocked inside. Dalton couldn't believe it. "You want to overthrow the world government? How is that even possible?" Kobe retorted, "What's impossible about it? No matter how strong the world government is, it is not unshakable." Nami added, "Has the strong world government ever cared about your lives?" Dalton felt guilty. They might not know what's happening here. Sanji laughed. "Do you believe that? Even if they knew, would they come to help you?" Dalton also realized the world government has such a strong intelligence network. They must know, but they just don't care. Zhang Yufan said, "Your country has fallen to this point for 3 reasons. First, the world government doesn't care. Second, Walpo's reckless behavior. Third, the resident's combat power is too weak to resist. Lastly, you are too blindly loyal. You receive favors from the previous king, watching Walpo run amok without taking action. Still hoping he would change, Dalton was no longer angry, only filled with regret. I truly am a sinner of the nation. It wasn't until recently that I realized the need to resist, but it's already too late. Many residents have died. Vivi advised Dalton, Walpo is dead. The country can still be saved. Zhang Yufan said, there is now an opportunity for redemption in front of you. It just depends on whether you are willing. Dalton asked, what opportunity? Zhang Yufan replied, you have a high position in the hearts of the residents. Act as the king of this country. Govern with care. Protect the residents, summon doctors, develop combat power, and strengthen the residents. Dalton hesitated. Can I really do it? Do I have the qualifications to be king? Zhang Yufan smiled. Whether you have the qualifications can be determined by the residents. If your governance ability is lacking, you can find someone to help, but your combat power is really poor. Offer your loyalty, and I will grant you the strong combat power to protect the residents. Regi has chimed in, join us. With your current combat power, you can't even defeat a stronger pirate crew. How can you protect the residents? Dalton fell into deep thought. If I don't join, when I encounter a brutal and strong pirate crew, I won't have any power to fight back, and the residents will be killed. Joining is the best choice. He immediately made up his mind. Dalton said, okay, I promise to be loyal, but I won't commit atrocities against innocents. Zhang Yufan smiled. Don't worry, we are not bloodthirsty. Welcome aboard. From now on, call me by name, and don't expose our relationship. The partners welcomed him warmly, while the Baroque Works members were unusually quiet in the corner. They'd been dragged into training and were exhausted, while the others had trained several times more and were still full of energy. This group of people were monsters. Zhang Yufan asked, Dalton, do you know where the witch doctor is? Dalton was surprised. How do you know there's a witch doctor? She lives on the highest mountain, and Walpo's palace is also there. It has been taken over by her. Koya laughed. Captain, are you planning to recruit her onto the ship? Zhang Yufan smiled. Not her, but her apprentice. You'll know when you get to the mountain. Nami asked, do we have to climb the snowy mountain by hand? Dalton replied, there's no road. We can only climb. Zhang Yufan laughed. There's a cable car to the witch doctor's previous residence. Let Dalton take you there. Monkey Ming, Sanji, KB, and I will walk from the sky. Dalton was stunned. I've lived here for so long. How come I didn't know there was a cable car to the palace? People can walk in the sky? Don't lie to me. After Zhang Yufan finished speaking, he walked outside and directly used moonwalk in front of Dalton, stepping on the air and quickly ascending to the highest peak. The snow had already begun to fall from the sky. Everyone except Dalton was unfazed. It was Dalton's first time seeing this, his eyes wide open and mouth agape. The nearby residents were also startled by this scene. After a moment, Dalton took everyone to the witch doctor's previous residence. The residents warmly greeted him, but were quite wary of the pirates behind him. When they arrived, there really was a cable car, but it was too small and needed to go up in batches. Zhang Yufan and the others quickly walked up to the sky, reaching the mountaintop, where they saw a castle covered in snow. Entering through the main door, Zhang Yufan used observation hockey to sense. There's only one person in the castle, and there's another one in the woods, which also followed into the castle. They followed the stairs up to the second floor and saw a fashionable old lady, crossing her legs and drinking. Zhang Yufan quickly checked her information using the system. Name, Dr. Koreha. Combat power growth potential level, C. Dr. Koreha's current combat power, D level 138 years old, 1. 88 meters tall, no weapon, and no devil fruit. She is Chopper's medical teacher, loves to drink plum wine, eats pickled plums, throws with incredible accuracy, and her medical services are extremely expensive. She says patients only have two outcomes, recovery or death, and she calls Chopper a foolish son, and is a close friend of Hiraluk. Koreha, seeing someone enter, asked in confusion, who are you? What do you want? Zhang Yufan smiled. Hello, Dr. Koreha. I am Captain Zhang Yufan of the Extreme Pirates. I came to recruit a suitable doctor to go to sea. Koreha was shocked. How do you know my name? At my age, I'm not suitable for going to sea. You should find someone else. Zhang Yufan smiled. That's a secret. I know many things. At this moment, a half-head poked in from outside. A reindeer wearing a hat, shorts, and a blue nose timidly asked, "Are you really pirates?" Zhang, Yufan, and the others turned their heads and saw the reindeer had hidden in the wrong direction, its body fully exposed outside. Zhang, Yufan checked the system. "This is Tony Chopper. Combat power potential S, current D, only 0. 9 meters tall, at 14 years old. A user of the human fruit. He is Kureha's assistant, afraid of strangers, but loves to be complimented. His benefactor is Hiraluk, and he aspires to be a universal medicine. Born with a blue nose, he was abandoned by his parents and ostracized by the reindeer herd, and has been alone since childhood." KB exclaimed, "We are pirates. You can even talk." Chopper timidly asked, "Do you have a skull flag on your ship?" Sanji laughed, "Yes. It's hanging on the ship. You seem quite interested. Do you want to be a pirate?" Chopper panicked, "Fool. I don't want to." "No." Monkey Ming was also surprised. "Big brother, is this a raccoon?" Chopper angrily shouted, "You little monkey, I'm a reindeer, not a raccoon." KB was surprised. "You can understand animal speech as a reindeer? That's amazing, except for the captain. We can't understand what Monkey Ming is saying." Kureha took a sip of her drink, surprised. "Zhang, Yufan, you can understand animal language? That's interesting." Chopper twisted his body, feeling flattered. "Fool, even if you compliment me, I won't be happy." Sanji laughed. "Reindeer, you are too bad at hiding your emotions. It's all written on your face." KB laughed. "You are too interesting." Sanji joked. "Reindeer, you're super suitable to be a backup ingredient. Braised reindeer meat must be delicious." Chopper's face instantly turned pale, and he backed away, preparing to flee. "These pirates are too scary. They want to eat me." Zhang, Yufan laughed. "Sanji, stop messing around. Look how scared Chopper is." Chopper asked in confusion, "How do you know my name?" "I didn't tell you." Zhang, Yufan smiled. "How I know isn't important. What's important is, do you want to go to sea with us and become a pirate?" Monkey Ming said beside him, "Chopper, come with my big brother. The adventures at sea are very interesting and exciting." Chopper excitedly shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm a blue-nosed, talking, upright reindeer. Aren't you afraid of me looking like this? How could I possibly stay with humans?" KB and the others looked puzzled. What is scary about this silly, cute reindeer? At most, it's so cute it could kill. Being surprised at first is normal. A talking reindeer is indeed rare. Zhang, Yufan smiled. "What are you afraid of? I think you're interesting and cute. Come be a pirate." Kureha laughed. "Are you trying to take my reindeer in front of me?" Just as she was about to speak, footsteps were heard outside. Chopper, who was happily twisting his body, saw someone coming and was so scared he ran away. Everyone saw the animal running wildly, and Vivi wondered, "Is that a raccoon?" Nami laughed. "It looks like a reindeer. Raccoons don't have antlers." Koya was surprised. "A reindeer can walk upright? That's amazing." Usopp pointed to the room. "The captain is inside. Just ask and you'll know." Dalton thought Chopper looked familiar, but couldn't remember, so he didn't care and continued walking. Everyone entered the room and saw Kureha full of energy. Nami laughed. "The lady is really energetic, and she dresses fashionably." Kureha laughed. "My name is Kureha. I'm over 130 years old. Want to know the secret to staying youthful?" Nami and the others immediately surrounded her, and the other partners also came in. Kureha asked Dalton, "Why are you here? Aren't you afraid of Walpo coming back to harm the residents?" Dalton smiled. "Don't worry. Walpo was crushed by Zhang, Yufan." Kureha laughed. "You guys a good deed." Usopp asked, "Captain, what exactly is that animal?" The partners were all curious and looked at Zhang, Yufan. Zhang, Yufan smiled. "It's a reindeer Chopper who ate the human fruit. Dr. Kureha, can we take him with us?" Kureha laughed. "You can, but it's difficult. He is too heartbroken. I can't even cure him." Everyone was puzzled. Chopper runs away from people, so his heartache must be related to people. Nami asked, "What kind of heartache did Chopper suffer?" Zhang, Yufan said, "Let me explain Chopper's situation in detail." Kureha was shocked. "You even know this? Let us hear it." Zhang, Yufan said, "When Chopper was born, he was abandoned by his parents because of his blue nose and faced discrimination from the reindeer herd. Later, after eating the devil fruit, he could walk upright, but was treated as a monster and kicked out of the herd. He transformed into a human form, but it was incomplete, and the residents threw stones and shot at him when they saw him. Chopper ran away crying, not knowing what he did wrong. Chopper couldn't even find someone to play with, so he could only live alone in the woods. One day, he was seriously injured in a snowstorm and encountered the quack Dr. Hiralik, who was being hunted. Chopper didn't trust humans and went berserk when he saw Hiralik with a gun. To prove he meant no harm, Hiralik stripped off his clothes, threw away the gun, and took Chopper home to treat him. Chopper felt warmth from humanity for the first time. It turned out that Hiralik was once a great thief. But after getting heart disease and recovering while seeing the cherry blossoms on the mountain, he abandoned thievery to become a doctor and encouraged Chopper to go to sea and see the world. A year later, Chopper recovered from his injuries. But Hiralik discovered he had a terminal illness. Not wanting to burden Chopper, he painfully drove him away. Chopper overheard that Hiralik had only 10 days left to live and trekked through mountains and rivers to find amigo mushrooms, but was attacked by the reindeer herd. However, he didn't know he was picking poisonous mushrooms, and Hiralik, knowing the soup was poisonous, still drank it, leaving him with only half a day to live. Kureha rushed over to wake Chopper and told him the truth. Later, Hiralik went to the castle and discovered it was a trap set by Walpole, ultimately committing suicide by gunshot. Chopper was furious and wanted to kill Walpole, but was stopped by Dalton. Afterward, Chopper inherited Hiralik's will and vowed to become a universal medicine, learning medical skills from Kureha. The partners were all heartbroken after hearing this, and Nami and the others cried. Monkey Ming empathized the most. He was also ostracized by the herd because of his red hair, hugging Zhang Yufan's thigh and crying. Kureha was shocked. Zhang Yufan, how do you know this so well? It's amazing. Bai is asked, why is Monkey Ming also crying? Zhang Yufan patted Monkey Ming's head. He was treated as an outcast, and his experience is very similar to Chopper's. Regius sighed. It must be the captain who opened his heart, right? Zhang Yufan nodded, and Oka added, this is a meeting of fate. Dalton also remembered, back then, when Hiralik was blown up, the snowman that rushed out was Chopper. As night fell, Zhang Yufan took Monkey Ming to find Chopper, telling Sanji and Nokigao to cook first while the others could move freely. Zhang Yufan sensed that Chopper was on the roof, and upon reaching the rooftop, he saw him staring blankly at the pirate flag. Zhang Yufan and Monkey Ming sat down, and Chopper was startled and wanted to run, but was stopped. Zhang Yufan said, we all know about your experiences. Come with us to sea. We are your partners. Didn't Hiralik want you to see the sea? Chopper shook his head and said, no, I look different from you. You see, I have antlers on my head, no fingers on my hands, only hooves, and a blue nose. I am neither human nor a normal reindeer. I am a monster. Your other partners will definitely be afraid of me. Chopper still shook his head. No, thank you for inviting me to be a pirate. I will stay here, and you are welcome to visit me in the future. Monkey Ming said beside him, Chopper, I understand your pain. My experience is very similar to yours. Chopper turned to look at Monkey Ming, who slowly recounted how he was ostracized by his herd at birth, and how happy he was to go to sea after meeting Zhang Yufan and the others. In the end, the two animals hugged and cried. After a while, Monkey Ming wiped his tears. Chopper, come with us. My team really needs you as a doctor. Adventures at sea are super fun. After saying that, Zhang Yufan and Monkey Ming extended their hands simultaneously, and Chopper nodded while crying, holding their hands. Monkey Ming smiled. From now on, we are family. You can call the captain brother. Chopper nodded, and Zhang Yufan wiped their tears. Chopper, do you want to go up to see the scenery? Chopper asked. Brother, can you grow wings to fly? Zhang Yufan laughed. You don't need wings to go up. Monkey Ming, get the family used to it. Chopper lay on Monkey Ming's back, and Monkey Ming jumped down from the roof. Chopper closed his eyes and screamed, but felt no landing. When he opened his eyes, he found that Monkey Ming was actually going up. After adapting, Monkey Ming carried him in the air, and Chopper was having a blast. On the other side, Kureha asked Dalton, where are the keys to the castle's armory? Dalton replied, it has always been managed by Walpole. It might still be on him. What are you planning to do? Kureha said, there's a surprise for Chopper inside. Nami smiled, this isn't hard. I have a way. Where's the armory? Let us go open it. The group followed Kureha to the armory, and Nami had Galdino use the wax fruit to make a key, which opened it in one go. Kureha laughed. Young man, your ability is really useful. The others helped me move out the cannon. Let us give Chopper a big surprise after dinner. Everyone moved swiftly, each person lifting a cannon and running. Kureha and Dalton were dumbfounded. After positioning the cannons, Zhang Yufan brought Chopper down. Chopper ran to Kureha. Dr. Doral, I have something to tell you. Kureha asked, where did you just go? What do you want to say? Chopper said seriously, I want to go to sea with them and become a pirate. To realize my dream. Kureha smiled, go ahead. You want to go to sea for a long time. This group is super amazing. Go chase your dreams. Chopper choked up. Thank you, Dr. Doral. At this moment, Sanji called for dinner, and the dining hall was filled with delicious food. Everyone ate heartily, and didn't forget to send food to the animals on the ship. After eating, Kureha asked Zhang Yufan to take Chopper to the roof to wait for the surprise. Chopper went up with a puzzled expression. Kureha shouted, young men, are you ready? Everyone shouted in unison, ready. Kureha smiled, fire the cannons. Light the lights. All the cannonballs shot into the sky, lighting up the sky with a sea of flowers. Chopper saw this scene and cried out in pain. I finally see the results of Herolic's 30 years of research. Meanwhile, the residents below were startled by the cannon fire. When they looked up and saw the sky full of cherry blossoms, they were stunned. Such a beautiful scene was rarely seen. Vivi asked, Dr. Kureha, who researched this? It's too spectacular. Kureha laughed. Hee. It was created by a certain fool over 30 years. Kai was astonished. It actually took so long. After a long time, the beautiful scene in the sky finally disappeared. Zhang Yufan comforted Chopper and had his partners pack up the cannons. Everyone slept in the castle for the night. The next day, after breakfast, Zhang Yufan called over Dalton and Chopper, and with a thought, he gave them abilities. Dalton received high-level strength, medium-level stamina, speed, defense, etc., with his combat power skyrocketing from D to A. Chopper received medium-level strength and stamina, and his combat power also surged to A. The two instantly felt their combat power explode and were shocked. Zhang Yufan then gave Dalton 50 million berries to develop the country, saying, you now have enough combat power to protect the residents and will soon be pushed as king. This country is handed over to you. Dalton asked, where are you going next? Zhang Yufan pointed to Vivi, to Alabasta to help her solve her problems. Do you remember her? Dalton nodded. I saw her at the World Government meeting before. She's a princess. Zhang Yufan then said to Kureha, in the future, please help Dalton with medical matters. We will definitely ensure Chopper's safety. The two nodded, and Chopper choked up. Dr. Doral, I'm going on an adventure. Take care. Thank you for taking care of me all these years. Kureha, with tears in her eyes, said, silly son, you take care too. I'll wait for you to come back. At this moment, a dozen residents came up in a cable car with weapons. Yesterday, Dalton didn't come down, and everyone was worried about his safety and feared pirates would harm him. Dalton asked, why are you here? One resident said, Mr. Dalton, you didn't come home last night, and we were worried about you. Another resident said, Walpole is dead. We hope you become king. Someone added, you always protect us and think of us, and your combat power is the strongest. You are the most suitable. Dalton said, since you all say so, I will agree. In the future, we need everyone to develop the country together. The residents were super happy, but they trembled in fear when they saw Kureha. Most of Zhang Yufan's partners took the cable car down the mountain, leaving only the 3 humans and 1 monkey who could use Moonwalk and Chopper. Chopper, carrying a blue medical bag, lay on Monkey Ming's back. Zhang Yufan led them to jump directly down from the mountain. On the mountain, except for Dalton, everyone else was stunned and rushed to the edge to look, only to find Zhang Yufan and the others moving quickly in the sky, which shocked them even more. Kalea laughed. Hey, I almost got scared to death just now. These little guys are really something. Dalton smiled and said, yeah, they are strong. I didn't expect that reindeer to inherit all of the doctor's noble qualities and medical skills, and this country will also be reborn. Kalea chuckled. My silly son is trying to act like a man in front of me for the first time, and he's quite serious about it. Zhang Yufan and the others quickly returned to the ship. Chopper saw several animals on board, including a big lion, and was so scared that he hid behind Monkey Ming. Leaky was puzzled and asked, Monkey Ming, are you carrying a raccoon? Monkey Ming laughed. Leaky, don't scare it. Everyone come here. Let me introduce you. This is our future ship doctor. He ate a devil fruit and has super combat power. Say hello." The animals all understood the importance of ship doctor and warmly praised Chopper, making him so happy that he twisted around. They were even more amazed to find out that Chopper could speak human language and transform, praising him even more, and Chopper quickly became familiar with them. The other crew members also got to know Chopper when they boarded, and Nami and the others loved the cute reindeer, hugging it and petting its fur without restraint. After the ship set sail, Chopper escaped the crowd and sat alone on the ship's railing at the stern, watching the distant magnetic drum island. Zhang Yufan walked over and asked, "Chopper, why are you alone here?" Chopper smiled. "Everyone is too enthusiastic. I'm taking a breather." "Big brother, are these people and animals all crew members?" Zhang Yufan laughed. "Not the ones doing the cleaning for now. Vivi and Ikelam aren't either. We need to send them home. There are also 2 giant partners over 20 meters tall who went to recruit crew members. You'll meet them later." Chopper exclaimed, "There are such tall partners on the ship? I've never seen that before." "Big brother, you're amazing." The ship sailed on the sea for a long time. Chopper, who knew nothing about the outside world, was excitedly running around the ship looking at the scenery and even raced with Usopp to catch fish. Another day passed, and Chopper got used to it. He was playing cards and fooling around with Usopp when Akka shouted from the lookout that he saw a big island. Zhang Yufan instructed the ship to approach slowly. Zhang Yufan asked Vivi, "We're almost at Alabasta. What are your plans?" Vivi replied, "First, I want to buy sunscreen gear and clothes at the port. We have enough water and food. Then I'll go to Yuba to talk to the rebel leader." Nami and the others volunteered to pick out clothes, and Sanji followed them, while the others waited on the ship. Zhang Yufan asked Galdino to use the wax fruit to make digging tools, and everyone was stunned. After a while, Nami and the others returned with arms full of clothes, and everyone changed into new outfits, considering that perfume might irritate Chopper's nose. The girls used it sparingly. After getting ready, Vivi called Kwaikua and Ikelam. "Take this letter to my father. I've written everything. You need to ration the 2 barrels of water while crossing the desert." The 2 nodded, and Vivi said, "Hurry up. Be careful on the way." Everyone boarded the ship and continued sailing. On the other side, at the Baroque Works headquarters, Crocodile received news that Zhang Yufan, the captain of the extreme pirates, was coming to destroy his company. He had already lost several senior executives and had to be on alert. He gathered the remaining senior executives, wanting to capture Zhang Yufan all at once to prevent him from disrupting his plans. Although he didn't think this newly emerged pirate crew could defeat him in his desert stronghold, he still had confidence in his own combat power. However, it was necessary to eliminate some security risks. Zhang Yufan and the others brought the ship to shore, and after everyone disembarked, Zhang Yufan directly stored the ship in the storage space. Little 8 asked, "Vivi, is this Yuba? It's so desolate." Vivi shook her head and pointed to the map. "This isn't it. We still have to walk for a while. This is the Eruma Oasis." Kaya was confused. "Where's the oasis? I don't see it at all." Vivi explained it was buried by sand long ago. At that moment, Usopp discovered a cute animal with a tortoiseshell by the sea and asked, "Vivi, what is this?" Vivi explained, "This is a kung fu manatee. It's super powerful. If you defeat it, it will take you as a master. That's the rule." As soon as she finished speaking, the kung fu manatee shouted, "Human, come fight. Let's see who is stronger." Zhang Yufan walked over and knocked it down with 1 punch. Then, over 20 more emerged from the water, and Zhang Yufan knocked them all down one by one. The system rewards immediately arrived. He used the system to check the first manatee. Combat potential S level, current D level. It's the leader, proficient in body techniques, and loves to challenge others. If it loses, it becomes a disciple. The other manatees had the same combat power, and Zhang Yufan decided to take them all with him. Monkey Ming came over and asked, "Big brother, are you going to subdue them?" Zhang Yufan smiled, "Yes. Their strength is good, just right to increase the combat power of your squad." After a while, the kung fu manatees got up, bowed their heads, and shouted, "Greetings, master." Zhang Yufan laughed. "Do you want to go on an adventure with me? I'll teach you stronger body techniques in the future." The manatees shouted in unison, "We are willing." Zhang Yufan named the leader Niu Jie, and the rest were called Niu Yi to Niu Sanshur. They were extremely happy. Niojia asked Master. Can you understand what we're saying? Zhang Yufan nodded, yes. Others can't understand. That reindeer over there can speak human language. If you want to relay a message, just find it. Niojia was shocked. Master is amazing. I've never seen a human who can understand our language. Zhang Yufan continued. In the future, you will follow this little monkey. Its name is Monkey Ming, and its combat power is much stronger than yours. When I'm busy, it will teach you body techniques. To give Monkey Ming some authority, Zhang Yufan let it show off its strong combat power. The Kung Fu manatees were stunned and immediately recognized Monkey Ming. Zhang Yufan introduced the combat power of the manatees, saying that in the future, their combat power would surpass Monkey Ming's, and the fighting scenes would definitely be spectacular. After everyone got to know each other, they set off towards Yuba in a grand manner. On the way, they encountered many abandoned houses, with white bones exposed in the sand. Vivi said this was originally an oasis. Crocodile's abuse of dance powder has caused the country not to rain for 3 years, slowly turning it into a desert. Usopp angrily said, that bastard crocodile. We must beat him up. Everyone was furious. Zhang Yufan thought to himself, Crocodile's scheme is really sinister. He shouting to catch the thief while shifting the blame to the king, inciting the people to rebel, and profiting for himself. They continued walking in the desert, and the ground temperature kept rising. Chopper and Leaky were too warm in their fur and were about to go crazy from the heat. They encountered many animals along the way. Big lizards, big frogs, and strange birds were all intimidated by Zhang Yufan's conqueror's haki and dared not approach. After walking for a while, the sky turned dark and the temperature dropped sharply. Zhang Yufan and his group finally arrived in Yuba, the once bustling trading center, now ravaged by sandstorms multiple times, completely buried in sand, desolate to an absurd degree. Bartolomeo was stunned. Vivi, is this really the oasis? I haven't seen a single drop of water. Vivi replied, this is it. It seems it couldn't escape the fate of being buried in sand. As they moved forward, the group saw a super skinny old man digging in the dirt. KB walked over and said, hello, uncle. My name is KB. Is this Yuba? What are you doing? The old man stopped his work. I'm a resident named Dodo. Are you travelers? This is Yuba, long abandoned. I'm digging for underground water. Rajizi asked Uncle Dodo, do you know where the rebel army is? Dodo angrily responded, what do you want them for? Do you want to join them? They've left long ago. Vivi recognized Dodo and excitedly shouted, you're Uncle Dodo. I'm Vivi. Dodo froze for a moment and then cried, little Vivi, thank goodness you're not dead. There are still people who believe the king wanted to betray the people. Vivi cried, this is all a conspiracy of the criminal organization. Dodo cried and pleaded, the rebels are too foolish. You must stop them. No more casualties. Vivi nodded, we're here to stop them. Where's their base? Dodo said, it's in Catlia near the rapeseed flowers. Vivi smiled, don't worry. I brought super strong partners. We'll set off tomorrow. Zhang Yufan took ingredients from the storage space to prepare a sumptuous dinner for Sanji and Nokiho, and soon it was ready. However, since they arrived in Yuba, someone had been secretly watching them and hadn't tea left. Those with observation haki had sensed it early, but didn't pay attention. Zhang Yufan shouted while holding roasted meat. Hey, you in the dark. Are you hungry? Come eat with us. The hidden woman was shocked. She had actually been discovered. Her concealment skills had been honed over years of fleeing, and very few could detect her. It seemed this group was truly remarkable. The missing Baroque Works member was even dining with them, without handcuffs, looking quite free. Had she betrayed the company? Zhang Yufan shouted again. Aren't you coming out? Do you want me to catch you? Choba was confused. Big brother, who are you talking to? There's no one around. At that moment, the woman stepped out. Mr. Zhang Yufan, you are truly impressive. I was hidden so deep and still got found out. The humpbacked sea cows admire their master. They could discover this. We must learn this. Duo was also surprised. There really is someone. Young man, you are amazing. Zhang Yufan used the system to check the woman's information. Name, Nico Robin, combat power growth potential level. S. Nico Robin's current combat power is C level, 27 years old, height 188 meters, a user of the flower fruit. With a bounty of 79 million. She is the vice president of Baroque Works, codename Miss All Sunday, proficient in archaeology and assassination, and has a great love for animals, making any animal she touches become docile. Machida was shocked. Miss All Sunday. Even you are here. Galdino helplessly said. You came at the wrong time. It's too late to leave now. Robin smiled on the surface, but her heart was already in turmoil. What does this mean? Is Mr. Zhang Yufan going to kill me? The Baroque members thought. After being captured, aside from doing menial work for training, there's food and drink and no binding. Life is indeed not bad. Zhang Yufan laughed. Killing you is impossible. But if you come to me, don't think you can leave. You've been hiding and running for so long, it must be exhausting, right? The world government has defined you as the son of the devil since childhood, the only survivor of O'Hara, Nico Robin. Robin was instantly frightened into a cold sweat. Her current appearance is very different from the bounty poster. How did Zhang Yufan recognize her? He even knows she is the survivor of O'Hara. She forced herself to remain calm. I don't understand what you're saying. Zhang Yufan laughed. Stop pretending. I'm absolutely sure. I also know Crocodile's final plan. The Baroque members believed it. Zhang Yufan had never been wrong before. This woman was indeed not simple. Robin realized she couldn't hide anymore and directly activated the flower fruit. Using 30 wheels flower, suspension, suddenly 30 hands grew on Zhang Yufan's body, grabbing his neck, arms, and legs, trying to break his backbone. But no matter how Robin used her ability, Zhang Yufan was covered in armed hockey and didn't budge. Robin was dumbfounded. What's going on? My ability is ineffective against him? Panic began to set in. Zhang Yufan laughed. The fruit ability is good, but unfortunately, the power is too weak. As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly disappeared, appearing behind Robin, grabbing her hands so she couldn't break free. Robin thought, after years of fleeing, I'm going to be caught today. I still can't escape the fate of being sent to the world government to be executed. She turned pale and asked, Mr. Zhang Yufan, are you going to send me to the world government for the bounty? Sanji was anxious. Captain, you're too rough. How can you grab Miss Robin's hands like that? Be gentler. Zhang Yufan ignored Sanji and smiled. No, you are much more precious than the bounty. We are ultimately going to war with the world government. How can we send you away? Robin was shocked. Just you few? You want to go to war with the world government? That's too far-fetched. What exactly do you plan to do with me? Zhang Yufan smiled and said, Of course. It's not just us. More people will join us later. As for you, of course, we want you to join us. From today on, you won't need to hide anymore. Your safety will be protected by us. Robin looked skeptical. Do you really have the strength to protect me? Defeat Crocodile first. I betrayed many partners. Would you still dare to want someone like me? Zhang Yufan laughed. Why wouldn't I dare? Remember, in the face of absolute power, conspiracies and tricks are nothing. I'm not at the top yet, but dealing with you is no problem. Do you want to know where the other historical texts are besides Alabasta? Robin was shocked. You have quite a bit of confidence in your combat power. And you know about the historical texts? If you beat Crocodile, tell me the location, and I'll join. Zhang Yufan let go of her. No problem. Robin, now call Crocodile and arrange a death match for tomorrow morning at Yuba. Robin nodded. If Zhang Yufan wants to find death, I'll help him. The warlord Crocodile is not so easy to deal with. Robin took out a transponder snail and dialed. And once connected, she said, Boss, I was captured by Zhang Yufan. Crocodile laughed. How can you still make phone calls? You're not hurt, right? You're very important to me. Zhang Yufan sneered. Crocodile, stop pretending. What partner? You just treat her as a tool to interpret historical texts. Crocodile asked. You're Zhang Yufan? You have some guts. Dare to speak to me like that. Zhang Yufan shot back. That's me. You turtle who had his hand chopped off by Whitebeard. I see you're not all that impressive. Crocodile shouted angrily. You little brat. Are you looking for death? He was stunned. How does this newcomer know his weak point? Zhang Yufan pretended to be scared. You're so fierce. I'm so scared. Do you believe I will tell the residents about your plan to steal the King of Hell? That would be so exciting. Crocodile helplessly said. How do you know my goal? What do you want? Zhang Yufan laughed. It doesn't matter how I know. Tomorrow morning, bring your high-ranking officers, the Banana Crocodile, to Yuba. Let's have a death match. If you don't dare to come, just keep being a turtle. Crocodile was full of killing intent. Since you want to die, I will fulfill you. Let you taste the fear of death. Zhang Yufan laughed. Wash your neck clean tonight. Come tomorrow to die. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. Crocodile wanted to say more, but could only watch the phone hang up, angrily smashing the table. Zhang Yufan laughed. Robin, eat something first. Tomorrow you will fulfill your first condition. The partners ate while watching Zhang Yufan show off. And Uncle Duo also ate to the point of being stuffed, full of energy, to continue digging for water. Koi asked, Uncle Duo, how long have you been digging? Duo laughed. More than a year. I believe I can dig out water soon. The oasis will revive. Nami said, Uncle, you are amazing. We'll help you dig. Water will come out faster. At this moment, everyone finally understood Zhang Yufan's previous intention in making digging tools. Groups of people found places to dig deep, and with their great strength, they dug super fast. The Baroque members, under Bartolomeo's supervision, were digging hard. Free labor should not be wasted. After a while, Bagis's group had already dug to moist soil, and the other groups also dug to moist soil. And not long after, water began to gush out. Uncle Duo was excited to see water coming out quickly, grinning from ear to ear, repeatedly thanking Zhang Yufan and the others. Everyone was also very happy, making protective measures around to prevent the water source from being buried by sand, and then tidied up and went asleep. Seeing Nami blushing as she followed Zhang Yufan into a room, everyone had a mischievous smile, understanding without words. Zhang Yufan hugged Nami and closed his eyes, enjoying a beautiful sleep. The next day, after breakfast, it wasn't long before everyone sensed someone coming this way. Zhang Yufan stood up. Partners, our distinguished guests have arrived. Go greet them. Leave Crocodile to me. Everyone else can choose their opponents. Just don't kill them. The crowd left Yuba in a grand manner, introducing the remaining high-ranking officers' information as they walked, arriving outside the city. Except for behind them, the surroundings were all vast deserts. As they walked forward, they soon saw a crocodile approaching with a group of subordinates, along with a giant banana crocodile. Zhang Yufan quickly checked the information using the system. Shichibukai crocodile, combat power potential SS level, current A level, 43 years old, height 2.53 meters. User of the Sansan fruit, bounty of 81 million. President of Baroque Works, codename Mr. Zero, also a Shichibukai. Skilled in calculations and arrogant. Aiming to seize Alabasta and steal the king of hell. Dreaming of becoming the pirate king. Das Bones, combat power potential A level, current B level, 28 years old. Height 2.12 meters. User of the Chop fruit, bounty of 75 million. Codename Mr. One, a famous killer in the West Sea, few words cold, and looks down on swordsmen. Sarah, combat power potential B level, current C level, 25 years old, height 1.87 meters. User of the Thorn fruit, bounty of 35 million. Codename Miss Double-handed and delicate and walk yet cold, with an extremely sensitive sense of direction. Bibu, combat potential level C, current D level, 27 years old, height 2.18 meters. Wields a 4-ton bat, no devil fruit, bounty of 3.2 million. Codename Mr. 4, fat and slow to react. Pet is a sausage gun wrasse who ate the Inu no Mi, able to spit out time bombs. Dorify, combat potential level C, current D level, 50 years old. Height 1.56 meters. Mole fruit user, bounty of 14 million. Codename Miss Merry Christmas, a short-tempered old lady who loves to curse. Name Banana Crocodile. Combat potential level B, current combat level D, age 21, height 30 meters, gender, male, weapon, none, devil fruit, none, bounty, none, equipment card, none. Introduction, leader, 30 meters long, extremely powerful, able to prey on sea kings, has banana-shaped protrusions on its head, and a strong jaw that can easily crush stones. Crocodile walked over to Zhang Yufan and sneered, Kid, you really dare to come to your death. Mr. 3, do you dare to betray me? Wait to be torn to pieces. Mr. 3 waved his hands with a bitter face. It's not that we want to betray. They are as strong as monsters. We don't even have a chance to fight back. I didn't expect that you, a warlord, are the boss. Today, I finally see the real person. Zhang Yufan grinned. What's there to be afraid of? Old Sam, let's fight. If you lose, you obediently become my little brother. Crocodile instantly exploded in anger. Bastard! Don't call me Old Sand. We are not familiar. Boys, go. Slaughter this group of guys. Vegas, Regas, and other warlike elements couldn't hold back any longer and rushed in. Only HouMing and Chopper joined the battle, while the other animals stayed behind to protect Vivi and Uncle Dodo. Watch closely. Crocodile directly unleashed his desert sword. His arms transformed into sand blades and instantly enlarged, slashing open a huge gap in the desert. Zhang Yufan dodged to the side easily, using his feet to exert force and disappearing with a swoosh. Armed color domineering wrapped around his hands and unleashed a flurry of explosive punches at Old Sand. Old Sand tried to elementalize and escape, but was caught back by Zhang Yufan and continued to be beaten, with no chance to fight back, bleeding from the corner of his mouth and collapsing onto the sand. Zhang Yufan shook his head. Old Sand, you're too weak. Can't even use hockey until now. And you dare to be a warlord? Old Sand got up, coughing and shouting, Bastard, go die. Desert Diamond Sword. His hands transformed into 4 large sand blades and slashed forward, but were dispersed into sand by Zhang Yufan's few punches, then slammed back down hard. In the distance, Zoro calmly tied his green headscarf and drew his sword. Daz Bonus, look over there. Your boss is being pressed to the ground and beaten by our captain. His combat power is really not that great. Next, it's your turn to be dealt with. Bonus remained expressionless. Our boss will definitely get up. You should worry about yourself. I ate the quick/fruit. I'm the nemesis of swordsmen. Your sword is useless against me. Zoro laughed. Is that so? You're just a frog at the bottom of the well. Let me show you the power that can cut through steel. He directly executed one sword style, Lioness Song, cutting Bonus, then quickly swung his sword, injuring him all over. And finally Bonus fell to the ground. Didn't kill him as per Zhang Yufan's request. Chopper, following behind HouMing, widened his eyes in shock. HouMing, this crocodile is way too big. Bigger than any animal I've ever seen. Can you beat it? HouMing patted his chest and laughed. Don't worry. It's a piece of cake. You'll see even more exaggerated ones in the future. Just watch, I'll subdue it first. Chopper was so amazed that his eyes were glued. What was once a rampaging crocodile, after being beaten a few times by HouMing, became as obedient as a well-behaved puppy. Lying on the ground without daring to move, Vegas said nothing and went up to the fattest Bibu, and a large bird in clothes flew down from the sky, transforming into a person rushing to Vivi. Princess Vivi, what are you doing here? Are you hurt? What's the situation with these animals? Just as he wanted to get closer, he was stopped by the animals. Vivi calmed him down and stepped forward. Peru, I'm fine. These are Zhang Yufan's partners protecting me. What are you doing here? Peru said anxiously. The king received a letter. Is going to send troops to fight Crocodile. I'm here to scout. The troops are on their way. Vivi quickly said. Hurry back and inform my father. Old Sand has just been beaten down by Zhang Yufan. Tell him to wait until we deal with the rebel army before visiting him. Peru nodded and transformed into a bird and flew away, while Zhang Yufan and the others finished cleaning up the battlefield and came over. Nami smiled and asked, Vivi, who was that big bird that just flew away? Vivi replied, that was the deputy of the kingdom's guard, Peru. He said the king is sending troops. I told him to go back and report that Old Sand has been defeated. Zhang Yufan said, this matter is settled. Let us ride the banana crocodile to the rebel army's base. Everyone sat on the crocodile's back, with HouMing driving in front, and, after a long journey, they finally arrived. Zhang Yufan let his partners wait nearby, taking Vivi and Uncle Dodo over. Just as they reached the entrance, they were stopped by guards. Vivi stepped forward. Take me to see your leader. There's something important to discuss. The guard saw it was Vivi and the leader's father, so they took them inside, not allowing Zhang Yufan to enter. Shortly after, Vivi and Uncle Dodo were followed out by a man with short dark green hair, a scar over his left eye, and a sword on his back, very charismatic. Zhang Yufan checked the information using the system. Kusha, combat potential level E, current F level, 19 years old, height 1, 77 meters. Leader of the rebel army, has exceptional organizational and mobilization abilities, has known Vivi since childhood, and is proficient with firearms. Vivi smiled and said, Zhang Yufan, this is Kusha, the leader of the rebel army. Kusha bowed. Mr. Zhang Yufan, Thank you for defeating Old Sand and saving the country, and for bringing Vivi back safely. Zhang Yufan smiled. Now that you know the truth, let us meet the king and atone for your mistakes. Kusha arranged for his subordinates and followed Zhang Yufan to Alabasta. The king had already heard Peru's report and was extremely excited. Old Sand was really defeated. Zhang Yufan and the others rode the banana crocodile through the city and quickly arrived at the palace gate. They let the animals wait outside and brought Chopper, HouMing, and Jie inside. And with Vivi there, they were not stopped by the guards. After walking for a while to the main hall, they saw a man with long black hair sitting on the throne. Zhang Yufan checked the information using the system. Name, Nefertari Cobra, combat potential level E. Current combat level F. Age 47, height 1. 82 meters, gender, male, weapon, none, devil fruit, none, bounty, none, equipment card, none. Introduction. The 12th king of the Alabasta kingdom. Advocates that the country is the people, understands empathy, and always considers the interests of the citizens during his reign, thus deeply loved by the people. The Nefertari family is one of the 20 royal families that founded the world government 800 years ago, but instead of moving to the Holy Land, they ruled the Alabasta kingdom and guarded the ancient weapon Pluton. Seeing Vivi bringing a group of people in, Cobra hurried down from the throne and asked, Vivi, you haven't been hurt after being outside for so long, right? Who are they? Vivi pointed to Zhang Yufan and smiled. Father, I'm Fine. This is Zhang Yufan, who defeated Crocodile. Next to him is Old Sand, and behind are his partners. Cobra smiled. Thank you all for bringing my daughter back and saving my country. Crocodile protested. He only won because he can use hockey. Zhang Yufan laughed. Old Sand, don't be unconvinced. You don't need hockey. You can still be beaten with water. Cobra angrily said to Old Sand. Your scheme was too vicious. Almost destroyed the country. Old Sand sneered. The people here are too stupid. If it weren't for them, I would have taken the country long ago. Cobra angrily replied. Unfortunately, you ran into them. You have such bad luck. Next, you'll be going to prison. Zhang Yufan said, King Cobra, your country is like this. The world government also has responsibility. Don't trust them too much. Old Sand is useful. Don't hand him over to the decaying world government. Cobra thought to himself, that's right, the warlord are given by the world government, helping Old Sand. Seeing Zhang Yufan's explosive power, and fearing that the situation might escalate and cause losses, he didn't say much. Cobra directly knelt before Crocodile to admit his mistake, and the king ordered him to lead the rebel army to rebuild the country as a form of redemption. At the same time, the king announced to the public that the war was over and exposed Old Sand as the main culprit. The people of Alabasta cheered and cried, Finally, we don't have to fight anymore. The rebel army also realized their grave mistake and prepared to redeem themselves together. Zhang Yufan smiled. King Cobra, take us to the royal tomb. I have archaeologists on my ship who are interested in historical texts. Cobra was shocked. How do you know there is historical text? You're not simple. Since you saved the country, I promise you. Follow me. Everyone followed the king to the western part of the palace, sneaking through a hidden staircase into the royal tomb's sacrificial hall. Inside, the space was enormous. Noki, confused, asked, Captain, what is historical text? Zhang Yufan smiled. It's an indestructible stone tablet created by our ancestors. There are 30 pieces in total. Remember the locations of the 3 ancient weapons. And you need to gather 4 red markers to find 1 piece, as well as the historical truths covered up by the world government. Robin's eyes widened. This guy knows all this so clearly. Old Sand looked at Zhang Yufan suspiciously. Kid, you know so much. Who are you? Zhang Yufan smiled. I am the one who will overturn the world. Old Sand, do you dare to stir up trouble with me in the new world? If you're scared of being beaten by Whitebeard, I'll break your arms and legs and throw you into the deep-sea prison. The members of Baroque Works behind them broke out in cold sweat upon hearing Zhang Yufan's words, not caring to mention Crocodile's sore spot again. If he didn't agree, he would directly have his limbs disabled and then sent to prison for torture. This guy is a devil. Crocodile shouted angrily, Damn kid, are you a devil? I'll kill you sooner or later. I will seek revenge on Whitebeard. Going with you is definitely more interesting than staying here. Bages, familiar with everyone, laughed. Wah, Old Sand, If you want to fight, come find me. If you fight the captain now, you're just looking for trouble. Old Sand recalled the time he tried to escape after waking up and was caught and beaten up by Bages. And having heard Galdino say that this guy is a battle maniac, he hurriedly retorted, "Get lost. We're not familiar. Don't be so friendly." Zhang Yufan smiled. "Welcome aboard. You can challenge me anytime, as long as you don't mind being pressed to the ground each time." Although Old Sand was unhappy, he knew he couldn't beat Zhang Yufan and his companions now, and could only secretly resolve to quickly improve his fighting power. Bonus and the others also joined unconditionally, fearing that if they didn't agree, they would be tortured. The group continued walking and soon saw the black historical text, and Robin excitedly ran over to interpret it. When she returned, Old Sand hurriedly asked, "Does it mention the location of the Pluton?" Seeing Zhang Yufan nod, she said, "It records the history of Alabasta, and Pluton is somewhere in Wayno." Old Sand was super excited. "Then let's go to Wayno quickly." Regith grinned. "Old Sand, once you join, you have to respect the captain. Call him a kid, apologize, and call him captain. Otherwise, you'll be in for it." Old Sand turned around and saw over a dozen pairs of eyes glaring at him fiercely, especially Bages, who couldn't wait for him to make a mistake so he could beat him up. He could only admit defeat. "Sorry, Captain." The Baroque members looked dumbfounded. The once domineering Old Sand is now a little lamb. Zhang Yufan said, "Old Sand, stop always thinking about ancient weapons. Why not practice body techniques and learn hockey? You rely too much on your fruit and external forces. True strength comes from being strong yourself." Bartolomeo laughed. "When we get back to the ship, I'll arrange training for you and your subordinates." Old Sand and the others suddenly had a bad premonition. After looking at the historical text, everyone returned to the palace. Zhang Yufan took Vivi and Old Sand to the Rain-Based Casino, defeating the remaining banana crocodiles to make them protect Alabasta and listen to Vivi, and also packed up some valuables. When they returned, Cobra had already prepared a lavish dinner for them. After the dinner, everyone had a good night's sleep in the palace. Zhang Yufan lay in bed and summoned the system sprite HouMing to check the rewards. HouMing said, "Master, congratulations on earning 21 million berries, 3 watermelons for bananas, 3 peaches, 2 grapes, a pineapple, 4 fish, 3 pieces of meat, for small bottles of fresh water, and also card for beginner fist techniques, intermediate kicking techniques, intermediate navigation skills, and other equipment." The next morning, Zhang Yufan let his companions play in Alabasta for a day. On the morning of the 3rd day, everyone packed their things, replenished fresh water and food, and prepared to set off. As for the remaining high-ranking officials of Baroque Works who were not on Zhang Yufan's ship, some were sent to Drum Island to help Dalton develop, while others stayed in Alabasta to assist Vivi, conveniently building their own intelligence network. After bidding farewell to Vivi in the palace, everyone went to the port, and Zhang Yufan took out the ship from his storage space. The new partners were startled when the ship suddenly appeared, and after KB explained, everyone boarded the ship, ready to set sail. As Zhang Yufan's ship just left Alabasta, a warship rushed over. The news that Old Sand was defeated and had joined the extreme pirate crew quickly reached the Marine headquarters at Marineford. In the conference room, the bigwigs were discussing this matter. Admiral Sengoku roared, "That bastard crocodile, using his warlord identity to seize Alabasta. Where did this extreme pirate crew come from?" And they even accepted Old Sand as a subordinate. Vice Admiral Tsuru said, "Intelligence shows that Captain Zhang Yufan hails from the East Blue and was previously a bounty hunter. He has successively defeated the 5 million berries bounty Alvida, Monka, the 15 million berries bounty Buggy, the 20 million berries bounty Dragon, and finally the 81 million berries bounty Old Sand." Carp laughed while eating senbei. "Haha, a kid from my hometown. He caused such a scene at such a young age. Are young people nowadays so fierce?" Sengoku, who had snatched the senbei, yelled, "Carp, stop stealing my senbei. Be serious. The weakest East Blue actually produced such a ruthless person." Vice Admiral Tsuru added, "And he even took an Old Sand's crew. He is going to do something big." Sengoku asked, "What is Zhang Yufan's bounty?" After the lower-ranking personnel reported the figures, Vice Admiral Tsuru said, "About 200 million berries." Old Sands was adjusted to 150 million berries. Sengoku consolidated opinions and set the bounty. which was soon spread worldwide by the newsbird. In East Blue's Cocoa Village, villagers surrounded the patrolman Aegean. Aegean smiled. As long as the Nami sisters are happy, I can rest assured. Their captain is amazing. The first bounty is 200 million berries. Everyone looked at the bounty notice featuring Nami and Nakis smiling faces. And they were all happy for them. After so much suffering, they finally made it. At the Bartai restaurant at sea, a chef showed the bounty notice to Zeph. Chef, come look. Zeph read it and laughed. That kid Yufan. He hasn't been out to sea for long and already has such a high bounty. And he even took a warlord as his crew. This is explosive. Other chefs gathered around, seeing Sanji's hand-drawn bounty notice of 70 million berries, reminiscing and then bursting into laughter. One chef laughed until his stomach hurt. Sanji's portrait looks nothing like him. How is it hand-drawn? Zeph said, stop laughing. Customers are coming. Get ready to cook. Another chef shouted, welcome, the home of the great pirate Sanji Bartai. In Rowtown, Bartolomeo's gang members were ecstatic to see their leader had a bounty of 30 million berries. Seeing Zhang Yufan's high bounty notice, they were left dumbfounded. On Drum Island's mountaintop, Dalton rushed to find Kureha with the bounty notice. Dr. Kureha, Zhang Yufan and the others just left and are already wanted. Chopper also has a bounty of 100 berries. Is this amount wrong? Kureha saw Chopper's excited expression and smiled. The bounty I sent important. As long as I can see Chopper happy, I'm very pleased. My silly son seems to have followed an incredible captain. In the new world of the Grand Line, Dressrosa, Doflamingo chuckled while holding the bounty notice. Crocodile, you really are embarrassing. Defeated by a little pirate and still submitted. Zhang Yufan, I'll remember you. On an island in the new world. The Yonko Shanks said seriously while holding the bounty notice. From the East Blue, even the warlords submit to him. The seas are going to be chaotic. Opposite him, Mihawk remained expressionless. I didn't expect Crocodile to be so submissive. This newcomer Zhang Yufan's power is explosive. Quite interesting. On the Moby Dick, the Four Emperors Whitebeard is hosting a banquet. Vista comes over with a bounty notice. Old man. Crocodile has been captured and defeated by a newcomer from the East Blue. Zhang Yufan has a bounty of 200 million berries. Whitebeard laughs while drinking Gulalala. This newcomer is so fierce. The sea is getting more exciting. Never mind. Keep drinking. Everyone cheers. Cheers to the old man. The other two emperors didn't pay much attention. Zhang Yufan hasn't entered the new world yet. They'll decide whether to kill or spare him when he arrives. Back in the Grand Line's paradise, on Zhang Yufan's ship, Crocodile and the new companions are undergoing intense training. All exhausted on the deck. Standing before Zhang Yufan are Jem and 4 others, plus the leader of the Kung Fu Sea Cows. Machida asks, Captain, why did you call us here? Zhang Yufan smiles. Good news. You've been on the ship for a while. Want to get stronger? Galdino eagerly nods, eyeing Zhang Yufan's abilities. Yes. Is the captain going to help us get stronger? Zhang Yufan nods and, with a thought, equips everyone with gear cards. Galdino, Machida, and Jem's power skyrockets from C rank to A rank. Marianne and Neo rise from D rank to B rank. The remaining gear cards are given to suitable companions. Except for Marianne, who remains calm, everyone else is thrilled to the point of exploding, thanking him before heading off to train. After sailing for another 3 days, a newsbird flies by. Nami calls it over to buy a newspaper, and as she opens it, a pile of bounty notices falls out. Nami picks one up and shouts, Guys, we've been put on the Navy's bounty list. She lays all the bounty notices on the deck, and upon hearing they've been rewarded, everyone happily rushes over to see their amounts. The bounty amounts are revealed. Zhang Yufan, 200 million. Crocodile, 150 million. Zoro, 85 million. Sanji, 70 million. Bayas, 50 million. Chopper, 35 million. Bartolomeo, 30 million. And a bunch of other companions, each with their own bounties. After reading the bounties, everyone bursts into laughter. Sanji's hand-drawn portrait is so bad that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Bartolomeo laughs until his stomach hurts, and Sanji is dumbfounded. Is this me? All the women in the world are going to laugh. Why is that seaweed head higher than me? Zoro adds, curly brows, it looks pretty similar. Who let me be stronger than you? Sanji kneels down, questioning his life. Noki hurriedly comforts him. Zhang Yufan laughs. Let me tell you something ridiculous. There really is someone who looks like that. Nami is shocked. The world is too magical. Koya adds, that guy's going to be in big trouble, getting a bounty for no reason. Chopper rushes out from the medical room. Where's my bounty notice? Show me. Robin hands it over. And Chopper sees it's only 100 berries, his mouth agape. Why is it so low? Monkey Ming pats him. I also have 100 berries. It will go up later. You Haven't even fought properly. Bias laughs. Wah. The captain's bounty is too explosive. Old Sand isn't low either. Crocodile boasts. Of course. I used to be a warlord of the sea. Nami pulls out the log pose she brought from Alabasta and suddenly points up at the sky. Frozen. She asks Robin, what is going on? Robin nods. Our next target is the Sky Island. Everyone is confused. There is an island in the sky? Won't it fall down? Zhang Yufan explains. 400 years ago, part of an island was swept up into the sky by a burst of ocean currents, creating the Sky Island. Everyone is amazed. This power is incredible. But how we get up there? Chopper asks anxiously. The ship doesn't have wings. Zhang Yufan laughs. We'll wait for the ocean current. But we need to go to the lower island to find out when it happens. Robin looks at Zhang Yufan, wanting to probe more about his knowledge. Their ship sails for a long time, and Oka discovers an island to the northwest. Nami directs the ship to approach. This is Gaia Island, home of the Magic Valley town. Gaia Island was originally the same island as the Sky Island 10,000 meters high, shaped like a skull due to the ocean currents nearby. 400 years ago, half of Gaia Island was swept up into the sky along with its indigenous people, animals, and ruins. The part that was sent skyward is the skull's head and face, while the part remaining on the ground is the skull's teeth. The Magic Valley town here is a small town where extravagant pirates gather. The ship quickly docks. Most stay on the ship, while Robin takes a few to investigate the Sky Island and the descendants of Rolando. Sanji takes a few to procure food and fresh water, and Zhang Yufan takes Nami, Bayez, and Bartolomeo to explore the town. Zhang Yufan finds a tavern, with only the bar having available seats, sits down, and orders 3 cups of alcohol. Nami asks the owner, do you know about the Sky Island? And where the big talker Rolando's descendants are? The owner is surprised. Is there still someone who believes in the Sky Island legend? Rare. Let me tell you. Just as the owner is speaking, a large group bursts in the tavern. A tall man with blue hair starts clearing the place, and his subordinates throw everyone out, leaving only Zhang Yufan and his 3 surrounded. Zhang Yufan uses the system to check the 2 leaders, Bellamy, with the spring fruit, bounty of 55 million berries, Sachis, with a curved sword in hand, bounty of 38 million berries. Bellamy laughs. Little girl still believes in the Sky Island? Don't daydream. It's laughable. Sachis also laughs. Why not enjoy life with me instead? Don't think about unrealistic things. His subordinates join in jeering, trying to pull Nami away. Zhang Yufan speaks coldly. What is so funny? You frog at the bottom of a well. The Sky Island really exists. Blue-haired loser. Do you dare to lay a hand on my woman? You want to die? Sachis arrogantly says, Kid, you're quite bold. I'll let you taste the sharpness of my curved sword. Bellamy angrily shouts, You little brat. You still dare to talk back. We'll teach you a lesson. With that, he orders his subordinates to take action. Zhang Yufan lets Nami and Bartolomeo play with them, while Bayez finds the opponents too weak and leisurely drinks with Zhang Yufan. In no time, Zhang Yufan has a pile of people lying around him. Just then, a pirate holding a bounty notice enters the tavern, checking Zhang Yufan against the notice. And suddenly his eyes widen. He shouts, Bellamy, stop your men. Otherwise, you'll all die. Do you know who that is? Bellamy, furious. You bastard. Do you want to die? Why are you trembling? Who is that pretty boy? The pirate holding Zhang Yufan's bounty notice loudly proclaims. He is the captain of the extreme pirate crew, Zhang Yufan, who defeated and captured Crocodile, one of the warlords of the sea, just a few days ago, and now has a bounty of 200 million berries from the Navy. After hearing this, the only sounds left in the tavern are Zhang Yufan and Bayez drinking. Bellamy gulps, fearfully lowering his head. Lord Zhang Yufan, it's a misunderstanding. We were blind. I apologize. Soda. His subordinates follow suit in apologizing, while Bellamy curses inwardly. Why didn't T the informant come earlier? Is he trying to get me killed? Zhang Yufan laughs. Misunderstanding? I don't think so. You've already tried to kill us. Bias, pack him up and take him away. He has good stuff on him. Take out the others. They're all bad people anyway. Hearing that he is going to be killed, Bellamy quickly uses his spring fruit ability to escape, his legs turning into springs, launching towards the door. Watch out. Bias had already moved to the door, laughing. What? Short pumpkin. So what if you're an ability user? This road is closed. In fear, Bellamy gets knocked out by a punch from Bias. The remaining subordinates are quickly taken care of, while the tavern owner shivers in a corner. Zhang Yufan finishes his drink and drags Sachi's over. Boss, sorry for breaking your tables and chairs. This guy's head is worth 38 million berries. Take it to exchange for money as compensation. After that, he carries Bellamy out of the tavern, with Nami holding Zhang Yufan's arm, and the system rewards also arrive. Outside the tavern, Zhang Yufan spots two familiar figures, a sickly man riding a sickly horse. The man suddenly falls off the horse, and the horse surprisingly says, Master, why did you fall again? We're both weak. Why is our fate so miserable? I want to run like other horses. You need to get healthier. Nami enthusiastically helps Zhang Yufan lift the man back onto the horse. Zhang Yufan checks with the system. Poison Q, Battle Potential S, alias Grim Reaper, Zhuang. Horse Fruit, Mythical Beast, Pegasus Form, super loyal to Poison Q. Poison Q lies on the horse's back, handing over a basket of apples with a smile. Thanks for the help. Lord Zhang Yufan, can I join your crew? Let me treat you to apples. Nami exclaimed, Uncle, do you know Yufan? Are you a doctor? I can't tell at all. Poison Q helplessly replied, Miss, I'm only 25 years old. It's normal for me to know Master Zhang Yufan. He's quite famous now. Nami widened her eyes and scrutinized him. Are you really 25? Don't lie to me. Zhang Yufan glanced at the apples, picked one and took a bite, then smiled and said, These apples look good and taste nice too. Poison Q gave a strange smile. Oh, Master Zhang Yufan is really lucky. I only have one good apple in my basket, and you ate it. Bartolomeo leaned over, reached for an apple, and smiled, Uncle, this apple looks fresh. I'll try one. Zhang Yufan immediately stopped him with a mischievous grin. Bartolomeo, do you dare take a bite? You might meet God right after. Bartolomeo froze with the apple in hand. Captain, what kind of apple is this? It's so scary. Usopp and Nami also came over curiously. Zhang Yufan laughed. Inside this apple is either a bomb or poison. Super exciting. Want to bet on what you'll get? Bartolomeo quickly shook his head and turned to Poison Q. Why did you mix apples with bombs and poison with good apples? Poison Q said slowly, I just wanted to test others' fate and value. You had bad luck and drew the bomb. But you're quite brave, holding a bomb and not afraid of it exploding. Bartolomeo laughed, haha. A regular bomb can't hurt me. Your way of playing is really unique. Zhang Yufan smoothed things over, though Poison Q's welcome gift is thrilling. Let's welcome him and Zhuang to join us. After getting to know each other, Poison Q asked in confusion, Captain, how did you know my horse is called Zhuang, and that there are bombs and poison in the apples? Nami answered for him, that's a secret. Even we old crew members don't know, but Yufan really knows a lot. They all returned to the ship, and as soon as they arrived, they were surrounded with questions. Who is the person that Bejas is carrying? And who are the two sickly ones behind? Kobe asked first, Yufan, what's the situation with the people you brought back? Zhang Yufan smiled. Bejas is carrying Bellamy, a devil fruit user. I want to take his spring fruit for Sanji. This fruit can increase attack speed and strength. How much do you think Sanji would explode after eating it? Usopp pondered. Sanji is already fast and has strong leg strength. If he enhances that, he might get close to the speed of light. One kick could be devastating. Nokigao's eyes lit up before the enemy even reacts. Sanji would take them out in an instant. That's too ruthless. However, Sanji was conflicted, but I want to eat the clear fruit. Zhang Yufan laughed. The two abilities don't conflict. You can eat the spring fruit first, and later I'll give you equipment that can make you invisible. Sanji immediately nodded. Then I want it. Zhang Yufan then pointed to Poison Q and Zhuang. This is Dr. Poison Q, and his horse Zhuang is a mythical Zoan type of horse fruit. Both are new partners. Welcome, except for Crocodile and a few aloof ones. Everyone else gathered around to ask questions. Zhang Yufan walked to a spacious area, took out a sealed space made by Gardino, and took Bellamy inside. Gardino immediately sealed the entrance and exit with his wax fruit. Zhang Yufan took out the prepared fruits and crushed Bellamy instantly. One of the fruits nearby underwent a change. After cleaning up, he walked out, holding the spring fruit. Crocodile was surprised to see Zhang Yufan really holding a devil fruit, wondering what else this mysterious man didn't know. Poison Q was dumbfounded seeing the devil fruit in Zhang Yufan's hand. He got one so easily, and looking at the surrounding fierce animals and strong partners, he thought, "This captain is incredible. His value is amazing." Zhang Yufan handed the spring fruit to Sanji, who took a bite and was instantly overwhelmed by the awful taste. Spitting it out after swallowing hard. "Yuck. This thing is too disgusting. I won't eat it again." Kobe laughed. "You won't have a chance to eat it again, or your body will explode." Usopp shouted urgently, "Sanji, show off your fruit ability." Sanji first adapted to the body change. His legs turned into springs, shooting straight up, moving in the air with moonwalk, perfectly combining moonwalk and spring abilities, bouncing around in the air, getting faster and faster. Everyone was dumbfounded, while everyone's attention was on Sanji. Zhang Yufan called out the system's sprite HouMing to check the rewards. HouMing said, "Master, congratulations on earning 35 million berries for mangoes, 1 banana, 2 apples, and also 2 basic observation hockey and 3 basic armament hockey equipment cards." Zhang Yufan called Poison Q and Zhuang aside and smiled. "Since you sincerely joined, I have a gift for you. It's good for your body. Don't get too excited." With a thought, he installed intermediate strength and advanced stamina for Poison Q, boosting his combat power from C level to a level. For Zhuang, he installed intermediate strength and advanced stamina, raising his combat power from D level to B level. Poison Q was about to speak when he felt his body filled with power, and his sickly appearance vanished. Zhuang was also super excited, carrying Poison Q around the ship joyfully. Crocodile and the others, who hadn't been enhanced, looked on dumbfounded. What is going on? He was about to die. And now he asked lively after spending some time with Zhang Yufan. They were full of questions, but asking Jim and the others yielded no answers. Zhang Yufan had already instructed them to keep it a secret. After a while, Zhuang ran to Zhang Yufan and said, "Captain, thank you. I'm super strong now. I can run everywhere." Poison Q was also surprised. "Captain, you have too many tricks. My heart can't take it. Now, my combat power is strong too. I won't hold you back." Zhang Yufan laughed. "Poison Q, adapt quickly. This is just the beginning. You can get even stronger in the future." Robin had already learned the location of Rolando's descendants, and it didn't take long for the ship to arrive. Chopper exclaimed, "Big brother, look at that castle. Is this where Rolando's descendants live? Are they super rich?" Nami's eyes sparkled, but when the ship turned to the back of the castle, she was speechless. What the heck? It's just a painted wooden board. So excited for nothing. Chopper widened his eyes. Can it be played like this? The outside world is so interesting. Robin smiled. "I heard there's a lot of gold buried on Gaia Island." Nami's eyes lit up again. "Robin, do you know where the gold is buried?" Robin shook her head. "I don't know the exact location. You can ask the captain." Zhang Yufan said, "A lot of gold is in the sky. We'll look for it when we go to Sky Island." After saying that, he walked to the little house and knocked on the door. "Hello, is anyone home?" A diamond-faced man walked out, tattoo on his left arm, smoking, only wearing pants. Zhang Yufan used the system to check. Mont Blanc Kulikate, a descendant of Rolando, diving to find gold to clear his ancestor's name. Kulikate asked expressionlessly, "Who are you? What do you want?" Usopp said, "Uncle, we're pirates. We're looking for Rolando's descendants and want to inquire about going to Sky Island." Kulikate laughed, "Haha, you believe in Sky Island too? I am Mont Blanc Kulikate." After everyone introduced themselves, Nami helplessly said, "Uncle, why are you just like the pirates in Magic Valley Town? You don't believe Sky Island really exists?" Kulikate replied, "I'm not sure either, but my ancestor Rolando said there was. Our descendants have been tricked badly." Nokigao asked, "Uncle, can you tell us the story of Rolando?" Kulikate nodded. 400 years ago, Rolando took refuge from a storm on Gaia Island, saved the Sandians suffering from tree fever, and became friends with the great warrior Carl Guerra. Later, He cut down the sacred tree to prevent disease and was chased away by the Sandians. Karl Gera knew the truth and tried to pursue him, but couldn't catch up, swearing to wait for him until death. But part of the island was washed up into the sky by the sea current, and they never saw each other again. Karl Gera even took Rolando to the Golden Country. After Rolando returned to report to the king asked him to find it again. But the Golden Country was gone. He said it sank to the bottom of the sea, and as a result, the king executed him for deceiving the monarch, becoming the king of lies. Zhang Yufan laughed. Uncle, you've been standing outside for so long. Will you invite us and sit down? Let us chat about Sky Island. And let my ship's doctor treat your body. Kulikate laughed. Sorry, I forgot. Come in. I'm fine. There are too many people, and some of the partners are sitting outside. Zhang Yufan didn't give them a chance to refuse and had the 3 ship doctors treat him together, only to find out that his poor health was caused by excessive diving. After the treatment, Koya reminded him, Uncle, don't dive excessively for gold in the future. Take care of your health. Kobe said, Uncle, you're desperately looking for gold to prove that your ancestors weren't frauds, right? Kulikate nodded, yes. But I've been searching for many years, and there's no sign of any gold under the sea. Zhang Yufan smiled and said, Uncle Kulikate, isn't there a possibility that the land of gold is not underwater, but in the sky? Robin laughed and said, Captain, you don't mean to say that the land of gold has been swept up to the Sky Island by the sky currents, do you? Kulikate nodded, pondering. If the land of gold really exists, it might have been swept up to the sky. Otherwise, why is there nothing after searching for so long? Suddenly, a fighting sound came from outside the house. Kulikate hurried out and shouted, Gorilla, orangutan. Stop it. The gorilla worriedly asked, Dad, are you okay? Who are these people? Kulikate waved his hand. I'm fine. They won't go to the Sky Island. The orangutan laughed. So many people still believe in the Sky Island. After a few people enter the house, Zhang Yufan used the system to check the 2. Gorilla, bounty of 36 million berries. Orangutan, bounty of 23 million berries. Both are after Kulikate. After everyone got to know each other, Usopp asked the orangutan, Why do you look so much like a monkey? The orangutan proudly replied, Do I really look that much like one? Everyone nodded in unison. This guy's happy to be called a monkey. It's too absurd. Zhang Yufan asked, Uncle, to get to the Sky Island, we need to ride the sky current. Do you know when and where it forms? Kulikate smiled. I do know. It will appear in 4 days, and I will take you there. Just enough time to prepare. Kobe quickly thanked him. Thank you so much for your help. Nami asked enviously, Uncle, have you found any gold in these years? Kulikate had the orangutan take out a golden bell and a golden bird, and Nami's eyes lit up instantly. There must be more gold on the Sky Island. If we find it, we'll get rich. Nokigao was also amazed. This golden bird is so beautiful. The bell is nice too. Kulikate added, to go to the Sky Island, you need to catch a guiding bird. They are found in the southern forest, and they only point south, no matter how you twist them. Nokigao was surprised. There are such strange birds? Zhang Yufan sent a few partners to catch the birds, while Sanji and Nokigao stayed behind to cook. Not long after, Usopp returned carrying a guiding bird, and, after trying it out, when he twisted its head, it could still turn back. Everyone played with the bird for a while. Sanji also finished cooking, and they all had a pleasant meal. Soon, for days passed, and everything was ready. Zhang Yufan and the others followed Kulikate's instructions, sailing the ship to the location where the sky current formed, and began to wait. Zhang Yufan smiled and said, Uncle Kulikate, when we get to the Sky Island, we will definitely find that huge golden bell and ring it. Just wait for our good news, goodbye. Kulikate smiled and said, I will, you all be careful, goodbye. After a while, a massive sky current shot up from beneath the ship into the sky. The ship began to slowly rise, speeding up more and more. Soon, the ship burst through the clouds, and everything was white and misty, with thin air. Most of the partners, having enhanced physiques, showed no reaction and quickly adapted, while the rest took a moment to adjust. Chopper curiously asked, Big brother, have we really reached the sky? Koya was also confused. There are clouds all around. How come a ship hasn't fallen? This is amazing. After using his observation hockey, Zhang Yufan pointed in one direction and smiled. We really are in the sky. The ship should head that way. The ship sailed for a long time, and suddenly a knight in armor, riding a flying monster horse, landed on the ship. Zhang Yufan used the system to check. Gone Fur, former god of the Sky Island. Pierre, a sky point bird that ate the horse fruit. Fur looked at everyone and asked, "You are from the Blue Sea, right?" Chopper boldly asked, "What kind of people are those?" "Who are you?" Fur replied, "My name is Gone Fur, and I am a sky knight. Blue Sea people are those under the clouds." Everyone introduced themselves, and Nami said, "We just came from the Blue Sea." Fur was surprised. "You can still move around? Your adaptability is really strong. How did you come up?" Bansam jumped and danced. "They're all ridiculously strong monsters. It's normal for them not to react." Usopp replied, "We rode the sky current up. What sea is this?" Fur said, "You are really bold. Did you not lose any partners coming up? The current is super dangerous. This is the White Sea at a height of 7,000 meters, and above it is the White Sea at a height of 10,000 meters." Noki Gao said, "We're all fine. I didn't expect to be so far from below." Fur changed the subject. "Back to business. Let's talk about a deal." Nami asked, "What kind of deal can we do just after meeting?" Fur replied, "I am a professional mercenary. The sea here is super dangerous. If you're unfamiliar, you can easily be eaten by sky fish. Here, a whistle for you. Blow it when you encounter danger, and I'll come to rescue you. Each time for 5 million IQ. Be careful." Zhang Yufan instantly disappeared and reappeared behind Fur, smiling. "Former god of the Sky Island. You can't beat a few partners on my ship. How can you rescue us? It's more fun to have danger. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Don't you all agree?" Everyone nodded. Every day is dull and uninteresting. What kind of pirate would that be? Might as well go home and be a salted fish. Fur frowned and asked, "So fast. How did you know my identity? What are you doing on the Sky Island?" Everyone didn't expect to meet the god of the Sky Island, even if it was the former one. Zhang Yufan smiled. "We came to find something and conveniently pull down the current god of the Sky Island. I know a lot of things." Fur looked skeptical. "The current god's thunder is super powerful. Can you withstand it? Don't go to your death. Since you are strong, I'll take my leave now. If anything happens, blow the whistle." After saying that, he rode his monster horse to leave. Zhang Yufan laughed. "Don't worry. We are super strong. Who dies is still uncertain. Wait until we crush the god and then call you." Bagus, upon hearing there were strong ones, excitedly shouted, "Is the god of the sky strong? Captain, when we meet him, don't fight with me. I want to have a good fight with him." Everyone waved their hands. "You can have him. You can have him." Zhang Yufan added, "No problem. Just don't kill him. That god is called Enel, ate the natural type thunder fruit. Super crazy. Grab him on board and modify him for use." A few partners immediately grinned, and Crocodile recalled the scene of his own modification back then, feeling a chill down his back. And it was going to be unlucky. Running into these monsters on the ship is bad luck for him. The ship continued sailing, catching a lot of strange fish, and soon they saw a waterfall made of clouds, with an entrance below and a sign saying Gate of Heaven. At this moment, an old woman walked out from a side room, Inspector Amazon, holding a camera to take their pictures. Everyone was confused. "What is this for?" Chopper's mouth dropped open. "Big brother, I saw an angel and the Gate of Heaven. Are we dead?" Zhang Yufan laughed. "We are alive. Those are the residents of the Sky Island. They all have wings on their backs." Everyone was shocked. After hundreds of years of evolution, ordinary people actually developed towards angels. It's too amazing. Amazon asked expressionlessly, "Are you here for sightseeing or for fighting?" To go to the upper level, you must pay a national fee of 1 billion IQ per person. This is the law. Nami exploded. "Old lady, you are robbing us. We don't have that much money." Robin advised, "Nami, don't get excited. It's 1 billion IQ, not berries." "Do you not know the conversion?" Amazon replied, 1 berry equals 10,000 IQ. Of course, you can also choose not to pay. Everyone understood. There must be a trap. Kobe asked, "Can we still go in without paying?" "What will happen if we go in?" Amazon said, "You will be wanted for illegal entry." Everyone laughed. "What are we afraid of being wanted? We've been wanted in the Blue Sea before. With our current strength, we wouldn't be afraid of being wanted again. Now we can happily cause some trouble." Bartolomeo laughed. "Hey, haha, old lady, we are poor. Just let us go up." Zhang Yufan had no objections. "If you want to cause trouble, then let's play with them." Nami gave Bartolomeo a thumbs up. This guy can deal with it. Even without money, he can save her some. He has a bright future. Amazon reveals a strange smile. Everyone and animals need to go up? Sure. Kaya us, grandma. How we get up? Pay attention. Suddenly, two huge pincers extend from the bottom of the ship, quickly lifting the sides of the boat upwards. Everyone is startled. The old lady says, "This is the special shrimp of the White Sea. It will take you up." The boat quickly moves along the cloud road and soon stops at the exit. Everyone gets off, and Zhang Yufan puts the boat into the storage space and also releases the guide bird. Everyone steps on the clouds, feeling soft and fluffy like cotton candy, and then starts to explore. As an archaeologist, Robin is very curious about the unusually lush trees nearby. Bartolomeo discovers a fruit that looks like a pumpkin but is as hard as iron. He wraps a knife with armed color to cut it open. And the juice is super delicious, so he quickly calls his partners to drink. Chopper runs over holding a fox. "Brother, this fox is called Cece. It's a cloud fox from Sky Island." When Nami and the others see this cute fox, they all surround it to pet its fur. Suddenly, a harp sound comes from afar, and Sanji turns around and shouts, "Partners, I see a beautiful angel." Chopper is also excited. It really is an angel. Everyone walks over and sees a girl with blonde braids, wearing a high-necked, super short dress, with wings on her back. The girl smiles. "Cece, come here. Belly button. My name is Cornice. Welcome to Angel Beach. Did you come from the Blue Sea?" Zhang Yufan smiles. "My name is Zhang Yufan. These are my partners. We just came from the Blue Sea." Nami asks curiously, "Cornice, what do you mean by belly button?" Cornice replies, "That's our greeting here." After everyone introduces themselves, a big uncle drives a powerful vehicle over. "Cornice, belly button, are they your friends?" Cornice smiles, "Yes, father. They just came from the Blue Sea." The uncle laughs. "My name is Pagaya, belly button. Guests from afar, come visit my home." Everyone follows him. Sanji and Noki go to help in the kitchen, while Cornice stays to introduce the situation of Sky Island and the usage of shells. Looking at the magical shells, everyone is amazed and plays with them in hand. These shells are already used in life and combat, and Chopper is full of stars in his eyes, having a great time. Not long after, Pagaya brings out special food, and everyone eats very satisfyingly. After eating, Cornice takes everyone for a walk, and Nami and the others surround Cornice to talk about their experiences in the Blue Sea. Suddenly, a group of people crawls in, and Zhang Yufan and the others look at them like they are fools. The leading captain tells his subordinates to line up and says to Cornice, "Belly button, you are the illegal intruders from the Blue Sea, right? Don't move. You are under arrest." Bartolomeo puts his hands in his pockets. "Yes, that's us. It's not that easy to catch us." Seeing that they refuse to be arrested, the captain immediately orders his men to act. The result slaps reality hard in the face. Except for the captain, everyone else is taken down and tied up in an instant. The captain is dumbfounded. This is too fast. All taken down? Are we this weak? In the distance, Pagaya asks Cornice in surprise, "Did the guests take down the White Beret troops without a fight? Shouldn't the Blue Sea people be weaker here?" Cornice guesses. Maybe their combat power is too explosive, it didn't affect them. Regis laughs and says, "Hey, Bean Sprout, it's just you left. Do you want to knock yourself out, or should we help you?" The captain of the White Beret troops says, "Isn't it better to behave obediently? Why do you have to make a big deal out of this? You really are a bunch of reckless guys. The priests of God Island will definitely punish you." Regis laughs, "Wahahaha. I can't wait for your god to come out right now. I've been itching for a good fight with him." After saying that, he stops talking nonsense, punches the captain down, ties him up, and throws him aside without caring anymore. Pagaya and his daughter are dumbfounded on the side. This combat power is too explosive. Zhang Yufan walks up to Cornice and asks, "Cornice, take us to God Island. It's time to get down to business." Cornice waves her hands in panic. "You have attacked the White Beret troops. You have committed a great crime. You can't go. It's too dangerous. Quickly leave this island and return to the Blue Sea." Nami smiles and reassures. "Cornice, don't worry. Zhang and the others are super strong. They will soon be able to deal with the priest. It's not safe for you here. Come with us and show us the way." Pagaya and his daughter know that further persuasion is useless and can only helplessly lead everyone towards God Island. After a while, a vast forest appears before them. The boat slowly sails in, and suddenly, Many cannonballs fly in from both sides. Old Sand and Gem directly intercept them. This ambush is not even a tickle. Then 5 people appear, wearing horned devil masks, holding bulletproof shields, wearing skates, moving quickly around the boat. Zhang Yufan tells his partners to catch them. With their current combat power, there's no unexpected trouble. The little partners quickly strike and take them down directly, bringing them back. Zhang Yufan uses the system to check their information. Wappa, Battle Demon, descendant of Karl Glara, combat power potential S. Kamakiri, one of the strongest warriors of Sandia, potential S. Blaram. Aerial combat expert, potential Jabeo, holding a steel cannon, potential B. Raki, the only female warrior of Sandia, potential B. Usopp takes off the masks of the 5, and Wappa angrily shouts, "You damn pirates! How can your combat power be so strong? Hurry up and get out of our country. We don't welcome you here." Zhang Yufan smiles and calms. "Warriors of Sandia, don't be agitated. We have 2 purposes for coming here. One is to find gold, and the other is to defeat the current god of Sky Island, Enel. It's exactly the same as your ultimate goal. We are not enemies." Kamakiri is taken aback for a moment and says, "You want to defeat Enel. Why? Although your combat power is very strong, it may not necessarily be able to defeat him." KB laughs, because Enel's devil fruit is super rare. His combat power is probably not bad, suitable to be our crew. But first, we need to teach him a good lesson. Blaram says, "It seems you are very confident in your combat power. Not only do you want to crush him, but you also want to recruit Enel, and you're so fierce in Sky Island." Nokigao laughs. "We have no enmity with you. Not all pirates are bad. If we would have cut you down long ago. Why bother saying so much? We have never harmed civilians." Kaya also laughs. "Who told these guys to be built like monsters? They can quickly adapt, even in the thin air of the sky." Nami adds, "I know you don't believe us now. It's okay. Next, we will go to Enel's residence, and if you're interested, you can stay and watch." After hearing this, Wappa and the others ponder and find it reasonable. All of them breathe a sigh of relief. If these guys were ruthless pirates, plus such explosive combat power, even if the entire tribe came, they wouldn't be able to defeat them, and Sky Island would be finished. Being alive now is truly a blessing. Wappa says, "Sorry. The pirates who came to Sky Island before were all very bad, and their combat power decreased. We easily took down one after another. Are you really going to deal with Enel?" Zhang Yufan smiles. "It's fine. Pirates like us are rare. It's normal for you to protect your country. We really are going to defeat Enel." Then Wappa tells Raki to go back to the tribe to call for reinforcements, preparing to fight Enel to the death, while the 4 of them stay and follow Zhang Yufan first. Zhang Yufan agrees. Whether they join or not is the same. They can just tag along. The rest can be perfectly handled by their own people. After Zhang Yufan and the others finish their business, they continue to sail, and soon reach a place where big white balls are floating everywhere. Ahead, a ball-shaped man stands on a big white ball staring at them. Zhang Yufan uses the system to check. Sad Eli, one of the 4 priests of Sky Island, in charge of the trial of the ball, combat power potential A. Sad Eli shouts, "Belly button, you're the invaders? You really have guts. I'm a 4 priest Sad Eli. Prepare to die." After saying that, he controls several floating balls to smash over. Zoro directly draws his sword and shatters them. The flowers, plants, and weapons inside the balls are all exposed, and the balls with explosives even explode. Usopp laughs. "Is this ball a treasure chest? It has everything." Chopper is also excited. "This ball is so much fun." The Sandia warriors want to go up and crush Sad Eli, but Zhang Yufan stops them. "We can handle it. You guys are too slow. Gem, let this guy taste the feeling of being blown away. Be careful with the power. Don't kill him. He's still useful." Gem laughed. "Captain, don't worry. I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Pay attention." Gem jumped up and casually walked in the air. Shadley continued to control the ball and smash. But Gem easily dodged and quickly rushed in front of Shadley, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks that sent him flying. Everyone heard an explosion, and Shadley fell to the ground. Unable to get up, Shadley lay on the ground and said, "How can you be so strong? You were able to hit me so quickly and easily dodge my attacks. Do you also know how to use observation hockey?" Gem laughed. "I'm still too weak. There are stronger monsters on the ship that haven't moved yet. I know observation hockey. In the Blue Sea, it's called Kinbunchiko hockey. After saying that, he knocked Shadley unconscious and brought him back to the ship. The Sandia warriors were stunned. How long has it been? Not even 10 minutes? Wappa exclaimed. That's too fast. I underestimated you guys before. This time we can definitely win against Enel. Bartolomeo laughed. Hey haha, we're super strong. Just watch. After tying up Shadley, they continued on their way, and soon a man wielding a knight's lance rode a giant bird and flew over. Zhang Yufan checked with the system. Shura, one of the 4 gods of the Sky Island, in charge of the trial of ropes, combat power potential A. Shura, seeing Shadley tied up, shouted, belly button, you are invaders, and you defeated Shadley. Not bad. I am a priest Shura. Prepare to die. Zhang Yufan laughed. Monkey Ming, go. Finish him quickly. Monkey Ming nodded and jumped up, stepping in the air to get in front of Shura. Shura swung his lance, and the giant bird breathed fire, all of which were skillfully dodged by Monkey Ming. Then he delivered a brutal beating that knocked Shura unconscious. Lifting one in each hand back to the ship, the Sandia warriors were amazed again. This little monkey is also so strong? Looking around, the animal swallowed. They can't all be this strong, right? This is too terrifying. After tying up Shura, they continued on, and soon encountered the last priest, holding a cloud knife and accompanied by a large dog. Zhang Yufan checked his information with the system. Name, Combat Power Growth Potential Level, a current combat power level. B age, 26 height, 1. 98 meters gender, male weapon, Iron Cloud, Cloud Knife Devil Fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, Enel subordinate, knows observation hockey. One of the 4 gods of the Sky Island, in charge of the trial of iron with a survival rate of only 0. Possesses a cloud shell that can spray iron clouds, skilled in swordsmanship, and has a very obedient and strong dog named Holy. Was shocked. I didn't expect you invaders to have such explosive combat power. You actually defeated Shadley and Shura. My name is I am one of the 4 gods of the Sky Island. That dog is named Holy. Prepare to die. After saying that, he charged over with Holy, and Zhang Yufan directed Zoro to fight and Chopper to fight Holy. Chopper transformed into his human form and quickly moved, landing punches. Holy was hit and howled, eventually raising a white flag in surrender. Zoro drew Enma and quickly clashed with swinging his sword faster and faster, directly overwhelming Finally, he knocked the cloud knife away, with the blade resting on Ohm's neck. After tying up both, the Sandia warriors were no longer surprised. They were already used to it. Everyone continued forward. The Pagaya father and daughter were stunned into silence. The high and mighty priests were so easily defeated. Could they really defeat a god? Meanwhile, inside the Apaya temple, Enel was sitting, wearing a white headscarf, long earlobes with earrings, bare-chested, with a thunder drum on his back, holding a golden staff. Below, 50 divine soldiers stood, and a goat-like divine soldier respectfully asked, God, what do you want us to do? Enel casually said while digging his ears. The 4 priests were defeated and captured by the Blue Sea invaders. The divine soldiers were all shocked. They know the combat power of the priests. How can these Blue Sea people be so strong? The goat-like vice captain was confused. Shouldn't the combat power of Blue Sea people decrease when they come up? How can they defeat the priests? Another vice captain questioned, since when does the Blue Sea have such strong people? Enel was unconcerned. Perhaps they have no divine protection. Regardless, they have lost. The invaders are almost at the door. You go take care of them. The divine soldiers nodded. Dare to challenge the authority of the gods? That's a dead end. Want to defeat a god? Dream on. Zhang Yufan and the others had reached the entrance of the temple, and the Sandia tribe warriors had also come to join them. Zhang Yufan shouted, Uncle Full, we're here. Come out and watch us slay gods. Full rode over on Pierre, surprised. You found this out? Your perception is too strong. Wappa asked unhappily, Gone Full. Why are you here too? Full said seriously, Wappa, I'm here to end the years of war. Let's first work together to defeat Enel. Then sit down and talk, how about that? Wappa nodded. Now is not the time to argue. Let's win against Enel first. At this moment, The captain of the Divine Soldiers led the Divine Soldier team out with a murderous aura, looking at them like prey. Zhang Yufan checked the three leading figures with the system. Dashin, Divine Soldier Commander, Combat Power Potential B. Zhongwu, Vice Captain of the Divine Soldiers, Combat Power Potential B. Name, Zhongwu Combat Power Growth Potential Level. B. Current Combat Power Level. C. Age, 24. Height, 1, 75 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, /shell, flame shell, taste shell, impact shell. Devil fruit. None. Bounty. None. Equipment card. None. Zhongwu is the Vice Commander of the Divine Soldier team, with extremely low-level techniques. Shadley is his brother, directly under Enel and the four priests. Xiao Wu is also a Vice Commander, with low-level techniques, and Shadley is also his brother. Dashin saw the four priests tied up and shouted angrily, "You guys are really bold. Do you know where this place is? Hurry up and release the priests. Otherwise, we won't be polite." Xiao Wu and Zhongwu, seeing their brother tied up, shouted angrily, "You bunch of bastards. Hurry up and release my brother. Otherwise, we'll beat you until you can't get up." Cornus, scared, said, "These people are the Divine Soldiers directly under the gods." Usopp exclaimed, "The man at the front is so tall, almost like Bejas, and there are two identical ball-shaped men beside him." KB said, "The Shadley we captured looks like them. He must be their brother." The Sandia warriors prepared for battle, and Zhang Yufan laughed. "Partners, today I'll let you see the Conqueror's hockey." The Sandia warriors and the Pagaya father and daughter were all stunned, and after KB explained, they were super shocked. There's such power? Everyone stared at Zhang Yufan, completely ignoring Dashin and the others. After all, they weren't strong. Many partners had only heard of Conqueror's hockey, but had never seen it in action. Dashin and the others, seeing they were being ignored, were so angry they wanted to rush over. Pay attention. A super strong pressure suddenly slammed down on Dashin and the others, except for Dashin, who struggled to hold on. All the other Divine Soldiers rolled their eyes and fainted. Zhang Yufan added more strength, and Dashin also fainted. Enel in the temple sensed the strong aura, and upon seeing Dashin unconscious, was shocked. "What kind of technique is this?" Usopp exclaimed. "They fainted just like that? Captain, your Conqueror's hockey is too explosive." Chopper's eyes sparkled. "Big brother, you didn't even move, and they fainted. So amazing." While the partners were excitedly discussing, a huge lightning pillar suddenly fell from above. Everyone had already sensed it and quickly dodged with those who hadn't reacted. After the lightning pillar disappeared, a man holding a golden staff floated in the air. Zhang Yufan checked with the system. Enel, ruler of the Sky Island, SS Potential, ate the rumble fruit. Enel looked down at everyone and laughed. "Yahahaha, so impressive. You defeated so many people and still dodged my punishment. Commoners, quickly kneel and welcome Lord Raijin," Bartolomeo said with a wicked smile. "Hey ha ha ha, you guys the god of the Sky Island, you sure have a big mouth. I hope your battle power is as great as your words. Otherwise, it will be quite boring, don't you think, Bejas?" Bejas laughed excitedly and said, "Wah, you're absolutely right. I hope that guy up in the sky can hold on for a bit longer, otherwise it won't be fun." Enel chuckled, "Oh, you guys have some guts. It's been a while since anyone dared to speak to me like that. With you lot, you can't even touch my body. I'll serve you a grand feast of lightning later. Enjoy it." After a pause, Enel continued, "Long time no see, former God Gone Fall. Back then, I captured your subordinates, and they're still working for me. They're all talented and extremely useful." "Yeah, ha ha ha." Fall angrily asked Enel, "What have you done to them?" "Skypiea doesn't need a god like you. Once I pull you down from your pedestal, I'll go save them." Wapol also shouted, "Enel, you're the only one left. It's time to settle the score." Enel thought to himself, "These people are really annoying. Did I just steal some gold? The Blue Sea folks must be here for the gold, and Sandia attacked me for the gold too. Fall is probably the same. I need to deal with them quickly. I still have to go to the Infinite Land, and I can't let them ruin it." Zhang Yufan spoke up, "You can't defeat Enel. Just watch from his side. Bejas, it's your turn. Take down this pretentious god." Bejas grinned and nodded, stepping forward into the air toward Enel. The Sandia warriors behind stared in disbelief. "He can go to the sky without any equipment? That's amazing." Enel straightened his wrist and shot a bolt of lightning at Bejas. "Yaha, this is getting interesting. Try my continuous thunderbolt." Lightning struck repeatedly, but Bejas easily dodged all of it. He rushed in front of Enel, wrapped his fist in hockey, and threw a punch. Take this. Enel turned into an elemental form. Yet this punch still landed solidly on his stomach. He was sent flying back, crashing through the palace wall and creating a large hole. Everyone except Zhang Yufan was dumbfounded. Did Enel really just get it down? What kind of technique is this? Why didn't it penetrate? They were all confused. Bejas laughed. Waha. Enel, are you that easy to kill? From now on, I'll call you the Grim Reaper. A useless Grim Reaper who can't even take one of my punches. Enel walked out of the palace, coughing up blood. What a joke. I'm a god. How could I die so easily? What kind of technique was that to hit me? Bejas chuckled. It's what the captain taught me. It's called armament hockey. Tastes pretty good, right? After saying that, he quickly charged forward. Enel wasn't foolish. He used lightning to teleport behind Bejas and struck his right shoulder like a drum. Taste my 30 million volts of Thunderbird. In divine punishment, the Phoenix Thunderbird and a massive lightning pillar rushed forward. Bejas used his fastest speed and observation hockey to easily dodge. The ground was smashed into a large hole. Enel then struck his left shoulder like a drum. 30 million volts of Thunderwolf. He struck both shoulders again. 60 million volts of Thunder Dragon. The Thunderwolf and Thunder Dragon charged forward, but Bejas dodged them all. However, Bejas couldn't hit the slightly faster Enel either, resulting in a standoff where neither could do anything to the other. Bejas helplessly shouted, Enel, stop running. Let's have a good old fist fight. Enel laughed, I'm not stupid. My strength isn't greater than yours, so why go head-to-head? I underestimated you before. Zhang Yufan shouted, Sanji, you're faster than him. Go switch out with Bejas. They're just stalling with no results. Sanji nodded and jumped up, his legs turning into springs, quickly replacing Bejas, who was not fully satisfied with the fight. Sanji began spring jumping around Enel, bouncing around in the sky at incredible speed. Enel couldn't react in time and was caught off guard by Sanji's barrage of kicks. He was kicked for a full 2 minutes without stopping, and Enel was left in a terrible state, nearly out of life. The crowd watched as Enel was brutally beaten, going from thrilling to pitiful. His parents probably wouldn't recognize him. Sanji returned, holding the unconscious Enel, whose nose was bleeding, and the crowd cheered. We finally took down Enel. The 4 priests were stunned. Their god has actually been defeated. Zhang Yufan instructed Sanji to keep watch over Enel and said to Robin, follow me. I'll show you the historical text. Robin was super excited. Where? Hurry, take me. Zhang Yufan took Robin to the upper level of the giant P, while the others dealt with the aftermath and notified the residents. Upon reaching the destination, Robin looked at the historical text, and Zhang Yufan rang the golden bell. Dong! Dong! The bell's sound echoed throughout Skypiea. A giant python appeared, enjoying the sound of the bell. Zhang Yufan checked. Lord of the Sky, 164-year-old giant python, guardian of Skypiea, loves the sound of bells. Once the bell sound ended, Zhang Yufan subdued the Lord of the Sky. He would be the guardian beast from now on. He brought it to wait for Robin to interpret. 10,000 meters below, on Gaia Island, Kulikate and the others were shocked by the sound of the bell. Kulikate laughed heartily. Zhang Yufan really rang the golden bell. The ape and gorilla were also astonished. The sound is coming from the sky. Kulikate laughed. The land of gold is really in the sky. Our ancestors weren't lying. The ape shouted, Dad, we have to celebrate today. The gorilla said, I'll go prepare. Those in Magic Valley Town who didn't believe were stunned by the sound of the bell. The legend is actually true. After Robin finished interpreting the historical text, she was a bit disappointed. This isn't what I was looking for. Zhang Yufan approached Robin and asked with a smile, Robin, are you done interpreting? If you are, let's go. Robin nodded and said, Captain, why is there a giant python following you? I've finished interpreting. Aren't you going to ask me what the content is? Or do you already know? Zhang Yufan smiled. This is the Lord of the Sky I just subdued. A guardian beast-level being of Skypiea. I do know the content. It's about the ancient weapon Poseidon being at Fishman Island, along with Roger's words. Let's go. We need to head down. Robin was amazed. You really know? How mysterious. Let's go. After Zhang Yufan took Robin away, Wapple was about to attack Fall when he suddenly heard the long-lost sound of the bell. The Sandia warriors all cried. We finally fulfilled our mission. Wapol shouted in tears. Kalgra, did you see? The lamp of Shandora is lit again. I will never let it go out. Fall bowed his head and cried, Wapol, I know I was wrong. You can deal with me however you want. Let us end this century-long struggle. Wapol angrily said, You say it ends, and it ends? Will the warriors who died agree? After saying that, he was about to strike Fall, but Zhang Yufan stopped him. Don't fight. It's meaningless. Death is a release. Living is the punishment. And that's how to atone. Wapol calmed down and respectfully asked, Mr. Zhang Yufan, how did you make the Lord of the Sky so obedient? Killing him is too cheap. Letting him live is more painful. Thank you for lighting the lamp of Shandora. Zhang Yufan smiled. I just subdued him. From today on, Skypiea is under my control. All unreasonable laws are abolished. Wapol, you can return to your homeland. Crocodile was stunned. This kid's methods are better than mine. He took an island with 0 losses and made people willingly submit. The Sandia warriors were also confused. The Lord of the Sky has been subdued, but with his battle power, that's normal. Wapol spoke first. Mr. Zhang Yufan, you didn't kill anyone from Skypiea. You're not a bloodthirsty person. Your battle power is still amazing. I support you. Kamachili also said, Thank you for helping us fulfill our mission. I support you too. Other warriors nodded. Without him, we would still be oppressed by Enel. The grudges wouldn't end, and who knows how many people would have to die. Fall bitterly smiled. I'm no longer qualified to be a god. You liberated everyone, and I have no objections. Zhang Yufan smiled. Good. Let's find Fall's former subordinates first. Wapol, go invite your chief to talk. We'll hold a banquet tonight to celebrate. Everyone went busy, and while the partners observed the Lord of the Sky, Zhang Yufan called out to Nami. Nami, do you want some gold? Nami's eyes lit up. Yufan, where's the gold? Zhang Yufan pulled Nami and opened the Lord of the Sky's mouth to walk inside. After walking for a while, they found gold among the rubble, and Nami was super excited. She also collected the rubble, and after cleaning up, they went back outside. Zhang Yufan placed the gold on the ground, and Usopp asked Nami, how much is all this gold worth? Nami smiled. It can probably sell for 300 million berry. Zhang Yufan searched the area again, using the system map to find Enel's flying arc maxim, and stored it in his inventory to bring back. When everyone saw the ship, they couldn't help but admire Enel, thinking he was quite a talent for even considering building a ship out of gold. This is the mindset of someone with too much money to spend. Not comparable. Not comparable. Nami saw the golden ship and was super excited, rushing over to touch everything, utterly enamored. Enel woke up at this moment, but was tied up with sea prism stone weapons, lying limp on the ground. Seeing the ship being taken, he angrily shouted, You bastards! Get off my ship. Otherwise, I'll recover and electrocute you. Bartolomeo walked over and slapped his face, saying, You're still so arrogant. Even in this state? You're a prisoner now, not a god. Bagus grinned wickedly. Brothers, this guy is still cocky. Beat him. A few partners surrounded him and started stomping on him, with Leaky saying, Enel, are you looking for a beating? Don't you know your situation? Batian added, At least those 4 priests know what's what. Enel cursed inwardly. Just wait. If I escape and become stronger, I'll come back for revenge. Zhang Yufan laughed. Enel, this little place in the sky isn't suitable for you. Come with us to the blue sea to cause some trouble. Enel was displeased. I don't want to. I want to take the ship to where I need to go. Zhang Yufan smirked. No way. The ship is now my trophy. If you want it back, let's see how you perform. You're a prisoner. You don't have a right to refuse. Ignoring Enel's curses, he walked over to the 4 priests and the divine army. Zhang Yufan smiled. I'll take your god to the blue sea. You stay in the sky and assist the proxy god. I choose to protect the people and atone for your sins. This is your only chance. Choose between life and death. The 4 priests and the divine army were stunned. With their god captured, they couldn't guarantee their own safety, so they had to compromise. In the end, they all chose to live and assist the proxy god, and Zhang Yufan had his partners release them. Everyone went to prepare for the evening banquet, and soon it was night. Everyone was super happy, except for Enel, who was furious. His ship was stolen, he was captured, and his subordinates surrendered. He had lost everything. These pirates had really taken everything from him. Usopp told the Sky Island people about his fantastic experiences in the Blue Sea, and everyone listened, fascinated. Full and the Sandia chief talked for a long time and reconciled. Full asked God, "What are your plans next? Will you stay here?" Zhang Yufan smiled. "We have important matters in the Blue Sea, and we'll be leaving for a long time. We need to choose a proxy god to manage the Sky Island, and the most suitable one is you, who has experience." Full shook his head. "I made too many mistakes. I'm not qualified. The chief is more suitable. This was originally theirs." The chief laughed. "Full, you're the one suited for it. We Sandia are all warriors. We can fight, but not manage. Don't refuse." Kamachili also urged. "Full, this is also a way to atone. Just agree." The people on both sides also urged, and Full finally agreed. Zhang Yufan laughed and said, "Wappa and Kamachili, you two come with me to the Blue Sea as well. We need more strong fighters for what we're going to do down there. As for the safety of the Sky Island, you don't need to worry. I will cultivate several warriors even stronger than you in the coming days." Wappa said, "God, cultivating warriors stronger than us in just a few days. That's impossible." The other Sky Island people thought the same. Does Zhang Yufan have some special ability he revealed? Otherwise, how could he be so confident? Nami laughed. "Don't doubt it. Yufan is super amazing. You'll see for yourself soon enough, so don't be too surprised." Zhang Yufan also smiled. "Let us rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning, Brahm, Jibao, and Laki come to find me. I'll let you experience my special abilities." The Sky Island people were all shocked. The new god has this ability? That is too amazing. Zhang Yufan talked with the chief and Full about management, new laws, personnel arrangements, and military issues. The time was limited in the evening, so they didn't tea-chat for too long, leaving the rest for tomorrow. After the banquet, Full arranged accommodations for everyone, and everyone went to sleep happily. Zhang Yufan focused his thoughts and called out the system fairy HouMing to check the rewards. HouMing said, "Master, congratulations on obtaining 5 million berries, various fruits and meats, as well as advanced swordsmanship, basic iron blocks, and other equipment cards." Zhang Yufan thought to himself, "This time has really been a windfall. I can strengthen my partner's combat power and sleep well." The next morning, everyone arrived. Zhang Yufan looked at Brahm and the others and smiled. "Are you ready? It's about to begin." The three took a deep breath and waited. Zhang Yufan focused his thoughts and equipped Brahm with advanced stamina, strength, and other attributes, as well as hockey and gun skills. His combat power skyrocketed from B level to S level. Jibao was equipped with intermediate attributes and basic hockey, raising his combat power from C level to a level. Laki was equipped the same as Jibao, also reaching a level. The three were puzzled as to why Zhang Yufan wasn't moving, when suddenly a powerful energy filled their bodies, feeling amazing. Zhang Yufan smiled. "Wappa, Kamachili, go try out their combat power now. I guarantee you'll be amazed." Wappa was stunned. "God, they just became stronger? How amazing is that? I'll give it a try." Kamachili was also astonished. "God, are you sure we should team up to fight them? That battle will end quickly, right?" Brahm and the others were overly excited. "Let us crush the two strongest from Sandia, and everyone will be shocked." Other Sandia warriors were also excited, urging them to fight quickly. Wappa and Kamachili stopped talking, and both sides faced off barehanded. Wappa and Kamachili rushed forward quickly, and when their fists collided, both were knocked back each time. Suddenly, Wappa was kicked down by Brahm, looking incredulous. "This power increase is too exaggerated. I got knocked down so easily? Incredible." Kamachili was also easily taken down by Jibao and Laki, equally incredulous. Their speed and strength have increased too much. "We can't fight back at all." They never expected that after being enhanced by Zhang Yufan's special abilities, these three would have such explosive combat power. It was truly hard to believe. Wappa got up from the ground, astonished. "The combat power increase of the three of you is a bit terrifying. Even the two of us together can't beat you." Kamachili was also surprised. "Yeah, your combat power is so explosive. We can confidently follow the god to the Blue Sea for adventure." Brahm and the others were grinning. They had truly taken down the two strongest warriors from Sandia. Other Sky Island people gathered around, amazed, with disbelief in their eyes. Zhang Yufan smiled. "Brahm, from now on, you will be the captain of the Sky Island Guard. Jibao and Laki will be vice captains, and you can choose the members below." After a pause, he added, teach the two-color hockey to everyone. The Divine Army and the four priests also need to learn. Only by uniting can we have a fighting chance against strong enemies. Everyone nodded. Although the grudges Haven T dissipated, we can gradually work it out. Zhang Yufan then discussed management details with the chief and Full, finalizing new laws and personnel division, and selected people who understood management to help Full manage the Sky Island. During the days spent on the Sky Island, Wappa and Kamachili's combat power skyrocketed from B level to S level, and several partners had minor improvements. Zhang Yufan also filled the ship with shellfish and took the Sky Island's Weiba, preparing to bring it back to the Blue Sea. During these days, Enel was extremely restless, always thinking about escaping and not avoiding beatings. One morning, after Zhang Yufan arranged everything, he took the crew aboard, prepared to return to the Blue Sea. For matters on the Sky Island, contact us with the Din Din Mushi. Goodbye. Brahm patted his chest. God, the safety of the Sky Island is in my hands. Full also said, I will take good care of the Sky Island. No more wars. Amidst the farewell of everyone on the shore, the ship arrived at the White Sea via the super-fast shrimp. Zhang Yufan took out 2 balloon octopuses and placed them on the ship, slowly descending to the Blue Sea 7,000 meters below. Everyone admired the scenery, and the animals were super excited. They had never looked down from such a height. Without the octopus, the ship would have shattered. After a while, the ship landed steadily on the sea. After releasing the octopuses back into the ocean, Wappa asked, Captain, is this the Blue Sea? Zhang Yufan smiled, yes. Prepare for a new adventure. Just as he finished speaking, a huge wave rolled in. Everyone stabilized the ship. And then wind, rain, and snow followed. Kamachili exclaimed, the weather in the Blue Sea is so changeable. Zhang Yufan laughed. Chaotic climate is normal. The ship drifted for a long time before finally spotting an island. After docking, Zhang Yufan stored the ship in his storage space. Enel has become much more honest. The ship is in Zhang Yufan's special space. Even if it runs away, it can't reach the infinite land. And Sanji can still catch him and beat him up. He feels distressed. Why is it so hard to realize dreams? This is Long Chain Island, with 10 small islands forming a circle, and there are many strange creatures on the island. Chopper points to the distance in surprise. Big brother. Is that a deer? Why is its body so long? Kaya waves from the other side. Everyone, come and see. There's a dog with a super long body over there. It must be about 6 meters long. Usopp walks up to the long dog, asks it to shake hands, sit, and commands it to follow all the orders. When the dog stands on its hind legs, its eyes light up and it immediately gets up, and the partners are all amazed. This dog is too intelligent. Nami exclaims. There are all long-legged animals around. Did this island activate a long leg effect? Usopp guesses. Do you think the people here also look like this? Kobe laughs. Let's go. Let's find some people. The answer will come soon. The group continues walking, but Kaya suddenly shouts. Come and see. This horse is stunning and gentle. It has a saddle. Its owner must be nearby. Chopper smiles. Its name is Shueli. It has been waiting for its owner for 9 years. But the owner has never appeared. Pay attention. Zhang Yufan directly activates the sensing function and discovers someone above. He walks up into the air and indeed sees an old man with a white beard asking for help. And he quickly brings the man down. The old man laughs. Thank you, young man. My name is Dongjite. I am from the nomadic tribe of Long Chain Island. Chopper asks, old man, what is a nomadic tribe? Dongjite laughs. Long Chain Island usually breaks into 10 small islands. We migrate every 3 years, relying on a low tide to ride horses over once a year, focusing on freedom. Nokigao asks, can't you take a boat? Dongjite replies, I don't know navigation. Even with a boat, it's useless. Low tide is the way to go. Everyone is amazed. This lifestyle is too cool. Kobe asks, old man, how did you end up stuck in the bamboo? Dongjite sighs. I loved walking on stilts as a child. And 9 years ago, I tried to break the world record. But when I climbed up, I realized I was afraid of heights. The stilts are the tallest in the world, and I couldn't dare to come down. Enna laughs crazily. Yahahaha. Old man, your operation is too showy. You made me laugh to death. High energy is coming. Sanji directly gets angry. You losers still dare to laugh at others? Where's your face? They drag Enel away, and the partners surround him and start kicking. Enel is completely stunned. This beating came too quickly. Dong Jite continues. I stayed on the bamboo for 9 years, living off the fruits from high places. The bamboo keeps growing taller every year, and I almost lost my soul while standing up there. Usopp is amazed. Old man, your perseverance is incredible. If it were me, I would have collapsed long ago. Everyone is speechless. This old man is really talented. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Shueli in the distance sees Dong Jite and rushes over. Dong Jite laughs. Shueli, you're still waiting for me. It's been 10 years. I will never leave you again. Shueli joyfully barks. It's so worth it to see my owner. I knew you would come back. Everyone is stunned. Shueli's owner has been standing above it for 10 years. This is simply the farthest distance in the world. Shueli is so loyal. If it were another horse, it would have run away long ago. Shueli takes Dong Jite and runs wildly across the plain, and Dong Jite enjoys riding on its back. After a while, they return to the group. Dong Jite invites them to his home. With Shueli, I can find my tribe. Zhang Yufan smiles. Old man, do you want to find your tribe now? Dong Jite sighs. I want to, but it's not low tide yet. We can't get across. Zhang Yufan smiles and says, I have a way. I'll explore with a few partners first. Your tribe is on that island. Once confirmed, we will send you over from the sky. Dong Jite is stunned. Send me over from the sky? You can fly? Zhang Yufan doesn't waste time and directly puts it into action. He takes 9 partners who can walk in the moonwalk and have observation hockey, and they head out with Dong Jite quickly following. Zhang Yufan follows the system map to point directions, and the 9 people walk directly into the sky, leaving Dong Jite wide-eyed. With observation hockey activated, it didn't take long for the 10 to find Dong Jite's tribe and return with good news. Dong Jite quickly packs his things, and Zhang Yufan asks Bejas and Regis to each carry one, while he leads the way flying from the sky, arriving at the tribe's residence in no time. The tribe is ecstatic to see Dong Jite and Shueli after 9 years, constantly thanking Zhang Yufan and the others. After saying goodbye, Zhang Yufan and the group wander around a bit before boarding the ship to continue sailing. The group is eating on the deck when suddenly a few cannonballs come flying. Jimmu directly intercepts them, unharmed. Usopp and Oka look and see a naval warship in the distance. They immediately retaliate with a few modified buggy cannonballs, but they're cut in half by a strange person. This person is wearing a justice cloak, a helmet, has curly black hair, is extremely thin, and is missing a tooth. Zhang Yufan opens the system to check the information. Name, T. Peng, N. Battle potential S. Current B. Navy Colonel, known as the Ship Slayer. Can slice pirate ships like steak. Bartolomeo laughs. Finally encountered a real naval warship. Zoro's eyes light up. That naval swordsmanship looks nice. I want to have a go. Zhang Yufan nods. Kobe, let's go together. These Navy people aren't bad. Just knock them out, don't kill. The two step into the air and board the warship. T. Bengen shouts, fight it. Surrender and come back with me to Judicial Island for trial. Zoro laughs, no time. You're a swordsman. Let's have a duel. Kobe takes advantage of their conversation and directly takes out all the sailors, shouting, Zoro, hurry up. We need to eat after this. I'm going to search for supplies. T. Peng In angrily says, dare to hit my subordinates. Eat my sword. He swings his sword to slash Kobe, but Zoro catches it with a single blow, directly sending him flying. T. Peng gets up and unleashes a right-angle flying bird, sending a wave of sword energy towards Zoro. Zoro directly uses one sword style, 360 Troubling Phoenix to push it back, then completely crushes T. Peng in a sword fight, finally knocking him out. The two finish searching for supplies and return to the ship to continue eating. Usopp and Chopper are eating Sky Island fish when Oka shouts from the lookout, Captain, there's a big frog that can swim freely ahead. Everyone is shocked. Don't frogs all swim in a frog style? They all rush over to take a look. Chopper shouts, Usopp, look, this frog swims pretty fast. Where's it going? Usopp is surprised. Chopper, look, not far in front of the big frog. There's a train running on the sea. It seems to be swimming towards that direction. And why can a train run on the sea? Everyone looks. On the turbulent sea, a train is actually running at high speed without falling into the water. They are all amazed. This operation is too ridiculous. Pay attention. Zhang Yufan directly opens the system to check. This frog is called Yokozuna, Battle Potential F. It is a sumo frog from Tom's studio, always looking for trouble with the sea train, and is covered in injuries. While speaking, Yokozuna squats on the sea track, ready to face the train, but is directly hit far away by the train. Kamarichi laughs. Wapple, the blue sea is so interesting. I just arrived and have seen so many strange things. Wapple nods. That frog is really brave, going barehanded against a train. Enel interjects. Ya ha ha. Isn't that frog silly? Competing strength with a train? Everyone directly ignores him. As the ship approaches the station, they see a smiling old lady with a drink sitting on a chair, and a smiling little girl holding a blue rabbit beside her. Zhang Yufan opens the system again to check. The old lady is called Kokoro, a mermaid, the station master. The little girl is her granddaughter Timmy, who can swim. Kokoro is not flustered at all, smiling. Welcome to Swift Station. I am a station master, Kokoro. Timmy waves. I am Timmy, and this is my rabbit Kunbai. After both sides introduce themselves, they realize that the sea train is unique and runs on underwater tracks. Kobe asks, we saw a frog that can swim freely. Fighting with the train? Do you know it? Timmy helplessly replies, that's Yokozuna. Always challenging the train, even after being hit and flying, it still comes back. We can't do anything about it. Zhang Yufan directly sends Sanji and Nokigao to catch Yokozuna, and in a few words, they resolve its mental block. He is no longer attacking trains, and has directly transformed into a frog guardian to protect them. This twist is so satisfying. After getting the map of the lower island and a letter of introduction from Mayor Bing from Kokolona, we said our goodbyes and set off. On the way, Zhang Yufan contacted the giant Dongli, asking them to converge at the Water City to prepare for the arrival of the two giants from Justice Island. Before long, we saw a beautiful water city, with a huge fountain in the center that amazed everyone. This water city gathers the best shipwrights in the world. Zhang Yufan and his crew boldly sailed their pirate ship through the main entrance. A resident of the city saw them and said, hey, are you pirates here to rob our city? Nami smiled and replied, no, we're here to prepare to build a new ship. Could you please tell us where the Mayor Iceberg lives? We need to speak with him, and where can we find the treasure exchange? The resident said, if you're looking for the mayor, just go to that biggest house. You can find him there. As for the exchange, it's near the shipyard. You can ask around the city for more details. After thanking the resident, Zhang Yufan and his crew were asked to dock their ship in the back street. They secured the ship, making sure that the animals mostly stayed on board, as having a large group enter the city would panic the residents. Some crew members went off to explore freely, while the others accompanied Zhang Yufan to inquire about the location of the treasure exchange. Nami then began to negotiate fiercely with the head of the exchange, ultimately selling all the treasures for 500 million. Excited by the sight of so much money, her eyes sparkled as she hugged the boxes of cash and walked out of the exchange. Zhang Yufan then headed to Mayor Iceberg's residence, but was informed by the guards that he had gone to the shipyard. Knowing the location, they headed towards the shipyard. Not long after Zhang Yufan and his crew left the ship, a group of pirates set their sights on the treasures aboard. One pirate henchman said, Captain, are we really going to rob this ship? That's a notorious pirate crew with a bounty of over 1 billion for all members. The captain, holding a long knife, replied, if you're scared, then you shouldn't be a pirate. Let's cover our faces, rob their treasures, and leave the mark of another pirate crew behind so they won't suspect us. Another henchman said, Captain, you're really clever to come up with such a plan. My admiration for you is like the endless flow of the river. The pirate captain relished the flattery and prepared to rush toward Zhang Yufan's ship. On board, Xiaobai noticed a group of armed individuals approaching their ship and said, Lijich, there's a group of armed people quickly approaching our ship. They probably want to rob our treasures. Lijich smiled and said, oh, do these guys not know how strong our captain is? What gives them the courage to try and rob us? Xiao Qing giggled. Too bad they won't get anything. There's not a single treasure on board. I wonder what their faces will look like when they hear this news. Batian grinned mischievously and said, I'll treat them to a spicy meal. They should be grateful to me afterward. Neo Jia angrily said, dare to rob my master's treasures? Let's see if I don't beat them to the point of questioning their lives. Let's go meet them. The group of pirates was soon surrounded by the animals, who treated them to the last animal feast, which was excessively spicy. As Zhang Yufan walked, he suddenly received a system reward and stopped in place, using his observation hockey to sense his surroundings. Nami asked curiously, Yufan, why did you stop suddenly? Zhang Yufan smiled and said, some pirates wanted to attack our ship, but Lijij and the others took care of them. Everyone felt that those pirates were quite bold to attack their ship. They truly didn't know how to write the word death. Zhang Yufan also sensed that many people were following them, and after winding through several alleys, he said, you must be tired after following us for so long. Come out. A perverted man wearing glasses and fishnet stockings, along with a group, surrounded Zhang Yufan and his crew. Zhang Yufan used the system to check the information of the two individuals standing in front of him. Name, Zhang by combat growth potential level, D current combat level, D age, 28 height, 1. 87 meters gender, male weapon, long knife devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none introduction, captain of the Frankie family. Previously applied to be a shipwright at the Carrera Company but failed, leading to great disappointment. Originally a small-time thug in the backstreet, he became Frankie's subordinate and is one of the closest people to Frankie outside of the Square Sisters. Name, Danzi combat growth potential level, D current combat level, D age, 27 height, 1. 97 meters gender, male weapon, long knife devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none introduction. A subordinate of Frankie, likes to act alongside John Bai, with his egg-shaped body being his most prominent feature. Nami asked, who are you? Why are you following us? Zhang Bai smiled and said, we're the feared Frankie family, here to collect your heads as a bounty, along with the 500 million berries you just exchanged. Rajaisi laughed and said, I can only commend your courage, but your combat power is too weak. Aren't you afraid of being killed instead? Beiji's laughed loudly. You guys are quite bold. You've successfully caught my attention. Are you ready to be human punching bags? Sanji smiled and said, do you want to be steamed or fried? With that, the crew quickly knocked everyone down without killing them and had them lead the way to find their boss, Frankie. Soon, they saw a man with blue hair, wearing only black swim trunks, accompanied by two sisters with square hairstyles. Zhang Yufan checked their information using the system. Name, Frankie combat growth potential level, as current combat level, C age, 33 height, 2. 25 meters gender, male weapon, entire body devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none introduction, a shipwright with excellent construction skills. Though he has a frivolous personality, he is passionate and loyal, easily moved to tears, even pulling out a guitar to play and sing, dancing to strange tunes, and prefers wearing only shorts. As a cyborg, he hides various weapons and dreams of building a dream ship using materials from the treasure tree atom. Name, Jiwei combat growth potential level, C current combat level, D age, 1. 77 years height, 21 meters gender, female weapon, long knife devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none introduction, known as the Square Sisters along with Moss. Her most prominent feature is her square-shaped hair. Due to this hairstyle, if the two walk against the wind, they risk falling due to unstable balance. She is Frankie's loyal companion, often following him closely and posing in sync with his entrances. Name, Maz combat growth potential level, C current combat level, D age, 21 height, 1. 78 meters gender, female weapon, long sword devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none introduction, known as one of the Block Sisters alongside Kiwi. Her most prominent feature is her block-shaped hairstyle. Due to this hairstyle, if the two walk against the wind, they might almost fall due to unstable balance. She is a companion of Frankie, showing great loyalty to him, often following him closely and striking corresponding poses with him. Maz excitedly said upon seeing Frankie, Frankie big brother, come save me. These people are pirates. Frankie angrily replied, pirates? How dare you beat them so badly? Let my lovely subordinates go, or I want to be polite to you. Usopp shrugged and said, Hey, Frankie, it was your subordinates who provoked us first, but they're too weak. So who can blame them for getting beaten? Bartolomeo laughed. Hey, how, want to fight? Then come on, we're busy with a quick resolution. Frankie realized there was no negotiation and unleashed purification flames, shooting flames from his mouth towards Bartolomeo, who easily dodged. with a strong push from his feet. Bartolomeo quickly appeared in front of Frankie and threw a powerful punch, sending Frankie flying. He rolled on the ground a few times before stopping. Bartolomeo curiously asked, "Huh? Frankie, why does your body feel like it's made of iron?" Yufan chuckled. He is originally a cyborg, basically modified all over with only a few places not modified. Wappa exclaimed, "This is the first time I've seen cyborg." As Frankie stood up, Bartolomeo began to punch and kick him, while Frankie couldn't even touch the hem of Bartolomeo's clothes before being knocked down. The members of Frankie's family were stunned, and Maz and Kiwi, who wanted to help Frankie, were unable to move as Usopp and Oka pointed guns at their heads, so they could only watch silently. Zhang Yufan approached Frankie with a smile. "Frankie, you are too weak. Not only can you not protect your subordinates, you can't even protect yourself. Come join my ship as my shipwright, and I will grant you powerful combat strength and help you fulfill your dreams." Frankie asked in confusion, "You even know what my dream is? Tell me." Zhang Yufan smiled. "Isn't it to build a dream ship with Adam the treasure tree and sail across these seas?" Frankie exclaimed in surprise. "You actually know? But even if you know, it's useless. Adam the treasure tree isn't that easy to get." Zhang Yufan directly took out the Adam the treasure tree he had obtained from his storage space. And everyone from Frankie's family was stunned by the sudden appearance of a tree. Frankie forced himself to stand up, approached the tree, looked around excitedly, and said, "It really is Adam the treasure tree. You even have this and can bring it out of nowhere. This is super impressive. Can I really use this to build a ship?" Zhang Yufan smiled. "Yes, our original purpose was to use this tree to build our own ship. You can start building the ship, and during this time, consider joining us, including all the members of Frankie's family." Frankie said, "Then I'll build the ship first. As for joining you, we'll talk later." Zhang Yufan and the others introduced themselves and then put away Adam the treasure tree, taking Frankie, Maz, and Kiwi to find Iceberg and work together on the shipbuilding. Before long, they arrived at the world's #1 shipyard, where they heard a commotion coming from inside. Zhang Yufan and the others saw a group of pirates whose ships had been repaired by the shipwrights but refused to pay, planning to resolve the issue with force. They were surrounded and beaten up by those shipwrights, while the pirates lay on the ground feeling great. Zhang Yufan checked the information of the 5 leading individuals with the system. Name: Barley Combat Growth Potential Level, B Current Combat Level, C Age, 23 Height, 1. 95 meters Gender, Male Weapon, Rope Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Introduction, Shipwright from Water City, Vice President of the Carrera Company. One of the 5 foremen of the company, Head Foreman of Dock Number 1, skilled in rope techniques, a kind person who cares deeply for friends and mentors. Proud of his identity as a shipwright, enjoys gambling, often chased by creditors due to gambling debts, and has a very conservative dress sense regarding women. Name: Pili Lulu Combat Growth Potential Level, B Current Combat Level, D Age, 30 Height, 2. 06 meters Gender, Male Weapon, Shipwright Nails Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Introduction, Shipwright from Water City, one of the 5 foremen of Dock No. One of the Carrera Company, specializes in rolling, iron refining, and pulley work, loved for his perfect skills and superb knife techniques, suffers from serious sleepwalking. Hence his hair is often messy. Name: Darius Stone Combat Growth Potential Level, B Current Combat Level, D Age, 43 Height, 2. 57 meters Gender, Male Weapon, Huge Hammer, Warship Cannon Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Introduction, Shipwright from Water City, one of the 5 foremen of Dock Number 1 of the Carrera Company. Specializes in flags, corks, and sail sewing, a strong but simple-minded man. Name: Rob Lucci Combat Growth Potential Level, SS Current Combat Level, A Age, 27 Height, 2. 12 meters Gender, Male Weapon, None Devil Fruit, Cat Fruit, Leopard Form Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Introduction, one of the members of the World Government's internal spy organization Cypherpol No. 9, abbreviated as CP9, effectively the captain of CP9 based on Dark Justice, known as the strongest and most ruthless weapon of CP9 in history. Claimed to be the strongest in Judicial Island for 9,800 years, calm, and composed, very dedicated to his tasks, serious, proficient in the Navy's 6 styles, and has a white dove named Hidoli. Name: Kaku Combat Growth Potential Level, SS Current Combat Level, B Age, 22 Height, 1. 93 meters Gender, Male Weapon, 2 long swords Devil Fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none introduction, a member of CP9, a secret spy agency directly under the world government. Previously infiltrated the Galila Company as a shipwright at Dock No. 1. Known as Mountain Wind for his ability to fly freely and quickly through the city. Kaku's combat power is second only to Rob Lucci, making him the second strongest in CP9. Skilled in the use of 2 swords, his dual foot technique counts as 4 swords. And he is proficient in the Navy's 6 styles. At this moment, Barley said, "Don't think you can solve problems on our shipwright's terms using those pirate methods. Pay up and then get lost." The group of pirates paused on the ground for a while, stood up, and obediently went to pay. They felt utterly humiliated, unable to defeat even these few shipwrights. KB laughed and said, "The shipwrights here are quite impressive. No wonder the residents aren't that afraid of us pirates." Usopp asked, "Captain, should we look for a shipwright here?" Zhang Yufan nodded and said, "Once we've built a new ship, we will need to find a dedicated shipwright. But the candidate ISNT here, you'll know when the time comes." At this moment, Lucci and Kaku also noticed Zhang Yufan and the others' arrival. But they were more concerned about Robin beside Zhang Yufan. The group of pirates who had just paid walked out of the shipyard with their tails between their legs. Upon seeing Zhang Yufan and his group, they broke into a cold sweat and fled with their subordinates. Zhang Yufan smiled and said, "Hello, shipwrights, I'm Zhang Yufan. May I ask where Mayor Iceberg is? We need to discuss something important with him." Barley asked, "What do you need to see Mayor Iceberg for? And Frankie, why are you here too?" Zhang Yufan smiled and said, "We want to build a new ship. We'd like to discuss the specifics and other private matters with Mayor Iceberg alone." At this point, a man with blue-purple hair, a beard on his chin, and wearing a striped suit, followed by a woman in a secretary outfit, walked towards them. Zhang Yufan checked their information using the system. Name: Iceberg. Power Growth Potential Level, E. Current Power Level, F. Age: 37. Height: 199 meters. Gender: Male. Weapon: none. Devil Fruit: none. Bounty: none. Equipment card: none. Description: Mayor of Water City and President of the Carrera Company. Greatly admired and respected by the citizens. Also one of the legendary shipwright Tom's apprentices. To prevent the ancient weapon Pluton design from falling into the hands of the world government, he not only gave the design to Frankie, but also merged the 7 companies of Water City, cooperating with the world government to keep its officials from targeting Iceberg. Name: Khalifa. Power Growth Potential Level, S. Current Power Level, C. Age: 24. Height: 185 meters. Gender: Female. Weapon: Spiked Whip. Devil Fruit: none. Bounty: none. Equipment card: none. Description: A member of the secret intelligence organization CP9 under the world government. The only female in CP9, undercover beside Mr. Iceberg. The mayor of Water 7 and president of Carrera Company, to obtain the confidential design of the ancient weapon Pluton. She has a cold personality but can be a bit airhead, and when angry, she kicks indiscriminately at those around her. She is proficient in the Navy's 6 powers. Barley saw Iceberg approaching and said, "Mayor, these people need to talk to you." Iceberg asked, "Who are you?" Khalifa replied, "Let me see. They are members of the extreme pirate crew with a total bounty exceeding 1 billion. She then introduced everyone from Zhang Yufan's side, except for Zhang Yufan. The others were somewhat shocked at how detailed their investigation was. Iceberg said, "I see. Welcome to our city. I'm Iceberg, the mayor. What do you need to discuss with me?" Zhang Yufan handed Iceberg the introduction letter from Granny Kokoro and then discussed some issues regarding the new ship, quickly reaching an agreement. Zhang Yufan smiled and said, "Now that we've finished discussing the new ship, Mayor Iceberg, how about we find a quiet place to talk about your safety?" Iceberg, looking puzzled, asked, "What danger could I possibly be in?" "Follow me," he said. Zhang Yufan and his group followed Iceberg to his residence, while Robin found an excuse to leave midway. Upon entering Iceberg's usual reception room, everyone except Khalifa was asked to leave. After sitting down, Zhang Yufan said, Mayor Iceberg, the design of the ancient weapon Pluton that the world government has been searching for has long since left your hands and is actually in Frankie's possession, right? Iceberg was surprised inside, but maintained a calm expression and said, What are you talking about? I have no knowledge of this. Frankie, who was sitting beside him, and Khalifa, standing next to Iceberg, were both shocked at how Zhang Yufan knew about this. Zhang Yufan smiled and said, Not admitting it? That's fine. Let me tell you another thing. Your capable secretary here is actually a member of the secret intelligence organization CP9 under the world government. As for why she is undercover beside you, you should know. Maz and Kiwi, the two sisters, sat beside Frankie, listening in stunned silence to Zhang Yufan's conversation. This was quite explosive. Could ordinary citizens really be hearing this? Khalifa felt a bit flustered but still maintained a smile, saying, Mr. Zhang Yufan, don't joke around. I'm just an ordinary secretary. How could I be involved with the world government? Iceberg looked at Khalifa and said, I also find it hard to believe that Khalifa is one of them, but if she really is an undercover, then the only goal can be the design of the ancient weapon Pluton. They have never stopped searching for it over the years. Zhang Yufan nodded and smiled. That's because the world government has made her profile perfect. It's hard for you to find real information. Bartolomeo, why don't you take this beauty and teach her a lesson? She will make a nice wife for you. Bartolomeo laughed and said, Hey, haha, there's still my business here, but I like it. I've had enough of the dog food from you and Sanji as a couple on the ship. And now it's finally my turn to treat the other partners. The other partners all had mischievous smiles. But if Bartolomeo dared to serve them dog food in front of them, they would have to teach him a lesson. It must be done in front of his girlfriend, the kind where he's pressed to the ground. They all started calculating their little schemes in their hearts. Nami, laughing beside them, said, Yufan, you're too bad. This is totally a Beauty and the Beast combination. Bartolomeo walked up to Khalifa and said, Beauty, stop pretending. Our Captain's words have never been wrong. Will you confess honestly, or should I make you? Khalifa knew she couldn't hide her identity anymore. She launched a series of powerful kicks and a shave to escape. But Bartolomeo easily countered her moves. Khalifa was a bit surprised. Although her strength was not as strong as Lucci's, it was still stronger than many others. Bartolomeo had easily withstood her attacks, and but was almost swollen from the hits. It seemed his strength and speed were likely greater than hers. She really couldn't underestimate Zhang Yufan's crew and had to notify Lucci and the others quickly. Iceberg was already stunned. When did his secretary become so strong? It seemed that what Zhang Yufan said was true. She was an undercover agent. Just as Khalifa was about to use shave to kick a hole in the room and escape, Bartolomeo knocked her to the ground with a series of heavy punches. Bartolomeo grabbed Khalifa's hands and said, Khalifa, you can't escape. You can speak now, or do you want to experience what it feels like to have your backside opened up? Khalifa angrily replied, You bastard, just as you said, I was sent by the world government to find the whereabouts of the ancient weapon design, Pluton. Iceberg recalled that Khalifa had seen many secret documents before, and if this continued, the design of Pluton being handed over to Frankie would soon be discovered. Iceberg broke out in cold sweat. This was too dangerous and absolutely could not be handed over to the world government. Wouldn't it be better to confess early? Why did it have to take a beating for her to speak? Mayor Iceberg, there are 3 CP9 infiltrators in the city, Zhang Yufan said. Who are they? Where are they? Iceberg was puzzled. Zhang Yufan smiled and said, 2 infiltrators are at your shipyard. One is named Kaku, and the other is Lucci. There's another one who runs a tavern in the city, with hair like a horn, named Bruno. Khalifa was shocked. How did Zhang Yufan know Lucci's identity so clearly? She never expected the tavern owner would be an infiltrator sent by the world government, and she and her subordinates often went there to drink. Frankie was also surprised. I can't believe the tavern owner is an infiltrator from the world government. Maz and Kiwi, the 2 sisters, were overwhelmed by the explosive news. Their little hearts could hardly bear the suspense. So many are around me. The world government really has no blind spots. Mr. Zhang Yufan, are you here to snatch the design of the ancient weapon Pluton as well? Iceberg asked in surprise. Zhang Yufan smiled and said, I'm not interested in that. If I wanted it, do you think I could still chat leisurely with you here? I'm interested in anything that makes the world government unhappy. It seems you really hate the world government. But why is Nico Robin on your ship? You should know her identity. And that's also the reason. Iceberg nodded. Nami said seriously, of course we know Robin's past. She is our partner now and shouldn't be treated this way by the world government or anyone else. At just 8 years old, Robin was offered a bounty of 79 million. How much harm could a child that small cause? It's only because she is a survivor of O'Hara and can understand the dark history that the world government wants to erase. So what did she go wrong? Zhang Yufan said. Everyone fell silent. Robin had done nothing wrong. It was just that the world government made everyone think she was wrong and an evil existence. Zhang Yufan continued, and those weapons created have never had a distinction of good or evil. Only the people who use them do. Robin, we will protect her. No one can harm her. Meanwhile, Lucci had contacted Bruno to bring Robin back to Judicial Island. Shortly after Robin left Zhang Yufan's group, she encountered Bruno and left with him after a brief conversation. Iceberg said nothing more and followed Zhang Yufan to the shipyard to capture the 2 CP-9 members. Soon, they arrived at the shipyard, and Iceberg called over several shipwrights, quickly gathering everyone. Barry asked, Mayor, what do you need us for? Iceberg replied, there are infiltrators from the world government among us, Kaku and Lucci. Kaku and Lucci were surprised to hear Iceberg's words. How did he know their identities? Seeing Bartolomeo dragging Khalifa, who had signs of struggle, it was clear their identities had been exposed. Barry and the others were equally shocked. How could it be them? They were well hidden. So, do you two surrender on your own, or should we beat you until you do? Zhang Yufan said with a smile as he approached Kaku and Lucci. It seems you pirates are quite confident in your fighting abilities. Let me see how strong you are. Kaku laughed. Lucci said, it looks like you learned our identities from Khalifa. I also want to see how strong you are. Zhang Yufan smiled and said, KB, this long-nosed guy is yours. Vegas, the other one is a martial arts expert, so he is yours. The rest of you stand around to prevent their fight from hurting anyone. Ha ha ha, a martial arts expert. He must be strong. Let us go fight over there in the open, Vegas said excitedly. KB went to the other side with Kaku, who took out 2 hidden long swords and rushed towards KB, swinging the swords rapidly. KB met him with his own sword, and their figures collided quickly, the blades clashing with a metallic sound and sparks flying. Kaku occasionally kicked out with his gale foot, while KB nimbly dodged Kaku's attacks. Kaku shouted, flipping his wrist, and thrust the long sword violently towards KB's chest, but KB sidestepped perfectly. KB kicked out suddenly, hitting Kaku in the stomach, sending him flying but quickly regaining his footing. Kid, your strength is impressive, almost on par with Lucci. I haven't even used my full strength yet. You won't be able to hold on for long at this rate, which would be no fun. Watch the blade. KB used Soru to appear next to Kaku, swinging his sword at him with increasing speed, and combined with his gale foot, Kaku was forced to retreat continuously. KB knocked Kaku's swords away, and Kaku had already been slashed several times by KB, blood flowing out. KB then held the sword to Kaku's neck and brought him before Zhang Yufan. Kid, I didn't expect you to be this strong. How do you know the Navy's 6 techniques, Soru and gale foot? Are there Navy members among you? Kaku was somewhat surprised. None of us on the ship are Navy members. These are all taught to me by the captain. He knows a lot, KB smiled. After helping Kaku stop the bleeding to prevent him from dying, Vegas and Lucci were both quickly exchanging blows. Lucci used Soru, gale foot, and finger pistol, but none of his attacks harmed Vegas. You can dodge all my attacks so easily, and you can't even break through my defense. Let's see how long you can keep this up. Your martial arts are indeed strong, and your punching speed is fast, but it's not enough to hurt me. Are you planning to transform? This is getting more interesting. Lucci then used his devil fruit ability to transform into a leopard form, and they fought from the ground to the sky, turning the once flat ground into numerous large pits. This feeling of hitting flesh was exactly what Vegas wanted. He grew more excited as he fought. His speed of punching and moving increased, and with every attack from Lucci, either he dodged or Vegas's immense strength deflected it. Vegas unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks on Lucci in leopard form, and after 5 minutes, he finally forced Lucci to revert from his leopard form and faint. All the shipwrights around watched in astonishment at the battle between them. They knew Kaku and Lucci were strong, but this was too strong. They hadn't even used their full strength before, And what surprised them even more was that such strong fighters were defeated by Bejas and KB. And it was a crushing defeat. They don't look that strong. I'll let them taste the million-volt lightning I created, and they'll be reduced to ashes easily. Enel said disdainfully, "You don't know how powerful this lightning is. There probably aren't many people in this world who can withstand it. If they don't have any special techniques, they probably won't even be able to knock a single hair off you." Sanji was leisurely smoking a cigarette nearby. Enel laughed and said, "Yaha, I love hearing that. It means you think I'm strong too. Let's fight again." Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth, raised his foot and kicked towards Enel's backside, saying, "You guy, just because I compliment you, you get all cocky. No matter how strong you are, you're still my defeated foe." Enel held his backside, looking helpless. His battle power was still too weak, and he had just been kicked by Sanji. "Just wait. My power will definitely surpass yours." The other companions shook their heads, thinking that surpassing Sanji wasn't that easy. Unless Zhang Yufan used his special abilities to enhance him, it would be difficult to defeat Sanji. Zhang Yufan smiled and said, "Frankie, take us to that tavern. Sanji, Enel, Nami, you guys come with me to catch the last CP9 member. The rest of you stay here to watch over these three and protect Mayor Ice City. You really are super strong. Follow me." Frankie walked towards the door. Zhang Yufan and the others followed Frankie, winding through the city until they arrived at the tavern's entrance, which was closed. After sensing inside, they found no one there. "Huh? What's going on today? Why is the door closed? And it seems like there's no one inside." Frankie leaned against the door, trying to listen. Earlier, Robin had shown some unusual behavior. Could it be that this CP9 guy already received news from Lucci to take Robin away? Let's use observation hockey to search for Robin's location. I suspect the tavern owner must have received Lucci's message to capture Robin, Zhang Yufan said. The group calmed down and sensed the entire town, quickly locating the people. They flew over from above. Not long after, they saw Robin walking with a masked person ahead. Nami, seeing the masked person, asked in confusion, "Yufan, that person next to Robin, could it be a member of CP9? Zhang Yufan checked the information on him using the system. Name, Bruno battle potential level, as current battle level. B age, 29 height, 2. 58 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, door fruit bounty, none equipment card, none description, owner of the tavern in Water City. Real identity is one of the undercover agents in CP9 upholding the so-called justice of the Navy, but seems to react and think a bit slowly. His speech has a slight lisp, but he notices more details and is proficient in the Navy's 6 styles. Zhang Yufan stopped, standing on a rooftop, thinking, yes, this is the last undercover agent sent by the world government. The group jumped down from the rooftop. Sanji asked suspiciously, "Miss Robin, where are you going with Bruno? This CP9 member? Let us quickly take care of this guy and go back to have Mayor Ice City treat us to a meal." Hearing Sanji's words, the masked Bruno was startled. How did he know my identity? Could there be a problem on Lucci's side? Robin knew that Zhang Yufan and the others would find her soon, but she didn't expect it to be so quick, although she was happy sailing with them. As a disaster star, she couldn't harm them. "Don't come any closer. Let's part ways here," Robin said seriously. Nami was shocked to hear Robin's words, not understanding why she would say that. She stepped forward and extended her right hand, saying, "What nonsense are you talking? Hurry up and come back with us. You're an important partner." Sanji also looked confused. "Miss Robin, don't joke around. Come back with us. I can cook you something delicious." Frankie, listening to their conversation, was bewildered. What is going on? Isn't Robin your partner? Why does she suddenly want to leave? Is she being threatened by Bruno? Robin said, "I'm not joking. I have always been a disaster to those around me. You have all treated me very well since I boarded the ship. Thank you. So I don't want to harm you. We don't think you're a disaster at all. If there's any disaster, it's brought by the world government. And we're not afraid of them," Sanji said seriously. Nami added, "Our original goal is to oppose the world government. Even if you really bring us disaster, we have the ability to handle it, so it's not a problem. Come back." Bruno, listening to Nami say they would oppose the world government, was a bit surprised. How confident are these pirates in their power? They have no idea how strong the world government is. You have no understanding of the strength of the world government. When you witness that kind of power, you will treat me as a burden like everyone else, betray me, or even abandon me. That is what I fear most," Robin said with a heavy expression. Sanji said seriously, Miss Robin, you should know my character. Even in death, I won't betray you, and I definitely won't abandon you. Or else, I would be beaten half to death by the other partners. Robin, you should trust us. Just like Sanji said, we will never abandon or betray our partners. Nami also said seriously. Robin said helplessly, I'm already very tired. I don't want to hurt more people by avoiding it, so you all should leave here quickly. There's no place for me in this world anymore. Death may be my best resting place. The masked Bruno sneered, clapping his hands on the side. What a touching scene. So well said, willing to sacrifice for the sake of protecting your partners. Even I could be moved to tears. Zhang Yufan realized from Robin's words that she could no longer withstand the pressure from the world government and was preparing to give up on trusting others. Ready to end it all. We have become the last straw that the world government is using to crush her camel. Enel, let Bruno have a good taste of your lightning. This guy is a bit annoying. Don't give him a chance to fight back, but be careful with his devil fruit. And don't kill him, Zhang Yufan said, his aura rising with anger. Nami was also furious, pointing at Bruno. Yes, Enel, zap him. This guy is too annoying. If you can't even handle this, I'll have Sanji give you a good beating when we get back. Enel wanted to say something, but seeing Zhang Yufan and the others' expressions, he swallowed it back down and went to execute the order. Bruno hadn't reacted yet before he was already treated to a lightning feast by Enel, his whole body enveloped in black smoke, turning into a medium-rare roasted bull. Zhang Yufan had already disappeared from his spot, instantly appearing in front of Robin, opening his strong hands to embrace her tightly. Robin struggled in panic, but her struggles were ineffective. Her strength was too small, and she could only let Zhang Yufan hold her tightly, unable to move. Robin, if you're tired, just stop and take a break. There will always be a group of partners protecting you. From the moment I snatch you away from old Shah, your life belongs to me. I want to let you die, and no one else can think of killing you. Besides, you already have a place to belong, which is with our group of friends, but you just don't feel that way. Woo-woo, but I'm scared of seeing you all die because of me. We are pirates, and sooner or later we will confront the world government. It won't change because you leave. As for the disasters you mentioned, those are caused by the world government. Our current strength is not enough to contend with them, but we can definitely withstand something like the Demon Slaughter Order. The dark past you have is known by our crew. How could they abandon you? Unless they step over our dead bodies, no one can take you away. Wawa, I want to go back with you all. I still want to live and go on adventures with you. Frankie cried beside them. Wow, I'm really super touched. I super like your friendship. Nami and Sanji were already in tears. After Enel dealt with Bruno, he looked over at Zhang Yufan and the others with an indifferent expression. Robin cried recklessly in Zhang Yufan's embrace, venting the emotion she had nowhere to release for so many years. Zhang Yufan didn't say anything more. He held Robin with his left arm and stroked her hair with his right, allowing her to vent fully. Otherwise, if she kept it in, it could lead to big problems. After a while, Robin's emotions gradually stabilized. Zhang Yufan helped her wipe her tears, took her hand, and led the other companions back to the shipyard. It didn't take long to arrive. KB saw that Robin's eyes were red and frowned. Robin, did you cry? Who bullied you? Tell me, and I'll take revenge for you. Nami explained to the companions left at the shipyard why Robin was like this. After hearing it, their hatred for the world government deepened. Akiji asked, Mr. Zhang Yufan, the CP9 members have already been captured. It won't be long before the world government finds out these people have been caught. What are your plans next? We're going to stay in this city for several days, waiting for my companions to gather. We'll go to Eni's lobby together to rescue people. So you all take this time to start building the ship, Zhang Yufan said. You're going to stir up trouble at the world government base? Aren't you afraid of being caught? Barry asked in surprise. Zhang Yufan explained to the others why they were going to Eni's lobby, and no one said anything more. During these days, the shipwrights were fully focused on building Zhang Yufan's new ship. Akiji, with Zhang Yufan's help, found a new secretary candidate. Zhang Yufan also made a trip back to Alabasta to bring the leader of the banana crocodiles to Water City, which would make it more convenient for their activities in the water. Time flew by, and Zhang Yufan's new ship was nearly completed. One day, a huge ship appeared next to Water City, and the snail phone on Zhang Yufan's side started ringing. He picked up the phone. Hello, is this Captain Yufan? This is Dongli. I brought my companions to Water City. Where are you? It's me. We're at the mayor's house in the city. Wait outside for a moment. I'll come find you. Zhang Yufan smiled. So Dongli waited outside, while Zhang Yufan brought all the companions to greet them. And Akiji went along as well. After a while, everyone rode the banana crocodile to Dongli's ship and climbed aboard. Akiji said in surprise, Mr. Zhang Yufan, the companions you mentioned aren't these giants, are they? Zhang Yufan nodded. The later joined companions also looked shocked, not expecting Zhang Yufan to recruit so many giants. Zhang Yufan checked the information of the new members using the system. Name, HouMing power growth potential level. As current power level. B. Age, 78 height, 22 meters gender. Male weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none introduction, a new generation giant warrior from Elbaf. With great ambitions to become the king of giants and a heart of gratitude, an old friend of Charlotte Linlin. Name, stance and power growth potential level. As current power level. C. Age, 60 height, 18. 1 meters gender. Male weapon, large hammer devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none introduction, a giant from Elbaf. A shipwright with sufficient woodworking skills to maintain and repair ships, possessing very strong strength due to his massive size. Name, rod power growth potential level. As current power level. C. Age, 60 height, 18. 5 meters gender. Male weapon, large sword devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none introduction, a tall giant from Elbaf, a navigator and swordsman. Name, Goldbag power growth potential level. As current power level. C. Age, 60 height, 18 meters gender, male weapon, large hammer. Shield devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none introduction. A giant from Elbaf, resembling the thundercloud zoos created by the 4 emperors, plump, and a chef. Name, Gur's power growth potential level. As current power level. C. Age, 72 height, 17 meters gender, female weapon, large axe devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none introduction, giant from Elbaf. A ship's doctor and a childhood friend of Charlotte Linlin and Helding. Dongli saw that Zhang Yufan and the others had boarded the ship and walked over. Captain and companions, long time no see. How have you all been lately? Piragi approached with a smile. Captain, during the time we were gone, I didn't expect you to recruit so many companions. It looks like it will be very lively from now on. Long time no see. We're doing well. Those 5 behind are your newly recruited companions. They're so tall, Nami said with a smile. Dongli nodded and introduced all the companions. Zhang Yufan and his side also introduced each other, getting to know one another. At this moment, Helding looked at Zhang Yufan and asked, You are our captain? You don't look strong. Are you sure you have the strength to be a captain? Let us have a fight. Dongli walked over and gently slapped Helding on the head. You little brat, you can't even beat me. And you want to fight the captain? Are you sure you're not looking for a beating? Zhang Yufan waved his hand at Dongli. It's fine. Since Helding wants to fight, I'll let him feel the terror of being dominated by a strong person, and it will help him understand the current power level. Ricky shook his head beside him, thinking that this was another troublemaker. Why choose the captain as an opponent? Just wait to be beaten. There might still be other partners who could compete, as there are several with relatively weak combat power who have not been enhanced by Zhang Yufan's special abilities. The 4 new giants were also watching with great interest, wanting to know how strong the captain they followed was. When Dongli announced the start of the battle, Zhang Yufan's figure had already disappeared from his original spot, giving Herding no chance to strike. He appeared behind Herding and delivered a powerful kick to his backside, sending him soaring into the air. Then, stepping into the sky, he unleashed a series of shadowless punches and kicks against Herding's body. Zhang Yufan didn't use too much strength, otherwise, he could have killed Herding outright. With the final kick, he sent Herding back onto the ship, where Zhang Yufan was already waiting to catch him. Herding landed safely, while the 4 new giants were stunned by Zhang Yufan's overwhelming power, staring blankly at the scene. The battle lasted less than 20 seconds, and Herding was instantly defeated by Zhang Yufan. Iceberg, watching from the side, was also dumbfounded. What kind of monsters are these guys? Herding lay on the deck, confused, wondering what just happened. He hadn't even made a move before being defeated. The speed was too fast. Is the power gap really that big? Brogy laughed as he helped Herding up, saying, Herding, wake up. You must be dazed from the beating. There are many strong people in this world. Don't underestimate anyone, or you'll end up like this. Herding snapped back to reality and bowed to Zhang Yufan, saying, Captain, I apologize for my unreasonable actions just now. I'm sorry. It's fine, as long as you can recognize your mistakes. Remember, your giant race may have better physical talents than us humans. But those who have not yet grown into strong warriors are still considered weak in the eyes of other strong warriors. Herding nodded. It was already noon, and everyone had a hearty meal on the giant ship before sending Iceberg back and preparing to head towards Justice Island. Zhang Yufan had already figured out the route to Justice Island in the previous days. Following the direction indicated on the system map, the ship sailed quickly. It took a long time to finally see Justice Island, and the guards at the front gate noticed a huge ship speeding towards them. They all went on high alert. When the ship reached the shore, they raised their guns and shouted, You pirates, don't move. Do you know where this is? Surrender and accept the holy punishment. You're too noisy. How about you faint for a while? Zhang Yufan directly used his conqueror's haki to knock them out. Usopp looked around and said, I don't see any giants here. Do we need to go further in to see them? Leave the animals to guard Luffy and the ship. The rest of us will disembark and head inside. The front gate had already been smashed to pieces by Bajis, and the Navy inside was making phone calls. One sailor answered the phone and said, Sir, this is the front gate of the island. There's a big problem. A few giants and members of the extreme pirates have broken in. The officer asked, How could you let them in? What are you doing? Where are Oimo and Casey? Have they been defeated too? They're still eating. I've already notified them, and they're on their way here, a sailor replied. Quickly notify the other sailors to come for reinforcements. We must stop them. The officer shouted angrily. More and more sailors rushed towards the front gate. Dongli and Brogy stood there, shouting Oimo and Casey's names. Oimo and Casey, who were on their way there, heard the familiar voices and quickened their pace, seeing their captain standing at the front gate. How did their captain end up here? Didn't the world government say they were captured? Did they escape from prison to come find us? Zhang Yufan checked their information with the system. Name, Casey Combat Growth Potential Level. S current combat level. B age, 143 height, 16 meters gender. Male weapon, giant axe devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description. A giant warrior from Elbaf. Worried about the safety of the two leaders after 50 years, went to sea to find information about them. Deceived by the government. They said Dongli and Brogy had been captured by the Navy, and if the two of them could guard Justice Island for 100 years, they would be released. 100 years ago, he was a subordinate of Dongli and Brogy, and due to the two leaders deciding to duel in Little Garden, he returned home with the remaining crew. Name, Oimo Combat Growth Potential Level. S current combat level. B age, 145 height, 16 meters gender. Male weapon, giant hammer devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description. A giant warrior from Elbaf. 100 years ago, he was a subordinate of Dongli and Brogy. Due to the two leaders deciding to duel in Little Garden, he returned home with the remaining crew. After 50 years, worried about the safety of the two leaders, he went to sea to find information about them and was deceived by the government, which claimed Dongli and Brogy had been captured by the Navy, and if the two could guard Justice Island for 100 years, they would be released. Soon, they arrived in front of Dongli and Brogy and asked in confusion, Captain, weren't you captured? How did you end up here? You two were deceived by the world government. We have been fighting on an island for nearly 100 years and were never captured. We came to bring you back to adventure together, Dongli explained. Brogy added, We have now joined the extreme pirates. This person on my shoulder is our captain, and he told us that you were deceived into guarding Justice Island. Oimo and Casey were extremely angry to hear that their captains had been deceived. Gripping their weapons, they sent the nearby sailors flying. The surrounding sailors were also nearly electrocuted by Enel. One sailor hid, took out a din-din mushy, and began dialing. Soon the call was connected. Spandam, it's bad. Oimo and Casey have turned against us, and all the other sailors who came for reinforcements have been defeated. Requesting backup. How could this happen? You useless fools. I'll send someone over. Spandam shouted angrily. He then dispatched the remaining CP9 members and contacted more sailors to come. Zhang Yufan and his group had already dealt with all the sailors, including the special forces that came for reinforcements, who were all happily lying there. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared in the sky. Zhang Yufan checked their information with the system. Name, Gabra combat growth potential level. S current combat level. B age, 34 height. 2. 12 meters gender. Male weapon. None devil fruit. Inu no Mi. Wolf form bounty. None equipment card. None description. A member of the world government's direct intelligence organization CP9. Ranked 3rd in CP9. Believes his combat ability is no worse than Kaku's. Enjoys deceiving others. Has a temper and is very much the opposite of Luffy. He dislikes Luffy and doesn't have a good relationship with Kaku, and is proficient in the Navy's 6 styles. Name, Weichi combat growth potential level. S current combat level. B age, 33 height. 3. 38 meters gender. Male weapon. Metal long staff devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. A member of the world government's CP9 intelligence agency. Often performs ritual suicide, but always activates the 6 styles iron block in advance, preventing successful suicide. Possesses the skill of life return. As long as he infuses his consciousness, he can freely control any part of his body and is proficient in the Navy's 6 styles. Name, Owl combat growth potential level. S current combat level. B age, 28 height. 3. 31 meters gender. Male weapon. None devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. A member of the world government's CP9 intelligence agency. Known among CP9 members for his mastery of the shave technique. Additionally, he understands the 6 styles movement techniques and can measure the level of physical skills. He can directly fix his body in the corners of the ceiling. Due to his inability to keep secrets, he has a zipper on his mouth, making him almost never participate in undercover activities. The newly arrived Marines notice the presence of 3 CP9 members in the sky, feeling slightly reassured. They are much stronger than us. This should be able to stop these pirates. You are the pirates invading Judicial Island. Watch me take care of all of you. Gabra said, looking at Zhang Yufan and his group. Bartolomeo looked disdainful. Hands in his pockets. You talk big. You want to take us down? Luffy and Kaku don't have that ability. Can you really do it? I'm stronger than them. How do you know Luffy and Kaku? Have you defeated them already? Gabra retorted angrily. Owl unzipped his mouth. Gabra, your combat power isn't as strong as theirs, so stop being stubborn. Oops, let that slip. He zipped his mouth back up. Gabra felt exceptionally angry at Owl's revelation. Which side are you on? Can't you talk? Nami and the other women laughed. Where did this clown come from? He dismantled his own team's platform as soon as he arrived. Ha ha ha, since you say your combat power is stronger than Luffy's, then let's fight. If you beat me, then you're indeed stronger, Bagus said with a grin, walking towards Gabra. Gabra sized up Bagus, who was much taller and muscular. Realizing that he implied he had defeated Luffy, Gabra then descended from the sky. Let's do this. I will knock you out and prove I'm stronger than Luffy. Zhang Yufan instructed Jem and Machida to deal with Owl and Weichi. They had significantly enhanced their combat power through training during this time. Using Haki combined with their devil fruit abilities, they pressured Owl and Weichi, creating deep pits all over the once flat ground, some caused by explosions, others by massive impacts. Back with Bagus, Gabra initially transformed into wolf form using his devil fruit ability, launching a rapid barrage of claw strikes at Bagus, but it was ineffective, all dodged. Bagus seized the opportunity, clenched his right hand, and delivered a powerful punch to Gabra's abdomen, sending him flying. However, Gabra quickly steadied himself and continued attacking Bagus with a series of Gale Foot, Lone Wolf techniques, using foot strikes to slash at him, not in a straight line, but leaping quickly towards him. Unexpectedly, you're quite strong. No wonder you said you defeated Luffy before. You can't just have this level of power. That would be too disappointing. Luffy is much stronger than you. Bagus swiftly dodged the Gale Foot slashes, getting behind Gabra and knocking him down with a punch, followed by a flurry of blows. Gabra realized he couldn't evade anymore and had to use Iron Block to enhance his defense. Too weak, really too weak, compared to Luffy. You're just lacking too much. Cough cough. How can your power be so great? What kind of monster are you? Don't say I'm weaker than him. I will definitely defeat you. Gabra shouted, struggling to stand up from the ground, blood flowing from his mouth, adjusting his stance, and launching his fists at Bagus with all his might. Using all his strength, he executed Iron Block, Heavy Step Wolf, and Iron Block, Demon Sky Wolf. channeling the power of Iron Block into his hands and feet to enhance his attack. Try the power of these two moves. I don't believe I can't defeat you. Still not strong enough. Is there anything stronger? If not, our battle should end here. Since you and Luffy are from the same organization, let us make it a complete set. Come on. Begus also increased the power in his hands and feet, clashing with Gabra's punches and kicks. The immense force numbing Gabra's limbs. At this point, Begus had had enough fun and directly knocked Gabra unconscious, lifting him and bringing him before Zhang Yufan. Jim and the others had already finished their battle, and the newly arrived Marines were wide-eyed, unable to believe they had all been defeated on the ground by the giants. The Marines' communicator was stunned. We were all defeated, even the CP9 members, and none of the opponents were injured. What kind of monsters are these? Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan and his group were unaware that not far from Judicial Island, a man was leisurely riding a bicycle. Having come over after hearing a loud noise from the island, all the powerful CP9 members on Judicial Island had already been captured, and the two gatekeeping giants had been seen. The objective was achieved, and there was no need to stay any longer. They should prepare to leave. The battle reward system had been received, and it was truly exhilarating, a wave of bounty. They also experienced the thrill of monster farming, where one wave of monsters was enjoyable, and continuous farming was even more thrilling. In the office, Spandam received reports from the Marines that all the reinforcements and CP9 members had been defeated by Zhang Yufan and his group. However, they had no intention of advancing further, but were preparing to leave with the two guarding giants. Spandam angrily scolded. The Marines on the island have mostly gone past. Yet they still couldn't catch Zhang Yufan and his group, which made him extremely furious and powerless to pursue them any further. The group swaggered back onto the giant's large ship, leaving behind all the fallen Marines. After boarding, the ship began sailing towards Water City, and soon Oka was astonished to discover a strange sight on the sea. Shouted to everyone, "Guys, we found a man riding a bicycle on the water and not falling off." Chopper couldn't believe such a strange thing could happen on the sea and curiously climbed to the bow, asking, Where? Everyone on the ship looked in amazement at the sea ahead, where indeed a man was leisurely riding a bicycle, slowly approaching their ship. Zhang Yufan checked his information using the system. Name: Kazan Combat Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Level. SS Age: 46 years. Height: 2. 98 meters. Gender: Male. Weapon: None. Devil Fruit. Hi no me. Ice Fruit. Bounty: None. Equipment Card: None. Profile: Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, codename Akiji. Known alongside Akainu and Kizuru as the Three Admirals. He possesses immense combat power and is a former student of former Admiral Zephyr. He is laid back and values loyalty. He believes that justice can have different interpretations depending on one's stance and can change with that stance, so he does not question others' sense of justice. However, he will not let others interfere with his own sense of justice. At this moment, Robin's expression drastically changed, and she seemed a bit flustered, even trembling slightly. She was already very familiar with this person. Sanji, standing nearby, looked confused and asked, "Miss Robin, are you scared of that man?" Nami also noticed Robin's unusual behavior and grabbed her hand, asking, "Robin, what's wrong? Do you know that man?" That person is Kuzan, one of the current Navy admirals. Codename Akiji, and he is very powerful, Robin replied with a terrified expression. Begus, looking excited, laughed and said, "We ha ha ha. So he is the admiral the captain mentioned before. Can we fight him?" Usopp, looking puzzled, wondered, why would such a strong guy suddenly appear here? Zhang Yufan comforted Robin, saying, "Robin, take a deep breath and relax. Let's see the situation first. It may not lead to a fight." Zhang Yufan then took out a table and a few simple chairs from his storage space, placing fruits and snacks on the table, and sat comfortably, waiting for Kuzan's arrival. Soon, Kuzan rode his bicycle onto the giant's ship, lazily dismounted, and walked towards Robin, saying, "Hello. Oh my, isn't this Nico, Robin? It's been a long time since we've seen each other, and you've grown so graceful." Zhang Yufan smiled and said, "Hello, Kuzan. Please have a seat. Why did you suddenly come here?" Kuzan sat down, looked at Zhang Yufan, and scratched his head. "You're the one who defeated and captured Crocodile, right? What's your name again? I seem to have forgotten." For a moment, everyone was speechless. Could this admiral really be so lazy as to forget the captain's name? Given his personality, it was quite possible. Crocodile, beside them, looked helpless and said, "Can we not bring this up? I don't want to either, but with insufficient power, I can only submit. It's all tears if I say more." "Hey, are you being too lazy? How could you forget? That's our captain, Zhang Yufan from the Extreme Pirates." Sanji chimed in. Kuzan lazily replied, "Because I've always believed in lazy justice. I was just passing by on my bike and didn't receive any orders to capture you." Everyone internally complained. "This belief of yours really matches your appearance. It's incredibly lazy." Kazan, unceremoniously, picked up some fruits from the table and began eating. "I really didn't expect there to be so many giants on your ship. It seems you all have become even stronger." "Of course, our captain is very powerful, and we will continue to get stronger," Usopp said proudly. Kazan suddenly became serious. Sitting up straight, "The purpose of my visit is to find Nico Robin and meet her. I didn't expect to choose you as a refuge. I've changed my mind. You all should just die here." Everyone was a bit speechless. His speed of changing attitude was faster than flipping a book. One moment he was fine, and the next he was ready to fight. Was he playing? "Are you really sure you want to fight us all alone? If we pin you down and rub you into the ground, it could be quite embarrassing," Zhang Yufan said with a smile. "Why the sudden decision? Is it because of Robin? Are you so confident in your strength that you're not afraid of being counterattacked?" "Not afraid. One reason is that while the world government doesn't pay much attention to you now, with your current growth speed, you will definitely become a significant threat in the future. It's best to resolve this quickly," Kazan replied seriously. "Regardless of what you think about Robin, you could dismiss those thoughts from now on. We will ensure her safety, no matter who the enemy is, even if it's the entire world. Enel, come show Kazan what you've got," Zhang Yufan said with a serious expression. Enel, holding his golden stick, instantly teleported to Zhang Yufan's side, surrounded by lightning. Kuzan was startled. This was a user of the lightning devil fruit. Although everyone did not think Enel could defeat Kazan, they figured that if it was just a matter of fruit abilities, he might be able to escape if he couldn't win. At this moment, Regius pointed to a spot a little farther from the ship, suggesting they fight there. Otherwise, with both being Logia-type devil fruit users, if they fought on the ship, it would surely be destroyed. Enel helplessly said, "Kazan, since you are an ice fruit user, let's create a battlefield on the sea. If we fight here and damage the ship, I estimate that this group of monsters behind me will kill me." Kazan jumped off the ship and created a platform of ice on the sea. "Come on, let me see how powerful your fruit ability is." After saying this, he directly used Ice Ball, shooting 5 ice pillars from his palm towards Enel, attempting to freeze him inside a massive ice ball. Enel's figure vanished in an instant, appearing behind Kazan, unleashing a straight-line lightning strike at him. Kazan sensed Enel behind him, dodged quickly, and used Ice Age, releasing cold air rapidly to freeze Enel. However, Enel used the lightning to block it while striking the drum on his right shoulder, executing 30 million volts Thunderbird. Kazan responded with Ice Block, Violent Pigeon, gathering cold air in his right arm and releasing an ice bird that exploded, canceling out the attack. The icy ground cracked, and Kazan continued with Ice Block, Two-Pronged Spear, forming ice spears beside him and launching them at Enel. Enel struck both shoulders drums, unleashing 60 million volts Thunder Dragon, which crushed the ice spears and flew towards Kazan. "Your lightning ability is indeed powerful. Of course, I am a thunder god. Taste my divine punishment." Kazan quickly dodged, and thus they exchanged attacks using the abilities derived from their fruits. After a series of explosions and a long fight, neither could gain the upper hand. "My speed is much faster than yours. Your strength and martial arts are indeed stronger than mine. Even so, you will never defeat me. Not to mention, I have several monsters behind me stronger than I am. Even if I can't defeat you alone, if those monsters behind me join forces, the outcome will be different. Stop now. It seems I underestimated you pirates. Your combat power is indeed formidable. That should be enough. Let's return to the ship." Enel's figure instantly teleported back to the ship, while Kazan leisurely jumped aboard. Chopper sat at the bow of the ship, watching the battle between the two, feeling it was earth-shattering and thinking they were both amazing. Crocodile helplessly thought, "Kuzan, now you should understand how I felt back then. Unless I want to die, there's only one path left, to join them. These guys are as strong as monsters and can't be judged by common sense. Ha ha ha, Kazan, do you now know our strength? If you're not satisfied with the fight, I can accompany you for another round, Bejas laughed. Kazan walked up to Robin and said, I'm too lazy to fight anymore. I've already gotten the answer I wanted. Nico, Robin, you have finally found a place to belong. Zhang, Yufan, and the others stood behind Robin, not allowing Kazan to approach her any further. At such a close distance, if Kazan suddenly attacked, it might not be possible to save Robin, so it was better to keep a safe distance. Kazan, I won't run away anymore. I want to live well, and I need to become stronger to protect them, Robin bravely said. Kazan lazily replied, they're all pretty good, so you should live strong and work hard to get stronger. We'll meet again someday. After saying that, he lifted his bicycle and jumped off the big ship, continuing to leisurely ride on the sea. After Kazan left, everyone continued to head toward Water City. On the way, Lucci and the others also woke up, wondering what Zhang Yufan's purpose was in capturing them without killing them. Kaku asked in confusion, what do you want us for? Of course, I want you to join my pirate crew, Zhang Yufan said with a smile. Lucci angrily replied, don't get ahead of yourself. We would never join you. Zhang Yufan's sharp eyes fixed on them. You are already losers. Don't you understand how the world government will deal with you? It's endless pursuit. Or if you want to die, that's fine too. Otherwise, you can only follow me. You have no right to refuse. Your lives are in my hands. If you stay on my ship, you'll have to follow my rules. If you don't listen and cause trouble, your days on the ship will be quite difficult. Lucci and the others fell silent. They had been defeated and captured by Zhang Yufan's group, and indeed had no choice. Their lives were in Zhang Yufan's hands. Zhang Yufan let them out of the candle-made house. These guys would not obediently comply and tried to escape at every opportunity, only to be struck by several lightning meals from Enel. They celebrated the return of Keisai and Oimo on the ship. The next morning, the giant's ship had arrived at Water City. The giants and animals stayed on the ship while the other companions went to the shipyard, where Iceberg was inspecting things. When Frankie and Iceberg saw Zhang Yufan return, they walked over. Iceberg sighed, Zhang Yufan, I didn't expect you to return safely from Eni's lobby. Your combat power is indeed formidable. Did you rescue those two giant companions as well? And your new ship is ready, Frankie said with a smile. Zhang Yufan replied, all rescued, and I even collected some interest. I've captured the other 3 CP9 members on the island. Let them undergo deep modifications on a ship first. Then they can become our partners. Where's our new ship? Frankie, hurry and take us to see it, Chopper said excitedly. Most of the companions were extremely excited. Their new ship was finally built, following Frankie. Soon they arrived at their destination. Iceberg and Frankie pulled down the black cloth covering the ship, revealing the entire vessel. The bow was a lion's head, almost identical to the original design, but the ship's body was larger. This magnificent beast ship is named Thousand Sunny, Iceberg smiled. Everyone boarded the ship and looked around. Usopp exclaimed, wow, what a big ship, it's amazing. We have our own ship now. Chopper's eyes sparkled as he ran around the ship, rolling on the grass-covered deck and having a blast. Everyone explored every part of the ship, finding various equipment fully equipped. Zhang Yufan stepped off the ship and approached Frankie, saying, Frankie, this ship you build is really great. We love it. We also need you for this ship. So join us and go on adventures at sea. I'm sorry, I can't agree. Thank you for the invitation. But I want to stay here, and I'm worried about my cute subordinates, Frankie said apologetically. At that moment, all of Frankie's family, hearing that Zhang Yufan and the others had returned, came to the shipyard and overheard their conversation. Frankie's family knew how well Frankie treated them, so they couldn't let their older brother down and become a burden. They all made a decision in their hearts. Zanbai, with a serious expression, walked up to Frankie and said, Brother, you actually want to go on adventures with them, right? Don't worry about us. Mayor Iceberg is here. Iceberg added, Frankie, you don't need to worry about them. After you leave, I'll arrange things for them. Frankie's family had never seen him so happy while building a ship, which shows how significant shipbuilding was to him. What are you talking about? I'm staying not just for you, but also out of obligation. Therefore, Zhang Yufan, I will give you this dream ship, Frankie said angrily. Iceberg said seriously, Frankie, this ship hasn't sailed the seas yet, hasn't experienced any hardships, and hasn't reached the end of the sea, So it's not yet the ship of your dreams. Frankie remembered the conditions he had mentioned in his childhood, and now indeed none of them had been met. It was not yet the dream ship. Seeing Frankie deep in thought, Iceberg continued, for all these years, you have suppressed your love for shipbuilding, organizing these little rascals to protect Water City, which Tom Sensei loved, has been enough. If he were still here, he would forgive you. And I forgive you too. You should forgive yourself. After Iceberg finished speaking, everyone understood that Frankie didn't want to leave because it was related to someone named Tom. At this moment, tears streamed down Frankie's face. Go with Zhang Yufan and them to pursue your dreams. From today on, you can live for your dreams, Iceberg continued. Frankie was already in tears, covering his face with his right hand. Iceberg, I entrust my cute subordinates to you. Please take good care of them. Iceberg assured, don't worry. I'll take care of them. I really can't do anything with you guys. Zhang Yufan, I'll take the position of shipwright on your ship. After all, how can such a great ship be without a good shipwright? Frankie wiped away his tears. Zhang Yufan and the others warmly welcomed Frankie's joining. While all of Frankie's family was already in tears, Kiwi and Maz looked at each other and walked up to Frankie, saying, Brother, we can't let you go alone. We want to go on adventures at sea with you too. Frankie firmly rejected, No, the adventure at sea is too dangerous for you. It's better to stay here. Kiwi and Maz were extremely determined this time, insisting on going along. After discussing with Frankie to no avail, they could only look to Zhang Yufan for help. Zhang Yufan walked over and said, All right, Frankie, since they both want to come along, let them. But first, they need to change that unconventional hairstyle. As for their safety, leave it to me. You'll see once we get on the ship. Frankie thought about how impressive Zhang Yufan and the others were and didn't insist any longer. Agreeing to Kiwi and Ma's request, he was curious about how Zhang Yufan would ensure their safety, wondering if he would assign a guard to each of them. The three of them went back to pack their things, and before long, they returned. After bidding farewell to everyone in the Water City, they set sail on the new ship to find the giants and head to the next island. After waving goodbye to Frankie, Zambai walked over to Ice Mountain and asked, New boss, what are we going to do next? Everyone in Frankie's family called him Big Brother in unison, eagerly anticipating how they would be arranged next. Don't call me Big Brother. It makes me sound like a gang leader. Follow me. I've already figured out how to arrange you all, Ice Mountain said helplessly. Frankie's family all laughed heartily, following Ice Mountain, creating the impression of a gang leader going out. After Frankie and the others boarded the ship, everyone got to know each other. At that moment, Nami looked curiously at the pointer indicating downwards. Nami walked over to Zhang Yufan and asked Yufan, What's going on with this recording pointer? Are we going to the bottom of the sea next? The other companions gathered around, wanting to hear Zhang Yufan's explanation. Were they really going to the bottom of the sea, or was there something wrong with the recording pointer? We indeed need to go to the bottom of the sea to reach Fishman Island. However, for Nami and Nojiko, this is not a pleasant thought. Since your village was once under the brutal rule of the fishmen, Zhang Yufan replied with a smile. The new companions and the giants looked puzzled, not knowing that Nami and her sister's village had such a history. They asked the other knowledgeable companions about the situation, and, after hearing it, everyone looked angry and worried. Nami waved her hand and smiled slightly. It's all right. Ever since my sister and I were saved by you, I've slowly started to let go over time. Everyone, don't worry. After hearing Nami's words, Sanji also breathed a sigh of relief, and then his long-suppressed wolf nature was once again ignited, dancing around with a pig-like expression. Sanji excitedly said, We're finally going to Fishman Island. There are many beautiful mermaids there. It's a dreamland for many. Zoro stood up from the deck. Cook, your old problem has flared up again. Do you want me to help you fix it? Green Algae Head, do you want to fight? Sanji replied, calming down. Zoro was already prepared for a fight, and the two locked eyes, sparks flying, before being pulled apart by their companions. These two guys seemed to fight every few days. Chopper was already fantasizing about the beautiful mermaids playing together. Sanji, I have good news and bad news about mermaids. Which one do you want to hear first? Zhang Yufan said with a mischievous smile. Sanji broke free from his companions, running excitedly to Zhang Yufan and asked, Captain, what is it? Hurry up and tell me. I want to hear the good news first. Everyone gathered around again, not knowing what news Zhang Yufan was going to share, listening attentively. Zhang Yufan laughed. The good news is, you've already met a mermaid. Sanji was confused. When did I meet one? That shouldn't be. How could I forget such a beautiful mermaid? Zhang Yufan wouldn't lie to him. So where could he have met one? Sanji fell into deep thought, trying to recall the answer. He searched his mind, but found no results, asking in confusion, where did I meet one? And what's the bad news? The bad news is, the old lady you met at Swift Station, Coco Row, is from the mermaid tribe, Zhang Yufan said with a smile. All the companions, except the giants, had seen Coco Row, and they were surprised to learn she was from the mermaid tribe. They hadn't seen her with a tail before. At that moment, Sanji thought of Coco Row's appearance and imagined her with a fish tail, struck by lightning, kneeling on the deck, pounding the deck with his right hand, looking utterly despairing, as if his dream of meeting a mermaid had shattered. After a long time, he finally calmed down. Zhang Yufan sat down on a chair. Before we go to Fishman Island, we must go through the Devil's Triangle. What kind of place is that? Kobe asked, looking puzzled. Robin explained, it's a necessary route on the Grand Line, where hundreds of ships disappear every year. The ships that are found are all empty, with no crew, and some have been reported to be ghost ships carrying the dead. Usopp and Chopper hugged each other in fear, while Kaya, surprisingly brave, looked curious, wondering what those ghosts looked like. Although Nami's combat strength had increased, she still felt scared at the thought of seeing ghosts. Holding Zhang Yufan's arm tightly, she said, will ghosts really appear there? What a terrifying place. Chopper looked scared. Chopper, ghosts really will appear there, as well as zombies. You might even encounter living skeletons. Zhang Yufan said with a mischievous smile. Nami held Zhang Yufan even tighter, looking terrified. That place is too scary. I absolutely don't want to see those. Everyone was shocked and began to wonder what those ghosts would be like. Since Zhang Yufan could mention them, it meant there really were living skeletons in that place. The few companions who were afraid of ghosts began to prepare exorcism equipment, while the other companions went back to their own tasks. Zhang Yufan stood at the bow of the ship, and with a thought, he summoned the system sprite, HouMing. After HouMing appeared, she said, "Congratulations, Master. This time, you've harvested over 1,000 items, including 180 million berries, 31 bananas, 26 pineapples, 44 peaches, 17 mangoes, 26 grapes, 28 fish, 35 pieces of meat, and 30 small bottles of fresh water." After organizing everything, Zhang Yufan found those on the ship who had not yet been enhanced by a special ability and, with a thought, equipped Frankie with strength, top level, stamina, top level, speed, top level, defense, top level, moonwalk advanced, shave advanced, gust foot advanced, observation hockey advanced, and armament hockey advanced, raising his combat power from C level to SSS level. He equipped Kiwi with strength, top level, stamina, top level, speed, top level, defense, top level, swordsmanship, advanced, accuracy, top level, shave, advanced, gust foot, advanced, moonwalk, advanced, observation hockey, advanced, and conqueror's hockey, advanced, raising her combat power from D level to SS level. With top level strength, top level stamina, top level speed, top level defense, top level accuracy, advanced swordsmanship, advanced Suru, advanced Jeppo, advanced Rankyaku, advanced armament hockey, and advanced observation hockey. Equipped to Maz, her combat power rises from D level to SS level. Finally, with top-level strength, top-level stamina, top-level speed, top-level defense, advanced Suru, advanced Rankyaku, advanced Jeppo, advanced martial arts, advanced kicking techniques, advanced fist techniques, advanced observation hockey, and advanced armament hockey. Equipped to holding, her combat power rises from B level to SSS level. Everyone stands before Zhang Yufan, unsure of what he is going to do. However, they soon feel a surge of power throughout their bodies. Even though they had heard about it from other companions before, actually experiencing it is still very surprising, and they realize Zhang Yufan is using a special ability to instantly enhance their combat power. The remaining equipment cards are given to other partners who don't have strong enough gear for replacement. Frankie is so shocked that he stands there dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. Zhang Yufan smiles and pats his arm. How do you feel now? The promise I made to you has been fulfilled, and both Kiwi and Maz now have the ability to protect themselves. Captain, your special ability is really amazing. I feel super strong now. I estimate that Kiwi and Maz combat power is not much different from mine, so I can feel more at ease. The other partners are also very excited and marvel at Zhang Yufan's special ability, which can infinitely cultivate many monsters. Zhang Yufan thinks for a moment and takes out a devil fruit from his storage space, handing it to Frankie and explaining its abilities. This Goma Goma no Mi is very suitable for you. From now on, if you want to modify your body, it will become exceptionally convenient. Also, whether you can research that special form memory alloy depends on you. This is a devil fruit worth over 100 million, since it has such abilities. I won't be polite and will accept it. The subsequent research will be left to me. After saying that, he takes a big bite of the Goma Goma no Mi, swallows the pulp, feels the changes in his body, and then tries to eat the dagger Zhang Yufan handed him, attempting to merge two knives together. Thus, Frankie, the moving personal weapon warehouse, is born. Zhang Yufan also takes out various types of weapons from his storage space for him to slowly consume. Some partners see Frankie biting the Baki cannonball Usopp handed him with his left side and biting the long knife Kobe handed him with his right side, enjoying the meal, and are truly surprised to see this. After everyone's combat power increases, they start to develop their own new moves. Luffy and a few others stand by, dumbfounded. The speed of this power increase is just too fast. Now, it seems that any random person on the ship could easily pin them down, and escaping is no longer possible. For now, they can only obediently obey. The ship sails on the sea for a few more days, during which they find a drifting wooden barrel on the surface of the sea. Upon opening it, a signal flare is launched from inside. This morning, the wind and waves at sea start to pick up, and the originally blue sky and white clouds are covered by dark clouds, prompting everyone to steer the ship carefully. What the heck is this weather? It got dark so quickly, and there is such a thick fog. Zoro looks around at the scene. Zhang Yufan checks the map in the system and smiles, saying, "We have entered the Bermuda Triangle. Those who are afraid of ghosts should be prepared." Usopp and the others have already armed themselves. Those exorcist gear, before long, a dilapidated ship is approaching them head-on. Zhang Yufan jumps onto the other ship with a few partners, checking the entire vessel, finding no living person and plenty of cobwebs. There is nothing valuable. So Zhang Yufan jumps back onto his own ship and tells Usopp and the others that no ghosts were found, and they all breathe a sigh of relief. After sailing for a while, just when Zhang Yufan and the others think they aren't encountering ghosts, a strange laughter comes from ahead. Yo-ho, yo-ho, yo-ho-ho. Then they hear a man singing, performing a song called Bink Sake, and slowly, a dilapidated ship appears in front of them. On the ship, there is a moving skeleton leaning against the side of the ship, holding a teacup, with an explosive hairstyle and a gentleman's hat. Zhang Yufan checks his information in the system. Name, Brook Combat Power Growth Potential Level. S Current Combat Power Level. C Age, 87 years height. 2. 66 meters gender. Male weapon. Cane Sword Devil Fruit. Yomi Yomi Nomi Bounty. 33 million berries equipment card. None description. Musician and swordsman, lecherous, humorous, can walk on water. Originally the captain of a country's guard team. Later joined the Rumbar Pirates, and later encountered enemies in the Bermuda Triangle and suffered a fatal blow. Due to the ability of the Yomi Yomi no Mi, his soul left the afterlife and, while preparing to return to his body, got lost in the Bermuda Triangle for a year. When he found his body, it had turned into a skeleton, but the explosive hair still existed. Since then, he could only survive in skeleton form, dreaming of sailing around the world again to reunite with the island whale Laboon at Twin Cape in the Grand Line. Frankie exclaimed, "You all saw that, right? There really is a moving and singing skeleton. That is super impressive. This world is really interesting. There are indeed living skeletons." Eastleigh is also amazed. Zhang Yufan is very happy to encounter Brook so quickly, directing the partners to turn the ship's bow and chase after that ship. Quickly catching up to it, Zhang Yufan, with Nami tightly hugging his arm, jumps onto the dilapidated ship, while Brook on the ship is watching them. He feels very delighted. He has been on this dilapidated ship for decades and finally sees so many living people today, and there are even several giants. You know how I've spent these decades? It's all tears when I say too much. I must calm down and not scare them away. Or who knows how long it will take to meet so many living people again. Brook turns around and walks in front of Zhang Yufan and the others, unexpectedly saying, You can walk over from the sky. My heart is racing, even though I'm a skeleton without a heart. Yo ho ho ho. The skeleton really said he is alive. Nami looks terrified. Brooke laughs, saying, Yo ho ho ho, this beautiful lady. Could you let me see your underwear? Nami, angry, kicks Brooke away, thinking, How dare you, you lecherous skeleton? Godi. Brooke lies on the deck, pretending to be scared, stands up, brushes off the dust on himself, and walks toward Zhang Yufan and the others. You are really interesting. I am Zhang Yufan, captain of the Extreme Pirates. Come be my partner. Zhang Yufan smiles. In Nami's surprised expression, Brooke agrees without hesitation. And Zhang Yufan and the others take Brooke back to their ship. Brooke stands there, takes off his gentleman's hat, and bows, saying, Hello everyone. I am Brooke, a skeleton who has died, and I sincerely apologize for not greeting you when I saw you just now. Please take care of me from now on. The crew on the ship gathered around Brooke, surrounding him in layers, looking at him as if he were a rare animal. What on earth is this skeleton? I must be dreaming. How could there be a talking, singing skeleton with an afro hairstyle in this world? Usopp, fully equipped with exorcism gear, looked terrified as he chanted spells over there. Chopper, also wearing some exorcism gear, sighed in relief, closed his eyes, and lay down on the deck's grass. So this is a dream. Then I'll take a nap. Brooke stepped out from a crowd of his companions and walked over Chopper, leaning his head in front of him and gently patting his body. It's dawn, little raccoon, wake up quickly. Chopper opened his eyes and saw a skull face. Screaming in fright, Why are you still here? This is definitely not a dream. After teasing Chopper, Brooke didn't idle and walked over to Robin and the other two women. Everyone looked puzzled. What was he going to do? Brooke smiled and said, 3 beautiful ladies. Nice to meet you. Could I take a look at your underwear? Usopp got angry. This Brooke was being a pervert as soon as he boarded the ship, regardless of what he was. Sanji, needless to say, couldn't let Brooke get away with being a pervert towards the beautiful ladies on board. He would have to beat Brooke half to death or at least give him a good thrashing. Then, amidst the sympathetic gazes of everyone, Usopp and Sanji beat Brooke up, leaving several bumps on his head. Zhang Yufan saw that it was enough and laughed. Okay, Usopp and Sanji, stop. Brooke will be our companion from now on. He's just a bit lecherous, and he is the one who's been waiting for Laboon. The familiar name reached Brooke's ears, and disregarding his pain, he stood up, walked excitedly to Zhang Yufan, and asked, Do you really know Laboon? Is he okay? Zhang Yufan detailed their encounter with the whale Laboon at Twin Cape, and everyone finally understood the relationship between Laboon and Brooke. Nami looked in surprise at Brooke, who was now just a skeleton and wasn't as scared as before. She guessed Laboon would be shocked too. Would he still recognize Brooke? Brooke already knew about Laboon's agreement with Zhang Yufan and understood that these guys were quite strong. Wanted to join them to meet Laboon. He needed to solve his shadow problem first. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to leave this place. Laboon, wait for me. I will come back to find you soon. Then Zhang Yufan treated Brooke to a meal, a feast prepared by Sanji. During the meal, Nami asked Brooke about the reason he turned into his current state. Brooke recounted what happened after he ate the Yomi Yomi no Mi and died, which ultimately led to his current form. Usopp unintentionally looked down at the ground, his eyes widening. Brooke, how come you don't even have a shadow? Are you sure you're not a ghost or a monster? Brooke shook his head. No, I'm most afraid of ghosts. If they see me, they would scream. Everyone also saw Brooke without a shadow, looking at him in disbelief. Did your shadow just grow legs and run away? They held up a mirror to him, but nothing reflected back, and he said he wasn't a ghost. Wasn't this proof? But this guy was still quite amusing. Brooke calmly sat in a chair, sipping tea. Becoming a skeleton and losing my shadow are two different things. I was just about to say that. Zhang Yufan interjected, Brooke, are you trying to say that your shadow was taken by one of the 7 warlords, Gecko Moria, decades ago? If you stand in sunlight, your body would be burned to a crisp. Brooke looked at Zhang Yufan incredulously, as if to say, How do you know this so well? The other companions felt nothing special. They were already used to Zhang Yufan's basic operations. I didn't want to tell you who this enemy is, but now that you know, I'll be straightforward. Gecko Moria is very strong. It's better not to seek death, Brooke said helplessly. Everyone laughed, looking at Crocodile, saying that they had fought against the 7 warlords before and even captured one, and they had fought against marine admirals. Brooke didn't understand what these guys were laughing about. Moria was indeed very strong. They seemed to have a lot of confidence in their own combat abilities, so they weren't afraid at all. Zhang Yufan raised his hand, pointing at Crocodile. Brook, let me introduce you. This used to be one of the 7 warlords, named Sir Crocodile, and now he is my companion. Brook finally understood why they were laughing, looking astonished. You guys are so strong that my eyeballs almost popped out, although I'm a skeleton without eyeballs. Ho ho ho. Brook, you first take Zoro and Chibi to find the zombie that has your shadow and get it back. You know where that zombie is. We'll handle Moria, Zhang Yufan said, pointing at the two with a smile. Brook was surprised again, not expecting Zhang Yufan to know this too, and Zhang Yufan gave them some salt to evolve the zombie. Brook asked in confusion, then how will you two get there? Row a small boat? Zoro and Chibi shook their heads in unison and directly walked up into the sky. Brook didn't say anything more and went up into the sky as well. He jumped off the ship, using his light-footed skill to run on the sea without sinking, while Zoro and Chibi followed in the sky. At that moment, a rumbling sound came from the thick fog around them. Everyone saw a large mouth-shaped door closing behind the ship. They and the ship were swallowed up just like that, while ahead appeared a gigantic castle. However, aside from those who were afraid of ghosts, the other companions were not scared at all. On Zhang Yufan's ship, an uninvited guest also arrived, but as soon as he boarded, he was surrounded by the companions. Zhang Yufan slapped the air, saying, "Hey, it's not good to board my ship without permission. Sneaking around, show me your true form quickly." Then came a scream, and before them appeared a man dressed extravagantly, but with a lion's face. Zhang Yufan checked his information with the system. Name, Absalom Combat Power Growth Potential Level. B Current Combat Power Level. C Age, 33 Height, 1. 95 meters Gender. Male Weapon. Rocket Launcher Devil Fruit. Suk Suk Nomi Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Description. Moria Subordinate, a commander of zombie soldiers and generals. Is a perverted sex fiend who often uses his abilities to peep at women, prefers weak rather than strong women, and frequently makes fun of Perona and Sindori. However, when faced with real trouble, he can become reliable and handle situations seriously, being loyal to his master Moria. With a dream of becoming the king of all graves in the world, Absalom lay on the ground, his head filled with question marks, wondering how these guys had discovered his presence. Could it be that his Suk Suk Nomi ability had failed? It shouldn't be. Absalom angrily shouted, "You bastard! You dare to hit me? Do you know where this place is? It's the territory of Lord Moria, one of the 7 warlords. Prepare to face punishment." Zhang Yufan ignored Absalom and walked over to Sanji, who possessed the devil fruit ability that he had always wanted. The other companions looked at Absalom with sympathy, knowing that he was in trouble for eating the devil fruit that Sanji had longed for. Sanji was momentarily stunned, and then he was filled with rage. The fruit ability he had dreamed of was taken away by this guy. Absalom felt even angrier as he noticed that these guys were ignoring him. But there were too many of them, so he didn't rush to act. He was just about to turn invisible and escape to call for help when Sanji's flaming leg kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying into the sky, kicked back and forth like a soccer ball at high speed. Before Absalom passed out, his face was one of shock, thinking, "Aren't you afraid of Moria's punishment? I just boarded this ship without saying hello. I didn't kill your family or rob your money. Is it really necessary to be this angry? It seems like this is our first meeting today. We don't have any other grudges." Zhang Yufan put handcuffs made of sea stone on Absalom, sealing his invisibility ability, and locked him in a prison made of candles. Then they continued towards the large castle and soon found a place to dock. Everyone got off the ship, and Zhang Yufan stored the ship in his storage space. He then distributed some salt to everyone, explaining that the salt was used to deal with the zombies, as it could release the shadows trapped in their bodies. Zhang Yufan smiled and said, "Next, we will encounter those white ghosts floating around in the sky. We can't touch them, and they can't touch us. Although they aren't very harmful to us, they are extremely insulting." As soon as he finished speaking, Nami, with one hand around Zhang Yufan and the other pointing at the sky with a terrified expression, said, "Why, Yufan? You mean that one, right?" Everyone followed Nami's gaze to see a smiling white ghost watching them, before turning and flying towards the castle. Zhang Yufan nodded, holding Nami. "That's right, Nami. There's no need to be so scared. That's a ghost created by a devil fruit. Frankie laughed. These bizarre devil fruit abilities are really terrifying. They can scare people to death. Everyone nodded in agreement with Frankie, realizing that if a ghost suddenly appeared, it could indeed frighten those who were timid. And they were curious about how those ghosts would insult them. At this moment, the ghost had returned to report to its master, stating that Absalom had been defeated and captured, and that Zhang, Yufan, and the others had already landed. A woman with pink twin tails, wearing a crown and holding a wine-red umbrella from the extreme pirate crew, had a total bounty exceeding 1.5 billion, which was quite terrifying. They needed to quickly inform Lord Moria. Zhang, Yufan, and the others continued forward, soon arriving at a graveyard. Suddenly, a hand reached up from underground, slowly pulling out a zombie wrapped in bandages. Zhang Yufan immediately threw some salt into its mouth, causing the shadow in the zombie's body to run out on its own. Other zombies also crawled out from the ground one after another, witnessing Zhang Yufan's actions and realizing that their companion was dead. One zombie, looking furious, pointed at Zhang Yufan and yelled, "You bastard, you killed our companion. Brothers, come out and let him see the power of our zombies." After that, all the zombies emerged, raising their hands and shouting as they charged towards Zhang Yufan. Bartolomeo laughed. Hee, this is a zombie. They look weak, so I'll show mercy and send you to meet God. He then charged at the zombies, throwing salt into their wide-open mouths, with several companions helping out. Soon, all the zombies were dealt with, and Nami and the others were no longer as scared as before, gradually getting used to it. The white ghost that had appeared earlier now reappeared before Zhang Yufan and the others, and not just one, but several were flying towards them. Everyone easily avoided them, while a few zombies ran over from a distance. Bagus and Regius grabbed them and threw them towards the ghosts. The ghosts then passed through the zombies' bodies. One zombie knelt on the ground, looking despondent, saying, "I'm a bug, not worthy of living." Another zombie also knelt, appearing just as negative, saying, "I'm just a useless waste. It's better to die." A third zombie knelt down, looking despondent, saying, "I want to be a pig, eat until I'm full, and then sleep." Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. This was exactly what Zhang Yufan had said about the strong, insulting nature of the ghosts. If they got entangled with them, it would indeed be troublesome. The ghosts could never pass through Zhang Yufan and his companions' bodies, and soon they all left. Zhang Yufan instructed the companions to split up and purify all the zombies on the island with salt, forming teams to set off. Then various sounds of fighting and many shadows flying towards the castle appeared around the castle. Before long, they reached the entrance of the castle. Zhang Yufan instructed the giants to wait outside, as it was too small for them to enter. The inside of the castle was very quiet. When Zhang Yufan and the others arrived in a room, it started off calm, but suddenly the animal specimens on the walls, the people in the paintings, and the animal blankets on the floor all came to life and attacked them. Zhang Yufan had already sensed it and quickly fed the zombies some salt, leaving behind a pig that had been made into a specimen to lead them. They walked towards the specimen pig, which was trembling in the corner. In the time it took to turn its head, all its companions had been purified. The specimen pig, looking terrified, asked, "What do you want? Are you going to purify me too?" Zhang Yufan smiled and said, "We won't purify you for now. Just take us to find Perona." The specimen pig thought to itself, "Great, you guys dared to purify my companions. Soon you will experience the power of Lord Perona's negative ghosts." It seemed that it really wouldn't be in danger for now, so it cautiously took small steps towards the location of the ghost Perona, thinking it would be saved then. On the way, they purified many more zombies, when suddenly a woman with pink twin tails and a crown penetrated through the wall, accompanied by two white ghosts. Zhang Yufan checked her information with the system. Name, Perona Combat Growth Potential Level. B Current Combat Level. C Age, 22 Height, 1.6 meters. Gender, Female. Weapon, none. Devil Fruit. Ghost Fruit Bounty, none. Equipment Card, none. Description, a subordinate of Moria. One of the three freaks of the thriller Bark Pirate crew, commander of animal zombies and scary zombies. Perona was taken in by Moria since childhood and has always regarded him as a father, holding great affection for him. Ha ha ha, you are Zhang Yufan, the captain of the extreme pirates. I didn't expect you to arrive here so quickly. Let me show you the power of my negative ghost, Perona laughed. She then created dozens of white ghosts, all floating towards Zhang Yufan, but none of them could pass through his body. Zhang Yufan looked relaxed, twisting his body left and right to dodge. These ghosts were too slow, they couldn't even touch my hair. Is there something stronger? If not, I'll go find your real body to play with. Perona was startled, cold sweat running down her back. How did Zhang Yufan know about her real body? She had to stay calm and not let him see any signs of panic. What are you talking about? There's no real body. If that's the case, then try this move. Mini Ghost Bomb. Perona said with a confused expression. She miniaturized countless white ghosts, and with a snap of her fingers, a powerful shockwave surged towards Zhang Yufan. Zhang Yufan was covered in armament hockey, blocking all the shockwaves, while simultaneously using observation hockey to sense the location of Perona's real body. At that moment, many zombies rushed in from the side, but Nami and the others stopped them and purified them all with salt. As the dust around Zhang Yufan cleared, Perona stared wide-eyed in disbelief. How can you be completely unharmed? Then try this move. Super Large Ghost Divine Wind Bomb. A giant white ghost drifted towards Zhang Yufan, who was walking forward, and exploded, sending a huge shockwave and dust around him. The specimen pig, standing aside, stared blankly at Zhang Yufan, thinking, is this guy really that strong? Even Lord Perona can't defeat him. Zhang Yufan continued walking forward without stopping. Perona was dumbfounded, her face full of question marks, wondering how he was still unharmed. She kept generating shockwaves towards Zhang Yufan, but he ignored them and quickly approached the location of Perona's real body. Perona was extremely flustered. Her real body had been discovered. Zhang Yufan took out the large black ball containing cockroaches and caterpillars that he had previously asked Usopp for, tossing it in his hand. Perona watched Zhang Yufan warily and asked, "What do you want to do to my real body? And what is that thing in your hand?" Zhang Yufan smiled and said, "Submit to me now, or you'll be crying like a baby later. Don't even think about it." Perona shouted angrily. Zhang Yufan threw the black ball forcefully at Perona, and it cracked open, causing her soul to return to her real body. Perona, with her eyes wide open, panicked and waved her hands randomly. How can there be so many caterpillars and cockroaches? It's so scary. Help! Nami and the others, purifying zombies in the distance, heard the screams coming from inside and wondered what Zhang Yufan had done to that ghost girl. Taking advantage of Perona's moment of panic, Zhang Yufan pulled out a wolf-tooth iron rod from his storage space and smashed a large pit in the ground. So what's it going to be? Submit or die? Zhang Yufan said with a wicked smile. Perona, scared to the point of tears and snot running down her face, noticed a large pit next to Zhang Yufan and shouted in terror, "I don't want to die. I submit. Please get rid of these caterpillars and cockroaches on me. It's so disgusting. They're crawling into my clothes." Zhang Yufan walked over and got rid of the caterpillars and cockroaches. Perona's tense nerves relaxed, and she fainted. Zhang Yufan asked Nami to come and carry her away. The zombies outside had all been purified, and they continued to let the specimen pig lead them to Moria. Meanwhile, in a room on the upper level of the castle, Brook was fighting a male zombie named Ryoma, who was dressed in a kimono and wielding a black-purple sword. They exchanged powerful and rapid thrusts. "You've indeed gotten stronger over the years, but I've gotten stronger too. Your shadow is still on me. So our thought processes are the same. You'll never defeat me. Even if I can't defeat you, I will fight. I want to reclaim my important shadow to fulfill my promise with Labone." However, Brook's combat power was clearly inferior to his opponent's, and he was being overwhelmed, ultimately being knocked away by a powerful thrust from Ryoma. Brook protected his explosive hairstyle, refusing to let it be destroyed. "You're still the same as before, having a fatal weakness, always thinking about protecting your explosive hairstyle. Let me help you eliminate that weakness." "No, what's wrong with me desperately protecting it? All my other companions are dead, and I'm the only one left as a skeleton. I can only rely on this explosive hairstyle to remind Laboon of me." Brook lay on the ground, terrified, protecting his hair with his hands. Just as Ryoma was about to destroy Brook's explosive hairstyle, he was knocked back by Zoro's powerful slash. "Ryoma, I'm quite curious about how strong you are in life, but unfortunately, there's no chance now. If you want to continue this match, I'm up for it, but I can't let you destroy Brook's dream." Yo ho ho ho, from that last slash, it seems your combat power is quite strong too. Let's have a match. Brooke was lifted up by KB, who had come over, but he didn't expect Zoro's combat power to be this strong, directly pushing Ryoma back. That sword in your hand looks good. Zoro kept his eyes fixed on the sword Ryoma was holding. Yo ho ho ho, young man, you have a good eye? It's one of the 21 great grade swords, a black sword named Shusui. Ryoma smiled as he introduced it. Zoro said with a smile, that really is a rare and good sword. I like it, so I'll be taking it. Ryoma was a bit surprised that someone would dare to say such a thing. Did this guy have such confidence in his combat power? Then I'll show you my full strength and slap your face, he thought. Brooke was also surprised. Wasn't it a bit too much to demand Ryoma's sword right after coming up? Could it be that Zoro's combat power was really higher than Ryoma's? KB showed no reaction. He knew how powerful Zoro was. Yo ho ho ho, young man, you're quite arrogant. Want to take my sword? Let us see if you have the ability. Ryoma laughed. Not taking, to be precise, I'm picking up that Shusui from your corpse, Zoro replied with a wicked smile. Ryoma laughed. Yo ho ho ho, that sounds quite scary. Then come on, I'm already feeling pumped, even though I'm a zombie and have no blood. Brooke stood by, heart racing, though he was a skeleton without a heart or flesh. Was it really okay for Zoro to provoke Ryoma like this right from the start? Zoro drew 3 swords, quickly moved in front of Ryoma, and slashed downwards. Ryoma blocked with his sword, but his body slid back a bit. Stabilizing himself, Ryoma charged at Zoro. Using the wine barrel dance, continuous strikes, a series of thrusts that rushed towards Zoro, all of which Zoro blocked. Ryoma unleashed the continuous dawn song, piercing strike, powerful thrusts that opened several large holes in the wall, while Zoro also delivered strong slashes, splitting the wall in half. Zoro increased the speed and power of his slashes, ultimately severing both of Ryoma's arms, feeding him some salt, causing the shadow within Ryoma to fly out and return to Brooke. Pick up the autumn water blade, and change the snow walk blade on his body, preparing to take it back for Zhang Yufan to use. Brooke sighed in his heart. So Dragon Horse had not been using his full strength to fight him all along, and Zoro was really too strong. He actually defeated Dragon Horse. What an exciting battle. Brooke was exceptionally happy, dancing around and shouting, Yo ho ho, my shadow is finally back. Zoro, thank you so much. Zoro smiled and replied, no need to be so polite. We are partners now. Let's go find the captain and the others. KB activated his observation haki to find Zhang Yufan and the others' whereabouts, following behind Zoro to guide him. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, he wouldn't know where he would end up in some corner. On the other side, Regis brought a kung fu manatee to a room's door, and suddenly a strong man wearing fishnet clothes walked out from inside. This man was Dr. Hogback. Hogback smiled, raised his hand, and asked, what brings you two here? Regis replied with a smile, according to the captain's request, I'm here to purify all the zombies on this island. Let me check if you have any here. Hogback's heart tightened. If these 2 members of the extreme pirates discovered that Sindori was a zombie, it would be troublesome. He needed to think of a way to send them away. Suddenly, a woman with golden hair appeared behind Hogback, holding a stack of plates. Regis noticed she was a zombie and directly had the kung fu manatee purify her. Hogback could only watch in despair as this scene unfolded before him. Powerless as Regis knocked him down to the ground, and he eventually fainted, being taken away by Regis to meet Zhang Yufan. The commotion at the castle had already been noticed by those who had their shadows taken on the island. Everyone gathered at the Victims Association in the forest for a meeting. A serious-looking man with a sword on his back clenched his fists and said, Captain Lola, a group of people has surrounded the castle, including several giants, and all the zombies have been purified. They are already attacking the castle. Another thin man excitedly said, Captain Lola, I've investigated, and that is the extreme pirates, with a total bounty exceeding 1.5 billion berries. With this group of pirates' help, now is the best time to take down Moria. A strong woman with full lips, missing a front tooth, a blush on her face, and 2 crossed long swords on her back sat there. This person was Captain Lola. After pondering for a moment, Lola raised her hand and said, Then let's go check the situation together. If they are indeed here to take down Moria, we'll join in. If not, we'll retreat. Everyone nodded in agreement and stealthily made their way toward the castle. They had no other choice. They hoped these pirates were truly here to defeat Moria. Otherwise, they didn't know how long they would have to stay in this cursed place. On their way to find Moria, Zhang, Yufan, and the others gradually encountered their teammates coming to regroup. Zoro also handed the snow walk to Zhang Yufan and explained their situation. Regis set down Hogback, who was slung over his shoulder in front of Zhang Yufan, and said, "Captain, while purifying the zombies, I found a living person. I don't know who he is, so I knocked him out and brought him over." Zhang Yufan checked his information with the system. Name: Hogback combat potential growth level. D current combat level. E age: 44 height. 2. 23 meters gender. Male weapon. None devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description. One of the 3 weirdos, although not a commander. He can freely choose any zombies he wants to command from his master Moria. Known as a genius surgeon, he has miraculously saved many patients through surgery, gaining the reputation and status a doctor should have. In fact, he is a terrible doctor who believes that money surpasses saving lives. 10 years ago, the death of Sindori left him in despair, and he later became Moria's companion on the condition of resurrecting Sindori. Zhang Yufan smiled and said, "This is Moria's subordinate, a doctor named Hogback. Chopper should be familiar with him. He's the famous Dr. Hogback. I wanted to meet him for a long time to discuss medical skills." Chopper said with excitement. Zhang Yufan replied, "Chopper, this guy is a terrible doctor who believes that money surpasses saving lives. Once we get back on the ship, you poison Q, and Kai need to teach him how to be a doctor properly." "What? He's like that? Then we need to teach him a lesson," Chopper said incredulously. Poison Q looked at Zhang Yufan with a wicked smile, showing an expression that he understood his intent, while Kaya nodded beside him, affirming that he really needed to change such a wrong idea. Meanwhile, Moria had already been alerted by the zombies, waking them from their slumber, and led his undead minions toward Zhang Yufan and the others. Soon, the 2 sides met in the castle courtyard. Zhang Yufan checked the information of the leading man with the system. Name: Moonlight Moria combat potential growth level. S current combat level. Age: 47 height. 6. 92 meters gender. Male weapon: giant scissors, long sword devil fruit. Shadow fruit bounty. 320 million berries equipment card. None description. Captain of the Thriller Bark Pirates. One of the Shichibukai. He likes to rely on others to accomplish anything. He suffered a crushing defeat against one of the 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts, in Wano country, and was severely impacted when all his companions were killed in that battle, leading him to believe that living means losing. At this moment, Moria looked at Crocodile and laughed. "Sand Crocodile, I didn't expect you to submit to this little brat. How embarrassing." Crocodile replied, "Moria, while you have time to mock me, you should worry about yourself. You won't do any better. Soon you'll understand how I felt fighting them." Crocodile was not concerned at all. Instead, he had a wicked smile on his face. Moria thought to himself, "What's going on with Crocodile? He's not angry at all after what I said. And is this little brat really that strong?" Everyone was sizing up Moria. He was indeed tall and seemed a bit gloomy. They wondered if his combat power would be stronger than Crocodile's. Moria, behind Zhang Yufan and the others, noticed Nami holding the unconscious Perona, as well as 2 companions slung over Regis's shoulder. Moria was extremely furious, pointing at them and shouting, "What have you done to Perona and the others? Quickly release them, or I'll cut off all your shadows and turn them into zombies. They just fainted. If you went against me, I'll let them go. Do you want to gang up on me, or do you want a duel?" Zhang Yufan smiled. Moria looked furious, pointing at Zhang Yufan. "Little brat, this is my territory. I have hundreds of zombies behind me, and you still want to gang up on me? How arrogant." Everyone looked disdainfully at the zombies behind Moria, thinking they weren't even enough to fill their teeth gaps. If they brought over 10 or 8,000 more, it would be a bit of fun. And you still need us to gang up on you? How confident are you in your own strength? I hope you don't cry for your daddy after getting beaten later. Since defeating Moria on Judicial Island, all of the partners, except for those who have not yet been enhanced by Zhang Yufan's special ability, have seen a significant increase in their combat power. They can easily send out 1 person or 1 animal to purify all the zombies. Zhang Yufan, with a mischievous smile, waved his hand and said, No, Moria. You misunderstood. A group fight means you all against me, while a one-on-one means me against all of you. Moria's forehead bulged with veins as he clenched his fists. You little brat, are you kidding me? That's not the same meaning. Since you want to die so badly, I'll make it happen. Go, my minions, deal with him. After that, all the zombies behind Moria charged at Zhang Yufan, who quickly took out a bag of salt and fed it to them to purify them. Soon, a large number of zombies lay on the ground around Moria, unable to get up. Zhang Yufan's speed in purifying zombies was too fast for Moria's eyes to keep up. Moria unleashed his bat scatter technique, splitting his shadow into numerous bat-shaped shadows to chase and bite Zhang Yufan. However, Zhang Yufan easily dodged them. Now that the zombies had been purified, he directly used Shave to appear in front of Moria and delivered a powerful punch to his stomach. Moria was sent flying, crashing into the wall behind him and creating a large hole. At that moment, all the members of the Victim Association, who had been talking to the giants guarding the castle gate, also arrived in the courtyard. They were dumbfounded as they watched Zhang Yufan punch Moria away, not expecting him to be so powerful, and were very pleased. Could this mean they could defeat Moria and reclaim their shadows? Finally, there was hope to leave this cursed place. The crowd also noticed their arrival, and KB was the first to walk over and ask, "Are you also Moria's subordinates?" "No, our shadows were taken by Moria. We saw that you were here to defeat him, so we came to see if we could help," Lola replied. Bartolomeo said, "You just watch from the sidelines. Our captain is fighting Moria, and it will be over soon. Your shadows will return." Lola and the others didn't say anything further and quietly watched. After a while, Moria also walked out of the room. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, and he bore a painful expression, holding his stomach with his left hand. "Looks like I underestimated you. Your combat power is indeed very strong. So quickly you think I'm strong? I haven't even used my full strength yet. I was afraid I might kill you with one punch." Zhang Yufan chuckled. Moria was shocked and realized that Zhang Yufan didn't seem to be lying. Only he knew how powerful that punch had been. If he took a few more punches with even greater force, his body might be ruined. He realized he had to be careful. Even if your combat power is stronger than mine, when you encounter those real monsters in the new world, you will still be easily defeated. Do you know why, little brat? That's because your combat power is too weak to protect your own companions. What do you understand? Because they are all alive, they will lose their lives. Moria shouted, "My zombies are all undead. Even if they are purified, I won't lose them. As long as I insert a shadow again, they will revive." This is the solution you came up with after being defeated by the Yonko Kaido, relying on external help instead of continuing to train and then seeking revenge on Kaido. Right now, you're like a stray dog. The crowd shook their heads, realizing that Moria was just like Crocodile, thinking of relying on external help after being defeated by the Yonko. It seemed that Moria's combat power was even weaker now, having focused all his energy on studying zombies and probably training himself very little. Moria's face was twisted with rage. "You, who have never lost companions, cannot possibly understand how I felt at that time. Do you know the feeling of watching your companions being killed one by one right in front of you? I don't want to experience that again. I want to lead this undead zombie army to reclaim what I lost before. What is wrong with that?" Moria unleashed his strongest move, Shadow Gathering, preparing to absorb all the shadows he controlled on the island into his body to enhance his combat power. Zhang Yufan would not give Moria the time to absorb the shadows. He unleashed a series of powerful punches and kicks, continuously hitting him. The tremendous impact forced Moria's body to keep retreating, and the shadows he had just absorbed were knocked out of him. "Damn it, little brat. How can your combat power be so strong? It's strong like this. My crew's combat power is basically on par with mine. If you submit to me, I can make you stronger, and then we can seek revenge on Kaido." "I will never submit. Just give up on that idea." Zhang Yufan thought to himself, as expected. That reaction shows great spirit. Now let's see whose bones are harder, yours or my fists. He then increased the force of his punches and sent Moria flying once more, crashing through several walls behind him. Perona and the others, who had been captured, watched in disbelief as the powerful Moria was easily knocked away by Zhang Yufan, their mouths agape in shock. Moria slowly crawled out from under the rubble again, blood on his head and gasping for breath. He used shadow manipulation to create a shadow clone and prepared to continue moving towards Zhang Yufan. Zhang Yufan had already activated his armament haki, covering his entire body. and quickly moved towards Moria. Before Moria could react, both he and his shadow were beaten severely, and Moria was knocked unconscious, unable to get up. The shadows returned to their owner's body, and everyone who had regained their shadows was in tears of joy. Crocodile stood by side and wore an expression that said he knew this would be the outcome. Now you should understand what I meant. The black mist on the island began to dissipate slowly. An array of sunlight appeared in the sky. Lola and her group cheered and danced with joy after regaining their shadows. Awesome. Finally, we can bask in the sun. We have our shadows back. We can finally leave that dark forest. Taking this opportunity, Zhang Yufan checked Lola's information using the system. Name: Charlotte Lola Combat Power Growth Potential Level. See current combat power level. D. Age: 23. Height: 2. 15 meters. Gender: female. Weapons: 2 long swords. Devil fruit. None bounty. 24 million berries. Equipment card. None description. Captain of the Rolling Pirates. An optimistic and simple-minded person who hopes to freely pursue her own happiness without her marriage and life being dictated by her parents. She is the daughter of Charlotte Linlin and Pound, one of the 4 emperors, and is the 23rd daughter of the Charlotte family, as well as the twin sister of Charlotte Chiffon. Absalom and the others looked on in disbelief, thinking that Moria had really been defeated by this group of pirates. The moment Moria fell, Nami excitedly took several companions to go treasure hunting. Lola and her friends ran over with excitement, all kneeling in front of Zhang Yufan and lowering their heads. Mr. Zhang Yufan, thank you for saving the lives of all members of the Victims Association. We will never forget your kindness. Because Lola had a habit of proposing to men she met, she publicly proposed to all the men in gratitude for their life-saving help. The outcome was predictable. They all rejected her without hesitation. The companions behind Lola were not surprised that their captain was rejected, as she had already been turned down by over 4,000 men, so a few more rejections didn't matter. Everyone was rummaging through various supplies in the castle, preparing for a banquet to celebrate their victory over Moria and the recovery of the shadows. Zhang Yufan also found the frozen corpse of the demon Oz and stored it in his storage space. After a while, Sanji and the other chefs had prepared delicious food, and everyone gathered to eat happily. The members of the Victims Association had not eaten such delicious food for a long time, and they devoured it as if trying to make up for their previous losses. Brooke, with a happy expression, was eating with a knife and fork, saying, "The dishes Sanji cooked are so good that I almost bit my tongue off, even though I'm a skeleton and have no tongue. Yo-ho-ho-ho." One member of the Victims Association laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. I never expected to see a living skeleton in my lifetime, and such a funny one at that." Another member asked, "Brooke, how can you talk and move freely?" A third member said, "None of that matters. The most important thing now is to eat. Cheers." After a while, Brooke had eaten enough and began to play the violin and sing to entertain everyone, revealing that he was a musician skilled in various instruments. They also learned that Lola and her friends had come from the new world of the Grand Line and shared some stories about it, while Octopus Xiaoba talked a bit about Fishman Island. After staying on the island for 2 more days, Brooke asked Frankie to help him build a grave for the Rumbar pirates on the island. After retrieving his shadow, Brooke officially joined Zhang Yufan's pirate crew. Frankie also brought Kiwi and Mozu to repair Brooke's pirate ship and gave it to Lola and her friends. Zhang Yufan CSSS 100 name, Stolo Berry Combat Growth Potential Level, has current combat level. Age, 43. Height, 3. 53 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, twin swords. Devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, one of the disciples of former Admiral Zephyr. Skilled in two-sword style, once attacked and severely injured Fisher Tiger, the captain of the Sun Pirates, who is escorting Kira back to her hometown. Name, Oni Spider Combat Growth Potential Level, as current combat level. Age, 40. Height, 2. 43 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, 8 swords. Pistol. Devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, one of the disciples of former Admiral Zephyr, has a cruel personality. Indifferent to harming his subordinates while executing missions, represents the hawkish faction in the Navy. Name, Fire Mountain Combat Growth Potential Level, as current combat level. Age, 40. Height, 2. 45 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, katana devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none introduction, Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Possesses a strong sense of justice as a Navy officer, shows great respect for elders, feels shocked when defeated, enjoys smoking, strong yet gentle, a role model for the Navy. The crew on board did not expect Usopp's prediction about encountering the Navy to come true. The prophet Usopp was once again in action. Fire Mountain, smoking a cigar, stood on the warship and shouted, "Pirates, surrender quickly, or we will not be polite." "And why is Mori on your ship?" Oni Spider, with a fierce expression, said. "Fire Mountain, what is there to say to these pirates? Just capture them all." Bartolomeo, looking disdainful with his hands in his pockets, replied, "You guys think you can catch us? Even Admiral Kazan wouldn't dare say that. Moria was defeated and captured by us. Partners, let us all go together and kick them into the sea to cool off. I want those 3 warships, so don't damage them, and bring all the supplies back," Zhang Yufan said with a smile. Everyone had a wicked grin, their eyes shining, as this was what they loved to do, raiding all the supplies of the enemy. Not long after Brook boarded Zhang Yufan's ship, they encountered the Navy, and he felt a bit nervous. The next scene left those Navy officers dumbfounded. Most of the crew and animals on Zhang Yufan's ship were walking in midair. This was one of the 6 powers of the Navy, the moonwalk. Why could these pirates use it? Did they receive training from the CP9 members? It was previously heard that some CP9 members were captured by the extreme pirates, and it seemed to be true, as those CP9 members were now cleaning the ship's cabin in misery, so the Navy did not see them. The crew had already boarded the warship. To avoid causing too much damage to the warship, Zoro and a few other swordsmen surrounded the 3 Navy rear admirals. The 3 of them wanted to fight back, but unfortunately, Zoro and the others were too fast and strong. Oni Spider was surprised, struggling to fend off with his sword. "How can you be this strong?" Zoro and the others were not foolish enough to reveal Zhang Yufan's secret that allowed them to become strong instantly. Zoro laughed. "That's because you are too weak. It's time to end this. You need to go take a bath." After saying that, he did not give these rear admirals a chance to resist, and Zoro's sword was directly placed against their necks. Then, apart from the clothes they were wearing, all their weapons and equipment were taken away, and they were finally kicked into the sea. Other sailors did the same, and the ruthless actions left the Navy officers stunned. Was it really necessary to rob them so thoroughly? Now, they could only curse in the sea, as they couldn't defeat these pirates. Oni Spider's face was twisted with anger as he jumped up from the sea using the moonwalk. "You despicable pirates! Hurry up and return my ship and weapons." Bages kicked Oni Spider back in the sea with great force, laughing, "Huh? Your combat power is really weak. Now these weapons and ships are ours. If you want to take them back, come and try." The other 2 rear admirals in the sea also knew they couldn't win and did not continue. After a while, when all the partners had finished looting and the supplies were back on the ship, Zhang Yufan directly stored the 3 warships and their supplies into a storage space. This scene once again shocked those Navy officers. The 3 warships that were there had disappeared into thin air. Once Zhang Yufan and the others were done, they ignored the Navy in the sea and continued sailing forward. At this time, the system rewards also came in, earning them 32 million berries, along with various ingredients and equipment cards. A man riding a flying fish nearby witnessed the battle on Zhang Yufan's side and quickly left. On the other side, in the eastern part of Sabeti Archipelago, a tall man wearing an iron mask was sitting in a chair listening to his subordinate's report. "Lord Debaru, the extreme pirates have arrived near Sabeti Archipelago. What are your instructions next? Has that man finally come? I have been waiting impatiently. Bring them to our base. I want to kill that man." "Lord Debaru, do you really want to do this? They are a pirate crew with a total bounty exceeding 5 billion berries. Can we really defeat them? Even if we can't defeat them, we must fight. Why have I fallen to this point? Don't you understand? Bring them over. I will be prepared to deal with them." The man riding the flying fish could only helplessly agree and led his companions towards Zhang Yufan's ship. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan had been sailing on the sea for a while and could now see the location of Sabeti Archipelago on his system map. The crew adjusted the ship according to Zhang Yufan's direction when suddenly many harpoons flew quickly from the sky towards their ship. Zoro drew his sword and executed a few ordinary slashes, cutting all the harpoons down into the sea. Brook was startled placing a hand over his heart. So many harpoons flew over suddenly, they almost scare my heart out, even though I'm a skeleton and don't have a heart. Yo ho ho ho. Chopper pointed at the sky in amazement. Wow. Everyone look over there. There are fish flying in the sky, and there are people sitting on them. Judging from the direction the harpoons came from, it should be their doing. But why? Did they want our bounty? Usopp asked in confusion. The crew was puzzled, and Zhang Yufan directly instructed his partners to turn the ship towards those flying fish. As the people sitting on the flying fish saw that Zhang Yufan and his crew were hooked, they headed in their direction. Quickly changed direction. They took Zhang Yufan's ship, and not long after, they arrived at their base. Zhang Yufan checked the information of the man wearing the iron mask using the system. Name, HouMing combat growth potential level. See current combat level. D age, 22 height, 4. 7 meters gender. Male weapon, pistol, devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. The elder brother of the Flying Fish Knights rides a large, silly, and cute cow named Motoballo. He was originally a thug living in a small village, surviving by intimidating the villagers. Due to his resemblance to Sanji's wanted poster, he was hunted by the Navy headquarters, which led him to decide to go to sea and kill Sanji to reclaim his lost peaceful life. HouMing sat in a chair, watching the pirate ship approaching him, his anger rising as he shouted, "Welcome to the base of my Flying Fish Knights. Die for me. Everyone, attack." Then, behind Zhang Yufan and the others, several Flying Fish Knights appeared and shot harpoons at them. Many people also came out from the base, firing guns and cannons at Zhang Yufan and his crew. They were easily intercepted by Zhang Yufan's companions, and the attacks exploded in the sky, leaving both people and ships unharmed. Regius looked confused, pointing at HouMing, the man in the iron mask, and asked, "Why is he so angry to see us? Do you have a grudge against him? Does anyone know him?" Everyone looked at HouMing, recalling that they had indeed never seen him before, and they all shook their heads. The knights on the Flying Fish saw that Zhang Yufan and his crew were unharmed and realized they were too strong to defeat. However, they continued to attack, with many more cannonballs and harpoons flying toward Zhang Yufan and his crew. Yet, their fierce attacks were futile. They couldn't even get close to Zhang Yufan's ship before being intercepted. Finally, the Flying Fish Knights dropped a huge anchor from directly above Zhang Yufan's ship. It was kicked away by Sanji, and with their ammunition running low, all attacks ceased. HouMing stood up, tears streaming from under his mask, and said, "You are really strong. Today is a happy day. The man I've dreamed of killing has finally appeared in front of me. It's you, Sanji." "Sanji? What unforgivable thing did you do to him that made him want to kill you?" Usopp patted Sanji on the shoulder. Everyone thought Sanji was only a bit lecherous, flirting with beautiful women, but they had never witnessed him doing anything truly unforgivable to others. Sanji couldn't recall having done anything like that, and kept shaking his head. "Is it something you did at the sea restaurant?" Nami asked. Sanji scratched his head, counting on his fingers. "I've done many things that made people hate me at the sea restaurant. I have no idea which one would make him want to kill me." HouMing angrily shouted, "You're still pretending to be stupid. It's something that happened recently." After saying that, he pulled the trigger of his pistol, shooting numerous poison harpoons at Sanji, clearly intending to kill him. Zhang Yufan intercepted them, urging Sanji to go over and take off HouMing's iron mask to understand the reason for his hatred. Sanji seemed to have thought of something, though he wasn't sure, and then disappeared from his spot, appearing in front of HouMing and removing his iron mask. All the members of the Flying Fish Knights looked at HouMing with worried expressions. Zhang Yufan's companions were dumbfounded, even though they had heard about it before. Seeing it in person was still shocking. Brook, unaware of the situation, looked astonished, mouth agape, exclaiming, "Yo-ho-ho-ho, I can't believe there's such a coincidence in this world. I truly feel sorry for this guy's plight." Frankie was in tears. HouMing, with tears streaming down his face, held Sanji's wanted poster and said, "Look at this. This scarred face is because of you." HouMing recalled that he had been living a peaceful life in the village until Sanji's wanted poster came out. His life underwent a drastic change, with many Navy and bounty hunters coming after him, leading to a life of fugitivity. Sanji lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and exhaled. "Then why didn't you think about changing your hairstyle or wearing a fake mustache or something to disguise yourself? That way, You wouldn't be recognized as a wanted criminal. Dibaloo looked enlightened, clenching his right fist and striking his left palm. I could have done it that way. Why didn't I think of that? Sanji shook his head in disbelief, thinking this guy was really stupid for not knowing such a simple method. The Flying Fish Knights were all captured by Zhang Yufan and his crew. One cow was intimidated and remained still due to Zhang Yufan's haki, leaving Dibaloo alone to be dealt with by Sanji. At this moment, Sanji grinned wickedly, crushed the cigarette but under his foot, and said, "Since you don't want this face, I'll help you out, so you won't get into trouble again." Dibaloo shot poison harpoons at Sanji, exclaiming, "What do you want? Don't come any closer." Sanji easily dodged and quickly reached Dibaloo, executing a cosmetic kick, repeatedly kicking Dibaloo's face. Then they heard Dibaloo making sounds of ugh, ah. The members of the Flying Fish Knights could only watch helplessly, unable to help since they were captured. Soon, Sanji stopped, and Dibaloo frowned, covering his face with his hands. "Ouch! Sanji, what did you do to my face?" "Nothing much, just help you with a little cosmetic work, change your face." "How do you like it?" Sanji waved his hand. Zhang Yufan took out a mirror from his storage space and handed it to Dibaloo. Dibaloo slowly removed his hands from his face, revealing a handsome face in front of him. He was initially startled, then filled with joy as he admired his face, realizing he would no longer be chased by Navy and bounty hunters. "Dibaloo, it seems you're very satisfied with this face. So from now on, don't continue with your kidnapping activities. Go back to your village and live a good life." Zhang Yufan smiled. Dibaloo, looking happy, said, "Brother Yufan, are you complimenting me on being handsome? I had no choice before. I won't do it again. If you think so, then it is." Zhang Yufan said, speechless, as Dibaloo had already begun to become narcissistic. "Sanji, thank you very much for helping me change to a handsome face. From today on, our matters are settled. I won't try to kill you again." Dibaloo lowered his head. "As long as you're happy," Sanji replied nonchalantly. The other companions gathered around, and Zhang Yufan released the members of the Flying Fish Knights. Looking at Dibaloo's face after Sanji's cosmetic work, everyone was dumbfounded. He looked like a completely different person, and even they couldn't recognize him, let alone others. They didn't expect Sanji had such a skill. His cosmetic technique was impressive. If he opened a cosmetic shop in the future, the business would probably be good. Everyone watched Dibaloo, who was still looking in the mirror, asking the mirror if he was the most handsome person in the world. It seemed that even with a handsome face, his brain remained just as ineffective. The members of the Flying Fish Riders stared blankly at Dibaloo, who had just moments ago been in a life-and-death struggle, but now had transformed the conflict into a friendly encounter. Dibaloo, with a warm expression, patted his chest and said, "You all are planning to go to the Sabeti archipelago for coding, right? To thank you, let me guide you there." Zhang Yufan informed him that Octopus Little 8 also knew the way, but Dibaloo insisted on leading them, and Zhang Yufan and the others had no choice but to nod in agreement. Although Dibaloo was a bit silly, he wasn't a bad person, so it was fine to let him lead the way. Then Dibaloo rode his mount, the motorcycle Baloo, and led his subordinates to guide Zhang Yufan and the others. Soon, they saw an island filled with bubbles floating in the sky. Octopus Little 8 introduced that near the Navy headquarters, there was the world's largest red mangrove tree, the Rhizophyr mangle. Since its roots were always exposed above the water, it formed the Sabeti archipelago. The most distinctive feature of the Sabeti archipelago was that the roots of the Rhizophyr mangle secreted a special natural resin due to respiration. The resin expanded in the air to form bubbles that then flew into the sky. Because the bubbles could only thrive in the climate of the Rhizophyr mangle. Once they left the climatic area of the Sabeti archipelago, the resin components would explode due to not being able to exert their full power. The entire island consisted of 79 numbered trees, each with towns and facilities. At the same time, bubble culture permeated every corner of the Sabeti archipelago. There were bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, and houses built on bubbles. After the ship docked, Zhang Yufan let most of the animals stay on the ship, and a few giants also stayed behind. Dibaloo, looking very happy, handed Zhang Yufan a piece of paper with a string of numbers written on it, saying, "This is my snail phone number. Feel free to summon me anytime. If you encounter any trouble, I will definitely help you with all my strength." Zhang Yufan put the number away, thinking that it might not be needed, but one could never be sure. I know a trustworthy and skilled coding craftsman. Come with me. Octopus Little 8 said happily. Dibaloo and the others followed to meet this craftsman, while everyone looked around curiously at the fascinating bubbles. Suddenly, Octopus Little 8 stopped, his expression serious, and said, I almost forgot to mention, remember that here, no matter what dissatisfaction you have, or if someone is killed in front of you, even if I am killed, do not confront the celestial dragons, who are the world's nobles. Little 8, what nonsense are you talking about? You're our partner now. How can we let you be killed? Nami said with a puzzled look. Why can't we confront the celestial dragons? Are they very strong? Koya asked. Dibaloo said seriously, I know this. If you confront the celestial dragons, soon there will be people from the world government and navy admirals coming with many marines. Everyone looked indifferent, saying that if they saw those celestial dragons being unpleasant, they would still take action. Their current combat power was stronger than many navy admirals, and the threat posed by these marines was already quite small. I have fought against admirals before. Last time it ended in a draw, and this time my strength has become even stronger. I can definitely pin them down and rub them into the ground, Enel said disdainfully. Bay just laughed and said, Bah, Lil 8, don't forget our captain's goal. If we get provoked, the celestial dragons will also be killed without hesitation. Everyone nodded in agreement. If their current powerful combat strength could still allow their companions to be easily killed by others, then what was the use of having such strength? It would only mean they were really useless. Dibaloo and the others were stunned. Zhang Yufan and his group could even defeat navy admirals. And they didn't look like they were lying. They were truly, frighteningly strong. It was estimated that if those celestial dragons angered Zhang Yufan and his group, it would really be disastrous. At that moment, some people were already hidden nearby, comparing the bounty posters they held with Zhang Yufan and the others. Looking at the high bounty posters in their hands, many shook their heads and turned to leave. These guys were not to be trifled with. However, there were still many bold and fearless people who stayed back, drooling at the sight of such high bounties. Zhang Yufan and the others also sensed that many people around were watching them, but they didn't pay much attention, as long as no one caused them trouble. Following Octopus Little 8, they walked, stopped, ate, and drank, and soon arrived at the entrance of Shaki's bar. KB looked up and pointed at the sign, knowing from the bar's name that the people inside were probably not easy to deal with. It's fine. I know everyone inside. They're easy to get along with. Little 8 said. Octopus Little 8, looking very happy, opened the bar door and walked in, calling out, Rayleigh, Shaki, are you all here? Inside the bar, there was a tall, thin woman with short black hair, smoking a cigarette, wearing a spider pattern top. She was also holding a man, beating him up to the point of near death. When she saw someone enter, she calmly stopped, turned her head, and said, Welcome. What would you like to order? Zhang Yufan checked her information with the system. Name, Shaki Combat Power Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Power Level. S Age, 61 Height. 1. 86 meters Gender. Female Weapon. None Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Introduction. Former Empress of Amazon Lily. Former Captain of the Kuja Pirates. Now the owner of Shaki's Bar in the Sabeti Archipelago. Living with Silver's Rayleigh. Loves to smoke. Has an open personality, particularly accurate sixth sense, and enjoys playing pranks on visitors. Huh. Shaki was taken aback for a moment, then joyfully dropped the man in her hand, saying, Little 8, it's really you. We haven't seen each other in many years. I feel like you've become a bit domineering. Little 8 sighed, yeah. Long time no see, Shaki. This is all thanks to the captain's help. Then Shaki let Little 8 and the others find a place to sit, as she needed to have a good talk with those pirates. Soon, after beating up those pirates, Shaki threw them out of the bar and brought some drinks for Zhang Yufan and the others. Looking at Little 8, Shaki sat in chair, holding a cigarette between her fingers, and asked, Little 8, I didn't expect you to join the extreme pirates. Did anything happen in between? Little 8 recounted how he met Zhang Yufan and the others in Nami's hometown, Cocoa Village. Shaki nodded as if she understood, then looked curiously at Brooke, who was drinking over there. Brooke, with a smile, took off his hat and made a gentleman's bow, saying, Beautiful lady, may I see your panties? Chopper looked scared, thinking that Brooke was asking such questions right away. Didn't he fear being pranked by Shaki? However, Shaki did not prank Brooke and was not angry. She even mentioned that she was wearing black panties today. Brooke was surprised, feeling that he had succeeded a little this time and had not been beaten. I didn't expect that on your ship there is even a living skeleton. I didn't know that, Shaki said in astonishment. Everyone thought it was normal that she didn't know, as Brooke had only recently joined them. If she knew that, it would indeed be quite miraculous. If we tell you that another warlord has been captured and brought on board, you would probably be even more surprised. Shaki gave the adorable Chopper a cotton candy, and Chopper's eyes lit up as he happily accepted it and began eating. KB, looking puzzled, asked Sister Shaki, "How did you know Chopper likes cotton candy?" Shaki explained, "I'm an information expert. You guys are now celebrities, having not only captured a warlord but also caused a commotion on Judicial Island. As for the reports in those newspapers, their accuracy is questionable." Zhang Yufan informed Shaki that most of what was written in the newspapers was incorrect. Shaki didn't fully believe the content in those newspapers either. It was a common tactic of the world government to selectively report only what benefited them, while hiding or shifting blame for unfavorable events. "Xiaoba, you brought them here to ask Rayleigh for help with coding, right?" Shaki smiled. Xiaoba nodded and looked around, wondering why he couldn't see him. Since they arrived here, they hadn't spotted Rayleigh. Was he not on the island? Shaki pinched the cigarette between her fingers, took a puff, and said, "He just went out to buy something for me. He'll be back soon." At that moment, Rayleigh had indeed finished shopping and returned, pondering over the few giants outside the bar. Just as Shaki finished speaking, the bar door opened and a man with white hair, glasses, and a scar running vertically over his right eye walked in. Zhang Yufan checked his information using the system. Name, Silver's Rayleigh. Combat power growth potential level, assess. Current combat power level, assess. Age, 75 years. Height, 1.88 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, long sword. Devil fruit, none. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Introduction, Vice Captain of the Roger Pirates. Known for his calm demeanor, nicknamed Dark King, referred to as the right-hand man of the Pirate King. After the crew disbanded, he stayed in Sabadi Archipelago as a coding craftsman. He was once saved by the fishman Xiao Ba during a shipwreck, so he absolutely cannot allow anyone to bully him. "What a coincidence, Rayleigh is here, perfectly timed," Shaki remarked. "Today the bar is so lively." "Huh, Xiao Ba, you're here too?" Rayleigh said with a smile. Shaki stood up and took the items Rayleigh bought, saying, "They've come to find you for coding." Zhang Yufan smiled and stepped forward, extending a hand. "Hello, Uncle Rayleigh. It's a pleasure to meet you. Let me introduce everyone. He is the Vice Captain of Pirate King Roger, known as Dark King." The companions were all surprised, not expecting the Vice Captain of Pirate King Roger to appear here and work as a coding craftsman. Rayleigh and Shaki were equally astonished, wondering how Zhang Yufan knew Rayleigh's true identity, suspecting he had some special source of information. At this moment, Rayleigh extended his hand to shake Zhang Yufan's hand, his aura gradually rising. The strength in his grip increased, and a strong momentum surged toward Zhang Yufan. Yet, Zhang Yufan remained smiling and stood still, as if nothing had happened. Rayleigh released his hand, looking amazed. "Yufan, I didn't expect you to know my identity, and your hockey has become so strong. Now I don't have to worry too much about Xiao Ba's safety." Zhang Yufan smiled and withdrew his hand, saying, "Uncle Rayleigh, Xiao Ba is quite strong now. As long as he is not up against a super monster level opponent, he is basically safe." Rayleigh was somewhat skeptical, as he was aware of Xiao Ba's combat power. Although he could feel that Xiao Ba had grown stronger, he doubted it was to that extent. Chopper walked over, his eyes shining as he looked at Rayleigh. "Uncle Rayleigh, I didn't know you were so amazing." Rayleigh smiled and waved his hand. "That is all in the past. I'm old now. It's your generation's time." Zhang Yufan explained that they were here to ask Rayleigh for coding. Rayleigh readily agreed, but due to the size of the giant's ship, it would take 6 days. After saying goodbye to Zhang Yufan, Dibaru and the others went off to attend to their own matters. Zhang Yufan led Rayleigh to where they had docked their ship, chatting as they walked, and soon they arrived. Upon boarding Zhang Yufan's ship, Rayleigh noticed Moria, one of the warlords, was also there and joked, "Yufan, are you planning to capture all the warlords?" Zhang Yufan smiled and nodded. "That's the plan. It will probably give the Navy and the world government a headache." Rayleigh understood Zhang Yufan's enormous ambition. He was determined to confront those guys in the world government head-on. Since they would be staying in Sabadi Archipelago, for 6 days. Zhang Yufan allowed his companions to explore freely. Under Xiao Ba's guidance, they spent a long time enjoying the amusement park and had a great time. After leaving the amusement park, the group split up, with Zhang Yufan taking Nami and Robin to shop and try delicious food, while they continued to wander the island. They ended up in a less populated area. Suddenly, a group of people emerged from behind the large trees, surrounding them. The two leaders included one large man with prominent brow bones, a tuft of frizzy hair, and a purple hoodie, and another short man with brown long hair and stubble around his lips. Zhang Yufan checked their information using the system. Name: Minoru Ba. Combat power growth potential level, B. Current combat power level, C. Age: 32 years. Height: 175 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: long sword. Devil fruit: none. Bounty: none. Equipment card: none. Introduction: a bounty hunter living off pirate bounties in Sabaody Archipelago, with high aspirations, hoping to take down at least one powerful pirate. Sometimes collaborates with Kelly Ken to hunt pirates. Name: Kelly Ken. Combat power growth potential level, B. Current combat power level, C. Age: 34 years. Height: 197 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: giant sword. Devil fruit: none. Bounty: none. Equipment card: none. Introduction: a bounty hunter living off pirate bounties in Sabaody Archipelago, known for his great strength. Sometimes collaborates with Minoru Ba to hunt pirates. Minoru Ba grinned maliciously, gripping his long sword. 3 pirates. This path is blocked. Leave your heads behind. Zhang Yufan and the others ignored the bounty hunters, and their aura suddenly surged. Using Conqueror's Haki, they knocked all of them unconscious before continuing to walk and chat. The 6 days on the island quickly passed, and that morning, Zhang Yufan's ship was almost done with the coating. Zhang Yufan took Nami and Robin to stroll around the human trafficking market, secretly rescuing many enslaved people. Suddenly, an explosion sounded behind them, and a man was blown to a charred state. 3 elegantly dressed individuals were riding on the back of a man who was slowly crawling on the ground. There was also a dog and several bodyguards in black suits following them. As Zhang Yufan and his companions approached, a person was dragging a strong and tall man bound with an iron chain. Surprisingly, no one blocked the road. Everyone had lowered their heads and knelt on the ground. Trembling, Zhang Yufan checked their information using the system. Name: Chong Pao. Combat power growth potential level, S. Current combat power level, B. Age: 38. Height: 385 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: none. Devil fruit: none. Bounty: none. Equipment card: none. Description: originally a famous pirate captain, later captured by the Navy and favored by the celestial dragon, Saint Roswad. Since then, he has been a slave to the celestial dragon, a monster with immense strength and remarkable defense. Name: Saint Roswad. Combat power growth potential level, F. Current combat power level, F. Age: 52. Height: 226 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: cane gun. Devil fruit: none. Bounty: none. Equipment card: none. Description: a world noble and a member of the Celestial Dragons. He is the father of Saint Charlos and Princess Shalulia, arrogant and cruel, viewing commoners as slaves, and enjoys collecting pirate slaves for his children to use occasionally. Name: Saint Charlos. Combat power growth potential level, F. Current combat power level, F. Age: 21. Height: 3 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: handgun. Devil fruit: none. Bounty: none. Equipment card: none. Description: a world noble and a member of the Celestial Dragons. Son of Saint Roswad and brother to Princess Shalulia. He has 8 wives, is very lecherous, and often forces his favorite women to marry him. He is accustomed to being carried by slow human slaves, lacks a sense of responsibility, behaves immaturely, and has severe violent tendencies. Name: Princess Shalulia. Combat power growth potential level, F. Current combat power level, F. Age: 14. Height: 178 meters. Gender: female. Weapon: handgun. Devil fruit: none. Bounty: none. Equipment card: none. Description: a world noble and a member of the Celestial Dragons. The eldest daughter of Saint Roswad and sister to Saint Charlos. She sees herself as great and proud, disdainful of breathing the same air as commoners, wears a bubble helmet. treats other races as slaves, enjoys all privileges, and has a pug dog named Saru. Princess Shalulia stepped off her slave and walked up to the charred man. She took out a handgun and, without hesitation, shot him in the head, killing him instantly. Nami stared in shock at this scene and pointed at the three people. Yufan? Those must be the celestial dragons that Xiaoba mentioned, right? Zhang Yufan replied, that's right. Only they can have such a grand presence and act so recklessly. St. Charlos also stepped off his slave and approached a beautiful woman he had set his eyes on, ordering his bodyguards to take her home as his wife. A strong man frowned, gritted his teeth, and stood up. Sir, please wait. You can't take my sister away. Furious, St. Charlos drew his gun and shot at the strong man. How dare you stand up and defy me, you lowly peasant? Women around screamed. Many closed their eyes, unable to watch the bloody scene, thinking the strong man was going to die. However, the bullet did not hit him. It was caught by Zhang Yufan, who ran over quickly. After a moment, those who had closed their eyes were puzzled. Where's the scream? Did the shot miss? It shouldn't be like this at such a close distance. They all opened their eyes in surprise to see Zhang Yufan's right hand open, and a bullet fell to the ground. Nami and Robin also bravely walked towards Zhang Yufan under the astonished gazes of everyone. Robin, do you think Yufan is planning to beat those three celestial dragons? Nami speculated. Knowing Yufan's character, I estimate those three celestial dragons will be slaughtered. Nami thought about it too. She even had the impulse to kill them, and they'd find out the result soon. A small man hiding behind a house asked in confusion. Huh, who are those three guys? Why are they walking in the middle of the main road? Are they just country bumpkins who don't know the rules? You want to die? Those are members of the extreme pirate group with a total bounty exceeding 5 billion berries. And the one who caught the bullet is their captain, Zhang Yufan. A fierce-looking pirate replied. The other pirates hiding around had also read about it in the newspapers. Members of the extreme pirate group were not to be trifled with. They were all quite mad and seemed not to have their brains functioning well. Otherwise, who would go to Judicial Island to cause a ruckus for no reason? It was better to stay far away from the extreme pirate group. Now, they were so openly obstructing the celestial dragons, flaunting themselves in front of them. Suddenly, the pirates thought of a terrifying possibility. The captain of the extreme pirate group wouldn't want to attack the celestial dragons. Would he? St. Charlos was extremely angry, tears streaming down his face, veins bulging on his forehead. What is going on today? Why are there so many lowly peasants coming out to stop me? Then, in a fit of rage, St. Charlos pulled the trigger repeatedly, bullets flying towards Zhang Yufan. Dum lowly peasants, d. Gabaga, d. He shouted. But Zhang Yufan blocked all the bullets, approached St. Charlos, broke his limbs, and finally twisted his neck. Everyone looked on in horror. The usually high and mighty celestial dragons were killed so easily. The pirates hiding behind the house were speechless. The worst thing they didn't want to see had happened. They thought Zhang Yufan was too insane, cursing his ancestors. Wasn't this putting their lives in danger? Soon, the Marine Admiral would come with a group of soldiers. They needed to leave the island quickly. St. Roswad, crying and furious, shouted, CP0, are you all dead? Didn't you see my son being killed? Hurry and get together to kill him. Princess Shalulia shouted through tears, you demon, you kill my brother. Kill him. The few CP0 members in black suits hadn't reacted fast enough due to Zhang Yufan's swift actions. They all charged at Zhang Yufan, but he swiftly broke all their necks and tossed them aside. St. Roswad and Princess Shalulia kept shooting at Zhang Yufan, but the bullets bounced off him. Zhang Yufan approached them, broke their limbs, and finally twisted their necks. At this moment, everyone around regained their senses, stood up, and realized something big had happened. All three celestial dragons had been killed. They desperately fled the scene. The strong man and his beautiful sister thanked Zhang Yufan and quickly left. Yufan, Uncle Rayleigh just said that the ship has been coded, and he wants us to find him at Shaki's bar. Nami said on the phone. Then you and Robin contact the crew and gather over there. I'll handle the remaining matters. Zhang Yufan nodded and said. Nami and Robin then began to contact their companions. After killing 3 celestial dragons, Zhang Yufan felt that the world had become much quieter. With a smile on his face, Zhang Yufan walked up to Strong Pao. I didn't expect to meet you here, the former pirate captain Strong Pao. Strong Pal lowered his head, his mouth agape, looking at Zhang Yufan in surprise. It's been a long time since anyone called me that name. And you really have guts, daring to kill celestial dragons. Forget about those trash. Strong Pal, are you coming with me to turn this world upside down? Zhang Yufan laughed. Interesting. As long as I no longer have to be a slave to these trash. I'm happy to be your subordinate, Strong Pal replied with a smile. Just as Strong Pal was about to ask how to remove the explosive collar around his neck, Zhang Yufan quickly took it off and threw it into the sky, causing it to explode before Strong Pal could react. At this moment, Strong Pal looked shocked, staring at the sky, and then touched his neck with his hand. So it's gone? Was there even a second? It seems the captain I'm following is not ordinary. Zhang Yufan smiled and patted Strong Pal's arm. Welcome aboard. Let's go introduce you to the others. Strong Pal nodded and followed Zhang Yufan as they walked and made calls, quickly notifying everyone. After some time, they arrived at Shaki's bar, greeted the giants at the entrance, and walked inside. Yufan, you really did something earth-shattering by killing 3 celestial dragons, Shaki smiled and said. Zhang Yufan waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, just 3 pieces of trash. Come. Let me introduce you to a new companion. They all got to know each other, and Strong Pal was shocked again. Not only were there giants on the ship, but even a warlord, and not just one. What kind of combination is this? Meanwhile, upon receiving reports from his subordinates, the world government and Navy headquarters were shocked that the pirates had cruelly killed 3 celestial dragons. Sengoku sat in his office, slamming the table in anger. It's that extreme pirate Zhang Yufan again. Is he trying to poke a hole in the sky? It's really giving me a headache. Kizaru, looking lewd, said, to think he killed 3 celestial dragons. This pirate is terrifying. Since this has happened, we can't just ignore it. Kizaru, you go take a trip and bring Akiji along. Sengoku said with a serious face. Understood, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I'll head out now, Kizaru replied calmly. After informing Akiji, Kizaru sped towards the destination at light speed. Back at Shaki's bar, Rayleigh had returned and put down his tool bag. Yufan, you've made quite a stir on the island. The Navy admirals are probably already here. Are you going to Fishman Island next? Rayleigh laughed. Zhang Yufan, nonchalantly sitting in a chair drinking, replied, even if all 3 Navy admirals come, it wouldn't be enough for us to fight. I want to make a trip to Sister Shaki's hometown, Amazon Lily. Shaki was a bit surprised, thinking that Zhang Yufan probably knew his own identity. But what did he want to do in Amazon Lily? And with the ship's coating done, wasn't he worried about damage? Rayleigh smiled, took a sip of his drink, and said, I was thinking of having Boa Hancock, who just became a warlord recently, join you. Why didn't you go before? It's not hard to defeat her, but to truly win her heart, it requires an opportunity. As for the coated ship, I'll store it away and use it when we return here, Zhang Yufan said with a smile. Shaki and Rayleigh both looked puzzled, wondering what he meant by storing it away. Did Zhang Yufan have a devil fruit ability that could make the ship disappear? Shaki and Rayleigh began to understand Zhang Yufan's true purpose in killing the celestial dragons. It seemed he already knew about Hancock's childhood experiences. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. His information-gathering ability was truly impressive. Through their interactions over the past few days, Shaki and Rayleigh also realized that Zhang Yufan's character and personality were quite good. Perhaps he could truly help heal Hancock's heart over time. They also informed Zhang Yufan of the nearest route to Amazon Lily. Then Rayleigh led Zhang Yufan and the others to the docking area. With a wave of his hand, the ship that was originally there vanished into thin air. Rayleigh looked at this scene in amazement and said, Yufan, you actually have this kind of ability. The longer I interact with you, the more mysterious it feels. How will you go to Amazon Lily? Uncle Rayleigh, you'll find out soon enough. It will definitely surprise you. Zhang Yufan laughed. Suddenly, many points of light gathered together to form a person, appearing in front of Zhang Yufan and the others. It was a lewd-looking face with short black hair, wearing sunglasses, a stubbly beard, and a tall, skinny man. Zhang Yufan checked his information with the system. Name, Borsellino Combat Power Growth Potential Level. Assess Current Combat Power Level. SS Age, 55 Height, 3.02 meters Gender. Male Weapon, Yada no Kagami Devil Fruit. Pika Pika Nomi Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Description. Navy Code Name Kizaru. One of the 3 highest combat powers in the Navy headquarters. possesses powerful swordsmanship, kicking techniques, and shooting abilities. He adheres to the justice of not helping either side, believing that the crimes of pirates cannot be erased. He enjoys teasing opponents during battles and often pretends to be weak against most enemies. He speaks very slowly and frequently uses the black snail phone, which cannot be used for dialogue, and is responsible for commanding the Navy's scientific troops led by Frankie. Kizaru looked down calmly from the sky at Zhang Yufan and the others. You really made it easy for me to find you. Even the Dark King Rayleigh is here. How terrifying. Rayleigh smiled, lifting his head. Long time no see, Kizaru. I'm just an ordinary craftsman now. Feel free to catch them if you want. Kizaru, you came quite fast. Is it just you, an admiral? That's not enough for a fight. Zhang Yufan laughed. The others looked up at Kizaru, who had a lewd expression. This person was one of the 3 admirals of the Navy. If he weren't wearing a cape emblazoned with the word justice, no one would guess he was a Navy officer. Kizaru lewdly laughed, then suddenly turned into a beam of light and appeared in front of Zhang Yufan, kicking out. Is that so? Have you ever been kicked by light? He was blocked by Enel's lightning kick, and while laughing, he returned the kick to Kizaru. Have you ever been kicked by lightning? Today, I'll let you experience it. Kizaru quickly blocked the lightning kick, but still stumbled back a dozen steps before stabilizing himself. He looked surprised. This guy should be the one who fought to a standstill with Akiji. It seems he has become much stronger during this time, with surprisingly great power. Enel, your speed is indeed fast, and your strength is quite impressive. So terrifying. Kizaru laughed as he began to gather light in his hand. The light continuously shot towards Enel, who easily dodged it. The beams exploded directly on the ground, and Enel shot lightning at Kizaru. Skills from both sides collided and exploded continuously, as Enel threw several 30 million volt Thunderbirds. Kizaru kept dodging while condensing photons in his hand to create his weapon, the Amatsu no Kagami sword. Enel drew the golden knife from his waist and quickly slashed at Kizaru. Kizaru, looking serious, swiftly waved the Amatsu no Kagami sword to block, not expecting Enel to be such a sword master. Enel circled around Kizaru, swinging his knife faster and faster, combining it with the Gale foot technique. You don't know many things. Taste the lightning slash of this god. Various powerful slashes imbued with lightning continuously attacked Kizaru. Kizaru became increasingly alarmed as Enel's speed, strength, and stamina were all impressive. The two kept clashing, but Enel's power was overwhelming, consistently pressing Kizaru. After a while, a large man appeared, with a face and hairstyle like a girl, a scar running from his left eye to the corner of his mouth, wearing a red belly band on his upper body, and carrying an axe on his shoulder. He was running towards Zhang Yufan and his group, accompanied by a group of Marines. Zhang Yufan checked his information with the system. Name, Battle Peach Maru Power Growth Potential Level. SS Current Power Level. Age, 31 Height, 2. 79 meters Gender. Male Weapon. Axe Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Description. Captain of the Navy Headquarters Science Division. Bodyguard of Vegapunk. Subordinate of Kizaru Borsellino. Claims to be the world's strongest wind-type man, but answers questions directly and respects valuable opponents. Battle Peach Maru looked at Kizaru, who was being suppressed by Enel, and shouted, "Old man, we're here to help you, everyone. Let's go." Kizaru anxiously shouted, "Battle Peach Maru, don't come over. These pirates are too strong. You can't fight them." Enel coated his knife with armament hockey and forcefully slashed Kizaru down from the sky. The ground was smashed into a large pit, and Enel released various lightning skills at the pit. "Yeah, you dare to be distracted while fighting this god. Now you know how powerful I am." Enel laughed. Strong Paul looked in shock at the pit, where Kizaru was already charred by the electricity. When did a Marine Admiral become so easily defeated? His companions are truly absurdly strong. Zhang Yufan asked Beges to play with Zhang Taoan, while the Marine soldiers were directly left to the animals to deal with. Zhang Taoan was extremely angry, seeing how badly Kizaru was being beaten. Just as he was about to rush over to settle the score with Enel, he was sent flying by a powerful punch from Beges. "Wow, the guy with the axe, who are you? Don't rush off. I'm here to play with you. Don't block the way, make way quickly, and don't call me the guy with the axe. I won't tell you, my lips are very tight. Is your name too ugly to say? Tell me, so I can have a laugh. I have no obligation to answer you. I am Zhang, the strongest defensive man in the world. You're giving yourself away? Then let me see how strong your defense really is. What I just said was voluntary. It doesn't count as answering your question. Beges stopped talking and quickly came in front of Zhang, landing a series of powerful punches. Zhang entered a defensive stance. But as Beges' punches increased in force, Zhang's body kept being pushed back, and he was once again sent flying. Beges quickly chased after him, grabbing one of Zhang's legs, spinning him around several times above his head, and then slamming him to the ground repeatedly. Knowing he couldn't break free from Beges' grip, Zhang activated his armament haki to protect himself. Beges also activated his armament haki, covering his hands, and slammed Zhang into the ground, delivering a flurry of blows. It wasn't long before Zhang was knocked unconscious, and beneath his body, a large pit had already been created by Beges' attacks. Meanwhile, the Marine soldiers had all been knocked down by the animals. Strong Pal was shocked speechless, realizing that even the animals on the ship were so strong. He couldn't help but wonder if he was the weakest one on the ship. What kind of monsters are these? Rayleigh smiled, patting Yufan on the shoulder. Yufan, your partners are really formidable. You've opened my eyes. Such powerful combat strength is essential. Otherwise, how can we achieve that dream? Uncle Rayleigh, we should also leave here. Take care of yourselves and wait for that day to come, Yufan said with a smile. After saying that, he called over the partners who had cleaned up the battlefield. Everyone bid farewell to Rayleigh and prepared to leave. Watching the scene, Rayleigh thought these guys really are cut out to be pirates. The materials from a navy had been completely scavenged. At the same time, he was curious to see how these guys would leave. Suddenly, the sea was frozen, and Akiji arrived with a group of Marines. Akiji looked around at the fallen Marines and Kizuru. It seemed that Yufan and his group had become even stronger. Sighing, he said, I guess we can't stop them from leaving. You guys go ahead. Let these Marines go. I can let them go, but you have to come with me. Last time I let you go because you had a debt to her. This time, you'll trade your life for theirs. It's a good deal, Yufan said with a mischievous smile. A furious rear admiral shouted, Damn pirates, are you dreaming? Akiji, let's fight them. The group of Marines behind Akiji yelled various insults at Yufan. However, Akiji knew very well that with their current combat strength, they couldn't possibly defeat Yufan. Such meaningless sacrifices shouldn't happen. He stopped the Marines behind him. All right, don't make such meaningless sacrifices. Take Kizura back to heal. I'll go with them, Akiji said in a deep voice. Then, amidst the furious glares of the Marines, Yufan and his group stepped into the air with Akiji. The Marines all stood with their mouths agape, clearly shocked. Aren't you supposed to leave by ship? How come you're all flying from the sky? This is not how it's supposed to be. Rayleigh was also surprised. This was exactly the method Yufan had mentioned. Make sure you have enough stamina to hold out until you reach Amazon Lily. After a while, the Marines quickly took the injured back to heal, and Rayleigh returned to the bar. Akiji sat on the shoulder of a giant, turned to look at Yufan. Your way of leaving is a bit peculiar. Why do you want to take me with you? I want to join us. Is the Navy still the kind of Navy you want to be part of? I think this lazy lifestyle is quite good. Stop pretending. You're actually confused. The world government is already decaying. Joining me to destroy them and rebuild is the most effective solution. I will slowly help you regain the passion you had for the future of the Navy in your youth, instead of being a lapdog to those trash celestial dragons. No need to rush your answer. Take your time to consider. Akiji stopped talking and stared ahead, not knowing what he was thinking. Yufan and his group spent more than half a day before finally reaching the forest near Amazon Lily. They coincidentally encountered 3 female warriors patrolling the forest. Yufan checked their information using the system. Name, Iphilandra, combat power growth potential level. S, current combat power level. A, age, 20, height, 4.05 meters, gender, female. Weapon, great sword, devil fruit. None, bounty, none, equipment card. None, description, a female warrior born on Amazon Lily in the Calm Belt, relatively timid and kind-hearted. Serves as a national protector on Amazon Lily. Despite her tall stature, she is very agile and possesses strong combat abilities. Name, Stoby, combat power growth potential level S. Current combat power level. A. Age. 21. Height. 2. 15 meters. Gender. Female. Weapon. Striped snake bow. Devil fruit. None. Bounty. None. Equipment card. None. Description. A female warrior born on Amazon Lily in the Calm Belt. Kind-hearted. Values her companions and admires the strong. Serves as a national protector on Amazon Lily. Name. Margaret. Combat power growth potential level. S. Current combat power level. A. Age. 15. Height. 1. 78 meters. Gender. Female. Weapon. Striped snake bow. Devil fruit. None. Bounty. None. Equipment card. None. Description. One of the national protectors of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Born on the island and has never seen a man, strong-willed, admires the strong, kind-hearted, and very considerate of friends, believes that the strong are the most beautiful, and idolizes the strongest on the island. Boa Hancock. Margaret, looking vigilant, pulled back her striped snake bow and said, "Stop. Who are you? We are pirates who just arrived here. May I ask if your empress, Boa Hancock, is in the city?" Zhang Yufan smiled and replied. Stoby, observing Zhang Yufan and the others, was curious about what they wanted with the empress. Noticing their physical characteristics were quite different, she thought of a possibility. They can't be men, right? Then we definitely can't let them into the city. I need to quickly notify the other warriors. Lady Snake Princess has set sail and hasn't returned yet. They're all so tall. Philandra looked at Zhang Yufan and the others with curiosity. Zhang Yufan smiled and disappeared from his spot, reappearing behind Margaret and tapping her shoulder. You don't need to be so tense. If I really wanted to kill you, it would be very easy. Just put down your bows. With the speed you showed just now, I estimate we wouldn't even have time to react before we fell. However, we are national warriors and won't let you into the city so easily. After saying this, he quickly retreated a distance, and Margaret and Stabila drew their bows. Arrows infused with armament hockey flew rapidly towards Zhang Yufan. Philandra was also beside them, swinging her massive sword towards Zhang Yufan. Zhang Yufan did not evade. He covered his entire body with armament hockey. He blocked and caught the massive sword with his left hand while using his right hand to deflect all the arrows aimed at his upper body. The sound of steel clashing echoed, and no matter how hard Philandra tried, she couldn't budge the sword in her hand. The three women were astonished. Zhang Yufan could also use armament hockey and was quite skilled at it. Moreover, his strength was far greater than theirs, making it impossible for them to injure him with their current combat power. Additionally, there were a large group of people and animals around, making it impossible to fight back. With no chance to escape, they dropped their weapons. Zhang Yufan smiled and released the massive sword, saying, "Relax, we won't enter the city before your empress returns." Margaret and the others remained on guard, and Zhang Yufan didn't say anything further. As night approached, he took out ingredients for Sanji and the others to prepare food. Then, with the women, including Robin, intentionally getting closer, after a meal, Margaret and the others quickly lowered their guard and sat together chatting. They were still curious about how Zhang Yufan and the others crossed the Calm Belt and evaded the Sea Kings to reach this place. Nami explained that they had run over from the sky. Margaret and the others looked surprised and, after a while, bid farewell to Nami and the others, preparing to return to the city. Margaret and her companions also reported Zhang Yufan's situation to the captain of the National Warrior Team, Kikyo. Kikyo pondered for a moment. Since Zhang Yufan and the others had a friendly attitude, it was best not to provoke them. Instead, she decided to strengthen the city's defenses and wait for Lady Snake Princess to return tomorrow to handle the matter. Meanwhile, in the forest, Zhang Yufan shared the tragic past of the Hancock sisters with his companions. When Hancock was 12 years old, she, along with her two younger sisters, Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold, was kidnapped by human traffickers from a ship of the Kuja pirates and sold to the Celestial Dragons. From then on, the mark of a slave, the Heavenly Dragon's hoof, was branded on her back. During her time as a slave, she suffered great humiliation, and at one event, she was forced to consume the sweet, sweet fruit. When Hancock was 16, a merman named Fisher Tiger climbed up to the Red Line and reached the Celestial Dragon's residence, Mariehua. He freed the enslaved people, and the Hancock sisters took the opportunity to escape, later returning to the Amazon Lily Kingdom with the help of Joel D., Roger, Rayleigh, and Shaki. At 18, Hancock became the empress of the Amazon Lily Kingdom and the captain of the Kuja pirates. The sisters, not wanting their branding to be known, claimed that they had defeated the monster Gorgon in the Central Sea during an adventure. However, they were cursed by Gorgon, causing them to grow petrifying eyes on their backs. If they revealed their eyes, anyone nearby would be petrified. Whenever Hancock bathed, she would set up defenses, prohibiting anyone from entering Kuja City. Recently, to protect Amazon Lily from invasions, Hancock accepted the invitation of the world government to join the Shichibukai. After hearing about the tragic past of the Hancock sisters, Nami and the others were in tears. The emotional Frankie was also in tears, wiping his eyes, saying that those despicable human traffickers and the vile celestial dragons had made the Hancock sisters' childhood truly miserable. I never expected their childhood to be worse than mine. At least I still had some freedom. They probably suffered inhumane treatment every day. Nami wiped her tears. Therefore, Yufan's act of killing the celestial dragons could be seen as a multifaceted gain, also to get closer to Hancock. Robin wiped her tears. I'm not sure if I can melt that iceberg and enter her heart, especially since Hancock now despises men. Zhang Yufan nodded. Nami and Robin also did not exhibit any bloody scenes of jealousy, as Zhang Yufan treated them very well, and both of their lives were saved by him. Since they couldn't stop it, they decided to strictly control the situation, and given that they shared similar tragic childhoods, they also supported Zhang Yufan's actions. The other companions were even less likely to oppose him. Everyone took a nap in the forest, and Zhang Yufan organized the rewards he received from the system. The next morning, 2 massive sea serpents pulled the pirate ship to the port of Amazon Lily. The land around the port was already filled with female warriors, all joyfully cheering. Welcome, welcome back, members of the Kuja pirates. Wow, it's the Gorgon sisters. Lady Snake Princess, you are so beautiful. I'm about to faint. Lady Marigold and Lady Sandersonia are so impressive. The little girls standing on the shore gazed with sparkling eyes, thinking how impressive Lady Snake Princess and the others were. When we grow up, we want to join the Kuja pirates. The Hancock sisters, along with the female warriors, headed towards Kuja City. It didn't take long to arrive. Hancock looked at a nearby female warrior and asked, Anastasia, where are the national warriors? Why haven't I seen them come to welcome me? Anastasia stood there, cold sweat running down her head. They're in the forest, watching a group of powerful male pirates who want to see you. Hancock sat expressionlessly on her bed, saying, I hate men the most and won't meet them. No matter what they want, chase them away. Anastasia breathed a sigh of relief, answered Hancock's questions, and then went off to handle her own tasks. On the other side, in the forest, Zhang Yufan and his companions sensed a ship entering Amazon Lily. Zhang Yufan told his partners and then set off alone towards Kuja City. The national female warriors received the news that Hancock wanted to drive Zhang Yufan and his companions away. They quickly moved through the forest towards Zhang Yufan's location, intending to inform him, but they happened to miss Zhang Yufan, who was walking in the sky. Before long, they reached the city wall, unsure of where Hancock was now. Zhang Yufan had excellent eyesight and observed the bustling scene on the street. He wanted to see if he could find Margaret and the others, but found nothing. If Hancock really had returned, he needed to make some noise to catch her attention. Zhang Yufan jumped down directly, landing steadily on the street. Hello, can you tell me where the execution platform is? And is Hancock in the city? A tall female warrior pointed at a spot and said dissatisfiedly, You just came back not long ago. The execution platform is over there. Who are you to call Lady Snake directly by her name? I am a man and a pirate. Inform Hancock to meet me at the execution platform, Zhang Yufan replied with a smile. All the female warriors were stunned for a moment, and upon realizing Zhang Yufan was a man, they began shooting arrows imbued with armament hockey at him. This country does not allow the existence of men. Otherwise, Lady Snake would be very angry. Zhang Yufan covered himself with armament hockey and walked leisurely down the street. The arrows were all deflected, and Zhang Yufan's skin was unharmed. Seeing their attacks ineffective, the female warriors hurried to inform Hancock. Zhang Yufan soon disappeared from the spot and appeared outside the second floor of a house, where he saw a familiar person. Zhang Yufan checked her information using the system. Name, Euroliosa Combat Potential Growth Level. SS Current Combat Level. Age, 80 years. Height, 1. 48 meters gender. Female weapon. Snake staff devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description. Former emperor of the Amazon lily. Save the Gorgon sisters in distress. And the current emperor is the eldest sister of the Gorgon sisters, Hancock. Possesses the wisdom, strategy, and foresight of the previous ruler, with foresight in significant events. Even in advanced age, she remains agile and retains the physique of a nine-snake warrior. Zhang Yufan quietly sat down in a chair beside Guruliosa. Guruliosa held a newspaper in her left hand and a fork in her right, eating while reading. Zhang Yufan smiled and tapped the table. "Hello, Graninho." Guruliosa looked at Zhang Yufan with a puzzled expression, then glanced at her newspaper. "How did you, man, end up here? Wait, you are Zhang Yufan from the Extreme Pirates." "Graninho, I'll explain later. Right now, my goal is to melt Hancock's frozen heart. I'm going to wait for her at the execution platform," Zhang Yufan said with a smile. After saying that, he jumped onto the roof opposite and headed towards the execution platform. The female warriors downstairs who were searching for Zhang Yufan had also spotted him and were chasing after him. Granny Nyo sighed, putting down her newspaper. "Melting that iceberg? It's not that easy," she said, also heading to the execution platform. Hancock received news from a female warrior and, along with the other warriors, headed to the execution platform. Zhang Yufan was already seated in the middle of the execution platform on a chair he brought, eating an apple while waiting. Soon, the entire execution platform was surrounded. A tall, cold-faced woman in a qipao sat on the throne above. Zhang Yufan checked their information using the system. Name: Boa Hancock Combat Potential Growth Level. SS Current Combat Level. SS Age, 28 years height. 1. 91 meters gender. Female weapon. None devil fruit. Love fruit bounty. 80 million berry equipment card. None description. The current emperor of the pirate nation, Amazon Lily. Located in the Calm Belt and the current captain of the 9 snake pirates. Her unparalleled beauty is regarded as the world's #1 beauty. She was kidnapped by the celestial dragons in her childhood and suffered humiliation, even being forced to eat a devil fruit for their amusement. She was rescued when Fisher Tiger caused a commotion in Mariewa. She usually has a proud and willful personality and despises others, especially men. Name: Boa Sandersoni Combat Potential Growth Level. S Current Combat Level. S Age, 27 years height. 4. 53 meters gender. Female weapon. None devil fruit. Snake fruit. Anaconda form bounty. 40 million berry equipment card. None description. A cadre member of the 9 snake pirates and Boa Hancock sister. The second of the Gorgon sisters. She was kidnapped by the celestial dragons in her childhood and bears the mark of a slave on her back. She was forced to eat a devil fruit during a celestial dragons entertainment event and was rescued when Fisher Tiger caused a commotion in Mariewa. Name: Boa Marigold Combat Potential Growth Level. S Current Combat Level. S Age, 25 years height. 4. 32 meters gender. Female weapon. Guandao devil fruit. Snake fruit. King Cobra form bounty. 40 million berry equipment card. None description. A cadre member of the 9 snake pirates and Boa Hancock sister, the third of the Gorgon sisters. She was abducted by human traffickers from the 9 snake pirate ship and sold to the celestial dragons, marking her back with the mark of slave. She was forced to eat a devil fruit during a celestial dragons entertainment event and was rescued when Fisher Tiger caused a commotion in Mariewa. Marigold, fuming, pointed at Zhang Yufan. "You rude man. How dare you sit there? Come over and pay your respects to the Empress." Hancock coldly asked, "Man, how did you come to this island? What is your purpose for invading 9 Snake City?" Zhang Yufan smiled. "I came from the sky. My purpose is to make you my woman." The surrounding female warriors began shouting for Zhang Yufan to be punished. They thought, "How could our beautiful Lady Snake ever want to be your woman? You should just go to sleep and dream. What utter nonsense. Man, tell me your true purpose." Hancock sneered. Zhang Yufan frowned, covering his ears. "You are all too noisy. You should go take a nap first." After saying this, he unleashed Conqueror's Haki, and his aura grew stronger. Most of the female warriors surrounding the execution platform were knocked unconscious. "Ah!" A female warrior screamed, turning to look around. "Oh no. Many of the warriors have passed out." Hancock's expression turned shocked as she thought, "This man actually is Conqueror's Haki, just like me. He's not an ordinary man. He possesses the potential to be an emperor. Who exactly is he? The female warriors who had not been knocked out were left stunned by Zhang Yufan's aura. They all wondered, are all men this strong? Sonia was astonished, clenching her fists. I've never seen anyone besides my sister use Conqueror's haki freely. This man is not simple. Marigold also looked surprised, gripping her knife, not expecting this man to possess the qualities of an emperor above millions. Hancock ordered Marigold and Sonia to test Zhang Yufan's combat strength. The surrounding female warriors were excited, thinking that the real battle was about to begin. Zhang Yufan did not give the two sisters a chance to attack. With a forceful push of his foot, he vanished from the spot and quickly appeared in front of Marigold. He launched a series of powerful normal punches, and Marigold's evasion speed was too slow, causing her to be knocked down to the ground. Sonia wanted to unleash her fruit ability, but was quickly knocked down to the ground by Zhang Yufan. The surrounding female warriors had expressions as if they had seen a ghost. This scene was too shocking. They had just finished cheering when two powerful warriors fell to the ground, and the battle ended just like that. Granny Nyo was also in shock, thinking to herself that no wonder Zhang Yufan dared to fight against the celestial dragons. His formidable strength gave him the confidence and enough dominance. Hancock widened her eyes, not expecting this man to be strong to such an extent. Margaret and the others, who had just arrived, saw the Sonia sisters lying on the ground and were astonished, knowing Zhang Yufan was strong, but not to this degree. Zhang Yufan's figure disappeared from the spot once again and appeared behind Hancock. He extended his hands, resting them on Hancock's shoulders, with his mouth close to her ear. Zhang Yufan smiled and said, "Relax. Even if you make a move, you can't defeat me. I didn't harm those two sisters. I would rather die than show my back to others. You should know the reason." Hancock was shocked. His speed was too fast. Then her body trembled, cold sweat streaming down her forehead. "Man, you are still so unreasonable. Get your hands off me and we know." Zhang Yufan smiled and lifted his hands, saying, "My name is Zhang Yufan. This isn't the place for such talks. Let's find a quiet place to have a proper discussion. Of course, if you still want to fight, that can continue too." Hancock was no longer in the mood to continue fighting Zhang Yufan. She then announced the end of Zhang Yufan's execution, and the surrounding female warriors looked incredulous. Just a moment ago, Hancock was contemplating executing Zhang Yufan, yet suddenly invited him to the palace. Zhang Yufan carried the unconscious Sonia sisters, one in each hand, and followed Hancock toward the palace. It didn't take long to arrive, and the Sonia sisters woke up, lowering their heads apologetically. "Sorry, Your Highness, we lost, and it was a crushing defeat." Hancock wore a cold expression and waved her hand, saying, "It's not your fault. It's this man named Zhang Yufan who is too strong. I estimate I can't defeat him either." The Sonia sisters widened their eyes in disbelief at Hancock's words, thinking this man was indeed absurdly strong. Yet they didn't understand why their queen would bring him to the palace. Hancock sat on the bed with a cold face, frowning, and turned to Zhang Yufan, saying, "Now you can speak. What do you know?" Zhang Yufan, with an expressionless face, sat on the ground and said, "You three sisters were once slaves of the celestial dragons, with the mark of the celestial dragon's hoof on your backs. Apart from Granny Nyo, the other warriors do not know about this." The three sisters of Hancock became increasingly alarmed, their faces filled with terror as their bodies trembled. They thought, Zhang Yufan really knows our past, and so, clearly, he wouldn't want to use this to threaten us, like the celestial dragons did before. This detestable man, could this be his true purpose for coming here? No. Even if we die, we won't let this man have his way. The three sisters of Hancock exchanged glances and nodded, their momentum steadily increasing as they looked fiercely at Zhang Yufan, prepared to face death. Zhang Yufan was puzzled, wondering what was going on with Hancock's sisters looking so resolute in the face of death. Did they misunderstand something after hearing what he said? The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. Suddenly, Granny Nyo, leaning on her snake staff, walked in from outside, breaking the tension. "Hancock, why do you three look like you're facing death?" "It's not that serious yet," Granny Nyo asked in surprise. Hancock frowned and coldly said, "Where did this traitor from your country come from? Shut up, you have no say here. Just stay aside." Granny Nyo was extremely angry, arguing with Hancock. She believed that if it weren't for her living in the outer seas and bringing Hancock's three sisters back here, They wouldn't know where they were after escaping from the celestial dragons. She had treated them like her own children, protecting them with care. Hancock seemed indifferent, thinking this was just a minor favor and didn't need to be mentioned constantly. Granny Nyo was about to explode, preparing to teach Hancock a lesson when she was stopped by the Sandasonia sisters. After a moment, Granny Nyo looked up, curiously gazing at Zhang Yufan. Young man, to have caused such a huge disaster and still remain so calm sitting here. You truly are someone with imperial qualities. Granny Nyo, what disaster did this man cause? Sandasonia asked, puzzled. Granny Nyo's expression became serious as she threw a newspaper over. A day ago, someone killed 3 celestial dragons on the Sabadi archipelago. This shocking act was done by the culprit right in front of you. Marguerite's mouth dropped open in shock, unable to believe that someone could cause such a huge disaster and still escape from the powerful forces of the world government unscathed. Sandasonia also looked shocked. Her mouth agape. It's only been a day, and he has come this far. It's unbelievable. After killing the celestial dragons, my companions and I boldly abducted Navy Admiral Akiji, using the 6 powers of the Navy's moonwalk. It took us more than half a day to walk over from the sky, Zhang Yufan said with a smile. The people present were once again astonished, wearing expressions that seemed to say, "Are you serious?" If what Zhang Yufan said was true, then Navy Admiral Akiji was also on the island. How strong were their combat abilities, and how good was their overall physical capability to accomplish such a feat? Hancock was shocked, covering her mouth with her hand and widening her eyes, not expecting that there were still fools in this world who would challenge the celestial dragons without caring for their lives. He must be the deceased Fisher Tiger. I have a fisherman on my ship who used to be his crew member. As long as your combat power is strong, the gods will turn you into insects. Zhang Yufan said calmly. The 4 were taken aback, not expecting Zhang Yufan to know this as well. What else could he possibly not know? Zhang Yufan stood up, quickly walked over, and hugged Hancock. Hancock, you have been suppressing for too long. It can cause problems for both body and mind. Let out. Cry as much as you want. I will protect you from now on. The 3 people standing beside them were startled by Zhang Yufan's bold move. Was he really sure he wouldn't get hit by Hancock? At first, Hancock was stunned, struggling continuously, but then she slowly stopped and began to cry. Wah, Hancock cried, tears streaming down her face as she tightly hugged Zhang Yufan. This fear of having to guard against others every day, fearing they discover our secret, has almost suffocated me. I'm so tired. Hancock sobbed, venting her emotions, and the atmosphere affected Sandasonia and Marguerite, who also began to cry and vent. Granny Nyo stood aside, staring blankly, realizing that the Ice Queen Hancock had truly been moved by Zhang Yufan. This scene was indeed rare. It had been a long time since she could show her true feelings in front of others like this. After a long while, the 3 sisters of Hancock calmed down, and Zhang Yufan also released Hancock. Hancock had a serious expression, wiping away her tears. Zhang Yufan, you really won't dislike me for having been a slave before? You will truly protect me? Zhang Yufan smiled, shook his head, then nodded. I hate the celestial dragons the most. How could I dislike you? Protecting you is a certainty. You really are likable. Tell me your true purpose for coming here, and I'll see if I can help you. Hancock revealed a hint of a smile. Zhang Yufan grinned mischievously, extending his right hand towards Hancock. I said from the beginning, I came for you, to melt that heart frozen by you. Become my woman, and together we will pierce through this damned world. Hancock was moved. For the first time, someone dared to stand against the celestial dragons for her. Shyly, she extended her right hand, which Zhang Yufan grasped firmly, pulling her into his embrace once more. After a while, Zhang Yufan released the blushing Hancock and said, Hancock, today is a good day. I'll go call the others over. You prepare for the banquet and remember to find a particularly large venue. Otherwise, the giants and animals will have nowhere to stand. No problem, Yufan. Hurry back, Hancock said with a happy smile. Granny knew, and the others were surprised that Hancock, who usually despised men, so easily agreed to Zhang Yufan's request. Sandasonia asked in confusion, Granny knew, what's going on with the Empress? Granny knew excitedly replied, the Ice Queen Hancock has truly been melted by Zhang Yufan. That's the magic of love. There's a saying that love comes too fast, like a tornado. Sandasonia and Marigold listened, somewhat confused. They had never experienced it, and it made their heads hurt to think about it. Never mind, as long as Hancock is happy. That's what matters. Hancock, feeling joyful, touched her slightly warm face, wondering what was happening to her. She found it hard to refuse Yufan's requests and didn't even feel that annoyed by the thought of meeting those men. Granny knew sighed, that's what love is. Especially love at first sight. It's hard to refuse, and you think of the other person. Hancock was happy. Is this what it feels like to be in love? So nice. Then I'm now Yufan's fiancé. Oh my, so shy. I want to be a good helper and help Yufan solve various troubles. She decided not to think too much and quickly prepare for the banquet. Otherwise, Yufan would be unhappy. She then asked Sandersonia and Marigold to notify all the warriors in Snake Princess City to prepare for the banquet. When all the warriors heard that Hancock was going to host a banquet for Zhang Yufan and his companions, they were all surprised. Hancock had always prohibited men from entering Snake Princess City. How could she suddenly change her mind? Zhang Yufan left Snake Princess City and quickly headed to the forest to meet up with his companions. Nami was happy to see Zhang Yufan return, grabbing his hand. Eager to know the outcome, Zhang Yufan told his companions that he had successfully won over Hancock. Everyone cheered. Another warlord had joined, and their overall combat power was once again enhanced. They were also curious if Snake Princess City really only had women. A few single companions started to get ideas. Could they find a suitable wife there? The most excited was Sanji. Besides Fishman Island, he most wanted to go to Snake Princess City. However, men had always been forbidden entry here, and now he finally had a chance to feast his eyes. Moria and the others were a bit surprised. It hadn't been long, and another warlord had joined. It was likely that an entire nation's people would join as well. Zhang Yufan instructed them to pack their things and follow him into the city to prepare for the banquet. Before long, everyone on Zhang Yufan's side had climbed over the city wall and arrived in the city. Due to the large number of people, plus animals and giants, there wasn't enough room in the houses, so Hancock found a particularly spacious square. There they set up many tables and chairs, and all the delicious food was brought out one after another. Most of the female warriors had never seen a man before. When they discovered Zhang Yufan and the others had arrived, Hancock was very happy, holding Zhang Yufan's hand. Warriors, this is Zhang Yufan, my fiancé from today onwards. You must respect him as you respect me. The warriors were surprised and understood why the banquet was being held. Cheers erupted, and they offered their blessings to Hancock and Zhang Yufan. The warriors wanted to learn about men, and after getting permission from Hancock and Zhang Yufan, a group of them surrounded them, curiously poking and prodding at their bodies. Sanji was blissfully surrounded, nearly having a nosebleed, due to the overly enthusiastic female warriors. Chopper was so scared he ran around in a panic. Zhang Yufan introduced Nami and Robin to Hancock, initially thinking they might clash. However, the reality was they shared their childhood experiences and felt a sense of empathy, quickly becoming good sisters. When Hancock and the others first met Zhang Yufan's companions, they were all surprised and taken aback. Admiral Akiji was indeed there, along with 2 former warlords and intelligence personnel from the world government. Could these people really gather together so peacefully? Yet Zhang Yufan had made it happen with his formidable strength. At the banquet, Hancock happily fed Zhang Yufan, and everyone present was basically eating their dog food. They also mentioned that Shaki had opened a bar in Sabeti Archipelago, and Rayleigh was working as a ship's coating craftsman there, living quite well. The banquet lasted late into the night, and Hancock had already arranged accommodations for everyone. Then, shyly, she pulled Zhang Yufan to her own chamber to sleep together. Everyone had a wonderful sleep, and when they closed their eyes and opened them again, the night had passed just like that. The next morning, Zhang Yufan did not rush to leave. Instead, he let his companions enjoy a few days in Snake Princess City. To the northwest of Daughter Island, there was an uninhabited island called Ruskena, also known as 48 Seasons Island. It was said that in ancient times, there was a kingdom there, but humanity ultimately lost to nature and could not survive. The island was home to enormous and ferocious beasts. Many of the animals there were quite domineering, making it a magical place. Even the warrior tribe of the Nine Snake clan held some fear of them. Zhang Yufan asked Hancock to lead the way to Ruskena Island, and the animals followed along. On the boat, Hancock, puzzled, held Zhang Yufan's hand. Yufan, what are we going to do on that dangerous Ruskena Island? Hancock, isn't there strong animals on that island? We're going to recruit them to enhance our overall combat power and prepare for the future battle against the world government, Zhang Yufan said with a smile. They're indeed very strong, and even the warriors on the island are somewhat wary of this place. If we can recruit them all, it will be a great boost for us. Hancock obediently nodded. The ship sailed for a short while before reaching the island, docking Hancock's ship, and everyone disembarked. After walking forward for a while, suddenly, a dozen black figures sprang out from the nearby bushes. Zhang Yufan used the system to check the information of the leading animal. Name, Stubborn Rabbit Combat Growth Potential Level. As Current Combat Level. As Age, 18 years height. 3. 14 meters Gender. Male Weapon. None Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Introduction. The King Among Rabbits, living on the island of Ruskine near the Daughter Kingdom. There are many powerful and violent beasts, and it is one of them. It has fast speed, strong attack power, high defense, and is very tough. As for the stubborn rabbits behind it, their combat levels are all A or A. Soon, they all charged toward Zhang Yufan, but were stopped by HouMing. Can Yufan beat HouMing? Why didn't the other animals come to help? Hancock was a bit worried about HouMing's safety. Zhang Yufan smiled, holding Hancock's hand. Don't worry, HouMing is very strong. You can't even beat her, so there's no need for other animals to help. Watching HouMing knock down a stubborn rabbit with one punch, Hancock was astonished, her eyes wide open. She thought to herself, judging by Yufan's words, my combat power has dropped to such a level. If I can't even beat a little monkey, then the animals following me won't be able to either. It seems I need to strengthen my training and not hold Yufan back. Zhang Yufan, seeing Hancock lost in thought, reached out and scratched her nose. They're all empowered by my special abilities. That's why they're so strong. Later in the city, I'll empower you too. Hancock, whose nose was scratched, looked happy, nodded, and hugged Zhang Yufan's arm. Zhang Yufan looked at these stubborn rabbits, whose combat power was already so strong, and guessed that the other animals would be even stronger. Licky covered his eyes with his front paws, grinning, wow. Hancock is so clingy. When will I have a beautiful lion by my side? The scene is so beautiful. It's almost blinding my eyes. Bat Ian had a mischievous smile. I envy you. Why don't we go to the forest together and see if there are any suitable wives? Zhang Yufan chuckled, realizing Licky had eaten too much dog food and was stimulated. He then left HouMing and the Kung Fu manatees behind, allowing Licky and the others to roam freely. After being beaten a few times, the stubborn rabbits obediently followed Zhang Yufan and the others. Along the way, they encountered various animals, and without any exceptions, all were subdued. Zhang Yufan's team continued to grow as they moved deeper into the forest. After a short while, they heard sounds of fighting ahead. What came into view were 3 animals engaged in an intense battle. Zhang Yufan checked their information using the system. Name, King Gorilla Combat Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Level. S Age, 35 years height, 17. 4 meters Gender. Male Weapon. None Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Introduction. The King Among Gorillas, with a pair of iron fists that are very powerful. Living on the island of Ruskine, near the Daughter Kingdom, where many strong and violent beasts reside, it is one of them. Name, King Lion Combat Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Level. S Age, 34 years height. 6. 21 meters Gender. Male Weapon. None Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Introduction. The King Among Lions, very strong in combat. Living on the island of Ruskine, near the Daughter Kingdom, where many strong and violent beasts reside, it is one of them. Name, King Crocodile Combat Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Level. S Age, 36 years height. 4. 26 meters Gender. Male Weapon. None Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Introduction. The King Among Crocodiles, with a powerful bite force. Even sea kings fear it. Measuring 17 meters long, living on the island of Ruskine, near the Daughter Kingdom, where many strong and violent beasts reside, it is one of them. The arrival of Zhang Yufan and his team also caught the attention of the 3 animals, who stopped fighting. King Gorilla curiously lowered his head and called out, little ones, this is our territory. Are you here to seek death? King Crocodile grinned and said, you brought so many animals. Are you here to deliver food to us? King Lion growled menacingly, Stop the nonsense. After we take you down, we'll share and eat you. Except for Hancock, who couldn't understand what the three animals were saying. The other animals and Zhang Yufan understood. Zhang Yufan, HouMing, and Jia, seeing that the three animals were a bit arrogant, decided to teach them a lesson. Without saying a word, they each chose one and rushed up to give them a beating. The three animals were a bit dazed by Zhang Yufan and the other's attack, thinking, are these three little ones so strong? It seemed that they wouldn't be able to establish themselves as kings here unless they showed them who was boss. Just as they were about to get up, they were pressed down and rubbed against the ground by Zhang Yufan and the others again. After repeating this a few times, the three animals could only raise the white flag and surrender. Tears streaming down their faces, they complained, "You can't do this, we just got here and got beaten. Are you trying to make us lay down and die?" King Gorilla lay on the ground helplessly, saying, "Big brothers, stop hitting, or my bones will fall apart." King Crocodile and King Lion were also pleading for mercy nearby, unable to do anything as the opponent was too strong. Jia, furious, clenched his fists. "You were so arrogant and even wanted to eat my master, mistress, and big brother. It's good enough that we didn't kill you." HouMing smiled, patting King Gorilla's face. "This is a little lesson for you. From now on, be a good little brother to me. This is my big brother, so call him captain." The three animals didn't dare to refuse, and then they discovered that Zhang Yufan could actually understand what they were saying, looking astonished. Hancock was also surprised, not expecting Zhang Yufan to have such a magical ability. He was truly impressive and becoming more mysterious, like an endless treasure, making her like him even more. Thus, they subdued all the powerful animals on the island, while also telling them that they could quickly help them become stronger. Licky and the others indeed found suitable partners for them, excitedly bringing them to Zhang Yufan's side. They first let the subdued animals stay there, and took the boat back to Nine Snake City. The system rewards were also credited after defeating those animals. In a reception hall of the palace, Zhang Yufan called Hancock and also summoned Strong Pal. With a thought, he equipped Hancock with power top, speed top, stamina top, defense top, moonwalk top, shave top, gale foot top, observation hockey top, armament hockey top, conqueror's hockey top, recovery advanced, fist technique advanced, kick technique advanced, precision advanced, and martial arts advanced, raising her combat power from SS level to SSS level. Equipped Strong Pal with top-level strength, speed, defense, stamina, advanced moonwalk, advanced stormfoot, advanced shave, advanced armed color hockey, advanced observation color hockey, advanced conqueror's hockey, advanced recovery ability, advanced accuracy, advanced fist techniques, advanced fighting skills, and advanced kicking techniques, transforming his combat power from B rank to SSS rank. Strong Pal and Hancock looked at Zhang Yufan in shock. This was the special ability Zhang Yufan mentioned earlier. This ability is terrifying. It instantly made him super strong. After the excitement calmed down, Strong Pal found his companions to test his current combat strength. Hancock, on the other hand, stayed close to Zhang Yufan, basically never leaving his side. During these days on Amazon Lily, Zhang Yufan explored all the surrounding islands. In a hidden place, he found a piece of historical text. After taking a rubbing of its content to bring back, Robin was overjoyed when she saw the rubbing. Next, they needed to go to Dracul Mihawk's residence on Kuraikana Island, and the specific location was confirmed today. Zhang Yufan didn't bring many people along. He only took Hancock and her two companions, along with a few animals and several great swordsmen, including Zoro. Kuraikana Island is a gloomy island in the Grand Line, once the site of the now extinct kingdom of West Kale. The island is always shrouded in darkness. Apart from the undeveloped forests, there are only desolate ruins, and the mountains have unique shapes. A few years ago, a terrifying war occurred there, and the baboons living in the forests learned to imitate humans, observed the conflicts among humans, and became violent. Zhang Yufan and his companions walked through the air and took nearly 2 days to reach their destination. As soon as they landed on the island, Nami frowned and held on to Zhang Yufan's arm, saying, "Yufan, this island is too creepy." Zhang Yufan calmly replied, "That's just how it is here. We won't stay too long." He sensed the location of the baboons that could imitate humans and headed in that direction. Before long, they were blocked by a group of baboons armed with knives, guns, sticks, and various weapons. The baboons didn't speak. They directly charged at Zhang Yufan and his group, only to be knocked away by KB. Waves of baboons continued to attack KB, who easily knocked them all to the ground. Suddenly, a baboon that was larger and more powerful than the others emerged from the forest. Zhang Yufan checked the information on the leading baboon using the system. Name: Baboon King Combat Power Growth Potential Level. SSS Current Combat Power Level. S Age: 26 Height: 3. 52 meters. Gender: Male. Weapon: Huge Knife. Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Description. Lives on Karaikana Island. Can imitate or learn any human behavior. If raised around polite people, it becomes very polite. Conversely, if raised around violent people, it becomes extremely ferocious and even learns how to use weapons. A regular baboon frowned and turned to the Baboon King, saying, "Boss, that human is a bit strong. We can't beat him." The Baboon King, with a fierce expression, gripped his knife and ordered them to back off, saying, "I'll deal with that human and let him experience the power of my imitated super swordsmanship." Saying that, he quickly charged at KB, swinging his huge knife. KB intercepted all of his attacks, and then his speed in swinging the knife was even faster than the Baboon King's, with greater strength, pushing him back. These baboons are interesting, especially this Baboon King. His swordsmanship is quite strong. Zoro watched with interest. It's indeed interesting. Letting animals wield weapons can be even more terrifying than humans. Zhang Yufan smiled. After pushing the Baboon King back, KB finally knocked the huge knife away and kicked the Baboon King to the ground. At that moment, in a castle on the island, a man with short black hair, sharp yellow eyes like an eagle, a short beard, and a small cross knife hanging on his chest held a glass of wine in his hand. He frowned slightly, realizing that powerful guests had arrived on the island and needed to be welcomed properly. Meanwhile, the baboons encountered by Zhang Yufan and his group were finally obedient after being beaten a few times by Monkey Ming and the others. The Baboon King looked confused and turned to Monkey Ming, asking, "How come your combat power is so strong?" Monkey Ming smiled and looked up at the bruised Baboon King, saying, "That's my brother's special ability. He can instantly turn a weak baboon into someone as strong as me. As long as you are loyal enough, you can also gain this power." The Baboon King looked at Monkey Ming in disbelief, as if to say, "Are you sure you're not joking? Humans are indeed strong. But when did they become this strong? Forget about that. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not. For now, they can only obediently listen, as they can't beat these guys." Monkey Ming noticed the Baboon King's disbelief but didn't mind. It was the usual reaction when people first heard it. When it actually happens, they will have their moment of surprise. Zhang Yufan and his group continued towards the castle. The closer they got, the more the baboons trembled, as if they had seen some terrifying monster. Monkey Ming and the others were comforting them, or else these baboons would have scattered long ago. At this moment, a man with sharp eyes, carrying a sword, walked toward Zhang Yufan and his group. Zhang Yufan checked their information using the system. Name: Dracula Mihawk Combat Power Growth Potential Level. SSS Current Combat Power Level. SS Age: 40 Height: 1. 98 meters. Gender: Male. Weapon: Yoru Sword. Cross Knife. Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Description. Known as the Marine Hunter, Dracula Mihawk, hailed as the world's greatest swordsman, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and a lifelong goal of Roronoa Zoro. He often wanders alone on a small boat in the sea, with a calm and collected personality, showing almost no obvious emotional fluctuations even in battle. He goes his own way and has never refused a challenge from challengers despite holding the strongest title. Didn't he expect it to be you, the God Slayer Zhang Yufan? The Pirate Empress is also here, and even these baboons have been tamed by you, Mihawk said, somewhat surprised. Hello, Mihawk. I like this nickname the Navy gave you. Hancock is now my woman, Zhang Yufan replied with a smile. Mihawk curiously asked, "The world government is frantically searching for you, yet you come to my residence. What is the matter?" Zoro, excited, gripped his sword with his left hand, saying, "I finally found you, Dracula Mihawk. I will defeat you and become the world's greatest swordsman." Zhang Yufan smiled and said, "I'm here to invite a loser to board my ship to embark on the path to becoming a king." Mihawk showed a hint of a smile and drew the black sword from his back, saying, "That is quite a bold statement, and your ambition is big enough. Let us see if you have the capability." Mihawk also found it difficult to perceive the powerful aura around Zoro, and he became a bit more serious. Who would be foolish enough to kill a celestial dragon without sufficient strength? How long have you been at sea, and you already want to defeat me? Go back and train some more. Zoro also took off the dark green bandana from his arm and tied it around his head. He drew the 3 swords from his waist, enveloping them in haki. Mihawk casually swung his sword at Zoro as a test, unleashing a powerful slash toward him. Zoro also swung his sword casually, and the 2 slashes collided and canceled each other out. Mihawk continued to unleash several powerful slashes, all of which were neutralized by Zoro's strikes, causing cracks to form in the ground. Mihawk looked surprised, gripping his black sword. "How long have you been at sea? And you've already reached the level of a great swordsman?" Zoro smiled excitedly, exerting force with his feet and charging toward Mihawk. "Use all your power, or you'll lose quickly." The 3 swords slashed left and right at Mihawk with great force and speed. Mihawk defended continuously, slowly retreating. The more he fought, the more astonished he became. This speed, this strength, and this powerful swordsmanship. How did he achieve this? It was unlikely that someone could reach this level just by practicing swordsmanship since birth. Could it be that his talent in swordsmanship is extraordinary? Suddenly, Zoro delivered a powerful slash that sent Mihawk flying. After sliding a distance on the ground, Mihawk steadied himself and stopped. Mihawk exclaimed, "Haha, interesting. It's been a long time since a swordsman has fought me to this extent. To reciprocate, I will use my full strength. Come on, I've been waiting for you to go all out." Zoro was also excited. Mihawk unleashed an even stronger slash than before, which Zoro shattered. At the same time, Zoro moved quickly around Mihawk, continuously delivering more powerful slashes like a perpetual motion machine. At first, Mihawk could keep blocking these strikes, but over time his stamina began to decline. Although he had haki to protect his body, the strikes were too powerful, and he sustained more and more injuries. Suddenly, Mihawk's aura intensified significantly, shattering Zoro's last slash. Mihawk gripped his black sword tightly, standing still and panting heavily. Truly powerful swordsmanship, and your stamina seems endless? Let's settle this with one final move. Zoro smiled, gripping his sword. As expected of the world's greatest swordsman, after fighting for so long, he still hasn't fallen, and his stamina is indeed inexhaustible. Then let's decide the outcome with one move. Both sides poured all their strength into their swords, pushing off the ground and charging at each other. Zoro's speed was faster, and at the moment their swords clashed, Mihawk's black sword was deflected by the immense force, leaving a cross-shaped sword mark on Mihawk's chest. The bystanders were stunned. These 2 humans are too strong. Are they going to destroy this island? If it weren't for Zhang Yufan and the others blocking those powerful slashes, this island would probably have been shattered to pieces. Just as Mihawk was about to collapse from exhaustion, Zoro caught him, and Zhang Yufan ran over to treat his wounds. Mihawk laughed, "Ha ha ha. This fight was truly exhilarating. Such powerful swordsmanship. Roronoa Zoro, from now on, you are the world's greatest swordsman. My dream has finally come true, but my swordsmanship has not yet reached its peak. Mihawk, let's pursue the ultimate swordsmanship together." Zoro looked excited. Zhang Yufan smiled as he bandaged Mihawk's wounds. "Mihawk, your swordsmanship has stagnated for a long time, right? Come be my partner, and I can help you refine your skills further." With that, the battle came to an end, and a large area of the island was left in ruins. At the same time, the system rewards all came through. Mihawk sat on the ground, pondering for a moment, then sighed. "Zhang Yufan, it seems you are determined to have me. Even if I don't agree, you will forcibly take me away, right?" Zhang Yufan laughed. "Hee. You figured it out. You currently have no ability to refuse. Welcome aboard." Mihawk could only helplessly compromise and was tied up on another pirate ship. However, it seemed there was no loss for him. Perhaps his swordsmanship could become even stronger. After forcibly bringing Mihawk onto the ship, everyone was very happy. Another powerful force was added, and those baboons, after being empowered by Zhang Yufan, could also become super strong fighters. This trip was quite fruitful. They then went to the castle where Mihawk lived and looted all the valuable items. Mihawk looked at those things and was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect Zhang Yufan to have such abilities. He then called over the Baboon King and, with a thought, equipped it with top-level strength, stamina, defense, speed, swordsmanship, high-level recovery, top-level precision, high-level observation haki, high-level conqueror's haki, and high-level armament haki, as well as high-level suru, high-level gale foot, and high-level moonwalk, raising its combat power from S to SSS. The other baboons were also equipped, raising their combat power to SS or SSS level. The Baboon King was shocked. It really became stronger in an instant. Excitedly, it bounced around, and the other baboons displayed similar reactions. They then visited the baboons' camp, had a meal, and finally took away all the weapons and equipment from the camp. Everyone arrived at the coastline. Originally, Mihawk thought Zhang Yufan would bring out a ship to sail, but he was stunned by the scene before him. Zoro directly carried him on his back and walked through the air. The others did the same. Even the baboons followed suit. What was going on? Mihawk looked puzzled, lying on Zoro's back. Zoro, why can those baboons suddenly use moonwalk? And why aren't you taking a ship? Won't you get exhausted doing this? Zoro smiled, quickly stepping forward. Our stamina is extremely good. As for the baboons using moonwalk, it's because of the captain's special ability. Taking a ship back to Amazon Lily is too slow. This peculiar method of setting sail was probably only used by the extreme pirate crew. Zhang Yufan seemed to have many secrets. He truly was a mysterious person. They spent nearly 2 days returning to Amazon Lily. The warriors on the island warmly welcomed Hancock back, and the crew was not surprised to see Mihawk brought back. It would have been strange if he hadn't been brought back. They were more interested in the baboons carrying various weapons. Mihawk got off Zoro's back, looking at Akiji in surprise. The newspaper hadn't mentioned that Akiji was also in the extreme pirate crew. Could he have joined? That shouldn't be the case. Mihawk approached Akiji. Akiji, how did you end up here? Were you also forcibly taken onto the ship by Zhang Yufan? Yeah, there was no way around it. I couldn't beat them. These guys are as strong as monsters. I couldn't run away, and you lost too. Akiji said calmly. Mihawk nodded, still a crushing defeat, not even touching Zoro's fur. It's all tears if we say too much. A few difficult brothers gathered together to chat, and Zhang Yufan held another banquet to celebrate the joining of Mihawk and the baboons. After the banquet, he called all the warriors from Amazon Lily over, one by one enhancing their combat power. It took quite a while to finish all the enhancements, and all the warriors regarded Zhang Yufan as a divine being. After all, who else could raise a person's combat power so much in an instant? Then he went to Ruska Island to enhance the combat power of the animals that had been captured there. He selected some particularly strong ones to follow Monkey Ming. He also relocated some animals to the forest outside Snake Princess City to strengthen the defenses there. The Hancock sisters also wanted to go with Zhang Yufan, so he chose a proxy queen from among the warriors. He also took some female warriors with him, leaving the rest to continue developing Amazon Lily. It can now be confirmed that the captain of the 3rd Division is Crocodile, the captain of the 4th Division is Moria, and the captain of the 5th Division is Hancock. After arranging everything, everyone had a good night's sleep. Brooke and Sanji, who had been staying in Snake Princess City, were a bit reluctant to leave. Upon hearing that Zhang Yufan was going to Fishman Island, they quickly packed their things and prepared to set off the next day. The next morning, after a bit of tidying up and bidding farewell to the warriors and animals on the island, they prepared to head to Fishman Island. I wonder if those beautiful mermaids would be willing to show me their underwear? Brooke asked happily. Sanji excitedly replied, They won't show you because they aren't wearing any. Brooke almost had a nosebleed, dancing with Sanji and shouting about mermaids. That's impossible to wear because they have fishtails. Usopp looked speechless. The group still walked on air, leaving without being able to take anything. After spending more than half a day, they arrived near Sabeti Archipelago and took out their ship. They hadn't been docked for long when suddenly 2 warships opened fire on their ship. Zhang Yufan let his partners deal with those Navy forces, still following the old rules. He took Hancock and a few partners back to Shucky's bar. They quickly arrived at their destination, and Xiaoba happily pushed open the door. Walking into the bar, Shucky, Rayleigh, are you there? We're going to Fishman Island. Come say goodbye. Shucky looked at Hancock, who was still holding onto Zhang Yufan's arm, and said happily, Rayleigh. Who knows where you've been messing around again? Yufan, you really have a way, you've really done it. There's also a bit of luck involved. Hancock, come thank your benefactor. Zhang Yufan smiled. Hancock obediently released Zhang Yufan's arm. Sister Shucky, thank you very much for helping me back then. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met such a perfect Yufan. Shucky thought to herself that Yufan's charm was indeed great, directly captivating Hancock. She told Shucky to say goodbye, then returned to the ship to prepare for Fishman Island. When they got back on the ship, their partners had already thrown all the Navy into the sea. The Navy was cursing in the water, but Zhang Yufan ignored them. All the supplies from the warships were also moved back onto the ship, and both the ship and supplies were stored in the storage space. Now, these Navy forces were truly a source of wealth. Previously, they had injured Kizaru, taken Akiji, robbed the warship, and still couldn't catch them. Now, Fleet Admiral Sengoku was probably so angry he was about to explode. Today, they had also robbed 2 of their warships, and when the sailors reported back, there would be another outburst. After collecting the supplies, the membrane on the surface of the ship had already bulged into a huge bubble, and the ship began to submerge. Fishman Island is located 10,000 meters underwater at the Holy Land Mary Geos and is a necessary stop to reach the New World. It is also the birthplace of most fishmen and mermaids and is known as the underwater paradise, a dreamy heaven. The ship had submerged a certain distance, and various fish could be seen around. Frankie looked surprised. Looking up at the sky, the underwater scenery was truly spectacular, and the current visibility was very good, allowing them to see everything clearly. Chopper was excited, running around the ship. Wow, we're really going down. Big brother, will this bubble leak? Zhang Yufan smiled and looked around. Generally, it won't, unless it's bitten by sea kings or sea monsters, or we poke a few holes in it from the inside. After hearing what Zhang Yufan said, Chopper felt relieved and continued to enjoy the beautiful scenery. As the ship kept descending, they occasionally encountered giant sea kings and sea monsters. They were all driven away by the crocodiles on either side of the ship, while Brooke was on the ship playing the violin and singing. After quite a while, the ship had descended very deep. The surroundings began to get a bit dark, and they turned on the prepared lights. Suddenly, on a flat area under the sea, a gigantic creature opened its eyes wide. It stared at Zhang Yufan's ship, and when it got close enough, it extended many tentacles and slapped hard at Zhang Yufan's ship. It was blocked by the crocodiles, otherwise the entire ship would have been destroyed. Zhang Yufan checked its information with the system. Name, Kraken Combat Power Growth Potential Level. B Current Combat Power Level. C Age, 40 years height. 300 meters gender. Male weapon. None devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. Member of the new Fishman Pirates. Resembles an octopus and squid. Extremely large individual. A legendary sea monster. Known as a ruthless killer. Targeting ships while roaming the ocean. As the ship approached, everyone was surprised to see the gigantic Kraken before them. Kai looked up at the Kraken in shock. Isn't this sea monster a bit too big? Yeah, this height has exceeded 100 meters. Giants are just small fries in its eyes. Usopp was also astonished. Nami was excited, pointing at the Kraken. Yufan, let's tame this big guy as our partner. That's exactly what I was thinking. Neojia, go and subdue it. This is a major combat power in the sea. When we arrive at Fishman Island, let it stay and protect the safety there. Zhang Yufan nodded. Neojia smiled and nodded. As you wish, master. I'll be back soon. He then jumped out of the bubble and quickly moved to Kraken's front. Except for Robin, who guessed Zhang Yufan's intentions, the other partners did not guess. Mihawk thought to himself that Zhang Yufan really collects all kinds of animals. Then he would use his inhuman abilities to strengthen it again, giving birth to another super strong monster. The overall combat power on the ship was about to become even stronger, and he could be called a super monster creator. At this time, the Kraken looked fiercely at Neojia and waved a tentacle. Little guy, are you here to be my snack? You're too small, not even enough to fill my teeth. Neojia smiled and punched the tentacle away. Hey buddy, I'm here to take you back to see my master. Are you coming with me now? Or do you want to be beaten up first and then come with me? Kraken had a face full of anger. This little guy actually looked down on him. He then extended many tentacles and started to strike at Neojia forcefully. Neojia swayed left and right, easily dodging all the attacking tentacles. Buddy, your attack speed is a bit too slow. Let me show you my punch speed that's so fast you can't even see it. He quickly closed in and unleashed a series of powerful punches. Kurakin was directly overwhelmed, his body continuously retreating. This little guy had such great strength. In the end, Kurakin was beaten to a pulp and surrendered, being brought to the front of the ship where Zhang Yufan was introduced. Zhang Yufan looked at the gigantic Kurakin and walked over. Kurakin, as long as you behave and listen, I can help you rescue your family. Originally, Kurakin was terrified after being defeated by Niojia, thinking, what if Odie Jones finds out? I'm so useless that I can't even defeat a little guy. Will my family be harmed? After hearing Zhang Yufan's words, Kurakin was surprised. How does Zhang Yufan know about this? But it didn't matter. As long as he could rescue his family, he would do anything. At the same time, a glimmer of hope arose in his heart. If this little guy is so strong, then the others must be strong too. They should be able to defeat Odie Jones, and then I can save my family. Kurakin thought, I wonder if this human can understand what I'm saying. If he can't, it will be hard to communicate. Should I use my tentacles to gesture and see if he can understand? After thinking for a moment, Kurakin seriously lowered his head and said, as long as you can help me rescue my family, I can do anything for you, even if it means giving my life. Zhang Yufan smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry, it's not that serious. I won't ask you to pay with your life. You'll become stronger in the future. Unexpectedly, Kurakin could actually understand what he was saying, making communication much easier. Kurakin looked surprised. After reaching an agreement with Kurakin, Zhang Yufan had him carry the ship forward. The ship continued to move. When suddenly there was a loud boom, an underwater volcano erupted. A huge column of lava shot into the sky, and surrounding rocks flew everywhere. Many rocks headed straight for Zhang Yufan's ship, but they were quickly shattered by the crocodiles surrounding the ship. The lava slowly flowed down and spread around. The surrounding temperature also rose dramatically, prompting Kurakin to quickly lift the ship and move away from the area. Otherwise, if they encountered high-temperature lava, their bodies would melt away to nothing. After a while, Kurakin escaped the lava zone and continued forward. Suddenly, a large fishman with a black beard and dense hair on his chest and abdomen, and a bare upper body appeared. He was followed by a pirate crew, whose flag featured a skull with crossed swords. The ship's bow had a skull with sharp teeth, and a person stood on top of it. The ship was decaying in many places. Zhang Yufan checked their information with the system. Name, Mianjin Jian power growth potential level. See current power level. See age, 33 height, 80 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, a member of the flying pirate crew, under the command of Vanderdecken, a redfin pufferfish man, resembling a sea monk, possessing features of both fishmen and giants, but somewhat slow-witted, kind-hearted, and very loyal and obedient to his superior. Name, Vanderdecken 9 power growth potential level. See current power level. See age, 27 height, 3. 41 meters gender. Male weapon, none devil fruit. Target fruit bounty. None equipment card. None description. Captain of the flying pirate crew, descendant of the first Vanderdecken. A tiger shark fishman who claims to be cursed by the target fruit. In reality, he ate a devil fruit and lost the fishman's swimming ability. So he must apply a swimming coating for protection when moving in water. He has a very strong possessiveness and jealousy, and is infatuated with the fishman princess Shirahoshi, even forbidding her from spending her life with anyone else. Decken 9 discovered Zhang Yufan's ship and said to Mian Jin Jian, "See God, destroy their ship. I want the treasures on board." After speaking, he activated the ability of the target fruit, throwing many weapons and large stones at Zhang Yufan's ship. Mian Jin Jian calmly walked over and said, "As you command, Lord Vanderdecken 9. He then clenched his right fist and struck at Zhang Yufan's ship. Kurakin, take him down. Niojia, take a few partners and knock out that fishman standing at the bow of the ship and bring him back. The rest of the crew can be dealt with." Zhang Yufan calmly commanded. Kurakin quickly extended his tentacles to bind Mian Jin Jian's hands and began to punch him repeatedly in the face. The incoming weapons and large stones were all blocked by the crocodiles. Those weapons were collected and saved by Zhang Yufan. Niojia also quickly arrived on the dilapidated ship with a few kung fu manatees. Decken 9 wanted to say something, but Niojia didn't give him a chance to speak. He directly knocked him out with a precise punch, and Deckkin 9 fell unconscious. The other partners quickly took care of the crew on board. After rummaging through the ship's supplies, they returned shortly. Moria sighed inwardly, thinking that having animals that could move freely in the sea was really convenient. At the same time, he wondered what Zhang Yufan wanted to do with that fishman. Hancock looked at Deckkin 9 with disgust, hugging Zhang Yufan's arm. Yufan, why did you bring back this ugly fishman? Hancock, he's a devil fruit user. I want to take away his fruit. Zhang Yufan smiled. Hancock looked puzzled and turned to Zhang Yufan. How do you take away a devil fruit ability? Some of the other partners were still unaware of Zhang Yufan's method. Zhang Yufan explained it to them again and then took Deckkin 9 to the candle room. Not long after, Zhang Yufan emerged from the candle room holding a devil fruit after collecting Deckkin IX's body. Those who had not witnessed this were all surprised, realizing he had really succeeded. Zhang Yufan first stored the devil fruit away for later use with other partners. Karakan brought Mianjin Jian, still bound by his tentacles, to Zhang Yufan. Mianjin Jian, Deckkin 9 is dead. From now on, you will follow Karakan, and you won't be bullied by stronger individuals or animals anymore. Zhang Yufan said with a smile. When Mianjin Jian heard that Deckkin 9 was dead, he thought, I've been abandoned. He felt a bit sad, and tears began to well up in his eyes upon hearing that he was to follow this giant behind him. Moreover, I won't be bullied in the future, and my tears have been held back. Great. From now on, I'll follow Lord Karakan. Mianjin looked very happy. Karakan was delighted, not expecting to gain a subordinate now. He promised Mianjin that he wouldn't let him be bullied. Then Karakan let him go, and they walked together. Under Mianjin's lead, they went to the residence of the 9th Prince Dakin and looted a bit. After quite some time, Karakan was carrying the ship and had nearly arrived at their destination. Oka, with a happy expression, pointed to the northwest direction. Look, everyone, there's a huge bubble over there. The group was shocked by the magnificent sight in the direction Oka pointed to. There was a gigantic double-layer, semicircular bubble shield surrounding the entire island, with an air layer between the two shields. This should be Fishman Island. Those beautiful Fishman ladies are inside, and I can't wait to get in. Sanji exclaimed excitedly. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Finally, I can see mermaids. My heart is racing with excitement. Even though I'm a skeleton without a heart, Brooke said joyfully. Zhang Yufan instructed Karakan and Mianjin to wait outside Fishman Island to avoid causing panic among the residents when they entered. He also had the crocodiles pull the ship, when suddenly many sea beasts appeared ahead. The leading sea beast had a person sitting on it with slightly curled hair, a small patch of beard on the chin, a tattoo of Arlong's gang on the left neck, and was followed by several fishmen. Zhang Yufan checked his information with the system. Name: HouMing Combat Power Growth Potential Level. See Current Combat Power Level. See Age: 27 Height: 3. 87 meters Gender: Male Weapon: None Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Description: A sea eel fishman, a fighter of a new fishman pirate crew. Treats human pirates as slaves and uses them as mounts. Hammond had a cold expression, holding the reins with his right hand. Stop, humans. Do you want to join our new fishman pirate crew? Nami looked at the familiar, unmistakable symbol and said, Yufan, are these people remnants of Arlong's gang? They can be considered remnants, but they have reformed, Zhang Yufan replied calmly. Baez had a mischievous smile, raised his right hand, and said, if you want us to join, you have to take my punch. Do you dare? Everyone looked forward to Hammond, who suddenly foolishly agreed, while the onlookers prepared to watch the show. Hammond was furious. You really think I'm a fool? It's obvious you have absolute confidence in winning. That's why you said that. Is this your answer? It's clear you want to refuse. Then go to hell. The sea beast charged at Zhang Yufan's ship. The crocodile king swam to the front of the ship and unleashed his conqueror's haki. A powerful aura surged towards the sea beasts, causing them to break into a cold sweat. The crocodile king said arrogantly, sea beasts, don't move. Otherwise you'll die. The sea beasts dared not move, standing still like statues. Hammond and his pirate crew were stunned. When did the sea beasts become so obedient? They really didn't move when told, and looked very scared. The crocodile wasn't even half their size. They couldn't understand what was so frightening. Hammond, sitting on the sea beast, tried every method, but couldn't make them budge an inch. At that moment, the crocodile king had reached Hammond's right side and slapped him off the sea beast with great force. After giving him a beating, he brought him to Zhang Yufan and made him kneel. The other fishermen were also taken care of by the nearby crocodiles. "This is too weak. Go back and tell your captain to clean his neck and wait for me to chop off his head. Now get lost," Zhang Yufan said disdainfully. Haman looked furious and filled with hatred. These humans actually made him kneel. "When I go back, I'll have the captain bring many people and come back to settle this score with you." He said nothing more and left in a dejected manner. After sending those sea beasts away, they prepared to enter Fishman Island under Xiaoba's lead. After a thorough inspection by the Sea King army, they arrived shortly after. Led by Xiaoba, Zhang Yufan and the others reached Mermaid Bay, where there were mermaids everywhere. Everyone marveled at how beautiful these mermaids were. "Wow, so many beautiful mermaids. This is paradise. Haha, ladies over there, let's play a game together," Sanji exclaimed excitedly. "Yo-ho-ho, they're really beautiful. This is the first time I've seen so many mermaids. My eyes are about to pop out, even though I'm a skeleton without eyeballs," Brooke said, also excited. They all rushed over, and most of the crew went to play in the water with the mermaids. The mermaids were initially a bit scared when they saw Zhang Yufan and the others arrive. However, after a long time without seeing any harm from them, they gradually lowered their guard and happily played in the water with Zhang Yufan and the others. Suddenly, a man wearing a crown, with water blue double pupils, a red nose, and a physique larger than that of an average mermaid, rode over on a whale, followed by a shark. Zhang Yufan checked their information with the system. Name: Neptune Combat Power Growth Potential Level. Sea Current Combat Power Level. Sea Age: 67. Height: 12. 2 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: Trident Devil Fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description. The king of the Dragon Palace Kingdom of Fishman Island, known as Neptune, the Great Knight of the Sea, is a brave, responsible, and beloved king among his people. He is also a caring father who raised his 4 children into outstanding royals of the Dragon Palace Kingdom after the murder of his beloved wife, Odoheim. He deeply loves his daughter, Princess Shirahoshi, and is an old acquaintance of the pirate king Joel D. Roger. Name: Hoi. Age: 25. Height: 9. 14 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: none devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description. The most beloved whale and mount of King Neptune of Fishman Island. Measuring 40 meters in length and having a cute appearance. Name: Mycaro. Age: 17. Height: 0. 5 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: none devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description. Shirahoshi's pet shark. The only witness to the truth of Odoheim's assassination by Hody Jones 7 years ago, and also the only confidant of Shirahoshi during her stay in the Hardshell Tower. All the mermaids around, hearing the voice from the sky, looked up together, all with expressions of surprise, wondering what that adult was going to do. One mermaid, with a shocked face, looked up at the sky. How did King Neptune come out of Dragon Palace City? Another mermaid also looked surprised, her mouth agape. This is the first time I've seen King Neptune up close. Yet another mermaid, also surprised, glanced around. What could King Neptune want here? Moreover, he came alone without bringing the Sea King's army. At this moment, Neptune had already descended on a whale, landing in front of Zhang Yufan. The mermaids also realized that he was here to find Zhang Yufan and the others. Zhang Yufan and his group were puzzled. This is our first meeting, so what does this king want from us? Neptune, with a serious expression, held his trident and asked, "Mycaro, is that them?" Mycaro nodded happily. "Yes, it's them. It took me a long time to find them. Hey, humans from the Extreme Pirate Group, I will host a banquet for you in Dragon Palace City. Follow me," Neptune said sternly. Zhang Yufan and the others, though confused, were not afraid of what this king might do to them and followed along. Due to the large number of people, only a small portion rode on Mycaro's back. Amid all the astonished gazes, the remaining group followed step by step into the sky. Neptune and the whale led the way, and, along the route, they finally learned the reason for the banquet. They also discovered that the shark was the princess's favorite pet. Zhang Yufan and his group truly had no idea that such a coincidence would happen. It turned out that when they encountered the kraken, Mycaro and his companions had just been caught by it, ready to be eaten as snacks. Fortunately, Zhang Yufan and his group appeared and defeated the kraken. allowing them to escape. Originally, Maikaro and the others wanted to thank Zhang Yufan, but seeing the fierce crocodiles around, they didn't dare to approach. They thought that Zhang Yufan and his group would go to Fishman Island, so they returned to the island to wait for Zhang Yufan's arrival, preparing to express their gratitude. Meanwhile, on the Noah in Fishman Street, Hammond had exaggeratedly relayed Zhang Yufan's words to Captain Hody Jones. Jones, with a furious expression, clenched his fists. The captain of the extreme pirate group, Zhang Yufan? Very well, let's see whose head gets cut off. Captain, we just received news that Zhang Yufan has gone with Neptune to Dragon Palace City. What should we do next? Jiao asked. We need to move our plan up. While Jinbei is not on the island, let's take Dragon Palace City, capture the king, and then consolidate the forces of Fishman Island to deal with Zhang Yufan's group. Is everything ready? Jones said with a cold smile. One of the Fishman subordinates confidently patted his chest. Don't worry, Captain. Everything is ready. Keep a close watch over there. Once Zhang Yufan and the others leave Dragon Palace City, we can start our operation, Jones said with a cruel smile. Such a huge plan was about to be implemented, and Zhang Yufan and his group were still completely unaware. After a long time, Zhang Yufan and the others finally arrived at the massive Dragon Palace City. Seeing Neptune return, the guards opened the gates. Everyone followed in, and two angry men approached them. Zhang Yufan checked their information with the system. Name, Right Minister, Power Growth Potential Level, C. Current Power Level, D. Age, 47. Height, 13 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, trident long sword, devil fruit. None. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Description, a seahorse merman. One of the two ministers of Dragon Palace Kingdom, loyal and punctual, the only minister who can speak directly to Neptune and offer advice, knows how to set traps, can command Neptune's army, responsible for guarding the tower where Princess Shirahoshi is located. Name, Left Minister, Power Growth Potential Level, D. Current Power Level, D. Age, 59. Height, 4.35 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, none. Devil fruit, none. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Description, a catfish merman. One of the two ministers of Dragon Palace Kingdom. Has some influence in decision-making, has some command over the army, possesses some diplomatic skills, has very poor judgment, but keeps promises. The left minister, looking furious, leaned on his cane and exclaimed, Ugh, I can't stand it anymore. You went out of the city again without permission. Can't you just stay put in the city? The right minister also looked angry, holding his trident. You may go out, but how can you not bring a guard with you? What if something happens? What will happen to this country? These two ministers criticized Neptune for a long time. Neptune lowered his head apologetically, promising to be more careful in the future. Whether he would sneak out again, only he knew. Zhang Yufan and the others felt that Neptune might do it again. That thrilling feeling of sneaking out was probably a bit addictive for Neptune. At this point, Neptune regained his serious demeanor and pointed at Zhang Yufan. Where's Princess Shirahoshi? I brought back the savior of Maikaro. The princess was still scared, hiding inside the hard-shell tower. If they could capture Vander Decken 9 earlier, it wouldn't have come to this, the right minister said helplessly. Mentioning Vander Decken IX's name made Neptune and the others extremely angry. If it weren't for this madman, Princess Shirahoshi would definitely be living very happily now. She wouldn't have to lock herself up every day and endure the fear of possibly being killed at any moment. Zhang Yufan smiled and stepped forward to Neptune. King, the Vander Decken 9 you are looking for is here with me. Neptune and the others carefully looked at Zhang Yufan's companions behind him and the people around, asking curiously, Where? We don't see him. Zhang Yufan focused his thoughts and took Vander Decken AX's corpse out of his storage space, throwing it on the ground. Neptune and the others were stunned, their eyes wide open and mouths agape. The surprise came too suddenly. They were a bit at a loss. After confirming it was indeed Vander Decken 9, they showed expressions of joy. Neptune, excited, shook Zhang Yufan's hand. Zhang Yufan, thank you, really thank you. Not only did you save my Karo, but you also saved my daughter. Now Shirahoshi can live a normal life. Zhang Yufan smiled and said, Now it's most important to take me to bring Princess Shirahoshi out. Neptune, almost forgetting the main matter in his joy, instructed the left and right ministers to properly welcome Zhang Yufan's companions. He quickly took Zhang Yufan to the hardshell tower. Before long, they arrived, and Neptune instructed the guards to open the door. When Shirahoshi saw the visitors, she happily asked, "Father, and my Karo, why are you all here?" "Who is he?" Neptune, joyfully hugging Shirahoshi, replied, "Shirahoshi, this is Zhang Yufan, and he is the one who killed Vander Decken 9. From today on, you don't have to stay here anymore." Zhang Yufan lifted the body of the 9th Duke of Dakin for Bai Xing to confirm, and then handed it over to the guards. Bai Xing happily hugged Neptune and began to cry, "I can finally go out to play. I no longer have to be afraid of weapons suddenly flying in to kill me." This was how Bai Xing vented the emotions she had endured for so many years. It took quite a while for her to calm down. During this time, Zhang Yufan checked her information using the system. Name: Bai Xing Combat Growth Potential Level. SSS Current Combat Level. Age: 13 years. Height: 11. 87 meters. Gender: female. Weapon: none. Devil fruit: none. Bounty: none. Equipment card: none. Description: a giant merman princess from the Ryugu Kingdom on Fishman Island, gentle and kind. Very timid, always crying. Her beauty is renowned, said to rival even the pirate empress in looks. She is a mermaid princess who appears once every 800 years and can communicate with sea kings. She possesses the immense power of Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons, capable of saving countless lives or destroying the world. But Bai Xing cannot yet control this power. Neptune then happily took Bai Xing and Zhang Yufan to the banquet venue. Bai Xing held Zhang Yufan with her hands and asked, "Brother Yufan, if you are a pirate, can you go on adventures everywhere? Have you ever seen a very hot sun? Have you seen all kinds of flowers and animals covered in fur?" "Going on adventures is definitely something I do, Bai Xing. I've seen all the things you mentioned, and soon you'll see many furry animals." Zhang Yufan smiled. "Really? I can see them so soon?" Bai Xing looked surprised. Zhang Yufan nodded with a smile. "Yes, after the banquet, I'll take you for a walk in the forest." Bai Xing nodded happily, thinking it was truly a great day. Not only could they attend the banquet together, but they could also go out and explore. She was so excited, wondering what kind of animals she would see later. After Neptune left, the ministers warmly welcomed Zhang Yufan's companions. After arranging the banquet, they also notified the 3 princes outside Ryugu Castle about Bai Xing. The 3 princes were very excited and quickly made their way to Ryugu Castle. Bai Xing had already arrived at the banquet venue, and everyone saw the mermaid princess. Sanji excitedly ran up to Bai Xing, exclaiming, "Ah, beautiful mermaid princess, from now on, I am your exclusive knight. Command me as you wish." Brook also looked excited, took off his hat, and bowed elegantly. "May I take a look at your underwear, beautiful mermaid princess?" "Ah," Bai Xing screamed, pressing her face against Zhang Yufan's back. "How can there be a living skeleton here? So scary. Brother Yufan, quickly protect me." Zhang Yufan gently touched Bai Xing's face to comfort her, while Sanji and Brook could only watch in envy and jealousy. Soon, Bai Xing calmed down, and Zhang Yufan took her to play with animals like baboons and lions for a while. Before long, they became familiar with each other, and Bai Xing was happily laughing as she was teased by the monkeys. Neptune and the ministers had tears in their eyes, having not seen Bai Xing so genuinely happy in many years. They had previously worried that Bai Xing, who lived in fear every day, might not withstand the pressure over time and might even consider suicide. Now, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The heavy stone that had weighed on their hearts could finally be set down. The banquet was ready, and everyone took their seats. At that moment, the doors opened, and 3 men entered. Seeing Bai Xing had truly come out, they excitedly surrounded her, asking various questions. Zhang Yufan checked their information using the system. Name: Sharkstar Combat Growth Potential Level. See Current Combat Level. See Age: 21 years. Height: 6.04 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: Trident. Devil fruit: none. Bounty: none. Equipment card: none. Description: the eldest prince of the Ryugu Kingdom on Fishman Island. The leader of the 3 Neptune brothers, a shark merman, serious and responsible, often speaks on behalf of his brothers, and is the merman who resembles humans the most among the 3. Name: Emperor Star Combat Growth Potential Level. See Current Combat Level. See Age: 20 years. Height: 5.44 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: 2 long swords. Devil fruit: none. Bounty: None equipment card. None description. The second prince of the Ryugu kingdom on Fishman Island. The second of the Neptune brothers enjoys singing, often into sentences with musical scales. This habit began 10 years ago when Queen Otoheim was assassinated. An Emperor star sang to calm the distraught by Xing name. Flip over star combat growth potential level. See current combat level. See age. 17 years height. 4. 73 meters gender. Male weapon. Longsword devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description. The third prince of the Ryugu kingdom on Fishman Island. The youngest of the Neptune brothers enjoys dancing and often sings while dancing to red flip over fish. This habit started 10 years ago when Queen Otoheim was assassinated. And flip over star danced to soothe the distraught Bai Xing. The three princes sincerely thanked Zhang Yufan, grateful to see Bai Xing so happy. Everyone enjoyed delicious food, drinking and celebrating together, very happy. After a long time, the banquet finally ended and everyone had full bellies. Zhang Yufan stood up with a smile. Minister Wright, remember that jade box with the bomb you installed in the treasury many years ago? You haven't taken it out yet, right? Minister Wright fell in a deep thought, suddenly breaking out in a cold sweat, standing up quickly and running toward the treasury. Everyone realized from his reaction that there really was a bomb in the treasury that had been forgotten. How could they be so careless? What if it exploded one day? That would be a huge loss. Before long, Minister Wright returned holding a jade box. Neptune looked puzzled, glancing down at Minister Wright. What is going on? How did a bomb end up in the treasury? This goes back to 7 years ago when the treasure in the jade box was stolen. To teach the thief a lesson, I placed a bomb inside the box and set a mechanism so that it would explode upon opening. The thief never returned after that. I forgot about it, Minister Wright explained. Neptune felt relieved, thinking if Zhang Yufan hadn't mentioned it, who knows who might have gotten blown up in the future. What if it was given to some important person and it exploded upon opening? That would be a blatant provocation. What was supposed to be a surprise would turn into a fright, and Fishman Island would suffer as a result. At the same time, Neptune and the others were puzzled about how Zhang Yufan knew about this matter. Zhang Yufan smiled slightly when he was asked about the doubts in his heart and said it was a secret. Neptune and the others did not continue to probe excessively and expressed their gratitude once again. Bai Xing looked at Zhang Yufan with admiration, thinking that she didn't expect Brother Yufan to be so amazing, knowing even about such things. Zhang Yufan spoke up. King, I will take Bai Xing to the sea forest with a few partners later. With me around, there won't be any danger. Bai Xing covered her mouth in disbelief, her eyes wide open. Brother Yufan even knows where I want to go. This is too amazing. Neptune and the others knew that Zhang Yufan and his group were very strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to defeat the sea monster. After consulting Bai Xing's opinion, he originally wanted to send guards, but Bai Xing refused, so Neptune could only agree helplessly. Neptune also arranged for 3 princes to serve as guides for Zhang Yufan's companions to have a good tour of Fishman Island. Zhang Yufan took Hancock and the other 2, along with Bai Xing and Michaelu, following the lead of Octopus Xiaoba. Bai Xing lay on Michaelu's back, while Zhang Yufan and the others stood on Bai Xing's back, heading towards a sea forest. Although Bai Xing knew that no weapons would come flying at them anymore, the long-standing fear was not something that could disappear in an instant. She still had a bit of fear and unease on her face, holding on to Michaelu tightly. After flying for a while, the fishmen on the ground looked up at the sky. A tall fishman, surprised, pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "Everyone look! Isn't that Princess Bai Xing flying in the sky? How did she come out of Dragon Palace?" Another fishman remarked, "Why does Princess Bai Xing look a bit scared and uneasy?" And there are several humans standing on her back, along with a fishman who used to be a thug. A strong fishman said, "I remember those humans. They followed the king back to Dragon Palace before. Do you think it's possible that Princess Bai Xing was abducted by them?" The fishmen continued to discuss, and with the current sight, it seemed more and more like that. The fishmen realized the seriousness of the issue. Thinking this was the mermaid princess abduction incident, which was too bold, and they needed to notify the king quickly. Several fishmen ran to inform the king, while the remaining fishmen picked up brooms, brushes, and various weapons, all charging towards Zhang Yufan and the others, creating quite a scene. Nami heard the shouting and, confused, "Look down, Yufan. Those aggressive fishmen seem to be coming for us. What's going on? Yufan, let's go down and see what's happening. Robin suggested, also puzzled. Zhang Yufan nodded and had Michaela descend. An angry fishman, gripping a wooden stick, shouted, "Princess Bai Xing, don't be afraid, we are here to save you." Another fishman, holding a broom, added, "Princess Bai Xing, these people who abducted you will be captured and executed." Zhang Yufan and the others understood and felt helpless. They were mistaken for kidnappers. After Bai Xing's efforts to explain, the fishmen realized that Duke 9 had been killed by Zhang Yufan and that he was Bai Xing's benefactor. They then apologized to Zhang Yufan and thanked him for saving Princess Bai Xing. Zhang Yufan waved his hand dismissively, said goodbye to the fishmen, and continued towards their destination. After quite a while, they finally arrived at the sea forest, which was also incredibly beautiful. In one part of the sea forest, Frankie encountered a merman wearing a dark hat, thick-framed glasses, and earrings. He had thick hair, a sharp face with a slightly hooked nose, and a beard on his chin, with patterns of seaweed on his arms and shirt. Through introductions, they learned that this merman was named Dan, Tom's brother, and the two were chatting over there. "Mr. Dan, why do you look nothing like Master Tom? I thought you brothers would resemble each other a bit," Frankie said, sizing Dan up. Dan smiled broadly, arms crossed over his chest, and said, we are different from the humans living on land. It's common for families to look somewhat alike, but it's also common for us to look different." This was truly difficult to understand, Frankie thought, looking puzzled. "I heard from Grandma Kokoro about your relationship with Iceberg and my brother. Until the end, my brother lived in belief that he had a good apprentice," Dan said with a smile. Frankie felt a bit embarrassed by the praise and noticed Zhang Yufan and the others arriving, leading them over to meet. Zhang Yufan also noticed that Frankie was bringing over a strange merman. Zhang Yufan checked his information through the system. Name, Dan, combat power growth potential level, C. Current combat power level, D. Age, 57, height, 1. 87 meters, gender, male, weapon, none, devil fruit, none, bounty, none, equipment card, none. Introduction, wolf fishman, shipwright and sea forest researcher, brother of the world's #1 shipwright Tom. Due to receiving a letter from the station master Kokoro, he learned of Tom's execution many years ago. Frankie introduced everyone, and then, under Michaelu's lead, they found a graveyard. Bai Xing arrived at the graveyard, tears streaming down her face as she said, "This is my mother's grave, Brother Yufan. Thank you for bringing me here. I want to be alone for a while." Zhang Yufan and the others nodded and did not disturb her, sitting down on some nearby stones. Zhang Yufan smiled and turned to Robin. "There's a piece of historical text here. Hancock and Nami, go look for it too. I'll watch over Bai Xing." Robin was delighted. There is actually a piece of historical text here. Then the three women searched the forest together. It wasn't long before they found it, and Robin was seriously interpreting it over there. Meanwhile, on Noah and Fishman Street, Jones rode a sea beast and led an army towards Dragon Palace shortly after Zhang Yufan and the others left the palace. The internal spies hidden in Dragon Palace, upon receiving the news, suddenly opened the doors at a specific time. Neptune and the others were still happily discussing things together, not realizing what was happening. Jones had already led his men in, catching them off guard. "Hody Jones, how did you get here? And how did you get in?" the right minister asked in surprise. Jones sneered, holding his trident. "Of course I walked in openly. This place is truly nostalgic. However, it will be my territory from now on." The right minister, furious, thrust his trident towards Jones. "You are truly a disgrace to the Sea King army. You won't be leaving here today. I will execute you on the spot." Jones coldly laughed, easily blocking the attack with his trident. "I joined the Sea King army just to learn combat skills." After saying this, Jones waved his hand, signaling his men to attack, and the right minister and his aides were surrounded by Jones's men. Jones knew the principle of capturing the leader first, waving his trident as he quickly charged towards Neptune. The two tridents clashed repeatedly, creating sparks, and in the end, Neptune lost his grip and his trident was knocked away. Jones's trident was pressed against Neptune's neck, causing all the Sea King army to halt, or else he would kill Neptune. Shortly thereafter, he occupied Dragon Palace City. Some places in Fishman Island began to be violently suppressed by Jones's subordinates, all avoiding the location of Zhang Yufan and the others. Unfortunately, even with such caution, They were sensed by Zoro and the others, who informed the three princes, and everyone prepared to check the situation. Jones, meanwhile, was dragging Neptune toward Jalanko Square, preparing for a public execution. Then, images of Jones appeared on large screens throughout Fishman Island. Residents of Mermaid Island, I have an announcement. This country has decayed and needs to be overthrown and rebuilt, and the new king is me, Jones said with a smirk. Those watching the live broadcast were discussing among themselves. Is he planning to usurp the throne? Has something happened to the king? Is this guy really broadcasting live from Dragon Palace City? This country is about to descend into chaos. The three princes also stopped to watch the live broadcast, thinking, could he really have captured our father? If that's true, this is a big problem. Jones continued, soon there will be many residents moving from Fishman Street who, like me, despise humans. Anyone who wants to coexist peacefully with humans will be eliminated. A fishman thought, if those lawless guys from Fishman Street come over, how are we supposed to live? Is this country really doomed? How do you not understand by now? No matter how much you trust humans, they will eventually betray you. The death of the beloved Princess Odoheim is the best proof, Jones continued. After hearing Jones's words, the three princes gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. In the sea forest, Shirahoshi frowned, staring at Jones on the screen, filled with rage. She thought, this guy killed my mother and now wants to destroy this country. I won't let you succeed. I will inherit my mother's will and protect the people here. But at that moment, she had no power to protect them. I wonder if Yufan will be willing to help me? I'll try asking later. Jones sneered, pulling on a chain that bound Neptune. Look at this. Neptune is already old. Follow me, and you may have a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, it's a dead end. All the residents of Fishman Island looked terrified, thinking that the king was really captured by this guy. What should they do next? The three princes were even more terrified. The worst thing they didn't want to happen had occurred. Shirahoshi in the sea forest was also extremely frightened, tears in her eyes, feeling anxious. She thought, even my father has been captured. What should I do now? I don't want to lose my family again. I don't want to experience that pain again. It's time to say goodbye to the old kingdom. In 2 hours, I will be at Jalanko Square, and I will sever the head of this useless king. Everyone is welcome to come and watch, Jones said cruelly. The residents of Fishman Island panicked, wondering who could save their king. Jones also took out a box of good things he found in Dragon Palace City for display. With a sinister smile, he held a letter. This is the letter that Princess Odoheim desperately obtained from the celestial dragons. If it is destroyed, what do you think will happen? After pausing for a moment, Jones continued. And this box contains the signatures of more than half of the residents of Fishman Island who agreed to coexist peacefully with humans. These people are traitors to the new kingdom, and I will punish them one by one. Neptune, with a grim face and blood flowing from his head, was extremely angry. Hody Jones, do you want to destroy this country? This is simply nonsense. Jones laughed heartily, dropping the letter. Isn't the king supposed to do as he pleases? After saying this, the screen went dark and the broadcast ended. Everyone rushed toward Jalanko Square. Shirahoshi in the sea forest was extremely anxious, wanting to rush over to save her father. But unfortunately, her combat power was too weak to do anything. With tears in her eyes, she swam to Zhang Yufan and pleaded, Yufan, please help me save my father and save the people of this country. Zhang Yufan smiled, stood up, and said, sure. But before we go, I'll notify all our partners. Don't worry, the king won't be killed. After saying this, he asked Nami and the others to notify their partners to gather at Jalanko Square. Shirahoshi was stunned, thinking Yufan actually agreed without hesitation and then expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Meanwhile, the partners who received the news rushed to their destination with the three princes. As they approached Jalanko Square, they found that all the traps Jones set to capture Shirahoshi had been completely dismantled by Zhang Yufan. At that moment, at Jalanko Square, Neptune was bound to the execution platform. Jiao was laughing beside him, spinning and waving a chain in his hand as the surrounding audience grew larger. Damo was bouncing excitedly, as such scenes were rarely seen. An excited fishman subordinate said, Captain, let's quickly execute the king. A fire execution should be nice. Other fishmen nearby were also excitedly discussing what kind of execution method to use on the king. Meanwhile, Maikaro had landed with Shirahoshi and Zhang Yufan not far in front of Jones. Zhang Yufan used the system to check the information of the leading individuals. Name, Hody Jones potential power growth level. B current power level. C age, 27 height. 3, 31 meters gender. Male weapon, trident. Shark slayer, devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description. Great white shark fishman, captain of the new Fishman pirate crew, an extreme fishman supremacist. Born in Fishman Street of Dragon Palace Kingdom. A monster born from the environment, gathering the hatred of ancestors towards humans, viewing human lives as insignificant, and resorting to any means to achieve his goals. Name, Dose potential power growth level. C current power level. C age, 27 height. 4, 55 meters gender. Male weapon, war hammer devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description. Hammerhead shark fishman, executive of the new Fishman pirate crew. Name, Zhao potential power growth level. C current power level. C age, 27 height. 3, 42 meters gender. Male weapon, chains devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description. Japanese bullhead shark fishman, executive of the new Fishman pirate crew. With a strong sense of pride, claims to be a noble of Fishman Street, and even when injured or trampled, he pretends nothing happened. Due to his fish species characteristics, he can blend his body color with the surrounding environment. Name, Demo combat growth potential level. C current combat level. C age, 27 years height. 1, 24 meters gender. Male weapon, none devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. Cigar, Demo Sharkman, a cadre of the new Fishman pirates. Can dig holes to create traps, and his biting power can easily break through the walls of a dessert processing factory. He is the smallest in size among all the cadres. Name, Icarus Mushy combat growth potential level. C current combat level. C age, 27 years height. 4, 99 meters gender. Male weapon, squid gun devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. Giant squid fishman, a cadre of the new Fishman pirates. Has the appearance closest to humans among all cadres. His giant squid relative, Deadless, was sun-dried for getting too close to the sun, causing him to fear fire. Those stabbed by the squid gun will have all their moisture drained. Name, Leopard Zhang combat growth potential level. B current combat level. C age, 27 years height. 1, 67 meters gender. Male weapon, katana devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. Blue-ringed octopus fishman, a swordsman who looks like a drunkard. Seems to value money above all else. He has a history with Xiaoba, and they have fought countless times, but Xiaoba has never won against him. 8-sword-style Leopard Zhang is recognized as the #1 swordsman of Fishman Island. Jones was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that none of the traps I had set earlier could catch Shirahoshi. This complicates things. I'll threaten Shirahoshi with the king's life to make her surrender. Even Zhang Yufan and the others have come. We can deal with it together later. Shirahoshi looked worried, tears in her eyes. Father, how is your injury? Shirahoshi, don't worry. It's not serious, and I'll be fine soon. Don't act impulsively, and protect yourself, Neptune said with a smile to reassure Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi nodded and patiently waited for Zhang Yufan to rescue her father. Jones sneered, sitting in his chair. What a deep father-daughter bond. Extreme pirates, I want your heads. Get ready to die, but first enjoy the show. Zhang Yufan smiled. Leaping off Mekaro, Jones, your words are quite big. I hope your combat power is bigger than your rhetoric. At this moment, people from Fishman Street began arriving one after another. They all held weapons and cheered excitedly. Jones laughed, pointing with his right hand behind him. These are my combat troops. 70,000 fishmen capable of using weapons and 10,000 human slaves, a total of 80,000. After a pause, Jones looked up and continued. Those traitors above, make your decision now. Stay and wait to die, or escape immediately. The people on Galongcod Square fell into panic again, not expecting Jones to have so many subordinates. Hancock looked disdainfully at those people. Not enough for me to handle alone. Who gave you the confidence? You want to kill Yufan? I'll turn you all to stone later. Suddenly, a woman with short black hair covering her right face, cold blue eyes, and wearing a deep purple hoodie stepped forward. This woman looked indifferent, smoking a pipe. "Hody Jones, you really know how to cause trouble. Don't get too full of yourself." Zhang Yufan checked her information with the system. Name, Charlie Combat Growth Potential Level, D Current Combat Level, E Age, 29 years height, 5'2 meters gender, female weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none introduction, great blue shark fishwoman, manager of the Fishman Island Mermaid CF, half-sister of the dragon. She is also a fortune teller with a prediction accuracy of 100, honored as Madame Charlie. Usually calm and dignified, she dislikes vulgar questions, but becomes terrifying when angry. Having foreseen many unfortunate events, she views her talent as a burden. Jones looked up expressionlessly. "What are you doing here? Want to predict my future as the king? You are too self-righteous. I have already predicted that you will never be able to rule or destroy Fishman Island," Charlie said coldly. Jones was furious, veins popping on his head. "If I can't rule or destroy Fishman Island, then who can?" Charlie, a little fearful, held her cigarette. "He is right in front of you. The one who dares to kill celestial dragons, known as the God Slayer, Zhang Yufan. He is too dangerous." Jones exploded in anger. "This is a blatant attack on me in front of the enemy." Then he unleashed a water attack, quickly waving the water droplets from his hands. Before Charlie could react, Sanji kicked the attack away. Sanji shouted angrily, "Hey, you despicable white-haired fishman. How can you attack such a beautiful mermaid lady?" Charlie looked terrified. The speed of the attack was too fast, and she almost got hit. Coming to her senses, she hurriedly thanked Sanji. Zhang Yufan's other companions also arrived. A fishman child boldly shouted, "Zhang Yufan, did you come here to destroy our home? Are you good people or bad people?" Zhang Yufan smiled, "Little friend, if I wanted to destroy this place, you wouldn't be standing here talking to me. As for whether I am good or bad, you can judge for yourself." Sanji was about to beat up Jones for daring to attack the beautiful mermaid lady. It was unforgivable. Suddenly, two figures descended from the sky, landing in the middle of the arena between Zhang Yufan and Jones, stirring up a cloud of smoke. Zhang Yufan and Robin exchanged glances. Zhang Yufan's eyes glanced at Neptune, and Robin blinked to indicate understanding. Then Zhang Yufan checked the information of the two people in the arena with the system. Name, Jinbei Combat Growth Potential Level, SSS Current Combat Level, SS Age, 43 years height, 3'01 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, 250 million berries equipment card, none introduction, whale shark fishman, known for his chivalrous spirit, strong sense of responsibility, and extraordinary courage. He is called the Sea Knight and is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. After Fisher Tiger's death, he became the captain of the Sun Pirates, possessing terrifying strength and excelling in fishman karate and fishman jiu-jitsu. He can exert his maximum power in the sea. Because of Whitebeard's words that this island is my territory, no one dared to attack Fishman Island afterward, restoring peace to the island, for which he is grateful to Whitebeard. Name, Aladdin Combat Growth Potential Level, a current combat level, B Age, 43 height, 6'27 meters gender, male weapon, trident devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none introduction, ship's doctor and vice captain of the Sun Pirates, former soldier of the Fishman Army, and once a slave of the Celestial Dragons. As a result, he empathizes with the psychological trauma experienced by the little girl Kara, who was also treated as a slave by the Celestial Dragons. Considering that Fisher Tiger's blood type is extremely rare, he prepared to use human blood for a transfusion when Fisher Tiger's life was in danger, but was rejected. The people on the Jelongkod Square cheered excitedly when Jinbei appeared, thinking that the king was saved. "Captain, who are these two guys?" Bartolomeo asked with a puzzled expression. Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, pointing to a person. "That shorter one is Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords, and the taller one is his vice-captain Aladdin." The crowd looked at Jinbei as if he were a lamb in front of wolves. Jinbei felt a bit uneasy under their gaze, wondering why they were looking at him like that. Then he carefully examined the people behind Zhang Yufan. He was very surprised, his mouth agape and his eyes wide open as if they were about to pop out. How can there be 7 warlords on Zhang Yufan's side? There's even a marine admiral over there. This information is wrong. There were only 2 7 warlords before. How long has it been? And he has already gathered 2 more 7 warlords and a marine admiral. Just how strong and charismatic is Zhang Yufan to attract so many powerful followers? With such a strong lineup, it will be very difficult to prevent them from going to war. Let's give it a try. Jones and the others were startled by Jinbei's sudden appearance. It made the fight even harder. But now there was no turning back. They could only move forward. Jinbei walked up to Zhang Yufan and extended his hand to stop him. Zhang Yufan, please stop. I've heard everything. You can't go to war with Jones. Let me handle this matter. Why can't we go to war? Give us a reason first, Sanji said with a puzzled look. Jinbei, with a serious expression, lowered his hand. So far, whenever the Fishman race has tried to accept humans, there are always some humans who come out to obstruct them. If a fight breaks out here, they will believe that humans are indeed violent and that they despise us. Zhang Yufan thought to himself that Jinbei had dedicated his life to the peace of Fishman Island, working tirelessly until death. In fact, many people from various places do not understand the good and bad of the Fishman race, or they might not even know about their existence at all. Because they have never interacted with them, most people are still kind and easy to get along with. Even if one day the Fishman race suddenly appears in front of them, as long as there is no major conflict, they can still coexist relatively peacefully. However, ever since the dragon arrived in the East Sea, various brutal acts have led people to subconsciously believe that fishmen are evil beings. This has resulted in humans harming fishmen, and fishmen retaliating against humans, creating an infinite cycle of violence, compounded by issues of racial discrimination. Achieving peaceful coexistence between these two races is simply impossible. To resolve this major issue, a thorough cleansing of both races must occur. Professions like human traffickers and pirates must be abolished. There are many existences in this world that are like garbage and need to be eradicated with a thunderous hand. Unfortunately, Jinbei's combat power is still not strong enough. And he is also somewhat soft-hearted. No matter how hard he tries, he cannot achieve complete peaceful coexistence. Then Zhang Yufan and Jinbei stood in place and began to discuss. The obstacles are not just humans. Your Fishman race is also a major obstacle, having helped out quite a bit from behind. Are you talking about Dragon and Jones? Not just them. Anyone who does not wish for peaceful coexistence is an obstacle. Why did Dragon appear in the East Sea? You know better than anyone else. We'll settle that account later. First, let's talk about Jones. You are truly foolish, being played around by him without even realizing it. What do you mean? Be clear. The true killer of Queen Otoheim is someone else. Shirahoshi, don't be afraid. Boldly speak the truth. Jinbei looked at Zhang Yufan in disbelief, as if to say, "Are you sure you're not joking with me?" The crowd around them looked puzzled, understanding that Queen Otoheim was not killed by humans. And Shirahoshi seemed to know who the real killer was. Encouraged by Zhang Yufan, Shirahoshi, in tears, pointed at Jones and said, "The real killer of my mother is Hody Jones. I've known it for a long time." Jones looked incredulous, not expecting Shirahoshi to really know, and asked suspiciously, "How do you know I killed your mother? What is going on? Tell me quickly." Shirahoshi, in tears, touched Megalo's back. Megalo was originally a pet of the Fishman army and saw you bribing a human sniper to shoot my mother. Years later, he secretly told me the truth. Jones's face darkened as he held his trident. "I see. It was Megalo. You are right. I did kill Queen Otoheim." Megalo stared fiercely at Jones, baring its teeth in anger. The small thugs from Fishman Street looked shocked at Jones. Their captain really killed Queen Otoheim. He sure had guts. The people on Jelongkod Square were also exceedingly angry. They realized they had been made fools by Jones. The human they saw earlier was merely a scapegoat arranged by Jones, and he himself was the true mastermind. They felt a wave of regret, wondering why they had so easily believed him back then. Everyone was speechless, shocked by Shirahoshi's capacity to endure. Shirahoshi was only a few years old when Queen Otoheim was shot. Jinbei, shocked, looked up at Shirahoshi. "Princess Shirahoshi, then why didn't you tell us the truth?" "Because my mother said that no matter who the killer is, we should not hate him. This was our last promise," Shirahoshi said, tears streaming down her face. The three princes were also in tears. "Our silly little sister. You kept the truth to yourself and suffered all alone in the hard shell tower, just to honor the promise made with Mother 7 years ago." Jinbei stood in place, trembling slightly, not hating the murderer of his mother. Even if it was a promise with his own mother, it is difficult for adults to accomplish. Yet a little child managed to do it. This is simply incredible. Who could emulate Shirahoshi's actions? Shirahoshi is too innocent, and her will is extremely firm. Taking advantage of everyone's attention on Shirahoshi, Robin quickly tore off the chains from Neptune. Amid the astonished gazes of those fishman thugs, she brought Neptune back to Zhang Yufan. A small thug from Fishman Street exclaimed in surprise, "Oh no, Captain, the king has been rescued by that woman." Jones looked at Neptune, who suddenly appeared before him. In shock, "He wasn't tied up by me. He was rescued by Zhang Yufan's partner so quickly. When did that woman go over? I didn't notice at all. Forget it. Now I can only gamble everything. At worst, I'll just die." At this moment, the people standing on Jelangkode Square cheered happily. Their king was so easily rescued by Zhang Yufan's partner. Everyone was increasingly puzzled. Would Zhang Yufan really destroy Fishman Island? But so far, they hadn't done anything to destroy this place at all. Neptune was also in tears as he approached Shirahoshi and hugged her tightly. "As a father, I failed to protect my daughter. I let her bear so much pain alone for so many years." "Ha ha, Shirahoshi, I didn't expect you to be so foolish. If you had told others, my plan would have failed long ago." Jones laughed heartily. "You bastard, what's so funny about that? It's because Shirahoshi is too kind." Neptune looked furious. Jones laughed, pointing at Shirahoshi, saying that your foolish act of not wanting to hate me has caused many residents here to die and almost killed your father. Princess Shirahoshi, don't be influenced by what he says. You did nothing wrong, Jinbei tried to explain. Jones had nothing more to say and waved his hand, signaling the 80,000 troops to attack. The army raised their weapons and cheered as they charged toward Zhang Yufan and the others. Zhang Yufan remained calm and pushed Jinbei aside, saying, "Jinbei, I am now the hero saving this country. I've reclaimed the important things. Are you satisfied? You won't stop me from going to war anymore, right?" Jinbei smiled and nodded. "Very satisfied, of course not. I will help too." Zhang Yufan, expressionless, waved his hand. "No need, just watch from the side. With this little number of people, it's not enough to even fill my teeth." After saying that, he spoke to his companions behind him and walked toward the army, quickly getting surrounded. The people standing on Jelangkode Square looked at Zhang Yufan, who was surrounded by 80,000 troops below. They all looked worried and discussed amongst themselves. "Oh no, how could our hero walk over there alone? That's 80,000 troops. Can he handle it? Why isn't Jinbei making a move? Why are his companions standing still? It's driving me crazy. If my combat power were strong enough, I would want to rush over and fight alongside him." Suddenly, Zhang Yufan's aura kept rising, using Conqueror's Haki to stun all 80,000 troops. In an instant, they all fell to the ground with their eyes rolled back. The fishmen all gaped in disbelief at Zhang Yufan. He clearly did nothing. Why did all the fishmen fall down? What kind of ability is this? Then there was a cheer. It was amazing. Only Jones and a few others were left. Shirahoshi covered her mouth in surprise, thinking, "Brother Yufan, you're too awesome." Zoro and the others remained calm, thinking that our Conqueror's Haki is already so strong. The captains must be very strong too. Jinbei was also surprised, thinking this is indeed a strong Conqueror's Haki. No wonder he dared to kill celestial dragons and has so many strong followers. He definitely has the potential to become an emperor. You all get up quickly. Pull yourselves together. Jones looked shocked. Damo was also astonished, his mouth wide open. In just an instant, 80,000 troops lost their combat ability. What kind of bizarre ability is this? Suddenly, Kurakin slowly crawled into Jelangkode Square. Minji followed behind and jumped into the square together. Jones looked furious, frowning. "Kurakin, you've finally come, and you brought the sea god along. Good. You two go crush the people on the opposite side. It should end now." The people standing on Jelangkode Square once again looked worried at Zhang Yufan and the others. "This is bad. Jones is called a legendary sea monster, Kurakin, and even brought a helper. Even if Zhang Yufan and the others are strong, they probably can't handle this. Are they really going to lose?" Shirahoshi looked at the enormous Kurakin, frightened and hiding behind Neptune. Neptune and the three princes were already prepared to protect Shirahoshi at all costs. Nami and the others were covering their mouths and snickering. As Jones still didn't know that Kurakin and the others had long since defected to become our allies. He still wanted them to help him deal with us. If it doesn't kill you, it will be good. It seems he will suffer another blow soon. Jinbei looked puzzled, wondering what Nami and the others were laughing about. Zhang Yufan smiled and waved at Kurakin and Minji, saying, "Kurakin and Minji, come over quickly. Watch how I take down Jones." Minji, looking happy, pointed at Zhang Yufan. Lord Kurakin, I found the captain. I'm going over quickly." Kurakin nodded happily, glared fiercely at Jones, and turned to crawl towards Zhang Yufan. Jinbei finally realized that Kurakin and the others had long since switched sides. This guy Zhang Yufan really can tame any animal. He could become a beastmaster. The people standing on Jelangcode Square were once again shocked. Even the legendary sea monster Kurakin has been tamed by Zhang Yufan. This is just too incredible. Jones was furious, the veins on his forehead bulging. "Kurakin, are you really going to betray me? We can easily go and kill your brother living in the Arctic." Kurakin stopped and turned around, looking at Jones with disdain. "You don't understand the strength of the captain and the others at all. Whether you can leave here alive today is a question. You still want to kill my brother?" Without paying attention to Jones, Kurakin continued crawling forward. Jones was actually threatening Kurakin with his brother's life to make him obey, but now it no longer mattered. Jinbei looked disdainful. At this moment, Zhang Yufan's figure disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared again, he had kicked Jones's head with a powerful kick, making it spin 720 degrees. Then Jones flew backward, crashing into the wall behind him, buried by the surrounding dirt. The other cadres of the new fishermen pirates quickly took out a few pills from their bodies and threw them into their mouths. Zhang Yufan checked the pills, and the system displayed the name of the drug, Deadly Drug ES. Its purpose is that taking this drug will double the user's strength. Moreover, the user's eyes will turn into a red background with white pupils during the effect of the drug. However, the price is that it will reduce life. Taking too much of the deadly drug will cause bodily mutations and severe pain for the user, ultimately accelerating aging. The eyes of several cadres of the new fishermen pirates turned into red background with white pupils as they charged violently toward Zhang Yufan. Zhang Yufan didn't hold back either, taking each of them down with a kick, burying them alongside Jones. Shirley looked shocked, thinking, this guy Zhang Yufan's combat power is indeed powerful. He keeps surprising us. The people standing on Jelangcode Square were all stunned. In less than 2 minutes, the battle ended so quickly. Zhang Yufan and the others finished unscathed, followed by a wave of enthusiastic cheers. After a while, everyone calmed down, and Zhang Yufan spoke loudly. From now on, human trafficking is prohibited on the island. Mutual killings are prohibited, and gatherings to cause trouble that are detrimental to the peace of Fishman Island are not allowed. Once discovered, it will be dealt with severely, applicable to both residents of the island and outsiders. I will send some partners to stay on the island long-term to ensure safety here. Residents who enjoy causing trouble, you need to be careful. Also, we will not disturb those who prefer a peaceful life, and we will not control the king. The residents of Fishman Island were stunned after hearing Zhang Yufan's words. After processing the information, everyone thought that this meant he intended to rule here. However, if he really does not, and such incidents happen again, we will surely live better. There is basically no downside to this. It seems not bad for Zhang Yufan to rule here, but everyone had their concerns. So no one spoke, wanting to see what the king and Jinbei would say. Jinbei looked surprised. Fishman Island is currently the territory of Whitebeard. Zhang Yufan was openly trying to seize territory. He had not even entered the New World and already dared to challenge one of the 4 emperors. Jinbei's expression turned serious as he walked up to Zhang Yufan. "Brother Zhang Yufan, do you really want to occupy Fishman Island? This is the territory of Whitebeard. Aren't you afraid they will cause you trouble?" "Not afraid. My ultimate goal is to become the king of this world, and Whitebeard must be defeated. Your ambition is not small. Whitebeard is very strong, and you can't defeat him. You still don't understand our strength. Any one of my partners can easily defeat you. If you don't believe it, you can try. Whitebeard's reputation here can only serve as a deterrent. What I'm doing will greatly help the future peaceful coexistence of the fishmen and humans." Jinbei looked at the confident Zhang Yufan, wondering if he was really stronger than Whitebeard. This still needs to be verified. Although I can sense that these guys are quite strong, I should first test their combat power. If they are really strong, then it is indeed feasible to do as he says. At this moment, Octopus Little 8 returned with a few animals after finishing his tasks. Upon seeing Jinbei, Little 8 smiled happily and said, "Ha, Jinbei brother, long time no see, what are you doing here?" "Ha ha, it's Little 8. You become stronger. I was just about to challenge that group behind me." Jinbei also smiled happily. Little 8 looked a bit surprised, his eyes wide. "Jinbei brother, those guys are monsters. You're gonna get beaten up. I doubt you can even defeat me now." Jinbei nodded in agreement, feeling intrigued. Knowing Little 8's character, he wouldn't lie to himself. Just how strong has Little 8 become? Let me test it. "Little 8, you're hogging the prey openly. If that's the case, I have no choice but to practice with you," Beges said with a mischievous smile. Little 8 smiled bitterly, realizing this was the outcome. To spare his boss from getting beaten, he had to take it on himself. They then moved to an open area, and both sides prepared. Little 8 did not use a knife, fighting barehanded. Beges acted as their referee. Little 8 suddenly disappeared from his spot and quickly appeared in front of Jinbei, kicking hard at his stomach. Jinbei sensed it and crossed his arms in front of his belly. However, Little 8's power was too great. Jinbei's feet slid along the ground for a distance before stopping. Jinbei looked at Little 8 in disbelief, wondering when this kid had become so strong. "Little 8, when did your strength become so strong? You've already surpassed me, and your speed is fast too." "Big brother, this is all thanks to the captain. And I didn't even use my full strength just now. Consider a greeting. Be careful from now on." Little 8 increased his speed, and the power of his 6 fists intensified. Thus, Little 8's fist techniques clashed against Jinbei's Fishman Karate. With 6 hands, Little 8 made it difficult for Jinbei to defend himself. Jinbei found it hard to evade. Little 8 had already predicted his movements. Jinbei could only meet force with force, taking several punches to his body. Then Jinbei activated his Busashoka Haki, and upon seeing this, Little 8 activated his as well. Before long, Jinbei was knocked down to the ground, gasping for breath. Jinbei stared at Little 8 in disbelief, wondering if this was still the Little 8 he knew. This combat power was somewhat outrageous. What happened to this kid after following Zhang Yufan? Little 8 scratched his head awkwardly, pulling Jinbei up. "Big brother, are you okay? This is why I stopped you from fighting them." "Little 8, not bad. Now even I can't defeat you. You're as strong as a monster." "Are those people as strong as you?" Jinbei smiled. Little 8 nodded. "There are many who are stronger than me." If I told Jinbei that I can't even defeat a small monkey now, I wonder what his reaction would be. The people standing in the giant cod square all widened their eyes. Jinbei's combat power was quite strong, yet he was defeated like this. Neptune had been somewhat moved before and was now looking at Jinbei being defeated in shock. He was now intrigued. If they were all this strong, then it was completely feasible to do as Zhang Yufan said. After being treated by several doctors, Neptune approached Zhang Yufan and agreed to the previous arrangements. Zhang Yufan also asked Neptune to abolish unreasonable laws, such as not allowing blood transfusions to humans. The 80,000 troops had all awakened and were looking at the already vanished Jones, begging Jinbei for mercy, hoping to be let go. Jinbei stopped them, asking them to wait for Neptune's arrangements. Neptune released those pirates. As for the fishmen, they were all incorporated into the army. After arranging everything, everyone followed Neptune to Dragon Palace City. They all sat down, and Zhang Yufan saw that the timing was right, pointing at Jinbei. "Jinbei, things are almost resolved. Now we should talk about the evil dragon. You can speak for yourself. Thank you all for stopping the evil dragon that was wreaking havoc in the East China Sea. And I also want to take this opportunity to apologize to you. 8 years ago, I was the one who released that evil dragon into the East China Sea." Most of the partners looked shocked and very angry. They did not expect that the evil dragon had actually been released by Jinbei. It seemed they would need to have a serious talk with him later. "Jinbei, what is going on? Why did you release the evil dragon into the East China Sea?" Nami asked, puzzled. Sanji, with a cold expression, cigarette in mouth, said, "Jinbei, we are giving you a chance to explain, but be careful with your wording." After a pause, Sanji turned his head and pointed at Nami and Nojiko. Miss Nami and Miss Nojiko's hometown is the place ruled by the evil dragon. They're survivors of various sufferings. "Big brother Jinbei, this is all true. We cause pain to Nami and the others that cannot even be forgiven with an apology, Little 8 said regretfully. Jinbe looked at Nami and the others with a face full of terror, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, his body trembling slightly. It seemed he had been treated in a very unusual way, and half of this situation was caused by himself. Chopper looked helpless, lowering his head to tell everyone. Actually, when we were young, we admired the places where humans lived. But after experiencing the era of great pirates, especially the darkest times at the beginning, pirates ran rampant on the islands, which led us to deeply hate and despise humans. Even so, I will never forgive the Fishman Island's tyrant, Nami said expressionlessly. Jinbe frowned and said, even though Fishman Island is now a member of the world government and under the protection of Whitebeard, humans still discriminate against us. Everyone nodded. This was evident from the situation on Sabeti Archipelago. Jinbe informed everyone that throughout Fishman Island's history, there were two individuals who wanted to change the situation. One was Princess Otoheim of Ryugu Palace, who wished to coexist peacefully with all humans. The other was the hero Fisher Tiger, who sought to fight against the world government. We are all Tiger's crew, and after he died, the tyrant was captured by the Navy. To protect the residents of Fishman Island, I agreed to become a warlord of the sea, and the tyrant was released under special pardon. The tyrant believed I had become a human's lapdog and left with a group of followers harboring hatred towards humans. I couldn't bring myself to kill the tyrant, so I let them go. I originally planned that if the tyrant did anything excessive to humans, I would stop him no matter what. But the tyrant bribed the Navy there. News of his wrongdoing never reached the Navy headquarters, so I had no way of knowing. Thus, the Fishman Pirates were formed, and the tyrant, who brought suffering to your hometown, is my subordinate, which makes me feel deeply guilty. Jinbe spoke earnestly. Sanji, filled with anger, pointed at Jinbe and said, it's all because of you that Miss Nami and the others have suffered so much. Now you can commit seppuku to atone. Jinbe, filled with guilt, lowered his head. Nami and Nojiko, you can punish me however you want. Nami and Nojiko exchanged glances and nodded. They thought that killing Jinbe now would be very meaningful. After all, he was a great combat power. They should take him on a ship to fight against the world government together. Although all the suffering was caused by the tyrant, you are also an accomplice. So from today on, you will join our pirate crew and work for us. We will not hate the Fishman race, Nami said expressionlessly. Jinbe, tears streaming down his face, lowered his head and said, no problem, I am very grateful. Frankie and the others, the emotional ones, were already in tears over there. Jinbe, if you come with us, you'll probably worry about the safety of Fishman Island. Before we leave here, I will have Aladdin's combat power exceed yours. Zhang Yufan said calmly. When Jinbe wanted to ask what to do, Chopper whispered a few words to him. The more Jinbe listened, the wider his eyes grew, looking at Zhang Yufan in disbelief. He couldn't believe that such a thing could be accomplished. He probably had many secrets. Jinbe nodded and said nothing more, waiting to see Zhang Yufan showcase his abilities. Soon it was night, and the residents of the island heard that Neptune was going to hold a celebration banquet. They all went to prepare ingredients and sent them to Ryugu Palace. Soon the banquet was ready. The mermaids joyfully played music, sang songs, and danced. Everyone raised their glasses and toasted, and the banquet lasted until late into the night. Zhang Yufan and a few partners followed Neptune to the reception room. King, you should have already realized that the ancient weapon Poseidon is Shirahoshi. I remember Shirahoshi never displayed this in front of you. How did you know about it? It's a secret. Don't worry, I won't harm Shirahoshi. This matter must not be known by others. Otherwise, with Fishman Island's combat power, it cannot protect Shirahoshi's safety. I will arrange for a few partners to protect Shirahoshi. Anyone who wants to covet this power will be eliminated by me. I truly appreciate that. Then everyone had a good sleep in Ryugu Palace. Zhang Yufan and his companions played on Fishman Island for a few more days, leaving some animals to protect the safety of the place. They explored all the spots on the island and saw two familiar figures in a clothing store. Zhang Yufan used the system to check their information. Name, Papagu Combat Power Growth Potential Level. F Current Combat Power Level. F Age, 30 Height, 0. 5 meters Gender. Male Weapon. None Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Description. a talking starfish who is very afraid of ghosts. The designer and president of the popular clothing brand on Fishman Island, criminal brand, and also Kemi's master and pet. He has a very low presence and thought he was human when he was very young. By the time he realized he was a starfish, he already knew how to speak human language. Name: Kemi Combat Power Growth Potential Level. The current combat power level. F. Age: 15. Height: 1. 97 meters. Gender: female. Weapon: none. Devil fruit: none. Bounty: none. Equipment card: none. Description: a kissing fish person who dreams of becoming a designer. Currently Papago's apprentice and master. Besides being extremely fast in swimming, she can also communicate with fish. She is absent-minded and easily fooled, having been eaten by sea beasts at least 11 times and caught by Marco at least 18 times. Looking at their smiling faces, it seemed they were living quite well. One day, Zhang Yufan called Aladdin over to explain the situation. With a thought, he equipped Aladdin with top-level abilities in strength, defense, stamina, speed, observation hockey, armament hockey, conqueror's hockey, medicine, swordsmanship, accuracy, gunmanship, recovery, martial arts, kicking techniques, fist techniques, shave, moonwalk, and gale. Aladdin's combat power rose from B level to SSS level. Then Aladdin was surprised to find that he had indeed become very strong. He fought with Jinbi, and without a doubt, Jinbi was defeated once again. Next, Zhang Yufan also raised the combat power of Jinbi and Neptune's family. The gains from this time on the island were truly enormous. All the partners' equipment cards had been changed to top level. Next, they would enter the new world and cause a commotion before setting sail again. Minister Zhua gave Nami a record pointer for the new world. Shirahoshi, with a reluctant expression, cried as she bid farewell to Zhang Yufan and the others. The residents of Fishman Island also came to send Zhang Yufan and the others off. Everyone boarded the ship and headed towards the exit of Fishman Island. The scenery of the sea, no matter how many times one sees it, is beautiful. The ship slowly floated up, surrounded by various fish. After a long time, the ship finally rose above the surface of the sea. The surface of the sea was anything but calm, with tumultuous waves crashing against the ship. The crowd had become accustomed to the slow and steady maneuvering of the ship, following the indicated direction from the compass. They randomly chose one of the 3 paths to advance. After sailing at sea for a long time, Oka shouted from the lookout, "Captain, ahead there is an island that is constantly experiencing thunderstorms, and in front of the island, there is a large ship." Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked towards the island. Perhaps due to years of being struck by lightning, the rocks on the island were a purplish-black color, and there were no visible plants on it. It looked quite terrifying. The sky above the island was overcast with dark clouds, while the sky surrounding the island was relatively clear. Continuous lightning fell from the clouds onto the island. Ordinary people would indeed hesitate to approach without any precautions. They would likely be scorched by the lightning before long. The island was not very large, and it was named Thunder God Island. "Yufan, how do we land on this island that is constantly struck by lightning?" Nami asked in astonishment. "Is this the new world?" Encountering such an island right at the start, Kaya said, equally surprised. Jinbei laughed and said, "In the future, we will encounter all sorts of strange islands. To land on an island, you need to buy a special umbrella." As Zhang Yufan and the others approached the ship, they saw that the bow of the ship had the head of a bear and was flying a pirate flag. At the bow stood a muscular man with a fierce face, holding a large iron hammer, directing those next to him to prepare for landing on the island. Suddenly, an old woman in a black robe appeared, her face resembling old tree bark, holding an umbrella and standing on the island, with many umbrellas beside her. In the light of the lightning, she appeared even more terrifying to the pirates. Then the old woman grinned and looked up at the pirates, saying, "Do you need an umbrella?" A few timid pirates were startled and huddled together, closing their eyes in fear. Zhang Yufan checked their information using the system. Name: Casa Combat Power Growth Potential Level. S current combat power level. Age: 85. Height: 1. 46 M. Gender: female. Weapon: none. Devil fruit: none. Bounty: none. Equipment card: none. Description: has been selling special umbrellas near Thunder God Island for years to those preparing to land on the island. Though elderly, her combat power is still very formidable. Name: Bear Combat Power Growth Potential Level. A current combat power level. B. Age, 27 height, 2. 58 M. Gender, male weapon, large iron hammer devil fruit, none bounty. 45 million berries equipment card, none description, captain of the Crazy Bear Pirates. Known for his brutality and love for torturing enemies. He is strong, has high defense, and is very lecherous, often seizing beautiful women. A bold pirate, after recognizing who was standing there, said, "Why are you all so scared? That's just an ordinary old lady." The timid pirates slowly turned their heads to look at the figure on the island. In the light of the lightning, they confirmed that she was indeed a somewhat frightening old woman. They all breathed a sigh of relief and quickly let go of each other. They were furious, thinking, "We are pirates, and we got scared by an old lady. How embarrassing. Our companions will definitely laugh at us." Then the angry pirates roared, "Old hag, what are you doing selling umbrellas in this cursed weather? You almost scared us to death. Are you tired of living?" Facing the furious roars of the pirates, Casa remained unfazed and calmly smiled. "Looks like you don't need an umbrella." After saying this, she ignored them and turned her gaze towards Zhang Yufan and the others. Zhang Yufan and the others had excellent hearing. Even from a distance, they could hear their conversation. Zhang Yufan then jumped from the ship, walking on air, silently arriving on the ship of Bear and his crew. "Quite lively here. You pirates should be a bit more polite to the old lady. And here's a piece of advice. Ignoring the words of the elderly only brings trouble. You little brat, who do you think you are, teaching my crew a lesson? Do you want to die? I am Bear, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 45 million berries." A tall pirate, after recognizing Zhang Yufan's face, broke into a cold sweat and started trembling. Another short pirate, terrified, tugged at Bear's sleeve. "Captain, this is Zhang Yufan, the Godslayer with a bounty of 600 million berries. We're going to get killed." Bear's eyes widened in shock, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Kneeling on the ground, "Lord Yufan, we were blind and didn't recognize your greatness. Please let us go." "How could that be? You all go to hell," Zhang Yufan said with a cruel smile. After that, he wiped out all the pirates on the ship. At this time, Nami and the others also arrived, looking at Bear and his crew with disdain before starting to loot the treasures on the ship. Soon, they packed up all the treasures, which Zhang Yufan stored in his storage space. Casa smiled and looked up at Zhang Yufan from afar. "Do you wish to land on the island?" Kobe smiled and said, "Yes." "Old lady, are these umbrellas used to block lightning?" "Yes, 200,000 berries for one umbrella." Casa looked at Kobe with a strange glance. Nami widened her eyes. Looking down from the ship, "Old lady, are you sure you're not robbing us?" Casa did not argue, simply smiling and saying, "Not using an umbrella makes you an easy target for lightning." Nami paused for a moment, realizing the logic in that, thinking about how to save money. Suddenly, she gently tapped her forehead, realizing she forgot about that guy. Not everyone had to land on the island. Just one companion could go up. She called Enel over to let him check the situation on the island, saving a lot of money. Enel flew up, and to Casa's astonished gaze, headed straight for the lightning. The violent lightning struck Enel continuously, but it had no effect. He continued to fly leisurely. After all, the island wasn't very big, and with Enel's speed, he could explore it quickly. The others had no objections. This eerie place didn't look like it had any inhabitants, let alone good food or fine wine, so it didn't matter whether they landed or not. Just sending Enel was enough. Zhang Yufan, feeling helpless, lightly tapped Nami's nose. "You really know how to save money. We are quite wealthy now and don't mind spending this little. Hee, even if we have money, we can't spend it recklessly. There will be many places where we will need money in the future," Nami said with a smile. Kobe laughed and said, "Old lady, as you can see, our companions are not afraid of lightning at all. Thank you for your kindness, but we need the umbrellas." Casa didn't say anything further, packing up the umbrellas around her and preparing to leave, thinking that there was one less source of income, but this group of guys is quite remarkable. It seems that the upcoming new world will not be very peaceful. After a long absence, a tiger's roar suddenly echoed from the island. Everyone sensed the situation on the island and discovered that there was actually still a tiger alive on it. They became interested and started discussing it. Unexpectedly, in such a thunderstorm, there was still a tiger alive. This tiger must be extraordinary. Could it be that this tiger has the ability to withstand lightning? We'll find out when Enel catches it later. At this moment, Enel, who was wandering around the island, accidentally entered the territory of the tiger. The tiger bared its teeth ferociously, crackling with electricity, and charged quickly towards Enel. Enel easily dodged and unleashed a small-scale divine punishment to attack the tiger. He didn't use his full power to eliminate it right away, because a tiger that could survive in such weather must be special. However, the tiger that was hit by the divine punishment surprisingly showed no signs of injury. Enel was amazed and became more interested, continuously increasing the intensity of his lightning attack. Not only was the tiger unharmed, but it also became more excited and lunged at Enel again. Knowing that lightning was ineffective against the tiger, Enel decided to engage in hand-to-hand combat and knocked it down. Laughing, Enel patted the tiger's head, saying, "Yeah, this is really interesting. You can actually eat my lightning. Little tiger, from now on, you will be my mount." The tiger nodded, its eyes twinkling with a hint of a smile, thinking to itself that it had grown tired of staying on this island, where there were no living creatures. It was suffocating without even being able to talk to an animal. It had long wanted to leave, but once outside, it couldn't replenish its lightning energy. Moreover, the sea was often turbulent, making it impossible to leave. Now it finally encountered one that could provide it with lightning energy, and it could finally leave here. Then Enel rode on the tiger and pointed in the direction, exploring all the remaining areas of the island. Half a day passed, and after completing the exploration, Enel returned to the ship with the tiger. Zhang Yufan checked its information using the system. Name: Thunder Tiger Potential Growth Level, as current combat power level, B age, 20 years height, 1. 84 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description. The only surviving mutated tiger on Thunder God Island, a bit clever but too lonely, always wanting to leave but unable to. It feeds on lightning, is not afraid of it, and possesses powerful lightning energy within its body, allowing it to move exceptionally fast on land with great strength. It does not attack humans easily unless they intrude into its territory. Nami looked at the tiger in surprise and walked over, exclaiming, "Wow, it's a purple tiger, how rare. Enel, you've tamed it. Yahahaha, it will be my mount from now on, and this guy can even eat my lightning." Enel replied with a laugh. The others gathered around, curiously examining the Thunder Tiger. Enel was the most suitable master for the Thunder Tiger and also served as its mobile power bank. Zhang Yufan also informed Enel that the Thunder Tiger needed to eat lightning to replenish its energy. According to Enel's report, the Thunder Tiger was the only valuable thing on the island. The group prepared to continue their journey to the next island. After spending a day at sea, the next morning, Usopp discovered a new island. This island was named Punk Hazard and belonged to the world government. It used to be a research base for the Navy scientists and housed some prisoners of the world government. However, over a year ago, a terrible accident occurred. A large amount of corrosive material was released from the island, turning it into a deserted island. Only a few prisoners managed to survive on the island, but they became poisoned and lost feeling in their lower limbs. Zhang Yufan and the other ships slowly approached the island and found a shore to dock. All the companions on the ship disembarked, and Zhang Yufan stored the ship in a storage space. After walking forward for a while, they found themselves surrounded by heavy iron walls. Usopp looked at the symbol on the iron gate in surprise and pointed, "Captain, look, there's the symbol of the world government and the Navy here. It seems this is also their territory. This used to be a research base for Navy scientists, but is now abandoned. Let's go inside," Zhang Yufan said with a smile. Usopp pushed the iron gate open with all his strength, and everyone continued walking forward. There were many large and small skeletons around, including those of giants. Suddenly, a giant red dragon emerged from behind a tall building. It lowered its head, drooling, and stared at Zhang Yufan and the others with wide eyes. Zhang Yufan checked its information using the system. Name: Fire Dragon Potential Growth Level, as current combat power level, B age, 30 years height, 18. 4 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, a huge red dragon residing in Punk Hazard that can breathe fire. It was initially created by Dr. Vegapunk to guard the island. It can adapt to any environment. The celestial dragons were quite fond of it and even named it Big Dumb Dragon. The fire dragon smiled and let out a breath, saying, "Wow, so much delicious food. Is today my lucky day?" Everyone curiously stared at the fire dragon, most of them seeing one for the first time. It was very large, but they didn't know how tough it was. Nami looked up at the fire dragon in surprise. "Yufan, there's actually a dragon here." Chopper widened his eyes and looked up at the fire dragon. "Is this a dragon? It's so big. I've never seen one before. And this guy wants to eat us." Zhang Yufan smiled and waved to Dong Li and Brokey, the two captains, saying, "Let's stretch our muscles and make this fire dragon behave. Chopper will act as the translator." Dong Li and Brokey nodded, grinning as they twisted their necks a couple of times. They put away their weapons, otherwise it wouldn't be fun if they just cut it down. They approached the fire dragon with bare hands. The fire dragon looked at the two giants, who were taller than itself, and showed no signs of fear. It took a deep breath and unleashed a massive flame towards Dong Li and Brokey. Chopper's eyes lit up at the sight, surprised that the dragon could breathe fire. Dong Li and Brokey easily dodged the flames and quickly approached the fire dragon. They launched a pincer attack, with both hands drawing back their bows simultaneously. The fire dragon had high defense, but it couldn't withstand the powerful punches from Dong Li and Brokey. The dragon cried out in pain, wanting to fight back, but it was too weak to do so. Before long, the fire dragon fell to the ground with a scream, and Chopper translated that it had surrendered. A few companions wanted to experience the feeling of riding a dragon in the sky. After the fire dragon rested, it carried some of the companions and flew around in the sky for a few laps. After having enough fun, they continued their journey. Before long, they arrived next to a large river. On the opposite side of the river, a vast expanse of snow covered the ground. On the snowy mountain, someone was using a telescope to watch Zhang Yufan and his team. They then called their boss to explain the situation. Upon receiving the order to deal with Zhang Yufan and the others directly, they all began to take action. Zhang Yufan and his team had already crossed the river and continued towards the snowy mountain. When they had walked about halfway, suddenly two massive cannonballs flew quickly towards them. One cannonball was sliced in half and exploded by Zoro. The other cannonball was kicked into the sky by Sanji and exploded there. Immediately, bullets began to rain down from all directions, but Zhang Yufan and his team blocked them all. Hancock said, "The three of us will go catch those two guys who are firing. Everyone else spread out to deal with the enemies around us. We'll regroup on the mountain." Zhang Yufan smiled. After speaking, he instructed Hancock to take Robin and Nami to search. With her strong sensing ability, Hancock quickly discovered a giant much taller than Dong Li. Name Rock. Combat Power Growth Potential Level S. Current Combat Power Level Age 25. Height 42. 5 meters. Gender Male. Weapon Huge Sniper Rifle. Devil Fruit None. Bounty None. Equipment Card None. Description: a special giant under Caesar Clown, skilled in sniping, hailing from the Beastman duo of Snow Country, appearing silently to kill opponents, earning rewards for commission killings, and completing tasks beautifully. Extremely strong combat power and fast speed, nicknamed the Snow Mountain Killer. Although he has fur on his body, he is still very afraid of the cold. Zhang Yufan and Nami silently approached Rock's shoulders. Nami, looking surprised, said, "Wow, you're really tall. Taller than the giant partners on our ship." Rock, astonished, holding a huge sniper rifle, responded, "You guys were able to appear before me silently, and so quickly. How can you block my bullets?" Zhang Yufan smiled and looked up at Rock, saying, "So, will you surrender now, or should we beat you until you do?" Rock, confused, asked, "How do you know my name? It's not that easy to make me surrender." After saying that, he vanished from sight, and Zhang Yufan and Nami chased after him. Then, from both sides, they each extended a leg and kicked Rock, who hadn't reacted yet, into the sky. They kicked him around like a soccer ball with fast and powerful strikes. Rock was completely defenseless against Zhang Yufan and Nami's playful kicks and quickly surrendered. Lying on the ground, Rock wanted to cry without tears, thinking, "They even kicked me like a ball. This isn't how you play?" He wondered what kind of monsters these two were. Their combat power was too strong. Not only were they fast, but their strength was also extraordinary. Zhang Yufan walked over to Rock, patted his head, and said, "Get up, stop playing dead. It's time to find your other brother. who was probably already getting beaten up. In pain all over, Rock could only helplessly get up and walk in the direction Zhang Yufan pointed. Meanwhile, Hancock and Robin found another giant who had been firing at them. Hancock bent backward, facing the sky, and said, "You are the one who just fired at us. You're really tall. I feel like you're twice the height of the giant Helding." Robin exclaimed in surprise. The giant, looking astonished, asked, "So what? How did you find me so easily? And how can you be so fast?" Hancock, disdainful, kicked the giant and said, "That's how it should be. I wouldn't even let Yufan lose a single hair. You bastard dare to fire cannonballs." Robin silently mourned for the giant, thinking, why did you choose to shoot at Yufan? That's one of Hancock's sore spots. Whoever touches it won't have a good ending. The giant was beaten black and blue by Hancock's invincible kicking combo, crying out in pain. If it weren't for Zhang Yufan's order to capture him alive, he might have already been kicked to death by Hancock. After the giant surrendered, he was taken to find Zhang Yufan and Nami. Soon, they encountered each other with the giant in tow. Zhang Yufan checked the information on the giant Hancock brought back using the system. Name, Scorch. Combat power growth potential level, S. Current combat power level, A. Age, 25. Height, 42. 5 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, huge sniper rifle. Devil fruit, none. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Description, a special giant under Caesar Clown. One of the Beastman duo from the Snow Country, nicknamed the Snow Mountain Killer, skilled in sniping. Although he has fur on his body, he is still very afraid of the cold and almost always appears silently to kill opponents, earning rewards for commissioned killings and beautifully completing each task. Rock looked worriedly at Scorch. "Scorch, how are you?" Scorch, with a swollen face making it hard to read his expression, waved his hand. "I'm not dead yet. Just my face hurts a lot." Nami looked at Scorch, who had been beaten into a pig's head, and couldn't help but want to laugh, thinking, "You got beaten like this. How can it not hurt?" Around the snowy mountain, explosions could be heard from time to time. At the mountaintop, a man dressed in high-tech protective gear, wearing an oxygen tank and holding a gun, heard the commotion below and used a telescope to check the situation. The man, looking terrified, dialed a phone number and said, "Mr. M, it's bad. That group of pirates is about to reach the mountaintop. What should we do now?" Were. They came really fast. What is there to panic about? Let my pet slime out to play with them," M chuckled. After the man hung up the phone, cold sweat dripped from his forehead and his body trembled. If they really let out such a terrifying creature, many people would likely die again. Sighing, he knew this was M's order and there was no way to stop it. He then walked towards the place where the pet slime was kept and soon arrived, releasing it. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan and the others had already gathered at the mountaintop. Everyone looked curious, sizing up Locke and Scorch. They were indeed tall, and those 2 sniper rifles were extremely large. They were not guns at all. They were clearly 2 cannons. Suddenly, a giant red slime crawled out from a house. Usopp turned his head at the noise, his mouth agape in surprise. "Captain, what is that? It's dozens of times taller than Giant Dongli. We wouldn't even have enough to fill its gaps." Zhang Yufan checked its information using the system. Name, Slime Combat Power Growth Potential Level, a current combat power level. B. Age, 2 years. Height, 150 meters. Gender, none. Weapon, none. Devil fruit, Waikai fruit, hexagon salamander form. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Description, Caesar compressed the H2S gas that invaded Punk Hazard, using high technology to make it consume the devil fruit, creating the gas monster slime, also known as the Death Realm, which is Caesar's pet. Since it is composed of gas, it will explode upon contact with fire or high heat, and it can also split and merge. Bullets and knives cannot touch it, and if a person comes into contact, they will suffer toxic burns and poison damage. That is a monster created by the scientists here who fed the gas a devil fruit, called slime, Zhang Yufan said with a smile. Everyone looked astonished. They had only seen a gun that had eaten a devil fruit before. Now, this was even more miraculous. Gas could also consume a devil fruit. This technology was truly impressive. Nami frowned, pointing at the slime with her right hand. This guy is not easy to catch. If its gas leaks out, it will be troublesome. Zhang Yufan smiled and patted Nami's hand. "This is easy. We could just freeze it all and then shatter it. Akiji, it's your turn. You are the only one who can do this." Everyone nodded, agreeing that this method was indeed good. Akiji spread his hands with a helpless expression, no longer as lazy as before. Zhang Yufan, you really can command people. I'll help you out this time. Saying that, he slowly walked towards the slime, using Ice Age to freeze its entire body. Those hiding around, secretly observing, were shocked, their mouths agape. Their jaws almost dropped, and their eyes nearly popped out. Then, with confusion, they wondered why Marine Admiral Akiji was here. Moreover, he was helping Zhang Yufan and the others freeze the slime. Did Akiji also join Zhang Yufan's pirate crew? This was the only explanation that made sense. Otherwise, it couldn't be explained. This was big news. They should quickly inform him. Zhang Yufan smiled, walked next to the slime, and said, Akiji, your devil fruit ability is really strong. Galdino, it's your turn to make an appearance. This construction project is a bit large. Akiji smiled slightly, said nothing more, and walked back. Captain, for me now, this is all small stuff. It will be finished soon, Galdino replied with a grin. After that, he used the wax fruit ability to quickly construct a huge room. Before long, it was completed. Zhang Yufan entered the room and took out various prepared fruits. After killing the slime, he stored the obtained devil fruit in his storage space and walked out of the room. After handling this matter, everyone came to a large research facility. Because the space inside was too small, Zhang Yufan, the giants, and large animals stayed outside. He then punched and broke the thick iron door, continuing forward with the remaining companions. On the way, they encountered another wave of enemies, which were easily dealt with. Meanwhile, M, who was inside the research facility, became extremely angry after receiving reports from his subordinates. He didn't expect Zhang Yufan and the others to kill his pet slime and now breach his research base. So he led all his subordinates to kill towards where Zhang Yufan and the others were. After Zhang Yufan broke down another door, he discovered a man chained up, barely alive. He had black hair tied up and a goatee, dressed in a kimono that was black and white on the left half and orange on the right half. Zhang Yufan checked his information using the system. Name, Kineman Combat Power Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Power Level. S Age, 33 years height, 2. 95 meters gender. Male weapon, J-San Sword, K-Sanj Sword, Devil Fruit. Fuku no Mi Bounty. None equipment card. None description. Known as Foxfire Kineman. Born in Wano Country, Cave Zuki clan vassal, leader of the 9 Red Scabbards, husband of Otama, a dual-wielding samurai skilled in the Foxfire style that can cut through flames. He harbors a deep hatred for pirates. After Kazuki Odin was executed, in order to protect Kazuki Momonosuke and fulfill the country's wish, he was sent 17 years into the future using Kazuki Toki's time fruit ability. He is quite lecherous, extremely loyal to his lord, but has very stubborn and traditional views, holding a belief in male superiority, considering it a disgrace for women to be slapped, stating that a samurai can be killed but not humiliated. Chopper hurriedly ran over to check Kineman's condition. The doctors, including Kia, also rushed over to break the chains on him. After discovering he was poisoned, they asked Zhang Yufan for some equipment. Then, several super doctors gathered together and began researching the antidote for this poison. Before long, the antidote was developed and given to Kineman. After that, Kineman's complexion gradually improved, and he opened his eyes. Kineman looked confused, lying on the ground, still trying to sit up. Who are you? Why did you save me? Chopper reached out and pressed Kineman back down on the ground. Don't move. You just woke up and haven't recovered. I'm a doctor. How could I just watch you die? Toxic Q smiled and stood up. We're all pirates. Who are you? If we had arrived a moment later, you would have met your maker. You were really lucky. You are all pirates? I despise pirates the most. But I still want to thank you for saving my life. I have important matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Kineman said with a look of disdain. After saying that, he stood up, picked up the 2 swords placed in the room, and dashed out the door, disappearing without a trace. Everyone was speechless. They had saved his life, but he showed no gratitude and had that attitude. He was probably someone who had suffered greatly at the hands of pirates. Otherwise, he wouldn't have treated them this way. They decided not to hold it against him. Zhang Yufan also didn't care about Kineman anymore. They would meet again soon. They then explored several more rooms, but found nothing. Before long, they arrived at the biscuit room. When they opened the door, They saw it was filled with children, both big and small. At this moment, the children playing games were all a bit scared and surprised, looking at Yufan and the others. "Who are you? We don't know you. Look, there are so many little animals. There's a cool robot over there." The children's eyes lit up, and they all gathered around. The adults were puzzled, wondering what was going on with these kids. Suddenly, a terrifying possibility came to mind. Could they be here for experiments? Of course. There was also the possibility that they were here for treatment, among other things. How could there be little ghosts from the giant race? And ordinary little ghosts? Frankie asked in confusion. A little boy with light curly hair quietly asked, "My name is Cinder." "Uncle Robot, did you come from outside the island?" Frankie smiled and pointed to himself. "Yes, my name is Frankie, little ghost Cinder. I'm a cyborg, not a robot." The children's eyes brightened. Perhaps they had a chance to leave this island. They wanted to see their long-missed dad and mom. Soon, they all had tears in their eyes and began to plead for help from Zhang, Yufan, and the others. "Uncle Frankie, please save us. Big sister, take us away from this island. Our illness has long been cured. We've been locked up here for so long. We really want to see Dad and Mom." At this point, everyone had basically guessed it was indeed the worst-case scenario. Zhang Yufan also agreed to help the children get back home. First, let Chopper and a few doctors check the children's health. They also asked some questions, and everyone got to know each other. After a while, Chopper said angrily, "Big brother, these kids have taken an overdose of stimulants and are now poisoned. If they stop taking it, it will be very painful." After spending time with the kind Chopper and others, Poison Q's personality had gradually shifted towards theirs. He knew all too well how painful being sick could be, especially the agony that comes from being poisoned. Adults might not be able to endure it, let alone children. Poison Q stood up angrily. "This guy is ruthless enough. If I catch him, I'll make sure to chop him to death." Chopper, develop an antidote quickly. Otherwise, it will be a problem if they suddenly get sick. Then the super doctors began a new round of antidote development. Mancha, with teary eyes, looked down at Nami. "Big sister, are we going to die?" "Don't worry. With those super doctors here, it's not so easy for you to die." "Mancha, are you a child of the giant race? Do your parents know you are here?" When everyone first arrived, they were of normal size, but the longer they stayed here, their bodies grew larger. "Do we get a disease that makes us grow bigger? Before we came here, we didn't see Dad and Mom. Some uncles said we were seriously ill and needed to be isolated from our parents, then brought us here for treatment." Everyone was extremely angry. Wasn't this just kidnapping? Coupled with human experimentation, they all began to roll up their sleeves. It seemed they needed to make the person in charge here experience a fate worse than death. Zhang Yufan took out a phone bug and contacted Aladdin on Fishman Island, asking him to bring a ship to Punk Hazard to take the kidnapped children home. Of course, they couldn't rely solely on Aladdin. After all, the conflict between the fishmen and humans had not been resolved. With limited information, he contacted a few more people to cooperate. However, before the antidote was developed, an accident occurred. Cinder knelt on the ground, holding his head with both hands, his face extremely pale. Just as Zhang Yufan was about to approach, Cinder suddenly erupted and threw a powerful punch. It was easily caught, shocking Mancha and the others. Chopper hurried over and gave Cinder a sedative. His emotions finally stabilized. But soon after, several other children began to show symptoms. Chopper was there managing the children's emotions, while Nami and the others continued to develop the antidote. Suddenly, several explosions were heard from outside the room. Everyone inside frowned. Who is it, coming to cause trouble at such a crucial time for developing the antidote? Zhang Yufan asked the animals to stay behind and took the other companions outside to check the situation. Zhang Yufan used the system to check the information of the two people standing in front of him. Name: Caesar Clown Power Growth Potential Level. S Current Power Level. A Age: 52. Height: 3.09 meters. Gender: Male. Weapon: None. Devil Fruit. Gas Fruit Bounty: 300 million berries. Equipment card. None. Description: A scientist known as the highest authority on weapons of mass destruction. He is a cruel, arrogant, cunning, insidious, and cowardly scumbag, a member of the original research team MADS and the World Government Scientific Unit. Previously worked with Vegapunk and ranked second in the scientific unit. Later captured due to an explosion incident. He escaped and came to Punk Hazard to secretly collaborate with Don Quixote da Flamingo to develop the raw material SAD for the artificial devil fruit smile. Name: Monet Power Growth Potential Level. A current power level. B age, 27 height. 2. 27 meters gender. Female weapon. None devil fruit. Snow fruit bounty. None equipment card. None description. On the surface, she is Caesar Clown's secretary, but in reality, she is one of Don Quixote da Flamingo's subordinates, becoming exceptionally brutal and cold during battles. She refers to da Flamingo as young master and is fiercely loyal to him, believing he will definitely become the pirate king. Caesar, furious, pointed at Zhang Yufan and the others. "You bastards kill my beloved pet." Zhang Yufan grinned and waved at Caesar. "Yes, we froze the slime and smashed its body into pieces. How's that feel? Angry, right? Come bite me." Everyone almost burst into laughter. It was as if Zhang Yufan treated Caesar like a little dog. It was likely that this guy was one of the people in charge here, so there was no need to be polite. They had to treat him well. Caesar's face turned pale with anger. "You killed my pet and are still so arrogant. You think you could just bite me? Do you really think I'm a well-behaved dog?" After calming down, Caesar pointed at his own face. "So arrogant. I really underestimated you. Behind me stands an emperor. Do you dare to hit me? Come here, try." Zhang Yufan didn't hold back either, since he was already challenging him. It's the first meeting. One must give face, right? Otherwise, how rude would that be? So he granted Caesar's request, covering his right hand with hockey, and ruthlessly punched him in the face, sending him flying. Reacting quickly, Caesar instantly transformed into gas, crashing into the wall. Everyone shook their heads in unison. The world was indeed vast, and there were all kinds of people. I didn't expect anyone to enjoy getting beaten up. I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen anyone this arrogant. Kulong now looks dazed, with blood flowing from his mouth and nose. A sharp pain radiates from his face when he touches it. He feels something sunken in. The bones inside are probably cracked. He really hit hard. Zhang Yufan actually dared to hit me, truly going against the four emperors. He is indeed a madman. He even killed a celestial dragon before. Monet looks astonished, staring blankly at the side. Zhang Yufan's speed of attack is just too fast. I can't see anything at all. He then uses the power of the snow fruit to create snow, quickly covering the surroundings. Zhang Yufan smiles and walks back to Nami. "Old Shah, Kulong over there is up to you. He's an ability user. Be careful of the gas around him. Enel, Monet who's making snow is up to you. The old rules." The two nod, indicating they understand, and look for their opponents. As for Kulong's subordinates behind him, they are left to other partners to deal with. Sanji is also quiet, not stopping Enel from attacking Monet. However, he still has a long way to go before he's willing to hit a woman. Enel laughs, riding on the Thunder Tiger. "Yaha, Snow Woman, come accept the punishment of this Thunder God. Divine punishment." After speaking, a not too large lightning pillar descends from the sky, creating a large hole in the roof, crashing towards Monet. Monet directly uses her snow powers to escape, while simultaneously preparing to attack Enel. He missed. "Taste my snow bunny move." Monet smirks. After that, many rabbits made of snow quickly and continuously rush towards Enel. Enel directly uses a 30 million volt Thunderbird to blast them away. Then it's Enel's personal showcase. Various small lightning skills are constantly unleashed towards Monet. Monet is also continuously using her snow skills, but Enel's speed is just too fast. Moreover, the power of lightning is incredibly strong. Monet simply can't defend against it and gets scorched by Enel's lightning. Monet screams in pain, smoke rising from her mouth. "This is too strong. Young master, I'm sorry. My mission has failed." Enel laughs heartily, floating over. "Yeah, now you know the power of this thunder god. I've had enough fun. It's time to end this." Saying that, he knocks Monet unconscious with a chop and drags her back to Zhang Yufan's side. On the other side, Kulong, whose face has been beaten out of shape, floats out from the pile of stones. Kulong, furious, covers his face. "It hurts so much. You bastard, I won't let you go. Try my continuous gas soundboard move." This move involves storing gas he creates in specially made soundboards. He then throws them towards Old Shah, releasing the gas inside. Finally, he detonates the device within the soundboard, causing all the released gas to explode. Old Shah smirks, using his foot to quickly dodge. "Too slow. You can't hit me at all. Eat my set of combo punches. He then takes a deep breath, enveloped in armament hockey, and charges towards Kulong, pummeling him mercilessly. Kulong still wants to use the empty world to create a vacuum around him, making it impossible for Old Shah to breathe. However, Old Shah is holding his breath, so it doesn't affect him at all while he continues to beat Kulong. Then Kulong uses a gas flamethrower, spitting a straight line of gas laser to interrupt Old Shah's attack, but it has no effect. Old Shah smirks, holding his breath. Don't waste your energy. You can't escape my grasp. It's time to end this. After that, he knocks Kulong unconscious and drags him to Zhang Yufan. Zhang Yufan puts sea prism stone handcuffs on Kulong and Monet, then hands them to Robin, instructing her to extract all the information they know. After dealing with these matters, everyone returns to the cookie room. Chopper and the other super doctors have already developed the antidote and administered it to the children, who have now returned to normal. Zhang Yufan smiles. Monch, you guys rest here for a bit. Once I finish dealing with things here, I'll make sure you all get fully healed and send you home. Monch and the others nod happily, eager to return home and see their parents. Zhang Yufan asks Chopper and the others to find Cologne to understand the reason Monch and the others turned into giants and the solution. He then leads a few partners to start exploring the entire research facility. Along the way, they collect many useful items into their storage space. He casually senses if there are any other enemies in the facility. The enemies on the ground have all been cleared, leaving only one underground. This one isn't an enemy. It should be the person Kin'eman is looking for. Not long after, they encounter Kin'eman again. Zhang Yufan smiles and walks over to pat Kin'eman's shoulder. We meet again. The samurai from Wano country, Kin'eman. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Yufan, captain of the extreme pirate crew. Kin'eman looks astonished, wide-eyed at Zhang Yufan. How do you know my name? Never mind, that's not important. I must find my son. I don't have time to deal with you. He turns to walk ahead, continuing his search. Want to know where Momonosuke is? Zhang Yufan smiles. Kin'eman looks excited, turns around, bows, and lowers his head. Zhang Yufan-sama, please tell me where Momonosuke is. I would be eternally grateful. Zhang Yufan nods and leads Kin'eman in the direction he senses. Soon, they arrive at the garbage dump beneath the research facility. A small pink dragon is lying there, looking very weak and sticking out its tongue. Kin'eman looks puzzled, glancing around. Besides the small pink dragon, he has yet to see Momonosuke's figure. Zhang Yufan-sama, why have you brought me here? Wait, could this dragon be Momonosuke transformed? At that moment, Zhang Yufan checks the information of the dragon using the system. Name, Kazuki Momonosuke power growth potential level. SS current power level. F age, 6 years height. 1 meter gender. Male weapon, none devil fruit. Artificial devil fruit, pink dragon form bounty. None equipment card. None description. Due to fleeing, he and his retainer, the samurai Kin'eman, pretended to be father and son. He is a man who wishes to become a general of Wano country, very lecherous, and has become an ability user after mistakenly eating an artificial devil fruit. He despises pirates and is stubbornly traditional, even more so than Kin'eman. He hates being treated like an eel and sometimes uses his child status to act cute towards women to gain special treatment. Hearing the commotion, Momonosuke opens his eyes. Huh? Am I fainting from hunger? How can I see my father? After saying that, he closes his eyes again. Zhang Yufan gestures to Kin'eman. This is the person you were looking for. Jin Wyman hurried over to confirm his identity, gently patting Peach Shusuke's face. Wake up. Are you Peach Shusuke? Hearing someone call him, Peach Shusuke opened his eyes again, looking excited. Father, I am indeed Peach Shusuke. You finally came? Jin Wyman was overjoyed and excitedly hugged Peach Shusuke. It's so good that you were safe. Father, I didn't expect you to find this place, said Peach Shusuke with a smile. Just as he finished speaking, his stomach growled loudly, turning his face red. Thanks to this Lord Zhang Yufan beside me. Although he is a pirate, he is a good person and saved my life. Jin Wyman smiled broadly. Then Peach Shusuke and Jin Wyman sincerely expressed their gratitude. Peach Shusuke forced himself to calm down and explained his situation. He had accidentally boarded a ship that abducted children and was sent here. However, he insisted he was a samurai and refused food offered by others. Later, too hungry, he snuck out of the room. By chance, he found a fruit in a special room and couldn't help but eat it. After that, he turned into a dragon and was discovered by the people here. He was chased by them and accidentally fell here. Since then, he had been unable to turn back into a human and couldn't climb back up. He had been here for several days without a drop of water. Everyone admired Peach Shusuk's perseverance. Zhang Yufan first took Peach Shusuk out of the garbage dump. Peach Shusuk, should I say you're unfortunate or fortunate? Zhang Yufan smiled. Peach Shusuk looked puzzled and looked up at Lord Zhang Yufan. What do you mean by that? Zhang Yufan smiled and placed Peach Shusuk on the ground. You ate a synthetic devil fruit, also known as smile. It's not real. Out of 10 people who eat it, only one can gain beast powers. If you fail, you will lose all expressions except for laughter and become a land duck. Everyone gasped. The side effects of this synthetic devil fruit were quite severe. The probability of gaining the ability was also very low, and that little brat Peach Shusuk was truly lucky. Although he had previously boarded a ship that abducted children and nearly ate poisonous candy, he turned misfortune into fortune, likely concentrating all his luck on gaining the devil fruit ability. Jin Wyman looked puzzled. How does Lord Zhang Yufan know about this? It seemed likely, after all, there was no point in deceiving them. Thinking about the consequences of that side effect, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He felt a wave of fear. If Peach Shusuk really became like that, he wouldn't have the face to face his father or the living brothers. Fortunately, Peach Shusuk's luck was excellent, and he gained the fruit ability. Zhang Yufan smiled and took everyone aside. Sanji, take them to Chopper first, then you can start preparing food. Also, these two samurai are very lecherous. Don't let them get close to the women. After saying that, he took out tools and food from his storage space and handed them over. Everyone looked strangely at the father and son reminiscing over there. They all believed that Jin Wyman had spoiled Peach Shusuk, and should it be said that like father, like son? Having such bad habits at such a young age would only get worse as they grew up. They had already made preparations to keep them away from Nami and the other women. There were already few women on the ship, and they were almost all assigned, so they wouldn't let them get hands on. Then a few companions were left to help Sanji prepare food. The remaining companions continued to walk forward, exploring the remaining rooms. Before long, they had explored the entire research facility. They scavenged many things and destroyed the sad factory, which was the raw material for making Smile. Back in the cookie room, Robin had already asked all the information that Kulong and Monet knew. Therefore, these two guys were no longer valuable. They dragged them to the nearby prison room. After locking the door, they took out the candles from his storage space and walked in, asking Gal Dino to seal the entrance. Soon, the devil fruits on Kulong and Monet were all obtained and stored away. Everyone gathered outside the research facility, and Sanji had already prepared various delicacies. Jin Wyman and Peach Shusuk were sitting over there, devouring the delicious food. At first, Peach Shusuk stubbornly refused to accept the food Sanji offered him. However, under Jin Wyman's persuasion, he accepted it. Seeing Zhang Yufan, Jin Wyman knelt down, lying on the ground. Lord Zhang Yufan, this food is truly delicious. Thank you for this meal. I will definitely repay everyone. Zhang Yufan smiled and helped Jin Wyman up. All right, the most important thing now is to fill our stomachs. We can talk about other matters later. The issues in the research facility were basically taken care of. Only the illnesses of those children remained. Chopper and the other super doctors had also obtained enough information from Kulong. However, they still needed some time to study further before they could cure the remaining illnesses of the children. Everyone sat together, enjoying the delicious food prepared by Sanji. The happiest were the children, who hadn't eaten such delicious food in a long time. Suddenly, everyone saw many people walking towards the research facility. At the forefront was a tall, strong man wearing a white checkered coat, sunglasses, with short black hair and lightning-shaped sideburns on his face. Behind him followed a group of fierce-looking Marines. They looked like a gang of thugs, not resembling soldiers at all. The two men at the front raised their hands to signal the people behind to stop. Zhang Yufan checked the information of the two men standing at the front using the system. Name, Virgo Combat Power Growth Potential Level. S Current Combat Power Level. S Age, 38 Height. 2. 47 meters Gender. Male Weapon. Bamboo Stick Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Introduction. A senior executive of the Don Quixote family, nicknamed Ghost Bamboo. Infiltrated the Navy as an undercover agent. gradually rising to the position of Rear Admiral while also serving as the base commander of the G5 branch of the Navy. He is skilled in physical techniques, cruel and ruthless, and would not hesitate to kill his subordinates. He values the respect of others, is a bit forgetful, and is very loyal to the Don Quixote family, treating comrades as family. Name: Overhead Combat Power Growth Potential Level. B. Current Combat Power Level. B. Age: 40. Height: 1.79 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: pistol, long knife. Devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. A member of the G5 Fortress in the New World of the Navy. Under the command of Virgo, like other Marines in the G5 Fortress, he is a barbaric and violent type of rogue soldier. In addition to being unreasonable in behavior, he even falsifies military information, covers up the truth, and treats the abduction of children as accidents, deceiving the parents of the children. Zhang, Yufan, and the others just glanced up and then continued to eat. They didn't pay too much attention to this group of Marines. With their current combat power, any one of their companions could easily wipe them out. As for their desire to escape, they might as well forget it. Dreaming is fine. Even if they managed to run 1,000 meters first, they could be easily caught up. The giants looked at this group of Navy members with mockery. Another group of fat sheep had delivered themselves. When the members of the G5 branch of the Navy saw the appearance of Zhang, Yufan, and the others, they felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Their pupils suddenly constricting, cold sweat pouring down their heads as they exchanged glances. It seemed like we have come to a place we shouldn't be, feeling like we have entered a tiger's den. The guys here are too terrifying, and now it seems too late to run. Virgo was in shock, tightly gripping the bamboo stick in his hand, realizing that the captain of the extreme pirates, the Godslayer Zhang Yufan, along with 5 warlords and even Admiral Akiji was present. When did so many powerful figures appear? Zhang Yufan smiled and tossed the corpses of Kulong and Monet over. Virgo, the highest-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family, you came looking for these too, right? Unfortunately, you're late. The Navy soldiers behind Virgo were all stunned, their minds blank. No way. How could the base commander Virgo be a pirate? This pirate must be deceiving us. Otherwise, how could the high-ranking officers of the Navy not find out? Virgo was astonished that Zhang Yufan knew his true identity. Even the high-ranking Navy officers were unaware of this. However, even if Zhang Yufan exposed my true identity without evidence, the guys behind me or others in the Navy wouldn't believe it. Plus, with Kulong and Monet dead, if the young master finds out, he'll be very angry, and the 4 emperors behind him will be even angrier. I wonder if they will take it out on the young master, and have Zhang Yufan and the others become so strong that they no longer fear the 4 emperors. With my current combat power, I cannot defeat Zhang Yufan and the others. I can only fight to the death and see if I can kill a few. Then I used haki to cover my whole body and weapon. Zhang Yufan remained calm, patting Nami's hand. Nami, go stretch a bit and teach Virgo how to play with the stick. As for the others, just kill them. Let anyone who wants to stay decide for themselves. All the G5 branch Navy members are not good people. There is no need to leave anyone alive. Akiji wouldn't stop Zhang Yufan from doing this now, as he had no ability to do so, and from what he had learned during this time, he knew Zhang Yufan wouldn't kill innocents indiscriminately. A few companions stood up and walked toward the soldiers behind Virgo. Nami smiled, holding an iron rod. No problem. It'll be over quickly. Virgo watched Nami approach him with the iron rod, not thinking she would be weak. Zhang Yufan was no fool. The person he sent to deal with him must be very strong. Virgo's nerves were all taut as he rushed forward, shouting, "Ghost bamboo." After saying that, he spun the bamboo stick covered in haki at high speed, constantly accumulating centrifugal force. Coupled with the hardness of haki, he struck at Nami. Once Nami made contact with the bamboo stick, she would suffer tremendous impact damage. Nami did not take it head-on. With a push of her foot, she appeared behind Virgo. Taking advantage of his momentary unawareness, she struck him hard, sending him flying. In mid-air, Virgo stabilized his form, but before his feet could touch the ground, Nami's figure had already appeared in front of him. She thrust the iron rod directly at his abdomen. At the critical moment, Virgo blocked with the bamboo stick. However, Nami's strength was too great, sending him flying again. Nami chased after him once more, swinging the iron rod at high speed. executing various moves like horizontal sweeps, upward thrusts, and downward slashes against his body. Virgo desperately defended, but Nami's speed and strength were overwhelming. He had already taken dozens of hits, and his arms were slowly becoming numb from the impact. Frowning and gritting his teeth, he persisted but couldn't escape. His body kept retreating until he could no longer withstand it and was knocked unconscious by Nami, brought to Zhang Yufan's side. Keeping Virgo was useless. He was executed by Zhang Yufan with a broken neck. After cleaning up the battlefield, they continued their meal. After staying on the island for over a day, Aladdin and the others arrived from Fishman Island. Zhang Yufan handed the children over to Aladdin and also explained a few things. Chopper and the other super doctors had already cured the children's illnesses. After bidding them farewell, Zhang Yufan packed his things and prepared to set sail. Kinnaman heard the destination Zhang Yufan mentioned was also where he wanted to go, so he boarded the ship. Everyone sailed on the sea for a long time, during which they made a significant discovery. They unexpectedly found a barrier fruit deep in an uninhabited island. They gave the barrier fruit to Bartolomeo, the gas fruit to Doc Q, and the snow fruit to Noki. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan was unaware that shortly after they left Punk Hazard Island, a woman covered in weapons had arrived at the Punk Hazard Research Facility, standing next to a man flying in the sky. She examined the situation there and was shocked to find that there was not a single person inside. Moreover, there were signs of fight, and even the sad factory had been destroyed. The two carefully searched the research facility and its surroundings, but found nothing, completely unaware of who had done this. The woman frowned, took out a din mushy, and dialed a number. "Hello, young master, there's a big problem. Our sad factory has been destroyed, and all the people in the research facility have disappeared." The man referred to as the young master on the other end of the line was furious, veins bulging on his forehead. "What did you say? Do you know who did it?" The woman, looking helpless, with a cigarette in her mouth, replied, "We searched this place thoroughly but found no useful clues. We have no idea who did it." The man on the other end angrily said, "Continue to expand the search area. That guy Kulong is very important. We must find him." The woman agreed, and the man beside her took off. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, the young master called Virgo. But after a long time, no one picked up. After a while, he dialed Virgo's number again, but still no answer. Could it be that even Virgo has had an accident? What on earth is going on? How could all the good people suddenly disappear? Unable to wait any longer, he quickly flew down to Punk Hazard Island from the sky. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan was happily sailing on the sea, completely unaware of what had happened after leaving Punk Hazard Island. KB smiled. Sitting in a chair, "Kinnaman, are you and your son planning to return to Wano?" Kinnaman frowned slightly. Sitting there, "We escaped from Wano. I won't go into details about the reasons. Originally, we samurais wanted to go to Zou, but we encountered danger halfway and got separated. The two of us drifted to Dressrosa, while the other samurais are missing. Then you can follow us to Dressrosa first. Once we finish our business here, we will also go to Zou and Wano to look for those samurais." Zhang Yufan smiled. Jin Wyman was very happy, standing up and asking, "Can we really travel together? Can you help find the whereabouts of those samurai?" Zhang Yufan nodded. With Jin Wyman and Taz Zizu's connections, it would be easier to communicate when they reached Zou. Otherwise, they might have to fight first. Jin Wyman was very pleased to have the help of Lord Zhang Yufan. They could find the other samurai more quickly and not worry about their own safety. Usopp, based on Jin Wyman's description, sketched the portraits of those samurai. Otherwise, Jin Wyman's drawings were too ugly to find anyone. Zhang Yufan's ship had been sailing at sea for another day and finally arrived at Dressrosa. Everyone disembarked, leaving most of the animals and giants behind. Each person held a portrait, enjoying the island while searching for the samurai. They also disguised themselves. Otherwise, it would be difficult to have fun. After that, everyone was free to move around, letting a few companions follow Jin Wyman. As they entered the city, they saw living toys everywhere in the streets, coexisting peacefully with humans. However, the residents of the city had no idea of the blood and tears these toys had experienced. They were once living humans, but had been transformed into their current state by a devil fruit user. With their memories erased, no one remembered who they once were. Zhang Yufan wandered around the city with Nami and Hancock. During lunch at a restaurant, They learned that the residents still believed in the legend of fairies. Nami discovered a casino in the city and dragged Zhang Yufan and Hancock to the entrance. There were quite a few people inside, with various gambling tables. Joyful cheers and wails of despair echoed intermittently, along with various noises. Nami scanned the room and pointed at a gambling table. Yufan, let's go play over there. After saying that, she pulled Zhang Yufan over. With her observation hockey, Nami dominated the casino. Hancock, uninterested in all this, clung to Zhang Yufan's arm, resting her head on his shoulder, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Zhang Yufan, not particularly interested, scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he was drawn to a gambling table crowded with people and spotted a familiar figure. He had short black hair and a circle of beard around his mouth. An X-shaped scar on the left side of his forehead extended to his eyes. Dressed in a light purple kimono, he was tall, and he was a blind man. Zhang Yufan checked his information through the system. Name, Isho combat power growth potential level. Assess current combat power level. Assess age, 51 height, 2. 7 meters gender, male weapon, cane sword devil fruit. Zushi no Mi bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. Very calm. Loves gambling. Very polite, even to enemies. Has formidable combat power. High swordsmanship. Gentle and straightforward personality. Possesses a strong sense of justice. Values the safety of the people. Despises injustice. And often follows his own principles in his actions. He chose to close his eyes to avoid seeing the world's evils. Zhang Yufan was puzzled as to why Isho, one of the future Marine admirals, would appear here. Regardless of the reason, since they had met, this formidable expert must be recruited onto their ship. This would reduce one ally for the Marines while increasing one for himself. Is my luck too good? I can meet him here. Nami was beaming, having won a lot of small money. She turned to share her joy with Zhang Yufan, but found him staring intently at someone by the gambling table. Nami followed Zhang Yufan's gaze and exclaimed, "Huh? There's a blind uncle gambling over there. He seems quite skilled and has won money. Yufan, do you know him?" Zhang Yufan smiled and nodded. "I know him. He doesn't know me. That blind uncle has strong combat power, and I want to recruit him. Let's go check it out." Nami nodded and followed Zhang Yufan and Hancock over. At the gambling table, a gambler looked surprised as he approached Isho. "Uncle, you're amazing. You've won 15 times in a row, even if the amounts aren't large." Isho smiled and replied from his chair, "Just lucky. I'm not a master." Surrounding gamblers internally scoffed. "If you're not a master, what does that make us who haven't won a single round?" Hancock and Nami both sensed the strong aura coming from the blind man sitting in the chair. Zhang Yufan approached with a smile, gently patting Isho's shoulder. "Hello, Mr. Isho. I didn't expect to see you here." Isho, surprised, said, "Oh, young brother, you know me? This should be our first meeting." "It is indeed our first meeting today. But I know about you. You're very strong. Would you be interested in joining us for a drink at the tavern to chat? Otherwise, if you keep winning like this, the house may come out with a knife to cut you." Zhang Yufan laughed. The surrounding gamblers looked at Zhang Yufan with confusion, not knowing what he was up to. This uncle named Isho was currently their cash cow. They hadn't won enough yet, and he was causing trouble. They wondered if he knew the saying, cutting off someone's financial path is like killing their parents. They thought, if you keep this up, we might beat you to the point where you can't recognize your parents. However, if he continued winning, he might genuinely get hurt, and they would likely suffer too. Isho smiled and said, "Interesting. Young brother, you're not ordinary. Then let's go." He then led them to a quieter tavern, and each ordered a drink. Isho remained calm, took a sip of his drink, and said, "So, young brother, tell me your purpose for finding me." Zhang Yufan smiled, setting down his drink, and introduced himself. "I am Zhang Yufan, captain of the Extreme Pirate Crew. To my left is Nami, and to my right is Hancock. We would like to invite you to join us." Isho, looking composed, set down his drink and said, "So you are the God Slayer Zhang Yufan. I've heard much about you. I know of your great achievements. Since you know about me, you should also know that I despise evil people." "Of course I know. Are we really evil people? Perhaps you think the Marines and the world government are more just and want to join them. Let me tell you about the corruption within," Zhang Yufan replied calmly. Zhang Yufan seriously introduced the O'Hara incident, the Judicial Island incident, the killing of the celestial dragons, and so on. He then spoke about how to change the world as structure while painting a beautiful picture. Ishao's originally calm expression slowly became serious. If what Zhang Yufan said was true, then the crimes committed were no less than those of the most vicious pirates. His serious expression gradually turned into shock. Can that beautiful scene really be realized? Nami and Hancock beside him were also shocked, staring blankly. Perhaps you might doubt the authenticity of these matters, but I'm not afraid for you to investigate. Since you dislike those evils, let us change this world together, Zhang Yufan said with a smile. I believe all of this is true. I can feel your anger. And it's not fake. I didn't expect it to be like this, Yishao said, calming himself with a smile. After a pause, Yishao continued. As for the future you depicted, that scene is too beautiful. I really want to see it, but it requires a sufficiently strong combat power. Show me your full strength. Zhang Yufan smiled, stood up, and said, No problem. Let us find a suitable place for you to witness it. From the system's map, they could see an island to the west. It had dense forests, and that was Greenbit Island. There weren't many people there, which was perfect for a battle. Zhang Yufan and the others took Yishao and headed toward the island. Along the way, they encountered many companions who, upon hearing that they were challenging their captain, all followed along. Greenbit Island and Dressrosa Island were connected by a bridge. Not long after they walked onto the bridge, several horned, flying fish charged towards them, baring their teeth. Zhang Yufan directly used his Conqueror's Haki to stun the flying fish around them. Yishao sensed the situation around him and was a bit surprised. Zhang Yufan is indeed extraordinary. He can even use Conqueror's Haki. Soon they arrived at Greenbit Island and found an open area. Zhang Yufan and Yishao faced each other, standing at a distance, while Beijing shouted to start. Yishao slowly drew the knife in his hand, using the heavy fruits ability, saying, Meteor Fall. He then controlled a huge stone to smash down towards Zhang Yufan from the sky. Zhang Yufan also drew his sword, Snow Walk, and struck at the falling meteor. He continuously unleashed powerful slashes, and soon the meteor was shattered into pieces. Before it could hit the ground, it had already lost its original massive impact. Zhang Yufan, I didn't expect your slashes to be so powerful. You've already reached the level of a sword master, Yishao smiled. Your fruit ability is quite good. Are you ready? Take my attack, Zhang Yufan said with a smile. After that, he continuously unleashed powerful slashes towards Yishao. Yishao used the heavy fruit's ability to attempt to deflect those slashes. The first few slashes were bounced back, but Zhang Yufan's subsequent slashes came again. The power of the slashes that were bounced back combined with the new ones, forming an even more powerful slash. These numerous powerful slashes continuously attacked Yishao. Yishao used Hell Journey, maximizing the gravity around him, forcing the slashes down to the ground. Zhang Yufan, under immense pressure, had already charged in front of Yishao. He covered his sword with armament haki and continuously slashed at him. Zhang Yufan's powerful attacks forced Yishao to keep retreating. Zhang Yufan, your swordsmanship is truly strong, both in speed and power, Yishao said. Mr. Yishao, you're also very powerful. It's time to end the battle. Zhang Yufan increased his attack speed and power, directly knocking Yishao's knife out of his hand. Then, Snow Walk was placed against Yishao's neck, and the battle ended there. The companions watching nearby applauded. It was an exciting duel. I admit defeat. You are truly strong. You must still have some strength left. Yes. What do you think? Come on. Let us change this world together. All right. I agree to join. For that beautiful future, let me contribute my meager strength for the rest of my life. Zhang Yufan also picked up Yishao's knife and returned it, while the surrounding companions warmly welcomed Yishao's joining. Another powerful partner, and with the captain enhancing him with special abilities, their combat power would become even stronger. Suddenly, sounds of movement came from the grass in the forest, indicating that many people were approaching. Zhang Yufan and the others turned around, but did not see anyone passing through the grass. Upon closer inspection, they noticed that there were indeed many small figures darting around in the grass. The people who were previously in the grass were shocked by the battle between Zhang Yufan and Yishao and had been hiding inside for a long time. When they came back to their senses, they realized they had been exposed and fled. A man's astonished voice came from the grass, saying, "Oh no, those huge humans have found us. Everyone run. Robin, bring those little guys out of the grass to meet everyone," Zhang Yufan said with a smile. Robin nodded, sensed the situation in the grass, and activated her fruit ability. Soon, many arms grew from the ground, each holding a small figure of the little people. They were struggling desperately, shouting and trying to escape. Help! Someone save us! I'm so stupid. I can't believe I was discovered by those huge humans. Let me go. You bad guys. Zhang Yufan checked the information of the three little people using the system. Name, Vika, potential growth level. B, current combat level. B, age, 20, height, 0. 2 meters, gender, female, weapon, none, devil fruit, none, bounty, none, equipment card, none, description, a member of the Dongtata tribe's reconnaissance team. Very strong but extremely self-conscious, very naive. Believes everything others say. Goal is to overthrow Don Quixote da Flamingo's rule. Name, inhale, potential growth level. B, current combat level. B, age, 21, height, 0. 22 meters, gender, male, weapon, knight, spear, devil fruit, none, bounty, none, equipment card, none, description, a member of the little people. An intelligence officer of the Huaidian Liberation Army's reconnaissance unit. Very strong, fast, a warrior of the Dongtata tribe. Goal is to overthrow Don Quixote da Flamingo's rule. Believes everything others say. Name, Vrapa, potential growth level. B, current combat level. B, age, 22, height, 0. 21 meters, gender, male, weapon, none, devil fruit, none, bounty, none, equipment card, none, description, a member of the little people, a warrior of the Dongtata tribe, very strong, fast, particularly gullible. Goal is to overthrow Don Quixote da Flamingo's rule. Everyone looked at these little people with curiosity, thinking they were a bit too small. Zhang Yufan smiled and squatted down in front of them. Don't be so excited, we don't plan to harm you. Vrapa frowned and looked up. Stop lying. Do you think we would believe that? Nami smiled and also squatted down. It's true. Inhale smiled and relaxed, no longer moving his hands and feet. If it's true, then we can relax. Everyone was speechless. How could they believe so easily? They probably got bought and were happily counting money for someone else. Should we say these little people are foolish or just naive? Zhang Yufan smiled and waved his hand, asking Robin to let them go. We are friends of the great hero Roland's descendants. Take us to meet your king. Vika was astonished, her mouth agape. You are friends of the great hero Roland's descendants. Then follow me. The other little people were also surprised and happily led Zhang Yufan and the others to their kingdom. Everyone wondered how these little people had survived until now, so easily revealing the location of their kingdom. Just as Zhang Yufan and the little people were on their way to their kingdom, a tall man was flying in the sky above Dressrosa. Two people were standing on his back, looking extremely displeased and very angry. Up until now, they had not found any trace of Kuran and the others, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. They also hadn't found the group that destroyed the sad factory, and even 2 members of their family were missing. They had no idea that the real culprit was already right under their noses. Meanwhile, not long after, Zhang Yufan and the others were taken deep into the forest. There was a hidden entrance for them to enter. They continued to walk down and soon arrived underground in the forest. At a glance, there were many little people and miniature buildings around. The little people stopped what they were doing upon hearing the noise and looked warily at Zhang Yufan and his group who were brought back by Vika. Suddenly, a short man wearing a crown-shaped hat and goggles appeared, with 2 needles around his height and holding a pistol. 2 others followed closely behind him. Zhang Yufan checked the information of the 3 of them using the system. Name, Leo, potential growth level, a current combat level, B, age, 22, height, 0. 23 meters, gender, male, weapon, pistol, needles, devil fruit, sowing fruit, bounty, none, equipment card, none, description, a member of the little people, captain of the Dongtata pirate crew. Very naive, believes everything others say, sometimes a bit confused, moves extremely fast, and is said to be a race that can cultivate any plant in the world. Also has deep ties with the Mont Blanc family of the North Sea and the Liku royal family. Name, Bomba, potential growth level, B, current combat level, B, age, 22, height, 0. 24 meters, gender, male, weapon, none, devil fruit, none, bounty, none, equipment card, none, description, a member of the little people, vice captain of the Dongtata tribe, strong build, very strong, fast, skilled in throwing tranquilizer darts, always stands beside Leo, has a younger brother named Bobamba, particularly gullible. Goal is to overthrow Don Quixote Doflamingo's rule. Name, Lumbo, potential growth level, B current combat level, B age, 22 height, 0. 23 meters gender, male weapon, Knight Spear Devil Fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, a member of the Little People, vice captain of the Dong Tata tribe. Has excellent synergy with Leo. The two have a combination skill, very strong. Fast, goal is to overthrow Don Quixote Doflamingo's rule, particularly gullible. Leo looked furious, furrowing his brows and holding his gun. Vrappa, what is going on? Why did you bring these huge humans here? Vrappa smiled and pointed at Zhang Yufan and the others. Lord Leo, don't be angry. They are friends of the great hero Roland's descendants and want to see the king, so we brought them back. Leo smiled and lowered his gun. Oh, is that so? Then it's no problem. I thought they were all bad people. The little people around, who were initially wary, instantly changed their expressions and surrounded Zhang Yufan and the others with smiles when they heard they were friends of the great hero Rolando's descendants. It seemed like they hadn't seen Zhang Yufan and the others in a long time. The crowd was already accustomed to this. Indeed, they were all the same, too easily trusting what others said. Everyone introduced themselves and got to know each other. Then, an old man with a face full of white beard, wearing a crown and holding a cane, came out from a house upon hearing the commotion outside. Zhang Yufan checked his information using the system. Name, Gan Xiao combat power growth potential level, B current combat power level, C age, 80 height, 0. 23 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, little people, king of the Dong Tata kingdom, believes whatever others say, lives underground in the forest of Greenbit Island, knows that the little people and the Don Quixote family have had a grudge since 900 years ago, aims to overthrow Don Quixote Doflamingo's rule, known as the fairy on Dressrosa Island, is a green manager, and the people of Dressrosa Island give them various gifts. Gan Xiao frowned, and leaning on his cane said, Leo, what are you doing? What's up with these gigantic humans? Leo smiled and pointed at Zhang Yufan and the others. Your Majesty, these gigantic humans are friends of the great hero Rolando's descendants. They're all good people. Gan Xiao looked suspicious and raised his head. What are you joking about? How is that possible? That's what they said themselves, Leo replied with a smile. Gan Xiao smiled and sighed. Oh, then there's no problem. Hello, I am Gan Xiao, the king of the Dong Tata kingdom. We haven't closely observed gigantic humans for a long time. Most of the companions looked puzzled, wondering what that meant. Isn't it very simple to observe such large people? Aren't there plenty of them outside? Is there some special reason we're unaware of that prevents them from interacting with us for long? Everyone also introduced themselves to King Gan Xiao. Zhang Yufan smiled and squatted down. Your Majesty, you want to overthrow Don Quixote Doflamingo's rule, right? Gan Xiao looked surprised and raised his head. Yes. I dream about it. How did you know? How I know isn't important. What's important is that our goals are the same. We are preparing to set off to his location shortly. And by the way, rescue those toys, Zhang Yufan said with a smile. Leo looked excited and ran to Zhang Yufan. Really? But time is tight. We aren't prepared yet. Zhang Yufan and the others nodded, saying they only needed to take on one of the 7 warlords. We don't need to prepare for anything. We haven't fought yet. We already have 5 on our ship. This only indicated that Leo and his group's combat power was indeed too weak. Nami looked puzzled, grabbing Zhang Yufan's hand. Yufan, what does rescuing toys mean? When they first entered the city, everyone should have been puzzled as to why there were living toys everywhere. It indeed was the case. So what were they? That was because they were turned into toys by Doflamingo's subordinates using devil fruit abilities, and at the same time, the people around them had their memories erased. They were originally humans. Isn't it very painful for them to live like this? Anger rose in everyone's hearts. If their mental endurance wasn't strong enough, over time they might end up committing suicide or going insane, etc. This also confirmed a saying, the greatest distance in the world is when I am right beside you, yet you don't know it. Leo, just be responsible for leading and rescuing people. Leave the fighting to us. Zhang Yufan smiled. Leo nodded with a smile. No problem. But we still need to contact the others and prepare for battle. Zhang Yufan and Leo began to contact their respective partners to gather at the designated location. Through Leo's intelligence network, they confirmed that Doflamingo and his cadres were on the island. They then allocated personnel, and after preparing, they all went to the surface. They waited for quite a while on Greenbit Island until many partners arrived one after another. Leo and the others were surprised to see so many giant people. The newly arrived partners were assigned tasks and began to act separately. Thus, everyone moved forward with killing intent toward Doflamingo's location. Upon arriving in the city of Dressrosa, the surrounding residents were frightened and hurriedly retreated. As they approached the bullfighting arena, Hina saw familiar faces and asked Zhang Yufan and the others to come over. There, they saw a toy soldier wearing a cloak and missing a leg, accompanied by a woman with pink hair styled in braids, carrying a long sword on her back. Zhang Yufan checked their information using the system. Name, Curly Combat Power Growth Potential Level, a current combat power level, B age, 41 height, 2, 98 meters gender, female weapon, longsword devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, former commander of Dressrosa's army, a legendary hero of the arena. Holds an incredible record of 3-0-0-0 undefeated matches. His true identity is the husband of Princess Scarlet of the Riku royal family and father of Rebecca. 7 years ago, when Doflamingo overthrew the Riku regime, he held the sword to kidnap King Riku, and in order to save King Riku, Curly cut off his own left leg, but accidentally touched by sugar nearby, turning into a one-legged toy soldier, causing his wife and daughter to lose all memories of him. To protect Rebecca, who was kidnapped by traffickers, he was wanted for attacking humans. Name, Rebecca Combat Power Growth Potential Level, a current combat power level, B age, unknown height, unknown gender, female weapon, longsword devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, princess of the Riku royal family in Dressrosa, granddaughter of the former King Riku, daughter of arena hero Curly and Princess Scarlet. 7 years ago, due to Doflamingo, King Riku lost his throne and Rebecca was also affected. Later, Scarlet was killed by Diamante and Rebecca was raised by Curly. Curly looked surprised and raised his head to Hina. How did you get here? And who are these people? Hina smiled and lowered her head. Captain, didn't you receive the news that we are going to attack Doflamingo? They are all friends of the great hero Rolando's descendants. Our goals are the same. Curly looked incredulous, mouth agape, no. And you guys are crazy. Don't go to your deaths. With our current combat power, we can't possibly defeat Doflamingo and them. At this moment, a little person hurriedly ran over, dodging the surrounding residents, to inform Curly that they were preparing to go to war with Doflamingo. Seeing that Inhale was also there, Zhang Yufan knew he had arrived late and decided to head back to the base. He bent down and whispered a few words in Cyrus's ear. Cyrus looked shocked and no longer stopped Inhale and the others, joining them instead. Rebecca, who was beside them, was excited, finally having the chance to take down Doflamingo and his crew. Cyrus tried to stop Rebecca from joining, but no amount of persuasion worked, and he ultimately had to agree. Zhang Yufan sent 2 animals to protect their safety and instructed Old Shah to take a few companions to the bullfighting arena below, eliminating everyone except for the members of the Don Quixote family and those with devil fruit abilities. At the same time, he used a snail phone to start a live broadcast. Once everything was arranged, the group continued to advance. Meanwhile, in the palace, Doflamingo was listening to his subordinate's report. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he looked extremely angry. That bastard Zhang Yufan was so arrogant. This was a direct declaration of war against me. Let me show you my power. Just when one problem was resolved, another one emerged. He quickly arranged for all his subordinates to prepare to hunt down Zhang Yufan and his crew. Not long after, Zhang Yufan and his group encountered enemies from the Don Quixote family. The surrounding objects had all turned into artworks, but the style was abstract, reminiscent of Picasso. A stout woman wearing triangular glasses, with striking features, curly hair, and glossy lips stood in front, accompanied by a dozen others, waiting for Zhang Yufan's arrival. Zhang Yufan checked her information with the system. Name, Jura Combat Potential Level, B Current Combat Level, B Age, 58 Height, 1, 98 meters gender, female weapon, none devil fruit, art fruit bounty, none equipment card, none description, a cadre of the Don Quixote family. Part of the special abilities unit led by Treble. On the surface, she is extremely noisy and narcissistic, but in reality, she is a caring woman. Durling was raised as a girl by Jorah, who enjoys playing cards and is friends with Lao Ji. However, she punishes enemies or those who mistreat family members with violence. Jorah smiled and stood in place. Ho 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 ho! Welcome everyone to my art section. Soon, you will also become part of the art. Some people were speechless. Hey, this lady is already in her 50s, yet she still calls herself Miss. Doesn't she have any self-awareness? Nami frowned and looked around this chubby lady. I can't appreciate your abstract art style at all. What is this nonsense? You are really rude. This is art. Do you understand art, you ignorant little brat? Take this. Miss Jorah's destructive art, Jorah said angrily. After that, she sprayed a large amount of transparent smoke from her palm, resembling bubble clouds, and sprayed the smoke towards Nami and the others in a manner similar to using a fire extinguisher, trying to turn them into the artworks she imagined. Nami and the others quickly dodged, and the smoke did not touch any part of their bodies. They did not want to be turned into ugly artworks by Jorah's abstract style. If they were seen like that, they would likely be laughed at for a lifetime. Jorah quickly used her destructive art, sending more smoke towards Zhang Yufan and his group. Unsurprisingly, they all dodged it. You can really dodge. Just stand still and let me turn you into an artwork. What's wrong with that? Jorah was furious. Brooke shook his head and stepped forward. This art of yours is too terrifying. It almost made my eyeballs pop out. Although I'm a skeleton and don't have eyeballs. Oh ho ho ho. Zhang Yufan said nothing and directly used Conqueror's Haki to knock Jorah and her group unconscious. He put sea stone handcuffs on her and took her away, while taking care of the others as well. After walking for a while, they arrived at a flower field, where a large patch of sunflowers was planted. Meanwhile, beneath the flower field was the base of the Strength King Army's intelligence department. They could accurately monitor every move of the Don Quixote family from here. The flying troops of the little people had been waiting here for a long time. Zhang Yufan checked the information of the two people standing in front. Name, Kabuto combat potential level, a current combat level, B age, 24 height, 0, 21 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, insect fruit, rhinoceros beetle form bounty, none equipment card, none description, known as a fairy on Dressrosa Island, a warrior of the little people, leader of the yellow Kabuto unit, fast, strong, innocent and kind, easily believes others' lies, aiming to overthrow Don Quixote Doflamingo's rule. Name, Bien combat potential level, a current combat level, B age, 21 height, 0, 24 meters gender, female weapon, none devil fruit, insect fruit, wasp form bounty, none equipment card, none description, a member of the little people, a warrior of the little people, captain of the Pink Bien unit, strong, fast, aiming to overthrow Don Quixote Doflamingo's rule, known as a fairy on Dressrosa Island, innocent and kind, easily believes others' lies. Kabuto stood up straight with a serious expression and saluted. Captain, you finally arrived. The team is all assembled. Cyrus, looking serious, waved his hand forward. I won't say much. Success or failure depends on this move. Everyone prepare to set off. The little people all mounted their flying mounts, ready to head to the designated location. On the other side, Frankie had also brought a few companions to the entrance of the toy house. A man, overweight, wearing a pink baby hat and sucking on a pacifier, dressed in a yellow diaper with a star pattern, was sitting in a chair eating fruit. He was one of the members of the Don Quixote family, named Say or Pink. Frankie, with a puzzled expression, stood up straight. Hey, you pervert. Are you waiting for me here? Pink showed no reaction, but his subordinates were discussing among themselves. Who is this pervert in only shorts on the bottom? What face does he have to call others perverts? He is Frankie from the Extreme Pirates. Prepare for battle. A member of the Don Quixote family contacted other cadres, reporting that several members of the Extreme Pirates had appeared at the toy house. Frankie used his devil fruit ability, turning both arms into cannons and firing at Pink and his crew. The power of the cannonball was so great that it blew away all the guys behind Pink. The toy house was also destroyed, but Pink's figure was never seen. Frankie sensed his surroundings and noticed a person coming from below the ground behind him. Kiwi and Maz, the two sisters, had already gone to deal with the surrounding enemies. Only Frankie was left standing in place when suddenly, Peek emerged from the ground, attempting to grab Frankie from behind for a backbridge slam. This move could be quite powerful against an ordinary person, but for Frankie, with his specially alloy body that has shape memory and the protection of armament hockey, it did little damage. Moreover, with his observation hockey, he had a strong sense of awareness, making it uncertain whether Peek could even catch him. At that moment, Frankie quickly lifted his right foot and kicked Peek in the stomach with his heel, sending him flying. Suddenly, a strong man with long curly hair, wearing a black hat and a revealing bodysuit, with chest hair, descended rapidly from above, aiming to use a mountain-crushing move on Frankie. This man was also a member of the Don Quixote family, named Mahabais. Frankie dodged quickly, causing Mahabais to crash heavily into the ground, creating a large pit. Mahabais grimaced as he got up, holding his stomach, exclaiming, "Ouch! My stomach hurts. I missed again. You dodged so fast." Frankie smiled and walked over, saying, "It's nothing. My speed is super fast. You came right to me, saving me the trouble of searching for you. Take this." With that, he vanished from his spot and punched Mahabais, sending him flying. Frankie then pursued him and used a series of rapid punches. Frankie's strength was overwhelming, and his punching speed was incredible. Mahabais had no chance to fight back and was soon knocked unconscious, leaving him for Kiwi to watch. Pete got back up and threw a diaper bomb at Frankie. From the top edge of the star-patterned diaper, several spherical bombs with star patterns were launched towards Frankie. Frankie, covered in armament hockey, fearlessly approached the bombs. Boom, boom, boom. The bombs all exploded, creating thick smoke, but Frankie emerged unscathed. Peek was astonished at the high defense of Frankie's body. Just as he was about to burrow underground for an attack opportunity, Frankie caught him, not giving Peek a chance to strike back, and then proceeded to beat him up. Finally, he knocked him out and handed him over to Maz for guarding, continuing onward with the two of them towards their destination. Meanwhile, Old Sand had arrived at the junkyard beneath the bullfighting arena. There were not only many toys, but also many people trapped there. Those people sat on the toys with expressions of despair, looking up and sighing. Another one has been thrown down. They're going to be turned into toys and used as free labor. When will this end? Is there anyone who can come and save us? Bansam was holding a transponder snail, and Crocodile, following what Zhang Yufan had told him, began to broadcast live. Crocodile had a wicked grin, a cigar in his mouth, and said, "Foolish residents of Dressrosa, it's time to expose the crimes of your new king, Don Quixote, Doflamingo." The residents of Dressrosa stood there in confusion, looking up at the big screen in the sky. The king is the great hero who saved this country. Who is this person? What nonsense is he talking? I know he was a former warlord, now a member of the Ultimate Pirates. What's going on? How could the king have any crimes? The crowd discussed amongst themselves, not believing Doflamingo could have any wrongdoing. Bansam, meanwhile, was slowly scanning the junkyard with the transponder snail in hand. Crocodile, still with the cigar in his mouth, pointed behind him. "First thing, do you see this? Not only are there various toys here, but there are also residents who have been imprisoned, along with soldiers and others. These toys were once residents of Dressrosa, transformed into this state by your king's subordinates using devil fruit powers. They have also erased all your memories of these people. The toys around you might be your relatives, lovers, friends, and so on." The people in the junkyard saw this scene, and their eyes lit up, realizing that Crocodile and his crew were not simple. There was no way to explain how they could remain so calm while broadcasting live after falling here. A glimmer of hope began to sprout in their hearts. Crocodile also encouraged these people to share their experiences and broadcast them out. All the residents of Dressrosa on the surface stood there dumbfounded, listening to the experiences of those in the junkyard. This can't be true. This pirate must be lying to us. How could the king do such a thing? We don't believe it. We won't be fooled so easily. Crocodile took a deep puff of his cigar and slowly exhaled, continuing to hold the cigar. No matter what, the foolish residents of Dressrosa will have to believe when the facts are laid out before them. He continued, "Second thing, foolish residents. You don't really think it was Doflamingo who saved this country, do you? 7 years ago, Doflamingo appeared before King Riku, threatening him to gather 10 billion berries in one day, or he would lead an army to conquer Dressrosa. King Riku, concerned for the safety of his citizens. Pleaded with the residents of Dressrosa to hand over all their cash to him, but fell into Doflamingo's trap. Doflamingo used his devil fruit powers to control King Riku's actions, killing his soldiers and citizens, and even instigating arson in the town. The entire nation looked down upon his tyrannical actions, and ultimately, Doflamingo took advantage of the situation to overthrow King Riku's regime and became a king. The Riku family was ousted and scorned by you. The soldiers of the Riku family and those who resisted the Don Quixote family were turned into toys by Doflamingo's subordinates, and the Riku clan was hunted and wanted. How could this be? Have we all been deceived? Various doubts swirled in their minds. A seed of suspicion took root in their hearts. Although Crocodile had said so much, he did not believe that these foolish residents of Dressrosa would easily accept it. At most, they would be skeptical, but that was fine. The most important thing was yet to come. He decided to keep the people in the junkyard there for now to avoid dragging himself down. Once he dealt with the enemies above, he could take them out later. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd below, Crocodile and his crew began to walk upward. Meanwhile, in the Smile Factory, hundreds of little people were tirelessly planting artificial devil fruits. Having stayed there for so long, they had also noticed something was off. However, because they were too naive, they believed whatever others said. Casting aside their discomfort, they continued to work hard in the fields. On this day, a little minion from the Don Quixote family was supervising the cultivation of the little people. He was whipping two of them who had stopped to catch their breath. "You're slacking off again. Feel the sting of my beloved whip and get back to work. We're not slacking, we're just really tired. Please let us rest for a bit." The supervising minion looked at them with disdain, thinking there was no way they could rest. He then picked up a synthetic devil fruit from the little cart, checking it and finding only half of it was patterned. "This is completely useless." He angrily kicked over the cart, spilling the unfinished fruits in front of the two little people. "These aren't real Smile fruits. Aren't you the Dondada tribe that claims to be able to grow anything? Can you actually do it or not?" "That's right, but Smile fruits are different from other fruits." "Oh, not bad. You started to talk back. Do you still want to cure your princess's illness?" "Yes. Can we meet Princess Manshili now?" "Not yet. Princess Manshili's illness is very special. If it infects you, we would be very sad. Right now, you are our most important partners. The medicine for Princess Manshili is very expensive and needs to be taken continuously. So you have to grow more real Smile fruits, so we can earn money to buy the medicine. Understand?" "Understood, understood. We will work hard to grow more. Please take good care of Princess Manshili." The supervising minion nodded, thinking how easily fooled these little people were. They believed such nonsense. They could just keep working until they drop. Wanted to see Princess Manshili? Dream on. In dreams, anything is possible. If you actually got to see her, it would be discovered immediately. How else could so many free laborers be kept around? Crocodile and his group soon arrived inside the Cadre Tower, where there were two figures, one big and one small. One wore a cloak with circles, holding a cane marked with a plum blossom. He had small sunglasses, a runny nose, scruffy facial hair on his upper lip, sparse teeth, and was barefoot with shackles on his feet. The other was a little girl wearing a spotted dress and a crown, with a single-sided glasses on her left eye and a bob cut. Crocodile laughed heartily, puffing on a cigar. "Ha! I found you. Look closely, foolish residents of Dressrosa. If we knock out that little girl, the toys will turn back into humans." The residents of Dressrosa on the ground widened their eyes in shock, confirming they weren't being joked with. It was indeed this little girl who had done it, and they couldn't believe it. Hearing the laughter, Zhang Yufan looked up at the large screen in the sky and checked their information with the system. Name, Torpol Combat Growth Potential Level, a current combat level. Age, 46 height. 3, 49 meters gender. Male weapon, cane devil fruit. Sticky fruit bounty, 99 million berries equipment card. None description, member of the Don Quixote family. A high-ranking officer in the Special Abilities Group, responsible for protecting the family's special officers, the Toy Fruit user sugar, and all matters of the underground factory. Sticking people who fall into the garbage dump to the Cadre Tower and turning them into toys. He is talkative, likes to take over conversations, and repeats himself. Name, Sugar Combat Growth Potential Level. B current combat level. B age, 19 height. 1 meters gender. Female weapon. none devil fruit. Toy fruit bounty. None equipment card. None description. Cadre of the Don Quixote family. Subordinate to Torpole of the Plum Blossom Army. Regarded as an important cadre by the family. Doflamingo specially arranged for the highest cadre Torpole to be her personal bodyguard. The moment she eats the devil fruit, her body stops growing, and her age, height, and appearance remain the same, making her unable to withstand great shocks. The guards outside the cadre tower heard laughter from inside. They hurried over to knock on the door and inquire about the situation. They were blown away by a kick from a minion named Jimu, who came out of the cadre tower. The guards were left dumbfounded. What was happening? They hadn't even had a chance to speak before it ended. Torpole looked surprised, sniffling. I said, "Crocodile, how did you know this place?" Crocodile sneered, walking over. "That's not important. What's important is that you're finished. If all the toys revert to their original forms, I wonder what Doflamingo's expression will be." Saying this, he directly used the desert sword to slash at Torpole and Sugar. Torpole barely managed to dodge with Sugar while firing powerful sticky liquid at Crocodile. Unfortunately, it was useless. It was all blocked by sand. Crocodile began to create a sandstorm on a small scale. Torpole still wanted to break through the cadre tower's walls with sticky liquid and escape, but they were already surrounded by Galdi, O, and the others. The flying sticky liquid was completely intercepted. Crocodile then threw several sandstorms at Torpole and Sugar, who were trapped in the sandstorm. Due to its great power, the cadre tower's walls were directly shattered by the sandstorm. The cadre tower couldn't withstand the weight above and tilted over. Crocodile continued to use the desert sword to forcibly separate Torpole and Sugar. "Ah!" Sugar screamed, her body being swept up by the sandstorm, spinning rapidly. "So dizzy, so scary. Torpole, come save me." Torpole looked anxious, using the sticky chain to try to pull Sugar back. I said, "Sugar, don't be afraid. I'll stick you back here right away." Crocodile sneered, his right hand turning into a sword, slashing out several powerful strikes that cut through the sticky chain. He then walked into the sandstorm and released the sandstorm, trapping Sugar. At the same time, he created many spikes from the sand on the ground. Sugar then fell from a high place toward the spikes. Sugar screamed in horror, tears streaming down her face, her fists clenched tightly. "So high. Why are there so many spikes below? I don't want to be pierced. Help! Is there anyone to save me?" Torpole desperately used various fruit abilities, trying to rush over to stop it. But Galdi blocked his path with a wax fruit ability, preventing him from getting through. The little minions following Crocodile were already dumbfounded. These allies were too powerful. The task was about to be completed so quickly. The toys around the cadre tower also stopped their work, looking up at the sky in surprise and excitement. Sugar was about to be defeated. We can finally turn back into humans and live again. Seeing her body about to be pierced by the spikes, and no one coming to save her, Sugar screamed in panic. The moment I came into contact with the spikes made of sand, fear surged to the extreme in my heart. Then I directly fainted and was caught by Crocodile. In fact, these spikes made of sand were soft and scattered with just a touch. Crocodile never thought of killing Sugar right now. Otherwise, if such a powerful fruit was lost, he wouldn't know how to explain it to Zhang Yufan when he returned. He would probably face a multi-target mix-up from those guys on the ship, and Crocodile's live broadcast would come to an end. At the same time as Sugar fainted, all the toys in various places in Dressrosa turned back into humans. All the erased memories were restored, and they joyfully embraced each other. Upon hearing the accounts of the toys that had turned back into humans, everyone finally believed in Doflamingo's atrocities. We had been deceived like fools, and our hearts were filled with rage and fury. There were many large animals among the toys, starting to cause chaos on the island. Dressrosa Island was already in a state of turmoil. Treble's pupils suddenly constricted, his mouth wide open, cold sweat pouring down his back. A big problem was about to occur. Sugar had fainted from fear. He quickly took out his snail phone and dialed a number. Treble cried out to the connected phone, "I'm sorry, Doflamingo." Sugar fainted for being scared by Crocodile. "I can't fight them." Doflamingo's face was filled with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. "What kind of joke is this? How did Sand Crocodile find you?" "No joke. It should be the help of the Little People tribe that led them to us. Our family spent 7 years accumulating these toy slaves, and they're all turning back into humans one by one," Treble said helplessly. Crocodile had a wicked smile as he grabbed Treble's snail phone, laughing. Joker, how's this surprise? Exciting, right? Clean your neck and wait for us to come chop it off. After saying that, he didn't give Doflamingo a chance to respond and hung up the phone directly. Doflamingo was furious in the palace, shattering the cup in his hand into pieces. Crocodile was no longer playing along with Treble, using various skills of his fruit. Treble was completely unable to resist and was knocked out in the end. At this moment, Frankie also charged in with his partners. Frankie laughed loudly as he walked over. Ha ha ha, old Sand, this is the end. Your speed is really super fast. Crocodile remained calm, puffing on his cigar. This is not enough to fight. Let's not chat for now. There are still tasks to complete. After saying that, he took Sugar and the others and continued toward their destination. Meanwhile, inside the Smile Factory, several small minions of the Don Quixote family were feeling a bit panicked, discussing over there. Not good. Those toys have turned back into humans. This is a problem. Look, a group of people is charging toward us. What should we do? Don't worry. This place is built with sea prism stone. As long as they don't have the key, they can't open it. But I saw Lord Treble and Lady Sugar being captured by them. No way. How is that possible? Then these small minions widened their eyes and opened their mouths in shock. 4 adults have been captured. How could this happen? They were getting closer and closer. And were we going to be doomed too? Just as Crocodile and the others were preparing to dismantle the Smile Factory to rescue those hundreds of little people, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. The originally flat ground twisted in shape. The Smile Factory unexpectedly rose rapidly from the underground and kept moving upward. Crocodile and Frankie exchanged glances, both a bit dazed. What is going on? The duck that was about to be caught just flew away, leaving a few partners to rescue people. The rest of the partners went to the surface and chased after the moving direction of the Smile Factory. On the other side, Zhang, Yufan, and the others saw a toy soldier turn into a person. Memories were restored, and Rebecca widened her eyes, covering her mouth with her right hand, tears streaming down her face. The toy soldier that has been with me for 7 years is actually my father. Kyrus was also in tears, and the father and daughter happily embraced each other. Suddenly, a troop rushed over from behind, led by a man wearing an iron helmet, carrying a long sword on his back. Next to him was a beautiful woman with long brown-black hair, light brown eyes, wearing a red flower on her head and dressed in a flamenco costume. Zhang Yufan checked their information with the system. Name: Liku Dold 3 combat potential level. B current combat level. B age. Height. Gender: male weapon. Long sword devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description. Former king of Dressrosa. Descended from the Liku family, one of the 19 kings who went to the Holy Land, married Geos 800 years ago, and established the world government, becoming one of the new royal families. 7 years ago, the last descendant of the Don Quixote family, Doflamingo, used tricks to seize the throne and forced King Liku to abdicate. Rebecca's grandfather was kind-hearted, often helping many countries caught in war, and was deeply trusted by the people of Dressrosa. Name: Violet combat potential level. B current combat level. C age. 26 height. 1. 76 M gender. Female weapon. None devil fruit. Doku no mi. Stare fruit. Bounty. None equipment card. None description. A dancer in Dressrosa. An assassin of Treble's army in the Don Quixote family. Her true identity is the princess of the Dressrosa kingdom. 7 years ago, when the Don Quixote family invaded the Dressrosa palace, she was captured. Due to Doflamingo's interest in her devil fruit ability, she pleaded with him to spare her father's life, chose to join the Don Quixote family to serve Doflamingo, and took the name Violet. Rebecca's family had basically gathered. Just as they were feeling happy, the ground began to shake violently, and the palace on the King's Plateau was continuously rising. The Smile Factory shot up from the ground, moving toward the palace. Everyone looked puzzled, wondering what was going on. Inside the palace, Doflamingo was sneering coldly. Since you dare to disrupt my plan, then go to hell. He activated his fruit ability to release thousands of transparent threads. After spraying them into the air, they fell like a meteor shower. When they fell to the ground, the threads would extend from a point in the air to the point on the ground where they landed. Countless threads formed a huge birdcage, arching from the air to the ground. At the same time, he used parasitic threads to control the residents of Dressrosa to kill each other. On the other side, outside Dressrosa Island, two warships were rapidly approaching. As soon as they docked, they were trapped by the huge birdcage after just a few meters. The sailors were all confused, drawing their swords to try to cut the threads. However, the hardness of the silk thread is immense, and it cannot be cut at all. Instead, the knife broke. One of the Marines looked surprised, holding the broken knife. Admiral Kizaru, we're trapped. This thread is too tough. What should we do now? Kizaru frowned slightly and looked at the sky. This must have been created by Doflamingo. I wonder what he wants to do. Moreover, the situation in the city is quite dire. After saying that, he led the Marines to quickly run into the city. Inside the palace, Doflamingo, after finishing his tasks, picked up the microphone of the transponder snail. To the residents of Dressrosa and all the guests, I believe many of you want to kill me after knowing the truth. So let us play a game where you can kill me. I will be waiting in the palace, and I won't go anywhere. The game ends if you kill me, or if you kill all the members of the Ultimate Pirates. Their heads each have a bounty. No one will come to save you, and no one can escape this birdcage. All communication devices are unusable. It's up to you whether to kill or be killed. The birdcage will continue to shrink over time. Now, the game begins. Everyone tried the communication devices and confirmed that they indeed could not contact anyone outside. Doflamingo projected pictures of most of the members of the Ultimate Pirates on the big screen. The bounties range from 100 million to 600 million berries, arranged in order. Some particularly bold pirates revealed malicious smiles, their eyes shining. There are so many bountied people. We can earn a lot of money, enough to live a lifetime of eating, drinking, and having fun. Even though you saved us, the reward is too great to refuse. We can only sacrifice you, they chuckled. The city was engulfed in chaos, with sounds of burning, killing, and cries echoing everywhere. Akiji, this is the hidden danger left by your navy and the world government after establishing the 7 warlords. Zhang Yufan frowned. Akiji looked silently at the situation in the city. Standing in the flower fields, Yixiao frowned. Captain, let me take my companions to rescue these innocent residents. No problem. Leave Doflamingo and them to us, Zhang Yufan said seriously. Yixiao then led most of the companions quickly towards the city. The entire family of Zhuosai also went with their army. Just as Zhang Yufan and the others were preparing to continue towards the transformed King's Heights, suddenly a huge rock came crashing towards them. Bages and the others jumped up, unleashing a series of normal punches that smashed the rock to pieces. The falling debris was cleared away. Otherwise, it would have crushed the residents below. Zhang Yufan checked the information on the giant rock creature through the system. Name, Pika Combat Power Growth Potential Level. As current combat power level. His age, 37 height, 4. 7 meters gender. Male weapon. None devil fruit. Stone fruit bounty. 99 million berries equipment card. None profile. A member of the Don Quixote family. A senior officer of the Pika army, taciturn, rarely smiles, speaks in a surprisingly high-pitched voice that is inconsistent with his size and is sensitive about it. If mocked, he becomes very angry. Pika calmly said in a surprisingly high-pitched voice, I found you, little bugs of the Ultimate Pirates. Prepare to die. Usopp laughed heartily, looking up at the sky. That voice is too strange. But this rock giant is huge. Must be hundreds of meters tall. Zhang Yufan and the others also burst into laughter upon hearing the voice. Around them, the little henchmen of the Don Quixote family, holding guns, looked panicked and shouted, Stop laughing. The Ultimate Pirates will be in big trouble. Lord Pika cares a lot about his high-pitched voice. If he gets angry, it will be terrible. It's bad. Everyone run. Otherwise, we will be crushed indiscriminately. The mock Pika stood there, furious. After repairing his damaged arm, his massive fist came crashing down towards Zhang Yufan and the others. If this hit the city, it would be disastrous, destroying a large area. Zhang Yufan and the others would not let that happen without any surprises. The rocky arm was shattered, and the little henchmen of the Don Quixote family stood there in shock, staring blankly at the sky. The giant fist was easily smashed to pieces. Are the members of the Ultimate Pirates this strong? If we were hit by such power, we would be done for. They all raised their guns and continuously fired at Zhang Yufan and the others. Bartolomeo, who had just acquired the barrier fruit, created a barrier that blocked all the bullets. He then pushed the barrier and quickly charged at those henchmen, soon eliminating all of them. They just laughed heartily, looking up. "Wah, Captain, leave this big guy to me. Just right for practice. You all keep going up." Zhang Yufan nodded and explained Pika's fruit ability to Bejas, leaving a baboon with a knife to assist Bejas in clearing the falling rocks. After Zhang Yufan left, Bejas stepped forward, arriving in front of Pika's stomach, throwing a series of punches that split his rocky body in half. Pika laughed, slapping back. "Ha ha ha, useless. No matter how many rocks you break, you can't hurt me." Bejas smiled, easily blocking the attack. "Wah, you really can dodge. Let's see how I force you out." Looking at Pika's upper body, still able to move, Bejas quickly threw punches, smashing the upper body to pieces, leaving only the head and right arm. Sensing the movement of the stone, he noticed only the head was still moving. He threw another punch, shattering the head, finally forcing Pika out. Pika, smiling, emerged from the stone holding a large knife. "Even if you force me out, what can you do? Can you defeat me, who possesses super strong hockey?" After speaking, he covered himself and the knife with hockey and began to slash at Bejas continuously. "You'll find out what strong means." Bejas looked disdainful. He stepped lightly in the air, easily dodging. He charged at Pika, his hockey enveloping him, swinging a powerful punch. Pika couldn't evade and had to block the punch with his left hand. However, the force was too great, sending both him and the knife flying. Bejas quickly pursued Pika in the air, delivering powerful kicks and punches. Even with hockey protecting his exterior, it was useless. He was utterly unable to fight back. Bejas's current armament hockey strength can directly destroy the body from the inside. How can your power be so strong? Even your armament hockey is so powerful? Pika looked pained. Bejas didn't say much to Pika and directly knocked him out in the sky. The baboon on the ground swung out powerful slashes, shattering the large stones that had fallen. Soon, the stones were cleared, and he carried Pika to find Zhang Yufan and the others. In the city of Dressrosa, Yisio had already arrived. The residents and pirates were fighting over there, and everyone sensed it. They also discovered the transparent threads controlling the residents. Yisio instructed Enel to deal with the rebellious pirates, while the other partners were dispersed to different places. They needed to cut off these threads to lift Doflamingo's control. At the same time, the Navy was heading in Yisio's direction. Along the way, they stopped many residents from killing each other and captured many pirates. After Enel finished dealing with the surrounding pirates, a group of Navy soldiers suddenly approached. The leader was none other than a defeated subordinate, riding on the Thunder Tiger. "Yaha Kizaru, long time no see. Are you here to capture this god again? Want to fight again? Oh no, how scary. I didn't expect to meet you here. It's not the time to catch you. We still have to continue saving people." "Boring, this god is also going to save people." The Navy soldiers behind Kizaru looked puzzled. Isn't this guy a pirate? Why is he going to save people? They wanted to rush forward to catch Enel, but were stopped by Kizaru. "These guys are really stubborn. I can't even beat him. Let alone you. Are you going to rush over to deliver your heads? Even if you all attack together, it's not enough. He could take you down with one hand." Everyone split up and continued saving people. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan and the others had climbed up another level. The three leaders were already waiting not far away with a group of subordinates. One was a bald old man with bulging veins on his head, wearing a tight-fitting outfit with lightning patterns. Another had a hairstyle resembling a super scion, wearing a mask with round lenses, with stitch scars on both sides of his eyes, dressed in a dark blue long coat. The last one had horns like the fish from Dressrosa, fins on his back, wearing a duckbill cap, an earring on his left ear, a long-sleeved shirt with giraffe patterns on the upper body, hot pants, and white stockings on the lower body, and 10-centimeter deep red high heels. Zhang Yufan checked their information with the system. Name, Lao Ji power growth potential level, a current power level, B age, 67 height, 1. 57 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, 61 million berries equipment card, none description, a cadre of the Don Quixote pirates. A member of the fighting unit under Diamante, speaks in honorifics, has a calm personality, is quite obedient to Doflamingo's orders, reports failures. but occasionally makes a G gesture with his hands and utters phrases related to G. He enjoys playing poker and is a card friend of Jorah. Name: Gladiola's power growth potential level, a current power level, B age, 30 height, 2. 6 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, bomb fruit bounty, 31 million berries equipment card, none description, a cadre of the Don Quixote family, part of the Spade Pica army. Like Baby 5 and Buffalo, part of the special forces, very loyal to Doflamingo, but has a fiery temper, cannot tolerate those who betray the Don Quixote family. Hates people who do not act according to plan or keep time, and is very clever. Name: Duringi power growth potential level, a current power level, B age, 13 height, 1. 84 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, 15 million berries equipment card, none description, a cadre of the Don Quixote family, a half fishman. Has physical abilities stronger than ordinary people, disliked by both humans and fishmen because he is a child of both, thus adopted by the family. Enjoys mocking and teasing enemies, and is extremely fierce in battle. Gladiolus looked furious, his arms bulging. No passage allowed here. I am Gladiolus, and I'll blow you up until there's nothing left. Regis, go deal with that old man. Bartolomeo, go deal with this guy who wants to blow us up. Jinbei, go deal with that half-fishman. Zhang Yufan looked calm. The three partners nodded and walked towards their respective opponents. Zhang Yufan led the remaining partners to continue climbing up to the next level. Bartolomeo laughed as he walked over. Hee, so arrogant. Want to blow us up? Come, I'll give you a chance. Try to blow me up. Gladiolus smirked coldly. Since this guy wants to die, I'll treat him to a big explosive meal. He used the stone bomb attack, rotating the gear device on his left arm and shooting out several gray stone balls resembling rock spheres. As the stones flew a distance, he used his ability to make the spheres continuously expand. Just as the stones were about to hit Bartolomeo, a barrier blocked the explosion. Seeing the explosion blocked, Gladiolus continued using various explosive skills. Bartolomeo used that barrier to block all explosions. Is that all, Gladiolus? The explosive power is too weak, not even leaving a scratch on my barrier. Did you not have enough money for a meal? Here, take one berry for food. You bastard. You have no money for food. Your whole family has no money for food. Take this full-body explosion. Gladiolus charged Bartolomeo, his body continuously expanding, and finally exploded. Bartolomeo created a barrier sphere, wrapping himself up completely, not getting hurt at all. Having had enough fun, he covered himself with armament hockey, canceled the fruit ability, and quickly approached Gladiolus. Then, he gave him a beating, knocking him out. On the left side of Bartolomeo, Regis and Lao Ji had already arrived in another area to start their battle. Lao Ji immediately used the waist pain style. I strike withered, bent forward, and posed with both hands in the shape of the letter G. He adjusted his breath, his whole body shaking, executing rapid movements beyond human dynamic vision. While rotating, he struck at Regis's eyes. Regis easily caught it, and then Lao Ji continued to use waist pain style, ice type and waist pain style, undying warrior's pain. All were rapid movements beyond human dynamic vision. While rotating, he struck at both sides of Regis's shoulders and all joints of his body. Still, Regis caught them all, and with one powerful punch, he sent Lao Ji flying. Old man, your moves are quite interesting, but unfortunately, the power is too weak. They are ineffective against me. You little brat, taste this move of mine. The more you age, the more pain you feel, the heavier the blow becomes. The earth-old punch of G. After striking a pose with both hands forming the letter G, Lao Ji unleashed a series of physical attacks on Regis. Regis countered with his martial arts, utilizing his quick striking speed and immense strength to block Lao Ji's various physical attacks, once again sending him flying. Lao Ji struggled to get back up, his body and size beginning to increase to several times its original form, muscles and physique explosively growing as he roared. The ultimate technique of the Earth Elder Fist, Battle Preservation Fist. This is to ensure that I can still fight even when ill, injured, or aging and weak. It is a form of Qigong that accumulates the strength of my youth and preserves it within my body. Now, I have returned to my peak strength, and my skills are refined. Can you still defeat me? Bring it on. After saying this, he executed his strongest move, the G seal, and posed with both hands forming the letter G. He charged at the enemy, using his palms to form the G shape, and aimed a lightning-fast Qigong palm strike at Regius's abdomen. Unfortunately, Regius was faster, directly interrupting the move. Following that, he unleashed top-tier martial arts, forcing Rao Ji to retreat step by step until he finally fainted. Meanwhile, Jinbi and Dringer found a spot to fight near Bartolomeo. Kid, as a fellow fishman, I advise you to surrender. You can't defeat me. What kind of joke is this? Don't underestimate me. I have the blood of a fighting fish in me. Surrendering is impossible. After saying this, Dringer executed the head-turning high heel, extending the fighting fish's fin from his back and accelerating. He then charged towards Jinbi at high speed, aiming a heavy kick at his neck, intending to shatter his cervical vertebrae. But things weren't that simple. Jinbi easily dodged to the side, landing a punch that sent Dringer flying. He didn't even need to use fishman karate. A regular punch was enough. Dringer landed on his feet and quickly stabilized his stance. He then exerted force with his feet, executing a high-speed move, leaving an afterimage in place as he rushed towards Jinbi at incredible speed. He then raised his right foot and kicked rapidly and continuously at him. Jinbi, covered in Busashoka haki, stood his ground effortlessly, blocking without being moved by Dringer's kicks. How is this possible? Why is the power difference so great? Nothing is impossible. Reality is this cruel. Don't waste your efforts. You can't hurt me. I don't believe it. Go down. After saying this, Dringer intensified the power in his legs, desperately trying to lift Jinbi. But it was no use. There was no effect. Dringer then executed the pistol high heel, hooking his right leg back and kicking towards Jinbi's head with the speed of a gunshot. Once this move was executed, it was hard to retract. Moreover, the biggest flaw when using this move was the vulnerability behind. Jinbi easily evaded, quickly moving behind Dringer. With a powerful hand chop, he knocked Dringer out. Jinbi carried him and went to find Bartolomeo and Regius. The other lackeys had also been dealt with, and, after regrouping, they continued to move upward. In the city of Dressrosa, Mihawk and the Baboon King, both carrying swords on their backs, advanced. The Baboon King, enhanced by Zhang Yufan's special ability, no longer feared Mihawk as he once did. He no longer ran away upon seeing him. They walked side by side, quickly approaching the edge of the birdcage. Mihawk astonished. How did the Baboon King's arm? Zhang Yufan's special ability is truly bizarre. It hasn't been long, and your swordsmanship has surpassed mine. The Baboon King agreed, thinking it was a godlike special ability. The captain was indeed too mysterious. Mihawk remained calm as they walked. Joker, this guy really knows how to stir things up. Baboon King, get ready to show what you can do. The Baboon King nodded, grinning, and patted his chest as if to say, leave it to me. I'll ensure the mission is accomplished. You just watch the performance. At that moment, the birdcage suddenly began to shrink towards the center at a rapid pace. Everything around it was ruthlessly sliced apart upon contact with the birdcage's tough threads. The residents of Dressrosa started to panic, running towards the center of the birdcage. Mihawk and the Baboon King simultaneously drew their swords, pouring all their strength into them. The Baboon King quickly leaped into the air, vigorously slashing at the moving threads. Mihawk, on the ground, also swung his sword powerfully at the threads. The threads were cut, and the other threads around them were severed by other baboons with swords rushing over. The sound of the threads being cut stopped, and the residents of Dressrosa thought the shrinking had ceased. They stood still, looking up at the sky in shock. Such a tough birdcage was easily destroyed. The Marines were equally astonished. Those baboons were so strong. We tried to cut those tough threads before, but we couldn't move them at all. Our swords nearly broke. Even swords covered in Busashoka haki couldn't cut them. Our current fighting power is even inferior to those baboons. How can we capture the other members of the Limit Pirates? No wonder Admiral Kazuru tried to stop us from attacking earlier. At that moment, in the palace, Doflamingo, sitting in a chair, sensed the movement of the threads. He stepped out of the palace with a cold demeanor, witnessing the unbelievable scene before him. Doflamingo was extraordinarily furious, veins bulging on his forehead. Who touched my birdcage? Find out. The lackeys in the palace seized the opportunity while the birdcage was distracted and began to contact the remaining Don Quixote family lackeys in the city. Doflamingo stood still, flipping his palms upward to gather strength. A multitude of threads shot back up into the sky, repairing the birdcage while adding another layer, making it even tougher. A terrified lackey approached Doflamingo. "Young master, we found out that the birdcage was destroyed by the limit pirates along with those baboons." Doflamingo frowned, veins bulging on his forehead. "What kind of joke is this? When did the baboons become so strong?" Another lackey walked out of the room. "Young master, someone saw Hawkeye with the baboons." "That makes sense. Hawkeye, that bastard, is also here to ruin my game." Doflamingo looked furious. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan and his group had already reached the upper level. 3 more people were waiting there with a group of lackeys. One was a man wearing a fringed hat, with 2 facial tattoos, dressed in a red cloak and holding a long sword. The other was a woman with long black hair, dressed in a maid outfit, with a cigarette in her mouth. The last man had a peculiar hairstyle resembling a propeller, his body wrapped in thick chains, and he wore a heavy long coat. Zhang Yufan checked their information with the system. Name: Diamante, combat power growth potential level. A, current combat power level. A, age, 42 years, height, 5'25 meters, gender, male. Weapon: longsword, devil fruit, flare fruit, bounty, 99 million berries, equipment card, none. Introduction: one of the 4 highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family, codename Block. He leads the Don Quixote family's fighting group. He entered Dressrosa with the family 7 years ago and killed Rebecca's mother, Scarlet. He enjoys mocking others and becomes furious whenever someone harms Doflamingo. He does not allow any wavering or hesitation from family officials and forbids anyone from disobeying Doflamingo's orders. Name: Baby 5, combat power growth potential level. B, current combat power level. B, age, 21 years, height, 1'81 meters, gender, female, weapon, entire body, devil fruit, weapon fruit. Bounty, none, equipment card, none. Introduction: maid and assassin of the Don Quixote family, she enjoys smoking and longs to be needed by others. Once someone needs her, she cannot refuse. Whether it's lending money, accepting a marriage proposal, or being forced into sales, she sees it as being needed and accepts, often getting deceived as a result. Many scumbags have proposed to her, and her fiancé has also become a target for Doflamingo's purge. Name: Buffalo, combat power growth potential level. B, current combat power level. B, age, 27 years, height, 6'96 meters, gender, male, weapon, none, devil fruit, spin fruit, bounty, none, equipment card, none. Introduction: a fighter of the Don Quixote family. He loves going to casinos and has excellent luck in gambling. When he runs out of money, he borrows from Baby 5 to gamble. He is not very bright and easily deceived. Diamante sneered, looking down, and saw that it was indeed lively below. "Stop, you won't get past to trouble the young master." Zorro remained calm, tying a bandana around his head and drawing 3 swords. "Our captain is a bit busy right now, so let me play with you." Baby 5 had been aiming her gun at Oka since Zhang Yufan and the others arrived. Zhang Yufan smiled and patted Oka's arm. "Oka, since we showed up, Baby 5 is only aimed at you. Don't you think this is a fated encounter?" Oka smiled, holding her gun. "If you say so, I guess it counts. She has a severe case of needing to be needed and can't refuse anyone's requests. Accepting to be your wife would be nice," Zhang Yufan said with a wicked smile. "There's even such a disease. Let me try it out." Oka looked surprised. Sanji stayed behind to deal with Buffalo, while Noki went to handle the group of small minions behind. Zhang Yufan led the remaining companions toward the final layer, the King's Heights. Oka, curious, walked over Baby 5. "This is truly a fated encounter. I need you to shoot yourself." Baby 5 looked happy, squinting and raising her gun. "If this helps you, then I'll commit suicide right away." Oka was shocked. She really wouldn't tea refuse and seemed quite happy about it. Why is this? Why does she have this disease? Did she experience something special in the past? Meanwhile, Baby 5 stood still, raising the gun to her head with a blissful smile, closing her eyes in remembrance. "When I was young, my family was very poor. After I was born, many people despised me. They thought my mother shouldn't have given birth to me because I was of no help to them. Instead, I wasted a portion of food. One day, they suggested throwing me into the mountains. This way, they could save one meal, and my mother really did throw me into the mountains, not allowing me to follow her. Before leaving, she told me that I was of no use, so no one would need me. I was very sad. Even my mother didn't need me. But now, I'm needed by someone. The group of small minions looked helpless. Baby Five's old problem has occurred again. As soon as she feels needed, this situation arises. Now we are blocked by enemies, and it's probably very difficult to save anyone. You little brat, I won't let Baby Five die, as long as she is needed. She would even sacrifice her life. Where can I find such a useful woman again? Diamante sneered. After hearing these words, Baby Five felt a strange pain in her heart. So, I'm just as useful as a tool. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. If that's the case, then I might as well die. If I can help someone one last time before I die, I will have no regrets. Just as Baby Five was about to pull the trigger to commit suicide, Oka rushed over quickly, firmly grabbing Baby Five's hand and moving the gun away. Baby Five, from now on, you're my wife. As long as I am here, no one can harm you. Our meeting is fated. Really? Really? I can become your wife, and you will protect me? No one has ever said such things to me. Baby Five, whose hand was held, opened her eyes, disbelief on her face, a glimmer of hope for life blossoming in her heart. Oka hugged Baby Five tightly, looking disdainfully to the right. Diamante, you will be disappointed. Baby Five won't die and won't be treated as a tool anymore. I will protect her for life. Sanji and the others showed smiles like a mother-ess. Oka is quite something. This is truly a different kind of hero, saving the beauty. Baby Five gazed adoringly, her body pressed against Oka. She never expected to meet someone who truly needed her one day. She was so happy, she felt like she might die. Diamante was furious, feeling like his prize cabbage was being taken by a pig. I haven't even had my fun, and you want to take her away? Dream on. Watch me chop you to death. Just as he intended to rush forward with his sword, he was stopped. Zoro remained calm, holding his sword. Diamante, your opponent is me. Are you treating me like air? After saying that, he charged at Diamante, swinging his 3 swords. Diamante, caught off guard, raised his steel cloak to defend. Zoro easily sliced through it, sending Diamante flying. Stabilizing himself, Diamante was shocked and immediately unleashed Half Moon Funeral. He raised his long sword toward Zoro and swung it. A powerful wave of sword energy erupted, effortlessly splitting the ground in two like cutting tofu. Zoro casually swung his sword, creating a massive slash that shattered the powerful sword energy and pushed it back. Diamante was even more astonished. This guy had quite strong combat power. He then used Army Flag, transforming the ground within a certain radius around him into a light, fluttering form like silk. At the same time, the ground swayed up and down like a flag fluttering in the wind. Zoro wanted to make it difficult for Zoro to maintain his balance, causing him to lose his center of gravity and fall, thus losing his ability to counterattack. This did have some impact on Zoro, but the problem wasn't too big and could be solved. Diamante laughed heartily, holding a sword. How about this? This windy arena is quite nice, isn't it? You're standing very unsteadily. Just a little trick, but it's quite fun. This won't stop me. Zoro remained calm. Diamante sneered, keep pretending. You can't even stand properly. And you call it a trick? Let's see how you attack me. He unleashed his sword technique, Snake Sword, transforming his long sword into a light, silk-like form. He swung the sword towards Zoro while restoring its original hardness to attack. The long sword moved like a snake, launching unpredictable and irregular thrusts at him. Zoro stepped into the air, his feet leaving the ground. The instability of the ground no longer affected him at all. He easily dodged all the attacks and ran towards Diamante again. After assessing the combat power, he no longer held back and directly swung his sword at Diamante, knocking him out without delivering a fatal blow. Meanwhile, Sanji and Buffalo had already started fighting. Buffalo grinned, his body flying up like a helicopter. You little brat. I'll stop you from advancing. Take this gusty wind, Yisaku. He spun his head like a propeller in midair and unleashed a high-pressure windstorm attack at Sanji, who quickly dodged to the side. Buffalo then used his spinning projectile cannon, throwing several bombs at Sanji, using the centrifugal force from his spinning body to increase the speed and impact of the bombs. I don't believe such a fast speed won't hit that little brat. However, the idea was beautiful, but the reality was harsh. Compared to Sanji now, it was definitely not a match. Sanji then pushed off the ground, disappearing from his spot. He easily avoided the attack and appeared next to Buffalo, kicking him even higher. Big guy, let me show you a speed so fast you can't see my shadow. Spring sniper, Sanji smiled. After saying that, he bounced up and down in midair, moving incredibly fast. Buffalo stared wide-eyed, unable to catch Sanji's figure. He didn't even realize how many times he had been kicked before he was knocked out. After cleaning up the battlefield, Zoro and the others continued to move up. At this moment, inside the Smile Factory, those underlings of the Don Quixote family were ordering the little people to work. Quickly prop up the sad storage tanks. Don't you want to make money to buy medicine to treat Princess Mancheri's illness? What was that tremor just now? It doesn't concern you. Hurry up and work. Did something happen to Greenbit? Are our partners in Dressrosa okay? Shut up. Your task is to grow real smiles. Move faster. The little people looked confused, gazing up at the underlings while also noticing two flying squads outside the Smile Factory. One was led by Bien with the pink Bien squad, and the other was led by Kaboo with the yellow Kaboo squad. They formed two lines of text that read, Princess Mancheri is not sick. We were deceived by Don Quixote da Flamingo. Although the little people didn't know what happened, one thing was clear. Those partners would never lie to them. The underlings still wanted to reward the little people staring at the sky. But unexpectedly, the little people suddenly rebelled and knocked them all down. They then gave a thumbs up to their partners outside the Smile Factory. Kaboo and the others were delighted. As it seemed, the partners inside had received the message and started to resist. However, there was a big problem. The walls here were too hard. They couldn't break through with their strength. What should they do? There was a large closed door nearby, but without a key, it couldn't be opened. They didn't know who had the key, which was a big problem. Crocodile and Frankie, along with a few partners, had already reached the entrance of the Smile Factory. This Smile Factory is quite high. Old sand, who will tear it down? Frankie smiled. Crocodile remained calm, a cigar in his mouth. Let me handle it. The stone door means nothing to me. Erosion cycle. He then extended his right hand to press against the stone door, preparing to crush it into sand. However, as soon as his hand touched the stone door, he felt weak and almost fell to the ground. Old Sand, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly so weak? Can you do it or not? Frankie laughed heartily. Crocodile's face darkened. He was slapping himself in the face. He didn't expect that this place was made of sea prism stone. He pulled his right hand away from the stone door and stood up straight. Frankie, you go ahead. If I go, I go. Watch closely. This is how to tear down the stone door. Frankie walked over, clenched his fist, and punched the stone door hard. Want to break it. But as soon as he made contact, he also felt weak like Crocodile, almost kneeling down. Crocodile snickered beside him. See? You dare to laugh at me? Now you know how tough it is. Frankie only then realized why Old Sand had that reaction. His face turned red. But since he was a cyborg, wasn't visible, he awkwardly laughed there. He let Maz and Kiwi use all their strength to split open the stone door. These sea prism stones are valuable. They can't be wasted. After rescuing the little people, they would cut all the sea prism stones in this place into small pieces for the captain to take. They could be used to train devil fruit users' endurance against sea prism stones or to make weapons, which are also good materials. After the stone door was split open, a woman with many freckles, yellow hair, and a large build emerged, holding a giant vacuum cleaner. Who are you? What are you doing here? We are pirates, here to rescue people. As for you, go to hell, Frankie replied, then rushed in and took down all the enemies. He sensed the positions of others inside the Smile Factory and moved towards the target, only to be blocked by another stone door. They continued to let Maz and Kiwi split it open, only to find another stone door inside. After splitting it open again, they finally saw hundreds of little people. Kaboo and the others flew in behind Frankie. The little people cheered joyfully. Frankie instructed the little people to leave behind any useful equipment in the Smile Factory and destroy everything else. Previously, after the parasitic strings and birdcage created by Doflamingo in the city of Dressrosa were destroyed, the Navy and Chopper were doing their best to treat the injured. The residents were very happy, finally free from being cut to death by those hard strings. Ha ha! Those strings are broken, we can live now. Those baboons are really amazing. We should be most grateful to the extreme pirate crew. Yes, if it weren't for them, we would still be fighting among ourselves. But soon, the residents looked up at the sky, their faces turning gloomy again. Their emotions were like a roller coaster, too thrilling with ups and downs. The birdcage was restored by Doflamingo once more, and an additional layer was added, making it even harder. This is really not letting us live. We hope the birdcage can be destroyed again. Mihawk and the baboons swung their swords and once again destroyed the birdcage. Doflamingo, standing on the king's plateau, looked furious, veins bulging on his forehead. You bunch of bastards, one by one coming to ruin my plans. I'll remember this debt and settle it slowly later. The birdcage, newly created, was destroyed again. There was no need to recreate it. The birdcage could no longer hold. The Smile Factory was also blown up, although it could be rebuilt. Doflamingo then walked to the rooftop of the palace, waiting for Zhang Yufan's arrival. On the other side, Zhang Yufan and his group had already arrived at the palace on the king's plateau. Leo looked serious, sitting on Zhang Yufan's shoulder. Zhang Yufan. Princess Manchery must be locked up somewhere inside the palace by Doflamingo. I'll sense everyone's positions in the palace to find her quickly. Zhang Yufan smiled and then pointed in a direction, walking that way. They encountered a few small henchmen along the way, all of whom were dealt with. Zhang Yufan and his group twisted and turned inside the palace, and before long, they were in front of a confinement room. There stood a person, and Zhang Yufan was surprised. How did Doflamingo appear here? The system indicated that it wasn't a person but a clone made by Doflamingo with strings. And Zhang Yufan informed his companions of the situation. He then drew out his sword, covering it with haki. He wouldn't give Doflamingo's clone any chance to counterattack. He dashed forward quickly and swung a powerful slash, decapitating the Doflamingo clone that was trying to resist with strings. The true form of the strings was revealed, and he then entered the confinement room. Inside, he saw a small humanoid with a pointed nose, red veins on her cheeks, and yellow hair styled in 2 braids, adorned with 2 flowers. She was surrounded by a few small henchmen, crying sadly. Zhang Yufan checked the information of the small humanoid with the system. Name, Manchery. Combat power growth potential level, B. Current combat power level, C. Age, 22, height, 0, 2 meters, gender, female, weapon, none, devil fruit, healing fruit, bounty, none, equipment card, none. Description, a small humanoid, princess of the Dongdada kingdom, daughter of the Dongdada chief. Only shows her willfulness and bad temper in front of Leo, but is gentle towards others. She likes Leo, but Leo is too dull to notice. She gets angry when Leo calls her fat. For 7 years, she has been imprisoned alone in a small room deep in the palace chapel, crying all day. Leo jumped down from Zhang Yufan's shoulder and knocked down the small henchman. Don't be afraid, princess. I'm here to save you. Manchery, in tears, jumped onto Leo. Leo, I'm so scared I thought I would never see you again. Leo smiled and caught Manchery. Princess, it's been a long time. You've gained weight. Manchery looked furious and hit Leo with her hand. You bad guy, calling me fat again. Zhang Yufan was speechless. Leo was really a straightforward guy. Who says a girl has gained weight when they first meet? Zhang Yufan told Leo and the others to take Manchery away first. Leo put Manchery down on the ground, just about to leave with her, when he heard Leo, my foot is hurt. Can you carry me? Or you can hold me. Here we go again. Princess, don't be so willful. Can't you just heal your foot? Oomph. Then I won't leave. I didn't ask you to save me. Stop throwing a tantrum here. Your attitude is very problematic. Lanbois, unable to stand it any longer, kicked Leo's, but, Captain, the princess asked you to carry her. Just do it. Why so much nonsense? Hurry up and carry her out. The other small humanoids nodded in agreement, thinking Lanbois was right. The princess has spoken, and the captain still has objections. Leo covered his butt with his hand, reluctantly carrying Manchery as he ran outside. He thought, what a troublesome princess, always so willful and loves to throw tantrums. Did I owe her money in my past life? And now I have to endure this torture? Lanbois glanced at Leo, feeling speechless. The princess is clearly very gentle towards others, yet the captain is treated specially. How dull can the captain be? not even noticing that the princess likes him. It seems I need to talk to the captain when we get back. Otherwise, it might be hard for him to figure it out. Zhang Yufan has already eliminated all enemies in the palace except for Don Quixote Doflamingo. Alone, he walks towards the rooftop of the palace, ready to put an end to Doflamingo's reign. Soon, he sees a man with golden hair, wearing sunglasses, a pink feather coat, cropped pants, and pointed shoes sitting there. Zhang Yufan uses the system to check his information. Name: Don Quixote Doflamingo. Power growth potential level. SS current power level. SS age 38. Height 3.05 meters. Gender male. Weapon none. Devil fruit. String fruit bounty 340 million berries. Equipment card none. Description: nicknamed Heavenly Yaksha, born a celestial dragon, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, concurrently the king of Dressrosa, known as Joker in the underground world. Feared by celestial dragons for knowing the secrets of the Mariahua treasure. Unruly, cruel, cold-blooded, willing to do anything to achieve his goals, even sacrificing companions and family. But possesses a kingly demeanor, secretly nurturing the evil scientist Caesar Clown, producing artificial zoan-type devil fruits called Smile, and privately selling these artificial fruits to the Yonko Kaido behind the Navy's back. Doflamingo stands up from his chair, furious. Zhang Yufan, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. You're the bastard who led to the destruction of my grand plan. That's right, Doflamingo. Your era has come to an end. Just look at what you've done to Dressrosa. Zhang Yufan smiles. After saying that, he throws the bodies of Clown, Virgo, and Monet from his storage space. Doflamingo, still puzzled, wonders what kind of gift Zhang Yufan has prepared for him. When he sees the 3 bodies appear before him, he erupts in rage. Bastard, I'm going to kill you for killing Clown and the others. Just wait to be hunted down by the Yonko. After saying that, he exerts force with his feet and quickly approaches Zhang Yufan. His momentum continuously rises as he raises his right foot and kicks towards Zhang Yufan's head. Zhang Yufan's aura also rises as he kicks back. The 2 sides conquerors hockey collide, producing a loud cracking sound. Meanwhile, the surrounding objects cannot withstand the immense shockwave and either topple over or are blown away, causing the rooftop of the palace to crack. Everyone on Dressrosa Island is startled by the commotion. The residents of the city look up towards the palace, discussing the situation. What's going on? It seems like there's a fierce battle on the palace. That terrifying aura nearly scared me to death. We must defeat Doflamingo, or my life is in danger. Zhang Yufan's companions, scattered throughout the city, see the situation but have no special reaction, continuing to busy themselves with their tasks. They have guessed it must be the work of their captain. However, the commotion this time seems a bit too much. Doflamingo appears to be quite strong. On the palace rooftop, Zhang Yufan increases his strength and kicks Doflamingo away. Don't get too excited. This gift is nice, right? No need to thank me too much. Do you have any return gifts for me? Hee. You little brat. Still want a return gift? Fine, I prepared a fan package all-you-can-eat service for you. 5 colored threads. After Doflamingo says this, he steadies himself, veins popping on his forehead, extremely angry. He creates nearly transparent, thin threads from each of his 5 fingers, adopting a beast claw posture and sending the 5 threads toward Zhang Yufan. The threads, as sharp as piano wires, could cut or even sever Zhang Yufan's body. However, they are easily blocked by the snow-walking knife in Zhang Yufan's hand. Doflamingo then unleashes a thicker line from his palm, continuously swinging it at Zhang Yufan, all of which are easily dodged. Zhang Yufan grips his knife and swiftly strikes towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo uses the awakened skill of his devil fruit, Shield White Line, summoning several massive lines from the ground to defend against the slashes, barely managing to block them. He then uses the awakened skill, Wild Wave White Line, arranging thousands of transparent white threads horizontally. This forms a wave-like attack surging up from beneath Zhang Yufan, gradually converging towards him to create a massive, spiraled white wave, intending to trap Zhang Yufan and crush him. Zhang Yufan calmly swings out several powerful slashes, directly cutting through the white lines created by Doflamingo. Doflamingo, you've used your awakened devil fruit skills, but unfortunately, you're still too weak to hurt me. You little brat, your swordsmanship is impressive. You even know about devil fruit awakening. Doflamingo uses his awakened skill, 1,000 arrows piercing the heart, feather strike, line. After that, thousands of lines covered in armament haki rise from the ground, surrounding Zhang Yufan in the shape of flamingo wings, attempting to pierce him through with arrows. Zhang Yufan, fully covered in armament haki, including his knife, swings the blade, quickly cutting through those lines as they approach, causing them to fall to the ground. Doflamingo looks astonished. How can this little brat's haki be so strong? Even this can't hurt him, and he is only in his teens. How did he cultivate his haki to such a level? Could it be due to his exceptional talent? Zhang Yufan, calm, grips his knife and stands there watching Doflamingo. Is that it? Doflamingo, do you have any other stronger skills? If not, the battle should come to an end. You little brat, are you underestimating me? Try this. The ultimate skill of the awakened devil fruit, 16 sacred death bullets, divine execution. I don't believe I can't hurt you. After that, 16 massive white lines covered in high-density armament haki rise from the ground, rapidly piercing towards Zhang Yufan, aiming to completely penetrate his body. Zhang Yufan also pours all his strength into the knife in his hand. The speed of his slash is extremely fast, once again cutting Doflamingo's lines into pieces. This time, Doflamingo is even more astonished. Even his strongest move can't hurt this little brat. How can he continue fighting? Zhang Yufan sheathes his knife, thinking that if he goes too far and accidentally kills Doflamingo, it would be a big loss. He exerts force with his feet, moving at extreme speed to Doflamingo's front. With a fist covered in armament haki, he strikes Doflamingo, starting to damage his body from the inside. Just like that, with left and right punches, Doflamingo tries to resist, but he is too weak to escape Zhang Yufan's attack range. Before long, Doflamingo is left gasping for breath, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The palace has also been significantly damaged by Doflamingo's devil fruit abilities. Zhang Yufan would not give Doflamingo a chance to recover or resurrect. He took out the candle room made by Galdino from his storage space, dragged Doflamingo inside, closed the door, and prepared to strip him of his devil fruit. Before long, he completed the operation and put everything back into the storage space. When he reached the palace entrance, most of his companions had already gathered there. Maz and Kiwi were beside two people they hadn't encountered before. Zhang Yufan checked their information with the system. Name, Mahabai's power growth potential level, a current power level, B age, 49 height, 3, 28 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, ton press fruit bounty, 11 million berries equipment card, none description, a member of a martial artist legion under the Don Quixote pirates, part of the Diamante troops, serving as one of the final gatekeepers in the bullfighting arena. Name, senior pick power growth potential level, a current power level, B age, 43 height, 2, 44 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, water fruit bounty, 58 million berries equipment card, none description, an executive of the Don Quixote family, part of the square fighting group, capable of moving through objects as if swimming, loyal and compassionate towards the weak. A straightforward and tough man who dislikes interference in his duels, with a noble character, kind-hearted, and willing to help those in need, showing no interest in immature young women. Then, he killed Diamante, Treble, and Pica, the three most loyal followers of Doflamingo. He stripped them of their devil fruits, simultaneously intimidating other members of the Don Quixote family. Zhang Yufan and his companions, carrying Doflamingo's corpse, quickly arrived in the city. They met up with the Cyrus family and the surrounding residents upon seeing this scene, were in tears of joy, cheering. At the same time, Zhang Yufan and the Navy broadcasted the tragic state of Dressrosa Island and many of Doflamingo's crimes live. Kizaru smiled and walked towards Akiji. Akiji, it's been a long time. You seem to be doing well. You've changed a lot, and there's less confusion in your eyes. Akiji smiled and nodded, saying that aside from not being able to travel alone, everything else was fine. Being with Zhang Yufan and the others was incredibly easy, and he felt he was regaining the passion he had when he first joined the Navy. From what you say, it seems you don't plan to return to the Navy. Kizaru's expression turned serious. This is not something you or I can decide. To be honest, what Zhang Yufan and his group are doing feels more like real Navy work than what we do. Akiji looked helpless. Kizaru also felt helpless. The situation was as it was, and there was no way to refute it. Given Zhang Yufan's current power level, even Fleet Admiral Sengoku or Vice Admiral Garp might not be able to take Akiji away. The growth rate was simply too fast. The reporters watching the live broadcast began to write their reports. This was big news. The countries near Dressrosa Island that were still at war, including the rebels, upon hearing that Doflamingo was dead and would no longer supply weapons, ceased hostilities and announced their surrender, cursing Doflamingo. This news quickly spread around the world, with different reactions from various factions. On the other side, the residents of Dressrosa surrounded Dold 3. Your Majesty, please don't call me that anymore. Even if all misunderstandings have been resolved, I can no longer be king. No, only you deserve to be the king here. We have suffered enough oppression and violence. The entire nation strongly agrees with your thoughts, Your Majesty. Everyone, don't be too excited. This incident proves that the ideas of the Riku family have significant flaws. We hope Your Majesty will lead us to reject war. Even if the country perishes because of it, we will have no regrets. Your Majesty, come back. Let us rebuild a peaceful country together. All right, since this is everyone's wish, let us work together to develop the country. Upon seeing the live broadcast from Dressrosa Island, the surrounding countries began to pick up the phone. Dold 3, after being notified by the soldiers, returned to the palace to answer calls from various countries. Before returning to the palace, he made arrangements for the residents' housing issues and invited Zhang Yufan and the little people to the palace. Time quickly passed to the evening, and everyone held a large banquet to celebrate the liberation of the Dressrosa kingdom, which had been ruled by Doflamingo for 7 years. They were particularly grateful to Zhang Yufan and his group. Otherwise, they would have continued to be deceived. After the banquet, Zhang Yufan and Dold 3 went to a secluded place to chat. Rika King, I have a very cruel question for you. Do you really have the ability to protect the residents here now? To be honest, no. If only I could be a king like a god, easily resolving all difficulties. If you want power, I can grant you tremendous strength, but you need to offer your loyalty to me. Are you serious? Zhang Yufan, what is your goal? To achieve true peace in the world. The current world government is already corrupt and needs to be uprooted. Professions like pirates and human traffickers shouldn't exist. This is what I intend to do. Let me tell you one more thing. Doflamingo has another identity. He is a celestial dragon. I don't need to elaborate further, right? Zhang Yufan also mentioned some of the vile acts committed by the world government. Dold 3 was deeply shocked. Zhang Yufan's ambition was enormous. If he could truly obtain immense power, such incidents of usurpation would not happen again. If he remained as weak as before, the final outcome would likely be the destruction of the country. Moreover, Zhang Yufan seemed to be someone who would kill innocents indiscriminately. Otherwise, they would have likely perished long ago. If he could genuinely achieve that, it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. Besides, it seemed I didn't have the right or power to refuse. I can agree to you, but I will not lead my people to participate in your war. That's fine. Just ensure the safety of Dressrosa Island and its surroundings. I will have the little people assist you, and our relationship will remain confidential. Welcome aboard. Dold 3 nodded. Only a fool would announce such matters to the public. If it were disclosed now, Dressrosa Island would likely be destroyed quickly, unbeknownst to Zhang Yufan and the others. Navy hero Garp was already on a warship heading towards Dressrosa Island. Even if they knew a group of Navy officers were coming, Zhang Yufan and the others wouldn't care too much. Bringing over all of the Navy's combat power wouldn't be enough to fight. Kizaru and the others weren't in a hurry to capture Zhang Yufan and the others. After all, their combat power was too weak, and they had nothing to catch them with. Waiting for the arrival of naval heroes like Karp, whether they could defeat Zhang Yufan and his group seems a bit uncertain. In the palace, Dold 3 called Cyrus and the others over. Upon hearing the news of joining Zhang Yufan's group, they were stunned in shock. However, they quickly reacted, realizing that with their current combat power, it was impossible to withstand a powerful enemy like Doflamingo. This is the harsh reality. But if their combat power could become as strong as Doflamingo's, they could better protect the residents here. Thinking about it this way, joining might not be a bad idea. After the Battle of Dressrosa, Zhang Yufan also received reward from the system. Although compared to the rewards on Fishman Island, it was just a drop in the bucket. Who would complain about receiving more rewards? Anyway, there are still tens of thousands of equipment cards, and with just these few people, they wouldn't use many. He immediately raised the combat power of Dold 3 and the others to SSS level. Dold 3 and the others suddenly felt a surge of power throughout their bodies. This was truly a godlike ability, and they all stared in shock at Zhang Yufan. This power is too strong. This will help protect the people better. This ability is too miraculous. Thank you so much. Zhang Yufan, are you sure you're not a deity? A deity? From a certain perspective, maybe I am. Next, you need to strengthen your military power to develop the country better. Dold 3 and the others nodded. Without sufficient military power, wanting to refuse war and not be pressed down by enemies is already a feat. Aspiring for peace in such a situation is simply a dream. The residents of Dressrosa went to sleep with smiles on their faces that night. After experiencing the Doflamingo coup, they were already physically and mentally exhausted. Fortunately, everything was resolved, and they felt much more relaxed. Everyone had a good night's sleep, and time quickly passed to the next morning. Leo, along with the small people, came to find Zhang Yufan early in the morning. Zhang Yufan, thank you so much for saving my people. Please allow all members of the Dong Tata pirates to join you. Our king of the Dong Tata kingdom agrees. We will definitely be able to help you. Great. Welcome to join us. First, let us enhance your combat power, and then send 50 people with me to sea tomorrow. Leo, you stay here with the rest and coordinate with King Riku to secretly protect the people on this island. After saying this, he focused and raised the combat power of Leo and the others to SSS level. Leo and the others were still puzzled about how Zhang Yufan would help them enhance their combat power. Now, without any warning, their combat power was raised just like that. All the small people were shocked. What's going on? Our new captain can't be a god, right? Otherwise, how could he have such miraculous abilities? After arranging for Leo and the others, Zhang Yufan spent a day cleaning up the clutter in the city. Soon another day passed, and that morning, Zhang Yufan and his team prepared to set sail. After waving goodbye to everyone, they boarded the ship and departed. Kizuru and the marine soldiers could only watch Zhang Yufan and his team leave with envious eyes, having no capability to stop them, and secretly following was unrealistic. After sailing for a long time, Oka shouted from the lookout, "Captain, there are hundreds of people ahead riding jet skis coming towards us." Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked into the distance. Leading them was a woman with mixed red and yellow hair, with a snail on her right ear, riding a jet ski and advancing with the group behind her. Zhang Yufan checked her information using the system. Name, Desire Combat Power Growth Potential Level. See current combat power level. See age, 21 height, 2.01 meters gender, female weapon, iron rod devil fruit, none bounty, 8 million berries equipment card, none introduction, former captain of the East Blue Candy Pirate crew, childhood playmate of Bartolomeo, often did silly things together as kids, led her pirate crew to venture into the New World, but unfortunately, her fast jet ski fleet got lost in the New World and encountered attacks from the Navy or unknown fleets, resulting in the defeat of the pirate crew with heavy casualties among her companions. She was rescued by Bairu and subsequently joined the Silver Pirate crew, becoming a member of the Silver Pirate Alliance. Zhang Yufan smirked, nudged his partner Bartolomeo, and said, "That beauty is your childhood friend. If there's any misunderstanding, explain it clearly and bring her aboard." The other partners cheered, whistling and urging them to hurry. Bartolomeo nodded, puzzled, wondering why Desire had come here. He then leaped up and walked through the air towards her. Desire and her crew were stunned to see someone walking down from the sky. Thinking he was an enemy, they stopped their jet skis and everyone raised their guns to shoot at him. Bartolomeo created a barrier that blocked all the bullets. Amid the astonished gazes of everyone, he landed on Desire's jet ski. "Desire, it's only been a short while since we last met, and you don't recognize me? You come over ready to shoot me, full of holes," Bartolomeo said, confused. Desire pouted and turned her face away. "Bartolomeo, you've grown stronger, but we're not familiar. What's going on? Why are you here in the New World?" Bartolomeo asked, puzzled. "Have you forgotten our promise? We agreed to reach the top together, but you ran off alone, so I had to bring my crew to the top myself," Desire said angrily. "I didn't forget. I told you not to go to sea because I didn't want you to get into trouble. We were too weak. Why didn't you listen to me? Bartolomeo slapped his forehead. The people behind Desire also understood. Their captain had a relationship with this rooster-headed guy. But this guy is really impressive. He can actually walk in the sky. With such a high bounty, how should they capture him? Through understanding, Bartolomeo also learned about Desire's experiences. Fortunately, she was saved, otherwise, she would regret it for a lifetime. The two opened up about their situations and embraced their relationship deepening. They then expressed their gratitude to the person who saved Desire and decided to take her to find him. The people behind Desire became excited. It was rare to have prey delivered to their door. This was a golden opportunity to capture this group of pirates all at once. Bartolomeo took Desire to find Zhang Yufan to explain the situation. Behind Desire, a man was secretly using a snail to contact people at the base. Soon they arrived in front of Zhang Yufan, introducing Desire before going to find her savior. On the way, Bartolomeo looked puzzled while sitting on Desire's jet ski. Desire, what is the goal of your Silver Pirate Alliance? The goal is to reach the pinnacle of the pirate era. As long as everyone works together, we believe we can defeat the four emperors. Hey, haha, you really are naively terrifying, believing such nonsense. Bartolomeo, what do you mean by that? Based on your experience and the strength of this team, you can't even defeat the 7 warlords, let alone the 4 emperors. It's not about having more people. Clearly, he's deceiving you. Impossible. The captain wouldn't lie to me. I trust him. Bartolomeo didn't respond anymore. Clearly, no matter what was said now, Desire wouldn't believe it. But that's okay. Soon we'll know what the truth really is. If he dares to deceive Desire, I won't let him off the hook. Otherwise, I'll beat him to the ground. It wasn't long before they arrived. This was an island near Dressrosa. Because there were many silver mines on the island, it was called the Silver Fortress. The island was the base of the Silver Pirate Alliance, claimed to be the strongest armed group. The boss here gathered a bunch of losers from the New World as his subordinates. Using their gratitude towards him, he engaged in dark dealings that were unknown to others. Among them was one of the monsters from the New World, the head of the world's largest entertainment city, Gurin Tezelo, who had connections with Gilded Tezelo. Every month, they had to pay a large tribute of silver bricks to Gilded Tezelo. Joining Gilded Tezelo's group would provide protection from the world government and the Navy headquarters pursuit. Captured bounty criminals had to be handed over to Gilded Tezelo and sent to the Don Quixote family's auction house number 1 to participate in human auctions. On the island stood a man with yellow hair, a strong build, bare-chested, equipped with 2 cannons on his back. Zhang Yufan checked his information using the system. Name, Peseta Combat Power Growth Potential Level. See Current Combat Power Level. See Age, 31 Height, 2 meters Gender. Male Weapon, 2 Cannons Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Description. A cadre of the Silver Pirate Group devoted to Bairu. During Bairu's negotiations with Mr. Tanaka, the subordinate of the Golden Emperor Gilded Tezelo, he was responsible for accompanying Bairu. Peseta, where's the captain? Desire asked as he got off the motorboat. The captain is inside the base. You can go directly there. Peseta pointed toward the building in the distance. As Desire led Zhang Yufan and the others to cross the valley, Haiding jumped off a rock. Suddenly, the ground collapsed, and he fell down but quickly climbed back up. I can sense the situation below. Captain, there are many people down there, and they are in great pain and anger. Desire, come with us. Let you see your captain's true goals. Zhang Yufan remained calm. Desire looked confused. What true goals? Are the goals mentioned before all fake? Impossible, I don't believe it. Let the giants guard outside. The other partners follow Zhang Yufan and jump into the pit. This place was quite deep. They stepped in the air and slowly descended. Soon they reached the bottom level, where a miner with tools was working. He saw Zhang Yufan and the others arrive, but continued digging without stopping. KB frowned, looking him up and down. Uncle, who are you? You look very tired. Why don't you take a break? There's no time to rest. I was originally a pirate, but after not getting treasure for too long, I was thrown here by Bairu to mine. At first, I thought Bairu was someone worth following, but after being thrown here, I realized he was just using us as free labor or slaves to help him mine these silver mines day and night so he could trade with others. Desire's eyes widened in disbelief, holding his head with both hands. How could this be? I don't believe it. I need to ask Bairu for clarification. Suddenly, a strange humanoid cart with wheels for hands and feet rushed toward Zhang Yufan and the others on the rail of the cave floor. The miner, fearing this cart, quickly found a place to hide. Zhang Yufan checked its information using the system. Name: Abelon Combat Power Growth Potential Level. See Current Combat Power Level. See Age: 36 Height: 1. 78 meters. Gender: Male. Weapon: None. Devil Fruit: Rolling Fruit Bounty: None. Equipment card: None. Description: An assassin of the Silver Pirate Group, responsible for managing the underground labyrinth and silver mining, while also overseeing members of the Silver Pirate Alliance abandoned by Bairu, forcing them to collect silver or underground and refine pure silver to offer to the Golden Emperor Gilded Tezalo in exchange for a space to survive in the New World. Desire, filled with anger, walked up to Abelon. Abelon, did the captain send you to kill us? Of course, Desire. You really are a fool. Gordy. With that, Abelon took out a bomb from a box on his back and threw it wildly at Desire, trying to blow her up. Bartolomeo wouldn't let Abelon succeed. He created a barrier to block all the explosive damage. Calling Desire a fool? Let's see if I don't beat you to a pulp. He charged forward and gave Abelon a beating, even pinning him to the ground and rubbing his face in it until he was knocked out. The surrounding miners heard the commotion and came to see what was happening. They were all stunned to see such a powerful Abelon being beaten without the ability to fight back. There were some among us who also wanted to resist, but those people were all killed. It was impossible to escape. Then their eyes brightened as Abelon was defeated. Does that mean we don't have to mine so desperately anymore? We can go back to the surface and bask in the sun. A cheer erupted. However, they couldn't be too happy yet. Bairu and his subordinates were still undefeated. The only way now was to ask the people in front of them for help. But some cowardly or fearful miners thought otherwise, believing that even if Zhang Yufan and the others could defeat Abelon, they might not be able to defeat Bairu. After being scolded by Desire, they all lowered their heads. And finally, they gritted their teeth and made a decision. So the miners gathered around, all kneeling in front of Zhang Yufan and the others. Please save us. We want to live on the surface. We want to go home. As long as we can defeat Bairu and his men, we will be free. All right, pack up your things, call everyone, and I'll take you out of here. The miners happily ran off to notify everyone to gather. Soon, they had all assembled, and there was only one way out. But for Zhang Yufan and the others, any direction was an exit. Just step up directly and create a big hole in the ground. Anyway, there's no rush now, so we can take our time. Let's see what those guys can come up with next. The miners, filled with enthusiasm, followed Zhang Yufan as they ascended along the tracks in the mine. When they reached about halfway, suddenly a cannonball flew rapidly towards Zhang Yufan and the others. It was wrapped in a barrier created by Bartolomeo's barrier fruit ability and exploded inside it. Then, holding the large barrier sphere in his right hand, he threw it directly towards the direction from which the cannonball came. The power was quite strong, sending several people flying back. As the smoke cleared, Peseta appeared in front of Desire, clapping his hands. The barrier fruit ability is truly amazing. Peseta, is this also the leader's intention? Of course. You foolish woman. Are you planning to kill us after using us? Since you already know our secret, why keep us around? After saying that, the surrounding enemies continuously fired cannons, directly blowing up the bridge that supported the tracks. The miners panicked, thinking they were going to fall to their deaths. However, just as the bridge was about to collapse, it was frozen into an ice sculpture by Akiji. Zhang Yufan felt a bit helpless, as he wanted to give them more time to prepare, but it seemed he couldn't. So he had Bartolomeo create a barrier staircase leading to the ground. The surrounding gunners were soon dealt with, but Peseta had already vanished. The group continued to ascend. The sturdy barrier staircase was not destroyed by the enemies. Before long, they saw the exit. However, there were several enemies above pouring lava onto the barrier staircase. At the same time, they used flamethrowers to shoot massive fire pillars at Zhang Yufan and the others. Zoro drew his sword and executed the one-sword style, 360 Troublesome Phoenix, amplifying the flames and blowing them back. The flamethrowers collided with each other and exploded, sending everyone flying. After clearing the lava from the barrier staircase, the group finally reached the ground. Breathing in the fresh air outside, Peseta reappeared, but this time with several of Desai's good sisters kidnapped. Sanji frowned at the sight, daring to treat these ladies this way. He needed to kick him, and with a whoosh, he vanished from his spot. Immediately afterward, he delivered a powerful kick that knocked Peseta unconscious and rescued the women. The surrounding enemies were stunned. Was this guy a ghost? Why was his speed so fast? They completely couldn't see how he attacked. Once they regained their senses, they crazily fired at Zhang, Yufan, and the others. They were all cut down by Zoro and the others, and the surrounding enemies were also cleared out. Desire instructed the few good sisters to gather everyone at the port. Once she and Bairu settled things, they would join Bartolomeo for an adventure. After thanking Zhang, Yufan, and the others, the miners also left the island. Zhang Yufan instructed the other partners to disperse and clear out all the enemies on the island, leaving only Bartolomeo to continue toward the base. On the other side, at the port where Zhang Yufan's pirate ship was docked, a battle was also underway. The enemies on jet skis were just about to approach the ship when they were bitten by the crocodiles lying in ambush beneath the sea, making a crisp crunch of chicken flavor. As for the enemies on land, they were all resolved by Leaky, one slap at a time. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan and the others still wanted to find Bairu. However, they hadn't taken a few steps when a large amount of lava poured down from the sky. Bartolomeo created a semicircular barrier to block it. Zhang Yufan and the others looked up to see a tall man with brown hair, wearing a red scarf with a 5-pointed star on his head. Zhang Yufan checked his information with the system. Name, Bairu Combat Power Growth Potential Level, a current combat power level. B. Age, 34. Height, 2. 1 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, none. Devil Fruit, Melting Fruit Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Introduction, leader of the Silver Pirate Alliance. Bairu, as a pirate, does not rob merchant ships, but captures pirates around the world based on the bounty amounts. He has gathered many loyal followers to better control his small pirate subordinates. Bairu instills the concept of dreams in them, believing that as long as they work together, they can defeat even the 4 emperors. His goal is to reach the pinnacle of the pirate age, and he has dealings with the Golden Emperor, Guild Tesoro. Bairu sneered, looking down at Zhang Yufan and the others. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Slayer of gods, Zhang Yufan. I originally wanted to capture you all in one go, but unfortunately, those guys are too useless. Desire, filled with anger, looked up at Zhang Yufan. I want to settle this with him. You don't interfere. Bairu laughed heartily, taking some ore from his body and stuffing it into his mouth, chewing. Ha ha. You think you can settle this with that level of combat power? Once I take care of you, I'll take all the bounties. Now, I want to melt this mine down. What? Your subordinates will die meaninglessly. Those useless ones, I can recruit more later. How can they compare to Zhang Yufan's bounty? But for the sake of fulfilling my dream, they still have some use. Isn't your dream to reach the pinnacle of the pirate age? You said that when you saved me. I believed it. I only saw your somewhat utilitarian leadership ability. That's why I said that. Was my ship sunk by you? That's right. Only now do you realize how foolish you are. My acting is quite good, isn't it? Ha ha. Bastard. How would you use us? Who are so loyal to you like this? Desire's heart was pierced, and tears flowed down her face. Zhang Yufan patted Bartolomeo's back, signaling him to take action. Bartolomeo's patience had also reached its limit. He walked up to Desire and wiped away the tears on her face. Bairu sneered, squatting on the ground or even crying. You pirates are really naively terrifying, still believing in that dream stuff like children. It's precisely because of this that I made up a dream. To better use you to work hard for me. All the treasures and bounties you collected are used by me to enjoy a luxurious life. Ha ha ha. I'll give you a chance to challenge me. Come at me. Seeing Desire hesitating to make a move, Bairu arrogantly waved his hand. Hurry up and attack. Let's see if I won't melt you down. I've waited long enough. Just as Desire gripped the iron rod tightly and was about to rush over to beat Bairu, she was stopped by Bartolomeo. With a firm push of his foot, he vanished from the spot. He quickly appeared in front of Bairu and punched him in the face. Bairu hadn't reacted yet before he was sent flying, crashing into the stone wall behind him, blood flowing from his mouth. Bartholomew, with an angry expression, walked over and said, You have made me furious. Now let me teach you how to behave. Wait a minute, Bartholomew. That guy should be dealt with by me. Desire looked surprised. Bartholomew turned his head and smiled. Desire, leave it to me. Not just anyone can make you cry. Desire didn't say anything more and obediently stayed in place, thinking that Bartholomew had really changed a lot. Byru, with an angry face, reached into his stomach and melted 2 knives, charging towards Bartholomew and swinging the knives. Bartholomew covered his right hand with armament hockey and threw a punch, breaking the knives and sending the person flying. Byru spat out blood again, kneeling on the ground while holding his stomach. Is this the combat power with a bounty over 100 million? It's really too strong. Then he quickly melted a cannon from his stomach and fired it at Bartholomew. But unfortunately, the cannonball was blocked by a barrier. Another punch destroyed the cannon, and the ground was pierced, causing Byru to fall down. Desire watched in shock. Bartholomew had become this strong. Byru was completely unable to fight back, and it had only been a short time since they set sail. Could it be because of his incredible talent? Lying at the bottom of the mine, Byru looked despondent, thinking, I actually lost to this pirate. If a monster from somewhere in the New World sees me like this now, they would be very disappointed. If I am abandoned by the Golden Emperor, then I am really finished. No, I can't be abandoned by the Golden Emperor. I can still fight. I haven't failed yet. He then grabbed the surrounding oars and started eating frantically. The energy in his body kept accumulating, and the temperature began to rise slowly. All the enemies on the island had already been cleared by Zoro and the others. They even looted all the treasures on the island. All the companions were walking towards the port where the ship was docked. Bartholomew was just about to go down to catch someone when the temperature around them suddenly kept rising. A large amount of magma also erupted from the ground. Byru's muscles bulged, resembling a true monster. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't recognize him. Moreover, he was covered in magma, walking towards Zhang Yufan and the others. He shot magma from his body towards Zhang Yufan and the others. Bartholomew created a barrier to block it directly. Zhang Yufan and Desire jumped onto a huge rock behind them. Desire looked worried, gazing down. Bartholomew won't be in trouble, will he? Don't worry, he will be fine. He has the strongest defensive barrier fruit. No need to rush. We can leave after catching Byru, Zhang Yufan said with a smile. Bartholomew pushed the barrier he created, pushing the magma back and submerging Byru. However, Byru was completely unharmed, and his body turned into silver ore. Damn it, you forced me to this point. I know all too well that in this new world, those with dreams are just naive fools. They can never reach the peak of the world. Let me shatter your dreams. After saying that, he used the energy in his body to create a huge magma ball and threw it at Zhang Yufan and the others. Bartholomew created an even larger barrier, blocking the enormous magma ball and scattering it. He quickly approached Byru and, using his hands wrapped around the barrier, unleashed a flurry of left and right hooks, ultimately causing Byru to lose his devil fruit ability and faint. Then Bartholomew carried Byru to Zhang Yufan and the others. The surrounding magma did not disappear after defeating Byru. It continued to erupt from the ground, and the rocks around were melting. The area where Zhang Yufan and the others were standing was already surrounded by magma. Bartholomew held Desire, while Zhang Yufan carried Byru, stepping away from the sky. Captain, Byru's melt fruit is quite interesting. It's not afraid of magma, and can create magma in weapons. If we take it back and modify it deeply, it will be very useful, Bartholomew said with a smile. Yes, the abilities of this melt fruit are completely the nemesis of Admiral Akanu's magma fruit. Zhang Yufan replied with a smile. Soon, Zhang Yufan and the others returned to the ship and continued sailing towards the next island. They had already received the system rewards, and Desire and her subordinates officially joined the extreme pirate crew. After sailing for a few more days at sea, they raised Desire and her crew's combat power to SSS level. On an uninhabited island, they encountered one of Kineman's lost companions. Zhang Yufan checked his information with the system. Name, Kanjuro combat power growth potential level. S current combat power level. S age, 36 years height, 3. 47 meters gender. Male weapon. Sujishime UME devil fruit. Pin fruit bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. Also known as Sudden Rain Kanjuro, a samurai from Wano country. He is an undercover agent planted by Kaido in the Kazuki family, serving as a retainer to Kazuki Odin and becoming one of the 9 red scabbards. He is skilled in painting, has exceptional acting skills, a calm demeanor, but an extremely perverse and cruel inner nature. Kinnaman, Momonosuke, and Kanjuro were over there recounting their experiences during this time. However, Kinnaman was unaware that this companion he had always trusted would one day stab him in the back. But with Zhang Yufan around, such a thing was no longer possible. As for Bairu and the others, in the past few days on Zhang Yufan's ship, they had friendly exchanges with most of the crew. The previously arrogant attitude had completely vanished. Now they were as obedient as little lambs, cleaning up. Bairu and the others thought, how come these guys are all so strong like monsters? There isn't a single ordinary person. This is just too terrifying. Although we don't want to submit, who made them so strong? Running away is impossible, so we might as well be obedient. One day, Zhang Yufan asked Bairu to lead the way to the largest entertainment city in the world. After sailing at sea for a long time, they finally reached their destination. Everyone was shocked when they saw the largest entertainment city in the world. This city was built on a giant ship named Gold Tazolo, which was 10,000 meters long and made entirely of gold. There were towns on it recognized by the government as an independent nation and a demilitarized zone. It was an absolute sanctuary where the world government could not act casually, possessing power comparable to that of the celestial dragons. No wonder it was called the Golden City. Even the entrance was made entirely of gold. After sailing for so long and seeing many luxurious places, they realized that compared to the luxury here, those places were insignificant and completely incomparable. This place was truly luxurious beyond imagination, as if luxury itself opened the door. It was excessively luxurious. Nami's eyes have already turned into a golden hue. An unusual excitement is seen as she dances around. Due to the entrance being too low, the giants cannot enter and are left outside. Of course, they can also get in from above. However, it would likely cause quite a stir once inside. As for whether to go in or not, the giants can decide for themselves. The animals are also left outside, watching over the crew members who have not truly returned yet. The remaining companions are on the ship, preparing to pass through the Golden Gate. Zhang Yufan smiles and claps his hands, reminding them not to celebrate too early. Those who built this place are not to be trifled with. Bartolomeo, create a massive barrier above the ship. Captain, what's this for? Is there something dangerous that might fall from above once we go in? Bartolomeo asks, puzzled. You'll understand soon. Zhang Yufan smiles. Everyone is curious about what it could be that the captain takes so seriously. With our current strength, we should be fine against ordinary threats. However, if it's some kind of highly toxic substance, that could be a different story. As for other possibilities, a few come to mind. I wonder if it's one of those. The ship is ready to cover itself with the barrier and pass through the Golden Gate. Everyone looks up at the barrier when suddenly a shower of golden powder falls from the tunnel above, accumulating on top of the barrier. This scene is quite spectacular and rare to see, and they admire it from below. Everyone thinks the people here are quite extravagant. Even the rain is made of gold. There are no guards around, so they aren't worried about anyone collecting the gold dust to sell. Looking into the water, it surprisingly has a golden hue as well. The ship continues to sail forward. Apart from the golden dust rain, there is nothing else. Nami, excited, stares intently at the powder. Yufan, I don't see anything dangerous. There's indeed a lot of gold dust. We should quickly get a bag to collect some. Zhang Yufan smiles and holds Nami's hand. Nami, the most dangerous thing is this gold dust. If you don't want to become a golden statue, don't go near it. Is this gold dust so powerful that it was created by a devil fruit user? Nami calms down a bit. Yes, if this gold dust lands on us, it will enter our bodies. Once the opponent activates their ability, we would all turn into golden statues. Washing off the gold dust with seawater would solve the problem. Zhang Yufan smiles. Everyone feels a bit scared. If it weren't for the captain's warning, everyone might have fallen victim without realizing it. No one would have considered the dangers of this gold dust. After bathing in it, they would have been directly controlled. It would have been impossible to fight back. Truly a clever scheme. This is akin to being poisoned and threatened. Nami looks disappointed, gazing at the abundant gold dust, only able to watch but not take. She feels like she has missed out on several 100 million berries. Soon, the ship exits the tunnel, and the rain of gold dust has stopped. Bartolomeo removes the barrier, and the gold dust spills away. Everyone sees a huge golden stage right ahead. The surrounding area is filled with spectators. And on stage is a beautiful songstress with purple hair who is very popular. Zhang Yufan checks her information using the system. Name, Karina. Combat potential level, D. Current combat level, E. Age, 17. Height, 1. 62 meters. Gender, female. Weapon, none. Devil fruit, none. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Description, a beautiful songstress from the world's largest entertainment city, Gran Tesoro, with an extremely agile mind, emotional and kind, possessing superb thieving skills and excellent intelligence-gathering abilities. Previously, she was a colleague and friend of Nami, but they were caught while stealing from a treasure hunter's vault. Later, she abandoned Nami to escape, not truly abandoning her, but rather becoming bait to ensure both could survive. Zhang Yufan smiles and points at Karina on stage. Nami, do you recognize that singing woman? Nami excitedly turns her head to look in the direction Zhang Yufan is pointing. Oh, ISNT, that my old friend Karina? How'd she end up singing here? Your friend seems interesting. You might want to consider recruiting her on the ship. Zhang Yufan smiles. Suddenly, several cannonballs fly out from the surroundings, bombarding Zhang Yufan and the others. They are immediately kicked and exploded in midair by Jiemu and the others, as several pirate ships approach them. As they get closer, those pirates attempt to climb onto Zhang Yufan's ship, ready to join forces to seize treasure. Unfortunately, it's not that easy. None of the main forces on the ship moved. Zhang Yufan instructs Jiemu and the others to deal with these pirates and see if there are any treasures to plunder. The other companions on the ship watch the spectacle, and soon the ship is destroyed and everyone perishes. The surrounding audience is not scared at all. Instead, they are very excited, cheering on. When Jiemu and the others return, they haven't brought back anything valuable. They're all a bunch of poor folks who probably lost all their money here. They plan to rob our money and recover a bit to continue fighting. On the other side, the master of Gran Tesoro receives reports from his subordinates. With ill intentions, he sends a subordinate to welcome Zhang Yufan and the others. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan and his group have already disembarked and stored the ship away. They let their companions move freely, giving them enough money to head into the city. They haven't walked far when a super cool sports car stops right in front of the four of them, and a woman with long red hair, tall stature, wearing a sexy long dress, black gloves, and sunglasses steps out of the car. Zhang Yufan checks her information with the system. Name, Baccarat. Combat potential level, B. Current combat level, B. Age, 26. Height, 1, 9 meters. Gender, female. Weapon, none. Devil fruit, luck fruit. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Description, a receptionist in Gran Tesoro. One of the cadre members, whose touch alters the luck of those she comes into contact with. She is overconfident and has a good memory, easily remembering the faces of famous pirates and their bounties, and has a good impression of Tesoro. Baccarat smiles, removes her sunglasses, and greets, welcome. The four members of the Extreme Pirate Group, it's nice to meet you. My name is Baccarat, and I am the receptionist here. Nami smiles, holding Zhang Yufan's hand. Baccarat, do you know us? Baccarat smiles and opens her notepad. Of course, I keep records of all famous people, so feel free to let me know what you need. Then take us to buy some clothes suitable for here. Zhang Yufan smiles. Baccarat smiles back, opens the car door. No problem, it's indeed time for a change. Please get in. Zhang Yufan and the others get into the car, and Baccarat drives them to the clothing store. The car's ignition method surprisingly involved a few special turtles helping start it. Nami, seeing the gold around her, felt the thrill of her past as a thief stirring within her. She thought about stealing a few pieces, but was stopped by Baccarat. This was because there were surveillance bugs everywhere, making it difficult to steal anything. She was also informed that all acts of theft and destruction were illegal, and if caught, she would be locked in an underground prison. Nami temporarily dismissed her thoughts of stealing gold. Soon after, they arrived at a clothing store, where all four changed into glamorous outfits. While trying on clothes, Zhang Yufan quietly shared with the three women nearby about Baccarat's abilities, advising them to be cautious. Then Baccarat led Zhang Yufan and the others towards a casino. During this time, apart from Nami, who was still enchanted by the surrounding gold, The other three sensed that the people here did not exhibit the joy and relaxation typical after entertainment. Instead, they appeared somewhat anxious and revealed hints of despair, most of whom had just walked out of the casino. Before long, they arrived at the casino, which had various games. Baccarat left first and entered a secret room. Shortly after, a man walked in through the door, directly approaching Baccarat. Baccarat, how did the mission go? We are very lucky. When I arrived, Zhang Yufan's companions had already left, leaving only 4 who were still engrossed in gambling. Very good. It seems that fate is on our side. If they were all together, it would be difficult to deal with their overwhelming strength. In that case, please lead them to that place so we can implement the next step of our plan. No problem. I will go now. Zhang Yufan and the others dominated the casino, earning 200 million berries, and then took a break sitting in chairs. Baccarat smiled as she approached. You 4 are indeed impressive. Would you like to try something more thrilling? Nami, excited and holding her chips, asked, what could be more thrilling? It's a high-risk, high-reward game. If you win, you can become billionaires. Would you like to give it a try? Baccarat smiled. Nami, beaming, sat in her chair. There's such a game? We have to go. Baccarat smiled and turned toward the elevator, saying, you have guts. Follow me. That place is a VIP room that only people as famous as you can access. Nami was exceptionally happy, thinking she would soon become a super rich woman. Except for a few special individuals, no one could stop her from becoming wealthy. Zhang Yufan and the others took the elevator to the VIP area. Baccarat knocked a few times on the VIP room door. Suddenly, a short man in a security uniform came through the door. Zhang Yufan checked his information with the system. Name, Mr. Tanaka. Potential growth level, B. Current combat level, C. Age, 32. Height, 1. 36 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, handgun. Devil fruit. Punctuation fruit. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Description, he is a guard in the world's largest entertainment city, Grand Tesoro, and one of the cadre members, trusted by the Gold Emperor Guild Tesoro. He is responsible for collecting tribute from outsiders to Guild Tesoro, such as the New Pirate Alliance, Silver Pirate Crew, and Sweet Pirate Crew, dealing with the large amounts of silver bars and bounty criminals submitted to Guild Tesoro. Mr. Tanaka reached out to Zhang Yufan, and the other 3 women pulled Zhang Yufan along, directly taking them through the main door into the VIP room. A muscular man, wrapped in a black headscarf with a purple pentagram, stood before them. Zhang Yufan checked his information with the system. Name, D's. Potential growth level, S. Current combat level, S. Age, 35. Height, 3. 25 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, 2 long knives. Devil fruit, none. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Description, tough and durable. He was once an undefeated champion in death matches. Although he looks like a tough guy, he is actually a masochist who enjoys being hit. And he can use 2-sword style, but his swordsmanship is not very good. Dees asked the people around to place bets on odd or even, then tossed a metal die into the air. He then picked up an iron bowl nearby, caught the 2 dice, and smashed the bowl on the ground with his head. His forehead was bruised, but Dees showed a satisfied and enjoyable expression. Nami then realized that the game to become billionaires involved playing dice. Although it was still dice throwing, playing it this way was a first for her and quite unusual. She didn't expect that this muscular man, Dees, had a tendency for masochism. How is it? Exciting, right? Baccarat smiled. Zhang Yufan smiled, holding Hancock's hand. It's just okay. Average. Then let me lend you all 500 million berries and chips, so you can win even more. What do you think? Baccarat said with an awkward smile. Nami, with excitement in her eyes, transformed into a money-hungry expression. She couldn't believe she could borrow so much money. This indeed could help her win more. Zhang Yufan sneered inwardly, realizing he had encountered a financial benefactor. Since they wanted to trick him, he wouldn't hold back later and would win their underwear. As for losing and having to pay back, that was not going to happen. After all, they were not good people, and if they disagreed, he would just fight. Zhang Yufan smiled and turned his head. Are you sure you want to lend us this much money? No regrets? Baccarat smiled and nodded, signaling for someone to bring the chips. Zhang Yufan and the others took the chips and found a spot to sit down. Using observation hockey, he briefly foresaw the near future. They placed all their money on odd numbers, and D's rolled the dice, resulting in odd numbers. Nami became even more excited, leaning on Zhang Yufan's back. Yufan, we hit the jackpot. We're one step closer to becoming wealthy. Zhang Yufan smiled, patting Nami's shoulder. This is just the beginning. Stay calm. After saying that, he foresaw the near future again and bet on even numbers this time. D's rolled again, and it really came out as even. Nami watched as the chips piled up, almost going crazy with joy. As expected of Lord Zhang Yufan, your luck is simply off the charts. Baccarat smiled. Suddenly, the people around became a bit agitated. Speaking about the name, Guild Tesoro. Zhang Yufan and the others turned to see a man with gray-green hair, dressed in pink clothes and pants, wearing purple sunglasses, and sporting 9 gold rings on his hands, walking down the stairs, followed closely by Karina. Zhang Yufan checked his information using the system. Name, Gilder Tetsolo Combat Power Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Power Level. SS Age, 38 Height, 3. 14 meters Gender. Male Weapon. None Devil Fruit. Gold Fruit Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Introduction. Known as the Golden Emperor. He is the master of the world's largest entertainment city, Gurren Tetsolo, controlling numerous industries around the world. Originally a slave of the celestial dragons, Tetsolo possesses 20 of the world's berry, playing both sides of the law, using the power of money to manipulate the celestial dragons, and even able to mobilize the power of the world government. In the underground world, he is the Golden Emperor who controls the dark world with money, with influence spread across the globe. Tetsolo smiled and walked over, welcoming everyone to Gurren Tetsolo. Are you all having fun? We're having a great time. Who are you? Nami asked, looking puzzled. Tetsolo smiled, spread his arms, and said he was very happy to meet everyone, introducing himself as Gilder Tetsolo, the owner of the ship. Hello. What brings you to us? Zhang Yufan looked at Tetsolo with a playful expression. Tetsolo smiled and stood still in front of Zhang Yufan. How about we have a gamble? A rare opportunity? Sure. What are rules? If you win, you can get 5 times your bet. If you lose, you don't have to pay back 5 times. As I don't lack money, just a big gamble might excite me a bit. What do you think? Then let's do it. My luck is great right now. Zhang Yufan grinned, thinking this was a sure way to get money. Even if he didn't pay me if I won, it was fine, as long as I defeated Tetsolo. All his money would be mine, and my money would still be mine. Nami was surprised and excited, thinking about betting all the 20 billion berries she had. If she accidentally won, that would be over 100 billion berry, a huge profit. Tetsolo was indeed a big tycoon, gambling so much without even blinking. Zhang Yufan glimpsed a brief future and placed all his chips on even numbers. Baccarat stood up, took off her right-hand glove, and praised, as expected of Lord Zhang Yufan. Your bet is really decisive. I can only express admiration. She walked towards Zhang Yufan, wanted to touch him with her right hand. Hancock, sitting next to Zhang Yufan, turned her head with a cold face, saying, Baccarat, you'd better take that hand back. Otherwise, don't expect to keep it. My man isn't someone anyone can touch. The atmosphere around them suddenly became tense. All sound stopped, and everyone turned to look. Tetsolo, sitting there, felt a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Did Zhang Yufan and the others already know about Baccarat's devil fruit ability? What if they even knew about my plans? That would be a bit troublesome. But this is my territory. I'm not afraid to fight. Nami also reacted at this moment, realizing this was an attempt to stop her from becoming rich, which was unacceptable. Her previously happy expression turned gloomy, and she turned her sharp eyes toward Baccarat. Baccarat, are you planning to use your devil fruit ability to cheat and make us lose money? Miss Nami, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can say it directly. There's no need for this. Baccarat felt as if she was being stared at by a ferocious beast. Her scalp tingled, and she didn't dare to move carelessly. Undoubtedly, if she really touched Zhang Yufan's body, something terrible would happen. She felt a bit panicked and confused. How did Zhang Yufan and the others know about her ability? However, she still maintained a smiling face, as years of work experience helped her calm down quickly. Tetsolo laughed loudly, turned his head, and said, What do you mean by this? Are you here to cause trouble? Let us finish this round of betting first. Deus, hurry up and reveal the result. Zhang Yufan smiled. Deus hesitated for a moment, but still smashed the bowl with his head. The number displayed inside was exactly an even number, and they won again this round. Nami was not surprised at all. This was all part of the normal operation. She felt extremely happy for winning so much money. I'm a rich woman now. I don't even know how to spend it. Zhang Yufan smiled, extending his right hand. I won. Give me the money. Tetsolo, your plan to lure me in is good, but unfortunately, you ran into me, so it's useless. Tetsolo looked puzzled, sitting on the ground and pretending to be clueless. Oh? What plan? I don't know anything about it. Zhang Yufan smiled, sitting on the ground and looking at Tetsolo beside him. We were warmly welcomed as soon as we arrived, with offers of loans and increased profits. Anyone with a little attention could notice that something was off. Coupled with the abilities of the Baccara fruit, it was clear that you wanted us to owe you money. And in the end, there were those golden powders scattered in the tunnel at the entrance. They stuck to us and permeated our bodies to achieve the goal of controlling us at will and turning us into gold. No wonder it's you. That this could be discovered, I estimate that besides you, there is hardly anyone in this world who knows this secret. Although I admire you. You cut off my source of income and killed Doflamingo, so I can only take your bounty as compensation. Things have come to this point. This act can't continue. Tetsolo no longer concealed anything. It was meaningless. Mr. Tanaka emerged from underground and walked to Tetsolo's side. The men surrounding Tetsolo had cold glints in their eyes, rolling up their sleeves and preparing for battle. This was our territory. There was no way we would let Zhang Yufan and the others turn things upside down here. Baccara sneered, walking to Tetsolo's side, truly worthy of Lord Zhang Yufan. Observing so meticulously, really impressive, but even if you discovered it, it's useless. Zhang Yufan smiled, stood up, and stopped pretending. The speed of this face-turning is faster than flipping a book, but are you sure you can defeat the four of us? Tetsolo sneered, extending his right hand and waving it forward. Mr. Tanaka emerged underground and suddenly appeared behind Zhang Yufan and the others, shooting at them with a pistol. However, not a single bullet hit Zhang Yufan and the others. They all dodged it. Robin used her fruit ability to grow a hand directly behind Mr. Tanaka, delivering a gravity punch that knocked him out. Then she used her fruit ability to instantly eliminate all of Tetsolo's men. Karina knew her combat power was too weak and was no match for Zhang Yufan and the others. Just as she was about to sneak away, she was stopped. Robin smiled, extending her hand. Karina, our captain wants to see you later, so just stay here and don't run around. Karina obediently nodded, sighed, realizing she couldn't escape. Tetsolo directly used his fruit ability to create a full set of golden armor for Baccara and Deus. Nami's eyes sparkled as she stared at Tetsolo, like a wolf seeing a little lamb. Tetsolo, this is your ability. It's amazing. You can create endless gold. That's right. I'm the gold man who ate the gold fruit, capable of turning everything into gold. After speaking, Tetsolo controlled the surrounding gold to attack Zhang Yufan and the others. But they easily dodged it. Baccara, with a confident sneer, took out a coin. Nami, all I need to deal with you is this. Nami smiled and waved Baccara. Come on, let me show you that in the face of absolute combat power, luck is useless. Baccara wouldn't easily believe Nami's words and immediately tossed the coin. In a series of chain reactions, several bombs flew towards Nami. Yet Nami stood still, covering herself with haki, taking the bombs head-on. Boom, boom, boom. Baccara smiled as the coin returned to her hand. This isn't going to be that simple. Taking one out so quickly is unexpected. Underestimating my luck ability has cost you. However, the next second, she was stunned as Nami emerged unscathed from the smoke, walking towards Baccara. Along the way, she either stepped on banana peels or had things suddenly fall from above, all while defending against other attacks. Unfortunately, none of these caused Nami any harm. Baccara was shocked. Her mouth agape. How could this happen? Why didn't she take any damage? Nami smiled, channeling power into her right hand and delivering a powerful punch. Didn't I say it's useless what you do? Time to take a nap. The golden armor on Bacara's abdomen shattered, and her body flew backward, knocked out. Nami caught her and carried her over to Robin. Karina stood nearby, her eyes wide and mouth agape. Is this still the Nami I know? Her combat power is monstrous. Since we parted, what on earth happened to cause such a big change? Although she still loves her little money. At this moment, Deus, wearing the golden armor, swung a golden axe at Hancock, but it was easily dodged. Very impressive. You dodged all of them. That's amazing. Your speed is too slow. Even a turtle is quicker than you. Do you still want to chop me? Come on, use all the moves you know. Let me see how strong your combat power is. Hancock then used her devil fruit ability, executing a fragrant kick. After kicking the golden armor and axe, they turned to stone and then shattered. Just like that, the golden armor was dismantled. Deus covered himself with hockey and kept throwing punches at Hancock, only to be dodged again. Hancock, with her feet covered in hockey, delivered a series of fierce kicks to Deus, who wore a look of enjoyment and was knocked out, then dragged towards Robin. Tezzalo stood on the stairs, controlling the gold, constantly attacking Zhang Yufan. Yet all the attacks were easily avoided, and not a single bit of gold touched Zhang Yufan. Zhang Yufan smiled, standing in place. Tezzalo, you lost the gamble before, and now your subordinates have been defeated too. Your plan has failed. You are a loser. Ha ha ha, loser. I haven't lost yet. I'm still standing. Tezzalo laughed heartily. After speaking, he sprayed golden powder like splashes of water through the room's devices into every corner, wanting to control Zhang Yufan by having such dense golden powder enter his body. But things weren't that simple. Zhang Yufan took out an umbrella from his storage space, opened it to block the powder. Robin directly used her devil fruit ability to create a large umbrella made of many hands to shield them. Tezzalo then used a golden bomb, turning his fists into armor and wrapping them with hockey, unleashing a molten gold cannon effect, aiming to cause massive damage to Zhang Yufan with the tremendous shockwave generated by the explosion, as well as the heat radiation and shattered gold pieces. Zhang Yufan drew his sword with his right hand, delivering several powerful slashes, countering the shockwave while slicing through the golden wall behind Tezzalo. Zhang Yufan held an umbrella with his left hand and a knife with his right hand as he walked towards Tezzalo. Ha ha ha! Tezzalo, you have no hope of winning. Feel the despair of failure. What is hope? What is despair? Tezzalo fell into memories of his childhood, born into a very poor family. Because they were poor, he was ostracized by his friends and loved singing from a young age. He admired the entertainment performances he saw from outside the venue. His father was a gambler who fell ill and died one day. By the age of 12, the family became even poorer, and his mother hated his singing. She abandoned him and ran away alone. With no food, he resorted to stealing money to survive and made some friends. At 16, one day, he lost everything at a casino and was captured by human traffickers. The friends he had made immediately ran away upon seeing this, and he was beaten badly. While escaping, he encountered a woman named Stella at a human trafficking market. She thought his singing was wonderful, and they got along well. He decided to help Stella gain her freedom and never do bad things again. So, he worked tirelessly from morning till night to earn money to rescue her. At 19, just as he was about to gather enough money to buy Stella's freedom, the celestial dragons appeared and easily bought her. Furious, Tezzalo lashed out at the celestial dragons but was caught. Stella told him that because of his presence, she felt happiness from the bottom of her heart. The celestial dragons, being wealthy, could buy anything they wanted. Thus, he became a great criminal and was captured to serve as a slave for the celestial dragons. Without permission, he couldn't even smile, and he felt that Stella, who was also captured, must be in head.How. At 21, one day he heard news of Stella's death, which made him very sad. He thought that if he had money, things wouldn't have turned out this way, and he became even more obsessed with wealth. At 26, Fisher Tiger caused the slave liberation incident in head.How. He escaped from head.How and developed a deep hatred for nobles and the rich. At 29, the Don Quixote family held an auction for the Mara Mara Nomi. He caused a scene there, resulting in a major incident and obtained fruit. From then on, he gradually developed into the richest person in the world, with the goal of one day forcing the celestial dragons to kneel before his financial power. Tezzalo was furious and punched the ground, shouting, "Don't laugh recklessly in front of me." He began to absorb the surrounding gold, gathering it into a massive golden life form. The casino was directly blown apart by this enormous body, shattering into pieces. Everyone inside was frantically trying to escape. Zhang Yufan and his group stepped onto the sky, then had Nami and the others notify all their companions to gather at the casino while explaining the current situation. Before long, All their companions rushed over. On the other side of the city, a celestial dragon wearing a square hood was accompanied by several CP-0 bodyguards and a group of Navy soldiers. They had come to collect the gold from HouMing and play around. However, shortly after entering the Golden City, the casino exploded. They nearly got hit by falling debris. But fortunately, the bodyguards were there. The celestial dragon was extremely angry and quickly left the area, muttering that these despicable commoners nearly hit him. If it weren't for the need to follow the rules here, he would have killed them all. The bodyguards and Navy soldiers remained silent, following behind quietly. Meanwhile, Regius and his group, who were rushing from the other side, just happened to encounter the celestial dragon and his lackeys. Bagus laughed loudly as he walked towards the casino, exclaiming, "Ha, what can a captain do? This has only been a short time, but I like it." Regius laughed heartily, pointing in a direction. "Ha ha ha, Bagus, hurry up, or you'll miss the show. Hey, look over there. It seems there's a celestial dragon." Bagus smiled and turned to look, recognizing the celestial dragon by his clothing and the numerous bodyguards and Navy soldiers accompanying him. "Let us catch him and show him to the captain." Bagus and his companions wore wicked smiles. It was time to cause trouble. They approached the celestial dragon and directly blocked his path. The celestial dragon, in a very bad mood, saw Bagus and his group suddenly blocking his way and became even angrier. "What the hell is going on today?" he exclaimed. "Who are you two lowly commoners? Get out of my way before I lose my temper." A Navy soldier, with a serious expression, stepped forward, saying, "They are members of the extreme pirates, and they are very strong. Everyone, be careful." Bagus laughed heartily from a distance. "Ha! It seems our reputation has grown quite large." He added, "Let us stop talking and just start fighting." After saying that, he charged forward with Regius. As for the rules here, they saw that the captain was already in a brawl, and the rules had already been broken. So what else did they have to worry about? The CP-0 bodyguards and Navy soldiers tried to stop them, but they were no match for Bagus and his iron fists. They knocked out each one with a single punch. When they encountered someone with decent combat strength, they played around a bit longer. Soon, everyone was on the ground. Several more companions joined Bagus, and they happily carried everyone off to find their captain. On the other side, Zhang Yufan was fighting against the golden giant created by HouMing. HouMing laughed. "Sitting inside the golden giant's body, now you know Zhang Yufan. This is the form of the god of gold, Dai." After saying that, he swung a powerful punch towards Zhang Yufan. Zhang Yufan smiled, standing still as he began to gather energy in his right hand and swung a punch back. He directly broke the golden giant's left arm, causing shattered gold to fall. HouMing was astonished. This was truly extraordinary strength, able to disable the golden giant's arm with one punch. He then used the awakened ability of his devil fruit, golden hellfire, to armor the golden giant's fist, unleashing the effect of molten gold fire towards Zhang Yufan. The heat radiation from the explosion even illuminated the entire city. Its power was such that it seemed capable of burning everything, intending to heavily injure or knock out Zhang Yufan with one blow. However, once again, Zhang Yufan interrupted with a punch to the right hand. HouMing then used the awakened ability of his devil fruit, golden divine fire, using Haki as energy to heat it through the mechanical transmission inside the golden giant, generating high-temperature, high-density energy that rapidly expanded. Then, he shot a laser from the golden giant's eyes towards Zhang Yufan. Zhang Yufan drew his sword and shattered the laser, then sheathed his sword and used a fist covered with armed Haki to smash the golden giant's body into pieces, scattering it on the ground. Meanwhile, Jinbi had already sprayed a large amount of seawater into the sky. It began to rain, causing all the gold created by the devil fruits to disappear in an instant, and the golden city suddenly fell into darkness. The city residents who had been controlled by the gold cheered loudly. "We are finally no longer under control." But the joy doesn't last long. On the ground at the casino lies HouMing, shooting out many golden pillars from his body. Then, he creates a flow of gold that rushes towards the surrounding area of the casino. Everyone who comes into contact with the golden flow turns into golden statues. Instantly, the residents of the city fall into panic once again. As for others, they slowly begin to sink beneath the golden flow. HouMing unleashes the ultimate awakening skill of the devil fruit, golden divine punishment. He clusters several golden pillars into a missile head, infusing it with extremely strong armament hockey. Tesla laughs, standing on top of the missile head, looking at Zhang Yufan. Ha ha ha, look how beautiful the gold is. I will devour everything here. I will use this gold to bring happiness to the people, and they will cheer with joy, only to be imprisoned in despair and ultimately hopelessness. This is the world. Everything will be ruled by gold. I'm the god of gold, die. Tesla, I love pulling self-proclaimed gods off their pedestals. It's time to end this. After saying that, Zhang Yufan poured all his strength into his right hand. He jumped up and struck the enormous golden pillar created by Tesla. With a powerful punch, he shattered the golden pillar. Finally, he stepped forward and punched Tesla down, knocking him unconscious. The golden flow disappeared, and the residents of the city transformed back from golden statues to humans. They cheered once again, this time truly liberated. The surrounding residents came to thank Zhang Yufan, and then they all quickly left the ship. All of Zhang Yufan's companions also arrived one after another. Beijis laughed as he approached. Wah, Captain, unexpected harvest. Look who I brought back. Zhang Yufan checked the information of the 3 people in front of him using the system. Name, Charlemagne Saint Combat Potential Level, F Current Combat Level, F Age, 41 Height, 2. 1 meters Gender, Male Weapon, Pistol Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Description, Celestial Dragon, Very Cruel. Previously, while taking a ship from the world government to visit the East Sea Gaia Kingdom, he saw the small ship of Sabo preparing to set sail and deemed an obstruction, using cannons to blow up the small fishing boat with Sabo aboard. Name, Spandam Combat Potential Level, E Current Combat Level, F Age, 28 Height, 1. 78 meters Gender, Male Weapon, Funk Freed, Sword, Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Description, Director of the World Government's Secret Intelligence Agency CP9, despicable and malicious. He once served as the director of CP5, the son of former CP9 Director Spandine, willing to use any means to achieve his goals. Inheriting his father's position as the CP9 Director under the world government, now a member of CP0. Name, Weasel Combat Potential Level, S Current Combat Level, A Age, 45 Height, 2. 51 meters Gender, Male Weapon, Katana Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Description, Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, serious and earnest, somewhat rigid, very strict with subordinates. Skilled in swordsmanship, and also a disciple of former Admiral Zephyr. Zhang Yufan smiled, standing still. Beijis, your luck is quite good. You even caught a celestial dragon. Wake them all up. It's execution time. Let a few partners go to the port and take control of the warship. Once we finish dealing with things here, we'll go take over. After a while, all the unconscious people woke up. Zhang Yufan smiled as he walked up to the dejected Tesla, sitting on the ground. Tesla, you know very well that money is not omnipotent. For example, you can't buy back the one you love, but having no money is absolutely impossible. Zhang Yufan, how do you know about this? I also know that you were once a slave to the celestial dragons, then escaped, started making money like crazy, and ultimately sought revenge on the celestial dragons. But having money alone is not enough. You also need extremely strong combat power. Look over there. After saying that, Zhang Yufan pointed to the celestial dragons nearby. Tesla looked shocked. Not only were there celestial dragons, but also Navy and CP0 members. So easily captured? Is this the confidence that comes from having strong combat power? No longer afraid of these forces. Weasel, looking furious, sat on the ground. Zhang Yufan, what do you want to do? Killing a few remnants and pests of this world makes me a villain? Zhang Yufan said sternly. You tell me, do they deserve to die? Weasel fell silent, wanting to say they shouldn't, but the words wouldn't come out. He understood some of the things done to the celestial dragons. To be honest, they did deserve to die, and even now as a Navy, he had no ability to stop it, only able to obey orders. Zhang Yufan walked up to Spandam with a knife. He was already scared to the point of tears. Kneeling on the ground, he desperately begged for mercy. But it was useless. Zhang Yufan didn't hesitate and struck down, severing Spandam's head. Charlemagne Saint, terrified, knelt on the ground. You lowly commoner, what do you want? Forcing me to kneel. Let me go quickly, or the world government will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Do I look like someone who would be afraid of them? I've killed celestial dragons before. Losing one more doesn't make a difference. I'm still living well. Go to hell, Zhang Yufan said with a wicked smile. Then, in front of everyone, he struck again, chopping off Charlemagne's saint's head. Charlemagne looked shocked, his eyes wide open, unable to close them. He also slaughtered all the other CP-0 members. He then released Weasel and the Navy soldiers. They hadn't done anything particularly evil. Zhang Yufan smiled and walked up to Tezelo again. Tezelo, do you want revenge? Do you want to kill all those evil celestial dragons? Then join us. Why should I agree? With my own abilities, I can make the celestial dragons kneel before me. Losers have no right to refuse. You will go with us. I will find someone to come and take over this ship. Tezelo looked helpless. Is this the fate of a loser? Actually, this outcome isn't too bad. I can't win in a fight, and I can't run away, so it has to be this way. Zhang Yufan had a friendly conversation with Karina and eventually joined her. He then contacted some people to prepare for receiving the golden ship. The several warships were also collected into his storage space. As for the Navy personnel, they were directly dropped on an uninhabited island. Since they had telephone bugs on them, Navy personnel would come to pick them up soon. After staying on the golden ship for a few days, those people finally arrived. At the same time, Tezelo also realized the strength of Zhang Yufan and his group. Each of them had an absurd level of combat power, and he couldn't even defeat a small monkey being directly pressed to the ground. Zhang Yufan explained everything to them, and then they set sail to continue their adventure. Not long after they set sail, they saw a dog-headed warship leading the way. On the bow stood a tall, broad-chested man with developed muscles. He had a scar over his left eye, his eyes were blue, and he had a full head of gray-white short hair. He wore a dog-head hat and a Navy Justice cloak. 6 ordinary warships followed closely behind, quickly approaching Zhang Yufan's ship. Zhang Yufan used the system to check his information. Name, Monkey D. Garp Combat Growth Potential Level. SSS Current Combat Level. SS Age. 75 Height. 2. 87 meters. Gender. Male weapon. None Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Introduction. Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, strong-willed, humorous, straightforward, cares deeply for subordinates. Intelligent and brave, with a long-term vision. Sengoku, the Fleet Admiral, often discusses various situations with him. A legendary figure in the Navy, known as Iron Fist Garp. 37 years ago, he single-handedly blocked the advancing Rocks pirates in God Valley and teamed up with Roger to destroy the entire pirate crew, earning him the title of a naval hero. It is said that Garp has pushed Pirate King Roger into a corner multiple times. The two ships quickly met and stopped in the sea. Zhang Yufan smiled, standing at the bow of the ship, looking at Garp across the way. Nice to meet you for the first time, old man Garp. With such a grand display, are you here to capture us? Hello, Kid Yufan. The incredible things you've done have made your name echo across the world. You even took away Akiji. I can only take you back. But it's just about cleaning up some pests and garbage. And you think the same way, don't you? Ha 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 ha. But I'm in the Navy now, so I still have to capture you. Come back with me and sit in prison. Isn't this aiding and abetting evil? The things the Navy and world government have done have caused countless families to be ruined. I hope you remember this. Perhaps you've tried to stop it, but without enough power and combat strength, you were powerless. What you dare not do, we will do. Since you are incapable, do not stop us from changing the world. Kid, you really are brazen. Defeat me first, and then talk. After saying that, Garp ordered his subordinates to push the shells to his side. He then unleashed the Fistbone meteorite, throwing the shells towards Zhang Yufan's ship like throwing baseballs. The speed and power of the thrown shells were even stronger than those fired from the battleship's main cannon. Zhang Yufan drew his sword and executed a slash, cutting the shells in half mid-air before they exploded. Garp then unleashed Fistbone meteor shower, continuously throwing shells toward Zhang Yufan's ship. The effect was like meteors crashing down on the enemy with tremendous power. Zhang Yufan swung his sword to unleash a flurry of slashes, continuously cutting all the shells apart. He then jumped onto Garp's ship, and the two began to exchange blows. Due to Zhang Yufan's immense strength, every time their fists collided, Garp would take a few steps back and then be knocked onto another warship. The surrounding Navy personnel were dumbfounded. Vice Admiral Garp was actually unable to defeat this pirate. The scene looked so surreal. Zhang Yufan smiled and jumped back onto his own ship. Old man Garp, you're not my opponent. Do you still want to fight? Garp laughed heartily, walking to the bow of the ship. Ha ha ha, kid, you really are a monster. Take my final move, fistbone impact. After saying that, he leapt into the air, attacking Zhang Yufan's ship with his fist covered in hockey, enough to destroy town from afar. Zhang Yufan also infused power into his fist and swung a powerful punch. The clash between Garp's iron fist and Zhang Yufan's punch was tremendous. However, Garp could not withstand Zhang Yufan's immense force and was sent flying. Zhang Yufan stepped up and chased him into the sky, landing another punch that sent Garp crashing into the sea. Zhang Yufan smiled as he landed back on his ship, looking at Kizaru across the way. Kizaru, tell old man Garp that if he can't stay in the Navy anymore, he is always welcome to join us. Don't wait until his grandson is killed by his own people and then regret it. It will be too late. I won't be seizing your warships today, so don't chase after us, or you'll face the consequences. How terrifying. Zhang Yufan, I will relay your message. After that, Zhang Yufan set sail and left the area. After sailing for a day, they spotted an island in the distance where an old woman was directing a tall man in battle. Zhang Yufan used the system to check their information. Name, Edward Weevil Combat Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Level. SS Age, 32 Height, 6. 8 meters Gender. Male Weapon. Great Sword Devil Fruit. None Bounty. 300 million Berry Equipment Card. None Introduction. One of the 7 warlords of the sea under the new king. Simple-minded, but listens to his mother in everything. It seems that everything he has done was commanded by his mother. His intelligence is not high, but his combat power is extremely strong. He bears 3 shocking scars, indicating that Weevil has suffered significant injuries, possibly from having his left hand and head severed. Name, Bakshino Stussy Combat Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Level. S Age, 73 Height, 0. 68 meters Gender. Female Weapon. Cane Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Introduction. Former member of the Rocks Pirates, also known as Miss Bakshino. She is the mother of Edward Weevil, known for her arrogant and ambitious personality, killing civilians, and being extremely greedy. She often uses love to manipulate Weevil into doing her bidding. When she was young, an illegal scientific research team, led by Vegapunk, created their first clone, Stussy. Based on her, Zhang Yufan was a bit curious about how these two ended up here. However, since he encountered them, he would not let them go easily. He needed to eliminate Stussy without her noticing and then recruit the incredibly simple-minded Weevil. After all, Stussy was merely using Weevil's strong combat power to make money. If this continued, she would eventually lead to Weevil's demise. Weibel and his group were still engaged in battle with a large group of enemies and had not noticed our arrival. We could take advantage of those enemies. And I explained the situation to my companions. They all sympathized with Weibel and did not stop their captain from taking action. Zhang Yufan then instructed Robin to use her devil fruit ability. Several hands sprouted from Stussy's body, covering her mouth and grabbing her limbs, rendering her unable to move. And finally, her neck was twisted and broken. Just as the enemies across were swinging their swords, attempting to strike Weibel, Robin tossed Stussy's corpse over. With one slash, she was split in half, blood splattering everywhere. Zhang Yufan and the others could keep a low profile, but they couldn't just leave without taking action. Otherwise, it would have all been for nothing. They quickly steered their ship toward the island. Weibel, with a fierce expression, angrily swung his sword, shouting, "Damn it! You kill my mother! I will kill you to avenge her." The enemies on the other side were at a loss for words. Although we wanted to point out that it was his mother who flew in my sword, this big guy was not very bright, and we couldn't explain it clearly, so we had to continue fighting. At this time, Zhang Yufan's ship had already stopped by the shore. He checked on Weibel's enemies, who were all ruthless pirates. Killing them was nothing to be sympathetic about. He instructed his companions to explore the island and see if they could find anything. Then, he walked over to Weibel and helped him deal with the pirates. Weibel, confused and holding a large sword, asked, "Little guy, who are you? Why are you killing them too?" Zhang Yufan, with a serious expression, jumped onto Weibel's shoulder. "My name is Zhang Yufan. I knew your mother, so I came to help you." Weibel looked delighted, turning his head. "Oh, so you are friends with my mother? Let's bury her first." Zhang Yufan pointed to a spot and thought to himself, "Stussy, you can rest here. I will take care of your son." Weibel, tears streaming down his face, buried Stussy. Zhang Yufan calmly patted Weibel's face. "What do you want to do next?" Weibel, squatting on the ground, looked lost. "I don't know. I always did what my mother said." Zhang Yufan smiled. "Then come with me. From today on, you are my little brother, and you will listen to me." Weibel stood up happily. Okay. I have an older brother now. I will be very obedient." Zhang Yufan smiled and looked down. "Take your sword and follow me to meet the others." Weibel was very happy and had completely forgotten the sadness of losing Stussy. He took his sword and walked toward the direction Zhang Yufan indicated. As for the treasures around, Zhang Yufan had already looted them and stored them away. Before long, they returned to the ship. The companions sent to explore the island also came back. After all, the island wasn't very large, and they introduced Weibel to the group. Although he wasn't very bright, he had no bad intentions, so it didn't take long for him to blend in, and the companions took good care of him. Everyone had a meal together before continuing their adventure. After sailing on the sea for a few more days, they finally discovered the location of Zhou Island on the system's map. The true form of Zhou Island was a giant elephant that had lived for over 1,000 years. The homeland of the Mink tribe, the Fur Kingdom, was built on the back of this giant elephant. The Mink tribe had long resided there, despising humans and absolutely forbidding them from approaching their land. However, the situation on this island was somewhat special, as it could move on its own. Therefore, reaching this island could not be done by merely following a recorded pointer. They could only rely on the guidance of a life card. Following Zhang Yufan's directions, they soon arrived near the giant elephant. Oka, standing on the lookout, shouted loudly, "Captain, we have discovered 6 pirate ships ahead, belonging to the Beast Pirates, and they have surrounded Zhou Island." Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked forward. They saw one of the ships had a tall woman with 2 horns on her head, blue eyes, distinctive lower eyelashes, and a punk style, standing at the bow and lecturing the people below. Zhang Yufan checked her information using the system. Name, Jinrami combat potential level. B current combat level. B age, 26 height. 1. 83 meters gender. Female weapon. None devil fruit. Artificial devil fruit. Jumping antelope form bounty. None equipment card. None description. A member of the Beast Pirates Mammoth ship. She is quite calm by nature and has enough authority to give orders. She is a subordinate of Jack the Drought and has been searching for samurai from Wano country in the Fur Kingdom on Zhou Island. Zhang Yufan smiled, standing at the bow. "Everyone, let us go together and kill all those pirates, collect the treasure, and try not to damage the ship." Everyone nodded, and most of the companions jumped into the air, stepping forward. Jinrami looked surprised, looking up at the sky. "Stop. Who are you? Don't you see this is a pirate ship under the 4 Emperors Kaido? Get out of here." A tall lackey, glancing at the sky, recognized their appearance. "Lady Jinrami. That's a member of the extreme pirates. Be careful, they are very strong." They just laughed and dropped down from the sky. "Haha, even if it's one of the 4 emperors. I won't hold back, prepare to die." Saying that, he quickly reached Jinrami's side and unleashed a powerful punch, killing her cleanly and decisively. Soon, Zhang Yufan heard a scream from the opposing ship. The battle quickly ended, as there were no strong opponents on the enemy's ship. Before long, the companions brought back some loot. Zhang Yufan then stored the ship and treasures in his storage space. Nami looked amazed, looking up at the giant elephant. "This elephant is way too big." Kaya was also astonished and walked over. "Yeah, and it can move." Zhang Yufan smiled, taking Nami's hand. "Not only that, but there are also towns on its back. You will see soon. Let us go up." Zhang Yufan instructed everyone to board the island, then stored the ship in his storage space. Everyone stepped forward, helping those who couldn't use moonwalk to advance toward the back of the giant elephant. The island was filled with toxic gas, and Toxic Q used his devil fruit ability to clear the toxins. Everyone frowned, realizing that the situation in this city was quite dire. They hoped they weren't too late and wondered if anyone was still alive. A tall, strong man with golden hair, tied in a ponytail and 2 braids, wearing a metallic jaw, adorned with 2 ivory-like decorations on his head and shoulders, and dressed in a fur coat, appeared before them. Leading a group of subordinates, Zhang Yufan walked out of the city. He used the system to check the information of the 2 leaders. Name, Jack combat power growth potential level. Assess current combat power level. Assess age, 25 height, 8. 3 meters gender. Male weapon, 2 shuttle knives devil fruit. Zozo no Mi, ancient type. Mammoth form bounty, 1 billion berry equipment card. None introduction. A fisherman with a saddle belt, one of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates, nicknamed Drought. He is the captain of the Mammoth and the local governor of the Kuri region in Wano country. He is extremely humble and respectful to Governor Kaido, diligent and responsible. Fiercely loyal, with a ruthless personality. He does not accept negotiations. Everything that can be solved by force will be solved by force. He is decisive and brave, but his temper is volatile and reckless. He dares to accept any challenge and is somewhat arrogant, possessing excellent leadership abilities and a calm judgment of action benefits. Name, CYPS head combat power growth potential level. A current combat power level. B age, 28 height, 1. 94 meters gender. Male weapon, none devil fruit. Artificial devil fruit. Sheep form bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. A subordinate of Jack the Drought from the Beast Pirates, a true fighter among the gifted, landed on Zou with Jack, and asked the Mink tribe for the ninja Reizo in vain, destroying the Fur Kingdom. CYPS head, furious, took off his gas mask and pointed at Zhang Yufan. Hey, aren't you the Captain Zhang Yufan of the Extreme Pirates? Did you disperse the poison gas in the city? What about Jean Lamy and the others? Yes, the air here was too polluted, of course. It had to be cleaned up. Look how fresh it is now. Jean Lamy is already dead. Do you have any objections? I have a lot of objections. This person next to me is the confidant of the 4 Emperor Kaido, Lord Jack the Drought, and he's been looking for you for a long time, because Doflamingo and the others were killed by us, disrupting your animal-type artificial devil fruit trade. So we are prepared to kill you. That's right. Since you already know, then die. You're too noisy. You should go to hell. After saying that, Zhang Yufan exerted force under his feet and disappeared from the spot. He suddenly appeared behind CYPS head and struck him with a powerful punch, killing him instantly. After all, the artificial animal-type devil fruit on him was unattainable and useless to keep. Jack, standing aside, just reacted, but it was already too late. The little minions of the Beast Pirates behind him were all shocked. One punch killed CYPS head, accompanied by fear. Is our death date coming? Not necessarily. We still have Lord Jack. Zhang Yufan and his crew definitely can't defeat him, so we won't die. Go for it, Lord Jack. You must kill them. However, in the next second, Zhang Yufan carefully observed his companions. To his surprise, not only were there marine admirals, but also several new and old Shichibukai, each with such strong combat power. What a magical combination. How are we going to fight? Can we really win? Are we sure this isn't just a head delivery? Jack was furious, his eyes blazing with hatred upon seeing his enemies. Not only did they kill his important partners, but now they also killed his subordinate. This bastard Zhang Yufan actually didn't take him seriously. He didn't care about the Shichibukai and Marines behind Zhang Yufan at all. He was not afraid and charged in. He then swung a powerful punch, which Zhang Yufan easily dodged. Zhang Yufan, along with most of his companions and Chopper and a few super doctors, went into the city to check the situation and treat any injured. He left a few partners behind to capture Jack alive. As for the little minions, they would all be killed. They had committed many evils with Jack, and there was no need to leave them alive. Zhang Yufan walked past Jack and his crew as if they were invisible, without paying any attention to them. Jack was furious, clenched his fists, and shouted, "You little brat, how dare you ignore my existence?" After that, he swung a powerful punch at Zhang Yufan and his crew, trying to intercept them. They just laughed loudly and also threw a punch. Ha 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 ha, big guy, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Our captain has things to do and doesn't have time for you. With that, the two punches collided, forcing Jack back several steps. Jack looked surprised, rubbing his fist. Interesting. Your strength is indeed great. Gifted ones, go forward and kill those guys behind him. After that, he used his devil fruit ability to transform into a giant mammoth. With his long trunk, he swung hard at Begus, trying to knock him away. However, it was not that simple. Begus didn't dodge. He stood his ground, easily blocking the attack, and then wrapped his arms around the long trunk, pulling Jack's body. He spun Jack around in the air at an incredibly fast speed. Jack was dizzy, his eyes spinning like a spiral. He was thrown to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Bei just laughed, standing in place. Ah, big dumb elephant, you're too weak. You got dizzy so quickly. He then waited by Jack's side for him to wake up, wanting to play again. As for the gifted ones, to Bei and the others, they were just a bunch of weaklings, not even enough for a warm-up. Therefore, they were all taken down quickly, just waiting for Bejas to finish up. Jack regained his combat power and covered his long trunk with armament hockey. He swung at Bejas again, but it was easily dodged. Then Bejas quickly moved to Jack's side and punched Jack in the abdomen with his armament hockey-covered fists, causing Jack to scream in pain. Big dumb elephant. Being too big isn't necessarily a good thing. The chances of getting hit have increased significantly. This should be the end. How could you have such powerful combat power? The captain will definitely avenge me. After saying that, he was knocked out by Bejas, reverting to his human form. Then everyone cleaned up the battlefield and collected the spoils, taking the unconscious Jack to find Zhang Yufan in the city. They didn't know what the situation inside was like. On the other side, Zhang Yufan and his crew had already entered the city. They were shocked by the scene before them and were also exceptionally angry. A little minion of the Beast Pirates was beating a member of the Mink tribe, shouting, "Hurry up and tell me where the samurai of Wano country are." The Mink tribe member was in pain, bleeding, and said, "I don't know. We don't have that person here." Asking more will yield the same answer. After saying that, he fainted. Zhang Yufan and his crew rushed forward and dealt with all the little minions. Looking around at the devastation, everything was destroyed. The ground could only be described with 4 words: a sea of corpses. This war is truly extremely brutal. From the current situation, it seems to be one-sided. There are still many fur tribes tied to the execution rack, although they are tortured to the brink of death. However, there are no cases of missing arms or legs. Unfortunately, those fur tribes lying on the ground are not so lucky. Most of them are unrecognizable, with blood everywhere. It is truly a sight too horrific to bear. Perhaps this is what hell on earth looks like. Suddenly, a figure with blood flowing from their head, covered in scars, with a face resembling a jaguar, appeared. Their nose is brown, their fur is yellow, and they have black spots, long wavy golden hair, wearing a green jacket and a dark green cloak. The person is extremely weak and hears many footsteps. Slowly, they open their eyes to look at Zhang Yufan, gasping for breath, tears streaming down, and with all their strength, they raise their hand. "My name is Pedro. Could you please help us? I beg you, please treat." Bosscat, Viper, and Duke Inu Rands tied to the execution rack immediately. Otherwise, they will die. "We absolutely cannot. Let them die here." "Don't worry. I will save you," Zhang Yufan replied. "Chopper, come over and treat Pedro first." After saying this, Pedro fainted. Zhang Yufan checked his information using the system. Name: Pedro Combat Power Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Power Level. SS Age, 29 Height, 2. 33 meters Gender. Male Weapon, Long Sword Devil Fruit. None Bounty. 382 million Berry Equipment Card. None Description. Known as Pedro of the Tree, former captain of the Nox Pirates. Now the leader of the White Whale Forest Hero Group. A valuable aid to Cat Viper. Values benevolence and righteousness. Deeply trusted by the public. Extremely loyal to those he respects. Grateful. Possesses incredible endurance. And strong jumping ability. Can generate strong static electricity through his fur. 2 years ago, he attempted to steal Big Mom's historical texts, but after being discovered, he had 50 years of his lifespan extracted and lost his left eye. He can transform into a moonlion form during a full moon. Zhang Yufan stood up, turned around, and saw 2 people tied to the execution rack. One of them is tall and possesses canine animal features. His fur is mainly brown, with a deep stitch scar on the left side of his face. Blood is also flowing from his head, and he is covered in scars, with a huge fluffy tail. He is dressed in a dark blue European Duke-style outfit, draped in a burgundy cloak. The other one is large, with fur mainly golden, having brown stripes and a fierce appearance, with sharp teeth and covered in scars. He wears a red outfit adorned with circular patterns, with a thick mane around his neck and a huge fluffy tail, and has a deep scar near his left eye. Zhang Yufan checked their information using the system. Name: Inu Ran's Combat Power Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Power Level. SS Age, 37 Height, 5. 11 meters gender, male weapon, longsword devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, known as Duke Inu Rans, a canine fur tribe. One of the two kings of the furry kingdom of Zhou, the king of day, ruling over the day, on par with the king of night, cat viper. He is also a vassal of Kazuki Odin, one of the 9 red scabbards, and was a member of the Whitebeard Pirates and Roger Pirates alongside Kazuki Odin. He is a kind, gentle, and humble leader, deeply respected and loved by the citizens of the furry kingdom, polite and mild-mannered, dislikes violence, values loyalty, is grateful, cherishes companions, and would never betray them. He can transform into a moon lion form during a full moon. Name: Cat Viper Combat Power Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Power Level. SS Age, 37 Height, 5. 23 meters Gender, Male Weapon, none Devil Fruit, none Bounty, none Equipment Card, none Description. Known as Boss Cat Viper, a feline fur tribe. One of the two kings of the furry kingdom of Zhou, the king of night, ruling over the night, on par with the king of day, Inu Rans. He is also a vassal of Kazuki Odin, one of the 9 red scabbards, and was a member of the Whitebeard Pirates and Roger Pirates alongside Kazuki Odin. He has a very violent personality, is self-centered, values loyalty, is grateful, cherishes companions, and would never betray them. He can transform into a moon lion form during a full moon. Zhang Yufan first lowered them down and asked Poison Q and the others to hurry over to treat them, lest they truly close their eyes and never wake again. Then everyone began to take action. Chopper and the other super doctors were busy making antidotes. The other companions split up to search for survivors. During this time, Bages and the others also brought Jack, who was knocked out, over. Then they joined in to start a wide-ranging search. After a long time, they finally searched every corner of the island. The surviving fur tribes were all gathered together. Zhang Yufan assigned some companions to clean up the battlefield. Then he had Galdino create a huge candle room and brought Jack inside, quickly obtaining his devil fruit and storing it in the storage space. After tidying up, he walked out of the candle room and discarded Jack's corpse aside. At this moment, Pedro woke up again, sitting on the ground, opening his eyes to look at Zhang Yufan. I am truly grateful for everyone's life-saving assistance. I will remember this kindness and repay it when I have the chance. My name is Zhang Yufan. These are all my companions. Pedro, how does your body feel now? I feel okay. At least I won't die. How did you get in? Has Jack left? He hasn't left. That big dumb elephant has been killed by me. His corpse is not far behind you. Pedro turned his head, looking shocked, staring blankly. Zhang Yufan is so powerful, and it seems he hasn't sustained any injuries. Fortunately, we encountered them today, or if we were a few days late, we would have probably turned into corpses by now. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Chopper and the other super doctors fed antidotes to all the fur tribes. Then they bandaged their wounds, and those who were less severely injured had already woken up. Finally, under the guidance of Pedro and the others, they took Boss Cat Viper and Duke Inu Rans back to their respective residences to recuperate. After staying on the island for 2 more days, with the care of the super doctors, the injured fur tribes had improved. Except for a few who were too severely injured, the rest could basically get out of bed and move around. Complete recovery would still take some time, but the emotional wounds would not heal so quickly. On this day, 2 people walked towards Zhang Yufan and their temporary residence. One has orange hair, wrapped in a white scarf, with yellow fur, possessing canine animal features, and is carrying a sword. Another one resembles a white rabbit with short golden hair. She has white fur all over her body and 2 tubular long ears. There's a round, fluffy short tail on her backside, and she has sharp claws on her hands. Zhang Yufan checked their information using the system. Name: Wanda Combat Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Level. S Age, 25 Height, 1. 94 meters Gender, Female Weapon, Longsword Devil Fruit, none Bounty, none Equipment Card, none Introduction, a member of the fur tribe from the Fluffy Kingdom on Zhou Island. Calm and sensible. When Jack invaded Zhou, Gallet bravely fought alongside the other members of the Musketeer team. After several days of battle, she was defeated by the poisonous gas released by Jack. She is the king's bird of the Fluffy Kingdom on Zhou and a member of the Musketeer team. capable of generating strong static electricity through her fur and can transform into a moon lion form during the full moon. Name: Gallic Combat Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Level. S Age: 12 Height. 1. 61 meters. Gender: female. Weapon: none. Devil Fruit: none. Bounty: none. Equipment card: none. Introduction: a rabbit-type fur tribe member. A natural warrior who can emit electric shocks through fur friction, agile and pure-hearted. A messenger during the day and night. Loves adventure and freedom. Fears being scolded for making mistakes. Enjoys biting the cheeks of people she likes, and likes others to pat her head. She can also transform into a moon lion form during the full moon. Gallet happily approached, greeting Zhang Yufan and the others. Wanda smiled and walked over, licking Zhang Yufan's face. Karichu, thank you very much for giving us hope for life when we all thought we were going to die in despair, even without knowing us. You extended a helping hand to save our lives. You also helped us take revenge on Jack and the others. We will definitely find a chance to repay this kindness, which we will never forget. For us, it's just a small effort. Wanda, is there something you need from us today? The Duke of Inland has woken up and wants to see you. We also held a celebration banquet. Wait a moment. I will notify the partners and then join the banquet. After speaking, Zhang Yufan gathered all the partners together. They headed towards the residence of Duke Inland, but halfway there, they suddenly saw a giant elephant stretching its long trunk upwards, spraying a large amount of seawater into the sky above the city. This is going to start showering again. The giant elephant sprays water on its back twice a day. The seawater that falls will flow out through the waterways in the city, becoming the living water for this country, and a lot of fish will also fall down. So the residents here do not lack food. And this phenomenon is also known as the blessing rain. Such a large amount of seawater has poured down from the sky, which is enough to cause flooding. One careless move could wash one away. Moreover, there are many devil fruit users among Zhang Yufan and the others who are still very afraid of the invasion of seawater. And there are not many buildings around to hide from it. They can only climb to higher ground. Zhang Yufan took out many umbrellas from the storage space, giving one to each partner, which he had prepared long ago just for this special situation, and now it came in handy. Everyone climbed to higher ground, and soon the rain stopped, and they continued on their way. Not long after, they arrived at their destination, seeing a man dressed extravagantly with lion-like features. Styled like a French musketeer, with 2 spiral mustaches and a long sword at his waist, reprimanding someone. Zhang Yufan checked his information using the system. Name: Sicilian Combat Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Level. SS Age: 31 Height. 1. 96 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: long sword. Devil Fruit: none. Bounty: none. Equipment card: none. Introduction: a member of the Lion Fur Tribe. One of the 3 musketeers of the fluffy kingdom of Inland. The captain of the Inland Musketeer team, very strict with subordinates. Those who utter naive phrases like love, affection, children, sugar, and honey in front of him will be thrown into a deep gorge to experience hardship. He puts his all into everything and can generate strong static electricity through his fur, transforming into a moon lion form during the full moon. Wanda, looking puzzled, ran over. Your Highness Sicilian, what happened? Sicilian, looking angry, turned around. Oh, it's you, Wanda. It's just these guys mumbling about love and other naive phrases in front of me. So I threw them into the deep gorge for some training. A member of the fur tribe, crouching against the wall, looked up and said, sorry. We won't say those phrases anymore. Wanda smiled and extended a hand. Your Highness Sicilian, our benefactors have all arrived. Sicilian, looking serious, knelt on one knee, bowing his head. Thank you all very much for saving us when we were in despair. I will never forget your great kindness. Your Highness Sicilian, we will put our all into everything. Wanda smiled. Truly a hard-working lion. Usopp smiled. Sicilian, looking serious. Open the door, please come in. The Duke has been waiting inside for a long time. Then a small portion of Zhang Yufan's group walked into the room. The remaining partners stayed outside. Otherwise, they would have surely crowded the room. Duke Inland had already woken up and was sitting on the big bed. His injuries had stabilized, and he looked quite good. Poison Q and several nurses from the fur tribe were observing and caring for him. He was wrapped in bandages like a mummy, with only his face exposed. Wanda, seeing the awake Duke Inland, happily ran over and hugged him. Duke Inland, looking serious, held a newspaper, drank some water, and turned to look at Zhang Yufan. You are the members of the extreme pirate group. Thank you very much for your timely rescue. Otherwise, the fur tribe on the island would probably have perished. Just in time, Duke Inland. It seems you've been recovering well these past few days. Indeed, thanks to your ship's doctor. At this moment, Brooke also walked in, followed by several canine fur tribe members. Duke Inland and Wanda looked at Brooke, their eyes sparkling. They kept staring, and they began to drool. Although he was also a lifesaver, they could hardly suppress the impulses in their hearts. Should they go over and bite him, or should they go over and bite him? Duke Inland's eyes sparkled, drooling. This benefactor looks really delicious. Wanda smiled, drooling. I understand your feelings, but with your current physical condition, that's not possible. Let's talk about it later. Brooke looked terrified, his mouth wide open. Not now, and don't think about my body. To be honest, we are very shocked. We didn't expect that there are still such limitless charming races in this world. Wanda smiled. My canine fur tribe has no resistance to bones at all, and the banquet outside is already prepared and ready to start celebrating. Duke Kinlan smiled. Brooke felt a chill run down his back and complained inwardly that he saved these fur tribe people only to be treated as food to be gnawed on. Look at my damn charm. Sicilian led everyone to the banquet venue. The surrounding fur tribe cheered and expressed their gratitude to Zhang Yufan and the others. Everyone was eating happily, although these fur tribe guys were a bit clingy. During the banquet, Sicilian introduced the other two gunslingers besides himself. Zhang Yufan checked their information using the system. Name, Giovanni Combat Potential Growth Level, SS Current Combat Level, SS Age, 27 Height, 2, 26 meters Gender, Male Weapon, Long Sword Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Description, Zebra Fur Tribe. One of the three gunslingers of the Fluffy Kingdom's Kenlon Gun Squad can generate strong static electricity through fur, a member of the guard team of Duke Kenlon, the King of Day, and can transform into a moon lion form during a full moon. Name, Constroke Combat Potential Growth Level, SS Current Combat Level, SS Age, 26 Height, 2, 04 meters Gender, Male Weapon, 2 Short Swords Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Description, Fox Fur Tribe. One of the three gunslingers of the Fluffy Kingdom's Kenlon Gun Squad is responsible for protecting Duke Camlin's safety at all times, can generate strong static electricity through fur, and can transform into a moon lion form during a full moon. After the banquet, they stayed in that place until 6 p.m. Duke Canlon and the others fell asleep, leaving everyone puzzled as to why they were going to bed so early. Wanda explained to Zhang Yufan the reason behind it. The relationship between the two kings is very poor, and they would bicker as soon as they met. However, no one knows the reason for the quarrels. They used to be very good friends. Their combat power was also on par, but later their relationship deteriorated, and they didn't want to see each other. As a result, they divided their schedules into 2 halves, with 6 p.m. as the dividing line. Both sides would guard the island for half a day. This led to a reversed day-night life, which had a significant impact on us. This was also one of the main factors that led to our defeat in the war against Jack and his group. As for the second main factor for the defeat, it was the continuous influx of troops from Jack's side, engaging us in a war of attrition. The third main factor was that Jack and his group actually released poison in the city. We simply couldn't withstand this toxin, and we were completely defeated, nearly annihilated. At this moment, a cat's meow came from the forest, signaling that the King of Night had awakened. Wanda led Zhang Yufan and the others to the lair of the cat viper leader. On the way, they encountered 2 members of the hero group who were also there to invite Zhang Yufan and the others to their base. Zhang Yufan checked their information using the system. Name, BB Blackbuck Combat Potential Growth Level, SS Current Combat Level, SS Age, 29 Height, 2, 66 meters Gender, Male Weapon, None Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Description, Gorilla Fur Tribe, a member of the Fluffy Kingdom's White Whale Forest Hero Group. Always guarding there. Anyone who invades the whale forest will be severely punished by the hero group, can generate strong static electricity through fur, and possesses amazing combat power, capable of transforming into a moon lion form during a full moon. Name, Roddy Combat Potential Growth Level, SS Current Combat Level, SS Age, 29 Height, 3, 51 meters gender. Male weapon. None devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description. Buffalo fur tribe. Possesses amazing combat power. Can generate strong static electricity through fur. A member of the Fluffy Kingdom's White Whale Forest Hero Group. Always guarding there. Anyone who invades the whale forest will be severely punished by the hero group. Can transform into a moon lion form during a full moon. Before long, they arrived at their base. Many fur tribes cheered happily. Pedro and Chopper were already there waiting for a long time. They took Zhang, Yufan, and the others to meet the cat viper leader. Upon entering the room, everyone was dumbfounded. The cat viper leader was eating food and drinking wine, then playing with a ball, running around without any intention of stopping. Is this a case of hyperactivity? Cat viper leader, I've only been gone for a short while, and you're acting out. Didn't I tell you to control your diet? Why are you eating randomly again? And stop moving around. Your wound will split open again. Chopper said angrily. The cat viper leader laughed heartily, bouncing the ball. Huh? It's fine, it's fine. Who told me I'm a man who loves freedom? Sorry, Dr. S words are like wind in my ears. The cat viper leader, looking happy, hugged Zhang, Yufan, and the others, saying, Thank you, benefactors, for saving me. I am a person who knows how to be grateful, and I will definitely repay this kindness. After saying that, he ran off to play with a cat toy, and due to the vigorous movement, his wound split open again. Zhang, Yufan, and the others had to lift him onto the bed. When Chopper was about to give him an injection, the cat viper leader frowned and asked Nami to bring the cat toy. Chopper, while I'm playing, come give me a shot. Chopper was furious, holding the needle. Didn't I tell you not to move around? Only then did everyone realize that this big guy was actually afraid of injections and needed something else to attract his attention. He was extremely unwilling to lie in bed, and as soon as he got his injection, he wanted to get up and move, only to be punched by an angry Chopper. They chatted for a while longer at the cat viper leader's place. After calming him down and ensuring he wouldn't move around, Zhang, Yufan, and the others returned to their temporary residence. On the way back, they learned from Sanji that Chopper, who was experiencing his first love, had fallen for a beautiful reindeer fur tribe girl. Upon investigation, the reindeer fur tribe girl was named Milky. She was a warrior and also a nurse. Milky was a deer-type person, while Chopper was a human-type deer. They were just the opposite, and these two were definitely a match made in heaven. Moreover, the most important thing was that they both liked each other. Milky admired Chopper's excellent medical skills and kind heart. Chopper was also smitten by Milky, showing various shy, spoiled, and coy postures. This was a good thing that must be strongly supported, as it is not easy to find a partner for Chopper. Ordinary humans probably wouldn't work, and the fur tribe was the most suitable choice. Moreover, in this world, finding someone who truly loves you and whom you also love is very rare. Due to a rather unpleasant childhood experience, Chopper hopes to find happiness in the latter half of his life even more. However, there is still a layer of unbroken barrier between Chopper and Milky. So Zhang, Yufan, and the others are subtly pushing things along behind Chopper's back. Soon enough, they are naturally together, and everyone is very happy. Chopper is now overjoyed, to the point that he laughs awake from his dreams. That night, everyone had a good sleep, and the next morning, they continued mingling with the fur tribe people. On that day, two unexpected guests arrived on the island. One of them, wearing sunglasses and possessing lion-like features, looked fierce in a pink suit with a sword at his waist. The other had a scar over his left eye, a handlebar mustache, and also wore sunglasses and a pink suit. He balanced a steaming cup of red tea on his head, had extremely long legs, and carried a cane. Originally, this lion fur tribe member had completed a mission with his partner and was on their way back to their base, planning to stop by Zoe to visit family. However, they were shocked by the scene when they entered the city. The lion fur tribe member looked confused and cold sweat dripped down as he glanced at his partner. What happened? Why was the city destroyed? And where are the people of this nation? Gah! From the traces around, it was clear that fierce battles had occurred here. But the rest was unknown. Who the hell did such an outrageous thing? What exactly happened here? Where are my family now? Gah! Let us go. Let us check out the forest. There are some giants there who might have some clues. After saying this, the two prepared to head deeper into the forest. At that moment, Zhang, Yufan, and the others happened to come out of the forest and they crossed paths. Zhang, Yufan used the system to check their information. Name, Pakma's combat potential level. SS current combat level. SS age, 34 height, 2. 32 meters gender. Male weapon, short sword devil fruit. Tortoise fruit bounty, 330 million berries equipment card. None description, a member of the lion fur tribe. Known as a notorious troublemaker among the residents of Zhou. He left his hometown to become a pirate, originally a member of the Nox Pirates. Later joined the big MOM Pirates as a combatant. He has a hot temper, is grateful and seeks revenge, can generate strong static electricity from his fur, and can transform into a moon lion form during a full moon. He partners with Baron Egg, and they often act together. Name, Baron Egg combat potential level. SS current combat level. SS age, 43 height, 3.01 meters gender. Male weapon, cane sword devil fruit. Egg fruit bounty. 429 million berries equipment card. None description, a member of the Footlong tribe and a combatant of the big MOM Pirates. Ranked as a knight. He is a master of kicking techniques and partners with Pakmas, often acting together. He is very courteous and prioritizes the interests of big MOM while also negotiating reasonably with a gentleman's attitude. 2 years ago, he fought with Pedro and ultimately lost, losing his left eye, which also caused Pedro to lose his left eye. Pakmas looked surprised and pointed at Zhang Yufan. Aren't you Zhang Yufan, the captain of the Extreme Pirates? Why are you here? Did you destroy this place? Gah, it's not us. I1T takes such a big blame. It was Jack from the Beast Pirates. We saved those people. If you don't believe it, you can ask other fur tribe members. I'm going to find my family. If it really was you, I will absolutely not let you go, Gah. Pakmas took Baron Egg and headed in the direction of his home. Zhang Yufan and the others followed along since there was no danger. Along the way, they met fur tribe members who greeted Zhang Yufan happily. Could it really be, as Zhang Yufan said? Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Soon, they arrived at Pakmas's home, although it had suffered serious damage. Some tribe members had returned, and the surrounding fur tribe people gathered around. Pakmas rushed over with tears streaming down his face, embracing his father, mother, and relatives. Thank goodness you are all okay. Seeing the devastation in the city made my heart almost jump out. This is all thanks to the members of the Extreme Pirates. If they hadn't rescued us, we would have died in despair. Pakmas's mother smiled. Pakmas's friend smiled with hands on his hips. Pakmas, you still know to come back. You've been gone so long with no news. Then everyone recounted the events of Jack trying to destroy their home, and how Zhang Yufan arrived in time to help. Pakmas was extremely angry, kneeling on the ground and pounding his fists. Damn it, how could this happen? The damned beast pirates, I will remember this grudge. He stood up, tears still flowing, recalling the terrifying scene. Cold sweat broke out all over him, and he felt a wave of fear, almost losing all his family. Then he turned to Zhang Yufan, expressing his gratitude. Pakmas, with tears in his eyes, knelt before Zhang Yufan, lowering his head. I didn't expect such a terrible change to happen in my hometown. Thank you so much. You are all my benefactors. Since that's the case, join my pirate crew, Zhang Yufan said seriously. Pakmas, filled with anger, stood up. What are you talking about? Kid, watch your words. I'm a subordinate of one of the 4 emperors. You better be careful. Gah, I'm not joking. I'm not here to negotiate with you, but to inform you that once you step on Zhou, you won't be able to leave. Zhang Yufan smiled. Baron Egg remained expressionless, holding his cane. Kid, you have quite the attitude. You think you can oppose Mom with just that? You don't understand the terror of the 4 emperors at all. They just laughed loudly. Walking over. Ha, long legs. You don't know how powerful our combat strength is. That's why you think this way. Let's have a fight and see. Baron Egg nodded, considering Zhang Yufan and the others' current attitude. If they couldn't win, they definitely wouldn't be able to leave here. It would also let them see just how strong their combat power was. Everyone found an open area to prepare for the duel. The surrounding fur tribe people gathered to watch the excitement. Since Zhang Yufan and the others had saved their family members, Pakmas couldn't make a move. So he let Baron Egg fight alone. Bagus and Baron Egg were ready, and Zhang Yufan announced the start of the battle. Then he took out chairs and fruits from his storage space and set them aside. Everyone sat down, eating fruit while enjoying the battle ahead. Baron Egg didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. Knowing that someone who could say they weren't afraid of a strong enemy like Mom must have enough combat power and confidence if they weren't fools. Suddenly drawing the cane sword in hand, he covered it with armament haki and charged at Bages, swinging a powerful strike. Bages stood still, both hands and armor covered in armament haki, and effortlessly blocked the powerful strike with his right hand. Baron Egg continued to swing his sword, slashing left and right, all of which were blocked by Bages. Not a single step backward, he spun in place like practicing Tai Chi. Baron Egg quickly swung his sword and then executed the Benny leg, covering his legs with armament haki. Centering his upper body, his feet spun rapidly like a top, trying to deliver a heavy kick to Bages's face while he was off guard. However, lacking enough power, it was blocked once again. Baron Egg continued to unleash consecutive Benny legs at Bages, yet still caused no damage and did not push him back even half a step. Baron Egg was shocked. Swinging his cane sword, how can your haki be so strong? Your strength is immense, and your speed is incredible. Bages laughed heartily, extending his hand to block. That's how strong I am. Now you know how formidable I am, right? I haven't even used my full strength yet. You're just too weak. It's time to end this. With that, he delivered a powerful punch that shattered the eggshell on Baron Egg. The yolk inside flew out and slowly began to evolve into Viscount Chick. The surrounding fur tribe cheered, all believing Bages was too strong, their faces filled with astonishment. They couldn't believe that Baron Egg's body had been cracked open, yet he was still alive, and had even changed form. Truly miraculous. Bages smiled, looking curious. Oh, this is interesting. Just as the captain said, it evolves after taking a certain amount of damage. Viscount Chick, looking serious, held two short swords in his hands. I don't believe I can't defeat you. Take this. With that, he covered the two short swords with armament haki and charged at Bages, continuously attacking with the swords. Bages no longer held back and charged forward, knocking the two short swords away and delivering a powerful punch that incapacitated Viscount Chick. The yolk inside flew out once more, slowly starting to evolve into Count Rooster. Bages laughed heartily, clenching his fist. Ha ha, this is getting more interesting. It's evolving again. You make a good human punching bag. This is my strongest form. Take my next attack, Count Rooster said with a solemn expression, charging at Bages again. This time, his speed was extremely fast and his power immense, his body spinning rapidly like a tornado. Bages extended his right hand, channeling power. With a powerful punch, he sent Count Rooster flying. The yolk inside flew out again, slowly starting to regress back into Baron Egg. Protagonist stood nearby, stunned, his eyes wide and mouth agape. Is Bages's combat power really this strong? Baron Egg was completely powerless against him. Even when attacking Bages with all his might, he caused no damage. I estimate that even if I attacked together, we wouldn't be able to defeat Bages. This guy is a monster with immense combat power. Bages laughed loudly, standing still. This is really interesting. An infinite cycle of chicken and egg. Even if you're stronger than me, you can't kill me. Baron Egg smiled slightly. Is that so? What if I destroy the yolk that flies out of your body, or throw it into the sea? What do you think will happen? Bages said with a wicked smile. Baron Egg broke out in a cold sweat. Do I even need to say? I'd be doomed. I could tell just by thinking about it. Bages's combat power was truly absurdly strong. No wonder he wasn't afraid, even of such a powerful mother. If he really did that, I wouldn't even have a chance to run. There were several warlords gathered nearby, as well as a marine admiral. This combination was truly ferocious. Plus, Zhang Yufan hadn't made his move yet. If Bages had him as a subordinate, his combat strength must also be very strong. Bages smiled, standing still, looking at Baron Egg. Do you submit? If not, I'll have my partners take turns playing with you. Their strength is about as strong as mine. Even if you can be reborn, with your stamina and endurance, we can still wear you down. You're just a human punching bag. You submit, all right? Baron Egg sighed. If others were as strong as Bages, there would be no meaning in continuing to fight. I would really become a punching bag, and it would be the kind of situation where resisting would be useless. I'm not a masochist. I wouldn't do something so foolish. Thus, Baron Egg and Protagonist were detained. Their ship was also cleaned up and stored away. Zhang Yufan knew that Pedro and Baron Egg were archenemies, so he didn't let them meet. Otherwise, they would definitely clash upon seeing each other, and with Pedro's current physical condition, he wasn't fit for intense activity. Otherwise, his wounds would reopen, which would be bad. Moreover, Baron Egg was still very strong. Injured Pedro probably couldn't win, unless it was a life-or-death struggle or during a full moon when he could transform into a moon lion. There's still time to find an opportunity for them to fight later. The group stayed on Zou Island for a few more days. The leader of the Cat Viper and Duke Dogstorm could finally get out of bed and walk. One morning, Zhang Yufan called both kings over. He also invited Qin Yimin and the others, as they could reveal their identities now. A few days ago, Qin Yimin and the others heard that the samurai Ray Eyes from Wano country was not here. Moreover, due to Ray Eyes, this place almost faced annihilation, so they rarely showed themselves. They waited until the Fur tribe members were mostly recovered. They needed to ask if Ray Eyes was on the island and to express their thanks and apologies in person. Otherwise, if they got too excited, their wounds might reopen, which wouldn't be good. When all the Fur tribe members heard that the two kings were to meet, their expressions turned serious, and they were very worried. If they met, they would likely clash, which would be problematic. Before long, the leader of the Cat Viper and Duke Dogstorm arrived at the designated location. Upon meeting, the two glared at each other, looking ready to fight to the death. They began to harm each other, exchanging various jibes. Finally, they drew their weapons, preparing for a major clash. Except for Zhang Yufan, the other partners had no idea about the feud between the two. The surrounding Fur tribe members were sweating profusely, discussing in panic, "Oh no, here we go again. They're going to start fighting. Please, two kings, hold back. What do we do? Someone stop them." Just as the weapons of the two kings were about to collide, Zhang Yufan jumped into the air, catching both weapons with one hand each. "Both of you are responsible for the death of Kazuki Oden. You can't blame each other. This fighting is meaningless. How do you know the reason for our fight?" Duke Inuarashi was surprised. "I know many things. Do you want to experience the kind of pain that Jack brought again? Stop. You need to cooperate," Zhang Yufan said seriously. The boss of the Cat Viper and Duke Inuarashi fell silent. They indeed could not continue fighting. Otherwise, this country would truly be destroyed by our hands. After realizing this, they shook hands and made peace. Jin Wyman, looking serious, ran over and said, "Everyone from Zou Island, my name is Jin Wyman, a retainer of the Kazuki family from Wano country. Please see my family crest." After saying that, he took off his kimono to reveal a tattoo on his back. The surrounding Mink tribe members saw this and confirmed it. Very pleased. It was indeed identical to the tattoos of the Cat Viper and Duke Inuarashi. Jin Wyman, looking serious, put on his kimono and said, "I have come here to confirm whether Ray Eyes is here and if he is safe." Duke Inuarashi and the Cat Viper were in tears, sitting on the ground with their heads down. "Lord Ray Eyes is safe. We have been waiting for a long time, and Lord Ray Eyes is on this island." Except for Zhang Yufan, the other companions were all shocked. "What's going on? Can someone tell me?" It turned out they were in cahoots, and Ray Eyes was indeed on the island. All the Ming tribe members were aware of this matter. Jin Wyman stood there happily, relieved that he was safe. All the Ming tribe members were smiling joyfully. Most of the companions were already in tears. They truly valued loyalty and kept their promises. Even if it meant death, they would not reveal Ray Eyes' whereabouts. Usopp, in tears, stepped forward and said, "You guys, you almost lost your lives, you know? This city was almost completely destroyed." The Cat Viper smiled, stood up, and patted Usopp's head, saying, "I'm really sorry for deceiving you. We have been referring to the Kazuki family as brothers for a long time." Duke Inuarashi smiled, stood up, and said, "No matter what Jack and the others did here, we will not betray our companions." Jin Wyman, looking serious, bowed his head and said, "I am very sorry for putting you all in a desperate situation. And I am also very grateful to all of you for protecting Ray Eyes." The surrounding Ming tribe members didn't mind at all, urging Jin Wyman to lift his head, saying it was what they should do. Even if it meant death, they would not betray their companions. Jin Wyman, looking serious, pulled up Momonosuke and said, "This is the daimyo of Kuri in Wano country, Kazuki Oden's son, named Kazuki Momonosuke. I am truly sorry. Jin Wyman is not my father. I hold a noble status, and it was not my intention to deceive." Zhang Yufan and the others remained calm, not surprised at all. "Why aren't you all surprised at all?" Jin Wyman looked puzzled. "Since we met you, the captain told us your true identities," KB smiled. Zhang Yufan also introduced the Kazuki family to everyone. explaining that it was a very powerful family that had existed for many centuries and had ruled Wano country since ancient times. The Kazuki clan was actually a family of stonemasons, possessing techniques that surpassed those of today. They carved historical texts. The reason they ended up in their current plight was due to the attack from the current Wano country shogun, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, and the current shogun, Orochi. Therefore, Kazuki Oden's wife, Kazuki Toki, used the power of the time fruit to send her son Kazuki Momonosuke, along with his retainers Jinwaiman, Rei Eyes, Kikunajo, and Kanjuro, to Wano country 17 years into the future, which is this present time. Jinwaiman and the Mink tribe members were all shocked and puzzled, asking how Zhang Yufan knew this. Zhang Yufan merely smiled faintly and did not explain. He then became serious and said, "Don't celebrate too early. There is an enemy's spy among you, and it has been hiding for a long time." The Ming tribe members looked confused, asking what was going on. "We all nearly sacrificed our lives. How could there be an enemy's spy?" Zhang Yufan's companions naturally believed their captain's words. They couldn't guess who the spy was. Momonosuke and Jinwaiman had been following Zhang Yufan for some time and knew he wouldn't speak without reason and was aware of many things. Jinwaiman turned serious and looked at Zhang Yufan. "Sir Zhang Yufan, who is this spy?" "It is Kanjuro of the Kayashiro family. He is a subordinate of the current shogun Orochi, who has been acting as a spy since following Kazuki Oden. You probably won't believe it. So let me introduce Kanjuro's background. Kanjuro was born into a troupe of public stage actors. His parents were killed by the people of Wano during a performance. As a result, he lost his heart and lived in this world by impersonating others. One day, Orochi found Kanjuro and told him that he had eliminated those who killed his parents and gave him the brush fruit, making him a spy to infiltrate the Kazuki family until death. Then Zhang Yufan detailed Jinwaiman and Momonosuke's past. Finally, he analyzed why Jack knew Rei Eyes was on the island. Kanjuro stood by, sweating coldly, shocked, as his secrets were laid bare. He originally refused to admit it, but after being interrogated by Robin and the others using special means, he ultimately confessed. Everyone finally believed that what Zhang Yufan said was true. Jinwaiman and the others were very saddened, not expecting Kanjuro to be such a good actor, deceiving them completely. They had viewed him as their most trusted brother, only to end up with this result, which was hard to accept. Then Zhang Yufan dragged him away to deal with him, stripping Kanjuro of his devil fruit powers. After handling the situation here, the Cat Viper and Duke Inuarashi led the way to find Rei Eyes. Before long, everyone arrived at the White Whale Forest. They climbed the White Whale tree and moved towards the top. Chopper and the others were particularly interested in ninjas, so they were very eager to meet Rei Eyes. Soon they reached the top, where the Cat Viper opened a hidden door. Rei Eyes was hidden inside, and ordinary people would indeed not be able to find this place. Everyone followed the steps down, and halfway down heard someone shouting loudly below. Zhang Yufan smiled, holding Robin's hand. "Robin, soon you'll see a special historical text." Robin was excited, holding Zhang Yufan's hand. "Another historical text? Special? It won't be the red poneglyph, will it?" Zhang Yufan smiled, paused, and kissed Robin, saying, "You're really smart. Here's your reward." Robin blushed, playfully pounding her chest with her small fists. "Zhang Yufan, there are so many people watching." The companions behind Zhang Yufan were a bit helpless. The captain was starting to show off again. This was going to blind their 24K golden eyes. People around me, with partners, have started showing off their relationships, creating a large-scale scene of dog abuse. Friends without partners watched the brazen display of their companions flaunting their partners with fiery eyes, almost rushing over to bite them. However, they held back, thinking to themselves, "You guys are impressive, right? Just wait until the training session, and we'll treat you to a feast, hee. Sooner or later, we'll have our own partners too, and then we'll show you how it's done." There's a saying that goes, "You can abuse me 1,000 times, but I will still treat you like my first love." Soon, they arrived at their destination, where a man with a huge face and lightning-like eyebrows awaited them. He had a yellow crescent scar on his forehead and a crab-like hairstyle. His mouth revealed large front teeth, and he wore a traditional blue kimono, bound by many iron chains, with a giant purple Shimenawa rope tied around his shoulder. Zhang Yufan checked his information using the system. Name, Raizang Combat Power Growth Potential Level, SS current combat power level. SS age, 32 height. 3. 11 meters gender. Male weapon. None devil fruit. Roll fruit bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. Known as the Mist Zhang, a ninja from Wano country. Retainer of Kazuki Odin, one of the 9 red scabbards, a former genius ninja of the Onabud, transported by Kazuki Toki 17 years into the future after Odin's death. He can absorb others' attacks using scrolls and release them. Believes that being a ninja means training a calm and resilient heart to the utmost. Lives in the shadows. Dislikes being asked to perform ninjutsu in front of others, and finds it hard to understand external perceptions of ninjas. Only troubled by the fact that his appearance does not attract women. Zhang, with tears streaming down his face, struggled against the chains and looked at the boss of the Cat Viper. Cat Viper, you finally came. The people who brought me food are all injured. Is this country really safe? Why not hand me over? That way no one would get hurt. Zhang, what nonsense are you talking about? How can we betray our comrades? Not even if it costs us our lives. Chopper and the others were very excited and rushed over to see the ninja Zhang. They looked at the person in front of them, their eyes almost popping out in surprise. This face is way too big and so ugly. This is so far from the ninjas we imagined. Kinemon, carrying Momonosuke, happily walked up to Zhang. Zhang, still tearful, laughed and said, "Ha, Prince Momonosuke, Kinemon, it's great to see you both safe. Where's Kanjuro?" Kinemon and Momonosuke looked sad and angry as they untied the chains and explained that Kanjuro was a traitor. Zhang listened with a face full of anger, thinking about how he dared to betray them. If he weren't already dead, he would want to rush over and kill him. Kinemon smiled and extended his hand, saying, "These people behind us are everyone on the island and our lifesavers. They're also pirates. Thank you so much. But why are you all staring at me?" Zhang looked surprised. Chopper and the others' eyes sparkled with excitement as they made various requests. Zhang, show us some ninjutsu. Throw some shurikens. I want to see water release. How about fire release? Or at least perform the shadow clone technique. Zhang, with snot running down his face in a frown, said, "This is too unreasonable. Shut up. These are just your beautiful fantasies about ninjas." Chopper and the others were greatly disappointed, hugging their legs and squatting on the ground, looking puzzled about how someone with Zhang's physique could become a ninja. If Zhang knew what they were thinking, he would probably want to hit someone. "I became a ninja with this physique. If you don't believe me, come and bite me. No one knows the pain in my heart. This is a major sore spot for me. Because of this physique, those female ninjas look down on me." Seeing Chopper and the others looking so disappointed, Zhang sighed, unable to bear it, and finally compromised. He then began to perform various ninjutsu he knew, which was truly spectacular. Chopper and the others instantly revived, extremely excited, their eyes shining again, standing in place, completely mesmerized. Everyone looked surprised, realizing that Zhang really had some skills. Robin looked astonished. Gazing at the wall, the family crest of the Kazuki family is so big, and the historical text of the red poneglyph is over there. Duke Dogstorm smiled as he stood there. That family crest has existed for over 100 years. "Oh, Nico Robin, you know about the poneglyphs. So you should be able to interpret this text, right?" Robin smiled, staring intently at the historical text. "Yes, the poneglyphs are something Yufan told me about. Can you let me interpret them?" "Of course, your captain knows quite a lot." Duke Dogstorm smiled. Before long, Robin completed the interpretation and made a rubbing of the content to take with her. Everyone was very excited, cheering. "We've finally found a piece of historical text. Our captain is one step closer to becoming the Pirate King, but we are still far from becoming the king of the world. The road to revolution is still long. We need to work hard." Boss Cat Viper had a serious expression, puffing on his pipe while looking at Robin. "Nico Robin, right now, there are people in the world interested in the blank 100 years of history, and they all have some rubbings of the historical texts. But no one can interpret the content. Once they try to figure it out, many big shots will come to capture you. So be particularly careful about personal safety." Boss Cat Viper, "I'm not worried at all. Just look at these partners behind me, and you'll understand." Zhang, Yufan, and the others looked fierce, ready to fight. "We're professionals when it comes to fighting. No one can take our people away. If they can take them, we'll write our names backward." They had the appearance of being ready to not only beat up anyone who dared to come and take Robin away, but also to severely injure them. Ha, what a reliable bunch of partners. Boss Cat Viper laughed heartily. There are 3 more red poneglyphs in the hands of the 4 emperors, and we need to get them. Kinemon, what are your plans next? Zhang Yufan smiled. Kinemon, with tears streaming down his face, sat on the ground. We must fulfill Lord Odin's will. After getting confirmation from Momonosuke, Kinemon began to introduce the situation regarding Kazuki Odin. He had been killed by the current shogun of Wano, Kaido, and the 4 Emperor's Beast pirates now stationed in Wano. As for why he was killed, he was once a crew member of Pirate King Joel D. Roger. He had reached the final island, Raftel, and knew the secrets of this world, but he did not intend to let us bear this secret. Therefore, until now, we still do not know what this secret is. He bravely goes to his death to protect the lives of us, his vassals. The 4 emperors, Kaido and his crew, have been trying to extract this secret from us. Reizu and the others sat on the ground, looking serious, recounting the situation. Therefore, we want to overthrow the rulers of Wano. We aim to open up Wano and no longer keep it closed. This is our ambition. Although there are many samurai within Wano who want to resist, they have no chance against the 4 emperors, Kaido and his crew. Even so, we must win, which is why we set sail to call upon those who share our ideals to fight against Kaido and his crew. Thus, our first stop is Zou. We never expected so many things to happen in between. Everyone nodded, finally understanding the sequence of events. However, even with the addition of the Mink tribe, our fighting strength is still probably not enough to battle Kaido and his crew. Duke Inuarashi and the leader of the Mink tribe, Nico, stood there very seriously. Our 2 tribes indeed have an agreement. If one tribe is in trouble, both tribes must work together to repel the enemy. Moreover, I and the Dead Dog are originally vassals of Lord Odin, so there is no reason not to participate. Since Reizu arrived here, warriors from all over the country have already made up their minds to fight. Duke Inuarashi and the leader of the Mink tribe side. However, when the time for battle came, they were nearly wiped out by Kaido's subordinate, Jack, who brought a large group of people and used poison gas. After this experience, we will not repeat the same mistakes next time. Don't think you can succeed with the same methods again. Besides, we still have trump cards we haven't used. The next time we encounter Kaido and his crew, we must let them see the true power of our Mink tribe. Kinemon sat on the ground very seriously, looking up at Zhang Yufan. Lord Zhang Yufan, we have a request. You all have strong combat abilities and share our ideals. Please lend us your strength to fight against Kaido and the generals of Wano. That can be done, but Kinemon, you shouldn't be the one saying these words. The real leader is over there. Tama, although you're still a child and have bad habits like being lecherous and crying, and you like to hide behind your vassals, do you intend to continue like this as a useless lord? If you don't want to become that way, then from now on, you must abandon these bad habits. Otherwise, one day in the future, your vassals will die because of this. Tama trembled all over, tears streaming down her face, frowning and biting her lip. She looked up at Zhang Yufan, recalling the tragic events of the past. Everyone knew that these were the harsh realities that Tama had to face. Although this was too cruel for a 6-year-old child, if she could change those bad habits, it might not be a bad thing to become more independent and strong. No one stopped Zhang Yufan. They quietly waited for Tama's decision. Tama, with tears streaming down her face, walked in front of Zhang Yufan, knelt on the ground, and lowered her head. Lord Zhang Yufan, I will definitely change those bad habits. Please help me. I want to defeat Kaido and his crew. Kaido has a deep blood feud with me, and I want to grow up quickly, become stronger, protect my vassals, and seek revenge. But this requires a long time, and I'm still too young now, so I hope you can help. Kinemon and the others were all in tears. They never expected Prince Tama to have such determination. That alone was enough. The goal had been achieved. Although Tama had many faults, her current performance was still good, and there was still hope. Zhang Yufan squatted down, extended his right hand. Although my pirate crew could easily defeat Kaido and his crew, having you all join us is also fine, so our alliance is officially established. Tama looked delighted, tears and snot running down her face as she grasped Zhang Yufan's hand. I cannot express my gratitude enough. Zhang Yufan and the others were also very happy, knowing that powerful allies were about to join. Once you board our pirate ship, There's no getting off. Everyone took Reizu outside, looking down at the scene below. They felt a great sense of emotion. The once prosperous country had become a wreck. Reizu, are you crying? Chopper looked up. Kinemon and Reizu were already in tears, standing still, looking down. What foolish talk. We samurai of Wano never cry. It's just not the time to be sad yet. You foolish Ming tribe. How can you act so recklessly? What if you all die? If it weren't for my arrival, it wouldn't have become like this. I will repay this kindness. So please forgive me. The leader of the Ming tribe and Duke Inuarashi would, of course, forgive Reizu. After all, this was a decision made by warriors across the country. Back at the residence of the leader of the Ming tribe prepared to hold a banquet to celebrate the reconciliation of the two kings. After a while, the banquet was ready, and everyone gathered. The leader of the Ming tribe and Duke Inuarashi announced the formation of an alliance to defeat the four emperors, Kaido. Zhang Yufan smiled, sitting in a chair, looking at Kinemon. Everyone, before we go to defeat the four emperors, we must first eliminate the big Moan pirates. Lord Zhang Yufan. So suddenly? Will our fighting strength be insufficient? No, I just heard from Pudding that the tea party will start in a few days, and we will go and take them all at once. During this time, those who need to rest should rest, and those who need to recruit should recruit. When we return, it will be just in time to fight Kaido. Duke Inuarashi looked worried, sitting in a chair. Will it really be okay? Why don't you take the rifle squad with you? Everyone from the Mink tribe looked worried, knowing that their benefactors were strong, but they were unsure what would happen in a real fight against the four emperors. Therefore, they all expressed that they wanted to go along too. Zhang Yufan smiled and shook his head. No, we are very strong. You Ming tribe members mainly need to recover and prepare for the upcoming battles. Kinemon, looking serious, sat in a chair. In that case, let's split up, but how do we contact each other? Use the Den Mushi. There are many of these creatures in the forest. We can catch them and modify them for use. Robin smiled. After everyone discussed everything, Zhang Yufan invited Karat, who wanted to go on an adventure at sea. Wanda and the others agreed after explaining some things to Karat. Karat was exceptionally happy. She could finally see the outside world and began to whisper to Zhang Yufan and the others. Pedro expressed that he also wanted to go, and Zhang Yufan understood his thoughts. So he mentioned Baron Egg, who was still on the island, and reminded Pedro that he could seek revenge, but must wait until he was fully healed. He left a baboon to keep an eye on them, hoping nothing would go wrong. After spending another day on the island, the next morning, Zhang Yufan and the others packed their things and were ready to set off, letting Pakmis lead the way. On the way, they encountered a fleet flying the flag of Germa 66. It was the army of the Germa Kingdom from the North Sea, known as Masters of War, an evil army. For a long time, they had used military force to suppress and dominate the North Sea, establishing their power with a formidable scientific combat force. The scientific combat unit, led by Vin Smoke Judge, operated as mercenaries around the world. However, people generally considered Germa 66 to be merely a fictional evil army and were unaware of its real existence. Zhang Yufan checked the information of a few people standing on the opposing ship using the system. Name: Vin Smoke Judge. Combat Potential Growth Level. SS Current Combat Level. SS Age 53. Height 2. 72 meters. Gender: Male. Weapon: Spear. Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Introduction. Known as the Monster Bird, he craves power, is vain and arrogant, hypocritical, selfish, and ruthless in achieving his goals. He is grateful and keeps his promises. The head of the Vin Smoke family, king of the Germa Kingdom, commander of Germa 66. Sanji's father, and also a scientist, founder of the research team Eneo MFDS, previously part of the research team MFDS. His dream is to make the Germa Kingdom dominate the North Sea once again, and he possesses a special combat suit. Name: Vin Smoke Reiju. Combat Potential Growth Level. SS Current Combat Level. Age 21. Height 1. 73 meters. Gender: Female. Weapon: None Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Introduction. The eldest daughter of the Vin Smoke family, princess of the Germa Kingdom. Germa 60 SXS Pink Poison, Sanji's sister. She is generous, graceful, sociable, considerate of others, helpful, kind, and polite. Through genetic modification from her father Vin Smoke, Judge S bloodline factor. She has gained a superhuman body, possesses a special resistance to toxins, can absorb and release toxins, retains emotions, but cannot disobey her father's orders. She has an exoskeleton. Her skin is tough, and her recovery ability is strong, with great strength and a special combat suit. Name: Vinsmoke Ichiji Combat Potential Growth Level. SS Current Combat Level. S Age: 18 Height: 1. 86 meters Gender: Male Weapon: None Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Introduction. Known as Sparking Red. He is the prince of the Germa Kingdom and the eldest son of the Vinsmoke family, Sanji's older brother. A member of the evil army Germa 66. He gained a superhuman body through genetic modification from his father Vinsmoke, Judge S bloodline factor. Possesses the power of fire, and has had his emotions taken by his father. He is proud, cold-blooded, sees human life as insignificant, calm, and cautious, with tough skin and strong recovery, exceptional physical strength and speed, and a special combat suit. Name: Vinsmoke Niji Combat Potential Growth Level. SS Current Combat Level. S Age: 18 Height: 1. 85 meters Gender: Male Weapon: None Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Introduction. The second son of the Vinsmoke family, Sanji's second brother, known as Electric Blue, possesses the power of electricity. He has a cold and ruthless personality, is arrogant, impulsive, reckless, and does not understand the value of food or respect for women. He is extremely brutal in combat. Through genetic modification from his father Vinsmoke, Judge S bloodline factor, he has gained superhuman physical strength and speed, as well as exceptional survival skills and combat techniques. His skin is tough, recovery ability is strong, and he has a special combat suit, with his emotions taken by his father Vinsmoke, Judge. Name: Vinsmoke Yanji Combat Potential Growth Level. SS Current Combat Level. S Age: 18 Height: 1. 94 meters Gender: Male Weapon: None Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Introduction. The fourth son of the Vinsmoke family, Prince of the Germa Kingdom, known as Winchgreen, is part of the Scientific Combat Unit Germa 66 and Sanji's younger brother. He is arrogant, impulsive, a bit mischievous, and compared to his other brothers, he is relatively immature, lacking the habit of saving people and being lecherous. He has had his emotions taken by his father Vinsmoke, Judge, and gained a superhuman body through genetic modification from his father's bloodline factor, possessing formidable wrist strength and an exoskeleton as tough as steel with extremely high body hardness. Zhang Yufan first went to the kitchen and pulled Sanji out. Sanji looked confused and walked outside the kitchen, asking, "Captain, what do you want me to see? It's so mysterious." Zhang Yufan smiled and walked ahead, saying, "The equipment that can make you invisible that I mentioned to you a long time ago has arrived, but I estimate you will really dislike the person who delivered it." Sanji's face lit up with excitement. The invisible equipment has finally arrived. Is today my lucky day? Someone even delivered it to my door. I've waited so long for this. Now I could do so much. I can do things that will make me nosebleed just thinking about that beautiful scene. Sanji was about to awaken the characteristics of a flower thief, which had always been suppressed. At the same time, he was filled with questions about who it was that he would dislike so much. Nami stood at the bow, deep in thought. I feel like I've seen this emblem somewhere before. Who are they? Brook frowned and walked to the bow, saying, "Nami, that's the fleet of Germa 66. Don't you recognize it?" Nami looked surprised and turned her head. "What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't that the evil army people imagine?" Brook replied seriously, "You're wrong. That's not just a fantasy. It really exists, right in front of you." At this moment, Sanji also arrived on the deck and finally understood Zhang Yufan's meaning. "Those people caused my dark childhood. I definitely dislike them." The others on the ship gathered around, unsure of what Zhang Yufan and Sanji were up to. Zhang Yufan smiled and stood still, saying, "Everyone, today I officially want to introduce Sanji's special identity." "Captain, what other identity does Sanji have?" "I didn't know." Noki was very puzzled. The others looked confused. They only knew Sanji as the chef of the floating restaurant. Could he be a prince from some country? Or the son of a big shot? They speculated about experiencing the daily life of commoners at the floating restaurant or having run away from home. Considering the current situation, it was likely related to Germa 66. Before revealing Sanji's special identity, Zhang Yufan first introduced the Germa Kingdom. It is a nation of science that has existed for generations, with advanced technology as a strong backing. It is also a unique maritime nation without fixed territory. Usually, it operates with dozens of ships separately, but when combined, it forms a kingdom. Its national army, Germa 66, is a force that strikes fear into the world. The pinnacle of the country's and the army's rule is the Vinsmoke family. This is an ancient family with about 300 years of history. Also a well-known assassin family in the underground world. The Vinsmoke family is royal and once used force to control the entire North Sea. They have no territory but can participate in world conferences and have the right to exert pressure on the Navy. Zhang Yufan smiled and stood still, holding Robin's hand. Sanji is a prince of the Vinsmoke family. You may have been puzzled about why Sanji's bounty notice is different from ours. That hand-drawn picture has made Sanji feel down for a long time. It's unreasonable that he couldn't get a proper photo for so long. And the bounty notice even stated he could only be captured alive. That's because Sanji is Prince Vinsmoke Sanji, but he really dislikes this family. Sanji, do you mind sharing your past with everyone? You must have held it in for a long time. Talking about it might make you feel better. Sanji smiled bitterly, realizing he couldn't hide anything from his captain. After thinking for a moment, he sighed and slowly began to speak. I am the third son of the Vinsmoke family, with 2 older brothers, an older sister, and a younger brother. I obtained superhuman abilities through the genetic modifications of my father, Vinsmoke Judge. At the same time, I was stripped of human emotions, but I was fortunate enough to retain all human feelings. Unlike my siblings, who have devoted themselves since childhood to becoming Germa officers, I had no ambition for power. I was extraordinarily passionate about cooking to take care of my mother. After my mother passed away due to illness, my family held the belief that royals should not serve others, making me a target for bullying by my siblings except for my sister. As the 5 of us siblings gradually grew up, we displayed the superhuman physique gained from the genetic modifications. While I remained in the same state as when I was born, just like an ordinary person, this greatly disappointed Vinsmoke Judge, and I was bullied and humiliated by my father and siblings for years. Eventually, due to Vinsmoke Judge's long-term neglect and emotional abuse, dark clouds settled in my heart. Ultimately, my extremely disappointed father placed an iron helmet on me and locked me in a dungeon for 6 months, publicly declaring that I had died. During my time in the dungeon, I accidentally came across a servant's book and learned about a mythical sea called All Blue, which possesses all the ingredients from the 4 oceans. The idea of leaving home to explore and improve my culinary skills officially sprouted in my heart. Later, Germa 66 came to the East Blue with plans to conquer it. One day, with my sister's help, I escaped from the prison. At that moment, Vinsmoke Judge happened to encounter me escaping from prison. Not only did he not try to stop me, but he also mocked me for being the shame of the Vinsmoke family, demanding that I no longer refer to myself as the son of Vinsmoke Judge after leaving the family. I then left the family with Reiju's blessings. Later, I suffered a shipwreck and was saved by the pirate Redfoot Zeph, eventually opening that floating restaurant. Sanji was crying uncontrollably. How many people could understand such pain? Most of the crew members were already in tears. They had not expected Sanji's childhood to be so tragic. Noki, who was already crying, tightly hugged Sanji. The others looked furious. They treated Sanji like a tool. As long as he was useful, he was kept. If not, it didn't matter how he was treated. Whether Sanji lived or died was of no concern to them. It seemed they needed to be taught a lesson about how to be human. In the past, they would beat and scold Sanji. Now, they were not worthy of him. However, it was still up to Sanji to decide what to do. After a moment, the crew's emotions settled down a bit. Zhang Yufan walked over with a serious expression and gently patted Sanji's back. Sanji, let's go. Go meet them. Your talent is better than theirs. We'll go over and slap their faces. By the way, let us get your exclusive equipment. Don't resist, after all. Weapons and those special powers are not inherently good or bad. We will use this evil power for a righteous cause and also put an end to your matters. I understand, Captain, let's go. Zhang Yufan and Sanji brought a few companions and flew over from the sky. Before long, they arrived on the rooftop of a building. Looking down below, They really are working hard, but their fighting strength is a bit too weak for us. At this moment, a man with left spiraled eyebrows and green, pointed hair appeared. He looked very similar to Sanji, wearing headphones and sunglasses. He had an orange scarf and a black cape with the number 4 on it, dressed in a green combat suit, and looked up at Zhang, Yufan, and the others. This person is Sanji's brother, Vinsmoke Yanji. Yanji had an excited expression, his eyes turned into hearts, and his mouth wide open. Wow. There are such beautiful women in the world. Hancock looked disgusted, leaning back with her face towards the sky. Pervert, don't look at me like that, or I'll turn you into a statue. So fierce. Huh? Isn't that Sanji? He must be unable to hang out outside anymore and is back to enjoy himself. Yanji frowned. Sanji stood expressionless on the rooftop, smoking a cigarette. He glanced over, thinking their fighting strength was a bit weak, probably just a punch away. So he completely ignored Yanji. Yanji was furious, thinking he had been away for too long. Just because his fighting strength had increased a little, he started to act arrogant. This loser dares to ignore me. He must have the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard. Looks like I have to remind you of that painful lesson from back then. He quickly jumped onto the rooftop, preparing to kick Sanji. But Sanji was faster. With a push of his foot, he vanished from his spot and delivered a powerful kick. Yanji's head was caved in from the kick, and he flew backward, creating a large pit in the ground. The loud noise attracted the attention of people around. The soldiers were very surprised. They never expected His Highness Yanji to be defeated. After seeing Sanji's face, they were even more shocked. Who is this? Why does he look so much like His Highness Yanji? So slow and so weak. You think you can kick me? Sanji said disdainfully. At this moment, a woman with pink medium-length hair covering her right eye, counterclockwise curled left eyebrow, and purple eyes approached the large hole. She wore light pink lipstick, a pink combat suit, black earmuffs with a number 6 on them, and a butterfly wing-shaped cape. This person is Sanji's sister, Vinsmoke Reiju. Reiju looked surprised, looking down at Sanji. I didn't expect to meet you here. You seem to have become very strong. Why did you come back to this place? Sanji, expressionless and smoking, replied, this guy is too weak. We just happened to pass by and came to settle some old scores. Reiju smiled and looked up. I see. Your captain is quite extraordinary. His news has been everywhere lately. Sanji smiled back. If he were too ordinary, I wouldn't follow him, and my fighting strength wouldn't have increased so much. It seems he has a significant influence on you. You've changed. You're more confident and more imposing now. Reiju smiled. Sanji nodded. The captain indeed has a huge impact on me. My powerful fighting strength is mostly thanks to him. He even found me a partner. And my cooking skills have improved as well. You could say he has changed my life. At this moment, a man with blue wavy hair styled in a sideswept manner, counterclockwise curled eyebrows, black goggles, and a black cape with the number 2 written on it, wearing a blue combat suit, yellow metal gloves, and a belt with a lightning symbol, walked out of the building. This person is Sanji's second brother, Vinsmoke Neji. Neji looked puzzled as he approached Sanji. Isn't this the long-lost Sanji? Where did you crawl out from? The day you disappeared shocked us. We brothers often discussed you. We bet on how you would die out there. What a pity. I'm living just fine. So are you going to go lie down with the guy in the pit? Neji was furious, thinking Sanji, this loser, had become so arrogant. Did he think that just because he had gotten a bit stronger, he could defeat me? He quickly charged at Sanji, delivering a powerful kick. Sanji remained calm and raised a foot, covering it with haki, and kicked back. The immense force sent Neji flying. Sanji seized the opportunity, arrived behind him, and delivered several kicks in succession. He kicked him up into the sky, and Neji tried to retaliate, but couldn't even touch Sanji's clothes. Neji was filled with questions. Did Sanji eat some strength pills? His power is so great, and his speed is fast. I can't hit him at all. Then Sanji stepped into the air and delivered a shadowless kick, sending Neji flying into the pit. The surrounding soldiers were dumbfounded. Even His Highness Neji had been defeated. He was completely uninjured, truly impressive. At this moment, a man with long red hair, styled upwards, covering his right eye, left counterclockwise eyebrow, dressed in a red combat suit, wearing sunglasses, a white cape marked with the number 1, special white gloves, and a belt approached. This person is Sanji's eldest brother, Vinsmoke Ichiji. Sanji, you failure. You've really grown a lot. You actually defeated Niji and Yanji. Ichiji frowned. Sanji sneered. Smoking, whether I'm a failure or not doesn't matter at all. What matters is you're going to lie down too. Ichiji was furious, thinking, where does this loser get his confidence? Does he really think he can defeat me just because he beat them? He decided to teach him a lesson to make him face reality. He quickly charged over, using a spark spiral, releasing flames from his hands to deliver a heavy blow to Sanji. Sanji pushed off the ground, dodging the attack, and circled behind Ichiji, kicking him down hard. Ichiji fell flat on his face, quickly getting up, shocked that this loser had become so strong. He realized that alone, he probably couldn't win. He was about to attack Sanji and called Reiju to join him. At this moment, Sanji was already in front of Ichiji, delivering another powerful kick, sending Ichiji flying again. Sanji quickly pursued and kicked him into the sky. After being kicked dozens of times, Ichiji was once again sent into that pit. Sanji sneered, brushing off the dust from his pants. This is too weak. There's not even one capable opponent. The surrounding soldiers were all dumbfounded. Even the strong Ichiji had been defeated. This time, it was a total loss. From a ship in the distance, a tall man with a metal helmet and long golden hair approached, his expression serious, with a prominent jaw and a small beard. With a slanted upward direction, a pointed black beard, and holding a long spear, a man dressed in an orange cloak and a light gray combat uniform bearing the Germa 66 emblem, complemented by white long gloves and a golden belt, appears. This man is Sanji's father, Vinsmoke Judge. Reiju, with a serious expression, turns her head and says, Father, you're here too. Judge, also serious, glances at the large pit and looks down at Sanji. Isn't this my useless son? What are you back for? Those people up there are your companions, right? Of course I'm back to settle the score and stop yelling. Since I escaped from here, we have cut ties completely. Now, I do have a father in my heart, but it will definitely not be you. What have you done to Ichiji and the others? Their combat power is quite strong. I'm just stronger than them. You'll soon be lying down too. Judge, with a serious expression, gives a few instructions to the soldiers beside him. Then he walks to a nearby open space with Sanji. I'm very curious about what my useless son has experienced recently for his combat power to grow so rapidly. According to previous investigations, this huge change started after that Yufan took him away. Before that, at that seaside restaurant, he didn't have such powerful combat power. What could it be? New technology? Or a new training method? Regardless of which one it is, I must obtain it. This will make us stronger. In the distance, a large group of soldiers is excitedly gathering in the open space in front of the castle, discussing. Who is that person? I've roughly understood the background. I heard he is the son of the commander who has fallen from grace. Everyone, hurry over. The commander is fighting with that Prince Sanji. This is a rare sight. Their relationship seems very poor. This time, there will be a good show to watch. Reiju has already instructed the soldiers to take Ichiji and the others for treatment. Sanji stands still, calmly smoking a cigarette. Judge thrusts at Sanji with his spear. After being kicked away, Judge continues to thrust repeatedly. Sanji easily blocks or dodges all the attacks. Judge, still holding the spear, strikes quickly, slicing, sweeping, and thrusting, constantly attacking. The rocks on the ground are shattered and splintered. Sanji raises his leg and blocks all attacks without sustaining any injuries. The surrounding soldiers cheer excitedly, their blood boiling as they watch. Is that really Prince Sanji? As expected, he is on a different level than us. Even without wearing a combat uniform, his combat power is so strong, truly worthy of a bounty over 100 million. Sanji and Judge create some distance. Judge waves to a soldier he had sent earlier to do something. The soldier walks over and hands Judge a rolled-up piece of paper. Judge grins wickedly as he takes it. Sanji is very puzzled about what the bastard is holding. Why does he look so creepy while smiling? What scheme is he planning now? Judge, with a cold expression, unfolds the paper in front of Sanji, revealing a photo of Zepp. Since you left here, you've been living with this person, right? The exact location has been investigated. This photo was taken recently. Since you've become stronger, obediently follow my orders. And I can leave him unharmed. You don't look too good. Did you hear what I said? Make your decision quickly. Ha ha. Do you think you can threaten me with this thing? You're really stupid. You don't think I would come out without making preparations, do you? If you want to send someone to their death, be my guest. Sanji laughs loudly, looking at Judge as if he is an idiot. With such despicable tactics, you think you can make me submit? Our captain has long arranged several strong allies to protect our family before entering the New World. Their combat power is not much different from ours. If it really comes to a fight, you won't be able to take anyone away. Going and not coming back is the norm. If you're not afraid of losing your head, then go ahead. You want to lay a hand on our family? You really don't know how to write death. Judge S. face darkens with extreme anger, feeling insulted in his intelligence. After Sanji finishes laughing, his expression also turns grim. Daring to threaten me with family, don't blame me for being rude. If I hadn't prepared beforehand, I would have fallen for your trick. He then kicks forcefully at Judge. Judge raises his left hand, trying to block the strike, but he didn't expect the power to be so great. Judge is kicked back, his legs scraping against the ground until he stabilizes himself. Judge, furious, grips the spear. You ungrateful son. How dare you kick your own father? Sanji shouts angrily, shut up. Don't call me father. We have no relation anymore. Judge yells, swinging his spear. Since you're back here, you are, of course. My son, are you going to abandon your family? Sanji yells back, kicking rapidly. I don't have a family like you. Judge rushes forward, using electromagnetic shatter, generating high-voltage electricity in his high-tech boots. He kicks at Sanji's vital points. Sanji kicks him aside without being touched by the high-voltage electricity. Judge angrily uses electromagnetic thrust, accumulating high-voltage electricity on his high-tech spear, releasing it in one breath, attempting to knock Sanji away. Unfortunately, Sanji swiftly dodges to the side. Judge, with a serious expression, has a sword thrown to him. Sanji, do you only know how to use your legs? Pick up the sword on the ground and fight. Sanji, with a dark face, smoking, replies, my hands are for cooking, not for fighting. Using my legs is enough to deal with you. Judge looks down with disdain, you brat. Still eating those scraps that rats eat, how disgraceful. As a royal, running off to serve others. What do you know? It's like playing music to cows. This should end now. Sanji, with a dark expression, says, then with a push of his foot, his figure disappears from the spot. Judge hasn't reacted yet when he is kicked dozens of times. His body flies into the air, and Sanji catches up with another flurry of kicks. Finally, with a powerful kick, Judge is sent flying into the pit. Reiju smiles beside him, her eyes sparkling. I didn't expect my brother's combat power to have grown to such a level. The surrounding soldiers are so shocked they can't speak. Our super strong commander has actually been defeated by Prince Sanji. Zhang, Yufan, and the others also come down from the roof. Reiju instructs the soldiers to clear the battlefield and take Judge for treatment. Zhang Yufan smiled and walked up to Leijio. Hello, Leijio. Nice to meet you. Thanks to you, Sanji was able to escape from this place during his childhood. Leijio smiled and stood still. It's what I should do, after all. Sanji is my lovely little brother. Zhang Yufan smiled and stood still as well. Leijio, please take us to the meeting room first. Once Zoro and the others are done with their treatment, bring them over. We need to have a good talk. Leijio nodded and did not argue. As for resisting Zhang Yufan, it was unlikely to succeed. Didn't she see that her little brother's combat power had already reached a level where he could defeat their father and the others without sustaining any injuries? It was estimated that with just Sanji, he could destroy this country. Not to mention Zhang Yufan, who is Sanji's captain. His combat power must be even stronger, especially with the other members of the Extreme Pirates. How could they fight against that? It would be more like sending their heads to them. Leijio led Zhang Yufan and the others to the meeting room. After a while, Zoro and the others were also brought in. Zoro had a serious expression, furrowing his brows. Kid, what do you want from us? And that seat isn't for you to sit in. Zhang Yufan smiled and sat down on the chair. Begus, go make him see reality. Begus grinned wickedly, stood up from his chair, and quickly approached Zoro, extending a hand to grab his face, controlling the force, and forcefully pressed him back. Boom! The back of Zoro's head hit the ground, kicking up some debris. Begus smiled and patted Zoro's face. Speak politely to our captain. This is just a warning. Next time, I'll twist your head off. And you're all defeated soldiers now. After saying that, he brushed off the dust on his clothes, stood up, and returned to his original seat. Sanji looked disgusted and didn't care at all about how Zoro was treated. Zoro also got up from the ground. Zhang Yufan smiled, staring at Zoro while sitting in the chair. Since Sanji is your creation, I'll give you two options. Oh, what are the two options? The first option is for all the citizens of the Germa Kingdom to submit to me. The second option is for me to completely destroy the Germa Kingdom. You have 5 minutes to consider. Aren't you very fond of solving problems with force? Now I'm treating you the same way. How does it feel? Zoro and the others fell silent. They couldn't even defeat Sanji, who was lagging behind. Plus, Bagus, who just made a move, seemed very strong as well. They probably couldn't defeat him either. Even if the entire country joined forces, they would likely still lose. There was no way to fight back. It was more like sending themselves to their deaths. Escaping was also impossible. Sanji and the others were faster than them. Plus, Zhang Yufan's fleet was right behind the Germa Kingdom. As for those two options, there really was no choice. If they didn't want to die, they could only choose to submit. Perhaps this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Zoro and the others sighed, though they looked displeased. However, they had no other way and ultimately chose to submit. Good, go get Sanji's exclusive equipment, Zhang Yufan smiled. Zoro nodded and walked out of the room. Not long after, he came back holding a black cylindrical canister. Sanji was a bit excited. This was the equipment with invisibility functionality. After learning how to use it, he tried it out. Soon, Sanji, dressed in all black, appeared in front of everyone. Then he used the invisibility function again and really vanished before everyone's eyes. However, this could not escape the perception of observation hockey. Sanji activated the invisibility mode and returned to his ship, wanting to surprise his crewmates. But as soon as he boarded the ship, he was met by Zoro and the other swordsmen, who had their swords drawn at his neck. It was awkward. He didn't manage to scare anyone and almost got cut. Sanji looked helpless and deactivated the invisibility state. Standing in place, it's me put down the swords. Chopper looked surprised, his eyes sparkling, and ran over. Wow. Sanji, is this your equipment? It looks so cool. It can turn invisible. Everyone else also looked amazed and gathered around to observe the equipment. It looked quite ordinary, but after hearing Sanji's introduction, they felt it was pretty good. Then Sanji led everyone aboard the Germa Kingdom's ship. They got to know the people on board. Just as the Germa Kingdom received the invitation to the tea party of the Yonko Charlotte Linlin. After enjoying a meal prepared by Sanji and the others, everyone continued their journey. Zhang Yufan first introduced the members to the Yonko Charlotte Linlin and her kingdom. Totland is a sea area in the New World, where the Yonko Charlotte Linlin established the Totland Kingdom. It is a powerful nation, and Charlotte Linlin is the queen of this kingdom. As queen, Charlotte Linlin holds the highest power in Totland. The Totland Kingdom consists of 35 islands, with one main island at the center managed personally by Charlotte Linlin. The surrounding 34 subsidiary islands are managed by a member of the Charlotte family who serves as a minister. The goal of the Totland Kingdom is to become a home where almost all races and tribal members can coexist harmoniously. Charlotte Linlin longs for a utopia where all races and species can live in harmony. Although the races on the islands are diverse, there are no giants living there. This is because every giant in the world has suffered severe damage to their villages due to Charlotte Linlin's hunger sickness and harbors hatred towards her. Furthermore, after Charlotte Linlin's attempts to reconcile with them failed, it further deepened the giants' hostility towards her. This led Charlotte Linlin to abandon the idea of bringing giants to Totland and instead decided to use scientists like Caesar to create her own giants. According to the laws of the Totland Kingdom, all citizens must pay 1 month of their life every 6 months as a fee for Charlotte Linlin's protection. Otherwise, they must leave. However, Charlotte Linlin would never allow anyone to leave Totland. Anyone attempting to leave would be sentenced to death. Pakamis looked surprised and walked over. Zhang Yufan, I didn't expect you to know so much about the Totland Kingdom. I know a lot more. You'll find out later. Zhang Yufan smiled. It seems there's an island ahead. Everyone turned their heads to look forward. The island was called Fren Island, and there was a huge base on it, which was the Navy's stronghold. Should we bypass it? Pakamis asked seriously. Everyone's eyes lit up. Wasn't this a treasure trove? They could get a lot of supplies and were already at their doorstep. It would be inappropriate not to check it out. Hey. Zhang Yufan smiled and stood firm. How can we bypass it? Those are important supplies. Crewmates, prepare to land on the island. Akiji, There should be some of your former subordinates on the island. Akiji looked puzzled and walked over. I have many subordinates. Which one is up there? Just wait and you'll find out. Zhang Yufan looked towards the island ahead. Then several ships began to quickly approach Foreign Island. Suddenly, a loud alarm sounded from the naval fortress. Then shells began to fly towards our ship. However, they were all intercepted, allowing the animals to stay and watch the ship. So, together with the other companions, we directly walked through the air, knocking out the Marine soldiers above. As for the very tall walls of the base, they were just decorations to us. A single punch could break through. Everyone climbed over the high wall and entered the base, splitting up to collect supplies. A large group of Marine soldiers surged around us, aiming their guns. An old man with gray hair, shouldering a huge rocket launcher, wearing a coat labeled Justice of the Navy, walked out from the base, pointing the barrel at us. Zhang Yufan used the system to check his information. Name, Combat Power Growth Potential Level, a current combat power level. Age, 70 height. 2. 36 meters gender. Male weapon. Rocket launcher devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description. He is the director of the Naval Frontline Station at Foreign Island and a Vice Admiral of the Navy. Contemporaneous with Karp and Sengoku, an old friend of Karp, responsible for monitoring one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin. He implements a balanced justice. Unable to hide his true thoughts. Prodi looked puzzled, shouldering the rocket launcher, and stared at Zhang Yufan. Godslayer Zhang Yufan, how did you end up in this place? And this is not a place for you to run wild. Don't be so nervous. I just happened to pass by and came to pack some supplies to take away. This is the frontline base against one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin. If you pirates run amok here and headquarters finds out, I will definitely face demotion or retirement. If that happens, my leisurely retirement plan will be ruined. Everyone looked speechless at this naval leader, who seemed like a fool and really couldn't hide his thoughts. Boldly stating them out loud. He wasn't afraid of being reported to headquarters. Reporting would probably be meaningless. These were all small matters. Prodi smiled, shouldering the rocket launcher. My cannonball, covered with armed color hockey, has considerable power. All of you should fall. After saying that, he pulled the trigger of the rocket launcher, and a shell quickly flew over. Zhang Yufan and the others covered themselves with armed color hockey, crossing their hands to block in front. They showed no intention of dodging, directly taking head-on. Boom! As soon as the shell hit Zhang Yufan's body, it exploded. When the smoke and flames dissipated, Zhang Yufan and the others were still standing there unharmed. Zhang Yufan smiled, lowering his hands. The power isn't that great. It feels more like a tickle. Prodi and the others looked surprised, their mouths agape. They didn't expect Zhang Yufan and the others to have cultivated armed color hockey to such a level. This was troublesome. They probably couldn't defeat them even if they worked together. Zhang Yufan and the others rushed forward and quickly knocked out all the Marines. Continuing towards the house in front, suddenly 2 people walked out from inside. One had dark skin, a strong build, wearing a yellow shirt, dark gray pants, and black shoes, draped in a coat labeled Justice of the Navy. The other had silver gray hair, a tall and thin build, also draped in a coat labeled Justice of the Navy, and carried 2 crossed blades on his back. Zhang Yufan checked their information using the system. Name, Combat Power Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Power Level. Age, 22 height. 3. 25 meters gender. Male weapon. None devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description. A member of the Longhand tribe, formerly a subordinate of Admiral Akiji. Trained under Akiji along with Gulant and Zifa. Now a lieutenant in the Navy. He claims to be a genius of the 6 powers, with extraordinary talent, meticulous thoughts, and great strength. He created a special technique called breath absorption technique, which allows him to change his form by absorbing a large amount of oxygen. Name, Zifa Combat Power Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Power Level. Age, 20 height. 2. 89 meters gender. Male weapon. 2 long knives devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description. Formerly a subordinate of Admiral Akiji. Trained under Akiji along with Gulant and Burnham. He is highly skilled in swordsmanship, has a shy personality, but is fond of women, very greedy, with a slight masochistic tendency, and likes to flatter beautiful women. He is a hopeless romantic. Upon seeing a beautiful woman, he completely loses his stance and only wants to marry her immediately. If his proposal fails, he will be depressed all day long, completely forgetting his mission. Zifa excitedly walked over, his eyes turning into hearts. Wow, there are so many beautiful ladies. Will you marry me? Nami looked disgusted and kicked him away. Who would want that? Dream on. And with that, Zifa was kicked aside. Zhang Yufan told Nami and the others that this guy was a subordinate of Akiji and needed to be captured. Then he was besieged by Nami and the others. And Zifa still looked pleased despite being beaten. Burnham smiled and walked over. Godslayer Zhang Yufan, let me have a fight with you. Breath absorption technique. First segment, supplement method. After saying that, he used breathing to rapidly expand his muscles and enhance his strength. However, his speed would slow down as he swung a punch at Zhang Yufan. It was easily caught, and Burnham continued to swing his fists in attack. Zhang Yufan smiled, lowering his hands. Not bad power, but unfortunately your speed is too slow. Do you have other techniques? Burnham looked serious, standing in place. Then how about this move? Breath absorption technique, second segment, release method. After saying that, he used breathing to rapidly shrink his muscles and reduce his strength while enhancing his speed, charging towards Zhang Yufan. He threw a punch, which was once again caught. Zhang Yufan pushed off the ground and disappeared from his spot. Burnham, I'm behind you. This technique is interesting. This time, your speed is faster, but unfortunately, you can't combine speed and strength. Burnham increased his speed, but Zhang Yufan kept following closely beside him. No matter how he tried to shake him off, he couldn't. With a punch, he knocked Zhang Yufan to the ground. He was very shocked, not expecting Zhang Yufan's speed to be even faster than his, with considerable strength as well. How do you know my name? This is a pirate with super strong combat power that even the Admiral can't catch. From the previous battle, it was clear that they couldn't win. Zhang Yufan smiled, stepping on the air. You can't escape or defeat me. Come with me to meet Akiji. Burnham looked astonished as he got up from the ground. What a powerful force. Admiral Akiji is here too. Where is he? I'll handle things here first. Just follow me and you'll see him soon. Zhang Yufan smiled. Burnham could only obediently follow, while Zephyr had also been brought over, bruised and battered. Nami and Hancock each held one of Zhang Yufan's arms. Zephyr, furious and with his hands tied, was envious. Damn Zhang Yufan. I wish I could go on an adventure at sea with so many lovely ladies. It's useless to be envious. You can't have it. You could try dreaming. Everything is possible in dreams, Zhang Yufan said with a mischievous smile. Zephyr, exasperated, wanted to rush at Zhang Yufan and bite him, but was held back by Robin behind him, a man with a red rooster hairstyle, a metal brace on his left arm, and wearing a navy coat with the words "Justice" written on it, walked out of the house. Zhang Yufan checked his information with the system. Name, Grant Combat Power Growth Potential Level. Assess current combat power level. Age, 17 height. 1. 94 meters gender. Male weapon, 2 daggers devil fruit. Beast fruit, 1 armed form bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. Navy colonel, who, as a child, accidentally ate a devil fruit and turned his left arm into a monster. He could not control his power and destroyed an entire island city. He was discovered by Akiji, who froze his left arm. He later joined the Navy and received a metal brace to limit the power of his left arm and allow him to control it. He was once a subordinate of Admiral Akiji and trained alongside Burnham and Zephyr under him. He is very confident in his combat power, admires Akiji greatly, is talented, somewhat reckless, a bit arrogant, and has grand ideals. Grant showed a confident smile as he walked up to Zhang Yufan. Godslayer Zhang Yufan, my name is Grant. Remember this name, and hurry up and release Burnham and Zephyr. Oh, why should I remember? I want to let them go, Zhang Yufan replied. Because up until now, I've never lost to anyone, so your journey ends here. I will defeat you. Such a big talk. I just wonder if your power is strong enough, Zhang Yufan said. As soon as he finished speaking, Grant rushed over quickly. He threw a powerful punch, which was easily blocked. After a series of punches that were all blocked, he was instead sent flying by a single punch. Too weak. Your strength isn't even as strong as Burnham S. It's not even enough to tickle. Zhang Yufan smiled. Grant got up, clenched his left hand, and released his power. I will personally defeat both pirates, and the four emperors. He swung his left hand, and the speed was much faster than before. Zhang Yufan dodged to the side, and with another punch, sent Grant flying again. Grant lay on the ground, staring at the sky in disbelief. I was defeated so easily. Is there such a huge gap in power? After a moment of recovery, he thought, am I really going to give up like this? No, I haven't lost yet. I still have hidden powers that I haven't used. Burnham and Zephyr looked worried and rushed over to check on him. Fortunately, he was fine. He was just dazed. Grant got up from the ground, tightly gripping his left hand, and looked at Zhang Yufan with more determination. Zhang Yufan, let us duel again. Thank you for helping me realize my own weakness. Now I will defeat you with this left arm. Finally going to show your true abilities? Then let me see. A large amount of hot air erupted from the metal brace on Grant's left arm. With a loud roar, the metal brace was crushed. A muscular arm with bright red fur and sharp claws was revealed, steaming and panting heavily. Nami and the others looked astonished. So this guy's a devil fruit user. Was the metal brace meant to limit his power? Burnham and Zephyr smiled. Grant was finally going to unleash his trump card. But can he really defeat Zhang Yufan? That remains to be seen. Grant once again displayed that confident smile. He clenched his left hand and swung a punch at Zhang Yufan. Zhang Yufan also swung a punch with force, colliding with Grant's fist. The shockwave generated spread outward continuously. Ordinary stones couldn't withstand the impact and shattered, and some buildings were also damaged. The surrounding Navy soldiers were blown away by the immense shockwave. No, Prati exclaimed in panic, being thrown away by the shockwave. My peaceful life in old age has been ruined by you. This strike had decent power, but unfortunately, it still wasn't enough. Zhang Yufan smiled. After saying this, he directly increased the power of his punch. Grant's beastly left hand was sent back. Grant moved quickly, throwing out successive left-handed punches. Each punch was deflected by Zhang Yufan's immense strength. Grant stood there in shock, thinking, how can this be? Your power is so strong. Your reflexes are so fast. How did you train? Your strength has indeed increased significantly compared to before, but compared to those monsters of the four emperors, you are still far off. It's time to end this. Zhang Yufan smiled. After saying this, he exerted force with his feet, and his figure disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Grant, delivering a powerful punch to his stomach. Grant's body was sent flying, crashing into the wall behind him. After a moment, Grant struggled and fell from the wall to the ground, one hand clutching his stomach and coughing continuously. Zhang Yufan smiled and walked over. I've been merciful. Otherwise, you would have already gone to meet God. Burnham and Zephyr stared in shock. We all knew how powerful Grant's left arm was. Who would have thought Zhang Yufan's strength was even greater? What kind of monster is this guy? Grant lay on the ground, feeling defeated, staring at Zhang Yufan. Zhang Yufan, aren't you a pirate? Why don't you kill me? Grant, you three are all talented people. I can't kill you. Besides, I'm not a bloodthirsty maniac. You need to understand one thing. Not all pirates are bad, and not all Navy are good. My companions are back. You three will follow us from now on. Let us go back to the ship and meet Akiji. Grant and the others hung their heads, sighed, and followed behind Zhang Yufan. As for resisting, there was no way they could fight back against such overwhelming power. Is this the fate of being too weak? Directly tied up and taken onto a pirate ship. It seems unlikely they would get down now. Our Navy careers have come to an end. However, they were still very excited to see Admiral Akiji again. Not long after, everyone returned to the ship with a lot of supplies in hand. However, not everything was taken away. Otherwise, the Navy here would probably die because of it. Gallet made his first bold visit to the naval base, appearing unusually excited as he bounced back with a lot of supplies. The system had already distributed all the rewards from this battle. The three of them, Guren, were handed over to Akiji from management to catch up. Chopper was also asked to go over and study Guren's arm to see how to better control it and exert more powerful strength. The crew on the ship were all curious, surrounding Guren to observe. The ability of this devil fruit was indeed peculiar. Only one left hand could turn into a beast hand. According to the captain, the attack power was quite significant, which was interesting. After tidying up everything, they prepared to set off again. After sailing for a few more days, the sea was anything but calm. The weather was filled with strong winds, storms, lightning, and thunder. Without any respite, One day, Zhang Yufan and his cruise ship had already entered the territory of the Topland Kingdom. Snow began to fall from the sky. But this snow was made of cotton candy and was very sweet. Chopper was exceptionally happy. These cotton candies were his favorite treat. Not far ahead, they discovered a candy pie-shaped warship. Pakmas frowned and pointed at the warship, saying, Zhang Yufan, that ship is the kingdom's reconnaissance vessel. Any unauthorized ship passing by will be shot down. Zhang Yufan smiled and waved his hand. Jim, take a few partners and go over to knock everyone inside unconscious. I'll go over later to take over the warship. Jim nodded and quickly moved toward the warship with his partners. Before long, they returned with a report, and Zhang Yufan went to check it out. They were all ordinary guards, and they dealt with them all, securing the warship. There was no significant commotion, and then they arrived in the Totland Kingdom. Pakmas also introduced them to Chocolate Town on Cocoa Island. The entire town was made of chocolate, and the chocolate in the town could be freely eaten. However, the chocolate tiles used for roofing were illegal to consume, because once eaten, they could not protect against rain and snow anymore. Gallet looked surprised, turning his head around. Wow, there's so many different races here, and so much chocolate. I want to have a feast. Zhang Yufan smiled and got off the ship, leaving a few animals to watch the ship while all the other partners went ashore, preparing to demolish houses to eat chocolate. Thus, they marched grandly into Chocolate Town. The surrounding residents quickly moved aside, and then they began to tear down houses. The giants were devouring the chocolate structures one bite at a time. As for the things that were prohibited from being eaten, how could we possibly comply? The noise was quite loud, and the town's patrol came over. A patrol captain, looking astonished, ran over. What is going on with you guys? You actually ate all the cotton candy, almonds, jelly beans, and chocolate-filled biscuits. So many things. Usopp remained calm, biting into a piece of chocolate. Who told these things to be so delicious? I accidentally got addicted. The patrol captain looked furious, taking out a notebook and pen. You have committed the crime of consuming property for this. Come with me to accept punishment. Bartolomeo smiled and threw a powerful punch. That's not possible. We haven't eaten enough, so you can only take a rest for a while. After saying that, he knocked out the several patrol members. The surrounding guards also gathered over and were dealt with by Zhang Yufan and the others in just a few moves. In the distance, there was a petite girl with light brown wavy hair tied into twin ponytails and side-swept bangs, holding a bamboo basket. Another tall and slender woman with an extremely pale body, light blue hair, smoking a cigarette, and wearing a huge hat, approached with a group of people. Zhang Yufan checked their information with the system. Name: Charlotte BR E combat power growth potential level. B current combat power level. C age 13 height 166 M gender female weapon. Walk pistol devil fruit. Memory fruit bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. Mixed blood 3-eyed tribe. The 35th daughter of the Charlotte family. Member of the Big MOM Pirates. Chocolate minister candidate and owner of the CAF Caramel. She has been treated unfairly because of her third eye, believes she is a monster, excels at disguising herself with a kind appearance, has exceptional acting skills, is not inherently evil, and is very self-conscious, able to see through the essence of things. Name: Charlotte Amanda Combat Power Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Power Level. S age 44 height 257 M gender female weapon. White fish sword devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. Snakehead tribe, the third daughter of Charlotte Linlin, nicknamed Lady Ghost. With powerful combat strength, is the Nut Minister in charge of Nuts Island, a ruthless female swordsman, and is a blood sister to Charlotte Mond, Charlotte Yushu, and Charlotte Effrey. Charlotte Amanda looked puzzled, lowering her head and staring down. Huh? You are the captain of the Extreme Pirates, Zhang Yufan. How did you suddenly appear here? Zhang Yufan smiled, raising his head. Of course, I'm here to cause trouble. Weibel, bring her over and control your strength. Don't kill her. Weibel looked happy, tossing a piece of chocolate in his mouth. Okay, big brother, this chocolate is so delicious. Can I eat more after beating her? Zhang Yufan nodded, and Weibel was now full of energy, eager to eat chocolate. He then unleashed a powerful slash toward Amanda at high speed. The townspeople quickly ran aside, nearly getting cut in half. Amanda's pupils constricted as she swiftly dodged to the side. Due to Weibel's slash being too powerful, Chocolate Town was split open. Weibel looked apologetic, scratching his head. Oh no. Big brother, I used too much strength and split the chocolate. Weibel, don't use slashes, otherwise the island will sink, and the chocolate will be gone. Just do a normal chop. Zhang Yufan facepalmed. Ever since capturing Weibel, Zhang Yufan had been observing him. After confirming there were no issues, he equipped Weibel with the equipment card from his storage space. Now Weibel was extremely strong, and his combat power was on a completely different level. The island's residents were shocked, wondering where this big fool came from. His swordsmanship was so powerful that just one slash was enough to split the town open, almost scaring them to death. Weibel frowned. I can't not eat chocolate. That's not possible. I haven't eaten enough of such delicious chocolate, so I have to be careful. He then gripped his sword and charged at Amanda, swinging his blade down. Amanda drew her sword from her waist and swung it hard to block. Weibel increased the speed and strength of his strikes. Armand desperately defended himself, his body continually retreating. His mind was tense. A moment of carelessness could lead to being cut. The more he fought, the more alarmed he became. This speed and strength were too overwhelming. He jumped back a large step and thought quickly. Weibel didn't seem very bright. Perhaps he could trick him into helping. Any delay would be beneficial, especially if the other brothers and sisters didn't arrive soon. If they didn't come, he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. So he began to act according to this plan. Armand maintained a cold expression, gripping his knife. Weibel, do you want to eat chocolate every day? Weibel's face lit up with joy, drooling as he paused, thinking, wow, this sounds delicious. Are you giving it to me? Armand sneered, taking a drag from his cigarette. I can give it to you, but you need to help me catch Zhang Yufan behind you. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Weibel's expression changed. Ever since his mother died, it was his older brother who brought him back, giving him many good things and companions to play with. He was very happy on the ship, even more than when he was with his mother. Before, he was always fighting or on his way to fight. He never knew that not fighting could be so enjoyable. You can call me stupid because I know I'm foolish, but you can't hurt my brother otherwise. I will fight you to the death. He's the only family I have left, and you want to take him away from me. Weibel glared, gripping his knife tightly. What did you say? You wanted to catch my brother? You wicked woman, I'll chop you to pieces. Usopp and the others almost laughed. Last time on island, there was a pirate who also thought Weibel wasn't very bright and tried to use him to kill the captain. Unfortunately, Weibel's loyalty to the captain was too strong. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was fiercely loyal. Weibel was furious and tore that pirate apart, eventually feeding him to the fish. Now, this situation was repeating itself. The woman in front of him was nearing death. Armand sensed something was wrong. The overwhelming killing intent made the hair on his body stand on end. Weibel was completely enraged. He charged forward at incredible speed, wildly swinging his knife. The immense power made Armand's arm go numb. Before long, his knife was knocked out of his hand, caught by Zoro as he ran by, who then returned it. Just as Weibel was about to swing his knife to cut Armand in half, Zhang Yufan smiled and jumped onto Weibel's shoulder. Stop, Weibel. You could go back to eating chocolate. Charlotte Armand, don't move. Weibel held the knife against Armand's neck. Armand was covered in cold sweat. This big fool was terrifying. Zhang Yufan walked on air, slowly descending to the ground. He took the white fish knife from Armand and put it in its scabbard. It was a famous sword. He then walked slowly to Charlotte Bryn. Bryn looked scared, acting very weak, continually retreating as she looked at Zhang Yufan. Zhang Yufan, what do you want to do to me, this weak girl? Charlotte Bryn, stop pretending. You, with two faces, are not weak at all. Come with me obediently, and don't use your memory fruit ability, or I'll lift the bangs on your forehead. Bryn continued to pretend to be weak, obediently following Zhang Yufan. It was impossible to escape now, and she couldn't fight back at all. She could only wait for others to rescue her, and then seek revenge on Zhang Yufan. In her heart, she cursed Zhang Yufan's ancestors 18 generations for daring to threaten her. Once she found the opportunity, she would definitely extract his memories to play with. Meanwhile, the soldiers around had already been dealt with by Sanji and the others. After a while, everyone had eaten enough. They packed some to take with them, and just as they were about to leave the island, suddenly a tall, thin woman with a square head and long wavy blue hair, wearing an open, deep purple jacket and a band that crossed her chest, appeared. She wore a deep purple top hat with an ammunition belt around her waist, holding a gun. Another woman with long wavy teal hair, dressed in a yellow button dress with a wide-brimmed black hat adorned with pink flowers, and wearing striking lipstick while holding a long sword, rushed towards Zhang Yufan and the others with a group of soldiers. Zhang Yufan checked their information using the system. Name: Charlotte Efrey. Combat growth potential level, a current combat level. B age, 44. Height, 2.5 meters. Gender, female. Weapon, 2 pistols. Devil fruit, none. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Description: fifth daughter of the Snakehead tribe, part of the Charlotte family. Sibling to Charlotte Mond, Charlotte Armand, and Charlotte Yeshu. She is also a high-ranking member of the Big Mom Pirates, possessing exceptional marksmanship. Name: Charlotte Mond. Combat growth potential level, a current combat level. B age, 44. Height, 2.47 meters. Gender, female. Weapon, long sword. Devil fruit, none. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Description: second daughter of the Charlotte family, sixth child of Big Mom, possessing great power, capable of splitting buildings in half, with high swordsmanship skills. She is a sibling to Charlotte Armand, Charlotte Yeshu, and Charlotte Efrey. Efrey, with a furious expression, held her gun and shouted, "Zhang Yufan, you are surrounded. Quickly release Armand and Bryn." Mon sneered, gripping her long sword. "You have some nerve to cause trouble on Mom's territory. Do you not want to live anymore?" Zhang Yufan smiled, turned his head, and thought to himself that you don't have the ability to make me die. Sending heads is more like it. Partners, let's all go together and quickly take care of them. After saying that, everyone rushed up and dealt with those chess pieces. As for Efely and Mond, they were directly treated as trophies and tied up to be taken away. After cleaning up the battlefield, everyone headed to the port to take a boat to the next island. On the other side, in the Totland Kingdom, on the central Cake Island, many people were playing music, singing, and dancing. Everywhere there were talking and moving flowers, plants, and trees, as well as tables, chairs, and tea sets. Everyone was happily preparing for the upcoming tea party. Big laughed heartily, sitting in a chair. "Mama, how many days are left until my tea party starts?" A nearby flower, looking very happy, swayed its body and replied, "Mom, there are still 2 days left." Big Mom smiled and turned her head, asking, "Are all the ingredients for the food ready?" A group of chefs cheered, raising their knives. "We're all set. Leave the cooking and seasoning to us. Mom, please rest assured." Big Mom smiled and went through all the tea party matters. Once she confirmed there were no issues, she prepared to return to her palace. At that moment, a chess piece rushed over, saying, "Mom, something big has happened. The extreme pirates are causing trouble in our territory and have captured several of your daughters." Big Mom's expression darkened, and she stopped in her tracks, saying, "What did you say? That little brat, Zhang Yufan, dares to cause trouble at this time? I want to eat chiffon cake." Everyone's expression changed, and they hurried to the island to check if there were any ready chiffon cakes. The result was that the chefs reported there were none. They had just finished. They contacted chefs from other islands, but none were available either. The chefs had no choice but to make one from scratch. However, they were missing 2 key ingredients needed for chiffon cake. The raw materials were still on the way and would take some time to arrive. Due to not having eaten chiffon cake for a long time, Big Mom's hunger pangs flared up, driving her into a frenzy. As she walked forward, she began smashing and wreaking havoc everywhere. A living white cloud, looking anxious. "Hold on, Big Mom, please stop. Don't do this." Big Mom, filled with rage, swung a punch. "Hurry up and hand over the chiffon cake." Just like that, a building was destroyed with one punch. She continued to push forward, and the surroundings became chaotic. Inside the palace, several people were sweating nervously and discussing. "Mom is getting close to the city. Quickly issue a notice for residents to take shelter." "Oh no, Mom's hunger pangs are really troublesome. She just goes off like that. As long as she doesn't eat the food in her mind, she will keep destroying everything, and no one can stop her." "How long until the ingredients for the chiffon cake arrive?" "About 15 more minutes. That's still a long time. We can only find a way to delay Mom." Before long, Big Mom had already reached the city and started rampaging again. The residents of the city had just received the notice and began to flee desperately, but still, Some were extracted of their life force and turned to dust. The casualties were extremely heavy and continued to worsen. In her rampaging state, Big Mom was truly terrifying. Even if the people on the island worked together, they were no match for her. At that moment, a tall man with antlers on his head, wearing a fluffy light blue hooded coat, named Charlotte Bassins, was singled out by Big Mom and knocked to the ground with a powerful punch. Big Mom's eyes were spinning, drooling as she said, "Life or cake? Choose one." Bassins, terrified and trembling, replied, "But the cake isn't ready yet." Big Mom, expressionless and with her eyes still spinning, said, "I want to eat cake. Get out of my way." The onlookers urged Bassins to stay calm because once fear set in, his life force would be taken away. But Bassins was already close to being scared to death, his soul beginning to rise. In fear, Bassins turned to flee. Help! This is so scary. Mom, don't kill me." Big Mom, cold and indifferent, quickly reached out her right hand and grabbed his soul, pulling it out. Bassins' face was filled with terror, mouth agape, tears streaming down, rolling his eyes. He slowly stopped moving, leaning forward and unable to get back up. The onlookers were in disbelief, trembling all over. "How could this happen? That was your son, Mom. Just like that, he was killed." Moreover, using the soul extraction technique, as Mom's son, he knew very well the horror of it. This technique had taken countless lives. To think it would be used on her own sons at this moment. Are we the same as those whose lives were taken in your eyes? It felt as if something was stuck in their hearts, making them feel uneasy. After going berserk, Mom truly recognized no kin. Even her own son was not spared. The crowd grew more fearful and frantic, continuing to flee desperately. If they let Mom continue to destroy, the entire island would become a wasteland. "Is there anyone who can help us? It's too terrifying here." At that moment, one of Big Mom's sons came running over with a chiffon cake. He quickly cut a large piece and stuffed it into Big Mom's mouth. After chewing a few times, she swallowed it down. Big Mom's face lit up with happiness as she sat down on the ground, continuing to eat. "So delicious. This is the flavor." The crowd cheered. Mom's hunger pangs were finally temporarily cured. Meanwhile, Zhang, Yufan, and the others were completely unaware of what was happening on Cake Island. After landing in their town on Jam Island, not long after, a man with brown skin, hair styled into standing curls, smoking a cigarette, dressed in a dark blue suit with purple wing decorations on his back, came running over with a group of subordinates. Zhang Yufan checked his information with the system. Name: Charlotte Dackworth. Combat growth potential level: B. Current combat level: B. Age 29. Height 2. 53 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: handgun. Devil fruit. None. Bounty: none. Equipment card: none. Description: the 24th son of the Charlotte family. The Jam Minister among the 34 ministers of the Totland Kingdom, stationed in their town on Jam Island. Then these guys were taken down by Zhang Yufan and the others in just a few moves. They tied up another son of Big Mom, took away some jam from the island, and continued on to the next island, not knowing who they would encounter next. Zhang Yufan and his crew had been sailing on the sea for quite a while, arriving at a place where the buildings were mostly made of cheese. As they docked the ship and stepped onto the island, they were surrounded by a large group of people. Among them was a tall, strong man wearing a dark blue outfit with yellow shoulder pads, a hat on his head, and a giant sword in his hand. Another man, short in stature, wore a white suit and a blue cape, adorned with earrings, holding a katana and riding a talking sheep. There is also a man with a slender upper body and a robust lower body, with golden hair resembling straw that spread outwards, a round chin, a long pointed nose, and a white face. He wore a deep-colored jumpsuit with an open chest and carried a long spear on his back. There were skeletal patterns on his limbs and ribs, and he wore a large dark top hat. He flew in from above while standing on a book. Zhang Yufan checked their information using the system. Name: Charlotte Highfate. Combat growth potential level: a current combat level. B. Age 33. Height 8. 6 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: giant sword. Devil fruit. None. Bounty: none. Equipment card: none. Description: the 20th son of the Charlotte family, possessing superb swordsmanship, and is a fraternal brother of Charlotte Taburet. Name: Charlotte Taburet. Combat growth potential level: a current combat level. B. Age 36. Height 1. 43 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: katana. Devil fruit. none bounty, none equipment card, none description. The 21st son of the Charlotte family, the ingredient minister among the 34 ministers, possessing superb swordsmanship, and is a fraternal brother of Charla High Fate. His mount is a talking sheep, and his residence is in the ingredient island decoration town. Name: Charlotte Mondor Combat Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Level. S Age: 35 Height: 2. 6 meters. Gender: Male. Weapon: Flame Gun. Devil Fruit. Book Fruit Bounty: 120 million berries. Equipment card. None description. The 19th son of the Charlotte family. The cheese minister among the 34 ministers, nicknamed the Clerk, very strategic and skilled in combat command. His residence is in the Milk Island Cheese Town. Mondor looked furious, flying above on a book, looking down at Zhang Yufan. Zhang Yufan, you are surrounded. Hurry up and release Armand and the others, or I will turn you all into specimens. The last person who told me they were surrounded is now tied up behind me. You are next. Let's see if you have the ability, he said. Chess soldiers attack. As soon as Mondor finished speaking, those chess soldiers surged forward. As they approached Nami, their faces showed terror and their movements slowed down. Thus, these low-level combatants were knocked out one by Zhang Yufan and his crew, their heads smashed without any challenge. Zhang Yufan smiled and looked up, wondering if anyone wanted to bring down Mondor, who was flying in the sky. Jem, full of confidence, stepped forward. Captain, let me blow those books down. His fruit ability is not simple. Be careful, or you might capsize in the gutter. Zhang Yufan smiled. Jem jumped up, stepping quickly towards Mondor, aiming to kick him down. However, at that moment, Mondor moved a book in front of himself, blocking Jem's kick and pulling him into the world within the book. Although his body remained outside, his consciousness was trapped inside. Jem looked confused, surveying his surroundings. Where's this place? It's so strange. Mondor sneered, emerging from the wall with a gun that spewed fire. This is the world of the book I created. Enjoy it. Jem quickly dodged as many animals suddenly appeared around him, rushing towards him, and he punched them all to pieces. However, after being smashed, they split into even more animals. It was endless, and their numbers kept increasing. Anyway, with the captain and the others here, I'm not worried at all. I have plenty of stamina to wear them down. Although I'm trapped, it's not easy to catch me or hurt me. The weather around them kept changing, becoming extremely harsh. This place was very interesting and suitable for various training exercises. So, he began training in the world of the book. The partners outside were full of question marks. Wondering why Jem was kicking at the air, Zhang Yufan remained calm, wearing a look that said he expected this outcome. At that moment, Taburet and High Fate, the two brothers, rushed over. Zoro calmly tied up his headband and drew the sword from his waist. He charged forward, swinging both swords rapidly, forcing them back without any ability to resist. High Fate was shocked, continuously swinging his sword in defense. Your swordsmanship is impressive enough. I didn't expect your strength to be outrageous as well. You're simply a monster. Zoro remained calm, swinging his swords. That's not quite accurate. Everyone on our ship is as strong as monsters. Taburet and Hayfate's arms were already numb from the shock. The more they fought, the more frightened they became, feeling cold inside. How can we fight when we can't even defeat one swordsman? There's a whole group of enemies behind us. We can only rely on Mondor's fruit ability. In the end, their swords were knocked away by Zoro, and they were defeated. Nami looked puzzled and turned to Zhang Yufan, grabbing his hand. Yufan, is this Mondor's fruit ability? Ever since Jem touched the book, he has been like this. That's right. Jem's consciousness has been trapped in the world of the book created by Mondor, being tormented. He can even imprison living people inside. Unless the fruit ability is undone or the book is burned, they will never come out. This is a perfect mobile prison. It can drive people insane. This fruit ability is very useful and powerful. If the four emperors were caught by this move, they would probably meet a bitter end. Just when I was worried about having too many captured enemies and not being able to manage them properly, now I have a solution. Jem is probably having a blast in there. I'll go release him. With that, he exerted strength in his legs and disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind Mondor. He reached out his hand and delivered a powerful chop, knocking Mondor out. The ability of the book fruit disappeared, and Jem's consciousness was released. Jem's body also stopped all movements. Everyone gathered around to check Jim's body and mind to see if there were any problems. After confirming there were none, they were very curious about what the world inside the book was like. Jim excitedly described the scenes in the book. Zhang Yufan carried Mondor back to the ground. The Taburet and High-Fat brothers were very surprised that Mondor was taken out so quickly. Taburet had a puzzled expression and asked, "With your hands tied, Zhang Yufan, why couldn't those chess pieces fight properly after getting closer to you?" Zhang Yufan smiled and took out a life card from Nami, explaining that it was because of this life card that they felt scared as soon as they approached. High-Fat, sitting on the ground, was astonished. "Isn't this Mom's life card? How could it be in your hands?" Nami smiled and looked up. "This was given to us by Lola. I didn't expect it to be the life card of the Yonko Big Mom. Given? You must have stolen it." Taburet said darkly. "Lola wouldn't have been killed, would she?" Nami shook her head with a smile. "We're good friend with Lola. How could we have killed her?" Taburet and High-Fat looked skeptical. "Who knows if what you're saying is true? We need to tell Mom quickly, but we can't right now since we're tied up. We'll wait for an opportunity." They could only obediently stay put for now. Meanwhile, on Cake Island where Big Mom was located, she had already arranged for people to go capture Zhang Yufan. In a library inside the palace, all the animals trapped in the books were freed as soon as Mondor lost consciousness. Instantly, the surrounding walls were damaged. The animals were extremely happy to finally be liberated and began to run wildly in the palace, creating a very chaotic scene. Big Mom stood up with a dark expression. "What happened? Why are there so many animal roars?" Everyone in the room fell silent, not knowing what was going on. Big Mom was terrifying now, previously raging over Zhang Yufan's matters. A panicked chess piece ran in. "Mom, something's wrong. The rare beasts in the library have all run out of the books. Damn it, my precious animals. It must be Mondor who has had an accident. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. It can't be that brat Zhang Yufan again." Big Mom was furious. She then issued an order for everyone to fully pursue Zhang Yufan and see if that was the case. Big Mom personally led the team to prepare to capture those animals back. A few animals that ran extremely fast were still caught and taken to a place where they were locked up under guard. Now, all the animals were filled with despair. Once Mondor was found, they would be locked back in the books as collectibles. On the other side, Zhang Yufan and the others had cleaned up the battlefield. They wandered around the entire island and dealt with the guards, taking away a lot of cheese, preparing to set sail for the next island. Suddenly, 2 ships appeared on the sea, with several people standing at the bow. One was a woman with pink hair and yellow eyes, wearing lipstick with fair skin, red gloves, a red short skirt, and red high heels, draped in a purple cloak and adorned with brown decorations on her head. Another was a massive and stout man, covered in cream, forming a very large beard with a bow tie. There was also a man in a high-collared cloak, wearing decorative wristbands, who walked down the ship with 4 tall men who looked quite similar. Zhang Yufan checked their information using the system. Name: Charlotte Gillette. Power growth potential level as current power level. Age: 28. Height: 2.3 meters. Gender: female. Weapon: none. Devil fruit. Yellow butter fruit bounty. None. Equipment card. None. Description: the 18th daughter of the Charlotte family, minister of butter in Tato land. Caring for her family, very afraid of Big Mom, loyal to Big Mom, the Big Mom pirates, Tato land, and the Charlotte family, trusts Big Mom's strength, fears enemies stronger than herself, has good work abilities, and is adept at gaining benefits. Name: Charlotte Opera. Power growth potential level as current power level. Age: 43. Height: 4.61 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: crossbow. Devil fruit. Cream fruit bounty. None. Equipment card. None. Description: the 5th son of the Charlotte family, minister of fresh cream. Good at analyzing and caring for family, also very timid, is a sibling of Charlotte Connie, Charlotte Cadence, Charlotte Cavallette, and Charlotte Gala. Name: Charlotte Connie. Power growth potential level, a current power level. Age: 43. Height: 4.53 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: none. Devil fruit. None. Bounty. None. Equipment card. None. Description: the 6th son of the Charlotte family, a strong man skilled in using physical techniques. With a resilient and flexible body, is a sibling of Charlotte Opera, Charlotte Cadence, Charlotte Cavallette, and Charlotte Gala. Name: Charlotte Cavallette. Power growth potential level a current power level, age, 43 height, 4. 56 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description. The eighth son of the Charlotte family, a strong man skilled in using physical techniques. Very agile, is a sibling of Charlotte Opera, Charlotte Connie, Charlotte Cadence, and Charlotte Gala. Name, Charlotte Cadence power growth potential level, a current power level, age, 43 height, 4. 59 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description. The seventh son of the Charlotte family, a strong man skilled in using physical techniques. Very strong, is a sibling of Charlotte Opera, Charlotte Connie, Charlotte Cavallette, and Charlotte Gala. Name, Charlotte Gala power growth potential level, a current power level, age, 43 height, 4. 6 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description. The ninth son of the Charlotte family, strong and agile, moving very quickly, is a sibling of Charlotte Opera, Charlotte Connie, Charlotte Cadence, and Charlotte Cavallette. Opera, filled with anger, stepped off the ship and declared, "Zhang Yufan, you won't get away. Stay here, cream monster." After saying that, he produced a large amount of fresh cream, forming a giant monster that pounced towards Zhang Yufan and the others, intending to bind them. The cream would burn them if it stayed on their bodies for too long. Jarrett secretly used the yellow fruit behind Opera to bind and control the bodies of Zhang Yufan and the others. The four strong men, Gala and his companions, covered their hands with armed color hockey and swung powerful punches towards Zhang Yufan and the others. Bartolomeo created a barrier to block the cream monster's attack. Inaru continuously used his electric discharge ability, stunning them all. After cleaning up the battlefield, they continued sailing to the next island. After sailing for quite a while, they arrived at Biscuit Island. The buildings here were basically all made of biscuits. The group stopped the ship, leaving some animals to watch over it. The guards on the island noticed the situation and surrounded them. However, it was of no use. They were quickly dealt with. The group split up to start clearing the enemies on the island. After walking for a while, Zhang Yufan and the others saw a tall man with a long beard, grinning with a scar over his right eye, wearing clothes made of biscuits, a red cloak, holding a biscuit shield in his left hand and a long sword in his right, slowly walking out of a biscuit house. Zhang Yufan checked his information with the system. Name, Charlotte Cracker combat potential level, SS current combat level, SS age, 42 height, 307 meters gender, male weapon, pretzel, long sword, devil fruit, biscuit fruit bounty, 860,000. 000 berries equipment card. None description. The 10th son of the Charlotte family, twin brother of Charlotte Katakuri and Charlotte Angelo. One of the sweet commanders of the big MOM pirates, minister of biscuit in Totoland. Usually hidden among the biscuit warriors he creates, he calls himself the Biscuit Knight. Is very loyal to his mother and family, despises traitors, has great confidence in his power, prefers to deal with enemies alone, and dislikes interference from others. However, he is overconfident and particularly hates pain. He is unwilling even for injections. Cracker looked down at Zhang Yufan with a cold expression, holding the pretzel, longsword. Slayer Zhang Yufan, I was just about to look for you, but I didn't expect you to walk right into my trap. Perfect. Let's fight directly and save some time. Zoro, it's up to you. Don't think you can defeat me. With me here, you won't ruin the tea party that Mama carefully prepared. With such confidence in your combat power, let me show you what despair feels like. After Zhang Yufan finished speaking, he gave Zoro a look. Zoro understood, calmly tying his bandana and drawing his 3 swords. Cracker's momentum continued to rise, emanating a powerful intimidation towards Zoro, creating strong wind pressure. This wasn't Conqueror's hockey, but it was very close. Zoro refused to back down and countered with Conqueror's hockey. Your momentum is good. Too bad it's a bit weak. It has no effect on us. The surrounding buildings were destroyed by the powerful pressure. Cracker swung his long sword at Zoro. Zoro extended his left hand to block with his sword. Cracker used his fruit ability, knocking on himself a few times. And then arms and legs began to grow from his body. Everyone looked on curiously. What kind of fruit ability does this guy have? Look, Chopper. That guy can grow arms and legs. How strange. Galette exclaimed in surprise. Chopper was excited, his eyes shining. Yes. Yes. I wonder if he can grow even more limbs? Zoro stood still, curiously holding his 3 swords, watching Cracker. So this is your fruit ability? It looks quite fun. I am Cracker, the Biscuit Knight. One of the sweet commanders. I can grow more arms and legs, so I'm also known as Thousand-Arm Cracker. After Cracker finished speaking, he quickly waved the 6 long swords in his hands, continuously stabbing at Zoro. However, each attack was deflected by Zoro's sword. Zoro unleashed the 3-sword style, 108 Troublesome Phoenix, sending a huge sword wave towards Cracker. Cracker raised his biscuit shield and long sword in front of his body to block it. Zoro then executed the 3-sword style, Purgatory Demon Slash, directly destroying the biscuit armor on Cracker's body. Everyone was shocked. It turned out that Cracker's previous appearance was not his original form, but a facade made of biscuits. His true self had been hidden inside the biscuits. Once the biscuit exterior fell off, a strong figure emerged, with purple hair shaped like long bread on top, with sparks at the tips of the 2 clusters of hair at the back of his head, and a scar over his right eye. He wore brown gloves, with only a shoulder guard on his upper body, draped in a pink cloak with white spots, wearing loose trousers and brown boots, and carrying a long sword on his shoulder. Cracker stood before Zoro with a cold smile. You actually managed to break my biscuit armor. That's not much. Show me what else you've got. If this is all your combat power, then it's too boring. Don't get too proud. I am a biscuit man who has eaten the biscuit fruit, capable of infinitely creating and controlling these biscuit warriors. Let me see your capabilities. Cracker clapped his hands and began to create biscuits, then synthesized biscuit warriors. In no time, he had created a dozen biscuit warriors. But defeating one of the biscuit warriors I created, what is there to be proud of? See, aren't you surprised? This is the biscuit I have longed for. Thus, I essentially possess infinite combat power. Look how you will fight me. You are all stunned. You are privileged to see my true form. So go down to hell peacefully. He waved his hand, sending the biscuit warriors to attack. Zoro remained calm, gripping his sword, unleashing several terrifying slashes that easily cut the biscuit warriors apart like tofu. He even tossed some biscuits to Weibel and the others to taste. Cracker was shocked, shouldering his long sword, staring at Zoro. You are actually a great swordsman. Even if you defeat all the biscuit warriors, I can still create more. Cracker, do you really have the stamina to keep infinitely producing biscuit warriors? And can your creation speed match my sword strikes? The first step to feeling despair begins now. After saying this, Zoro quickly charged at Cracker, continuously unleashing powerful slashes. However, Cracker's creation speed simply couldn't keep up with the destruction speed of the strikes. He could only use armed color hockey to cover his long sword, constantly defending and dodging, and any slight mistake would result in him getting cut. After quite a while, Zoro still tirelessly unleashed slashes. Cracker was tense, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. What kind of monster is this guy? Doesn't he ever get tired? Zoro stopped his slashing and charged in front of Cracker. He swung his sword wildly, and Cracker couldn't withstand the immense force. His body kept retreating, not even having the chance to counterattack. Even if he did, with his current strength, it would be futile. Is this the feeling of despair where heaven doesn't respond to your cries and the earth doesn't heed your calls? Before long, Zoro had slashed Cracker 3 times, but they weren't fatal. Then he knocked Cracker out, ending the battle. After cleaning up the battlefield, it was already evening. Everyone had dealt with all the enemies on the island. They rested on the island for the night and set sail again early the next morning. After sailing for quite a while, they arrived at their destination, Cake Island, where Big MOM was located. It was made up of large cakes and cream, resembling a multi-layered millefeuille. Zhang Yufan instructed Brook to take the giants to other islands to sweep away the enemies, leaving most of the animals on the ship to guard Big Mom's few children. The remaining companions all disembarked and eliminated the surrounding guards. As they walked forward while eating desserts, they came to a forest. This was an incredible forest called the Forest of Temptation. Everything inside was made of food and homies. Since the flowers, plants, and trees were all living entities, they moved and changed paths on their own, making it very easy for anyone entering the forest to get lost. As Zhang Yufan and the others stepped into the forest, several figures appeared that looked almost identical to Baggy and the others. Galette looked puzzled, licking a lollipop. Huh? The people over there look just like us. What's going on? Zhang Yufan smiled, stopped to check, and explained that they were copies created using devil fruit abilities, equally strong as the originals, and suggested they could go play with them. Baggy laughed loudly and stepped forward. Wow, there's such a thing. Fighting myself. I've never tried this before. Sounds interesting. Then Baggy and the others ran off to battle their respective duplicates. The results were indeed the same strength, and they used the same moves to attack each other. At this moment, the flowers, plants, and trees in the forest all came to life, revealing faces and began to speak. Did you hear that? Yes, I heard it. Did they come? It should be. Quickly block the exit. Let's all play together. Let's kill them all. Zhang Yufan continued to lead the partners who hadn't been copied deeper into the forest. Not long after, they encountered an exceptionally large tree. Suddenly, many roots shot up from the ground, trying to ambush Zhang Yufan and the others from behind. However, they failed and were dodged. Zhang Yufan checked its information with the system. Name, King Bam, strength growth potential level. A, current strength level. B, age, 80 years, height, 23. 4 meters, gender, male. Weapon, none. Devil fruit, none. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Introduction, a homie created by Big-Mom using the power of the soul fruit, which attaches human souls to trees. He is the leader of the Forest of Temptation and one of the homies of Big Mom's pirate crew, with absolute loyalty to Big-Mom. King Bam frowned and stuck out his tongue. That was quick. You dodged that. Robin looked up in surprise. This is really strange. A tree that can talk and move. Worth studying. Who are you? King Bam looked serious and looked down at them. I am the leader of this Forest of Temptation. Once you enter, you can't get out. Zhang Yufan smiled and looked up. Is that so? Not being able to get out is non-existent. If there's no way, then let's make a way. With that, he charged forward and punched King Bam. The giant tree fell down with a crash. King Bam was stunned. This is what it means to act without negotiation. The speed is too fast, and the power is extremely strong. How can I stop their advance? The surrounding flowers and plants would probably be knocked out with a single punch. At this moment, a night-dressed rabbit, riding a cute crane, came rushing down from the sky, holding a spear. Zhang Yufan checked its information with the system. Name, Randolph, strength growth potential level. A, current strength level. A, age, 26 years, height, 1, 84 meters, gender, male, weapon, spear, devil fruit, none, bounty, none, equipment card, none. Introduction, a warrior formed by injecting a human soul into a rabbit body using Big Mom's soul fruit ability. He is powerful, agile, smart, and calm, capable of standing alone, but sometimes acts on his own, later pushing the responsibility to his mount, the crane. He has absolute loyalty to Big-Mom and is known as the Crane Knight. Zhang Yufan drew his sword, Snow Walk, and waved it upwards to block the attack. The immense force sent Randolph and the crane flying. Nami stood there in astonishment. A night rabbit riding a cute crane? This place is really interesting. Zhang Yufan smiled, sheathed his sword, and took Nami's hand. There's something even more interesting, Nami. Do you want to be a tamer for once? Yufan, do you want me to tame them with force? No need to be so troublesome. Just take out Big Mom's life card and give the order directly. This life card has such a function. That's amazing. With a mischievous smile, Nami took out Big Mom's life card. All the homies around felt the powerful soul aura from the life card and showed expressions of great fear, retreating in unison. Isn't this Mommy's life card? Why is it in this girl's hands? We're doomed. Now all the homies can't harm Zhang Yufan and the others. They probably have to listen to that girl's words. After all, with a life card, they can't disobey orders. Just as Nami was about to use the life card to give orders to those homies, Randolph quietly nudged the cute crane beside him. The cute crane understood, and the two prepared to sneak away quietly. Nami, with a serious expression, turned around and said, "Stop right there. Are you planning to escape?" Randolph was startled and turned around, pointing at the cute crane with his right hand. "Sorry, it's this guy who wants to escape." The cute crane angrily turned around. "What nonsense! It's clearly you who wants to escape," Nami said with a mischievous smile. "From now on, you are my subordinates. Take us out of here to fight in the palace." Who do you think you are to order me? Randolph said, displeased. Are you planning to resist me? Nami asked, frowning. Randolph remained calm, pointing at the cute crane with his right hand. Sorry, it's this guy who wants to resist. The naive crane had an angry expression, with its wings crossed over its chest, as if to say, who are you trying to fool? It was clearly you who said that. The crowd was speechless, nearly bursting into laughter. It was as if a teammate had directly sold out their own. This poor scapegoat, the naive crane, had unfortunately encountered such a teammate. Truly, it must have been bad luck for 8 generations. I bet they must be thinking about wanting to kill it by now. On the other side, Bejas and the others were still fighting against the replicants. Each person had chosen a separate combat area. Zhang Yufan, imposter, smiled as he walked over to Bejas, asking, how do you feel? We should be leaving soon. Bejas frowned slightly and threw a powerful punch, saying, who are you? You're trying to act like him. But our captain doesn't have such a weak presence. Zhang Yufan, imposter, was startled. He didn't expect Bejas to notice something was off so easily. He quickly created a huge mirror with both hands. The moment Bejas came into contact with the mirror, he was sucked in. Zhang Yufan, imposter, sneered. What does it matter if you notice? You're still trapped in the world of mirrors. Following that, he did the same to the other few people, pulling them into the mirror world as well. He didn't expect it to be so easy. The next steps will be more challenging. Over at Zhang Yufan's side, the numbers were still too many. Meanwhile, in the mirror world, Bejas and the others were shackled with leg irons and iron balls to restrict their movements. However, these 2 things were not enough to hold them back and were easily broken. They curiously wandered around the mirror world, unable to find a way out. They could only wait for their captain to defeat the fruit users outside and let them out. Before long, Bejas, imposter, appeared in front of Zhang Yufan. Captain, I'm back. What are you all doing? Show your true form. Your presence is too weak. You can't even compare to Bejas. You've noticed that. After saying this, a woman appeared with a large red hooked nose and a long scar on her face. She had light purple long hair and long nails, painted with purple lipstick and nail polish. She was tall, wearing a long white dress decorated with roses, draped in a green fur coat, and holding a long scythe. She looked like a witch. Zhang Yufan checked her information with the system. Name, Charlotte BRLE Combat Potential Growth Level. SS Current Combat Level. S Age, 40 Height, 3. 5 meters Gender. Female Weapon. Scythe Devil Fruit. Mirror Fruit Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Description. The 8th daughter of the Charlotte family. Twin sister of Charlotte Flambe. A member of the big MOM Pirates. She was disfigured in childhood by a thug who had been fixed by Katakuri. But she does not blame Katakuri and is very loyal to her mother and family. However, she is very careless and selfish, often making blunders that give the enemy leverage and information. She is very sensitive, understanding, gentle, and considerate, aware of Katakuri's struggles and secrets, but has never revealed them to uphold her brother's dignity. BR sneered, holding a piece of mirror. Don't move, or I want to hold back. Let's see who's in the mirror. Kobe looked surprised, turning his head. How did Bejas and the others get into the mirror? Was it because of the devil fruit powers? And who exactly are you? My name is BRLE. I'm the mirror person who ate the mirror fruit. Don't think about ruining Mama's tea party. BRLE laughed loudly. Charlotte saw Chopper and the others trapped in the mirror and was extremely angry. After all, they were great benefactors of the mink tribe. How could they be treated like this? She quickly rushed over, extending her hand to use her electric claw on BRL. Zhang Yufan and the others didn't stop her. After all, Charlotte was still very weak and needed more combat experience. As for being defeated or captured, it wasn't a big deal. With people like them around, they weren't worried about not being able to rescue her. At that moment, BRLE used her devil fruit ability, Reflection, creating a huge mirror with her hands. When Charlotte attacked, the attack was absorbed, and the electric claw that touched the mirror was reflected back. Charlotte was startled and hurriedly retreated, barely dodging her own attack. She then accelerated and launched another attack at BRLE. However, it was reflected back, and Charlotte was also sucked into the mirror world. BRLE was exceptionally excited, catching another one, standing still and looking at Zhang Yufan. You guys are so weak. Just stay in the mirror world obediently. Who else wants to come? Just because you caught a few of my companions by surprise, you're getting cocky. Your moment of glory has ended. Robin, take her down. Robin smiled, crossed her hands, and used her fruit ability. 10 hands sprouted from BRLE's body, preventing her from moving freely. BRL eluct terrifed. Struggling her body. Help. Snag, come quickly. A plump man with a long nose approached from a distance. His black hair was tied up in a bun with chopsticks, and his hairstyle resembled a gourd. He wore a wool coat, a red and white striped scarf, and had armor on his arms. He carried a huge katana on his back. Zhang Yufan checked his information with the system. Name: Charlotte Snag Combat Potential Growth Level. SS Current Combat Level. SS Age 27 Height 3. 52 meters. Gender: Male. Weapon: Katana. Devil Fruit. Fry Fruit Bounty. 600 million berry equipment card. None. Description: the 25th son of the Charlotte family. One of the sweet commander of the big MOM pirates, and one of the 34 ministers, the Fry Minister, who possesses powerful swordsmanship. Snag frowned and walked over, looking at Zhang Yufan. You are Zhang Yufan. Today, I will definitely defeat you. BRLE, what are you doing? You're quite confident, Byler. This guy's temperature is a bit high. I'll leave him to you. Byler laughed as he stepped forward. Haha, Captain, no matter how high his temperature is, it can't surpass the temperature of magma. Snag was furious, feeling that Zhang Yufan and the others completely looked down on him. After all, he was one of the sweet commanders. You just casually send someone to fight me? He then used his fruit ability, raising his body temperature continuously, accompanied by flames. Charging towards Byler, throwing several punches. Byler turned his body into stone, covering himself with armament hockey, and stood still, taking those punches. He then threw a punch back at Snag, sending him flying. Byler's hand showed no signs of burns at all. Snag was shocked, getting up from the ground. I didn't expect this guy to be so strong. My fruit ability had no effect on him at all. He drew the massive samurai sword behind him and charged at Byru once again, swinging the sword down. Byru remained calm, reaching into his stomach with both hands. He melted down 2 swords and pulled them out, covering them with armament hockey. He crossed them in front of him and blocked Snagger's attack. Then, using the 2-sword style, he slashed at Snagger with 1 sword from the left and 1 from the right. The speed was extremely fast, and the power was immense, as Snagger desperately swung his sword to defend. Snagger, you can't do this. You still want to fight our captain? You're just giving away your head. How can there be such a big difference? Byru, why are you so strong? It's all thanks to the captain's training that I've become this powerful. After exchanging blows for a while, taking advantage of Snagger's moment of distraction, Byru kicked him hard, sending him flying once again. He crashed into the homies behind him, killing them all. All the surrounding homies looked terrified, their bodies retreating backward. They never expected that even Snagger couldn't defeat Zhang Yufan and the others. Snagger got up from the ground again, gripping the samurai sword in his hand, and charged at Byru with all his might, continuing to swing his sword. Byru easily blocked all of Snagger's attacks, remaining completely unscathed. Snagger, it's useless. You can't hurt me. It should end now. Are you a monster? After fighting for so long, your stamina is still so strong. You're right. Without this kind of powerful combat ability, how could I challenge the 4 emperors? After saying that, Byru increased the strength of his swing, knocking Snagger's sword away. The 2 swords crossed and struck him, causing him to fall to the ground. Just like that, Byru placed the sword against his neck, confiscating Snagger's weapon and calling Chopper over to treat his wounds. Bruley was very scared beside them. If even Snagger was defeated, what should they do now? Zhang Yufan walked up to Bruley and told him to release Bagus and the others. Everyone gathered around, curiously asking what the world inside the mirror was like. After cleaning up the battlefield, they headed toward the palace in the Bam Kingdom. The way was smooth, and they encountered no enemies. Before long, they reached the exit of the forest. At that moment, a tall and robust man with long limbs, short yellow hair, a mustache, wearing earrings, a blue cotton jacket, a yellow cape, and a belt with a lamp symbol appeared. Another man, stout and muscular, had orange hair styled in a 3-part fan shape, thick eyebrows, and an orange beard. He was shirtless except for an orange cape, wearing brown gloves and red pants, holding a long-handled naginata, accompanied by a group of people, as if they had been waiting for a long time. Zhang Yufan checked their information using the system. Name: Charlotte Daifuku Combat Potential Growth Level. SS Current Combat Level. SS Age: 45 years. Height: 4'89 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: none. Devil Fruit. Searing Fruit Bounty. 300 million berry equipment card. None. Description: the third son of the Charlotte family. A bean minister among the 34 ministers of Tato land. A triplet with his younger brother Katakuri and younger brother Owen. He prioritizes missions, has a cold and ruthless personality, and is decisive in his actions. Name: Charlotte Owen Combat Potential Growth Level. SS Current Combat Level. SS Age: 45 years. Height: 4'92 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: Naginata Devil Fruit. Heat Fruit Bounty. 300 million berry equipment card. None. Description: the fourth son of the Charlotte family. A triplet with Charlotte Katakuri and Charlotte Daifuku. A cadre of the big MOM pirates. The baking minister of Whole Cake Island, with a fiery personality and a hot temper. He is highly loyal to his family, responsible in his duties, and continues to fight on the front lines, even when injured. Owen trusts Katakuri deeply and respects his siblings while being clear about his stance on right and wrong. Owen stood coldly in place, looking at Zhang Yufan. You are the god slayer, Zhang Yufan. We have been waiting for you for a long time. I didn't expect you to defeat Snagger as well. There's nothing to be surprised about. Soon you too will be defeated by us as well. Bairu, I'll leave this Owen to you. He has a very high temperature. As for Daifuku over there, KB, you take care of him. The rest of you deal with the remaining small fry. We won't let you pass and disrupt the tea party that Mama is holding. Everyone go die. Flame slash. After saying this, Owen gripped a long-handled Naginata, using the heat fruit ability to heat the Naginata until it caught fire, then slashed at Zhang Yufan with the flaming weapon. Bairu covered his hands with armament hockey and threw out a punch to block Owen's attack. Ha ha, what a fiery day it is today. Huh, you weren't burned. A devil fruit user? Take this flame slash dance. After saying this, Owen, wielding the flaming Naginata, crazily slashed at Bairu, but all were easily blocked. Bairu rushed forward quickly, swinging his iron fists, clashing violently with Owen's Naginata. Over time, Owen was extremely shocked. He never expected Bairu to have such immense strength. His arms were growing numb, and he was losing power, and the Naginata was knocked away. Zhang Yufan ran over, caught it, and stored away. Owen didn't have time to care about the Naginata that was knocked away because Bairu's fists were already coming at him. Owen barely dodged, his eyes blazing with fury. He used remote heating to transmit heat to Bairu from a distance, instantly igniting him. Bairu walked toward Owen as if nothing was wrong, step by step like a devil. Owen was once again shocked, his eyes wide, fists clenched, staring at Bairu. What kind of devil fruit ability do you have? You aren't even afraid of fire. Guess what? I can bathe in magma. Your flames aren't hot enough. I don't believe I can't take you down. Heat Wave Fist. After saying this, Owen used the heat fruit ability to heat his fists and the surrounding air, creating a gust of hot wind. He then wrapped it around his fist and swung it at Bairu. Bairu increased the strength of his arm and also threw a punch. The two fists collided, and Owen was sent flying by the immense force. Bairu seized the opportunity, exerted force with his feet, quickly reached Owen's side, and unleashed a barrage of punches. He pressed Owen to the ground and rubbed him against it. Even though Owen had armament hockey covering him, it was useless. Bairu was directly destroying him from the inside, and he couldn't block it at all. Owen felt extremely frustrated, wanting to stand up and counterattack. But with Bairu pressing down on him, he couldn't get up at all. Even if the temperature on his body was heated higher, it couldn't harm Bairu. Then he was knocked out by Bairu and brought in front of me. On the other side, Kobe and Dafu found an open space to start their battle. Dafu looked disdainful, standing still and watching Kobe. Kid, did your captain send you here to die? Oh, big guy, you're so confident in yourself. Let's see who ends up dead. Arrogant little brat. Here goes. Lantern Demon. Use Demon Hunt. After saying that, Dafu rubbed his body and summoned a Lantern Demon wielding a long-handled sword. He then controlled the Lantern Demon to deliver a powerful chop towards Kobe from above. Kobe remained calm, standing still and drawing his sword. He covered it with armament hockey and blocked the attack directly. Then he swung his sword continuously, with the Lantern Demon constantly defending. In the end, Kobe struck it down with a single slash turning it into a puff of smoke. Dafu was a bit surprised, not expecting this kid Kobe to be so skilled in swordsmanship. Kid, you're interesting. You actually managed to defeat the Lantern Demon. Don't get too proud. Even if it's defeated, I can summon another one. Big guy, I hope you can summon it faster than I can swing my sword. If your combat power is only this strong, you might as well surrender early to avoid further pain. Dafu was furious, feeling looked down upon by this kid. He then prepared to use Demon Slash, rubbing his body to summon the previously summoned Lantern Demon again. He controlled the Lantern Demon to strike at Kobe. Kobe smiled slightly and casually unleashed several powerful slashes, turning the Lantern Demon into smoke once more. With a strong push from his feet, Kobe rushed towards Dafu quickly. Dafu swung his sword, but before his Lantern Demon could be summoned, he was sent flying. Luckily, he covered himself with armament hockey before the sword hit him. Otherwise, he might have been injured. Stabilizing himself, he summoned the Lantern Demon again to attack Kobe. Kobe continuously unleashed terrifyingly powerful slashes. The Lantern Demon couldn't withstand a few of them and was struck down again. Dafu kept defending or dodging. Over time, he became shocked. How much stamina does this kid have? Has he been swinging for so long without getting tired? Suddenly, Kobe's figure disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Dafu. He swung his sword, and this time Dafu received a long cut from his chest to his abdomen. Blood gushed out, and then Kobe's sword was resting on Dafu's neck. Knock him out and let Poison Q come over to heal him. The other minions have been dealt with. After cleaning up the battlefield, we prepared to continue on our way. After walking for a while, we saw a tall woman with brown skin. She had blue eyes, thick lips painted with silver lipstick, and silver wavy long hair with bangs covering her right eye. She wore a white round hood, wrapped in a yellow scarf, dressed in a pink striped bodysuit, and wore gloves. On her right leg, there was a rose tattoo, and she carried a long sword on her back. She sat on a chair with a huge wine glass in front of her. She held a female prisoner with both hands, as if wringing out a towel. She twisted the water from the female prisoner into the wine glass, and then lifted the glass to drink. Everyone's eyes widened, wondering what kind of fruit ability this was. A true human juice extractor. To the left stood a tall, voluptuous woman in a green short skirt with long hair. To the right stood a woman with red long hair tied in a high ponytail, fair skin, tall stature, and leg tattoos. She wore a white shawl, a blue low-cut short skirt, and had a dagger at her waist. A group of prisoners was nearby, followed by a group of minions. I checked their information using the system. Name: Charlotte Smuggy Combat Power Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Power Level. SS Age: 32 Height: 4. 64 meters Gender: Female Weapon. Longsword Devil Fruit. Juice Fruit Bounty. 932 million berries Equipment Card. None description. The 14th daughter of the Charlotte family. A triplet with Charlotte Strawn and Charlotte Snamin. A mixed blood of the Long-Leg tribe. One of the sweet commanders of the Big Emon Pirates. And the Juice Minister of Whole Cake Island. She is cold-hearted, responsible, and loyal to Big Emon, the pirate crew, and her family. She does not reveal her inner thoughts during missions and cruelly punishes traitors, but she also hosts guests with humility at parties, utilizing her abilities for this. Showing strong social skills. Name: Charlotte Strawn Combat Power Growth Potential Level. A current combat power level. Age: 32 Height: 3. 36 meters Gender: Female Weapon. None Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Description. Long-Leg Tribe, the 15th daughter of the Charlotte family, the Egg Minister, and a biological sister of Charlotte Smuggy and Charlotte Snamin. Name: Charlotte Snamin Combat Power Growth Potential Level. A current combat power level. Age: 32 Height: 3. 87 meters Gender: Female Weapon. Dagger, Pistol Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Description. Long-Leg Tribe, the 16th daughter of the Charlotte family, and a biological sister of Charlotte Smuggy and Charlotte Strawn, a cadre of the Big Emon Pirates. Smuggy, expressionless, sat in her chair, shaking the wine glass in her hand while looking at me. Slayer of God Zhang Yufan, you came quite quickly. Owen and the others have also been captured. Impressive. Smuggy, as a human juice extractor, aren't you going to offer us a drink? Perfect, I'll extract all of you, and we can each have a glass. Old Sand, this one is up to you. She won't be able to extract you, nor can you extract her water. Everyone in their hearts complained that the captain's words were too concise, making one think too much. Crocodile was calm, nodding and puffing on a cigar. I'm covered in sand. Where's the water for you to extract? He then gathered sand into a knife and covered it with armament hockey. Smuggy also stood up, using Juice Giant. She drew her long sword from her back and stabbed at the nearby prisoners, using her fruit ability to extract their moisture. She stored it in her body, causing her body and weapon to grow gigantic, allowing her to exert strength close to that of a giant tribe. She swung a powerful slash at Crocodile. Crocodile also delivered a powerful slash. Their attacks collided, directly canceling each other out before exploding. Crocodile had no intention of playing around with Smuggy, stepping into the air and swinging his sword forcefully, continuously cutting down. Every time Smuggy swung his long sword and collided with Crocodile's blade, he was repelled by the immense force, unable to counterattack at all. Moreover, with Smuggy's body enlarged, he was very easy to hit. As a result, Crocodile left many small wounds on Smuggy. Smuggy was very surprised. No wonder Owen and the others were caught. If I can't even fend off a crocodile, there's no need to mention the others. Before long, Smuggy was knocked unconscious by Crocodile, losing his devil fruit ability. As for the other enemies, they were quickly dealt with. After cleaning up the battlefield, they were about to continue towards the palace when suddenly a trident fell from the sky, rapidly descending towards us. I dodged to the side, grasped the long handle of the trident, and pulled it back with force, halting its advance. At that moment, a tall figure appeared before us with short red hair, a muscular build and long legs. He had stitched scars on both cheeks, a skull tattoo on his left arm, and wore a white scarf resembling a flower. His overall outfit was heavily influenced by black metal. Behind him followed a group of enemies. I used the system to check his information. Name, Charlotte Katakuri. Combat Power Growth Potential Level, SSS. Current Combat Power Level, SS. Age, 45 years. Height, 5'09 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, Tantata, Trident, Machi Bullets. Devil Fruit, Machi Fruit. Bounty, 1,057,000,000 berries. Equipment card, none. Description, the second son of Big Emon, Charlotte Linlin, and twin brother of Charlotte Daifuku and Charlotte Oven. Minister of Flower in Tato Land, head of the sweet commanders of the Big Emon Pirates. He appears proud and aloof, but is actually very caring towards his family and subordinates. He is intelligent and courageous, calm under pressure, possesses strong emergency response skills, and has a high combat IQ. He dislikes others interfering in his battles and is extremely powerful, having never been defeated. Katakuri was shocked to learn that Owen and the others had been captured, and he looked at me with a fighting spirit. Zhang Yufan, the God Slayer. It's truly better to see you in person. I can feel your immense power. Katakuri, I'm glad to see you. Today, your undefeated record will be broken by me. With such confidence, let's have a fight and see for ourselves. Let's find a quieter battlefield to fight. How about in Brulee's mirror world? As for the safety of Owen and the others, you don't need to worry. They're not going to die just yet. All right, let's go. If I don't defeat you, I probably can't save Owen and the others. So Zhang Yufan had Brulee create an entrance to the mirror world. He threw the trident to Katakuri and left a few companions to deal with the remaining enemies. The rest of the companions led Owen and the others into the mirror world. Brulee and the others were very happy. The invincible war god Katakuri had finally arrived. We are saved. Zhang Yufan and the others are sure to be defeated now. Katakuri and I stood facing each other, and the spectators around us moved back a bit. I drew my sword, covered it with armament hockey, and struck forward. Katakuri gripped the trident, also covering it with armament hockey, and swung it out. The two weapons collided, and both sides' momentum continued to rise. Then there was a crackling sound, and a massive shockwave spread outward. If it weren't for Nami and the others blocking it, Brulee and the others would have almost been knocked out and blown away. The ground around us was already cracked. My momentum steadily pressed over Katakuri. Soon, our weapons separated, and the surroundings returned to calm. Katakuri looked shocked, gripping the trident, staring at me in disbelief. Zhang Yufan, how old are you? The power of Conqueror's Haki is even stronger than mine. Don't be too surprised. This is just the beginning. Show me what you've got. Then let's go. He began a series of thrusts. Katakuri, holding the trident, continuously thrust towards me. I also held my sword and received all the thrusts. Katakuri then used the Machi thrust, employing the abilities of the Machi fruit. He transformed his arm into Machi, surrounding the trident, and began to spin his arm, thrusting towards Zhang Yufan. I swung my sword with great force, striking him back a few steps along with his weapon. His fighting spirit intensified, showing a bit of excitement. It had been a long time since he encountered such a strong opponent. Today, he could finally unleash his full power and have a good fight. Feeling pumped, Katakuri sheathed the trident and unleashed a series of Machi blade bullets, raising his index finger and thumb while retracting the other fingers. At the same time, he transformed his hand into Machi. From his index finger, he fired Machi bullets covered in armament haki towards me like bullets. I also retracted my sword, covered my hands with armament haki, and swung my arms to swat the Machi bullets away like flies. Immediately after, Katakuri intensified his firepower, using the twin Machi blade bullets. He transformed his arm into the shape of a machine gun and covered it with armament haki. Then he continuously fired a large number of Machi bullets covered in armament haki at Zhang Yufan. I still effortlessly swatted them away with my hands. With a strong push from my feet, I charged towards Katakuri. Katakuri used the named Machi, first employing the abilities of the Machi fruit. He transformed his hands into bar-shaped Machi, covering them with armament haki. Then, in an instant, he unleashed countless bar-shaped Machi covered in armament haki, quickly attacking me from all directions. I covered my whole body with armament haki and braced myself as I charged at Katakuri, throwing a powerful punch. He used observation haki, his eyes turning red as he predicted the direction of my attack. However, I predicted his prediction, and thus I struck him away. Bruli and the others nearby were dumbfounded. Our invincible war god was thus knocked away. Katakuri adjusted his stance, pushing off the wall with his legs, and reappeared before me. Zhang Yufan, I didn't expect you to see the future as well, and your armament haki is so strong. Then try this move, the awakened technique of the devil fruit. The twin donuts. Of course, Katakuri, if you don't have real skills, how can you compete with the four emperors? After saying that, Machi burst from the ground, forming the shape of donuts. Instantly, multiple donuts were created, and from the openings of the donuts, retractable fists were swung towards me. I used observation haki to quickly dodge. Katakuri unleashed the awakened technique of the devil fruit, the mighty Machi, manipulating his fist to control the massive arms enhanced by the Machi extending from the twin donuts. Then, with immense strength, he struck at me with a heavy punch. I also gathered my strength into my fists and directly shook off the enormous arm. Then my figure vanished from the spot, appearing behind Katakuri. He used observation haki again, his eyes turning red, already predicting the direction of my attack. But the result was the same. He was once again knocked away by me. Seizing the opportunity, I swung my iron fists at him. Katakuri wanted to create distance, but I wouldn't give him any chance. I pulled him back and continued to pummel him. In the end, he was bleeding from his mouth, collapsed on the ground with his back down, unable to get up. Bruli and the others were in shock, standing at a distance. Our war god was knocked down like this. Bruli was in tears, running to Katakuri's side, followed by Owen and Daifuku. They crouched down to check his injuries. Fortunately, there were no fatal wounds, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Nami didn't stop Bruli and went over with her. Bruli, tears streaming down her face, lowered her head and said, "Brother, are you okay? I really don't want to see you lying on the ground like this. Why did you fall on your back?" Then Bruli raised her head, glaring at me. "It's all because of this guy that my brother got hurt like this. If only my own strength wasn't so weak, I would have rushed over to avenge him long ago." Katakuri, lying on the ground, had a thoughtful expression. "Yeah, why is that, Bruli? Actually, my claim of never falling on my back is false." Bruli smiled and wiped her tears. "I knew that a long time ago. I secretly saw it in the mirror. Brother has always been playing the perfect man to protect us." Katakuri blushed, turned his head away, not expecting his secret to be discovered. I called Chopper and the others over to treat Katakuri. I brought Bruli to a mirror and let her use her fruit ability. From the outside, 3 enemies in the palace discussing matters were pulled into the mirror world. One was a tall, sharp-faced man with heavy makeup, a long nose, and a tongue that reached his chest, with deep blue long hair with light blue spots, wearing a top hat adorned with several lollipops. Dressed in a light yellow long coat, holding a candy cane. Another had fair skin, with scars on each eye, brown hair styled in a pompadour, and a thick beard, wearing a black top with green feathers on his chest, and draped in a blue cloak with a yellow feathered collar, holding a spear. The last one had a thick torso, thinner arms and legs, a long face, and a beard with pink and blue fluffy hair. He wore a deep blue jacket with ice cream-shaped rings and a thick belt with SM, and a striped suit with buttons. I checked their information with the system. Name: Charlotte Perispero Combat Power Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Power Level. SS Age: 47 Height: 3. 33 meters Gender: Male Weapon: Candy Cane Devil Fruit. Suck Suck Fruit Bounty: 700 million berries Equipment Card. None description: The eldest son of one of the 4 emperors. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, and her first child, a member of the Big Mom Pirates, the Minister of Candy in Tato Land, in charge of Candy Island. Claims to be a perfectionist, but often delays the best timing for executing tasks due to his excessive talking. Enjoys teasing others, yet possesses an optimistic spirit. Has a sense of responsibility and mission as the elder brother of the Charlotte family. Clear-minded, skilled in tactics, has his own views on the development of the pirate group. Believes that only the Big Mom Pirates can emerge victorious in the end, and that only Big Mom can become the Pirate King. Name: Charlotte Nosette Combat Power Growth Potential Level, a current combat power level. B. Age: 38 Height: 4. 62 meters Gender: Male Weapon: Spear Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Card. None description: The 15th son of the Charlotte family. The Minister of Finance among the 34 ministers of Tato Land, stationed at the Treasury Island of No Savings Town. Name: Charlotte Moscato Combat Power Growth Potential Level, a current combat power level. B. Age: 37 Height: 2. 71 meters Gender: Male Weapon: Longsword Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Card. None description: The 16th son of the Charlotte family. The Ice Cream Minister among the 34 ministers of Tato Land, a person with a strong sense of justice, sibling of Charlotte Mash and Charlotte Custard. Stationed at Ice Cream Town on Ice Island. Perispero looked puzzled, holding his candy cane, and stared at Bruley. Bruley, how did you end up with the invaders? You even pulled us into the mirror world. Are you going to betray Mom? No, I don't dare to betray Mom. It was Zhang Yufan who forced me to do this, or he would have killed me. So you compromised. What about the others? They were all captured. Even Brother Katakuri was defeated. Perispero and the others looked in disbelief, mouths agape. What are you joking about? Katakuri is so strong. How could he be defeated? I walked back with Bruley, not intending to take action myself. As for Perispero and the others, they didn't dare to act against me easily. After all, I still had many of their brothers and sisters in my hands. Moreover, they couldn't leave now and had to follow me. I called James over and found 2 more partners. Just right, one for each opponent, and each picked a spot to battle. James had a blank expression, hands in his pockets, looking at Perispero. Perispero, I heard from the captain that you can make candy. Show me a performance. Bastard, what do you take me for? If that's the case, then I'll turn you into a candy man. After saying that, Perispero used his fruit ability, trying to wrap James in syrup to make him into a candy man. James also used his fruit ability to directly blow the syrup apart. Perispero unleashed Candy Wave, gathering syrup into a swamp-like form, attempting to trap James and prevent him from moving. James stepped into the sky and charged towards Perispero, throwing a punch. Perispero created a candy wall, forming a thick barrier for defense, blocking James' explosive punch. Perispero, you can do it. This candy wall is quite sturdy. With your explosive power, you can't break it. Just let me turn you into a candy man. Then he unleashed the rain of judgment, shaping candy into a bow. He generated several arrows from his hands and shot a rain of arrows into the sky, rapidly flying towards James. James was covered in armament hockey, blocking all the arrows and punching through the candy wall. Perispero used Candy Virgin, making candy into a massive golden Iron Maiden attempted to trap James, while simultaneously donning candy armor to enhance its defenses. James smashed the Candy Maiden with a single punch, then kicked Perispero away, shattering the candy armor in the process. Taking advantage of the momentum, Jam quickly rushed forward, grabbed Perispero, and slammed him to the ground with a flurry of punches. Even with the armament hockey covering Perispero and wearing the candy armor, he could not withstand Jam's iron fists and was knocked unconscious. As for Nozit and Moscato, they had also been knocked out. I had brutally checked the locations of the other enemies using the mirrors. It wasn't long before we found a place where many enemies were gathered. You ask how long the extreme pirates can hold out against the sweet Commander Stars? Those clueless fools will definitely be dealt with quickly. Everyone knows how strong Katakuri is. I can't imagine a scenario where he would be defeated. Over the years, no pirate has succeeded in challenging Mama, and this time will be no exception. Everyone nodded in agreement with this viewpoint. Even if Zhang, Yufan, and the others could defeat the sweet Commander Stars, Mama would still be there. They wouldn't stand a chance against her. They were merely there to deliver their heads or serve as labor. Thus, I couldn't imagine a scenario where they would be defeated. I quietly listened in the mirror world, sneering, ready to shatter your beautiful ideas and let you feel the harshness of reality. So, I had brutally bring our partners from outside the mirror into the mirror world. Then, through brutally, I transported most of our partners from the mirror to the enemy's gathering place. The enemies were startled to see Regis and the others suddenly emerge from the mirror, and they were confused, discussing among themselves. Hey, aren't you members of the Extreme Pirates? Don't move, you are surrounded. Hurry and release Bruley. Why are you here? Could it be that the sweet Commander Stars have been defeated? Perhaps they had used Bruley to bypass the places guarded by the sweet Commander Stars. Regardless, they decided to capture us first. Regis and the others found this amusing. You're only half right. Using Bruley is indeed correct. Instant teleportation is quite convenient and even serves as a good prison. With our current fighting power, why would we need to avoid the sweet Commander Stars? What a joke. At this time, I had already brought Bruley back into the mirror world. Bejas laughed heartily. Standing in place. The sweet Commander Stars have all been defeated by us and captured. Surprised? A tall and burly man clenched his fists. This is a scare tactic. We won't believe her nonsense. Everyone charge. With that, everyone rushed toward Regis and the others. Kobe used Conqueror's Hockey to stun the surrounding minions. There were still a dozen enemies left, and Regis and the others each took on one opponent. Before long, they had all the enemies down on the ground. These enemies were simply too weak. They were not enough to fight. The enemies were all shocked, wondering why we were so strong. We had no ability to resist at all. Could it be that the sweet Commander Stars were truly defeated by them? This was not a good thing. Now, they could only rely on Mama. This was the first time in years that they had been pushed to this extent. Regis and the others cleaned up the battlefield, leaving a few partners to guard. The remaining partners dispersed to begin clearing the other enemies on the island. Meanwhile, in the mirror world, I had found Big Mom's location. So, I had Bruley take a few of us through. Then Bruley was brought back to the mirror world by a partner. Next, a large woman with long pink curly hair, thick lipstick, and light purple eyeshadow, wearing a pirate hat and a loose pink dress, was sitting there enjoying delicious desserts. I checked their information using the system. Name: Charlotte Linlin. Power growth potential level. SSS current power level. SS age: 65 years. Height: 8 meters. Gender: female. Weapon: none. Devil fruit. Soul fruit bounty: 388 billion berries. Equipment card: none. Description: nickname Big Mom, captain of the Big Mom Pirates. Queen of Tato Land, one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Her power is monstrous, with extremely high talent and a very resilient body, strong defense. Known as a natural destroyer, extremely cruel, suffers from a hunger pain condition that can trigger madness, causing her to rampage and destroy everything. Her dream is to create a nation where all races and things live together without distinction. If her reputation is damaged, she becomes extremely angry. Name: Zeus. Power growth potential level. SS current power level. SS age: none. Height: 32 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: none. Devil fruit. None. Bounty. None. Equipment card. None. Description: a special homie summoned by Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, with her left hand. Composed of Big Mom's own soul, very loyal to Big Mom, always available. But while being loyal, he is also a glutton, particularly fond of thunderclouds, cherishing his own life, and is a coward. He can manipulate lightning attacks, fly, and is immune to general physical attacks. Due to being made from Big Mom's soul fragments, he is powerful enough to resist the Yomi Yomi fruit, but can still be injured. Name: Napoleon Power Growth Potential Level. SS Current Power Level. SS Age, None Height, 1. 35 meters Gender, Male Weapon, None Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Description. Napoleon's hat is the same as Charlotte Lean Lean's and is also a retractable sword. It is a special homie created from Charlotte Lean Lean's own soul, powerful enough to resist the Yomi Yomi fruit, very loyal to Charlotte Linlin, caring for Sweet City and its well-being. Name: Prometheus Power Growth Potential Level. SS Current Power Level. SS Age, None Height, 2. 45 meters Gender, Male Weapon, None Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Description. Zeus's brother, summoned by Big Mom's right hand. It is a special homie created by a nun. After Big Mom ate the nun, she gained the abilities of the soul fruit. So it accepted Big Mom's soul fragments and follows her, being very loyal. It comes to her when summoned. It also cares about the safety of the citizens of the land, needing to eat fire to restore energy and being able to manipulate flames. When the surrounding enemies saw us suddenly appear inside the palace, they were all taken aback, as if facing a formidable foe. They thought of the worst outcome, which was that the station personnel outside had all been defeated. Another possibility was to use BRLE's ability to avoid the station personnel and come directly to the palace, preparing for battle. I smiled and looked up. Hello? Big M. Didn't he expect us to suddenly appear here? Did you? Surprised? This woman, the only one among the 4 emperors, has been able to sit on the throne for so many years without being overthrown by others. So one can imagine how powerful her combat abilities must be. However, encountering me, this cheat can only be considered your misfortune. If it's a dragon, you have to coil for me. If it's a tiger, you have to lie down for me. The throne will cease to exist. All will be abolished. Big M sat on her chair with a cold expression, her sharp eyes fixed on me. Kit, you have some guts, daring to trespass and cause trouble in my territory. That's necessary. Do you have any objections? You can voice them. Even if you do, a 1T change. Since BRLE has already been captured by you, what about Katakuri and the others? They have already been taken down and are happily reunited in the mirror world. Kid, I'll give you a chance to join my pirate crew, and I can overlook this incident. You must be daydreaming. I came here today to either kill you all or be killed by you. Little brat, you're looking for death. Big Mom's fury erupted, revealing a fierce face. It had been many years since anyone dared to speak to me like that. I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen someone this arrogant. Today has truly opened my eyes. So let me show you the terrifying might of the 4 emperors. Not everyone can provoke us. The surrounding enemies were already shaken, their emotions fluctuating like a roller coaster. How dare Zhang Yufan speak like this? He is about to be killed by Mama. Big M unleashed her conqueror's haki, commanding Zeus to launch lightning at me. I dodged to the side, easily avoiding it. However, the wall behind me was already pierced through. Then, I pushed off the ground with force, my figure flashing to appear right in front of Big M. My right hand clenched into a fist covered in armament haki, and I threw a powerful punch. Big M also enveloped her fist in armament haki and swung at me. The 2 punches collided, and the momentum on both sides continuously rose, sending powerful shockwaves outward. The walls and floor of the room began to crack. The surrounding enemies couldn't withstand such overwhelming force. Their eyes rolled back as they foamed at the mouth and collapsed. The power was so great that the sky seemed to split in half. Boom! With a huge noise, the palace collapsed. Everyone on Cake Island felt this immense power. Those with weak willpower had already fainted. However, those with strong willpower felt a stirring in their hearts. This power is truly terrifying. On Reiju and the other side, they remained very calm, sitting on a rock and eating desserts. The fighting over there was exceptionally fierce. These 2 forces of Conqueror's haki are genuinely strong. Of course, they are fighting against one of the 4 emperors. Without such combat power, it wouldn't work. The commotion caused by the captain is not ordinary. It's like the sky is collapsing and the earth is shattering. I also want to fight with a 4 emperor. In the mirror world, Katakuri and the others were also shocked. Such a powerful clash of conquerors haki is truly rare to see. No wonder Zhang Yufan dared to challenge Mama, as this level of combat power is indeed qualified. On the ruins of the palace, I increased the strength in my arms, pushing Big Om back a distance. Her feet rubbed against the ground, but she quickly stopped. Big Mom's face darkened as she walked forward. Little brat, I underestimated you. This is your confidence. No wonder you dare to speak so boldly. I smiled, standing my ground, and beckoned to Big Om with my finger. Are you unhappy with me? Come and hit me. Big Om was extremely furious. I had provoked her again. She then used her left hand to unleash lightning, commanding Zeus to drop a massive bolt of lightning from the sky onto me. With her right hand, she used the fireball of heaven, commanding Prometheus to spit fireballs at me. I used observation haki to foresee the future. Then I jumped into the air, moving quickly to dodge. The attacks from Zeus and Prometheus were no ordinary power. Only a fool would take them head-on. When the fireballs and lightning hit the ground, they caused a massive explosion, sending a mushroom cloud of black smoke rising. Once the dust settled, a huge pit appeared on the ground. I landed back on the ground as Big Om unleashed the fire of heaven, commanding Prometheus to throw it at me. I dodged again, and when Prometheus hit the ground, it caused another massive explosion, creating another large pit. Big removed her Napoleon hat, transforming it into an emperor's sword, glaring fiercely at me. Little brat, you're quite good at dodging. You haven't been hit yet. Use all your tricks. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. Then Big unleashed Elbaf's spear, Kingdom's Might, slashing at me with the sword, creating a massive sword energy shockwave. The range of the attack was extremely wide, and the speed was very fast, making it hard to dodge. I drew my Snow Walk sword and infused it with immense power, delivering several terrifying slashes. The shockwave was dispersed, and the remaining slashes quickly rushed toward Big Mom. She sensed a hint of danger and tightened her grip on the Emperor's sword, using all her strength to block the slashes. Big unleashed the Flame of Mother, using the Emperor's sword, which was infused with a large amount of Prometheus flames, to unleash several fiery slashes at me. I also swung out several powerful slashes to counter them directly. At this moment, Big stepped on Zeus and soared into the air, charging toward me and using the Emperor's sword, Broken Blade. She covered the flames of Prometheus on the Emperor's sword and slashed down at me, continuously from above with tremendous force. I stood my ground, deflecting all the attacks with my sword, even knocking the Emperor's sword away. Big grew increasingly alarmed. So far, none of my attacks had caused Zhang Yufan any harm. Whether it was haki or swordsmanship, they were all extremely strong. Even my strength was far greater. What kind of monster is this guy? Big Mom launched a Mama surprise, covering Zeus's lightning with her Emperor's sword. She jumped into the air, doing a somersault, and then struck at me with lightning speed. I used observation haki to foresee the future. Gripping my sword, I swung it down, severing Big Mom's entire left arm. Ah! Big Mom screamed, clutching her left shoulder with her right hand. You bastard! How dare you cut off my left hand? Tenga commands I. After saying that, she manipulated Zeus to rise into the sky, indiscriminately bombarding the surroundings with lightning. Each bolt of lightning had consciousness and could change direction to attack me. I kept dodging, stepping into the sky. I swung my sword again, severing Big Mom's entire right arm. Finally, with a powerful kick, I sent her crashing down from the sky. Zeus and the others were furious, realizing how weak we were. Mom was actually heavily injured right in front of us. This was our dereliction of duty. Zhang Yufan, let's die. Zeus rapidly descended from the sky, trying to catch Big Mom. As for Napoleon and Prometheus, they were attacking me furiously. I waved to Zoro and the others, then charged toward Big Mom. Eneru laughed heartily, instantly appearing in the sky. Yeah, Zeus, your lightning is quite powerful, but I wonder if it can kill this god? Zeus looked furious, lightning crackling around him. Don't block my way. If you want to die, I'll send you on your way. Thunder. After saying that, a massive bolt of lightning struck toward Eneru. Eneru floated in the air, spreading his arms to welcome the lightning, enjoying the shower of electricity as if nothing were wrong. He reappeared before Zeus without using any lightning abilities. After all, he had heard the captain say that Zeus would absorb the energy of lightning to become stronger. So he covered his hands with armament hockey and attacked Zeus's body. Although this attack couldn't kill Zeus, it could block his advance. Bartolomeo grinned wickedly, stepping into the sky. Prometheus, I'll be your opponent. Let's see if you can escape my barrier sphere. Prometheus, furious, spewed flames. What barrier sphere? Get out of my way. I'm going to burn Zhang Yufan to ashes and avenge Mom. Bartolomeo created a barrier to block the flames. No, you should stay obediently inside the barrier sphere. He then transformed the barrier, wrapping Prometheus inside. He unleashed all his flame abilities, but they couldn't destroy the barrier. Thus trapped inside, Bartolomeo brought the barrier sphere down to the ground. Zorro, curious, stepped into the sky. Napoleon, you're quite peculiar. I'll play with you. It's my first time fighting a living sword. Napoleon, furious, swung in the air. Get out of my way. I'm going to slice Zhang Yufan into pieces and avenge Mom. Zorro, calm, wave his sword. As long as I'm here, you won't get through. The captain is too busy to deal with you. Napoleon was then blocked by Zorro and couldn't advance. They kept slashing at each other, Zorro playing with interest. At this point, Big Mom had already smashed the ground, creating a large pit. I stood on her body, pressing my sword against her neck. Don't move, or your head will relocate in the next second. Bastard. You actually disabled both my arms. I will kill you. With your current state, you still want to kill me? Dream on. Anything could happen in here. In the mirror world, Owen and the others looked on in disbelief. Some of Big Mom's children were worried about their mother's injuries. Mom was truly defeated by Zhang Yufan, and it was a crushing defeat. Moreover, Zhang Yufan seemed uninjured. It was a one-sided situation. Why was he so powerful? What kind of monster was he? As for avenging Mom, given the current situation, it was impossible. All of us together probably wouldn't be enough to take down Zhang Yufan alone. Not to mention, there was still a group of Zhang Yufan's partners waiting over there. I instructed Nami to bring Broly and gather the other partners and enemies through the mirror. I also called for Chopper and the other doctors to come and help stop Big Mom's bleeding. Otherwise, if she bleeds out, the devil fruit that was about to be in our hands would go missing, and finding it would be very troublesome. After quite some time, all the partners on the island and Big Mom's children had gathered. Some of Big Mom's children were glaring at me fiercely, while others showed a barely noticeable smile. At this point, Zorro and the others had played enough, and it was time to end it. Thus, Zeus and the others were all trapped by Bartolomeo's barrier fruit. Brooke smiled and walked over to Zeus. Yo-ho-ho-ho. 3 homies, as a parting gift, I'll play you a tune. You can rest in peace. Skeleton, what do you want? Hurry up and let us out. Brooke held a violin and played a beautiful melody. Moments later, the music stopped as he charged at Zeus and the others, using the abilities of the Yomi Yomi no Mi to completely suppress them. Gripping his sword, he then slashed all 3 of them. Their souls returned to their bodies, and Big Mom lay on the ground, struggling to get up and attack me. I beat her down hard, knocking her unconscious. As a result, Big Mom's fruit abilities were nullified, freeing all the homies on the island at that moment. The lifespans returned to their original owners, and the island's residents cheered with joy. I sat calmly on a high platform chair, looking down at the enemies below. Don't look at me like that. Killing Big Mom is a good thing for you. You children, in her eyes, are merely subordinates, with no familial love. The reason she gave birth to so many children was just to have powerful helpers to enhance the overall strength of her pirate crew. You children were raised by her from the start as tools to dominate this world. Even if you die, she wouldn't feel pain. She used her strength to control you through fear, killing you at the slightest displeasure. When her hunger pangs hit, she wouldn't recognize anyone, and even you children would be killed by her. Do you really want to follow this extremely selfish person to hell? Or will you submit to me? Think carefully. At this moment, those Big Mom's children standing below the high platform fell into deep thought, staring blankly ahead. I stepped down from the platform and had Galadino create a candle room. I dragged Big Mom inside, preparing to strip her of her devil fruit. Some particularly loyal children of Big Mom wanted to rush up to stop me. After all, she is their mother, so this reaction is not surprising at all. After being kicked back by Sanji and the others, she was caught and beaten up. All of Big Mom's children knew that they couldn't save their mother no matter what. They could only stand outside the candle room and watch helplessly. At the same time, they were very puzzled as to why Zhang Yufan would bring their mother into the house before killing her. I entered the candle room, closed the door, and prepared various fruits. Then I twisted Big Mom's neck, and before long, I obtained the soul fruit. After tidying up the things in the room, I walked out of the candle room and stored everything away. Big Mom's children all widened their eyes in shock. How did Mom suddenly disappear? In the candle room, too? Could this be Zhang Yufan's devil fruit ability? On the other side, the giants were clearing out the enemies on an island. After receiving the notification, they quickly headed to Cake Island according to the directions from the life cards. I had already given the soul fruit to Nami to let her familiarize herself with its abilities. This fruit is extremely powerful, and once I use its abilities to create homies from various elements in nature, that will be an incredibly terrifying combat power. I then locked up most of Big Mom's children in the mirror world. The remaining ones had relatively weak combat power and very peaceful personalities, so I left them outside. After everyone tidied up the mess on the island, several more of Big Mom's children returned to Cake Island, thus capturing all of Big Mom's children. At the same time, I received all the system rewards. Then I used a Din Mushi to inform all the residents of Land. Big Mom's reign has ended, and whether to stay or leave is up to them. After staying on Cake Island for a day, the next morning, quite a few residents of Land came to seek refuge. As for their loyalty, it remains to be verified. Since the island is currently short on people, I decided to keep them for now. After waiting another day, the management personnel I had contacted earlier also arrived at Cake Island. Today was also the day the tea party was set to begin, and those invited by Big Mom started to arrive one after another. As for those who had arrived a few days earlier, they had long since disappeared. At this moment, a bird wearing a black hat and a black cloak approached. Walking upright, I checked his information using the system. Name: Morgan's combat power growth potential level. SS current combat power level. SS age, 50 height, 3.05 meters gender. Male weapon, none devil fruit. Bird fruit, albatross form bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. President of the World Economic News Agency, known as Big News Morgans, is a professional journalist who loves to watch the excitement, and he is also one of the kings of the underground world. He often reports exaggerated stories, saying whatever makes the news more explosive. Slayer of gods Zhang Yufan, how could you be here? And there are traces of fierce battles around. What happened? Morgans looked shocked. Hello, Morgans. Wait until I finish speaking, and you'll know why. I'm sending you a big news. I smiled. What big news? Could it be related to Big Mom? Morgans was very puzzled. Smart. Big Mom has already been taken down by me, and the others have been captured. I smiled. Morgans was stunned, knowing that Zhang Yufan and his pirate crew had strong combat power. He didn't expect them to be this strong. It was truly a terrifying growth rate. No wonder there were no guards on the way to Cake Island. He thought it was very strange at the time, but now he finally knew the answer. As for whether Zhang Yufan was deceiving him, he could tell just by looking around the island. This was something that couldn't be faked, especially since up until now he hadn't seen any of Big Mom's children. The palace had collapsed, and the ground was pockmarked. He then became very excited. This was definitely big news. Those who came to Cake Island for the tea party were all shocked to see Big Mom's corpse. At the same time, they were delighted that they no longer had to fear Big Mom. However, a new question arose. How would Zhang Yufan handle them? Would he be even more brutal than Big Mom? If so, their good days would be over. After a while, confirming that no one would come again, I gathered people from various factions to discuss their future. Then I dealt with those who needed to be dealt with, took in those who needed to be taken in, and collaborated with those who needed to collaborate. After everyone finished discussing and had a big meal, they each left to attend to their own matters. Robin and I rearranged the affairs of Land. After staying on Cake Island for another day, those management personnel also arrived. After handing over to them, I prepared to proceed according to the direction indicated by Zhang's life card. The ship sailed on the sea for several days, during which there were occasional hailstorms and strong winds. One night, dark clouds covered the moonlight. A few birds flew over my ships, wearing green rings around their necks, scattering a pile of hypnotic powder. My companions outside the cabin were all affected. Dozens of figures swiftly boarded the ship. Those who were sleeping on the deck also had green rings placed around their necks. The companions sleeping inside the cabin sensed someone boarding the ship. They quickly got dressed and walked out of the cabin. At this point, the clouds dispersed and the moonlight shone down. They saw a man wearing a hat, with a reverse mustache, very large earlobes, wearing 2 golden earrings and holding a whip, standing on top of the lookout tower with a group of sea beasts in front of him. I checked the man's information using the system. Name, breed combat power growth potential level. Assess current combat power level. Assess age. 45 height. 2. 59 meters gender. Male weapon. Whip devil fruit. Pet fruit bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. A very selfish person who treats his crew as tools, which led to him being abandoned by his crew. Later, he used his devil fruit ability to turn all the sea beasts into his pet slaves, forming the sea beast pirates, and he often beats these sea beasts, hating humans. His dream is to build a kingdom of docile animals. I frowned. This guy's combat power in the original work was not this strong. Apart from his fruit ability being a bit powerful, his combat power was just average. Moreover, he shouldn't be appearing in this place right now. Previously, the appearances of Kinnaman and the others were also strange, and there were many others from even earlier. People who shouldn't have appeared at that time did appear. It may be due to my crossing causing a butterfly effect, leading to a bit of chaos in this world. Or perhaps this world was originally this chaotic. Bartholomew frowned and looked around. Who are you? What are you doing here? And that green ring around my friend's necks. Did you do that? Breed smirked, looking down. My name is Breed, and I am the user of the pet fruit. They have all become my pets now, very obedient. Kobe, filled with anger, looked up. What nonsense! How can my friends listen to you? Just as he finished speaking, those who were not wearing the green rings looked on in surprise. Breed directly issued an order, and all those under his control had their eyes turn red. They were dragged by the green rings to stand in 2 rows right below Breed. Then he commanded all the control people and animals to charge at us, throwing punches. We also fought back, not using our full strength, managing to reach a stalemate. During this time, the controlled companions began to wake from their slumber, confused and swinging their fists, completely out of control. They tried to destroy the green rings around their necks, but no matter what they did, they couldn't take them off. At that moment, Breed stood above, nodding in satisfaction. Riding a sea beast, he controlled all the people and animals to leave. Suddenly, a massive ship appeared ahead. Koya exclaimed in surprise, standing at the bow. Everyone look! This pirate ship is much taller than a giant. I was furious, looking up. Let's go. Let's take that guy down and bring our friend back. Everyone was also furious, started to roll up their sleeves. How dare they so boldly kidnap our friends and treat them like slaves, unable to resist orders. If we catch Breed, he will die a very ugly death. In front of the ship, many whirlpools suddenly appeared on the sea. The waves became very large, but with the banana crocodiles around, the ship was still stable. Jinbei jumped into the sea to check the situation, then surfaced and looked at me. Captain, these whirlpools were created by the controlled sea bunnies beneath the sea. Jinbei, take the kung fu manatees and knock them out, then plug their ears so they can't hear and won't be controlled anymore. No problem. The kung fu manatees are following. Jinbei led the kung fu manatees down into the sea. As for those sea bunnies, even though they were terrified and wanted to resist, it was useless once they were under control. All they could do was execute the commands given to them, completely unaware of what fear was. Therefore, even with so many huge crocodiles around, they didn't run away. Next, I had Frankie and the others make a lot of earplugs. Then, we left a few companions to watch the ship and took the rest to step onto the enormous pirate ship across from us. It was like a small island, complete with flowers, grass, and trees. Suddenly, animals hiding around jumped out, including penguins, octopuses, sea bunnies, squids, and so on. After we took them all down and prepared to plug their ears, we were pulled from the ground into the sky by the green rings controlling us, then dropped back to the ground, neatly forming 2 rows. The people who had been captured also appeared, standing behind them, filled with anger at being treated as slaves. We wanted to move, but couldn't at all. only able to stand there gritting our teeth. Breed walked out from a cave, a wicked smile on his face, accompanied by Jim and the others, looking at me. Hello, stinky humans and you pets. You're gathering too slowly. Listen well, pets must obey without question and cannot resist. Any command from this master, the beast tamer, must be completed within 4 seconds. Do you understand? Breed, this isn't treating them as pets, it's treating them as slaves. Let my friends go. Shut up, stinky human. To still chase me here is impressive. You should all become my pets too. Bait puppets. Saying this, Breed's hands turned green, and he continuously created green rings, throwing them at us, which we easily dodged. This attack speed was nothing to worry about. I remained indifferent, moving my feet. These things can't hit us at all. Stop wasting your energy. Breed smiled sinisterly, standing still. Your combat power is indeed strong, possibly even above mine. But if that's all you have, do you really think you can defeat me? After saying that, Breed cracked a whip on the ground. He issued an attack command to all the controlled people and animals. Their eyes all turned red, and they struck fiercely without mercy. The attacks came at us like a storm. We defended ourselves, knowing they were our companions, so we couldn't hit too hard. However, it had been a long time since we had fought at this intensity. The ground was already cracked and filled with many large pits. Breed laughed loudly, sneaking up on me, continuing to throw green rings. Ha, impressive, right? I can control any creature at will and fully unleash their power for use. Gulme, experience it for yourselves. Breed, don't celebrate too early, or you'll regret it later. Breed didn't care about my threat at all, already having me under his control. What can you do? I'm overjoyed. Each of these guys has combat power that's a bit outrageous. If I can control them all, my dream of building an animal empire will be within reach. Bages smirked, swinging his fist at me. Captain, be careful. Don't let me knock you away. I remain calm, also swinging my fist to block. Oh, Bages, are you feeling itchy? I gave you your powers, and you think you can knock me away? First, take back most of your abilities. With a thought, I had the system spirit HouMing help unload the equipment card. The controlled companions suddenly felt most of their power drained away. Bages and the others were shocked. It was really a godlike ability. Their powers had indeed been taken back significantly. Their overall combat power plummeted, so they were all fitted with earplugs. The world suddenly fell silent, and they could move freely again, no longer under control. They turned around, showing Breed a devilish smile. As for the animals that were defeated, because there were no suitable earplugs, they could only be temporarily locked in the barrier created by Bartholomew, unable to attack no matter what. Breed looked ferocious, standing on a high platform, looking down at me. Whether animals or humans, they're all despicable, worthless. Did you think you could defeat me like this? Let me show you the strongest ability of the animal fruit. Breed is about to transform. Sanji, teach him how to be a person. Let me, the great lord, kill all of you despicable, stinking humans. After saying this, Breed suddenly put a green ring around his neck. The color of the ring changed from green to red. Then, his muscles exploded in size, bursting out of his clothes. His aura was continuously rising, and his hair stood on end. It was somewhat reminiscent of a super scion, but he would still have to take a beating. Breed laughed maniacally, veins bulging on his forehead. My body is filled with power. Animals gather. After saying this, the animals' rings around their necks turned red and began to charge madly at the barrier wall. Bartolomeo sneered, fingers crossed. Breed, useless. Even if they can hear you, your orders can't get out. Breed was extremely angry. You despicable humans are blocking my path forward. Since you want to oppose me, then all of you can disappear from this world. With that, he exerted force with his feet and jumped down from the high platform. Sanji, with an angry face, took a deep breath of smoke and exhaled. His feet turned into springs, crouching on the ground to build momentum. Suddenly, with a whoosh, he shot into the sky. He extended a foot and kicked the falling Breed back up into the air. Following that, Sanji used an invisible speed to unleash a flurry of kicks. Even though Breed was covered in haki, he couldn't withstand Sanji's attack and cried out in pain. However, Sanji didn't kick Breed's vital points, showing mercy with his feet. Otherwise, if he died, this pet fruit would disappear before his eyes. Then Breed fell from the sky, experiencing the detailed services of being roasted by fire and struck by lightning. Breed was in unbearable pain, tears streaming down his face. "You demons, stop tormenting me. Just give me a quick end." I coldly laughed, standing still. "I already told you it would be unbearable, but you didn't care at all. Now, I'll fulfill your request." After saying that, I took out the candle room from the pet space and dragged Breed inside. Not long after, I came out. All the people and animals had their green rings around their necks shattered. The animals were overjoyed, hugging each other to celebrate, roaring with excitement. They all came before us, bowing their heads in gratitude, while looking at Monkey Ming with admiration. They were too strong. If we followed them, could we also become this strong? After inquiring with Monkey Ming, they received a positive answer: to show their gratitude and to become stronger and not be enslaved. They made up their minds to join Monkey Ming's team. Everyone welcomed them, and there were exactly 70 sea beasts. It wouldn't be long before this would turn into a pile of strong combat power. At this moment, the system rewards were also fully distributed. Everyone searched the ship thoroughly and packed all usable items to take with them. Then, they returned to my ship with the sea beasts and stored Breed's ship in the storage space. It was already very late, so everyone went to sleep. The next morning, to celebrate the joining of the sea beasts, we held a banquet and then set off again. That afternoon, Garat bought a newspaper from the newsbird and jumped down from the lookout tower. "Dear benefactors, I got the newspaper." Brother Yufan appears on the front page. He replaced Big MOM as one of the new 4 emperors, and there was also a new bounty notice. Brother Yufan's bounty became 3 billion berries, and the others. You can see for yourselves. Sanji's bounty is 20 million berries lower than Zoro's. Hee. Everyone gathered around to check their bounties. Then there was a cheer. The captain had become one of the 4 emperors. Meanwhile, they looked with interest at Sanji and Zoro. Sanji looked dejected, holding his head in his hands. "I lost to the seaweed head again. Does the Navy even set bounties?" Zoro smiled, maintaining his sword. "This shows that even the Navy thinks I'm stronger than you." The curly brow. Sanji was furious, smoking a cigarette. "Seaweed head, do you want to fight? The Navy must be blind. Let us see who is stronger." Zoro, filled with fighting spirit, gripped his sword. "Bring it on. Who's afraid of who?" So the two began to bicker, trading blows. Everyone stood aside, their faces showing a look of, as expected, this is the result. It happens every few days anyway, and they both knew their limits. Chopper also looked dejected. His bounty only increased by 1,000 berries. Recently, because of Morgan's actions, news was flying all over the world. In the palace of Dressrosa, Gold 3 and Leo looked at the newspaper in astonishment. Zhang Yufan and his crew are indeed terrifyingly strong. They took down a 4 emperor so quickly. No wonder he is the captain I follow. Truly amazing. Leo said, "We can't fall behind either. We need to continue developing the country. Are there any rebels around recently?" "No, they've all been scared off or captured." Gold 3 nodded, and then they each went off to attend to their own matters. In the palace of Fishman Island, Neptune and the others looked at the newspaper in their hands, all very surprised. "This is too shocking. Zhang Yufan actually took down a 4 emperor. Wow, Brother Yufan is really amazing. He has already become one of the 4 emperors. I need to make a phone call." It seems the decision made back then was correct. Fishman Island is truly peaceful now. Shirahoshi excitedly ran to make a call. Neptune smiled broadly, full of energy, and continued to handle state affairs. On Onigashima in Wano country, one of the 4 emperors, Kaido, was sitting in a chair drinking, looking at the newspaper in his hands. "That bastard who messed up my business actually appeared on Cake Island and killed the old hag. He's truly a scary little brat, but if he comes to my territory, he's dead." On a deserted island, the Revolutionary Army's base, several people were discussing. "Everyone, come and see. The Godslayer Zhang Yufan has new news, and it's quite astonishing. Could it be that he defeated another warlord of the sea? Recently, his news has been everywhere. No, this time he took down one of the 4 emperors, Big MOM. What did you say? A 4 emperor has been taken down? They've already become this strong? Leader, you're here." "Yes, so far they have saved multiple countries. We can contact them and consider further plans." After discussing for a while, they began to arrange for cadres to reach out. As for the other 2 emperors of the New World, their reactions were different. In several places in the East Sea, there were sounds of laughter and joy. Because someone was protecting them, they were no longer disturbed by pirates and could live better. In summary, People all over the world were shocked by this news. The crowd was on a boat, sailing on the sea for several more days. During this time, they tried to contact Kinnaman and the others several times, but could not reach them, feeling very puzzled and unsure if something had interfered. However, they decided not to dwell on this matter and would discuss it after arriving in Wano country. I contacted Duke Inuarashi on Zou Island again. Hello, is this Duke Inuarashi? I'm Zhang Yufan. Hello, Zhang Yufan. I'm Inuarashi. Have you defeated the Yonko, Big Mom? Not defeated, but killed. We will arrive in Wano country in a few days. How are your injuries? You are indeed frighteningly strong. Don't worry, our injuries have healed completely. Chopper special medicine is really effective. You can set off now. I can't contact Kinnaman at the moment. I can't reach him either. I don't know why. Let's discuss it further when we meet in Wano country. Duke Inuarashi then confirmed a rendezvous point. This was my first time going to Wano country, and I had no idea where it was. But it didn't matter. Once we arrived in Wano, we could just ask the locals. After hanging up, the boat continued to head towards Wano country. Wano country is a special area with no coastal waters from the open sea. It is surrounded only by cliffs and waterfalls, with the main island of Wano and Onigashima in the inland sea. It is located on an island in the second half of the Grand Line in the New World. It is also a closed-off country that never receives outsiders. Not a member of the world government. Even naval ships cannot enter this country. The residents of Wano country are accustomed to wearing traditional Japanese-style kimono clothing. They communicate with others in a more traditional tone, referring to skilled swordsmen as samurai. The highest leader of Wano country is called the shogun, and the highest regional leaders are called daimyo. Wano country is the hometown of the dragon-slaying samurai, Ryuma, who is a hero here. His sword, Shusui, is regarded as a national treasure. Many years ago, Ryuma's grave was plundered and damaged by the Moria pirates. His body disappeared, along with the famous sword Shusui, which also went missing. This caused great sorrow and anger among the people of Wano country. As a result, the residents of Wano country are still dedicated to retrieving the famous sword Shusui and returning it to their homeland. As time passed, our ship was nearing Wano country. Suddenly, the wind changed direction and the sky was no longer clear. In an instant, dark clouds gathered. The sky was filled with strong winds and heavy rain, while the water below was turbulent with rushing currents and whirlpools. This was a significant challenge before entering Wano country. For us, however, it posed no difficulty. Facing such harsh weather and currents, everyone was not afraid at all. Wow, the weather here is terrible. It's my first time seeing this. I can smell the scent of adventure, Jarrett said excitedly. Jarrett, you really love adventure. Aren't you afraid of falling into the sea? Nami smiled. Jarrett grinned, holding Nami's hand. I'm not afraid at all. You guys are so strong. As the ship moved forward, the water's flow became increasingly rapid. Suddenly, a group of koi fish appeared, and they were exceptionally large. They swam quickly, jumping around beside our boat. This caught the attention of several food lovers on board, who began to fantasize about how to eat the koi fish. Sanji would definitely make it delicious. Just thinking about it made their mouths water. There was no rush to catch the koi fish. It was better to find the entrance to Wano country first. However, everyone was very puzzled. There was clearly seawater all around. How could there be freshwater fish? There were only two possibilities. One is that the water here is originally freshwater, allowing koi fish to survive. The other is that these koi fish have mutated and adapted to living in seawater. In any case, regardless of which possibility it is, it doesn't affect us. As the number of koi fish increased, our ship began to enter a narrowing waterway. It felt less like sailing on the ocean and more like entering a freshwater river. At the end of the waterway, we unexpectedly encountered a magnificent waterfall. We were greeted by a rare sight. Those koi fish were swimming upstream against the current, constantly jumping toward the top of the waterfall, which is known as koi leaping over the Dragon Gate. Chopper's eyes sparkled as he looked up. Wow, it's really spectacular. These koi fish have such strong jumping ability. They can climb up such a high waterfall. Nami smiled, looking down. It's very impressive. The water below is also very clear. The direction indicated by the life card is upwards, which means Wano country is above. Since these koi fish can reach the top, our ship can too. Let's have the koi fish pull us up, Koya smiled. We don't need to do that. I'll store the ship, and use moonwalk to go up and have a look at the unprecedented sight of crocodiles and sea beasts leaping over the Dragon Gate. Zhang Yufan smiled. Everyone watched with great interest as this magical scene unfolded. If others saw us, they would probably think we were crazy. Just relying on a crocodile's short legs, it would take them hundreds of years to climb up this waterfall. As for the idea of crocodiles leaping over the Dragon Gate, that would be a dream. As for those sea beasts, they might succeed in leaping over the Dragon Gate. However, that applies to ordinary crocodiles. Ours is not an ordinary crocodile. They could easily accomplish this dreamlike feat then. A giant banana crocodile used moonwalk to step into the sky. Leisurely, it played around on top of the waterfall, and before long, it jumped to the top of the waterfall, achieving this great feat. Everyone disembarked with those who couldn't use moonwalk and quickly moved towards the top of the waterfall. I stayed at the bottom of the waterfall, storing the ship in the storage space. Then I followed up and soon reached the top. Everyone looked around. There was not a single person in sight. Suddenly, a white-furred baboon with a fierce face, about 7 meters tall, approached from a distance, holding an exceptionally long samurai sword. This is a pet raised by the beast pirates, named Baboon Maru. It was patrolling the island when it noticed many people ahead. These people should be illegally invading Wano country. Sensing the dangerous aura from that direction, and seeing many giants, it thought it couldn't possibly fight so many people, so it turned around and ran away. Hey, this white baboon is a pet of the beast pirates, Baboon King. This is your kind. Catch it back. I smiled. Captain, leave it to me. It seems its combat power is very weak. This will be a piece of cake, Baboon King grinned. So, Baboon King quickly ran towards the white Baboon Maru, swung its fist, and knocked it to the ground, bringing it back. After asking a few questions, it handed it over to Baboon King for supervision. I contacted Kinneman again, and this time it finally connected. Hello, is this Kinneman? We have arrived at Wano country and will soon reach our designated location. Hello. Your Excellency, Zhang Yufan. I am Kinneman, and Inuarashi and the others have also arrived. There is no need to make any detailed plans. Just follow us, and we can push through directly. No problem. I didn't expect you guys to really take down one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom. That's impressive. After chatting for a while, we all went to prepare for the next action. I instructed the animals living in the water to stay here, and equipped a few of them with medical knowledge and cooking skills. As for the food issue, there's no need to worry. Although there aren't too many ingredients on the island, there are plenty below. I also had Galdino set up a camp using candles. With the remaining companions, we prepared to head towards the mountain where people were present. Suddenly, a group of armed individuals rushed over from a distance. I checked with the system. They were all members of the Beast Pirates. A tall man raised his gun and shouted, "Don't move. I've never seen you before. Have you just arrived on this island?" Kobe, looking puzzled, stepped forward and said, "Yes, we just arrived. What is the problem? Who are you? And don't point your gun at us, or you'll die." A short man with a gun sneered. "Well, I didn't expect anyone would dare to talk to us, the Beast Pirates, like that." A masked man raised his gun and said, "This is serious. You're illegally entering, and you've captured Baboon Maru. Everyone, open fire and kill them." The group of enemies began shooting at us. Bartolomeo's barrier blocked the bullets. Then, controlling the barrier, he charged like a buffalo, knocking all the enemies across. Soon after, they were all taken down. These guys were truly brutal. They killed without a second thought. The residents of Wano must have suffered under these guys for a long time. As for any resistance, they didn't have the ability at all. With Kaido, how many could stand against him? This is the tragedy of the weak. They can only endure the oppression of strong. After cleaning up the battlefield, I stored the weapons in my storage space and continued towards the destination, entering a forest. Not long after, a massive quadruped beast came rushing down from the mountain. It had features of a lion, pig, and dog, with yellow fur shaped like flames. Its name was Kamenichio. On its back was a cute, short girl with large purple eyes and a purplish complexion. She had deep purple, medium-length hair, usually styled in a bun, adorned with a yellow hairpin and a pink flower hairpin, wearing a light green short kimono with many patches and a light orange wide belt. I checked the girl's information with the system. Name, Kurizumi Tama Combat Power Growth Potential Level. Assess current combat power level. F age, 7 height, 1. 0, 8 meters gender, Female weapon. None devil fruit. Dango fruit bounty. None equipment card. None description. A girl from Kuri, Wano country, disciple of Tengu-san. Orphaned at a young age. She weaves hats for a living, aspires to be a glamorous female ninja, is kind-hearted, clever, brave, eager to help others, good at making friends, grateful, optimistic, and polite. With a pet and bodyguard named Kamenichio. Kamenichio, looking anxious, stopped and cried, "Can you understand me? Please save Tama. She drank contaminated river water and is poisoned." I frowned, jumped onto Kamenichio's back, and said, "I understand. Don't worry, she'll be fine. Kuya, come treat her." After saying that, I hugged Korizumi Tama and brought her to the ground. I took out a cloth from my storage space and gently laid Korizumi Tama on it. Kuya quickly ran over to diagnose her and started formulating an antidote. I took out the necessary equipment. Soon after drinking the antidote, Korizumi Tama woke up. Kamenichio was overjoyed and relieved, thinking she almost lost Korizumi Tama, but was fortunate to meet kind people. She was also surprised that someone could understand her words. Even more astonishing was that the Tanuki could speak human language and understand her. Korizumi Tama opened her eyes while lying on the ground and asked, "What happened? Who are you?" I smiled and squatted down, saying, "You were poisoned. We saved you. We just arrived in Wano country as pirates." Korizumi Tama looked fearful and raised her hands, saying, "You're pirates. I surrender. Please don't hurt me." Kuya smiled and squatted down, saying, "We're not bad people. Otherwise, we wouldn't have saved you." Korizumi Tama smiled and sat up, saying, "Thank you for saving me. I will repay your kindness. My name is Korizumi Tama. You can call me Tama." We introduced ourselves to each other. Korizumi Tama looked at the obedient baboon Maru in surprise, thinking how this fierce creature was tamed by Zhang Yufan and his team. She was also amazed at the many giants among their companions, who all looked very strong, truly impressive. Korizumi Tama then invited us to her home for a visit, riding Kamenichio to lead the way. We hurried behind, ready to gather more information. On the way, we saw the polluted river. Soon after, we reached a dirty, small house that could only accommodate a few people, while the others had to stay outside. Korizumi Tama smiled and said, "Please don't mind the humble abode." Nami smiled and stood still, asking, "Tama, do you live here alone?" Korizumi Tama smiled and turned her head, saying, "No, I live here with my master. We've run out of rice at home, so I went to buy some." I calmly reached out and grabbed Korizumi Tama, saying, "Tama, you probably don't have much money to buy rice, right? You can't even feed yourself." Korizumi Tama was taken aback and hurriedly waved her hands, her stomach growling. "That is not true," gurgle. Everyone noticed the patches on Korizumi Tama's clothes and her frail body. Combined with the shabby house, it was clear she was very poor. If she invited us to eat, she would have to go without food afterward. And with so many of us, she couldn't possibly afford to feed us all. Meanwhile, the captain had prepared a lot of ingredients on the ship. It was just the right time to use them, allowing Korizumi Tama and her master to have a good meal. I smiled and let go of Korizumi Tama's hand, saying, "No need to be so nervous. Today, let you and your master have a hearty meal. First, eat some fruit so you don't faint from hunger and don't refuse." After saying that, I took out a pile of ingredients from my storage space and handed Korizumi Tama a few pieces of fruit to fill her stomach. Korizumi Tama was stunned by my amazing actions, staring at the fruit with her mouth watering. It has been a long time since I last had fresh fruit. Zhang Yufan and the others have been so kind to the little girl. Not only did they save her life, but they also cooked for her. Tears couldn't help but flow from my eyes. She was very grateful and thanked us, no longer refusing my goodwill. She picked up a piece of fruit and started eating, leaving the rest for the master. After receiving the consent of Black Charcoal Yumi, we toured the house. Suddenly, I sensed a powerful aura emanating from one of the rooms. I walked towards that place and looked up to see a knife hanging on the wall. The sheath and hilt were purple, radiating a strong, evil aura. I jumped up to take it down, and at the moment I drew the knife, the evil aura wrapped around my body, heading towards my head as if it wanted to seize me. I used my powerful Conqueror's Haki to push it back. The blade trembled and gradually calmed down. Zoro, the sword fanatic, also sensed this evil aura and rushed in from outside. "Hey, Captain, this knife's aura is very similar to my Sandai Kitetsu. It's also a cursed blade. Yes, this is the Nidai Kitetsu, one of the great blades of the 21. This Wano country truly is a land rich in fine swords. I encountered one right after arriving. Captain, you happen to need a good sword like this. This one is just right. Although the snow walk is good, it's still lacking a bit. The person has returned. Let's go out and meet them. After saying that, he took the Nidai Kitetsu and walked outside. At this moment, a fight had already broken out outside the house. A man wearing a long-nosed red mask, with a pair of large white wings on his back, was wearing high-heeled wooden shoes, resembling a tengu. He was wielding a fan knife and was clashing with a smile, swinging his knife in a horizontal slash. I checked his information using the system. Name: Kazuki Sukiyaki. Combat Power Growth Potential Level. Assess current combat power level. S age, 78. Height, 2. 14 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, fan knife. Devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. Former general of Wano country. Father of Kazuki Odin and grandfather of Kazuki Momonosuke and Kazuki Hiyori. He has a poor relationship with his son Odin, having always opposed Odin going to sea. During Odin's voyage, Sukiyaki fell ill and was usurped by Black Charcoal Mushi, who announced that the general's position had been passed to Black Charcoal Kaido. Afterward, Sukiyaki's obituary was released, but he was actually imprisoned underground in Onigashima. He escaped and later took the name Tengu Mountain Feiching. Valuing the laws and order of Wano and possessing extraordinary patience, a sense of samurai honor, the ability to carve historical texts, and superb sword forging skills. Kazuki Sukiyaki looked anxious, waving his knife. Where's Shoko? Who are you? With a calm expression, Ishao defended against his strikes. We are pirates. Don't worry, Shoko is fine. Black Charcoal Yumi, looking happy, rushed out of the room. Master, don't fight. The little girl is here. Kazuki Sukiyaki looked relieved and happy. Thank goodness Shoko is okay. Otherwise, I would have to blame myself for life. After hearing Shoko's explanation, he realized he had misunderstood and quickly bowed his head to apologize, expressing his gratitude. At this moment, I walked out of the house with Zoro and the others. Kazuki Sukiyaki looked surprised. Mouth agape. Young man, you drew the Nidai Kitetsu and nothing happened to you? I smiled, holding the knife and swinging it, cutting a stone in half. It's fine. Truly a good sword, very sharp. It seemed like the Nidai Kitetsu sensed my praise and happily trembled slightly. Everyone was also very surprised by the knife's responsiveness. This is interesting. It's my first time seeing such a situation. Kazuki Sukiyaki's eyes widened as he stood frozen. You actually subdued the evil aura of this knife, and it recognizes you as its master. Who on earth are you? With a smile, I sheathe the knife. I am Zhang Yufan, currently a pirate with the goal of becoming the king of the world. Can I take this knife with me? Kazuki Sukiyaki nodded blankly. After all, the knife had already recognized its master. Leaving it there to gather dust wasn't a good thing. Moreover, as a swordsmith, the most he hoped for was to see the sword he forged have a suitable owner, so it could unleash its true power. Although he felt a bit reluctant, he knew there was no way to change it. Since he couldn't use it himself, perhaps this was the best outcome. Black Charcoal Yumi looked at me with admiration, surprised that brother Yufan had even tamed the Nidai Kitetsu. She also handed the fruit in her hand to Kazuki Sukiyaki, and the two began to eat together. Suddenly, Kazuki Sukiyaki's expression changed, and he hurried to Zoro's side to check the sword at his waist. This is our Wano country's treasured sword, a kushui. Why is it in your hands? And you can actually wield Sandai Kitetsu? I acquired it from a zombie, I replied. Old man, do you recognize Sandai Kitetsu? Of course. I made it. Young man, can you return the sword of kushui to our country? No, it's my sword now. Unless you can exchange it for another sword of the same level. That makes things a bit tricky. Kazuki Sukiyaki sighed and didn't continue the discussion. At least he now knew the whereabouts of the famed sword of kushui, which was a big surprise and brought him one step closer to recovering it. Next, he needed a particularly good sword to trade back. Today's events had been quite shocking, and I needed some time to calm down. Sanji and the others had already prepared delicious food, so I invited Kazuki Sukiyaki and Black Charcoal Yumi to feast together. As for the sword matter, we would discuss it later. Everyone had a great time eating. Kazuki Sukiyaki also introduced himself, and we got to know each other. However, the surrounding scenery was anything but beautiful. The area was filled with dilapidated buildings and barren land, with pothole-ridden roads and crooked trees. This place had been severely destroyed. After a while, Kazuki Sukiyaki and his apprentice looked satisfied, their bellies full from the delicious food prepared by Sanji. Nami, sitting on a rock with a puzzled expression, asked, "Old man, why did Shoko get poisoned after drinking river water?" Kazuki Sukiyaki sat up straight, looking angry. The river water in this country has been polluted by the wastewater discharge from Kaido's factory. After a pause, he continued, "If young children drink it, it's like taking poison." Nami clenched her fists in anger. Kaido is really despicable. Everyone also looked furious at Kaido's actions, which were tantamount to taking the lives of many island residents. But he wouldn't care, otherwise he wouldn't do such things. Since we have already come here, Kaido's good days are numbered. Such things will not be allowed to happen again in the future. Robin also looked puzzled, sitting on the ground, turning her head to look at Kazuki Sukiyaki. "Old man, this place is already in ruins. Why do you still want to live here?" "Because Xiaoyu has been holding on to her promise, waiting for a pirate named Ace. And I have been here for many years, waiting for someone's appearance." "Old man, are you talking about that Fire Fist Ace? Isn't his full name Portgasti Ace?" "Yes." "Do you know him?" "Not really. I've seen him in the newspaper." Kazuki Oden talked about how he met Ace. More than a year ago, a weak Ace drifted to this village of Kasa, which was suffering from severe famine, where people often starved to death. The villagers tied him up. But Ace not only did not fight back, he even took the initiative to share the food from his ship with the villagers here, which made all the villagers, including Xiaoyu, extremely grateful. Ace stayed in Kasa village for several weeks and had a good relationship with Xiaoyu. He promised Xiaoyu that when she grew up to be a beautiful female ninja, he would take her out to sea. This made her insist on staying in Kasa village, waiting for Ace to visit again. Everyone looked at her in admiration. What a trustworthy little girl. I smiled and sat on the ground, explaining to Xiaoyu the conditions to become a beautiful female ninja. First, she needs to find a real ninja to learn ninjutsu from. Then after passing some assessments, she can become a ninja. As for the beauty part, she can learn from those dancers, and the outcome will only be known when she grows up. Kurazumi Tama looked disappointed, lowering her head, realizing that she still had to do all these things, and said, "Brother Yufan, is there any way to help me?" I smiled and patted Xiaoyu's head. "Sure. Just come with us first. Then I'll find you a few masters, but you need to be prepared to endure hardship." Kurazumi Tama's eyes lit up as she looked up. "Really? I'm not afraid of hardship. I will definitely work hard to learn." I smiled and nodded. "After we defeat Kaido, we can let Reizo teach you, or find other ninjas to teach you. It won't be a problem." "Old man, you should come with us too. The person you are waiting for has already appeared." I smiled. "Young man, how do you know who I am waiting for? Tell me." Kazuki Oden looked puzzled. "You are waiting for Kazuki Momonosuke, right?" "Kazuki Oden, one of the criminals of Wano country. Go ahead and tell me." I smiled. Kazuki Oden's pupils suddenly constricted, cold sweat dripping down his body. Zhang Yufan actually knew who I was waiting for. He even knew my true identity. But didn't he seem like someone who came to kill me? Sighing, he took off his mask and talked about his situation. Kurazumi Tama was shocked. "My master is actually the previous shogun of Wano country, and the Kazuki family has really returned to Wano." I became serious, standing up. "Old man, first let us meet Momonosuke, then defeat the current shogun of Wano, and finally take down Kaido." Kazuki Oden was shocked, standing up. "You want to take down Kaido? Is that possible?" Everyone nodded, not continuing the conversation. Whether it's possible will be known after witnessing our battle power. There's no use in saying too much now. So we left a message for Ace, so Xiaoyu can leave here with peace of mind. Everyone packed their things and moved towards the town. Along the way, we saw the surroundings had turned into wilderness. There were many mutated animals that had drunk contaminated river water. However, these animals were toxic and inedible. In the distance, there were many smoking factories, letting poison Q absorb a little of the toxic gas in the air. Suddenly, dozens of arrows shot down from the sky towards us. I drew out the second generation of Go Slash and cut them all down. "Who is it? Don't hide. I've already found you. Come out." A man with bat wings and another with goat legs came towards us with a group of people. I checked their information using the system. Name, Batman. Potential growth level. A. Current strength level. B. Age. 39. Height. 1. 59 meters. Gender. Male. Weapon. Bow and arrow. Devil fruit. Artificial devil fruit. Bat form. Bounty. None. Equipment card. None. Description. One of the members of the Beast Pirates, skilled in archery, stationed in Burrow Town. Responsible for security in the Nine Ridges area of Wano and suppressing those who resist Kaido and Orochi's rule. Name. Gazelle Man. Potential growth level. B. Current strength level. B. Age. 37. Height. 2. 86 meters. Gender. Male. Weapon. None. Devil fruit. Artificial devil fruit. Gazelle form. Bounty. None. Equipment card. None. Description. One of the members of the Beast Pirates, extremely fast running speed, stationed in Burrow Town. Responsible for security in the Nine Ridges area of Wano and suppressing those who resist Kaido and Orochi's rule. Batman was a bit surprised, flying in the sky. You were those illegal invaders. Pretty impressive. You managed to block all my arrows. Gazelle Man smiled. Standing still. Do you want to oppose Lord Kaido? Put down your weapons and come with us. You still have a chance to live. I remained calm, looking up at the sky. I'm so scared. Come hit me. Just got the second generation of Ghost Slash. I'll use you to test my blade. Batman and the others sneered. You're quite bold. Not even afraid of Lord Kaido. You don't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Once you truly fight against Lord Kaido, you will know how terrifying he is. Just as Batman and the others were momentarily distracted, I had already arrived behind Batman and cut him in half with one strike. Gazelle Man and the others were shocked and immediately turned to run, realizing they couldn't win. Charging forward would be sending themselves to death. They decided to go back for help. But they hadn't run far before I unleashed a slash that cut them in half as well. These guys were too weak for us now. Kazuki Odin and his disciples were stunned. Is Zhang Yufan really this strong? His movements were clean and swift, not dragging at all. The battle from start to finish took less than a minute. He directly killed the enemy. No wonder he dared to challenge Kaido. Perhaps this time, we could really liberate Wano. Everyone began to clean the battlefield, and I stored the equipment in my storage space. After a while, once everything was handled, we continued forward. Soon, we arrived at the dilapidated town. As the name suggests, the people here lived by scavenging the leftovers discarded by officials. At this moment, Kinemon and the others were inside a house, observing the situation outside through the cracks in the door. They felt a bit excited. The powerful reinforcements were about to arrive. Finally, they could take revenge on Kaido. However, they still couldn't celebrate too early, as the war had not yet begun, and no one knew what changes would occur next. After observing for a while, a large group of people approached. The residents living here, showing fear, hid away. Kinemon felt a surge of joy in his heart, and immediately notified the others to come and gather. There was no need to hide anymore, so he took a few people to greet them. The residents saw that they were people Kinemon recognized and sighed in relief. As long as they weren't Kaido's subordinates coming to disrupt their lives, they were fine and went about their business. Kinemon laughed loudly as he stepped out of the room. Ha ha ha, everyone is finally here. Did anyone get hurt in the war against the Yonko Big MOM? I smiled and paused. Everyone is unharmed, very relaxed. What about the others? They'll be here shortly. This place is too small to hide anyone. Let me introduce you to two people, Kinemon said with a smile. The people around looked amazed. Zhang Yufan and the others were truly incredibly strong. To fight against the Yonko Big MOM and come out without injuries, it's likely not many can achieve that. At this moment, a woman dressed in a blue kimono, resembling a ukiyo-e beauty, approached. Another person with indigo eyes and deep blue long hair, tall and with hair tied in a single ponytail, wore a light yellow kimono with a chrysanthemum pattern. Holding a katana, although dressed like a woman, was actually a man. He walked out from a house and stopped in front of me. I checked their information using the system. Name, Tsuru Ana Combat Potential Level, F Current Combat Level, F Age, 46 Height, Meters Gender, Female Weapon, None Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Description. The owner of a tea house in a rundown town of Wano. The wife of Kinemon, a retainer of the Kazuki clan. She is warm-hearted, familiar with herbal medicine, and treats children who accidentally ingest poisoned river water, often using herbs. When Kinemon was sent to the future through the power of Kazuki, Tsuru was separated from him for 17 years but never remarried. Name: Kiku no Jo. Combat potential level: SS. Current combat level: SS. Age 19. Height 287 m. Gender: male. Weapon: katana. Devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description. Known as the most beautiful swordsman in Wano, Kiku no Jo, usually called Kiku, is a retainer of Kazuki Odin and one of the 9 red scabbards, the younger brother of Izo. Appearing feminine, he identifies as a woman in his heart. After Odin's death, he was sent 17 years into the future, excelling in swordsmanship. Kinemon smiled and raised his hand. This is my wife Tsuruana in the blue kimono, and this is Kiku no Jo, one of the 9 red scabbards in the light yellow kimono. We also introduced ourselves, and everyone got to know each other. The crowd looked with interest at Kiku no Jo, the cross-dressing master, whom they had heard the captain mention before. From appearance alone, it's hard to tell he is a man. This disguise is quite perfect. This hobby is indeed peculiar. At that moment, Kazuki Sukiyaki also walked out from behind the tall bojis. The mask on his face had been removed, and he had changed from high-heeled wooden shoes to flat wooden shoes. Kinemon and the others were shocked. The old general was still alive. This is wonderful, and they shared their experiences with each other. Before long, the leader of the Cat Viper and others came running with many kimonos. Everyone changed into them, most of them wearing kimonos for the first time. A few partners stayed behind to guard this place. The remaining people split into 3 teams and began to clear the enemies on the island. 3 people from Kinemon's group were chosen to lead the way, directing the giants to occupy Wano's non-toxic granary. Under Kinemon's leadership, we arrived at the town of Boru in the 9 regions. Our team did not bring large animals, as it would ruin the fun if they scared away the enemies. As soon as we entered the town, we saw several of Kaido's subordinates. I instructed my partners to quickly deal with them. Due to the speed, the surrounding residents didn't notice anything. In the center of the town, we found a crowd gathered around. On a sumo ring, there was a tall sumo wrestler wearing a thong and another shorter wrestler in a thong. They were trying to throw each other out of the ring. A sumo tournament was being held here. The residents below were gasping and discussing excitedly. This was the nth wrestler to be thrown out. The 30th wrestler. This is incredible. All overwhelming victories. Truly unstoppable. No wonder he is Wano's #1 sumo wrestler, Urashima. Indeed, Urashima would never be defeated, no matter what. On the ring, Urashima slapped 4 challenging sumo wrestlers away with a single blow. Even so, the challengers continued to come forward one after another. Urashima, beaming with joy, stood on the high platform. Ha ha ha. Kiku, you came to watch my match. Have you finally decided to marry me? My partners looked at Urashima with strange expressions. This guy really had a heavy taste. He probably didn't know that Kiku no Jo was a cross-dressing master. If we told him now, he'd probably explode on the spot. The surrounding residents were extremely shocked. This news was too explosive. Urashima actually had a woman he was infatuated with. What about us women? How imbibit? I frowned slightly and cover my ears. Weevil, you're too loud. Just deal with it directly. Weevil grinned foolishly, handed the sword to a partner behind him. Okay, big brother. This seems really fun. After saying that, he stepped onto the ring, mimicking Urashima's previous actions, and extended his hand to slap down hard. Urashima's body couldn't withstand the tremendous force and flew into the air, crashing down and smashing the houses below into pieces, ultimately fainting. Weevil clapped his hands, grinning. That was fun, a flying person. Is anyone else coming up? The surrounding residents were very surprised, their eyes wide open, almost popping out. The #1 sumo wrestler of Wano, Urashima, was knocked out with a single slap. Are we sure this isn't a joke? You're already this strong. Who else would dare to come up next? Are you going to send us on a sky tour with another slap? Weevil looked at the crowd that hesitated to step onto the ring, feeling bored and deciding to go back to find his brother for some chocolate. So he left the ring and walked towards me. This huge commotion attracted many of Kaido's subordinates. We didn't speak to them and rushed up to deal with them directly. The surrounding residents screamed and quickly ran into their houses. In a nearby house, a person with dark hair, a square jaw, a pair of cat whiskers, and a pointy nose appeared. A muscular man without a shirt and tattoos on his arms is sitting in a chair, wearing a tall black hat with a badge on it. In front of his waist, there is a moving lion's head and front limbs, and there's also a tail behind him. This muscular man looks confused, lowering his head to see what is happening outside with all the commotion. The lion's head leans back, glaring fiercely at the muscular man. The muscular man, looking helpless, punches the lion's head, saying, "Dumb lion, I'm not talking to you." The lion's head has a pained expression, lowers its head, sticks out its tongue, and its eyes seem like they might pop out. After a moment, it raises its head, looking displeased and glaring at the muscular man, with veins bulging on its forehead. The muscular man, filled with anger, clenches his fists, thinking, "Dumb lion, you don't listen at all, and you dare look at me like that. I'll hit you again." The lion's head, looking furious, bares its teeth and stretches out its right paw. It quickly swipes between the muscular man's legs, using the long-lost technique of monkey steals peach. Ah! The muscular man screams in pain, falling to the ground and grabbing the lion's paw. "You stupid lion, that hurts." The lion's head is also in agony, tears streaming down its face, roaring. A tall man with his mouth wide open appears. The lion version of monkey steals peach. How many times do you have to use it in a day to be satisfied? A man holding a knife looks speechless. You two are now one and the same. The adult's vital parts are your vital parts. How can you not remember? A fierce-looking man runs in, saying, "It's bad, sir. Urashima has been defeated, and many rebels have appeared on the streets." The muscular man, full of rage, struggles to stand up, saying, "They dare to cause trouble on my turf. Let us go take care of them." After saying that, he leads his subordinates out of the house and jumps onto the roof of a building. I sense someone approaching and raise my head to check his information using the system. Name, Hold'em combat potential level, a current combat level, age, 27 height, 3, 12 meters gender, male weapon, mechanism knife devil fruit, artificial devil fruit, lion form bounty, none equipment card, none description, a true subordinate of Jack the Drought from the Beast Pirates. Stationed in Burrow Town, responsible for the security of the Ninely area of Wano country, and suppressing those who do not obey Kaido and Orochi's rule. Also instructing subordinates to capture Kinemon to obtain the magical powers of Kinemon's devil fruit. Hold'em, filled with anger, grips his knife and says, "You are the rebels. And even in a sumo match, you can demolish others' houses." I put on a defiant expression, raising my head and waving my hand. "Yeah, got a problem? Come fight us." Hold'em, extremely furious, jumps down, saying, "If you want to die that badly, I'll grant your wish, dumb lion. Unleash lion's fire." He then spits a fireball at me from the lion's mouth. I quickly dodge to the side, easily avoiding it. Immediately after, Hold'em grips his knife with his right hand and has the lion ignite the knife, increasing its damage, and launches the Hellfire knife at me. I draw out the second-generation Go Slash, push off the ground, and disappear from where I stood. I circle around to Hold'em's back and swiftly swing my knife, cutting his body in half. I then retrieve the mechanism knife from Hold'em's hand. A long, rat-like person, accompanied by a group of subordinates, rushes over. I use the second-generation Go Slash to knock them all to the ground. The surrounding residents watch this scene, trembling in fear. Meanwhile, deep in Burrow Town, a woman with purple goggles, black and white hair, long ears, and an earring in her left ear is wearing a white and blue tight suit, green bracelets, and white gloves. She has a bow on her back and the lower body of a horse. A man with a sword is holding fruit, saying, "Sir, I've gathered quite a lot of delicious food today. Please take a look." This woman stands with her back to him, not turning around. I've already seen. My vision is very broad. I can see without turning my head. After saying that, she praises her subordinates. The woman is very happy, laughing heartily. She then leads her subordinates to transport the food back to town. Upon seeing Hold'em killed, Speed takes out her bow and arrows. Enveloping the arrows with armament haki, she shoots them at me. I sense it with observation haki, swinging my knife to cut them in half, following the direction of the arrows. I check the information of the archer using the system. Name, Speed combat potential level, a current combat level, age, 24 height, 3, 13 meters gender, female weapon, bow and arrow devil fruit, artificial devil fruit, horse form bounty, none equipment card, none description, a true subordinate of Jack the Drought from the Beast Pirates. Stationed on the mammoth ship, responsible for the security of the Ninely area of Wano country, and suppressing those who do not obey Kaido and Orochi's rule. With high archery skills, Speed, looking puzzled, draws her bow, asking, "Who are you? Why did you kill Hold'em?" I remain calm, ignoring her, and walk up to Kinman, saying, "Little Kin, use your devil fruit ability to pull out a rice dumpling, and we'll go tame that horse." Kinman looks surprised, raising her head. "Huh? Yufan, how did you know I have that ability? And that's a person, right? Will it work?" I smile, picking up Kinman. "I know a lot of things. You'll see if it works soon. Let us go." I then run over and control Speed. Kinman hands the rice dumpling to Speed's mouth. Speed frowns, sniffs the rice dumpling. "Wow, it smells so good. I won't be polite then." After saying that, she takes a bite of the rice dumpling, chews a few times, and swallows it. Before long, the ability of the dumpling fruit takes effect. Speed smiles, turns to Kinman, saying, "Master, what are your orders?" I smile and release my control over Speed. "Speed, come with us. I'm not your servant. Why should I listen to you?" Speed looks displeased. "It really worked." Speed listens to Yufan now. "Let us go." Kinman looks shocked. Speed smiles and nods, carrying me and Kinman back to my companions. As for the enemies around, they have already been dealt with. My companions are cleaning up the battlefield and are also surprised, not expecting Kinman to have such an ability. Now it can be concluded that Kinman can tame animals or Zoan-type devil fruit users. This time, the members of the Beast Pirates will be in big trouble. They are all Zoan-type devil fruit users, and Kinman's devil fruit ability is their natural enemy. As for whether Kaido can be tamed, it's uncertain. Under Speed's lead, we arrived at her base. After scavenging all the supplies and equipment here, we turned over every corner of the entire Burrow Town. The remaining members of the Beast Pirates were all found and dealt with. Next, we left one person and an animal to guard the place. We also left some non-toxic food, taking the rest back to Ruin Town. The two towns are very close, and it doesn't take long to get there. The residents of Ruin Town gathered around, their eyes shining when they saw so much food being brought back. "Look, there is so much food. Why is it here?" "It was brought back by Lord Zhang Yufan. It's been years since I've seen so much clean water. Can we enjoy this food and water?" The crowd stopped the land treasure ship carrying the food. With a sigh, this group of thin, starving residents realized that if we hadn't shown up, many would have starved to death soon. Not to mention being able to eat non-toxic food like this. I smiled and stopped, saying, "All right, everyone, don't push. Form a line, and everyone can get food and water without worrying about enemies coming to take it." Tears streamed down the faces of the crowd as they raised their hands. "Lord Zhang Yufan, we are truly grateful to you." Thus, the residents here lined up in an orderly fashion. With so much food, they weren't afraid of not getting any. They were extremely excited, finally able to eat non-toxic food. "Lord Zhang Yufan is really too good to us. We don't even know how to repay him." Black Charcoal Yamato looked delighted, sipping a bowl of clean water. "Brother Yufan, thank you so much." I sat on a stone with a serious expression. "Before I leave this country, I will ensure that each of you can have a full meal every day." Black Charcoal Yamato nodded, firmly believing that Brother Yufan and the others would succeed. The next target was the nearby Head Mountain. There was a group of bandits formed by Ronin there. Their leader was once the boss of the evil faction in the Kuri region, known as Sake Temaru. It was one of the few Ronin organizations in Wano country that hadn't joined the Beast Pirates or the forces of General Orochi. Kinman and the others didn't know that the leader there was also one of the Red Scabbards. For now, I decided not to tell them, to give them a surprise. I arranged things here and then had Kinman lead the way. After a while, we reached the depths of Head Mountain. Suddenly a tall, plump man with fluffy pink curly hair, styled in a top knot, dressed in a light purple kimono with yellow floral patterns, and sporting purple tattoos on his arms and chest, approached riding a cow, accompanied by a group of followers. I checked his information with the system. Name, Ashura Doji Power Growth Potential Level. SS Current Power Level. SS Age, 53 Height, 5. 44 meters Gender. Male Weapon. Katana Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Introduction. A samurai from Wano country, leader of the Head Mountain Bandit Group. Known as Sake Temaru. Once called the strongest monster in Kuri, he followed Kazuki Odin after being defeated by him and became one of his retainers. One of the Red Scabbards. After Odin's death, he returned to the mountains of Kuri to become a bandit, admiring powerful individuals, possessing a strong sense of pride, believing himself to be someone who should have died but didn't, and not wishing to die in vain, with exceptional swordsmanship. Kiku stared and stopped in his tracks. Ashura Doji, what are you doing here? Ashura Doji replied nonchalantly, taking a sip of sake. Oh, it's little Kiku. I'm the leader here. Where else would I be? Kinemon, filled with rage, looked up in disbelief at Ashura Doji. Ashura Doji, why do you choose to be evil? Your powerful strength should be used to protect the people of Kuri, whom Lord Odin loved. That person is dead. There are no real men left in Wano who can lead powerful samurai. This country is doomed. But you all, why have you returned to Wano now? Of course, it's to fulfill Lord Odin's wishes, but you have forgotten that. It's truly heartbreaking. Shut up. Don't act like you know everything and question me. Ashura Doji, filled with anger, drew his sword. I have witnessed the tragic state of Wano over the past 17 years since Lord Odin's death. There is no hope left. Just despair after despair. How could you possibly understand my feelings? No matter what you say today, I will not follow you. He then jumped off the cow and swung his sword at Kinemon. Kinemon also drew his sword, and they clashed. After a while, the two stopped and separated. Ashura Doji looked displeased, sheathing his sword and glaring at Kinemon. I do admire Kazuki Odin. As a samurai, I would go through fire and water for him. But I have never submitted to the Kazuki clan, have I, Momonosuke? Even if the samurai of the Kazuki clan return, the people here may not be happy. You have abandoned this country for 17 years. The bitter experiences the residents have suffered during this time cannot be compensated for. Ashura Doji, come back. We will do our utmost to make amends. Ashura Doji turned and ignored Kinemon. He prepared to leave with his followers. My companions and I stood nearby, without intervening, quietly waiting for the right moment to act after Kinemon failed. The two parted ways unhappily, and the moment to act had arrived. I patted Kinemon on the shoulder, signaling him to let me handle it. With a calm expression, I walked in front of Ashura Doji and reached out to block his path. Ashura Doji, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Since you don't want to submit to the Kazuki clan, then submit to me. Little brat, who are you? You think you can make me submit? You're not worthy. I am Zhang Yufan, currently a pirate, here to take down the Emperor Kaido, with the goal of becoming the king of the world. Ha ha ha, what a delusion. You think you can become the king of the world? After saying this, Ashura Doji attempted to bypass me. I stood my ground, not angry, but it was necessary to teach him a lesson. He needed to taste fear. Mocking someone else's dreams is not a good thing. So, I raised my imposing aura and unleashed my conqueror's haki towards Ashura Doji. Just as he was about to take a step to the side, he suddenly felt a tremendous pressure. His legs went weak, and he knelt before me. The body was pressed down, causing the ground to crack. Lord Zhang Yufan's conqueror's haki is still so powerful. I estimate not many can withstand it. Kinemon looked on with emotion. No wonder he dares to challenge the four emperors Kaido and help us seek revenge. He is truly terrifyingly strong. Kiku no Jo looked astonished. Zoro and the others smiled on the side, finding it frightening. The real terrifying aspect of the captain is not his immense combat power, but his godlike means of enhancing it. If I told you our combat power is about the same as the captain's, I wonder what kind of expressions you would show then. Ashura Child looked terrified, grinding his teeth, cold sweat streaming down his body, gripping his hands tightly. He wanted to get up, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't rise. This guy's conqueror's haki is too powerful. How old is he? He is simply a monster. The surrounding warriors were also very shocked, mouths agape, eyes wide. Our leader just knelt on the ground, unable to get up. We absolutely cannot admit defeat. We must hold on. Even if we all rushed up now, we couldn't save the leader. The opponent hasn't even moved a finger so far. Zoro and the others shrugged, wearing expressions that suggested they expected this. Perhaps Kinemon and the others think that Ashura Child's combat power is very strong. But for the current captain, Ashura Child's power is still too weak. Being defeated in an instant is a very normal thing. I smiled, releasing the pressure, standing in place, looking down at Ashura Child. I'll give you a chance to challenge me. I won't use Conqueror's haki, only my swordsmanship. If you win, we will no longer disturb you. If you lose, you will submit to me. Of course, if you back down and refuse to fight, Then just pretend I didn't say anything. If you want to fight, I'm not afraid of you." After saying this, Azura child drew his sword from his waist and swung it at me with force. I drew the second-generation Kitetsu to block it. He continued to swing his sword at me. I stood in place, blocking with my sword, not taking a single step back. Azura child looked shocked, swinging his sword. "Your swordsmanship is so strong. The gap between us is so large. You really are a monster." I smiled, easily fending off his attacks. "Use the ultimate move you've secretly trained. Otherwise, you won't have another chance." Azura child looked puzzled, wondering why Zhang Yufan knew this. However, now is not the time to delve into this matter. Ordinary sword moves are indeed useless, so I can only use that one move. Azura child confidently had his subordinate bring him a sword. "Since you said that, let me show you this move, Odin's two-sword style, Peach Blossom 10 Fists." He then wielded two swords covered in armament hockey, crossing them to unleash a fast cross-slash. He followed closely like a shooting star. I also covered the second-generation Kitetsu with armament hockey, charging forward and unleashing a terrifying slash that cut through the cross-slash. Immediately after, I swung another sword, sending Azura child, along with his sword, flying backwards. I put some force into my feet and appeared behind him, placing my sword at his neck. "Azura child, you lost. I didn't expect your swordsmanship to be this powerful. This didn't even hurt you, I concede. Clean up and bring your subordinates to follow me." Azura child sighed. Throughout the whole encounter, Zhang Yufan hadn't even hit me once. He probably hasn't used his full strength, otherwise I wouldn't have had the chance to strike at all. Kinemon and the others looked at me with resentful eyes. Right in front of us. He was blatantly poaching our allies, and we had no way to stop it. Isn't that infuriating? Who told us we didn't have Zhang Yufan's kind of determination? Coupled with the fact that Azura child is not focused on the Kazuki clan and various other factors, this situation was inevitable. It would be great if Azura child could join in challenging the four emperors Kaido. There is no need to spend more time persuading him. After all, he is a powerful asset. I didn't expect Azura child to have also mastered Odin's two-sword style, Peach Blossom 10 Fists. After a while, after packing everything up, we prepared to descend the mountain. According to the information collected by Kinemon, the four emperors Kaido had flown away 2 days before we arrived in Wano, and it was unknown where he had gone. He still hasn't returned, and it's highly likely he went off to seek death again. Meanwhile, in the flower capital of Wano, Kinemon issued an invitation to attack the four emperors Kaido in the name of the Kazuki clan. Many people had already received notifications and were discussing it in hidden places. Has the Kazuki clan really returned? Could it be that those spirits are behind this? No matter whether they are spirits or not, I want to see for myself. If I could be 20 years younger, I do want to go too. But what about your weapons? All martial arts have been prohibited by Orochi, stifling the power of the rebels. This is probably the last chance. Even if it means fighting barehanded, it's worth it. Most martial artists were extremely excited, waiting for this opportunity until the flowers wilted. So they all began to take action, preparing to find weapons. This matter was extremely difficult. If it really didn't work, they could only go barehanded and help a little. Azura child and the others had also followed us to the rundown town. A short resident turned around and shouted, "Everyone, look! Isn't that the head of the Yamath thieves? Are they here to rob our food again?" A tall resident stopped his work, saying it shouldn't be. "Didn't you see that Lord Zhang Yufan is back? He has probably been subdued." The residents, who had originally been very frightened, calmed down. Azura child and the others, following my earlier request on the mountain, stood in 2 rows and bowed their heads, apologizing to the residents. Meanwhile, in the rabbit bowl of Wano, there were a total of 5 quarries turned prisons. There, tens of thousands of prisoners were held. Only a very few were captured for committing crimes. The rest were Wano warriors who resisted the Black Snake Orochi, as well as some gangsters, including many talents. At this moment, a skinny uncle, after finishing his work, held a bowl and queued to receive food distributed by the guards. "Why is there only 1 small rice ball? I worked a whole day." "Old man, you need to move 5 giant stones to exchange for 1 small rice ball. You've only moved 7 stones, so this is all you get. At your age, you can't even earn a full meal? Ha! I see you're close to death. How dare you question me?" The guard. "All other prisoners, get back to work. Don't stop what you're doing. A few surrounding prisoners came over to check the situation and offered comfort. Uncle, now is not the time to resist. Uncle, save your strength. Otherwise, you really will die. Uncle, hold on, don't give up. Uncle, you must hold on until someone comes to save us. The guard sneered, thinking about going out with Kaido still around. Those who dared to oppose Lord Kaido were either killed or recruited. These guys must still be asleep. You are working hard here, only to die from exhaustion in the quarry. That is your ultimate fate. Reizo has already been searching for Kawamatsu in the quarry according to my instructions. He is also one of the Red Scabbards and a powerful fighter. Reizo used his elusive ninjutsu to search through all the prisons without being discovered by the enemy. After spending quite some time, Reizo finally found Kawamatsu in a solitary prison. Kawamatsu, is it really you? You're still alive. Yes. Reizo, you finally came. It was worth my wait all these years. Kawamatsu, let me see what you look like now. No, I can't move. I'm locked up. The day of a decisive battle with Kaido is approaching. Kawamatsu, get ready. Just as I wished. I have long been prepared for battle. Oh no, the enemy has discovered me. I need to go back and inform Lord Zhang Yufan. I will come back to rescue you soon. After saying that, Reizo used the smoke jutsu and vanished from the spot. The enemies who rushed over began searching for Reizo's figure everywhere, but found nothing, feeling very frustrated. Kawamatsu was puzzled. Who is this Zhang Yufan? Reizo trusts him so much that he didn't inform Kinneyman first after finding me, but went to him instead. After disappearing in the quarry, Reizo quickly arrived at the dilapidated town and reported the situation in the quarry to us. Then, with Reizo leading the way, we went to rescue people. Kinneyman and the others were extremely excited. They could finally see Kawamatsu. Yamato stood beside me, eyes shining as he looked at the suddenly appearing Reizo. Is this ninjutsu? It's really amazing. Time passed quickly, and we arrived at the entrance of Rabbit Bowl. We had the strong pal fight their way through and directly tear down the big door. The prisoners locked inside heard the loud noise, stopped their work, and turned to look. The beast pirates also picked up their weapons and surrounded us. Who are you? This is Lord Kaido's territory. Are you looking for death? Everyone attacked together and killed him. Suddenly, all the enemies around began shooting at us. Many bullets flew towards us, but Bartolomeo created a barrier to block them. I waved my hand forward, and my teammates charged ahead. One punch for one little guy, and then a group of enemies came from behind. One big guy, with short dark brown hair, wearing a light yellow hard hat and light blue long pants, was sitting in the mouth of a hippopotamus. Another had tan skin with a scorpion stinger at the end. His light purple hair was tied into a long ponytail. Wearing a dark helmet and a knight-like mask on his face, with 6 legs on his body, ran towards us with the enemy. I checked their information with the system. Name, Doppo Combat, Potential Growth Level, a current combat level, age, 48 height, 5, 32 meters gender, male weapon, 2 daggers, devil fruit, artificial devil fruit, hippopotamus form bounty, none equipment card, none description, a member of the beast pirates under Kaido, a true fighter among the gifted ones, very gluttonous and selfish, abuses power, and is extremely brutal to prisoners. He is the deputy warden of the quarry in Rabbit Bowl, Wano Country. Name, Daifugo Combat, Potential Growth Level, a current combat level, age, 46 height, 3, 23 meters gender, male weapon, long sword, 2 pistols, devil fruit, artificial devil fruit, scorpion form bounty, none equipment card, none description, a member of the beast pirates under Kaido, a true fighter among the gifted ones, has a very poor attitude towards prisoners. For him, only those who work deserve food, and he is the deputy warden of the quarry in Rabbit Bowl, Wano Country. Daifugo, full of rage, drew his long sword from his back and shouted, "You little brat! How dare you come here and cause trouble?" I smiled, drew the second generation of Odin's sword, and said, "There are many who want to kill me. You're not the only one. Go to hell." Saying that, I charged forward and swung a powerful slash. Both man and sword were cut in half. Daifugo hadn't even reacted before he fell. Pal was astonished, standing in place, noting how unique the abilities of these artificial devil fruit users were. Kobe smiled, holding his knife. Some of them are a bit normal, but this one is directly a hippopotamus swallowing a person. Let's take them all out. Pal exerted force with his feet and jumped on Adapo's back, enjoying the feeling of riding a humanoid hippopotamus. Then he swung his iron fists, beating Dapo down with every punch. Dapo didn't even have the strength to fight back before collapsing. The other enemies were quickly dealt with as well. The surrounding prisoners were shocked, their mouths wide open. Who on earth are these people? Even the deputy warden was easily taken down. Are these people too strong? Does that mean we are saved? I sent 8 partners to the other 4 quarry prisons to liberate all the prisoners and take them away together. Suddenly, an old man fell to the ground, his legs giving way. I checked his information with the system. Name, Hyoguru Combat, potential growth level. SS current combat level. His age, 67 height. 1 meter gender. Male weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description. Known as Hyoguru of the Flowers. He was originally the leader of the underworld in the flower capital of Wano country, imprisoned in the quarry of Rabbit Bowl by Kaido and Kurizumi Orochi. He is principled, valiant, and possesses strong leadership skills, being a swordsman who is particularly friendly to the people, combining strength and character, thus highly respected. He has been in prison for 17 years, having grown indifferent to past honors and life and death, believing he would die in prison and accepting this outcome, gradually losing his fighting spirit and becoming timid. Kinemon walked over and helped Hyoguru up, looking at him in astonishment. You are Hyoguru. I can't believe I get to see you here. You are Kinemon. Didn't you die? We traveled to the present 17 years later through Lady Toki's fruit ability. This is really great. Then Kinemon detailed his personal experience. Hyoguru reached out and slapped his forehead. His whole body was shaking, and I had already accepted my current tragic fate. I was prepared to die here. If Kinemon and the others had come a few years later, I would probably have been doomed. That was really close. Luckily they arrived, and now the red scabbards are all still alive. Even Odin's son, Momonosuke, is still alive. If I had died without knowing anything, it would have been so frustrating. The power of resistance has not disappeared. It has gathered once again. The horn of counterattack has sounded, and this time we must win, or there will be no chance left. Hyoguru's face was serious as he raised his head. Kinemon and Zhang Yufan. Since that's the case, I'll give it my all. Please let me lend you a hand. Kinemon looked delighted and extended his right hand. This is a powerful ally that is hard to come by. Lord Zhang Yufan, who used to be the boss of the underworld in Wano. Zhang Yufan smiled and shook his head. Uncle Hyu, your current fighting power is too weak. Do you want to permanently become stronger than your peak? Hyoguru looked at me with a strange expression, as if to say, are you serious? Can fighting power suddenly and permanently become stronger? Does this kid Zhang Yufan have some special means? I can temporarily stimulate my body's potential to return to my peak fighting power, but it's really not enough to fight against a monster as strong as the Yonko Kaido. If I could really become stronger, that'd be great. But I wonder what the cost would be. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Hyoguru pondered for a moment and then looked at me. Zhang Yufan, do you really have this ability? What I need to pay? Yes. Uncle Hyu, you only need to give me one thing, and that is your loyalty to me. Let me tell you a harsh reality. Uncle Hyu, even if you consolidate all the underworld forces in Wano, you still can't defeat Kaido's 3 disasters. So no matter how many there are, it's useless. They would just be going to their deaths. I understand this principle. All right, in order to take revenge myself and avoid excessive casualties, I will submit to you. Very well, first eat something and rest a bit, and then we'll begin to enhance your fighting power. I took out delicious food and water and handed them to Hyoguru. Then I took the remaining companions and removed the handcuffs from those prisoners. I also took out a lot of food that could be eaten right away from my storage space. I distributed some to these prisoners. Otherwise, who knows when they might collapse? The prisoners looked excited, staring in amazement at my miraculous feat, their eyes shining. So much food appeared at once. This must be the power of a devil fruit. Wow, so much delicious food. Can we really eat this? We are really grateful to you all, not only for unlocking our handcuffs, but also for giving us food. If there is anything we can help with, please don't hesitate to tell us. I first calmed these prisoners and let them eat before discussing other matters. Then I enhanced Hyoguru's fighting power. Hyoguru looked shocked, his eyes wide open. He tried to clench his fist, and his strength surged. His stamina also began to recover rapidly, and the wounds on his body started to heal. This really is a godlike ability, truly terrifying. Suddenly, a tall, muscular man with long black hair and a big beard approached, wearing 2 horns on his head and metal plates on his arms. He had the head of an elephant on his chest and came with a group of people. I checked his information using the system. Name, Babanuki Fighting Power Growth Potential Level. S Current Fighting Power Level. A Age, 48 Height, 5. 61 meters Gender. Male Weapon. None Devil Fruit. Artificial Devil Fruit. Elephant Form Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Description. A member of Kaido's Beast Pirates. He is the chief guard of the quarry in Wano's Rabbit Bowl. A true fighter among the gifted. Has some leadership ability and is a despicable person. Babanuki looked furious as he glared down, saying these invaders were causing trouble, preparing to attack with a plague bullet. Hyoguru, that elephant is just right to test your current fighting power. I smiled. Boss, leave it to me. I want to try it out too. Hyoguru looked excited. I led my companions and quickly dealt with all the surrounding enemies. Babanuki was furious. I had just brought people here, and they were all wiped out. Now I was left as a lone commander. Didn't I need to save face? So he directed his attack at the charging Haru, using the elephant's trunk to blow a gust of wind. If it hit Hyoguru, it would cause a huge explosion. Hyoguru pushed down hard with his feet, disappearing from his spot, dodging the gust. He appeared behind Babanuki and delivered a powerful punch. He was sent flying, and Hyoguru pursued him, grabbing his body and slamming him to the ground for a beating. And he wouldn't get tired at all. It felt extremely good. Babanuki lay on the ground wailing, trying to resist, but he was powerless. Hyoguru then jumped down from Babanuki's stomach, pulled out the katana from his waist, a gift from boss Zhang Yufan. He coated it with Busashoka Haki and charged forward with all his strength while swinging the sword. Babanuki had a pained expression, holding his stomach with his right hand. Why has this guy's fighting power become so strong? Just as he got up from the ground, his body split in 2 and fell down. The surrounding prisoners were dumbfounded. The chief guard of the prison just died like that. When did Uncle Hayu's fighting power become so strong? His originally skinny body had now become much more robust. Some prisoners were overjoyed, thinking they could finally leave here. However, some prisoners had different thoughts, each with their own agendas. Hyoguru looked thrilled, sheathing the sword in his hand. Boss, are you a god? I feel so much younger. This is not something a human can possess. I smiled, standing still. Hyoguru, whether I'm a god or not is not important. What matters is that I can use this ability to end the era of the great pirates. Boss, to achieve this goal, we need more powerful people to support us. And there just happen to be some here. Hyoguru nodded. It must be the other underworld bosses in Wano. Then you should go persuade them first. I smiled. Hyoguru nodded, feeling exceptionally excited. The passion he had as the leader of the underworld was reignited. Now full of energy, he ran off to talk to those underworld bosses. Who would have thought that in his later years he would have such an adventure? How many people would believe this if he told them? I checked the special bullets in the enemy's guns using the system. They were called plague bullets, a type of biochemical weapon which contain a virus. A person hit by a bullet will immediately become infected with the virus inside the bullet. Another type, called mummy, is a biochemical weapon, an artificial virus. Those infected with this virus will feel a feverish heat all over their body. The high temperature will gradually spread from the point of impact to the entire body, causing intense burning pain, followed by a torrent of blood. After death, the body will become dry like a mummy. This virus spreads through physical contact and can be immediately transmitted to anyone who comes into contact with the infected. I then explained this in detail to ToxQ and Chopper. They quickly took it for research, hoping to develop an antidote as soon as possible. Otherwise, if this terrifying virus spreads widely and infects people, it would be quite troublesome, and there would be no time to save them. We would probably just have to watch them die, helplessly. Rizzo had already released all the prisoners in the prison and walked towards me, accompanied by a large-bodied merman with webbed hands, green skin, rosy cheeks, and a bird-like beak. He had orange long hair, a red scarf around his neck, a straw hat, and a knife at his waist. I checked his information with the system. Name, Komatsu Combat Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Level. SS Age, 38 years Height, 2. 71 meters Gender. Male Weapon. Okamu, Knife, Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None equipment card. None description. A red-finned pufferfish merman, a samurai, and the strongest fighter from Wano country. Nicknamed Hokiyu Kamatsu, self-identified as Kappa Kawamatsu, a retainer of the daimyo Kazuki Oden from Wano country, one of the Red Scabbards, kind-hearted and loyal to Kazuki Oden, responsible. With strong resistance abilities and can shoot projectiles accurately at high speeds. Anything sharp could be a deadly weapon, skilled in swordsmanship. Kawamatsu approached happily, saying, "Lord Zhang Yufan, I am very grateful for your life-saving grace, and I will definitely repay you." I smiled and handed him some food, saying, "Kawamatsu, let's talk about other things later. First, have something to eat." Kawamatsu took the food, but did not eat immediately. Instead, he went to find an empty spot nearby and began to vomit violently. Feeling much better afterward, I admired Kawamatsu. After eating toxic fish for so many years, he was still lively, showing a truly strong constitution. After a while, suddenly, many screams surrounded us. A large number of prisoners, covered in green spots and exuding heat, were continuously pouring towards us from the quarry. It was clear they had already been infected by the virus. Their bodies came into contact with those who were still eating, instantly spreading the virus. And some prisoners also got infected. One woman with green hair, wearing a pink helmet with spikes, lipstick, goggles, and a monkey's tail, had 6 arms with 4 holding knives. She stood on the wall with a group of people shooting at us. I checked her information with the system. Name, Cilicia Combat Growth Potential Level, a current combat level. Age, 36 years height, 3. 81 meters gender, female weapon, 4 long knives devil fruit. Artificial devil fruit, monkey form bounty, none equipment card, none description, a member of Kaido's Beast Pirates. A diligent swordswoman and the deputy warden of the quarry in Wano country. Bartolomeo quickly created a half-circle barrier wall to block the bullets infected with the virus. My companions and I blocked the stray bullets around us. After all, the barrier had a limited area, and we saved the prisoners outside the barrier. Cilicia grinned wickedly, standing on the wall, saying, "Listen up, prisoners. Lord Quinn is almost here. Use your strength to control these invaders, and you won't have to die." Some prisoners looked worried, thinking this was indeed their fate, and made up their minds. "Sorry, benefactors, we do have a grudge against Kaido subordinates. Your chaos in the rabbit bowl was indeed satisfying. But what can we do after escaping? There is no longer a place for us in Wano. It's even hard to get non-toxic food. As long as Kaido and Orochi are alive, we will never have peace. We fought for revenge for Lord Kazuki Oden years ago, but we lost to Kaido and lost everything. We were utterly defeated, and we don't want to experience that kind of fear and despair again. So as long as we hand you over, we can return to our normal lives." Kinemon and the others were extremely angry at these ungrateful people. If it weren't for Lord Zhang Yufan coming to save them, they would probably still be handcuffed and working hard, and might not even get a full meal. My companions and I shook our heads. This is human nature. To survive, people can do anything. However, doing so would only allow them to live a little longer. Once their value was exhausted, it would be time for them to lose their lives. At this moment, their hearts were completely filled with fear, losing the will to resist. Let them fend for themselves here. Whether these prisoners joined the war or not would make no difference. So I used my Conqueror's Haki to stun the prisoners rushing over, as well as those infected prisoners outside the barrier. The antidote for the virus had not yet been developed, so we had to do it this way for now. Then I waved my hand forward. Except for Bartolomeo, who needed to stay to block bullets, the other companions all rushed to the wall in front. Cilicia and her group were shooting wildly with their guns, but unfortunately, all the bullets missed. Then they were all easily taken down by Zoro and the others. At this moment, a man wearing sunglasses with purple lips, a golden braid on his head, a fat build, a mechanical prosthetic left arm, and 2 golden whiskers on his mouth approached us. He wore sunglasses tied with 2 ropes, had 2 knives at his waist, carried a Gatling gun on his back, and was smoking a cigar. I checked his information with the system. Name, Quinn Combat Power Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Power Level. SS Age, 53 years height, 6. 12 meters gender, male weapon, 2 long swords, Gatling gun devil fruit. Dragon fruit, ancient type Brachiosaurus form bounty. 1. 32 billion berries equipment card. None introduction. One of the 3 calamities of the Beast Pirates, nicknamed Plague. Formerly part of the research team MADS, he developed biochemical weapons such as mummies and ice demons as a scientist and modified his own body. He possesses technology similar to Germa 66, enabling him to utilize abilities akin to the Vinsmoke family. He has an open personality, is cruel and arrogant, enjoys torturing enemies in various ways, is somewhat erratic, loves to have fun, often makes exaggerated expressions, can be timid at times, is a bit vain, and is stingy, but is well liked by his subordinates. Quinn looks shocked, mouth agape, realizing that even the warden here had been taken out. No wonder he is one of the 4 emperors, Zhang Yufan. I smiled and raised my head. They are too weak, don't worry. Soon you'll be lying down like them. Quinn frowned, cigar in mouth, looking down at Bing Wulong. You're quite confident. Soon you'll experience my power. It's truly nostalgic. Bing Wulong. There's nothing to be nostalgic about. Kaido and Orochi invited you to join us many times, but you never agreed. I would rather die than join you. Then you can die here today. Ice Demon. After saying that, he took out the Gatling gun on his back and swept it toward us, who had already removed the barrier. Bartolomeo remained calm, creating a barrier. Quinn, your attack is completely useless. It can't break my barrier. I checked the system for information on this special bullet and introduced it to everyone. This is also a biochemical weapon, an artificial virus. Those infected with this virus will feel cold. The chill will gradually spread from the wound throughout the body. The areas covered by the chill will become like evil spirits. If not detoxified within an hour, the person will die. Infected individuals will lose control and attack anyone regardless of friend or foe. As long as they come into contact with someone, they will be immediately infected. Infected individuals will exhaust all their stamina and endurance to fight, like zombies. The prisoners shivered after hearing this. Another terrifying virus, even scarier than the previous mummy virus. No wonder Quinn is known as Plague, truly frightening. I smiled and turned to Frankie. This guy is also a modified person. I'll leave him to you. Frankie smiled and stepped out of the barrier. No problem. Let us see who is modified better. Quinn also stopped firing, knowing he couldn't break through the barrier. He put the Gatling gun aside and used his fruit ability to transform into Brachiosaurus form. Then he executed the Brachiosaurus bomb, jumping down from the wall towards Frankie. He used his head to charge at Frankie, generating tremendous impact. Frankie dodged to the side and kicked Quinn away. Quinn landed on his feet, sliding a distance, adjusting his stance and looking at Frankie. Not bad. Iron Man Frankie. Quinn, are you so weak that you can only fight with viruses? You must have other moves. Dare to underestimate me? Eat this continuous black fire. After saying that, Quinn continuously fired laser beams at Frankie from his right hand. Frankie used observation hockey to quickly dodge. The laser beams hit the ground, causing massive explosions. Quinn transformed into his human beast form and unleashed the wetting hot fist. His mechanical arm ignited, attacking Frankie with scalding mechanical claws. Frankie quickly dodged and kicked the claws away. Quinn then used wind fist, retracting the mechanical claws from his arm and hair. He rapidly swung his arms, delivering continuous blows to Frankie. Frankie swiftly countered with his iron fists, sending Quinn flying once again. Quinn, is your power really that weak? Not impressive at all. Since that's the case, let me show you the true power of an unmodified dinosaur, Brachiosaurus serpent. After saying that, Quinn transformed into Brachiosaurus form again, launching his head and tail together like a serpent, trying to wrap around Frankie. Frankie wouldn't allow Quinn to succeed, delivering a powerful punch that sent Quinn flying. Too slow, you can't wrap around Frankie at all. Quinn's head was flying in the air, directly using the Brachiosaurus launcher, commanding his stationary body to fire a powerful missile at Frankie. Frankie, covered in armament hockey, punched and exploded the missile. Using his fruit ability, he transformed his hands into cannons, continuously bombarding Quinn in the air. Then he jumped up and unleashed a flurry of punches on Quinn's head. Quinn looked shocked. His power is far greater than mine. Frankie's combat power is incredibly strong. This guy is indeed a monster. Up to this point, he hasn't suffered any damage. Instead, I've been the one getting beaten and unable to fight back. I directly sliced Quinn's long neck and head into pieces. As Frankie drew his sword, I had already stepped outside the barrier. I took out the candle room I had used before for my storage space, trapping all three of us inside. After preparing everything, I signaled Frankie to start, and he swung his sword to cut Quinn. Otherwise, the devil fruit we obtained would fly away. Such a low-level mistake must not be made. After obtaining the devil fruit, I tidied up everything. After putting away the candle room, Frankie and I appeared in front of everyone, while Quinn was already dead. At this moment, the other 4 quarry comrades had also trapped the infected prisoners. They were bringing the remaining prisoners towards me. When those prisoners arrived, they were shocked to see Quinn's corpse. Everyone quickly exclaimed, "Look, ISNT that Quinn? He just died like this." "That's right, it's Quinn. He must have been killed by those 2 people next to him. This is incredible. We can really go out for revenge now." Bing Wulong smiled broadly, bringing over several gang leaders, and everyone introduced themselves. The gang leaders were very happy to see Bing Wulong. Bing Wulong used his powerful strength to break their handcuffs, startling them. He shared his experiences, and they listened in awe, ultimately agreeing to join. Poison Q and Chopper finally developed the antidote before those infected prisoners died, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. However, there is still another virus called Ice Demon that needs further research to cope with future emergencies. My companions and I began to clean the battlefield, scavenging all the supplies and equipment. All the prisoners had already learned about the identities of Zhang and the others, and they gathered over there. When they heard that Zhang Yufan was a pirate, the prisoners were particularly furious and asked many questions. How could Zhang Yufan, just like Kaido, be a pirate? They couldn't be trusted. Who knows when they would betray us? Why did you choose to ally with pirates instead of anyone else? Is there a reason for that? And are you really from 17 years ago? My companions and I shook our heads. This was a mentality that judged everyone by a single standard. There are good people among pirates, just as there are bad people among you samurai. Every profession has both good and bad individuals. With your pathetic combat power, we truly look down on you. We continue to focus on our own tasks and ignored them. Zhang, with a helpless expression, extended his hands forward to calm the surrounding prisoners. Everyone, please calm down. We really did come from the past. The sea is vast. Although they are all pirates, they are completely different. You cannot judge by appearances. Once you interact with Lord Zhang Yufan, you will understand. Moreover, for this campaign against Kaido, Lord Zhang Yufan is a crucial figure. The prisoners still looked skeptical, but said nothing more. After a while, my companions and I finished cleaning the battlefield, and then returned to the dilapidated town with everyone. The giants had already occupied the granary and brought back some non-toxic food and water, just in time for the prisoners to have a hearty meal. At that moment, Momonosuke also returned from training on the mountain. Most of the prisoners were in tears, kneeling on the ground. Lord Momonosuke really has come back. At first, Momonosuke was a bit flustered, but then forced himself to calm down and recounted what had happened over the years. My companions and I prepared to head to the next location. On the way, we encountered a tall, slightly overweight man with sharp teeth and green long hair. He wore a military hat with 2 horns, carried a knife, and had a cape with a flame pattern, along with wing-shaped tattoos on his body. He wore orange pants with flame patterns and wooden clogs. He approached with a group of people. I checked his information using the system. Name: Sasaki Combat Power Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Power Level. SS Age, 31 Height. 3, 18 meters Gender. Male Weapon: Mechanized Spiral Sword Devil Fruit. Dragon Fruit. Ancient Type: Triceratops Form Bounty. 472 million berries equipment card. None description. A single-horned nose fishman, one of the 5 true flying members of the Beast Pirates. A swordsman who was once the captain of a certain pirate crew years ago, somewhat arrogant and despising small fry. Mocks his fellow flying member page 1 for being too weak, ambitious, and daring to challenge the big names to take their place, loyal and respectful to Kaido. Only wanted to drink with Kaido. Sasaki frowned, stopped in his tracks, and said, "You few gang leaders should all be locked up in the quarry prison. Why are you here?" Hyoguru looked indifferent and replied, "Because our boss has caused a ruckus in the quarry prison. I was released." "How is that possible? Is Queen not here?" Sasaki asked, puzzled. "Queen has been sliced to pieces and is dead. The other guards have all been taken out." Hyoguru smiled. Sasaki looked incredulous. With the combat power of those from Wano country, it was impossible to escape. Upon turning to see my face, everything became clear. This is troublesome. I unexpectedly encountered the Yonko Zhang Yufan here. It would be impossible to run and notify the others. Now I can only brace myself and rush in for a fight. Kobe, this guy is up to you. Just don't kill him, I smiled. Kobe nodded, drew his sword, and covered it with armament hockey. Sasaki did the same, and they started a clash. Kobe's strikes were too powerful, forcing Sasaki to retreat step by step. Finally, with a strong blow, Kobe knocked Sasaki back, his feet scraping against the ground. Sasaki used his fruit ability to transform into a human beast form and then unleashed a helicopter triceratops, spinning the bone plates on the edges of his head at high speed to achieve flight, simultaneously launching slashes in all directions from the air. Kobe blocked the slashes with his sword and kicked Sasaki away. Sasaki landed on his feet and immediately used bullet triceratops, spinning the bone plates on his head at high speed and moving rapidly like a bullet towards Kobe. Kobe sheathed his sword, covered in armament hockey, and dodged to the side, delivering a powerful punch to Sasaki's stomach, sending him flying into the air. Everyone watched with interest. This zone-type devil fruit was quite entertaining. The Triceratops even had the ability to fly. Wasn't that just a helicopter Triceratops? Sasaki was surprised, realizing this guy's combat power was incredibly strong. These guys were certainly not to be underestimated. Moreover, up to this point, my attacks had done virtually no damage to him, which was terrifying. Sasaki, now airborne, unleashed Cannon Triceratops, adjusting his body's direction and crashing down towards Kobe. Having had enough fun, Kobe pushed off hard from the ground, vanishing from sight and appearing behind Sasaki, delivering a brutal beating that knocked him to the ground. As for the subordinates behind Sasaki, they were all wiped out by Kobe during the fight, leaving no chance for them to call for reinforcements. After cleaning up the battlefield, we handed Sasaki over to Jinbe for supervision. The group continued to move forward, and not long after, we saw a frail old man lying on the ground, dressed in patched clothes, motionless. Chopper ran over to check the situation and then treated him. The old man slowly opened his eyes with a smile, asking, "What happened to me? Why is there a raccoon here?" Chopper, fuming, squatted down and said, "I'm a reindeer, not a raccoon. Old man, you must have fainted from hunger. Eat some food first." The old man smiled widely, his eyes shining as he took the food, saying, "My name is Kahai. Thank you for saving me and giving me food." Kahai sat on the ground, eating and drinking while shedding tears and smiling. Everyone looked puzzled. What was up with this old man? His smile hadn't stopped since earlier. After finishing his meal, Kahai smiled and said, "The town of Ebisu, where I live, is just ahead. Would you like to come with me, benefactors?" Everyone nodded, and Kahai led the way. Kobe also asked Kahai why he smiled so much. Kahai's answer was, "There are so many creatures in the world, and only humans understand how to smile. So in life, if you don't smile more, wouldn't that be a pity?" Sure enough, always being so serious, the blessings on you might sneak away. Why not smile more? And even if we are poor, we cannot give up. We must face life with a smile. At this moment, I introduced the situation in Ebisu town to my companions. Ebisu town is located on the outskirts of the flower capital. This town is almost indistinguishable from a rundown town. It's poor as can be, with people wearing various patch clothes. However, the people living here are all very cheerful. Even when they are hungry, their faces are full of smiles. A smile is originally a facial expression that brings joy. But if life only has smiles left, that becomes a torment. The reason why all the residents of Ebisu town are constantly laughing is that they have consumed artificial devil fruits. At first, they didn't know the effects, but over time, they understood what side effects these fruits have. But knowing doesn't change anything. In the face of hunger, one cannot just starve to death. The residents, having no other choice, can only continue eating the artificial devil fruits, leading to the entire village wearing this unremovable smile mask. Everyone is filled with anger. This is all the doing of Kaido and Orochi. Once we take them down, it will be a form of revenge for you all. Before long, everyone arrived at Ebisu town. The residents here gathered around, all with smiles on their faces. "Ha, old Chi, you're back. Ha ha, I'm so hungry. I feel like I'm about to die. Ha ha ha, I haven't had nutrition for so long that my teeth have fallen out. Ha ha ha, even if you have teeth, we have no food to bite. Ha, old Chi, Who are these Ronin? Everyone now couldn't laugh anymore. All that was left was endless rage. There was only one expression on their faces. It was too painful. A normal person would have a stiff face after laughing for a while, let alone these residents. Chihai smiled and turned around. They're my saviors. If it weren't for them, I would have starved to death on the road. An old woman stood there with a smile. Thank you all very much. Old Chi, that ugly kid came again last night. Chihai smiled even more, filled with excitement. We can last a little longer now. We won't die right away. Nami, curious, let go of my hand and walked up to the old woman. Grandma, who is that ugly kid? Although we don't know who he is, but he always appears at the ugly hour of the night. He steals money from those evil rich people in the capital and then distributes it to the common folks. Thank you so much, ugly kid. I wonder who he could be. Since we are here, you won't starve anymore. After saying that, Nami walked back and got some food and water for me. She then contacted the giant Donley using a snail phone, instructing him to bring some food and water according to the life card's directions. The residents were astonished, staring wide-eyed at the suddenly appearing food and water. The hunger pangs in their bellies were stirred, growling. Their mouths were almost drooling. So we began distributing food to these residents, ensuring everyone had something to eat. The residents were in tears, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. These residents had no idea that many people actually knew the ugly kid and were quite familiar with him, and his previous identity was quite significant. If they knew, it would probably shock them. Meanwhile, on the streets of Wano country, in the flower capital, a woman dressed in a kimono embroidered with peacocks and adorned with luxurious hair accessories, wearing tall wooden sandals, was the #1 courtesan of Wano country, named Kamurasaki. Accompanying her was a small attendant, along with many guards protecting her safety. Kamurasaki's true identity was also not ordinary. She often entertained high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants. For those who used ill-gotten gains to patronize her, she would squeeze them dry of their wealth. Those deceived officials and merchants could only kneel on the ground, crying, while cursing Kamurasaki's ancestors. As for the penniless ones, they were driven out of the flower capital. Even if they wanted to take revenge on Kamurasaki, it was impossible. There were people secretly protecting her, ensuring she wouldn't come to harm. Even so, many high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants continued to be deceived. This is the fate of being a sycophant, ending up with nothing. The surrounding residents looked on with starry eyes, feeling extremely excited, thinking she was so beautiful. If only they could have a meal with Kamurasaki, they would probably wake up smiling from their dreams, cheering over there. More and more residents gathered along the sides of the road, in a tall building at the center of the flower capital. This was the residence of the general of Wano country. A man with a long head knelt on the ground. General Orochi, we have captured the ugly kid. He is now locked in prison. Orochi looked puzzled, holding a fan in his hand. Isn't he just an ordinary thief? What's so special about him? The man with the long head looked serious. According to our investigation, his identity is not ordinary. His true identity is... Orochi was shocked, mouth agape. He's still alive? How could this be? The man with the long head looked confused. I don't know. General, how should we deal with him? Orochi sneered. Standing up, of course, we will use him to warn others, but it has to be broadcast nationwide. I will be there in person. Then the man with the long head took people to make preparations. Everyone chuckled. A good show was about to unfold. This was to lure the snake out of its hole and catch them all at once. As for whether any big shots would come out, that was uncertain. Even if they didn't come, it wouldn't be a loss for us. Before long, videos began to be broadcasted across various places in Wano country. The residents of Ebisu town watched the video with smiles. A man with a blue afro, dressed in tattered patched clothes, was being beaten badly and tied to a cross-execution platform. I checked his information using the system. Name, Shimatsuki Yasui Combat Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Level. His age, 68 years height. 1. 55 meters gender. Male weapon. None devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. He is the father of Toko, the daimyo of Wano country. Using the alias Tonoyasu, he consumed the failed artificial devil fruit smile, losing his ability to swim and having all expressions stripped away except for his smile. After Kazuki Odin was overthrown by Kaido, He assisted the Kazuki clan in fighting against Kaido, but ultimately failed due to the intervention of the four emperors. Although he managed to survive and later went into hiding in Ebisu town, the residents were surprised to find out that Tono Yasu from their village was actually the infamous Ugly Three. This is incredible. His disguise was so deep that no one could tell. Now he has been captured, which is a huge problem. They rushed to the flower capital, uncertain if they would see him again. Unbeknownst to everyone, Shimatsuki Yasui is not just the Ugly Three. In front of the prison on Risetsu Street, a man is tied to the execution stand. Despite being bloodied and bruised, he wears a smile, showing no fear of death. A large crowd gathers around him, visibly excited and angry, shouting, Lord Yasu, you are still alive. You bastards, quickly let Lord Yasu down. How can you treat him like this? There are not many guards around the execution stand, as many hide in the shadows. Everything is ready. They just need those guys to take the bait. One guard introduces Shimatsuki Yasui's identity. Many believe that General Kaido is very foolish. This might not serve as a warning, but rather backfire. Shimatsuki Yasui, with a bruised face, laughs heartily, standing there tied up. Ha ha ha, I'm so happy that everyone remembers me. Everyone, it's useless to say anything. Kaido will not let me go. People from many places in Wano are quickly rushing to Risetsu Street in the flower capital. In Ebisu town, Kinemon and the others are exceptionally happy. If Shimatsuki Yasui is still alive, he must not be allowed to die. Previously, they had no protective abilities, but now with the addition of Zoro and the others, solving many issues has become exceptionally easy. This time will be no exception. They will definitely be able to rescue Shimatsuki Yasui. They prepare to head to Risetsu Street, and the residents follow along. Before long, they arrive at the entrance to the flower capital. It is already blocked by many guards. You poor bastards, all of you stand still. Hurry up and get back to your shabby houses. You scum, don't barge in, or we want to be polite with the knives in our hands. The residents of Ebisu town seem to have not heard anything at all. With tears of joy, they recklessly charge forward. My companions and I draw our swords and rush in, taking down one guard after another. Just like that, all the guards at the entrance are eliminated. The path is cleared, and everyone rushes inside. Suddenly, a little girl with short pink bangs, dressed in red clothes, white socks, and black shoes bursts into laughter, tears streaming down her face as she runs forward. I check her information using the system. Name, Toko Combat Growth Potential Level, F Current Combat Level, F Age, 8 years height, 0, 85 meters gender, female weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none introduction. She is the daughter of the former daimyo of Wano, Shimatsuki Yasui. Having consumed a failed smile fruit, which caused her to lose all expressions except for her smile. Due to her family's extreme poverty, she was sold to the flower capital, where she serves as an apprentice courtesan beside the courtesan Kamurasaki, being one of the few who knows that Kamurasaki is a close friend of Kazuki Hayori. She privately gives the money she earns to her father to support the impoverished residents. Running too fast, she accidentally falls to the ground. I squat down and help Toko up. Toko, are you all right? She laughs and stands up. Ha ha, I'm fine. Thank you, big brother. I have to go see Dad. I'm off. With that, she continues to run forward desperately, hoping to see her father one last time. At this moment, General Kaido has arrived in a luxurious palanquin beneath Shimatsuki Yasui. Yasui, long time no see. Are you ready to die? Ha ha. It has been a long time, Kaido. Your death is coming soon. What a beautiful place the flower capital is. Originally, Wano was just as beautiful. Every blade of grass and every tree here was built by the Kazuki clan together with the residents. It is our pride. It is definitely not your accomplishment, Kaido. Shimatsuki Yasui, you bastard, what nonsense are you spouting? Kaido, you have occupied everything here, destroyed so many places. You are nothing but a pest. The surrounding residents look panicked, astonished that Lord Yasui dared to say such things. There seems to be no chance of turning back now. Kaido will definitely kill Lord Yasui. It's over. Meanwhile, Kinemon and the others encounter a man with light blue hair, styled into a large topknot, dressed in a deep blue kimono with circular patterns, wearing a high-necked cloak, and carrying a katana at his waist. He approaches with a group of samurai, blocking their way. I check his information using the system. Name, Denjiro Combat Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Level. SS Age, 44 years Height, 3.06 meters Gender, Male Weapon, Katana Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Introduction, a retainer of Kazuki Oden, the daimyo of Kuri in Wano, the second of the Red Scabbards. After Oden's death, he was heartbroken, and his appearance changed, hiding his identity as the crazy samurai. With his powerful combat abilities, he became a gang leader, invited by General Kaido to be a bodyguard and money changer. While at night, he transforms into the Ugly Three, robbing the rich to help the poor. He is cheerful, clever, calm, brave, and resourceful, with agile skills and immense strength, a master swordsman. Denjiro has a fierce look on his face, gripping his sword. Who are you? This place is off limits. Get back. I smile and stand my ground. We have come to slay Kaido, and at the same time, welcome your return, Denjiro. Denjiro still maintains his fierce demeanor, but is surprised inside. Who is this guy? How does he know my real name? He shouldn't be one of Kaido's subordinates. And those masked individuals, why do I feel a sense of familiarity? And welcoming me back, where do they want me to go? It can't be there, right? Jinweiman and the others were startled and very confused. This guy is Tyrannishin. Has his appearance changed so much? They had no doubts about Lord Zhang Yufan's words being false. Tyrannishin must have had a very hard time these past years. What Tyrannishin? I don't know him. I'm Kyushiru. You think you can kill General Orochi with just your lot? Tyrannishin had a puzzled look on his face. Yeah, just with us. Let me show you first. Enel, leave Tyrannishin to me. Take down everyone else. I smiled. Enel laughed loudly, and in an instant, he disappeared from his original spot. With a whoosh, he appeared behind Tyrannishin, releasing electricity from his hands. The samurai behind were all stunned by the electricity, collapsing to the ground. Tyrannishin swung his sword quickly towards Enel. Enel dodged to the side, and the golden blade was already at Tyrannishin's neck. I had already sent Hyugaru to bring Bartolomeo to rescue people. Otherwise, by the time we finished dealing with things here, the Shimatsuki family would probably have gone to meet God. Jinweiman reached up to remove his mask and walked over. Tyrannishin, do you still recognize me? There's no need to hide anymore. The counterattack time has come. Tyrannishin's face was filled with excitement, and he no longer concealed himself. Jinweiman, you really came back, and you even brought powerful allies. At this moment, there was no one around. Everyone had run to the prison. There was no need to worry about others finding out about this. Moreover, even if it was discovered now, it didn't matter anymore. Suddenly, a very beautiful woman ran towards us. I used the system to check her information. Name, Kazuki Hiyori Combat Power Growth Potential Level. Assess Current Combat Power Level. F Age, 23 Height, 1.7 meters Gender, Female Weapon, None Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Introduction. The sister of Momonosuke, the princess of Wano Country, a descendant of the Kazuki clan. Known as the most beautiful woman in Wano by the residents, once disguised as Kamurasaki, the courtesan of Wano, strong-hearted, unafraid of power, gentle, and kind in nature. When disguised as Kamurasaki, she pretended to be an arrogant and frivolous courtesan, played the shamisen, smoked tobacco, relied on her beauty to deceive money from rich men, often leaving them bankrupt, and frequently attended General Orochi's banquets, winning his favor. I smiled and patted Jinweiman's back. Jinweiman, look quickly. The princess of Wano, Kazuki Hiyori, has come. Jinweiman was unusually happy. What a good day today. Surprises keep coming. My little heart is really strong. Let the surprises come even more fiercely. So everyone gathered around, startling Hiyori. Jinweiman laughed and stepped forward. Haha, Princess Hiyori, it's so good that you are safe. Hiyori looked delighted and stopped. Jinweiman, you finally came back. Let's go rescue people first. And who are these people? No need to worry. Lord Zhang Yufan has already sent our partners to rescue them. Jinweiman smiled. Jinweiman then detailed the situation of Zhang Yufan and the others. Everyone walked towards the prison, and along the way, Tyrannishin shared his story. 17 years ago, after Lord Yasu died, in order to help you all, I fought to buy time to reclaim Wano. I teamed up with the Shuradoji to block the pursuers. After dealing with the pursuers, we arrived at a small house. Due to the overwhelming emotions of grief and anger, I eventually changed completely. I then returned to the flower capital, disguised as Kyushu, and lived on. Because my combat power was quite strong, I gained more and more followers. I gradually became someone even Orochi was willing to accept protection from. Thus, I became Orochi's bodyguard, infiltrating his side. At the same time, I also became the thief Kyushu in the dead of night, robbing the rich to help the poor. 10 years ago, Princess Hiyori left a farewell letter and left without saying goodbye to Kawamatsu. While wandering in the flower capital, she was discovered by my subordinates. I revealed my identity to Princess Hiyori and decided to protect her in place of Kawamatsu. I let Princess Hiyori disguise herself as Kamurasaki and took her in at my own brothel. In the end, I trained her to become the #1 courtesan in Ueno. During this time, I distributed the money earned by Princess Hiyori to Ebisu town. Because Orochi was infatuated with Princess Hiyori, I asked her to hide a pouch of blood in her clothes every day. It would definitely come in handy in case of emergency. On the other side, Shimatsuki Yasu was bound to the execution platform, saying many things. Then he prepared for death. My dear daughter, you must forgive me. Your father, who is about to leave you. Take care of yourself. Don't be too sad. Everything that needs to be said has been said. You can go to that world with a smile. I will wait for your good news in that world. Orochi looked furious. Holding a spear, Shimatsuki Yasu, is this your last words? Then die. Everyone fired simultaneously. Then came the sound of many gunshots. Bang, 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 bang. Just as the surrounding people thought Shimatsuki Yasu was about to be shot into a beehive, screaming over their Suddenly, a spherical barrier appeared around Shimatsuki Yasu. It blocked all the bullets. Everyone was shocked. What's going on? Who was protecting Shimatsuki Yasu? Most of the people around were ecstatic. Shimatsuki Yasu wouldn't be killed. At this moment, two figures leaped over the railing, suddenly appearing in front of everyone. They rescued Shimatsuki Yasu. They were Hyoguru and Bartolomeo. Thank you very much for coming to rescue me, but this is a trap. Kaido must have many people ambushed nearby. You two should leave quickly, Shimatsuki Yasu said in surprise. Don't worry, we're strong. With just this few people, we don't take them seriously. Let me treat your injuries first, Bartolomeo said calmly. So Hyoguru blocked in front, and Bartolomeo treated Shimatsuki Yasu from behind. Now, every partner whose combat power has been enhanced by the captain can use medical skills. Becoming a super doctor is just a moment's work for the captain. Others may need a lifetime to become super doctors and may never be able to achieve it. This ability is quite terrifying. Orochi was even angrier, the veins on his forehead bulging. Looking at Hyoguru, Hyoguru, why are you here? You dare to stop my execution? Orochi, surprised, right? I came out of the quarry openly. Now I already have the ability to stop you. How is that possible? Did Queen get defeated by you? Not defeated, but killed. Next, you will go to hell too. The samurai shouted, kill everyone who obstructs the execution. The samurai under the giant snake unsheathed their swords and charged towards the barrier, swinging their blades at Hyoguru. Hyoguru also swung his sword, taking down one after another, effortlessly dispatching them. His combat power now was incomparable to what it used to be. In no time, he had defeated all the samurai. Meanwhile, I continued to lead Nico and the others toward their destination. KB smiled and sensed the surroundings, moving forward. Brother Yufan, it seems that the black charcoal snake is taking this execution very seriously. There are tens of thousands of people ambushed around us. I smiled and turned my head. That's necessary. After all, the black charcoal snake wants to lure out Kinemon and the others, then capture them all at once, while the Shimatsuki family is merely bait. Nico looked worried and stopped. There are so many enemies. Are we going to be all right? Inaru scoffed, floating above the ground with this little number. They're not even worth mentioning. Kinemon stepped forward with a smile. Princess Nico, don't worry. These guys are as strong as monsters. There's no need for concern. Nico breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that since Kinemon said so, Yufan and the others would definitely be able to handle it, and then continued walking. On the way, I explained the situation about the black charcoal snake to everyone. The black charcoal family was exterminated in the past due to a failed rebellion against the Kazuki family. The black charcoal snake survived. He is a descendant of the black charcoal family. In his youth, he was hunted because of his family's background, living in constant fear, which planted the seeds of hatred towards Wano country in his heart. To take revenge on the Kazuki family, the black charcoal snake became a vassal of the Kazuki family, ultimately seizing everything from them and becoming the general of Wano country. At this point, I had also arrived at the scene with my companions. I saw a burly man with a large head and mouth, a bald head, and a square face. He wore a crown on the left side of his head and had his hair tied in a bun on the right side. His hair was purple, mostly on the sides and back of his head. He had an upward curled mustache and wore a yellow kimono draped with a patterned black cloak. I checked his information through the system. Name: Black Charcoal Snake Combat Power Growth Potential Level. Assess Current Combat Power Level. Assess Age: 51 Height: 3. 5 meters Gender: Male Weapons: 2 long swords, pistol, devil fruit. Snake fruit, mythical Zoan, Yamada and no Orochi form bounty. None equipment card. None description. Current general of Wano country. A powerful, dual-wielding swordsman. A brutal dictator adhering to a closed country policy, with the aim of destroying Wano country. He is an ally of the Yonko Kaido and has been used by Kaido for many years. His personality is cruel, arrogant, and indulgent in wine and women, showing no concern for the country and its people beyond his own interests. Under his rule, the people of Wano have suffered tremendous oppression and exploitation. He is intolerant of anyone who speaks ill of him, even if not in his presence, and considers any dissent as a grave crime. Xiaozi and Kyushiro, how'd you two end up with Kinemon? The snake asked, puzzled. We are all part of the same group. I am Tanjiro, and I've come to take your head. Tanjiro sneered. What? You're also one of the red scabbards, hiding quite deep, huh? And what about Xiaozi? The snake exclaimed in surprise. The Xiaozi you've been thinking about is Princess Nico of the Kazuki clan. Surprised? Tanjiro grinned. The surrounding residents were exceptionally excited. The Kazuki clan had really returned and were not all dead. They all knelt on the ground to welcome Nico's return. Nico's expression was serious as she surveyed the area. Everyone, please get up. It's too dangerous here. Hurry and leave. We can talk about other matters in a safe place. A tall man, kneeling on the ground, said, Since there is danger here, we can't leave. Princess Nico, I will stay to protect you. A small portion of the people around also expressed their desire to stay. Most of them were ordinary residents who knew that staying would only cause trouble and began to rise and prepare to leave. The snake was extremely angry, feeling like he had been made a fool of. You've been hiding beside me, deceiving me for so long. I didn't even notice. You really have some guts. Since you dare to treat me this way, don't blame me for being rude. Now that Kinemon and the others are out, it's time to close the net. All the preparations I made before were not in vain. You all could die. The snake sneered, standing in place. You guys are really loyal to the Kazuki clan. Then don't leave. Let us die together. Come out. After saying that, many samurai emerged from around, surrounding Nico and the others. Now those ordinary residents couldn't leave even if they wanted to. Tanjiro and Nico were a bit worried. If a fight broke out with just a few of us, we wouldn't be able to protect so many residents. Bartolomeo used a barrier to slice open the prison door. The prisoners inside were overjoyed and began to rush outside. Then, carrying the Shimatsuki family, they returned to my side alongside Hairu. Kubo laughed and ran over, finally meeting with the Shimatsuki family. The surrounding residents were in a panic, standing there talking. This is bad. We are surrounded. A fight is about to start. Even the snake's guards have arrived. Everyone, protect Princess Nico. Then I saw a tall man with a bald head, long earlobes, and a long skull, sporting a long and pointed black beard and wearing square sunglasses. He was dressed in a purple kimono with a character for ninja embroidered on it. A large group of people followed him as they walked towards us. I checked his information through the system. Name: Fukurokuju Combat Power Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Power Level. SS Age: 49 Height: 2. 21 meters Gender: Male Weapons: Long Sword, Devil Fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description. He is a ninja, skilled in powerful ninjutsu and proficient in swordsmanship. Fiercely loyal to the black charcoal snake. On the surface, he has a fence-sitting personality and is the captain of the snake's guards, obeying the orders of the general of Wano country, Black Charcoal Snake, while also ensuring Black Charcoal Snake's safety. Fukurokuju looked surprised as he flipped through the bounty list in his hand, looking at my face. You are the Yonko Zhang Yufan. Everyone be careful, they're very strong. Let's all go together. Just capture one person and interrogate them to find out their purpose for coming here. If they want to fight right away, then let's do it. Raizo, it's time for you to settle things with Fukurokuju. After saying that, the people behind Fukurokuju charged towards us. Several cannonballs were fired towards the residents. The big snake laughed loudly, standing on top of the palanquin. Yes, that's it. Kill everyone here. Zoro and the others drew their swords and redirected the cannonballs, sending them flying towards the enemy across the way. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions sent the enemies flying in all directions. I gathered the surrounding residents at the prison entrance and asked Bartolomeo and Binkaru to stay behind to protect them. The remaining companions began to clear the surrounding enemies. Before long, tens of thousands of enemies had fallen. Only two remained standing, Fukurokuju and Kaido. The surrounding residents stood there dumbfounded. They had thought it was a certain death. But suddenly the tide had turned. Tens of thousands of enemies were easily dealt with. These guys are a bit too strong, making the enemy seem so vulnerable. Kaido was already surrounded by Kinemon and the others, while Fukurokuju was clashing with Reizu. After confirming there was no danger, everyone began to clean up the battlefield. Then they all sat down not far away, ready to watch the battle on both sides. Kinemon and the others surrounded Kaido, continuously striking with their swords. Kaido could only barely hold on, occasionally suffering new wounds. You bastards, no chivalry. So many people attacking, just one of me, Kaido said with a frustrated expression. This is war, not a one-on-one duel. Who talks about chivalry? Chandru said with a smirk. Kaido then used his devil fruit ability to transform into the Yamata no Orochi form. Each snakehead had its own consciousness and charged quickly toward Kinemon and the others with great force, just barely being able to withstand the attacks. After a while of fighting, Chandru poured all his strength into his sword, dodged Kaido's charge, and struck down one of the snakeheads. Kinemon and the others also began to exert their strength, leaving only one snakehead remaining. They then knocked Kaido unconscious, nullifying his devil fruit ability, but did not kill him, dragging him away instead. According to Lord Zhang Yufan's wishes, they spared Kaido's life. With the battle on this side concluded, we looked to the other side. Robin, curious, sat in a chair and said, Yufan, I'm really curious about the grudge between Fukurokuju and Reizu. I smiled, took Robin's hand, and said, it all started with a woman's death, combined with some misunderstandings, and thus a grudge was formed. I then detailed the story of the two. Originally, Reizu was a talented ninja in the Odin's retainers with exceptional physical abilities. He fell in love with Fukurokuju's frail sister, Fumi. During one mission, Reizu saved Fumi, and she fell for him after this heroic rescue. However, just as Fumi was about to kiss Reizu, the overly innocent Reizu shyly pushed her away. Unbeknownst to him, his great physical strength accidentally injured Fumi. After that, Reizu felt too ashamed to face Fumi, so he fled from the Odin's retainers, while Fumi, on her deathbed, kept calling Reizu's name. Fukurokuju, thinking his sister hated Reizu, vowed never to forgive him, and his head and earlobes grew long due to excessive anger. So when they met, the first thing they did was fight. I have to say, Reizu is really a steel-headed guy. He clearly likes Fukurokuju's sister, but accidentally hurt her and ran away out of shame. That's really irresponsible. However, Reizu never explained the situation to Fukurokuju. Perhaps he felt he should take responsibility for it. Everyone was speechless after hearing this. Originally, this matter was very simple, but due to Fukurokuju's preconceived notions and failure to understand his sister's feelings, a huge misunderstanding arose. Moreover, Reizu didn't offer any explanations, deepening the misunderstanding. This is a common problem many people have. They look at a situation only from their own perspective, leading to incorrect perceptions. As a result, many tragedies occur. Many misunderstandings can be cleared up with just a few words. However, many people, thinking they are acting in the other's best interest, completely avoid explanations, leading to greater misunderstandings that spiral out of control. Reizu, with a serious expression, extended his hands, preparing to perform a ninjutsu. Fukurokuju, why do you serve a man like Kaido? Fukurokuju also serious, extended his hands, ready to perform a ninjutsu. Reizu, we are dedicated ninjas serving the current shogun. You have no right to lecture me. Reizu frowned, standing still. Are you saying that anyone who is the current shogun, no matter what kind of person they are, can be served? Fukuro Kuju, serious, stood his ground. Yes, as long as they're the current shogun. They're the ones we pledge our loyalty to. He then performed the clone jutsu, creating several clones in front of Fukuro Kuju. Next, he used the shuriken of flowers technique, continuously launching shurikens at Fukuro Kuju. Fukuro Kuju used the earlobe cannon, manipulating his earlobes to stretch and deflect the shurikens. Fukuro Kuju, serious, stood still. Reizu, what about the one you serve? He is already dead. Reizu stepped out from his clone and said, Are you talking about Lord Odin? Fukuro Kuju, serious, manipulated his earlobes to extend and attack, so your real body was hiding here. Reizu couldn't react in time, and the earlobe struck his face, knocking him to the ground. Fukuro Kuju, cold, shouted, Reizu, someone like you, who can't hide their emotions on the surface, will never become a ninja, no matter how strong your ninjutsu is. Reizu, serious, got up from the ground. Feelings are our true hearts. You will never understand. It's time to end this. Fukuro Kuju, cold, extended his hands. Ninjas only need to follow orders to execute tasks. Reizu thought that soon, the land of Wano would welcome a new dawn. A dazzling sun was about to rise, and Lord Momonosuke would become the new shogun. Therefore, even if it meant sacrificing our lives, it was worth it. Reizu then used the binding technique to immobilize Fukuro Kuju, rendering him unable to move. He circled behind Fukuro Kuju and delivered several powerful kicks. Fukuro Kuju was knocked to the ground, followed by a flurry of punches, but he did not kill Fukuro Kuju. I stood up, drew out the second generation of Enma, and rushed over to strike Fukuro Kuju directly. Reizu, let me give you a piece of advice. If you don't cut off the mess, it will only lead to more chaos. Reizu sighed and squatted on the ground. I have learned my lesson. Thank you, Lord Zhang Yufan. I sheathed my sword and took out a camelot room from the storage space. I dragged the unconscious black charcoal serpent inside. Before long, I came out, having also obtained a devil fruit. After arranging everything here, I continued to the next place. I headed southeast towards the flower capital, and after quite a while, arrived at Ringing Back. The group discovered several members of the Beast Pirates fighting against a tall, strong man on a bridge. I signaled Zoro to go over and take them all out. Zoro drew his sword, a kushui, and rushed over without hesitation, cutting them all down. I checked his information with the system. Name, Onimaru Combat Power Growth Potential Level. Assess current combat power level. S age, 66 years height, 4. 28 meters gender. Male weapon, great sword devil fruit. Human fruit, mythical beast type, Daibutsu form bounty. None equipment card. None description, a fox from the Shimatsuki family. Partner of Shimatsuki Jumru, a monk warrior from Wano country, using the former alias of the legendary sword, Nyomaru. He attacks immediately upon seeing an opponent reveal a flaw, regardless of the situation. Onimaru picked up a weapon from the ground, gripping the great sword in his hand, and looked at Zoro's sword in surprise. Thanks for your help. Huh, that sword in your hand is a kushui. How did it end up with you? It's a small matter. You know a kushui. I got it after defeating the zombie Ryuma. That's ridiculous. How could you have seen Ryuma? I indeed know his soul. What are you talking about? The undefeated great swordsman Ryuma has been dead for hundreds of years. Hand over the sword. That's not happening. It's my sword now. Onimaru swung his great sword forcefully at Zoro. Zoro smiled, standing his ground and parrying with a kushui. Onimaru continued to slash with his great sword, attacking left and right. Zoro calmly stood there, neutralizing all of Onimaru's attacks. We didn't T-step in to help, but watch from a distance. With Zoro as current combat power, there were indeed few who could defeat him. Onimaru grew increasingly alarmed. This guy's strength is just too great. Moreover, his swordsmanship is extremely powerful. My attacks had no effect on him at all. Up to now, he had only been defending, not taking a single step back. This guy isn't even using his full strength against me. It seems that the famous sword of Kushui is going to be hard to reclaim. If only I could be a bit stronger, that would be great. Zoro smiled slightly, pushed off the ground with his right foot, and his figure vanished from the spot. He delivered a powerful kick that knocked Onimaru to the ground. Zoro then sat on Onimaru's chest, with a Kushui already poised at his throat. Big guy, who exactly are you? Why are you collecting so many weapons? Aren't you afraid of being killed by me? Do you really want my Kushui that badly? You have no idea how precious the famous sword of Kushui is. Even if it means death, I must reclaim it. You really are persistent. Seeing the battle was over, the others walked over. Zoro also jumped off Onimaru. Onimaru got up, looked closely, and with tears in his eyes knelt down. Lord Kawasong, I'm so glad you're safe. Kawasong looked puzzled, standing there. Who are you? We seem to not know each other. Onimaru used his fruit ability to transform into a snow-white fox. I am Onimaru. Kawasong was taken aback, tears streaming down his face as he hugged Onimaru. Onimaru, you worked hard. You've kept our promise to collect weapons here. Kawasong and Onimaru reminisced while I shared their story with the others. Ringing Back was once managed by the Shimatsuki clan. The local lord was named Shimatsuki Jumaru. He had a partner, a loyal fox. But after Kaido's invasion, Ringing Back became a ruin. There's a special custom here. A samurai is born with a sword and dies with it. When a samurai passes away, they use a wooden tub as a coffin. The sword they carried in life becomes the tombstone, known as the eternal grave. 10 years ago, after Hiyori went missing, Kawasong, filled with guilt, planned to commit seppuku in Ringing Back. Fortunately, a fight interrupted Kawasong's suicidal thoughts. Bloodied, the fox Onimaru stood before the vast expanse of the eternal grave. Shimatsuki Jumaru had passed away 5 years ago, yet Onimaru was still fighting against tomb raiders. The next morning, Onimaru was awakened by a clanging sound. Onimaru didn't expect that Kawasong was also a tomb raider. Without mercy, he bit down on Kawasong's arm. Kawasong was anxious, explaining that this was to prepare for the battle against Kaido in a decade. However, Onimaru couldn't understand human speech. After a while, Onimaru seemed to understand, and from then on, they both protected these swords while continuing to collect more weapons. Later, when Kawasong was captured by Kaido, he made a promise with Onimaru to guard this place, protecting and collecting weapons. Onimaru has been here ever since, never leaving. Everyone was very impressed by Onimaru's loyalty. Hiyori didn't expect Zhang Yufan to know so much. They introduced themselves to each other. Onimaru led us to a hidden place. We descended the stairs and arrived underground. Kawasong was shocked, looking around. Onimaru, all these weapons are your collection. Onimaru smiled, standing still. Yes, Lord Kawasong. Kawasong smiled, standing still. That's impressive. You've helped us greatly. Onimaru, are you willing to fight alongside me? Onimaru nodded without hesitation. Kinemon and the others were very happy. The previous fighters had already increased significantly. Now, with so many weapons delivered, the ship was already being prepared. They were basically ready. All that was left was the final battle with Kaido. They had originally worried about the lack of weapons. Now, they were completely relieved. Kawasong had foresight. They then expressed their sincere gratitude to Onimaru. I stored all the weapons in the storage space. Onimaru was astonished, not expecting Zhang Yufan to have such an ability. This is so convenient. It saved a lot of time. Hiyori, with a serious expression, walked up to Zoro. Zoro, can you return a Kushui to Wano? We really need it. Hiyori, I can return it to you, but I must get a sword of similar quality to a Kushui in exchange. I see. Then I'll give you the sword my father left for me, called Enma. This sword once left a scar on Kaido. It's a legendary sword. Sounds good. Let me take a look at the sword. Hiyori then introduced us to the sword's background. My father, Kazuki Oden, was a dual-wielding swordsman in his lifetime. Before being executed, my father entrusted these two swords to my brother and me. My brother received the Heaven's Feather sword, while I received the Enma sword. Both swords were forged by a famous swordsmith from Wano country and belong to the 21 great swords. Thus they have considerable fame. Kawamatsu was surprised, not expecting Princess Hiyori to give away Enma. No, Princess Hiyori, how could you give Lord Oden's relic to someone else? It's all right. Kawamatsu, this is already the best choice. Kinemon and the others also advised her, and Hiyori decided to go ahead with it. Thus, this matter was settled. Everyone split up to eliminate the enemies in the area. Now, basically all the enemies in Wano have been dealt with. Only the Onigashima, where Kaido resides, is left. Evening has arrived. and I notified everyone to gather in the flower capital. We need to rest well tonight, because we'll be battling Kaido tomorrow. Meanwhile, Momonosuke and the others were very happy, shedding tears and cheering. Really? Princess Hiyori is still alive. Where's Princess Hiyori now? Is she safe? As for her safety with Lord Zhang Yufan, there's no need to worry. That's great. Let us pack up and head to the flower capital to meet her. Time passed quickly, and everyone had arrived at the flower capital. The guard around had already been arranged, although the communication with Onigashima had been cut off, making them blind. The necessary precautions were still in place. Hiyori and the others were very excited to see Kazuki Sukiyaki, tears streaming down their faces. After a while, everyone calmed down. They had a hearty meal and then found a less crowded place. Kazuki Sukiyaki looked serious and took out a treasure box, saying, "All right, let us get to the point. I have been waiting for 17 years to give you these 2 swords." He then handed the Heaven's Feather sword to Momonosuke. Momonosuke didn't take it directly, but asked Sukiyaki to keep it for now, as he felt he was not yet able to wield the Heaven's Feather sword. He decided to wait until the time was right to use it. Sukiyaki then handed the Enma sword to Zoro, saying, "Lord Zoro, I must tell you beforehand. Since the birth of this sword, only Kazuki Oden has been able to tame it in this country. Hold Enma and try to cut that rock." Zoro replied, "All right, I'll give this sword a try." Kinemon and the others were sweating, feeling a sense of fear towards Enma. Out of good intentions, they reminded Zoro. Zoro was excited as he drew the Enma sword and looked at it. Suddenly, Enma began to absorb the armament haki through Zoro's arm, flowing with the color of cherry blossoms on the blade. Zoro did not stop it, allowing it to absorb. With my current recovery speed, it won't run out of armament haki no matter how long it absorbs. Enma quivered, trying to control Zoro's hand to swing the sword. Zoro suppressed it with his powerful haki and adapted to it. Then, he swung the sword, and the rock was cut in half. There was no other change in the surroundings, and it didn't create much noise. Zoro smiled, holding Enma, and looked at Kazuki Sukiyaki. "This is a fierce sword. I am very satisfied. I will return the Akushui sword to you." Sukiyaki replied, "Lord Zoro, I truly underestimated you. You also saw that this sword can autonomously absorb and release the user's flowing cherry blossom haki. If it were an ordinary swordsman, they would probably have been drained of their flowing cherry blossom haki and collapsed by now." Kinemon and the others were completely dumbfounded, their mouths agape, not knowing what to say. What kind of monster is this guy? He is too powerful. Enma was so easily tamed by him. I smiled and walked over, patting Zoro on the shoulder. "Zoro, both your Wado Ikemonji and Enma were forged by your master's father, Shimatsuki Kozaburo." "What? Such a coincidence. My master, Shimatsuki Kushiro, is also from Wano country." Zoro was surprised, realizing that his master was extraordinary, but unaware that his family was also so impressive. The former Shimatsuki clan was comparable to the Kazuki clan. Kazuki Sukiyaki and the others were shocked, not expecting Zoro to have a master-student relationship with someone from the Shimatsuki clan. They all gathered around to inquire about Shimatsuki Kushiro. Zoro shared everything he knew. It was already quite late, and everyone was preparing to rest. Meanwhile, in a secret room of the Shogun's mansion, 3 people were present. One had a similar appearance, wearing a white mask with one black and one white eye, and a scar on his right eye. He wore robotic-like earmuffs, had a light beard, and was dressed in a long white coat with a white top hat. He had a dark long scarf around his neck and a medal on his chest. Another was tall, holding a long staff topped with a Hawaiian-style native mask, which covered his face, and was dressed in a white suit. The last one was also tall and thin, wearing a white mask with dark stripes on the right side, and dressed in a white suit. The 3 of them sat together discussing today's events. They hadn't expected Kaido to be killed by Zhang Yufan's group. "Our weapon trading mission is now impossible to complete. What do the higher-ups say?" "The mission is terminated, and the higher-ups have instructed us to continue monitoring the developments. These guys are not simple. Be careful not to get discovered." After chatting for a while, the 3 went to rest. The next morning, the samurai donned their gear. Although their bodies had not fully recovered, they were still full of energy, ready to head to the port of Hakuba. Since these samurai could not use moonwalk, they had to obediently take a boat. If it were just me and my companions, We wouldn't need a boat at all. We could simply walk on air and reach Onigashima in no time. Originally, there was no need for these samurai to take action against Kaido. However, they all wanted to take revenge themselves while liberating Wano. In that case, let us give them some small fry to play with. At that moment, a short, plump woman with reddish-brown twin tails, wearing a pink hooded jumpsuit and socks with sandals, suddenly appeared before everyone, carrying a long knife on her back. I used the system to check her information. Name: Aaron Power Growth Potential Level. Assess Current Power Level. S age, 46 height. 1. 8 meters gender. Female weapon. Long sword. Flying knife devil fruit. Ripe fruit bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. A ninja from Wano country. A retainer of the Kazuki family. A former member of the Odin's retainers and the younger sister of Kinemon. She claims to be skilled in seductive techniques, has an older brother named Shinobu, considers herself a mature woman, and is particularly confident about her appearance and figure. However, she feels offended if someone compares her current looks to her younger self. Due to her poor eyesight and a phobia of sharp objects, she screams loudly when facing sharp weapons. She takes important matters seriously, but is impulsive and can have extreme thoughts. Aaron smiled and stood in place. Lord Zhang Yufan, I've noticed a few suspicious individuals. I wonder if they are members of the CPO? I smiled and stood up. Let us go over and take a look. So, I had Kinemon and the others wait here for a moment. I followed Aaron with my companions to see the situation. Along the way, I introduced Aaron to my companions. 25 years ago, Kaido took over and became the shogun of Wano country. She firmly believed that the world would return to the Kazuki family. She remained in the city on standby, but the Odin's retainers, led by Fukurokudo, chose to betray and swear loyalty to Kaido. She felt there was no place for her in the city anymore, and thus withdrew from the Odin's retainers. 22 years ago, Kazuki Odin returned, wanting to kill Kaido, but he was stopped by the barrier fruit ability of Kanjuro. Odin made a deal with Kaido and Orochi, who captured many people as hostages. They stated that if Kazuki Odin gave up his dignity and danced naked every week under Orochi's castle, they would release 100 people. And after 5 years, they would build a ship to let everyone set sail and leave Wano country. She witnessed everything that happened that day. 17 years ago, after learning of the deception, Kazuki Odin led the 9 red scabbards to attack Kaido. She also participated in the battle, but in the end, Odin and the 9 red scabbards suffered a devastating defeat. Because Odin pretended not to know her, she was not captured and imprisoned. When Odin was executed, the onlooking crowd mocked him. Unable to bear it, she revealed the truth behind Odin's naked dance to the public. At that moment, Fukurokudo came over and grabbed her. When Odin instructed the 9 red scabbards to escape, she broke free from Fukurokudo's grasp and fled with the 9 red scabbards to Kuri. After Kinemon and the others traveled through time and space, she had been waiting for their return and the opportunity to confront Kaido. Aaron was shocked. Who exactly is Lord Zhang Yufan? How does he know my past? What a terrifying and mysterious person. Soon after, we arrived at the Shogun's mansion in the Flower Capital. I smiled and stood at the door of the secret room. The 3 of you have been hiding for quite a while. It's time to show yourselves. The door to the secret room opened, and 3 people walked out. I used the system to check their information. Name: Guernica Power Growth Potential Level. Assess Current Power Level. SS Age, 2. 1 Height, 30 meters gender. Male weapon. None devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. An intelligence officer of the Celestial Dragon Secret Intelligence Agency, CP0. Usually serving as the spokesperson for the intelligence team during missions. Rated as a special agent by the Gorosei, he is diligent and prioritizes missions above all, willing to sacrifice his life to complete them. He views anyone who obstructs task execution, even colleagues, as a hindrance that should be eliminated. He will eliminate anyone who knows too much about the world government secrets. Name: Maha Power Growth Potential Level. SS Current Power Level. S Age, 31 Height, 2. 6 meters gender. Male weapon. None devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. An intelligence officer of the Celestial Dragon Secret Intelligence Agency, CP0, who absolutely obeys the orders of the Gorosei, willing to sacrifice his life to complete missions. Name: Joseph Power Growth Potential Level. SS Current Power Level. S Age, 32 Height, 3. 32 meters Gender. Male Weapon. None Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Introduction. A member of the Long-Arm Tribe. An intelligence officer of the Celestial Dragon Secret Intelligence Agency. CP0, who came to Wano country to negotiate with Kaido regarding weapon transactions, absolutely obeying superior orders. I didn't say much to them, as it wasn't the time to play around. There were serious matters to attend to, so I signaled my companions to rush in and capture them. Then I locked them in the mirror world and let Robin and the others interrogate them to see if we could extract useful information from them. After handling this matter, I returned to regroup with Kineman and the others. Everyone moved toward the destination and just arrived at White Dance when we encountered a woman with sky blue and pink striped long hair. A single strand of white hair on her forehead, oversized pink round eyes, wearing a blue bow and cape, a light blue skirt, and red high heels. She had a pair of horns resembling a cow's on her head and wore a pink floral mask, holding a wolf-tooth club. Another man with purple long hair, styled to cover one side of his face while the other side was shaved, wore a white and green horn hat with horns growing from his head. He wore a black and white mask, a white shirt, a gray tie, and a white cape. Behind them followed members of the Beast Pirates, approaching us. I used the system to check their information. Name, Runny Power Growth Potential Level. SS Current Power Level. SS Age, 19 Height, 1. 73 meters Gender. Female Weapon. Wolf Tooth Club Devil Fruit. Dragon Fruit. Ancient Type. Brachiosaurus Form Bounty. 400 million berries Equipment Card. None Introduction. One of the 5 strongest members of the Beast Pirates, the sister of Page 1. The siblings were adopted by Kaido at a young age, and she dotes on her younger brother Page 1. She has a cute personality, is somewhat airhead, and very intelligent, but has a bad temper and can be unreasonable at times. She speaks harshly to anyone and can be particularly sharp-tongued. Sometimes, she forces her brother Page 1 to do things and pretends to be weak and helpless in battle to make him come to her aid. If Page 1 gets hurt, she becomes furious immediately. Name, Pejuan Combat Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Level. SS Age, 17 Height, 1. 71 meters Gender. Male Weapon. None Devil Fruit. Dragon Fruit. Ancient Type. Spike-back Dragon Form Bounty. 290 million berries Equipment Card. None Introduction. One of the 5 strongest members of the Beast Pirates. Pejuan is the younger brother of Runmi. The siblings were adopted by Kaido at a young age. Compared to the other members of the Flying Six, Pejuan appears more gentle and introverted, exhibiting a rather serious and reserved personality. In battle, Pejuan is confident in his strength and can display a wilder, more ruthless side. He feels frustrated by his sister Runmi's silly antics and becomes flustered by her childish affection for him. Pejuan looked surprised and stopped in his tracks for Emperor Zhang Yufan. How did you end up here? Runmi frowned, standing still. Those behind you are warriors from Wano. Are you planning a rebellion? I smiled and stopped, of course. I'm here to kill Kaido. As for the warriors behind me, they are here to spectate. No wonder everyone sent here has not reported back. Pejuan looked puzzled. It seems that Orochi and Queen are in serious trouble. Runmi looked grave. Very clever. I've already sent them to hell. You two can stay and be my subordinates. I smiled. Runmi and Pejuan had expressions that confirmed this was indeed the case. The subordinates behind them were already shocked. Even Lord Queen has been killed. What should we do now? It would be better to just give ourselves up. We're doomed. This time, it's a huge problem. Zhang Yufan, who was able to defeat the 4 Emperor Big Mom, is not someone we could defeat. Only Lord Kaido can contend with Zhang Yufan. As for fleeing, that's impossible. On Zhang Yufan's ship, there's a lightning-fast tunnel. We can't match that speed. We can't just admit defeat now. We can only harden our heads and go into battle. Pejuan used his Devil Fruit ability to transform into spiked-back dragon form. Runmi didn't transform directly, but tightly gripped her mace. I sent Ryajizi to deal with Pejuan and Hancock to confront Runmi. The warriors behind me all had mischievous smiles, surrounding the small subordinates of the Beast Pirates, ready to test the feeling of a group fight. Before even reaching Onigashima, we had a good start. The battlefield was thus divided into 3 parts. Ryajizi smiled. Looking up at Pejuan, you got pretty big after transforming. I just don't know if you could take a hit. Pejuan looked furious, looking down at Ryajizi. Are you looking down on me? I can't beat your captain, but I can handle you. Ryajizi grinned, extending his hands. I hope you can still be this confident later. After saying that, Ryajizi pushed off the ground with his right foot, disappearing from the spot before Pejuan could react. He was hit a few times, his mouth agape as he fell to the ground. Pejuan lay on the ground in shock, transforming back to human beast form. How are you so strong? I don't believe even you can't win, Dai. With that, Pejuan reached out with his hands, swinging his claws at Ryajizi. Ryajizi remained calm, covering his hands with armament haki to block it. Is that all the power you have? Come on, give it your all. Pejuan looked furious, still wanting to criticize my power. Since you say so, I won't hold back. He gathered all his strength, swinging his claws, but still couldn't break through Ryajizi's defense. Is the gap really this big? It's one thing for the captain to be so strong, but the crew is also this strong. How can we fight? Ryajizi grabbed Pejuan's hand and swung him down to the ground. Then he pinned him down for a brutal beating. Pejuan tried to get up and counterattack, but it was impossible. Ryajizi's strength was just too great. In the end, Pejuan fainted, releasing his devil fruit ability and returning to human form. The warriors had already drawn their swords, charging at the small subordinates of the beast pirates. Several warriors surrounded one enemy, venting their grievances. If it weren't for these guys, boss, we wouldn't have been captured to do hard labor. We could have lived happily in Wano. Before long, all the small subordinates were taken down. On the other side, Hancock blocked Rummy's path, not allowing her to pass. Rummy looked furious, gripping her mace. Boa Hancock, get out of my way. You bastards actually beat up little Page-Eye so badly. Hancock coldly stood her ground. That's not happening. You should just fall down quickly. I still want to go back to accompany Yufan. Rummy swung her mace at Hancock. Hancock used her perfumed femur, kicking the mace, turning it to stone and shattering it. Then she followed up with a regular kick, sending Rummy flying back. Rummy adjusted her posture in the air, landing smoothly. As expected of the Pirate Empress, her combat power is indeed formidable. She then used her Devil Fruit ability to transform into human beast form, charging at Hancock and attacking with her claws. Hancock used armament haki to cover her hands and easily blocked it. Rummy used her run headbutt, covering it with armament haki, crashing into Hancock. Hancock sidestepped to avoid the headbutt and then delivered a powerful kick to Rummy's stomach. Rummy flew back again, landing on the ground and coughing violently. Hancock pressed her advantage, delivering a flying kick to Rummy, who had just gotten up, knocking her out and releasing her Devil Fruit ability. The battle was over, and everyone happily began to clean up the battlefield, locking Pejuan and Rummy in the mirror world. Once everything was handled, everyone went to the port. I took the previously collected ships out of the storage space. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to gather so many ships in such a short time. At that moment, a fierce wind kicked up on the sea, and heavy rain began to fall. The waves were tumultuous, and the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. The weather was still terrible, almost the same as before arriving in Wano. Everyone boarded the ships and headed towards Onigashima. Onigashima is a small island surrounded by mountains on all sides. There is only one main entrance. The island's giant skull is integrated with the mountains. The castle is in the middle, and there is a back door behind the castle. In front of the island is a small fortress. Suddenly, a lot of cannonballs flew toward the front of the ship. Several ships from the beast pirates were approaching us. We drew our swords and slashed the cannonballs, sending them crashing down onto their ships. We quickly eliminated all the enemies on board. I stored the ships back into the storage space. As for what is on the ship, we will check after defeating Kaido. The samurai on the ship are happily cheering over there. Not long after, we saw a small fortress. We gave the enemies above no chance to resist and directly wiped them out. After cleaning up the battlefield and collecting all the supplies, the samurai on the ship felt that this battle was really too easy. With those big shots in front, we hardly had to do anything. Continuing to sail forward, we finally arrived at Onigashima. The enemies above were shooting at us while sounding the alarm. Everyone got off the ship and took out the enemies. While I secured the ship, I left the sea beasts in the water to ambush, preventing any fish that slipped through the net from escaping. After landing on the island, I divided everyone into 4 teams. I personally led the front gate, while Hyuguru led the rear. Kinemon and Kanjuro led the left and right sides, respectively. I entered through the front gate with the remaining companions, only to be surrounded by many users of artificial devil fruits armed with various weapons. What are you doing here? If you want to submit to Kaido-sama, we welcome you. We have over 500 users here. Are you sure you want to fight us? You are surrounded. Put down your weapons and surrender. This is Kaido-sama's territory. How dare you cause trouble here? You invaders really are fearless. They are from the extreme pirates. Everyone be careful. These guys are very strong. They definitely can't defeat Kaido-sama. Everyone looked disdainful, just this little bit of people. Their combat power isn't that strong. And they want us to surrender? The bluffing has no effect on us. Do they really think Kaido can never be defeated? That was before they encountered us. So we drew our swords or extended our hands and charged forward, easily taking down all the enemies as if chopping vegetables. We hardly exerted any effort. Before the fight started, I went to the mirror world and stood before Yamato. Yamato, pull out a few balls for me. Brother Yufan, are you going to use them to tame those users? Yeah, I'll catch a few to protect your safety after we leave here. Thank you so much, Brother Yufan. Yamato smiled brightly and pulled a few balls from her cheeks and handed them to me. As for the children of Big MOM trapped in the mirror, there were a few rebellious ones bouncing around earlier. After being beaten a few times by the animals left here, they became much more obedient. Now they are sitting quietly in front of the mirror, watching the situation outside. However, the hatred in their eyes will probably never fade away in this lifetime. Holding a few balls in my hand, I returned to the world outside the mirror, grinning mischievously at the users across from me. Those users suddenly felt a chill down their backs, as if something was watching them, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Zhang Yufan suddenly disappeared and then reappeared. What is he trying to do? I used armament haki to cover my entire body and walked among the users as if it were an empty space, ready to pick the right ones. The users looked furious. Zhang Yufan is completely ignoring us. Does he treat us like air? We have our tempers too. Even if you're one of the 4 emperors, we will still fight back. After all, with Kaido-sama backing us, we have nothing to fear. So they swung their fists or weapons and prepared to attack. Various weapons came crashing towards my body, but I didn't care at all, letting them hit me. Like it was nothing, I continued to search for my target. I moved forward and came to a woman in a bikini. Beautiful lady, I see you have a surprising physique, and you look good. You're suitable to be a guard. Open your mouth. I'll give you a ball to eat. The bikini beauty looked terrified and stepped back. You monster, don't come over. I don't want to eat the ball. I grinned, holding a ball in my hand. Don't be afraid. It's not poisonous, very fragrant and delicious. Come on, just try one. I forcibly pried her mouth open and fed it to her. Although she still refused to comply, now she would only follow Yamato's orders perfectly, so she desperately struggled to escape. But all her efforts were in vain. I then picked her up and tossed her toward Bajur. I continued to search for targets, and the same thing happened several times. The surrounding screams filled the air, and those users were furious to the extreme, watching helplessly as their companions were easily taken away. Yet they were powerless. All our attacks couldn't harm Zhang Yufan. This is the overwhelming combat power of a 4 emperor. The gap is truly too great. Once the balls in my hand were used up, I threw all those users into the mirror world, making them officially recognize Yamato as their master. The users were bewildered as they entered the mirror world, looking around. Where are we? Surrounded by mirrors, and there are many people over there. This must be a world created using the abilities of the devil fruit. We can't go back the way we came. There was also a very cute little girl here. Yamato smiled and issued commands to them. They all sat obediently on the ground and stopped talking. Nami and the others covered their mouths, sneaking laughs. The current Yufan looked just like a creepy uncle who uses candy to trick children. Synopsis. This is an ordinary worker who is suddenly transported to the world of One Piece, carrying a super defeat system in his head. How much storm will the protagonist stir in this world?